An unknown cold wave descends from the cosmos, engulfing the blue planet. The world plunges into a new ice age, resulting in the demise of 90% of humanity. As the survivors struggle to secure their basic needs, an eerie frost reanimates the dead while flora and fauna mutate. Overnight, various frost-laden monstrosities roam freely, adding to the desolation. The survivors lament, the sky has fallen. Yet Fengshi, a contemporary Slacker University student, proclaims that there is no need for such excessive contemplation. With his son residing within him, he intends to revel in this frigid apocalypse without a care. Chapter 1. The Heat Beside the Sun. In Tianhai City, coastal province, at Bailey University, within student dormitory, building 19, room 606. I don't understand. Why is everyone discussing how difficult it is to find a job? A bespectacled youth, brimming with bravado, asserts himself at the doorway, loosening his work tie as he complains it's as cold as a morgue next door without air conditioning. Yet here, even with it on, it feels like we're suffocating. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he continues his tirade. Is finding a job really that challenging? Why did I manage to secure one just by wandering around? Could it be that the true difficulty lies not in job hunting, but in breaking free from the shackles of our own minds? Perhaps one should reflect on their own reasons. Have you genuinely sought employment in your nearly 4 years of university? Have your skills improved? Fengshi, why are you smiling? I'm talking about you. Neglecting job searches, you spend your days cooped up in the dormitory, gaming through the night. You sleep, eat, and sleep again. Do you even wish to graduate? What are your intentions? Do you aspire to cultivate immortality? He pointed disdainfully towards the innermost corner of the dormitory. There, lounging by the balcony, sat a young man clad in flip-flops, a white t-shirt, and black pants. Fengshi, an unremarkable senior, was in a state of utter disarray. A playful smirk adorned his face as he acknowledged the pointed accusation, saying, "If you wish to lose that finger, I can assist you." "Call me handsome," the young man retorted indignantly. However, upon witnessing Fengshi retrieve a golden-hued fruit knife from the table, he promptly reconsidered, exclaiming, "Ye handsome, let us speak amicably. There's no need for violence. I have no desire for fruit, thank you." As Fengshi set the knife down, he sighed in relief, prepared to continue his incessant chatter. "Love must endure, even unto death." A heart-wrenching melody echoed from his pocket, capturing the attention of all 5 dormitory residents. He triumphantly revealed the source, declaring, "The boss is calling surely to invite me to work." He answered the call on speakerphone, eager for his roommates to hear. "Hello, boss. Jiang Guangyi, I found someone more suitable for the position. You need not report to work tomorrow." The voice, heavy with authority, reverberated throughout the dormitory, leaving a profound impact. Jiang Guangyi stood frozen, bewildered. Who exactly claims that jobs are easy to find? Jiang handsome, is it still easy? Fengshi, who had just been the target of criticism, could barely suppress a mocking grin as he retorted. "I had a confrontation with it." Jiang Guangyi bellowed, bolting at lightning speed to Fengshi's side, snatching the fruit knife from the table before dashing out, a whirlwind in his wake. Inside the dormitory, the others exchanged glances. Should we intervene? Sacrificing half a lifetime for an internship certificate seems unwise. No need. If he had that kind of courage, he wouldn't have remained single throughout 3 years of university. Fengshi replied, standing up to leave. "Where are you going?" "To fetch a bottle of soda." With that, Fengshi's figure vanished through the dormitory door, and the remaining 4 returned to their respective tasks, unperturbed. After a while, someone remarked, "Is the air conditioning acting up again?" Sensing a sudden shift in temperature. "Indeed. Should we take it apart once more?" Another suggested. "That would be futile. We've disassembled it numerous times. If we could diagnose the issue, my thesis would be resolved." They lamented, having endured poor living conditions since moving into this dormitory. It felt perpetually summer. Regardless of the season, be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter, rain or shine, the dormitory maintained an uncomfortably high temperature, only alleviated by the air conditioning, which occasionally plunged into an icy chill. They suspected a malfunction in the air conditioning unit. As students of refrigeration engineering, their adeptness and practical skills led them to dismantle the unit several times, yet they uncovered no faults. The filters were filthy, and the evaporator components showed signs of aging. Attributing the issue to their own lack of expertise, they summoned a professor from their department for an assessment. The conclusion they arrived at was surprising. It was an environmental issue. Their dormitory was brimming with positive inertia, a veritable haven. The 6 residents were left speechless. The upside was not having to worry about heating. During winter, one could sleep shirtless. The downside was attracting envy from neighboring dormitories, particularly the one dubbed the morgue, where visitors would frequently drop by, seemingly eager to spend the night. They had received more than one proposal to share a bed. Fortunately, Fengshi and his companions possessed sufficient resolve to maintain their boundaries. Fengshi made his way to the downstairs CAF in the adjacent building. After grabbing a chilled cola, he felt that merely drinking water was insufficient, so he wandered over to the snack shelf, perusing the selections. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure, Chu Qing, a student from the refrigeration class and a former president of the student council along with various other titles, which Fengshi could not recall. He seldom paid attention to others. The reason he remembered Chu Qing was her captivating fox-like eyes and her alluring hourglass figure. Standing before the shelf, Chu Qing bent slightly, her athletic pants taut against her form, while her oversized gray jacket could not conceal her impressive silhouette. The subtle furrow of her brow betrayed her struggle with indecision. Perhaps due to the rising temperature, she tugged at her collar, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of alabaster skin, precisely aligning with Fengshi's gaze. He glanced at her and quickly averted his eyes, resolute in his principles. A second glance was out of the question, noting an approaching individual who might share the view. Fengshi thought it unwise to indulge. The scenery was exquisite, but he preferred to savor it alone. He subtly shifted his position to block the stranger's line of sight before stepping directly in front of Chu Qing. "Hello, classmate." Upon hearing the voice, Chu Qing lifted her head, a flicker of confusion dancing in her fox-like eyes. "You are Fengshi from class 3? You recognize me?" Fengshi exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qing gently nodded and inquired, "Is there something you need?" You have exposed yourself." Under Fengshi's guidance, Chu Qing's face betrayed a hint of panic as she hurriedly adjusted her collar. "Thank you," she murmured, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "No need to thank me, it was the least I could do." Fengshi waved his hand dismissively, though he found it peculiar that Chu Qing's demeanor contrasted sharply with her usual authoritative presence. In his memory, this student council president was always decisive and imposing. He did not dwell on it further, adding Chu Qing as a contact on his messaging app before departing with a bag of chips and a soda in hand. As he strolled across the lawn between the two dormitory buildings, Fengshi suddenly halted, gazing up at the gloomy, overcast sky. 3 years had passed. Having spent 3 years at Baila University, this final year had not prompted Fengshi to contemplate his post-graduation plans. Why must one work at all? Merely to earn a living. Yet, Fengshi yearned to embrace a laid-back existence unbeknownst to others. He had amassed sufficient funds to live comfortably as a tester of haunted houses. He closed his eyes, envisioning a radiant sphere of light, reminiscent of the sun, which he affectionately referred to as his little son. Since the dawn of his recollections, this little sun had been a constant in his life. He was oblivious to its purpose or functionality. All he knew was that it rendered him impervious to the cold and allowed him to influence the surrounding environment, elevating its temperature to a certain degree. This uncontrollable, radiation-like ability had no bearing on those around him, and, as long as he didn't cause any harm, he paid it little mind, often pretending to feel the heat as well. With this peculiar skill, Fengshi thrived in his unconventional profession, but aside from financial gain, it served little else. Lacking any formidable superpower, he dared not reveal his gift for fear of becoming a subject of experimentation. Instead, he chose to remain in the sanctuary of his dormitory, indulging in games and takeout, abstaining from romantic pursuits. Thus, he had lived carefree for 3 years. With graduation approaching, he needed to seek out a suitable rental space conducive to his laid-back lifestyle. As for what the future held, Fengshi was uncertain. Perhaps he would revert to his previous line of work once funds ran dry. He inhaled sharply, shaking his head. The weather without sunshine does dampen the spirits, though today's temperature is indeed lower than yesterday's. He suddenly paused, his gaze drawn to the sky, where delicate white flakes began to descend. Reaching out to catch a few, he felt their icy touch, only to watch them swiftly melt in the warmth of his palm. Fengshi's pupils constricted slightly. Was it snowing? Chapter 2. The Little Ice Age? What does it have to do with me? For those residing in the southern regions, the word snow is an exceedingly rare term. It is likely that many southerners may never witness snow in their lifetime. However, numerous spirited young souls from the south have experienced the breathtaking landscapes of the north. Baila University is situated in Tianai City, a coastal southern locale where snow is an unheard of phenomenon, and winter is barely felt. during the new year. Merely donning a light autumn garment is considered the utmost respect toward the heavens. Yi Fengshi, a reclusive individual with no penchant for travel, has naturally never encountered snow. Yet, upon seeing it for the first time, he instantly recognized it. To his astonishment, snow in the south? Was this a jest? Yi Fengshi keenly observed that as delicate flakes of snow drifted down like powdered sugar, the temperature plummeted rapidly. It was akin to the coldest moments of winter. Should it begin to rain, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his suffering. Indeed, he was oblivious to the fact that the magical chill of the southern snow could not harm him. A homebody fortified by the yang energy amassed from countless encounters with haunted abodes. After his moment of wonder, he felt a sense of acceptance and ambled slowly toward the dormitory. He had no desire to frolic in the snow. Rather, he longed to remain in his sanctuary, sipping on sugary beverages while indulging in cucumber-flavored chips and refreshing his anime feed. In the campus CAF, a woman emerged from the shadows with a soft chuckle after Yi Fengshi departed. Lu Qingyan, the roommate of Chu Qing, was a student specializing in refrigeration. Stylishly attired and adorned with striking makeup, she exuded an air of a vivacious girl who frequented bars and enjoyed smoking. Although her beauty and figure paled in comparison to Chu Qing's, she remained the object of admiration for many male students at Baila University. Upon encountering Lu Qingyan, Chu Qing imperceptibly furrowed her brow and remarked, "Lu Qingyan, my actions are none of your concern. What brings you here to pry into my affairs instead of pursuing your own interests?" "Because I adore you even more," Lu Qingyan replied playfully. "Get lost." "I have no interest in women, so kindly keep your distance," Chu Qing retorted without hesitation. Lu Qingyan, unfazed, laughed. "Oh, I merely came to buy a bottle of beer. I never expected to witness our esteemed Chu president attempting to entice a boy from class 3. Did you not also claim to be uninterested in men?" This Yi Fengshi, with average academic performance, a solitary disposition, and a disinterest in socializing, was indeed a stereotypical homebody. He was not the scion of a wealthy family, but rather an orphan. "I simply cannot fathom why, amidst the multitude of exceptional young men vying for your attention, you choose to entertain such a lackluster individual. Do you truly find pleasure in this type?" Lu Qingyan was well versed in the backgrounds of all the male students in her field, diligently preparing to catch a wealthy partner. "None of your business. Get out of my way." Chu Qing's shyness vanished, replaced by a chill. She had no desire to engage with this flamboyant character. Their paths diverged and would not converge. "Don't be hasty. How have you contemplated the matter I mentioned last time? Young Master Zhao harbors a notable interest in you. We could indeed collaborate to capitalize on this opportunity." Lu Qingyan's intentions become clear. She exhibits little enthusiasm for Chu Qing's taste, embodying a refined form of self-interest, primarily concerned with her own gains. My response remains unchanged. I am not intrigued. Chu Qing, indifferent, circumvents Lu Qingyan to approach the front desk for payment. Undeterred, Lu Qingyan follows, insisting, "With graduation approaching, we shall soon part ways and miss this chance. Why seek someone beneath your standards? We are all adults. Can we not be more pragmatic?" Chu Qing pays her no mind, gathering a collection of snacks as she arrives at the front desk, only to find the cashier hastily departing outside. Instinctively, she glances through the glass wall and freezes. Following Chu Qing's gaze, Lu Qingyan's eyes widen in shock as she observes the heavy snowfall. It's snowing. This sudden flurry awakens many slumbering students, the majority hailing from the south, unfamiliar with such a spectacle. Overcome with astonishment, they rush outside to witness this rare phenomenon. A few exuberant boys, reverting to childlike behavior, don flimsy shirts and leap into the snow, performing impromptu Tarzan-like antics. Yi Fengshi ascends to the 6th floor, discovering the once empty corridor now teeming with students, all gazing skyward with wide, astonished eyes, witnessing a miracle. Upon reaching the doorway of room 606, Yi Fengshi finds her roommates standing outside, their faces etched with concern. "What troubles you? Is the snow not beautiful?" she inquires. "It is indeed lovely. Yet, I worry for our future. Our major offers scant job prospects. And with this unexpected event, we might face unemployment upon graduation," one roommate sighs. Yi Fengshi chuckles, responding, "Nonsense, Lu. Very few from our major actually pursue careers in this field. Most find work in other sectors." The 4 of them reminisce about their seniors. Some have ventured into civil engineering, sales, security, or cleaning, while the senior women either pursue further studies or become borderline streamers, their dance moves having drawn collective commentary from the group. Truly captivating. Noticing Yi Fengshi entering with a bottle of cola, Lu queries, "Aren't you going to watch the snow?" There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. I prefer the romantic films from our neighboring country. The 4 are momentarily speechless. After some time, the chill finally registers, prompting one to shiver and retreat back to the dormitory. "Goodness, it's freezing." Lu and the others rush back, as if transitioning from winter to summer, instantly warmed. They are taken aback. Lo and behold, it's snowing, yet our dorm remains so cozy. Quickly, shut the door. We mustn't allow those in the adjacent room to seize the opportunity. They swiftly close the door, denying entry to the outside crowd, and breathe a sigh of relief as their gaze falls upon Fengshi, who is leisurely reclining, legs crossed, savoring chips and sipping ice-cold cola while engrossed in an anime titled Sesame Camping, radiating an air of utter contentment. They could not help but wonder if they truly belonged to the same world as that decayed leaf. Fortunately, they were accustomed to such fleeting existential doubts and soon returned to their respective tasks. Was the prelude to a mini ice age upon them, heralding the end times? Hey, take a look at the school forum, Lee suddenly exclaimed. The others hurried to log into the forum, except for Fengshi, who remained composed, engrossed in his show. With the volume turned up, there was no need for that. The roommate known as the King of Melons would relay all necessary information. What does it mean? I didn't see anything. Deleted in seconds. It appeared that there was also an identical post online, claiming that this heavy snowfall was a portent of the Ice Age's arrival, urging everyone to stockpile supplies. Where is it? Lee, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? If I were lying, I would eat a ton of Oreos, Lee asserted, promptly sharing a screenshot he had taken before the post was removed. After viewing it, Lou furrowed his brow. Surely, this cannot be true? The authorities have already debunked it, stating that foreign forces are spreading misinformation, advising us to discern carefully, Chen interjected, having seen the pinned official announcement. Don't say anything detrimental to our unity. Do you even understand? Lee replied, chuckling. Should we stockpile supplies then? Tang hesitated. By the way, did any of you bring winter clothing? All eyes turned incredulously to Chen, as if questioning his awareness of their dormitory's climate. We could hardly go shirtless, let alone don winter attire. Forget I mentioned it, Chen shrugged. News had already spread that people at the nearby Jiahui supermarket had begun hoarding supplies, prompting Lee, the King of Melons, to assert, I believe we ought to stock up as well. They all rummaged through their closets for treasure jackets, only to find Fengshi still unmoved, prompting them to inquire, aren't you coming? Fengshi raised an eyebrow, retorting, haven't you noticed that I have more food than my cupboard can contain? As a qualified homebody, one must possess the ability to amass provisions. Fengshi was an avid snack buyer. The others recalled the abundance of snacks in his cabinet, with packages of instant noodles, cakes, and an array of delicacies littering the surface beneath the table, even including military rations. They quietly departed the dormitory. Observing this, Fengshi chuckled softly and proceeded to order more food online, ensuring a peaceful winter in the dormitory. As for thick winter clothing, in Fengshi's lexicon, there was no such thing as cold. Wherever he was, it was summer, and the Ice Age was merely someone else's concern, holding no relevance for him. Just then, as he resumed watching his show, Fengshi paused the video, having noticed that the little sun, unchanged for over 2 decades, seemed to flicker momentarily. Chapter 3, A Promise Made. Double joy arrives. Could it be a trick of the eye? Fengshi instinctively rubbed his eyes. Since the dawn of his consciousness, a small sun had continuously burned within his mind, radiating warmth and light without a hint of waning. Fengshi could sense the immense energy it contained, seemingly boundless. Yet he was unable to harness even a fragment of it, forced instead to passively accept its presence. The surrounding environment warmed in response to him, transforming into a haven suffused with vitality. However, just moments ago, what had he seen? On the surface of that dazzling fireball, wisps of golden-red flames danced upwards, shimmering like fleeting lights before vanishing into the abyss of darkness. Simultaneously, Fengshi felt a warm current coursing through his entire being. This sensation, it resembled soaking in a hot spring on a frigid winter day. What could it be? Fengshi was uncertain. Yet an instinctual feeling whispered to him that it was something beneficial. The golden-red flames burst forth from the small sun, and soon warmth flowed through his limbs and bones. There was undoubtedly a connection. Perhaps the warm current was derived from the golden-red flames that had escaped the small sun. Fengshi meticulously contemplated the changes within his body after the warm current dissipated, sensing each cell rejoicing in jubilation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his gaze fell upon his hands. He placed his palms firmly on the table and pressed down with force. Creak. The wooden surface, subjected to an unbearable pressure, emitted a sound akin to splintering timber. Fengshi refrained from pressing further, fearing he might damage the table, which held many of his possessions. He withdrew his hands. Under the dim light, the minute cracks on the table became starkly visible. Fengshi's eyes gleamed. The flow of flames had indeed enhanced his physical capabilities. Prior to this, without any exercise, his strength was comparable to that of laborers who toiled at construction sites. It was modest but sufficient. Now, however, he could crack the table, as thick as a cutting board, with a single palm. His strength had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. In other words, he was drawing closer to superhuman strength. Yet, strength was not the only gift of the sun. There was also heat. Fengshi sensed something awakening within him and softly spoke. He retrieved a sheet of leftover mechanical drafting paper from a nearby drawer, placed it before him, and gazed intently at it, gently shaking it. Faint flames spread from his palm onto the white paper, transforming it from pristine white to black, then to a dark gray. A pungent smell of smoke lingered in the dormitory. Suddenly recalling that he was still in his room, Fengshi rushed to the balcony to extinguish the flames. Gazing at the half-burned paper, his heart raced as he realized that he had ascended from being a small sun person to a small fire person. After disposing of the charred remnants, he returned to his seat and took a sip of the ice-cold cola on the table. As the cold beverage settled in his stomach, he regained his composure and began to ponder the cause of the transformation within his small sun. Ultimately, his gaze turned towards the outside. The only thing that distinguished today from any other was the unexpected and out-of-place heavy snowfall. It was after he had come into contact with the snow that the small sun had undergone such extraordinary changes. Was it the activation of the small sun's defense mechanism? Or was there a deeper reason? Fengshi was uncertain. After pondering for a few moments, he chose to abandon his thoughts. There are far too many questions in this world that remain unanswered. Delving too deeply may not yield solutions and could potentially cause harm to oneself and others. It would be preferable to let his mind relax. Snap! Fengshi snapped his fingers, and golden flames danced at his fingertips. The flames were not large, merely a small flicker, akin to that of a lighter. Of course, creating fire with his hands was not Fengshi's limit. He simply had no desire to set his dormitory ablaze. Rubbing his fingers together, he extinguished the flame. A smile graced his lips. If one were to seek a fitting comparison for Fengshi's current state, it would undoubtedly be that of a Dragon King. With the Dragon King's smile lingering on his face, Fengshi refrained from further frivolity with his abilities, nor did he venture outside to battle the raging snowstorm. Frantically seeking self-improvement, he was not the diligent type. Having achieved such prowess, must I not enjoy myself? Fengshi rationalized, intending to continue sipping cola and binge-watching shows. Ding dong. The notification sound from Hoshin suddenly echoed. Fengshi clicked the mouse to resume the anime and casually picked up his phone. He had initially expected a photo of a limited-time offer from his roommate but was surprised to find a message from his new acquaintance, Chu-Ching. Chu-Ching. Hi Fengshi. Chu-Ching. Speaking of which, as classmates in refrigeration level 77, we haven't communicated much over the past 3 years. And now that graduation is approaching, Fengshi was astonished by the lengthy message and simultaneously puzzled by Chu-Ching's typing speed. The former student council president and the school's recognized goddess, Chu-Ching, wished to invite him out for a meal? How absurd. For a fleeting moment, Fengshi questioned whether he was dreaming. This was no dream. Fengshi understood himself well. If it were a dream, he would have taken decisive action when encountering Chu-Ching at the CAF. If I'm dreaming, then it's quite reasonable to engage in some outrageous behavior, he mused. But what did this girl mean? Fengshi meticulously read Chu-Ching's message, sensing an undercurrent of emotion within the words. After a moment of silence, he slowly typed a response. Do you like me? The other side fell silent, taken aback by Fengshi's directness. He had anticipated that Chu-Ching might block him, considering how presumptuous his question was. Yet, the next moment, Chu-Ching replied, Oh dear, you discovered my secret. I won't beat around the bush any longer. Chu-Ching, Fengshi, do you want a girlfriend? Dog emoji. Would you accept me? Dog emoji. Yes. Receiving Chu-Ching's emphatic affirmation, Fengshi fell into silence. Is my charm truly this great? He pondered. Regardless, having a beautiful girl express her affection was undeniably a delightful occurrence. Fengshi had contemplated finding a girlfriend before but deemed it too troublesome. Besides, he rather enjoyed his solitary time in the dormitory. Thus, he had not pursued it. Now, an opportunity had presented itself, and it was someone he fancied. Why not seize the chance? Upon recalling the enchanting allure of Chu-Ching's captivating fox-like eyes, her alluring hourglass figure, and the fleeting glimpse of her snow-white beauty at the bar, Fengshi felt a surge of delight. Should he consider renting a villa for a few months to indulge in some leisure? After all, this money seems to have nowhere to be spent. He had already begun contemplating how to relish life after graduation. At the supermarket, Lee and 3 others squeezed inside, only to find it teeming with people, the checkout lines extending like serpents. They were momentarily taken aback. Why did these individuals rush to the supermarket at the slightest hint of commotion? Are they all akin to rabbits? No, let us not propagate rumors. The authorities have already dispelled them. Yet, they insisted on using this pretext to empty the shelves. Didn't they? Whether they could indeed deplete the supermarket remained uncertain, but they were keenly aware of the proprietor's face, which radiated a smile as vibrant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Should we still make a purchase? Chen inquired. Purchase what? Have you not seen the line extending outside? Those poor souls waiting outside are freezing, Lee retorted, exasperated. Moreover, they hadn't originally intended to shop but merely sought to take the opportunity to spot any attractive young women. Lou remarked, his gaze scanning the crowd. Indeed. Our school does have some charming ladies. Lee chuckled. No matter how lovely, they aren't for you. They wouldn't give us, the downtrodden, a second glance. I'm not saying I wish to pursue anyone. I have some self-awareness, just seeking a visual delight. By the way, have you all secured employment? Tang suddenly asked. The four exchanged glances, culminating in a shared, knowing smile. They had all found jobs, albeit without the boisterous proclamations akin to Jiang Guanyi. They preferred to work discreetly, without ostentation. As for Yi Fengshi, why discuss him? They were all adults, responsible for their own actions. If he chose to be lackadaisical, so be it. Li commented indifferently. Though the 6 members of their dormitory were united in their external dealings, their camaraderie was not particularly strong. They addressed one another merely by their surnames followed by someone, or simply by their full names. When do you plan to leave? After a brief silence, Liu posed the question. Li replied, I've already secured accommodation near the company and plan to depart tomorrow. However, I believe I must leave tonight. Tomorrow may bring heavy snow. And we lack experience in snow clearance here. The others nodded in agreement with Li's assessment. They took one last glance at the crowded supermarket before departing. The dormitory door swung open, and the frigid wind and snow rushed in, quickly melting away. As the 4 shivering figures entered, the warmth enveloped them, straightening their postures. Ah. Empty-handed, I see, Yi Fengshi remarked with a teasing glance. Enough, it was so crowded that we couldn't even squeeze in, Tang lamented. Yi Fengshi nodded in understanding. It was evident, contemporary university students excelled in little, save for their prowess in dining. At the slightest disturbance, they would swarm to stock up on food. Upon their return, as they began to pack their belongings, Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow. Are you all preparing to flee? I ran home to fetch a few sets of winter clothing. Yi, are you not returning home? Me? I am an orphan. I have no home. No, it would be more accurate to say that wherever I am, that is home. Chapter 4. Invincible individuals, using others as tools. The 4 did not respond. Li was particularly dismissive of Yi Fengši's rhetoric, to say the least. The expenses he had incurred over the past 3 years could hardly be those of an orphan. One might as well regard him as a scion of wealth. If Yi Fengši were indeed an orphan, Li would wager a ton of oligo. Suddenly, feeling warmth enveloping him, Li's nose twitched. What is that strange smell? Yi. You haven't been secretly smoking in the dormitory, have you? I don't smoke. Don't say such things. Be careful, or I might see you for defamation. If you don't smoke, then why are you so agitated? Li stuffed his computer into his bag, shivering slightly, and couldn't help but add. If it weren't for needing to go home, I would have considered spending the winter here in the dormitory. On such a cold day. Don't stay so far away, come a little closer. It was Yi Fengši playing a farewell song. He turned on the external speaker and cranked the volume to its maximum, shaking the entire dormitory. Yi, there's no need for that. We're already cold enough. Your beauty is unparalleled. Yi Fengši, once again, attempted to ignite a fervor within his roommates, yet the response he received was, Xiao Haizi, get lost. Clearly, they simply did not appreciate the artistry. Ultimately, the 4 could endure no more, packed their belongings, and departed with their luggage. The dormitory may have been warm, but their hearts felt icy. As Yi Fengši gazed at the closed door, he shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Another quartet of Navi souls. Scheming even before graduation. Yi Fengši, of course, was not fooled by their tales of returning home. They were undoubtedly seeking employment discreetly, unwilling to let anyone know. He was well aware of his roommate's true nature, preferring to remain silent, for the one to suffer would not be him. In the now empty dormitory, Yi Fengši stretched languidly. Ah, the world is serene. A spark of inspiration flickered within him. This was the perfect opportunity to test the intentions of that vixen, to discern whether she was playing him for a fool. Initially, upon hearing that Chu Qing wished to be his girlfriend, Yi Fengši felt elated. After all, it was a double blessing. However, once he regained his composure, he recalled the anti-fraud slogans played daily at school. Chu Qing was as beautiful as a flower, with a figure that could attract suitors from the cafeteria to the lecture halls. What kind of man could she not find? Why had she chosen him? An ordinary university student with neither wealth nor background? True, he possessed a modicum of money, but it paled in comparison to the affluent heirs. His appearance could only be described as decent, neither stunning nor earth-shattering. Thus, he did not fully trust Chu Qing's words. Fearing she might eventually gift him a melodious song, Yi Fengši fixed his gaze on the screen of his phone, his dark eyes blinking rapidly. He then informed Chu Qing of the dormitory's emptiness, inviting her to come over that evening for a chat. She responded with a simple acknowledgement. Yi Fengši smiled and let his eyes drift to the balcony outside, where snowflakes fell against the glass door, melting into droplets. Building 13 was the girls' dormitory. As Qi-Qing gazed at the message sent by Yi Fengshi, she immediately discerned his thoughts. Is he afraid I might deceive him? A smirk graced Qi-Qing's lips. Her desire to befriend Yi Fengshi was no jest. It had long been a calculated scheme. Yi Fengshi held a profound impression of Qi-Qing, and she felt no less captivated by him. Qi-Qing found herself reminiscing about 3 years prior, on the afternoon of her university enrollment when, after completing the registration process, she strolled through the campus to familiarize herself with her surroundings. It was then she fortuitously encountered the freshly arrived Yi Fengshi. The youthful lad stood at the crossroads, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing around with an air of curiosity, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Intrigued by his demeanor, Qi-Qing stole a few glances, only to catch him several times looking at her chest. Unable to contain her irritation, she contemplated confronting him. Yet, as she approached Yi Fengshi, a sudden wave of warmth enveloped her body, igniting a peculiar sensation akin to being playfully scratched by a cat. Overwhelmed, Qi-Qing turned and fled. Their first encounter left an indelible mark on her memory. Subsequent investigations revealed his name and that they shared the same major. Elated, Qi-Qing desired to befriend him, but the thought of disrupting his life held her back. She was acutely aware of her numerous admirers, including those of considerable influence, and feared that becoming too close to Yi Fengshi would render him a target of envy. Thus, she remained single for 3 years, silently observing him from afar. The more she watched, the stronger her yearning to approach him became, and whenever she found an opportunity, her body would ignite with warmth, her heart fluttering with a sensation reminiscent of playful feline paws. This feeling both terrified and exhilarated her. As graduation approached, Qi-Qing's resolve began to wane. She felt the moment had arrived to embrace her true nature and engage in a deeper connection with Yi Fengshi. The thought of her long-cherished dream about to unfold made her body involuntarily heat up. Realizing the urgency, she hastily retreated to the balcony. After braving the elements, her body and spirit began to cool. With her fox-like eyes wide open, she observed the strange snowfall. Sensing that this was no ordinary occurrence and might significantly influence her future, her mind wandered to Lu Qingyin's words at the water bar, her gaze darkening with a desire to tear apart that insipid rival. Such fantasies, however, were impractical. She glanced at the opposite dormitory building, noting that no one dared to admire the snow from the corridors, retreating instead into the warmth of their rooms, for the cold was indeed biting. Qi-Qing's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. She was unwilling to wait until nightfall. She would go to Yi Fengshi's dormitory now, simultaneously in a luxurious hotel. The atmosphere was resplendent with dazzling lights and opulent decor, a stark contrast to the world outside. You say that Qi-Qing is after Yi Fengshi, trying to seduce him? Ah, young Master Zhao, you're hurting me. Don't digress. Can you guarantee that what you say is true? I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Qingyin vowed to the heavens. Unlike Qi-Qing, she had not returned to her dormitory, but sought out the young Master Zhao she spoke of. Zhao Kai, the son of Zhao Kai, chairman of the Zhao Group in Tianhai City, notorious locally as a pampered heir. Once, he had committed numerous acts that incited the wrath of the people, yet his family always managed to smooth things over. Zhao Kaizi, also a student of Biluo University, swore to win the heart of the stunning Qi-Qing upon their first encounter. Unfortunately, the competition was fierce, and among them were formidable adversaries, rendering many of his underhanded tactics ineffective. He resorted to bribing Lu Qingyin to assist him in his pursuit of Qi-Qing. However, 3 years had passed, and Lu Qingyin had grown weary of the endeavor, yielding little success. To his dismay, he now learned that Qi-Qing was allegedly enticing other men. Zhao Kaizi found this utterly unacceptable. By the way, who is this Yi Fengshi? I don't believe I've heard of him, Zhao Kaizi inquired suddenly. Lu Qingyin, taken aback, proceeded to relay the information about Yi Fengshi. Another orphan? Zhao Kaizi frowned. He was untroubled by the absence of a background, but wary of someone lacking family ties. Orphans, while easier to manipulate, often harbored the most ruthless individuals, serving as reserves for the invincible. Some of his acquaintances had fallen victim to orphans. Where does this Yi Fengshi reside? Zhao Kaizi instinctively asked, seeking the most direct method to eliminate this person, leaving no room for a comeback. Having learned from the misfortunes of his close friends, he had executed such plans several times before, and his subordinates even comprised a professional team. He has no family. It seems he has never left the university since enrolling. Just a reclusive nerd. Lu Qingyin hesitated, expressing her incredulity at Qi-Qing's choice. Zhao Kaizi found the situation troublesome. Isn't this fellow an orphan? How does he manage to survive without working? I don't know. Lu Qingyin wasn't a detective. It was unreasonable to expect her to have such thorough knowledge. Knowing that Yi Fengshi was not her target was sufficient. However, young Master Zhao, I do have a splendid idea. Speak. You need not take action yourself. Simply disseminate the news that Chu Qing has an affection for Yi Fengshi. You mean to use a knife to kill? Precisely. Once this gossip spreads, Yi Fengshi will surely find himself dealt with. After all, Chu Qing is immensely popular, and among her suitors are undoubtedly some fanatics. At the mention of fanatics, a flicker of apprehension crossed Zhao Kaizi's eyes, yet he quickly chuckled ominously. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. But there is no rush. There are more pressing matters at hand. What? He cackled. My temper is quite high at the moment. Before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhao Kaizi gazed out at the heavy snowfall, suddenly rolling his eyes in exasperation, resembling a lifeless fish. Chapter 5. Capturing a genuine sister outside the door, Chu Qing stood resolutely, draped in a knee-length hooded-down jacket, wearing a white mask and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, revealing only her pair of lively eyes, reminiscent of a fox. She was a person of decisive action, quick to implement her thoughts, determined to find Yi Fengshi. She traversed the snowstorm fully equipped. However, the heavy snowfall was peculiar, the chill biting as if cast by a spell, rendering even her expensive down jacket inadequate. The short journey of merely a few hundred meters left Chu Qing feeling as though her very soul was trembling with cold. Knock, knock. With great effort, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Yi Fengshi, comfortably engrossed in a show, raised an eyebrow upon hearing the knocking. Who could it be? Was it Jiang Guangyi returning to the right path, or had the neighbor come seeking warmth again? Clenching his fist, he felt the strength capable of smashing a cutting board before rising to open the door. Regardless of who it was, no one was permitted to cause a ruckus here. Click. As the door swung open, their eyes met. Yi Fengshi was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Don't just stand there, let me in. Chu Qing, desperate to escape the cold, brushed past Yi Fengshi and entered the dormitory. BRR, I'm freezing. Ah, your room is so warm. Upon stepping inside, the chill dissipated instantly, replaced by a hint of summer warmth. She was astonished. Outside was a winter wonderland. Yet Yi Fengshi's dormitory felt as if it had the heating on full blast. She glanced at the air conditioning unit on the wall. It wasn't on. A quick survey of the entire room revealed no heating apparatus. Chu Qing was bewildered. Suddenly, two rumors from her major came to mind, stating that there were two peculiar dormitories on the boys' side that puzzled even professors. One dorm was said to be filled with yang energy, perpetually warm like summer. The other, saturated with yin energy, eternally cold like winter. It seemed Yi Fengshi's dormitory was indeed the one overflowing with yang energy, as the professor had claimed. Chu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had thought it was merely a tale to lure girls for observation, yet here it was, true beyond her expectations. She felt her visit was undoubtedly worthwhile. Yi Fengshi, snapping back to reality, promptly closed the door and turned to find Chu Qing standing in the middle of the room. She had removed her jacket, revealing her exquisite figure, fair skin, long legs, and an alluring silhouette that captivated the soul. Sensing his gaze upon her, she tilted her head slightly, her fox-like eyes glancing over with an enchanting allure. Which bed is yours? Chu Qing asked softly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. The one with the light on, Yi Fengshi replied, pointing. He then watched as Chu Qing tossed her jacket onto his bed. How utterly unreserved. Faced with such a situation, Yi Fengshi found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that this enchanting vixen would take such bold steps. Though he had no girlfriend, he had always held confidence in himself, believing he could engage with girls without faltering. Yet, when alone with a breathtaking beauty, he realized he had overestimated his own composure. His heartbeat quickened. Though Chu Qing appeared nonchalant, her pulse raced with the fervor of a youthful doe. As the chill of the air dissipated under the warmth of the sun, Chu Qing became acutely aware of how close she was to Yi Fengshi. A wave of heat surged within her, igniting an instinctive fervor that was difficult to contain. It's not just at night. Yi Fengshi began to break the silence. But unexpectedly, she disregarded decorum, not only colliding into him but sealing his lips as well. In an instant, Yi Fengshi's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as countless thoughts swirled within him. Sister, are you perhaps a bit too eager? Though he possessed the ability to free himself from this predicament, he refrained from doing so. One must not take advantage while pretending to be innocent. When life plunges into a trough, one should not always seek to break free. Sometimes, it is wiser to lie flat and accept the circumstances. Yi Fengshi felt he was managing quite well, though his hands had nowhere to rest. After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to resist his body's instincts. It was now Chu Qing's turn to stare in disbelief. Feeling somewhat relieved and less feverish, she pushed Yi Fengshi away. Do you genuinely wish to be my boyfriend? Yi Fengshi instinctively licked his lips and inquired. Otherwise, why would I be standing here, giving you my first kiss? Chu Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glance. Could he possibly think she was deceiving him? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. I don't understand. What is it about me that you find appealing? Are you still considering backing out? Chu-Ching crossed her arms, accentuating her perfect silhouette, and teased him. Not at all. I have long desired you. Yi Fengshi, having taken advantage but remaining unapologetic, spoke with conviction. Chu-Ching's smile broadened. She was genuinely apprehensive that Yi Fengshi might be the type to shy away from a woman's advances. Yet, it seemed he truly met her expectations. Yi Fengshi was bold. Feeling reassured, Chu-Ching composed herself and continued, I understand your confusion, but allow me to clarify. Liking someone requires no justification. I have had feelings for you since 3 years ago, but I refrained from approaching you to avoid causing you trouble or calamity. Now that graduation is approaching, I no longer wish to wait. Life is fleeting. Rather than dwell on the past, it is better to seize joy in the present. However, I must warn you, being with me may lead to numerous challenges, and while I will face them alongside you, you must be mentally prepared. If you are afraid, I can leave now as if I had never come. Having poured out her heart, Chu-Ching felt a profound sense of relief. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fengshi thought how fortuitous it was. Having just gained extraordinary abilities, he was eager to channel his energy. However, Chu-Ching, misinterpreting his silence as fear, felt a pang of disappointment. Regardless, she resolved to surrender herself to this man who stirred her heart like a restless cat. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Fengshi suddenly grasped her hand, instilling her with immense confidence. Chu-Ching beamed. I knew I was right about you. Both individuals embrace a philosophy of seizing the day. Perceiving 100 years as an eternity, they focus solely on the present. Thus, once they find common ground, they decisively embark on a thrilling escapade. Beforehand, they ensure to secure the door. Half an hour later, as they set off in the new car, Yi Fengshi refrains from accelerating too rapidly. Mindful of the passenger beside him, upon reaching a gas station, he halts for a moment of respite. He is engrossed in a racing game. You truly are a handful, remarks Chu-Ching, impeccably dressed and perched on Yi Fengshi's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, uttering words that could either be taken as playful banter or affectionate teasing. Yi Fengshi, with one hand adjusting the performance of the sleek black Maybach on his laptop, reflects, Aching, I feel as though I have wasted my previous years. What about you? Noticing him fiddling with a blood-stained handkerchief, Chu-Ching's complexion turns a delightful shade of crimson as she retorts, I certainly haven't wasted my life. Hey, stop looking at that. It's embarrassing. Quickly put it away. Very well, Yi Fengshi complies. What are your plans for the future? Would you consider joining me in a carefree existence? His demeanor may be frivolous, yet his words carry a weight of sincerity. Faced with Yi Fengshi's childlike antics, Chu-Ching finds herself at a loss, ultimately yielding to his whimsy. She shakes her head, declaring, my temperament is ill-suited for idleness. I have already secured a place in graduate school at my university, under the mentorship of Professor Jiang Fushiwei from the physics department. After graduation, I will pursue further studies with Professor Jiang. Jiang Fushiwei? That renowned professor not yet 30? Yi Fengshi exclaims in surprise. Jiang Fushiwei, at the age of 29, holds the title of full professor, with a doctorate in physics and a specialization in nuclear physics, boasting significant achievements. She is a gem at Biluo University. However, these accolades pale in comparison to her connections, as she is also the daughter of an esteemed academician. Yi Fengshi recalls contemplating whether to approach this distinguished individual regarding his own radiation phenomenon, yet 3 years have passed without a glimpse of the professor. Moreover, Jiang Fushiwei is a beauty rivaling Chu-Ching, albeit with a slightly less striking figure. Now, hearing that his partner is her graduate student, Yi Fengshi is astonished but devoid of any desire for research. I am practically a Superman already. What need have I for research? I'll simply forego beef. That sounds delightful. Yi Fengshi expresses his support for Chu-Ching's aspirations. Pursuing advanced studies is perfectly fine, as long as it does not hinder our plans for the future. Get out of here. Chu-Ching's cheeks flush with warmth as she playfully nudges him, her touch imbued with affection. The couple continues to revel in each other's company. Chu-Ching remains seated on Yi Fengshi's lap as they indulge in a film together. By evening, Yi Fengshi orders 2 servings of takeout, and they feed each other as they share a meal. Subsequently, they embrace warmth and intimacy, falling into a deep slumber until the next morning. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Yi Fengshi awakens to a cacophony of notification sounds. How irritating. Chu-Ching, her hair tousled, grumpily seizes Yi Fengshi's phone, unlocking it with a glance at his face, and begins to read. What is the matter? Yi Fengshi noticed that Chu-Ching's delicate brows were slightly furrowed in the distance, prompting him to inquire. It is your roommate calling for you, saying that someone is spreading rumors about us on the campus forum. She swiftly retrieved the article and handed it to Yi Fengshi. Shocking. The former student council president, the campus goddess Chu-Ching, is said to have feelings for a worthless person. Chapter 6. Could the sun feel cold? An anonymous post. Seemingly fictional. Upon a swift glance, Fengshi found it rather convincing, yet devoid of substantial evidence. Nevertheless, the outcome proved accurate. Indeed, we were together. Others remained oblivious. Chuqing cast a sidelong glance, exuding charm and allure. I know there are those targeting you, yet I failed to comprehend how I, a mere transparent figure, became entangled in this. After speaking, Fengshi patted Chuqing's ample shoulder and leaped off the bed. Hey, it's rather perilous to dismount in such a manner. With me around, there is no cause for alarm. Chuqing was left speechless, yet Fengshi's physical prowess was certainly extraordinary. From her perspective, Fengshi did not leap but floated down, akin to a falling leaf. A flicker of doubt crossed Chuqing's eyes. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, believing that some matters would reveal themselves in due time. As she adorned herself, she mused, it must be the handiwork of Lu Qingyan. She coincidentally witnessed me enticing you yesterday, and she knows you are the one I favor. What? You were enticing me? Fengshi regarded Chuqing with an expression of curious astonishment. Humph. Otherwise, why do you think I was present at the bar, fortuitously allowing you to witness my splendor? Chuqing declared with pride. Very well, you've triumphed. But this Lu Qingyan, is she the social butterfly from our department? Fengshi, well informed due to the gossip circulating in his dormitory, inquired. Indeed, that is her. She has persistently attempted to encourage me to engage in a financial entrapment with a wealthy heir, yet she is actually in cahoots with him, presuming I am oblivious. Chuqing slowly descended from the bed. Who? Zhao Kaizi from the Business and Economics Department, one of my admirers. Worry not, with Professor Jiang's connections, they have little chance of making advances toward me now. Suddenly, Chuqing fell silent. She observed Fengshi stroll to the balcony, unconcerned, brushing his teeth with a sense of tranquility. Ordinarily, Chuqing would not be astonished, but the tempest outside was fierce. Heavy snow had fallen throughout the night, and the roads were likely impassable. The temperature displayed on her phone read -2 degrees. Was he not cold? Xiaoqing, you must have realized by now that in my presence, you shall not feel the chill. Fengshi spoke leisurely. Chuqing, already belonging to Fengshi, could not have failed to notice that the so-called warmth radiated from him. What Xiaoqing? I am Deqing. She corrected him, stepping outside and resting her hands on the railing. Perhaps due to Fengshi's presence, the steel railing, having endured the night's frost, felt entirely devoid of cold, even untouched by snow. Chuqing observed the nearby dormitory railing, blanketed in snow. She gathered her long hair into a bun and turned back, leaning against the railing with a smile. I've noticed, but so what? I do not wish to inquire, and you need not divulge. This is quite agreeable. Perhaps you should don some clothing. Chuqing suddenly dashed back, retrieved a shirt, and directly draped it over Fengshi. Fengshi remained speechless. He owned to tell Chuqing that the sun does not fear the cold. Yet, considering that it was Chuqing's good intentions, Fengshi decided to indulge her. Ignore the rumors. Just follow your own inclinations. You need not worry about me, Fengshi declared. Chuqing nodded slightly. If it were merely about herself, it would not matter. However, since the rumors now involved Fengshi, she felt compelled to retaliate. Fengshi pondered for a moment and added, nevertheless, allowing that Vixen to speak freely is somewhat irksome. Chuqing's fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Are you suggesting a tit-for-tat approach? Fengshi chuckled. Does she not relish spreading rumors? Then let her be repaid in kind. Her dark secrets are numerous and potent, indeed. Is that so? Send them to me. I shall strike back. Chuqing's excitement surged at the mention of Lu Qingyan's scandals. Just as Chuqing was about to send her revenge post, her phone rang unexpectedly. In this frigid weather, who would dare to call at such an hour? It was Professor Jiang. Chuqing linked her arm with Fengshi and returned to the warmth of their dormitory, answering the call and switching to speaker mode. A melodious voice resonated. Chuqing? Professor Jiang, it's me. How may I assist you? Have you seen the latest official news? Never mind, it's of no consequence. You must listen closely to what I am about to say. Professor Jiang's voice possessed an ethereal quality akin to a lark, yet her tone was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. This snowfall event is global. The Little Ice Age is no mere rumor, nor is it a final outcome. The authorities are preparing to impose restrictions on supplies. What? Not yet. While the snow hasn't yet reached the point of blocking roads. You must come to the lab immediately. Fengshi began to peruse the news on her phone, stating, the latest announcement claims this is an Arctic blast from the cosmos, resulting in snowfall worldwide, from deserts to tropical rainforests. Moreover, yesterday's abrupt snow and drop in temperature have already led to numerous cases of hypothermia fatalities. Upon hearing this, Chuqing felt a moment of panic, but she quickly realized that with Fengshi by her side, there was little to fear from the biting cold. She soon regained her composure. What is your plan now? Will you go to Professor Jiang? Yi Fengshi inquired, then added with a smile. It seems your relationship with Professor Jiang is rather commendable. Chu Qing nodded. I was her first student after she was promoted to full professor, making me her protégé. So our relationship is naturally strong. If a catastrophic event were to occur, going to Professor Jiang would indeed provide official assistance. Chu Qing paused, then smiled. But I would prefer to remain by your side. Suit yourself. You may go to Professor Jiang if you wish. I shall pave the way for you. Who knows? Perhaps your professor will request that I stay as well. Yi Fengshi remarked half-jokingly. However, Chu Qing did not view it as a jest, after careful consideration. She believed there was over a 90% chance of that happening. Due to Yi Fengshi's exceptional nature, under normal circumstances, Chu Qing might have doubted her ability to reach the level of Jiang Fushiwei solely by relying on Yi Fengshi. Of course, that was merely a possibility. Especially since Chu Qing lacked a top-tier academician as a father. She shook her head and chuckled. It's not just about asking you to stay. If she were to discover your peculiarities, she would likely lose her composure on the spot. Is it really that exaggerated? I heard she seems quite aloof. Wasn't I once referred to as an ice goddess? And yet, here I am, brimming with enthusiasm now. That is true. Professor Jiang isn't in a hurry. Let me first post a reply to Lu Qingyan. Chu Qing harbored a significant desire for revenge. She embellished the revelations Yi Fengshi had shared with her and posted them on the campus forum using an alias. Shocking. The ice goddess of Biluo University, Lu, is reportedly entangled with multiple wealthy heirs. A student remarked, no way, Lu Qingyan appears quite innocent. How could she be so promiscuous? Another chimed in, no. Someone must be slandering my goddess. Ha, the mature tortoise has begun self-hypnosis. What a joke, another commented. The king of melons. I know Lu Qingyan. It's true. I've seen her enter a passion hotel with different men on more than one occasion. Photos. As heavy snow blanketed the sky. It became increasingly difficult for university students to even leave their dorms, naturally leading them to seek entertainment. The school forum was the perfect outlet, brimming with gossip. First, there was the exposure of student council president Chu Qing's secret lover, followed by revelations about the chaotic private life of the renowned socialite Lu Qingyan. One after another, it was overwhelming. The students' attention was successfully diverted. Yi Fengshi, filled with warmth, stood by, witnessing the explosive nature of the posts. Within mere minutes, the thread skyrocketed to over 1,000 replies, with various revelations flooding in. University students may not excel in much, but they certainly lead the pack when it comes to gossip. With just a nudge, they laid bare all of Lu Qingyan's scandalous affairs. Observing the comprehensive outpouring of revelations in such a repressive environment, Yi Fengshi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Impressive. Chapter 7. As a homebody. It seems quite reasonable for me to stockpile a few resources, doesn't it? Indeed impressive. This article can be found through e-novel free reading. Chu Qing nodded, her alluring fox-like eyes narrowing into a mere slit. By the way, Xiaoqing, isn't it quite arduous to share a dormitory with Lu Qingyan? Yi Fengshi suddenly pondered. Chu Qing, reveling in her successful revenge, contemplated for a moment before replying. Well, it's not too bad. I'm usually busy with school affairs while she's off chasing after rich suitors, often returning late at night, so we seldom clash. Moreover, I've told you countless times. Call me Qing. I'm not small at all. Chu Qing playfully nipped at Yi Fengshi's arm. All right, you're the biggest. Is that satisfactory? Yi Fengshi remarked, unfazed by the playful bite from this mischievous fox. After all, she was indeed quite substantial. In this manner, Chu Qing felt a warmth bloom within her heart. She had gotten too close to Yi Fengshi. Fortunately, after the wild events of last night, her heart no longer burned with the same urgency as before, alleviating her thirst. She resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Chu Qing pursed her lips, striving to regain her composure. She took a sip of cool water from Yi Fengshi's cup, attempting to calm herself. Reflecting deeply, she realized that Lu Qingyan's matters could be set aside for now. Once exposed, others would surely deal with her. And perhaps she was even facing repercussions at this very moment. Chu Qing was aware that Lu Qingyan had gone out yesterday, and given the severe weather conditions, her chances of returning were slim. What she needed to focus on now was their future living arrangements. If Professor Zhang's prediction of a mini ice age held any truth, and there was a 98% probability that it did, preparations must be made in advance. Preparations for winter. Firstly, she required a residence where she could communicate with Yi Fengshi without barriers, one with adequate insulation, although that seemed unnecessary. Chu Qing glanced outside at the snow-covered landscape, with droplets sliding down the glass door of the balcony, while the dormitory remained warm and inviting. My man is truly remarkable. Chu Qing thought to herself, hands on her hips, chin held high. Since the temperature was no longer a concern, the only remaining issue was sustenance. In fact, When she first saw the snowfall yesterday, the idea of stockpiling resources had already taken root in her mind. However, she believed that purchasing goods on campus was not cost-effective and intended to visit a large shopping mall later that evening. Yet, Fengshi was simply too tempting. Chuqing found herself wanting to be straightforward with Fengshi, casting aside all other thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Fengshi asked, pinching Chuqing's rosy cheek, which felt as though it could yield moisture with a squeeze. "I'm contemplating the issue of food. If a mini ice age were to truly arrive, the problem of sustenance would undoubtedly become quite severe. Currently, with the roads blocked by heavy snow, supplies cannot be transported in, and once food runs out, various issues within the school will soon arise." Chuqing snapped back to reality and shared her thoughts with Fengshi. Their bond had grown so intimate that there was no need for secrets. Fengshi raised an eyebrow. "Surely this is not something you, a mere student council president, need to worry about?" "As the former president of the student council, I have already stepped down from my position." Chuqing corrected herself, expressing her concern about whether we can endure until the day help arrives. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized the flaw in her statement. Furrowing her brows, she promptly added, "No, we should not rely on others for rescue. This is a global catastrophe. If the temperature continues to drop, it will be akin to an apocalyptic scenario. Human nature cannot withstand such trials, especially during chaotic times, and we cannot depend on anyone else. The only support we have is ourselves." Fengshi remarked. "These words hold true at any moment, yet you are different." "Huh?" Chuqing asked, confused. "How am I different?" "You can rely on me." "Rely? If not on you, then on whom?" Chuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You need not worry about food for the time being," Fengshi stated, as he swiftly opened the nearby wardrobe. What?" Chuqing's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the contents within. The wardrobe was not filled with clothing, but rather an abundance of snacks, a large assortment of squirrel snacks, countless loaves of bread, milk, biscuits. Chuqing even spotted a box of military-grade compressed biscuits, the kind fortified with vitamins. And those boxes under the table, she initially thought they contained books, only to discover they were also provisions. Staring at Fengshi, she was utterly dumbfounded. "Are you a hamster?" "No, I am a homebody. As a homebody, it is entirely reasonable for me to stockpile a modest amount of supplies, is it not?" Fengshi's lips curled into a smile. "Unreasonable, yet I adore it." Chuqing beamed with delight. "The issues of sustenance are temporarily resolved. We can now live in peace with a man. By the way, your wardrobe is filled with food. Where do you keep your clothes?" Chuqing suddenly inquired. "In my suitcase." "Is there enough space?" "I do not require thick winter attire, so why would it not fit?" "That makes sense." Fengshi pondered how to spend the day, whether to play games, watch movies, or engage in something else entirely. Suddenly, he heard Chuqing calling out, and his gaze shifted to her, observing her standing at the doorway with an expectant expression. "What does the big fox want?" "I need to return to the dormitory to fetch some clothes," Chuqing replied, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "It's too cold outside, with snow covering the ground." Chuqing understood that even with a down jacket, it would be challenging for her to walk back alone. "It's too dangerous outside. I will accompany you." Fengshi responded immediately. His big fox was still an ordinary person, and he could not allow her to face the perils outside alone. Besides, now that he had become a little superhero, it would be nice to put his abilities to use by visiting Chuqing's dormitory. First, he needed to address the matter of the dormitory. Fengshi was well aware of the character of the people in the surrounding dorms. After a night had passed, they would likely have reached their limits, and it was possible they would come to visit after he left. He needed to dissuade them from that notion. The most effective method, undoubtedly, is to dissipate the yang energy residing in the dormitory. Fengshi, with a mere thought, interrupted the incessant outward radiation of energy and endeavored to reclaim it. This newfound ability was a product of his latest contemplation, heightened by the passionate night shared with Chuqing. Fortunately, his extensive reading led him to recall a book on ancient theories of yin and yang, suggesting a connection with their harmonious interplay. Simultaneously, Fengshi pondered whether, if he represented the sun, there must exist a counterpart in the form of the moon. After careful consideration, he resolved not to burden his mind with such weighty thoughts, opting instead to restore the dormitory to a normal temperature. In an instant, Chuqing sensed a sudden drop in the room's warmth, sending a chill through her. Shocked, she turned to Fengshi and inquired, "You?" "It was me. I feared others might attempt to force their way in after we left," he explained. Chuqing nodded, acknowledging his rationale, yet she remained baffled by his method. Could it be that he had somehow become a sentient heater? "Come on, why are you staring? Do I have flowers on my face?" Fengshi remarked. Noticing Chuqing still rooted in place as he opened the door, she shook her head, stepping forward to link her arm with his, her movements both natural and practiced. Instantly, the chill dissipated. Chu Qing recognized she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, her heart swelling with joy. Yi Fengshi's gaze fell upon the corridor outside, where snow continued to fall. Flurries occasionally drifted onto the ground, creating a thick blanket of snow. With a single step, his foot vanished from sight. Yet, as he stepped out, the accumulated snow along the corridor instantaneously melted away, returning to its original state. Chu Qing stood in astonishment, feeling numb. She began to suspect she had found a man of divine nature. The only drawback was the overwhelming strength of his yang energy, which, despite her remarkable talents, was challenging to withstand. As such absurd thoughts took root, they proliferated in her mind like wild grass. Chapter 8. Heading to the girls' dormitory, Yi Fengshi emerged from the dormitory, and adjacent to him was the staircase leading directly to the exterior of the building. At this hour, typically bustling with students returning from class, the entrance would have been teeming with life. However, now it lay desolate, a chilling emptiness enveloping the space. The cold had driven everyone into their beds, some even sharing warmth under the same covers due to their frail constitutions. With a decisive kick, Yi Fengshi propelled the door to the stairwell open, entering alongside Chu Qing. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. The sound of the door echoed, drawing attention from the surrounding dormitories. In room 605, often labeled as the chilly dormitory, a curious head peeked out to discern the commotion. Yet, upon catching sight of the impeccably clean corridor, his mind faltered. Was this truly a school? In a moment of panic, he questioned his own sanity, wondering if he had unwittingly consumed some hallucinogenic mushrooms. Hey, what is with the yelling? Are we finally allowed to descend for food? A few bundled figures approached the elder among them, peering curiously outside. Shock rippled through them. Could it be real? Their disbelief manifested in unison, exclamations filling the air. They were almost convinced their eyes were deceiving them, especially with the heavy snowfall still gracing the ground outside. How could the corridor be so immaculate after a night of relentless snow, while the paths beyond were buried under layers of white? Old 8. Confess, did you sneak us poisonous mushrooms last night? Get lost. I consumed every last one myself. There is none left for you. By the way, should we venture downstairs to see if the cafeteria is open? I'm feeling quite famished. The school said we must wait for an announcement. Perhaps we should just prepare some instant noodles to tide us over. It's freezing. Hurry and close the door. That is nonsense. It's just as cold with the door shut. I heard there is only one person left in the adjacent dormitory. Should we attempt to borrow shelter? After the snowfall, the remaining residents of room 605 had considered seeking refuge in the sunlit room 606, only to be met with a heartless rejection. They couldn't even cross the threshold, leaving them to endure the chill in their own quarters. Fortunately, they were well equipped for winter, or else last night would have been unbearable. Rumors circulated that someone had perished from the cold within the dormitory, though the post detailing this tragedy had vanished almost immediately. Let us knock and see if he responds. Surely Yi Fengshi cannot be so heartless. Despite their infrequent interactions, they were familiar with the names of those in the neighboring dormitory, particularly Yi Fengshi, who had made quite an impression with his formidable strength, having once knocked out a member of their martial arts team with a single blow. Bang, bang. Open up. We need to check the dormitory. They rapped on the door, desperately conjuring excuses to elicit a response. Alas, silence met their pleas. Is anyone there? They exchanged glances, their eyes instinctively drawn to the window above the door. Without a key, they might manage to climb through and unlock it from within. One individual suddenly sprang up, stepping on the wall with one foot and the doorknob with the other, positioning himself atop. Wu Fan, the member of the martial arts team who had been knocked down by Yi Fengshi with a single punch, had never dared to report the incident, partly due to a sense of shame, and partly because the school would not permit the matter to escalate. He peered inside, finding no one present. Quick, let us seize the high ground. Someone below exclaimed with enthusiasm. They had long coveted the warmth of Yi Fengshi's dormitory, eagerly awaiting this moment. Wu Fan shook his head. No good, the window is locked from the inside. Their spirits instantly plummeted. Moreover, Wu Fan continued. It seems the dormitory isn't warm anymore. He pressed his palm against the glass window, feeling an icy chill. Previously, he had climbed through this window, and the glass had been warm to the touch. What? The warmth of the Yangqi dormitory had vanished. The occupants of room 605 were momentarily stunned. Silence enveloped the corridor today. If it's not warm, there is no need to go in. Wu Fan, come down, spoke Li Lin, the dorm leader of room 605 and the leader of the refrigeration class. He placed his hand near the gap at the bottom of the door and felt no warm breeze as usual. All that greeted him was an endless cold. What on earth? Is the snowstorm so fierce that even the Yangqi dormitory cannot withstand it? Unbeknownst to them, it was not that the Yangqi dormitory had lost its warmth, but rather that its master did not wish to share the warmth with them. Meanwhile, Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing had arrived on the campus pathway. The snow on the ground had thickened, nearly reaching their calves. At this moment, the once bustling Bailuo University, filled with students rushing to the canteen, had transformed into a scene of relentless snow and wind. Yet, miraculously, the swirling snow could not encroach upon the two men, maintaining a clear radius of 2 meters around Yi Fengshi. Chu Qing observed as the swirling snow melted away the instant it drew near, her enchanting fox-like eyes blinking in surprise. She said nothing. The two had no intention of frolicking in the snow. Instead, they promptly headed towards the girls' dormitory. Building 19, where Yi Fengshi resided, was not far from Chu Qing's dormitory, separated only by the Bailuo River. This artificial river traversed the entire university, serving as a drainage system during heavy rains in spring and summer. Following a night of snowfall, the river's surface had begun to freeze. After crossing the bridge, they soon arrived at the foot of Chu Qing's dormitory. Unlike the boys' dormitory, the girls' dormitory featured iron grills along the corridor and balcony on the first floor. And the entrance was not a glass door, but rather a stainless steel door equipped with an electronic lock. However, it was of little consequence. Yi Fengshi had once witnessed boys easily entering this space. Have you ever been in the girls' dormitory? Chu Qing inquired with a playful glint in her eye. No, I am a respectable person, Yi Fengshi replied with earnestness. Do you think I believe you? Chu Qing chuckled softly. As someone who had experienced his antics firsthand, she was well aware of his true nature. Are you teasing me? Is your backside itching for a beating? Chu Qi Tian, no longer playful, pouted as she entered the password to unlock the door. It was no surprise that the girls' dormitory exuded a palpable chill. As Yi Fengshi stepped into the corridor, he immediately sensed the distinct atmosphere of the place. The dense aura of negativity compelled the energy within him to stir. It felt like a sanctuary, at least for him, as he possessed an inexhaustible source of energy. However, it was likely that the average male would succumb to a state of exhaustion if they lingered here for too long. Yi Fengshi surveyed the interior of the girls' dormitory. Truth be told, it was not much different from the boys' dormitory, with snow accumulating in the corridors. With temperatures dipping below freezing and the oppressive atmosphere, he wondered if some souls had perished here last night. He suspected that indeed, some had. Yet, what did it matter to him? His sole responsibility was to safeguard his beloved fox. His gaze returned to Chu Qi Tian. Which floor is your dormitory on? 4th floor. Room 404. What's wrong? Nothing. Let us hurry and collect your clothes and leave. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. What is there to fear? You're with me. Be obedient. All right. Chu Qi Tian replied obediently, leading Yi Fengshi upstairs. Chapter 9. The giant Zongzi and the one-handed arrow. Catch who else is in your dorm besides that social butterfly? Wang Wenjing and Qin Fangmin, both of whom are classmates. Came the reply. Wang Wenjing is currently interning outside, and I'm unsure if Qin Fangmin is still in the dorm. I don't know them. Yi Fengshi responded with unwavering certainty. He truly did not recognize them, as he struggled to even know everyone in his own class, let alone those from others. In our entire refrigeration class, you are the only one I recognize, Yi Fengshi added. Chu Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, her mood instantly brightening. Despite having already felt quite cheerful, she took Yi Fengshi's hand and led him to the 4th floor. As Yi Fengshi glanced around, the snow-covered corridor seemed to evaporate into thin air. Do you possess some extraordinary ability? Is there no cooldown? She finally couldn't resist asking. Would excessive use impact your health? Why would you think there's a cooldown? It's not like we're playing a game. Yi Fengshi shook his head, aware of her concerns. He jested. Don't worry, it won't affect your blissful life. You'd better be telling the truth. In front of the door, he remarked, there is no one inside. How do you know? You haven tea. As Chu Qing spoke, she unlocked the door and found it indeed empty. All right. I see you're quite impressive, she said, pulling Yi Fengshi into the dorm and quickly shutting the door behind them, an air of secrecy enveloping them, as though they were engaged in some clandestine affair. However, even Lu Qingyan had never brought a boy into the girls' dormitory. Make yourself at home, she said, leaving him to explore while she busied herself unpacking her belongings. Yi Fengshi observed the female dormitory. It was similar to his own, with bunk beds and desks. But there were 2 fewer beds, creating a much more spacious environment. All 4 beds were draped with thick curtains, obscuring their interiors. The overall color scheme leaned towards femininity. Additionally, there were strands of long hair scattered across the corners and desks. It seems the pressures on the girls are considerable. I wonder if there are any significant relationships. He mused, eyeing a table cluttered with skincare and cosmetics. Is that Lu Qingyan's? Who else could it be? Chu Qing replied without looking back. Bending down to pick up her clothes, her water-washed blue jeans fitted snugly, accentuating her curves. Yi Fengshi glanced around the dorm once more, commenting, to be honest, living here wouldn't be too bad. Chu Qing casually remarked, indeed, if I can't handle it anymore. I can always call a few friends to help share the burden. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm fine. Chu Qing diverted the topic. After she finished organizing her clothes, she stood upright, stretching her back, her alluring silhouette fully revealed before Yi Fengshi. She donned her coat to cover her figure, grasped her packed suitcase, and moved past Yi Fengshi to open the door. To her astonishment, the moment she pulled the door open, she was met with the sight of a giant zongzi. With a startled gasp, she attempted to close the door. But the giant zongzi had already wedged its hand against the doorway, its strength surpassing hers. Yi Fengshi, Chu Qing instinctively exclaimed. Yi Fengshi immediately appeared before her, reassuring. Do not fear, she is merely a person. The large figure, resembling a dumpling. Indeed, she was a person, to be precise. One of the temporary tenants of the girls' dormitory, sharing the same status as Chu Qing. The annual rent was 1,500, inclusive of water but exclusive of electricity. This individual, however, had wrapped herself in multiple layers of thick clothing, resembling a large dumpling, adorned with a gray earmuff knit cap, windproof cycling glasses, and a mask obscuring the lower half of her face. It was evident that she detested the cold. Who are you? Yi Fengshi inquired, gazing intently at the large dumpling figure. You do not need to know who I am. Take me away from the school, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory reward. The dumpling girl, clearly accustomed to a life of privilege, spoke from a position of superiority. She attempted to smooth her long hair, but prior to her arrival, she had tucked it away into her clothing, thus finding her hands empty. She felt no embarrassment and quickly let her hands drop. Such a nuisance. Observing the inexplicably arrogant girl before him, Yi Fengshi merely retorted with 2 words, dismissing her with disinterest. Chu Qing, ignore this fool, let us depart. He was not sparing with his words towards Chu Qing. She nodded, realizing that she had expected a delivery from her comrade, only to encounter a haughty individual instead. She too disdained such people. Hence, she said nothing more. Handing her suitcase to Yi Fengshi and linking her arm with his, the dumpling girl stood frozen, staring blankly as they departed, seemingly entwined in affection. Have I just been insulted? She pondered. You are the fool. Your entire family are fools. If you won't help, then so be it. What is so remarkable about that? Realizing her folly, she began to stomp her feet, hurling invectives into the air, yet her words fell on deaf ears. Had it been yesterday, you wouldn't even have had the right to approach me, the dumpling girl indignantly declared. She had no intention of pursuing them, holding on to her pride. Was that girl named Chu Qing? Suddenly, she came to a realization, recognizing the familiar face. She was indeed the president of the student council. Thus, the rumors regarding the president's secret lover were indeed true. The dumpling girl's expression became peculiar. Meanwhile, Chu Qi was also lost in thought, recalling the girl's appearance, particularly those blossom-like eyes. She felt as though she had seen her somewhere before. Seen whom? Yi Fengshi turned his head to ask, effortlessly carrying the heavy suitcase as though it were a mere apple. That dumpling girl, Chu Qing instinctively replied. She truly resembles a large dumpling, but her pride suggests she is a daughter of some esteemed family who has wandered out unrestrained. Oh, I remember who she is. Who? Just as Yi Fengshi began to speak, he suddenly perceived a rush of wind near his ear, accompanied by a tingling sensation on his scalp. In an instant, sensing something amiss, he released the suitcase. With a swift motion, he grasped the air. The suitcase fell to the ground, sinking into the snow, while a feathered arrow appeared in Yi Fengshi's hand. Yi Fengshi fixed his gaze upon the feathered arrow in his hand, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Had it not been for his drastically enhanced physique and heightened senses, that arrow would have pierced through his skull, in broad daylight, amidst the icy expanse. To engage in archery with such malicious intent aimed directly at his head was utterly inconceivable. Yi Fengshi refused to accept this as mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly a deliberate act. Someone was intent on taking his life. Who could it be? After lying dormant for so long, a fire of indignation ignited within Yi Fengshi as he traced the trajectory of the arrow. At that moment, Chu Qing also noticed the arrow in Yi Fengshi's hand, baffled by his sudden abandonment of her luggage. It was, in fact, to intercept the arrow. Even Chu Qing, typically slow to react, grasped the gravity of the situation. A mix of astonishment and fury washing over her. Her delicate brows arched in alarm as she followed Yi Fengshi's line of sight. There, 20 meters away in the snow, stood 2 individuals clad in full skiing gear, bows drawn in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Chapter 10. Do not attempt to challenge the sun. Yang Dianfeng is one of the suitors vying for Chu Qing's affection. Among the multitude of admirers, his strength and background may not be the most formidable, yet he is undoubtedly the most notorious. His reputation stems from his madness. He is willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. There was even a time when he contemplated abducting Chu Qing, seeking to impose his will upon her. Naturally, this endeavor met with failure. After all, while competitors might fear a madman, they do not respect him. A certain degree of madness within the confines of rules is manageable. But attempting to upend the entire game board is simply beyond one's capacity. Furthermore, given that Biluo University ranks among the top institutions nationwide, the administration would never permit any harm to befall its student council president. During an ill-fated incident, Yang Dianfeng was forcibly returned home by his family due to mounting pressure from various sources. Despite this, he remained undeterred, brazenly declaring that Chu Qing belonged to him, threatening death to anyone who dared pursue her. This was no empty boast. He truly had the audacity to act on his threats. Several ordinary suitors of Chu Qing mysteriously vanished during the holidays, and while many speculated that Yang Dianfeng was responsible, without evidence, he remained untouchable. Those who could intervene chose not to, while those who wished to intervene lacked the means, allowing Yang Dianfeng to grow increasingly unhinged. Originally, he had planned a grand confession ceremony, but unexpectedly, a rival named Fengshi emerged. Like many others, Yang Dianfeng did not believe that Chu Qing harbored a secret lover. He thought it a smear against her character, having witnessed similar rumors in the past. Nonetheless, he resolved to eliminate Fengshi without hesitation. In the eyes of this madman, any man associated with Chu Qing was marked for death. Coincidentally, he received word that the recent snowfall had significantly strained local law enforcement resources. Thus, accompanied by a close friend who had once won a championship in archery, Yang Dianfeng navigated the snowbound roads to Biluo University with the intent to kill. They effortlessly infiltrated the campus, but it was not long before Yang Dianfeng spotted his elusive goddess. Now intertwined with the arm of another man, the very individual he had come to eliminate, rumored to be Chu Qing's secret lover. The rumors, it seemed, were true. In that moment, Yang Dianfeng felt as if the sky itself were collapsing, his unbridled fury surging forth. The image of Chu Qing, typically the composed and formidable student council president, now revealing a vulnerable side in Fengshi's embrace, drove him to the brink of madness. Enraged, he prepared to draw his bow and shoot Fengshi on the spot. With the prowess of an archery champion, his skills were not to be underestimated. He released an arrow aimed directly at Fengshi's temple. Should it find its mark, death would be inevitable. Yang Dianfeng and his companion were already contemplating how to dispose of the body when they witnessed the impossible. Fengshi, with a single hand, caught the arrow that could pierce the shell of a car, dismissively smiling in the process. They stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. You dare to catch arrows shot from a compound bow with your bare hands, and only with one hand at that. Their initial reaction was to marvel at the audacity of this individual, followed swiftly by disbelief. A mere illusion, it must be. A lunatic. They warned you not to indulge in mushroom hot pot before venturing out, yet you dismissed their caution, and now, behold, hallucinations have taken hold. I suspect we may still be at home, yet to step outside. Upon hearing his companion's words, Yang Dianfeng felt an unexpected sense of relief. So, it was all but an illusion. His goddess had not betrayed him. Yang Dianfeng, you madman. Chu Qing, upon discerning Yang Dianfeng's demeanor, shouted furiously, ready to confront him. How dare you lay a hand on my man? Yet, she was ultimately restrained by Fengshi. Fengshi, feeling helpless, reasoned that charging at a fully armed individual as an unarmed woman would be tantamount to folly. This hallucination was remarkably vivid, the voice identical to Chu Qing's. Yang Dianfeng remarked to his companion, illusions surely reflect your innermost thoughts, thus they appear so real. However, I too find that man displeasing. Even if it is a mere illusion, I shall slay him. Witnessing such a beautiful woman being usurped ignited a fierce jealousy within his companion. Grasping a weapon, a murderous intent arose. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow and drew his bow, unleashing a trio of arrows. He could not believe that such a trivial illusion could withstand the prowess of a champion archer. Illusions can be vanquished. What nonsense is this? Fengshi found himself bewildered by the nonsensical utterances of these two. However, upon seeing one of them persist in shooting arrows at him, his expression turned icy. Stand still and do not move, he instructed Chu Qing, then advanced toward the two adversaries. As arrows flew toward him, Fengshi chose not to evade. Instead, he raised his hand, effortlessly catching each arrow in turn. His companion was instantly thrown into disarray. What on earth? This illusion is far too powerful. Madman, what mushrooms did you feed me? Just ordinary mushrooms, procured from the market, absolutely safe and non-toxic. So, what you imply is that what I see is indeed real. This person is not a figment, but a genuine individual who caught my arrows with one hand. Yang Dianfeng fell silent. He was mad, not foolish. How could he gamble with his own life? There were no hallucinogenic mushrooms consumed. Thus, Chu Qing becoming another's woman is not an illusion. And the man he wishes to slay, who can catch arrows with one hand, is also no illusion. This is the most absurd part. As he witnessed the other party approach with leisurely strides, effortlessly grasping his companion's arrows, Yang Dianfeng, the madman, felt fear for the first time. He stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, his companion had not given up, continuing to shoot arrows like a madman. Seeing his brother in a stupor, he laughed. A mix of amusement and exasperation. It was akin to a comrade dragging you into a game, only to discover that the opponent is a master. While you choose to bravely retaliate, only to find your ally is absent. A desperate battle, indeed, fighting alone against impossible odds. The loyal companion drew forth the last arrow and prepared to knock it, yet a slender hand seized the compound bow, raising his gaze slightly. The companion's pupils constricted to mere pinpricks as he beheld a visage of icy detachment. "Your archery skills are commendable," he stammered, instinctively replying, "and no, I cannot take credit. It is you who surpasses me. It is a fine bow. It now belongs to me," Fengshi remarked nonchalantly. "Ah?" The companion, still in a daze, felt an overwhelming force render him powerless, the bow and arrows slipping into the hands of his adversary. "Pray tell, what prompted you to come to school to shoot arrows? Specifically at someone's head? You are remarkably accurate. Had it been another, their skull would surely be shattered." As Fengshi examined the newly acquired compound bow, he remained indifferent to young Dianfeng, who stood nearby. The companion, momentarily lost in existential contemplation, adhered to the principle of a dead comrade is better than a living foe and decisively betrayed Yang Dianfeng. He pointed at Yang, exclaiming, "It was he who sought to kill you. I am merely his hired hand. Please, spare me." Yang Dianfeng, now aware of the turn of events, retorted sharply, "You were the one who hired me to commit murder. And now you wish to frame me. It is him, indeed him. I am but a pawn under his threat." On the other side, Chu Qing witnessed Fengshi effortlessly intercepting arrows and, though astonished, she had developed a certain immunity to such spectacles. With Fengshi unharmed, her anxious heart began to ease as she gracefully approached him, glaring at Yang Dianfeng with disdain. "You truly deserve to perish." "Who is he?" Fengshi inquired with curiosity. "One of my suitors, a quintessential lunatic," Chu Qing replied. Yang Dianfeng, upon observing Chu Qing and Fengshi so intimately close, felt a surge of malevolent frenzy igniting within him. Summoning an audacity he did not possess, he boldly confronted Fengshi, demanding, "Who are you?" With a smile, Fengshi retorted, "You come to kill me yet inquire of my identity? That is hardly professional." It was the first time a madman, who had taken many lives, was mocked for his lack of professionalism. Yang Dianfeng inhaled deeply and exchanged a knowing glance with the companion. Understanding the unspoken signal, the companion suddenly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, both wielded daggers, one lunging at Fengshi and the other at Chu Qing. Even if they could not harm Fengshi, capturing Chu Qing as a hostage would suffice. Their plan was beautifully conceived, their synergy impeccable, akin to that of blood brothers. However, as their daggers approached Fengshi, he cast a fleeting glance their way, and an ember-like fire ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, they felt their weapons grow unbearably hot, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. The searing pain compelled them to relinquish their grip. The now crimson blades tumbled into the snow. "How is this possible?" they gasped, disbelief etched upon their faces. "The knives were perfectly fine. How could they have turned red in an instant? And burned our hands?" They stood, expressions a blend of terror and astonishment. In Yang Dianfeng's heart, a vague truth began to emerge, yet he was both unwilling and afraid to accept it. After living for over 20 years, he suddenly realized that the world was enchanted. Had he known this person was so formidable, he would have refrained from seeking trouble. After all, it was merely a woman. Finding a three-legged toad is far rarer than encountering a two-legged woman. Yang Dianfeng had already begun to regret his impulsive actions. One should not dare to challenge the sun. Fengshi pointed one hand toward the sunless sky. As snowflakes fell and vanished at the brink of a certain realm, melting, evaporating. His arm then descended, flattening, and he pointed toward Yang Dianfeng and his companion. They would be reduced to ashes. A foreboding sensation gripped the hearts of the two, and they hastily exclaimed, "Wait, we can compensate." It was too late. They were destined for hellish repentance. As Fengshi's words echoed, golden red flames ignited upon the two. Their agonizing and heart-rending cries reverberated throughout the campus, sending chills down the spines of those who were hiding in their dormitories. In mere seconds, Yang Dianfeng and his companion were consumed by the searing flames, reduced to ashes without a shred of resistance. Chapter 11. The shock of the great Zhongzi snowflakes drifted through the sky. Fengshi felt the brilliance of golden red flames continuously rising from the surface of the small sun within him, disappearing into the darkness. He could sense that his physique was incessantly improving, as if he had activated some form of passive ability. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed it. What was the need to concern himself with the purpose of this passive ability? It was already awakened. Could it be turned off? Fengshi's attention was drawn to another matter. He had eliminated two individuals, two who intended to take his life. This marked Yi Fengshi's first experience in taking a life. Yet he felt little. No, there was indeed a sensation, but it paled in comparison to the act of slaughtering a chicken. Perhaps it was the absence of blood that contributed to this detachment. After all, he had incinerated them directly. He turned his gaze to Chu Qing, only to find no trace of fear upon her face. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Chu Qing spun in circles, surveying her surroundings. Afraid of the dead? Or afraid of you? Upon confirming something, her expression relaxed, and she turned to her man with a radiant smile, saying, they dared to attempt to kill you. I wanted to eliminate them too. I am elated by your capabilities. How could I possibly be afraid? Yi Fengshi nodded slightly, realizing that Chu Qing matched his impressions of her. This clever vixen, besides her striking appearance and figure, was indeed a formidable woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't manage the student council with such finesse. Most importantly, she exuded no sense of authority. Yet, he pondered why she had chosen him. He had to admit, her taste was impeccable. Returning to the present, Yi Fengshi inquired with curiosity, what were you looking for just now? To see if there were any cameras, she replied. Noticing Yi Fengshi's confusion, Chu Qing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Come on, you just dispatched 2 living beings. Shouldn't we clean up the aftermath? No need to worry about the bodies. They've turned to ash, but we still have witnesses and potential cameras. If we are seen or recorded, it could lead to complications. And how complicated could it be? Yi Fengshi countered. Chu Qing considered saying he might end up in prison, but then recalled Yi Fengshi's cinematic abilities. She knew he was from the homeland and was aware that he did not consume beef. It seemed that being seen might not be such a grave issue. The most likely outcome would be being absorbed by the state. After all, it was merely the elimination of 2 individuals, especially since they had struck first. It would be deemed self-defense at worst. After much contemplation, Chu Qing could only begrudgingly concede, it's better to avoid trouble where possible. True enough, Yi Fengshi nodded. By the way, Chu Qing asked, her face alight with curiosity, did you just say they dared to challenge the sun? And you pointed skyward with one hand. How did I not notice your flair for the dramatic before? Hey, are you the sun? Chu Qing sidled up to Yi Fengshi, nudging him with her shoulder, her brows playfully raised as she inquired. Before Yi Fengshi could formulate a response, Chu Qing narrowed her fox-like eyes and laughed. However, at your age, those of us in this age group are indeed quite impetuous. If I possessed your capabilities, I might outshine you in arrogance. There is a line that goes, I am the sun. Haha. But soon, Chu Qing's laughter faded as she felt a sharp smack on her backside, her lips pouting in displeasure. You brute, your hand is quite heavy. I hereby punish you by forbidding you to bed tonight. Yet, upon seeing Yi Fengshi pick up her suitcase, a smile returned to the corners of Chu Qing's mouth. Well, you are sensible. I shall permit you to join me in bed, lest I be the one at a disadvantage. Chu Qing maintained a calm facade, but her mind was racing with schemes akin to a tempestuous blizzard. If that blizzard had a hue, it would undoubtedly be predominantly yellow. By the way, who exactly is that large dumpling? Yi Fengshi inquired as they walked. What, are you interested in her? Do not project your sordid thoughts onto me. Her name is Xiao Taozhua, a stunning beauty who rivals my looks. Not only that, but she is also quite wealthy. The Tianhao group belongs to her family. So what do you think? Interested? It seems you are feeling a bit frisky. In Building 13, a large dumpling stood on the 4th floor, staring vacantly in the direction Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing had departed. A little tune of knowledge danced in her mind. Xiao Taozhua typically did not stay in the dormitory. Prior to enrolling in Biluo University, she had purchased a villa nearby, allowing her to live without needing to manage daily necessities herself. She did as she pleased, with exams being the last of her concerns. After all, her father had donated a laboratory and 2 teaching buildings to the university. Naturally, Xiao Taozhua did not attend university for academic pursuits. She was there to save her life. Her experience had been delightful, save for her failure to find a boyfriend due to lack of attraction. As graduation approached, she remained unburdened by job hunting, indulging in leisure and entertainment. Until the snowstorm struck yesterday. Fate took an unexpected turn, and like many others, Xiao Taozhua found herself trapped on campus. Initially, her arrival had been pleasant, but now returning home was impossible. Though her roommates were exceedingly kind, having accepted the skincare products she had gifted them, she yearned to return to her warm home, playing games by the heated floor, without the need to fetch her own meals. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson to this young lady. The snow outside was deep, rendering vehicles immobile. Her father intended to send a helicopter for her, but upon receiving a city-wide no-fly order, it became impossible to fly. Thus, she was ensnared by the school. Xiao Taozhua contemplated self-reliance, braving the storm for a grand journey home. Yet it was far too cold, as if the chill could penetrate her very soul. Even wrapped like a dumpling, she could not withstand such frigid temperatures. On such a bitterly cold day, Xiao Taozhua doubted she could even step outside without collapsing into the snow. This snow was certainly suspicious. Having visited the north and witnessed snowy landscapes before, she knew it had never been this cold. She was not the type to idly sit by and surrender. Today, she had been wandering around the dormitory building, seeking any tools that might facilitate her escape from the school. However, instead of finding a means of departure, she encountered a peculiar individual. A man. While this was not particularly surprising, the situation was unusual, as this was the female dormitory, and the outside was engulfed in a relentless snowstorm, with roads impassable. Upon seeing Fengshi, her mind momentarily dulled. Her first thought was, how could he possibly be so scantily clad and not feel cold? How had he managed to enter the female dormitory? Xiao Taozhua had a gut feeling that this man could lead her home. Without hesitation, she blocked his path and offered what she considered a generous reward, money, which for her was merely a number. Yet, she did not anticipate that someone would be disinterested in monetary compensation, or rather, indifferent to her haughty demeanor. Xiao Taozhua was not oblivious to her arrogance. But she had always been this way. Even if someone disliked her, they would still greet her with a smile under the pressure of her wealth. However, that man, who was presumably a boy, simply ignored her and walked away with Chuqing. Naturally, Xiao Taozhua could not pursue them. But her curiosity compelled her to watch Fengshi from the upper floor as he departed. She then witnessed the entire process of Yang Dianfeng's appearance and subsequent disappearance. Xiao Taozhua recognized Yang Dianfeng and his miscreant companions, two notorious troublemakers. She immediately discerned they had come to cause trouble for Chuqing and her companion. Initially, she felt pity for the man, thinking how tragic it was for someone so young to perish at the hands of villains, all because of a femme fatale. Yet, Fengshi boldly intercepted the deadly arrows, unraveling the perilous situation. Xiao Taozhua was left astounded, utterly captivated. Was it possible to catch an arrow shot from a compound bow with bare hands? Was she watching a film? From that moment on, her curiosity about Chuqing's secret lover intensified immensely. The subsequent annihilation of Yang Dianfeng and his cronies further shattered Xiao Taozhua's worldview. Two living beings spontaneously ignited in flames, reduced to ashes within mere seconds. Surely, this could not be a dream. Xiao Taozhua racked her brain for a term to encapsulate that scene. Ultimately, only two words came to mind, utterly impressive. Coming back to reality, she clasped her chest, her heart racing as if it might leap from her body. No, I must find them and uncover the truth. In an instant, she resolved to dash down the stairs. Chapter 12. I apologize, but I am a person of principles. Xiao Taozhua dashed down the stairs with fervor, fearing she might lag behind Chuqing and her enigmatic lover. Her mind still lingered in the pre-snowfall days when she could roam freely across the campus. Thus, as she enveloped herself like a rice dumpling, her mobility was hindered, and she plunged headfirst into the snow as soon as she exited the dormitory. Fortunately, she wore a mask. Otherwise, she would have taken a face full of snow. Struggling to rise from the snowy ground, she gazed at the vast, white expanse of the school, her eyes clouded with confusion. What was I here for? Ah, yes. To seek out Chuqing's secret lover. She glanced down at the snow-covered ground, having refrained from drinking water all morning for fear of freezing while using the restroom. The sight of the pristine snow made her thirst unbearable, and an irrational desire to taste it surfaced. No, that is too filthy. I cannot drink it. Xiao Taozhua vigorously shook her head. The thought of consuming such contaminated water was more unbearable than death itself. She looked around, shivering as she jogged along the freshly cleared path. The trail had been made by Chuqing and her companion, while she was still upstairs. She had noticed it, but had been too preoccupied with the rush and the biting cold, which left her momentarily dazed. Hissa, hissa. Despite her commendable athleticism, having trained frequently and even participated in a marathon, she found herself exhausted after merely a few kilometers. In such extreme conditions, it felt as though she reached her limit almost immediately. An empty stomach compounded her fatigue, causing her vision to blur as if she might collapse at any moment. No, I cannot succumb like this. I must catch up with them. I want to return home. Barefoot, I will feast on a grand meal. With unwavering determination, Xiao Taozhua dragged her weary body to catch up with Fengshi and Chuqing. Meanwhile, with Fengshi present, Chuqing was unconcerned about the harsh external conditions. Her interest piqued, she began to tease him. The couple reveled in their romance amidst the swirling snow. Their pace, naturally, was not brisk. What shall we have for lunch? It depends on what you wish to eat. Oh, I desire to eat. Wait, hold on. A feeble voice, sounding as if it were on the brink of death, suddenly interrupted Chuqing's train of thought. Chuqing raised an eyebrow. Which fool dares to interject? That voice seemed somewhat familiar. Simultaneously, they turned to see a large dumpling-like figure, panting heavily, who, upon seeing them halt, collapsed onto the ground. Isn't this the large dumpling? Is she attempting to cause a scene? Chu Qing remarked. No, she has genuinely fainted. Chu Qing hurried over to the dumpling's side, checking her condition before looking up at Yi Fengshi. Shall we take her back to the dormitory? Yi Fengshi cast a surprised glance at Chu Qing. Though their acquaintance was brief, they understood each other well. He knew Chu Qing was not one to display undue kindness. As for the thoughts swirling in the mind of the cunning fox, Yi Fengshi had a vague inkling, yet he refrained from disputing her, merely responding with a smile. As long as you are pleased. Chu Qing's lips curled into a smirk as she attempted to lift the heavy Xiao Taozhua, only to discover that the young lady was rather weighty. She is too heavy. I cannot bear her, Chu Qing pouted while squatting on the ground, her sparkling eyes gazing at Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi, placing a hand on his forehead, approached and effortlessly hoisted the large bundle onto his shoulder. Deprived of the opportunity to link arms with him, Chu Qing could only shove her hands into her pockets and follow behind. Observing Yi Fengshi, who carried a suitcase in his left hand and the hefty bundle on his right shoulder, she silently raised her phone. Click. Xiao Taozhua's dark history, captured. At the entrance, the path was clear. Everyone remained in their dorms, wrapped in blankets like spring rolls, while the more astute ones had already begun to huddle together for warmth. As for whether any indescribable events transpired, only heaven knows. Perhaps even the heavens had no desire to know. Chu Qing skillfully fished out her keys to unlock the door. Do not inquire how she possessed Yi Fengshi's dormitory key. It simply belonged to him. Just then, Xiao Taozhua, who had fainted from hunger, was roused again by her ravenous state. So hungry. So cold. Wait, something's off. Why is it so hot? The sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed her. And as she opened her eyes, she found herself resting upon someone's shoulder, her body drenched in perspiration. I must be delirious from hunger. This cannot be real. With that, Xiao Taozhua closed her eyes once more. Oh, you're awake? If you are, then stand on your own, Yi Fengshi remarked upon hearing her murmurs, unceremoniously dropping her. Ah, Xiao Taozhua landed squarely on her backside, the impact stinging and bringing tears to her eyes as she cried out, realizing that her surroundings were indeed not an illusion. She recognized that she had been carried back to the dormitory by strangers. Chu Qing had even shut the door behind them. Seeing this, Xiao Taozhua immediately crossed her arms defensively, her voice trembling with false bravado. What are you planning? I warn you, if anything happens to me, you won't have a good ending. Huh, she's threatening us now, Yi Fengshi quipped, casually grabbing a chair and sitting down, teasingly asking, Qing, do you think this could be the tale of the farmer and the snake? Chu Qing shot him a glare before striding over to confront Xiao Taozhua. Rubbing her sore rear, Xiao Taozhua retreated slightly, fixing her gaze on Chu Qing. Chu Qing, I know you. Chu Qing raised her alabaster finger to her rosy lips, silencing her. You have no say here. Xiao Taozhua retorted. You call yourself Xiao Taozhua, right? I know you too, the wealthiest belle of Biluo University. You are an astute individual. You should comprehend the situation at hand. You collapsed in the snow, and it was we who rescued you. Let's not discuss any form of repayment for now. A biting retort could lead to dire consequences. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed. Xiao Taozhua fell into contemplation, recalling her fainting spell in the snow. Her appearance here was certainly not due to her ability to teleport, but rather because Chu Qing and her companions had brought her back. Upon hearing the menacing words of Chu Qing, Xiao Taozhua felt an unsettling flutter within her. She had witnessed the transformation of two living beings into mere shadows of their former selves. Chu Qing was not jesting. She did not wish for death. Her sole desire was to return home. What is it that you want? Xiao Taozhua inquired cautiously. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Fengshi, who lounged nonchalantly with one leg crossed over the other. In her mind, this gentleman was pivotal to her safe return. May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir? Yi Fengshi. Greetings, Brother Yi. Xiao Taozhua promptly acknowledged him as her elder. Yi Fengshi exchanged a glance with Chu Qing, who blinked and asked, Miss Xiao, have you seen something you ought not to have? Xiao Taozhua trembled slightly and forced a wry smile. Can I claim to have seen nothing at all? Of course. You may. Miss Xiao is free to speak, and we would never impose upon anyone's personal liberty, Chu Qing replied. You may not restrict personal freedom, but you possess the power to render one to ash. Xiao Taozhua internally scoffed. Fear not, for the sake of your calling him Brother Yi. We would not wish you any harm, Chu Qing remarked. Sensing the girl's awareness of the situation, Xiao Taozhua breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, to simply let you depart, oh no, you would not be so easily released. Otherwise, you would not have taken such significant risks to pursue us. Xiao Taozhua's heart raced once more. Yi Fengshi circled around the two women and returned to his seat, taking a sip of water. As the one who had requested her presence, Chu Qing was responsible for her. Yi Fengshi was disinterested in the details, trusting Chu Qing to handle the matter adeptly. My dear Yi Fengshi is quite remarkable. Would you consider becoming his partner? Chu Qing pondered for a moment, wishing to avoid further circular conversation with Xiao Taozhua, and spoke directly. Yi Fengshi sputtered water, astonished by Chu Qing's words. Xiao Taozhua was equally taken aback, struck by the revelation. Sister Chu, this cold joke is hardly amusing. I never tell cold jokes. But are you not? What does it matter? Such occurrences are hardly rare in affluent circles. I cannot bear it alone. What is wrong with seeking a sister? Xiao Taozhua's eyes widened. The implications of her words were immense. Stealing a glance at Yi Fengshi, she mused about whether he truly possessed such prowess, or if Chu Qing were merely deceiving her. Xiao Taozhua, what are you contemplating? Even if he is indeed a man of substance, so what? It is merely that trivial affair. You must not fall for it. Chu Qing was not incorrect. Xiao Taozhua was no stranger to such matters. After all, the heights of the elite often led to the depths of depravity. Even her own father had an illegitimate child. Yet, when such notions fell upon her own shoulders, she found them difficult to accept. While she harbored considerable curiosity towards Yi Fengshi, it had not yet escalated to the point of admiration or devotion. With this thought, Xiao Taozhua suddenly straightened her posture, met Chu Qing's gaze with unwavering resolve, and declared without hesitation, I apologize, but I am a person of principles. Chapter 13. The Negotiation Between Two Women. A warning of temptation. Xiao Taozhua's reaction was entirely within Chu Qing's expectations. It is merely the onset of a minor ice age. We have yet to reach such extremes. Chu Qing felt no anger. On the contrary, she was quite pleased with Xiao Taozhua's response. What is obtained too casually is often not the most desirable. Of course, she herself was an exception. It is precisely because of the resolute presence of someone like Xiao Taozhua that Chu Qing's own value becomes apparent. She is indeed the first woman to recognize Yi Fengshi's worth. A sense of pride swelled within Chu Qing. Gurgle. Just as Xiao Taozhua's assertive words fell, her stomach audibly protested. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned down to gently remove the gear from Xiao Taozhua's face. A stunning visage was revealed, an exquisite oval face, fair complexion, distant mountain-like eyebrows, and a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with shimmering autumn waters. A rare beauty, indeed. However, her face was flushed, her teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip, slightly pale from hunger. It is a normal physiological phenomenon for one's stomach to grumble when hungry. You blush like a teapot, Chu Qing jested. Or are you? A dignified young lady of a prominent family, a celebrated figure at school. Truly so starved that your stomach growls? How embarrassing. Provoked by Chu Qing's teasing, Xiao Taozhua became flustered and retorted, I am not. Stop talking nonsense. Her face reddened even more. Oh dear. I find myself a bit hungry as well. Chu Qing turned and boldly seated herself on Yi Fengshi's lap. Placing an order, old sauerkraut beef noodles, add an egg and sausage. Okay. Then, Xiao Taozhua watched as Yi Fengshi retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles, along with salted chicken eggs and corn sausages from beneath the table. Such unnutritious items. Xiao Taozhua murmured under her breath. In her eyes, these were mere junk food. Unworthy of any esteem, not even fit for the dogs at home. Though her words were whispered, the confined space of the dormitory allowed Chu Qing to hear every syllable. And Yi Fengshi was not oblivious either. Yet, he chose to ignore her. He placed the noodles and seasoning into a stainless steel bowl, poured in water just enough to submerge the noodles, covered it, and pressed his right hand against the side of the bowl, heating it with bare hands. In less than a minute, a steaming bowl of old sauerkraut beef noodles was presented before Chu Qing. The lid opened to release a fragrant aroma that permeated the entire dormitory. Gurgle. Xiao Taozhua's stomach growled even louder. She had never experienced hunger before. Watching Chu Qing and Yi Fengshi share a bowl of instant noodles, tears unwittingly trickled down from the corners of her mouth. Xiao Taozhua's resolve began to waver. Perhaps there is nothing inherently wrong with junk food. At least it can satiate one's hunger, can it not? Could you spare me a packet of instant noodles? After much internal conflict, Xiao Taozhua's rationality ultimately succumbed to her physical needs. Not a chance, Yi Fengshi replied without hesitation. Having saved Xiao Taozhua from the icy clutches of the elements, he felt he had already shown considerable kindness. To expect their food as well? What an audacious thought. I can offer you a substantial sum. How about 10,000 for a pack of instant noodles? If that isn't sufficient, I can certainly increase the amount. Xiao Taozhua's eyes gleamed with hope, her emotions tangled and complex. She never anticipated a day when she would find herself in need of assistance. Recalling how she had once carried herself with such arrogance in the girls' dormitory, Xiao Taozhua felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Chu Qing opened her mouth to mock, but upon noticing Yi Fengshi's gaze, she obediently resumed her noodles. First and foremost, I am not in want of money. Secondly, you ought to settle the heating bill first. Heating bill? Xiao Taozhua was bewildered. Why should I pay for your heating? I have not utilized your warmth. The famished Xiao Taozhua instinctively retorted. Where would a southern dormitory even have heating? Chu Qing sighed. realizing how truly famished Xiao Taozhu appeared, her head spinning in a disoriented state. After being in here for so long, hadn't she noticed anything amiss? It was only after Chu Qing's reminder that Xiao Taozhu belatedly realized she felt rather warm. No, quite hot. She involuntarily stood up, shedding her outer garments one by one until she revealed a white short-sleeve shirt, her exquisite figure exposed to the air. Her illustrious lineage had granted her a plump, fair beauty with long legs, possessing a certain allure. Although she paled slightly in comparison to Chu Qing, whose exceptional talent was unmatched by most. It is not hot. Truly not hot. No, no, it should be that it is not cold in this wretched weather. In her dormitory, she had been so cold she could have jumped into lava for warmth. This dormitory actually has heating. At that moment, Xiao Taozhu's mouth hung agape, and she hopped around trying to locate the source of the heat, eager to discover what kind of remarkable heating this was. Stop searching. It's futile. As someone who had been through this, Chu Qing understood exactly what was on her mind and advised her. Oh. Xiao Taozhu leaped for no more than 3 seconds before collapsing onto the floor, her strength depleted. What is the principle behind this? In that instant, her curiosity triumphed over her hunger. Would you like to know? Chu Qing's lips curled into a teasing smile. Yes, yes. Xiao Taozhu nodded vigorously. I want to tell you. Xiao Taozhu's forehead twitched in annoyance. Chu Qing's smile widened as she finished her noodles and took a sip of water, saying, all right. I shan't force you into anything you don't wish to do. Your virtue shall remain for your destined partner. Then what do you desire? Xiao Taozhu was skeptical, clutching her ample chest and eyeing the enigmatic pair with caution, especially Chu Qing, who bore the cunning demeanor of a fox. After careful contemplation, Chu Qing replied with a smile, this question is for you to answer. For me? Yes. What skills do you possess? I do not keep idlers here. Who said you could keep me? Then by what right do you demand food from me? Xiao Taozhu fell into a momentary silence. Her peach blossom eyes began to twinkle mischievously as she tentatively suggested, I can ski, play golf, and even play the piano. I have practiced yoga. How about I teach you ski yoga? Chu Qing merely smiled, remaining silent. Xiao Taozhu continued, I am studying business management. Perhaps I could assist you in managing finances. Or rather, managing food? I may be young, but my thoughts are quite grand. Who says I'm not capable? Am I useful? Fengshi observed the interplay between the two women with amusement, quietly taking on the role of a spectator. He cast a glance at Xiao Taozhu's figure. Indeed, she possessed a certain allure, yet it paled in comparison to his own vixen at home. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Taozhu suddenly felt a rush of warmth coursing through her body. This wretched dormitory was indeed stifling. She shot a fierce glare at Fengshi, who was stealing glances at her, and declared, I can serve as your maid for 3 days, but afterward, you must escort me home. 3 days is too brief. Make it a month. Unacceptable. 4 days at most. Half a month. Not a chance. 1 week. Deal. Xiao Taozhu acquiesced swiftly, sensing the sharpness in Chu Qing's gaze intensifying. Fearing that if she did not agree, she might indeed be stranded here. It was merely a week of servitude. She could endure it, akin to a dog bite. Once she returned home, she vowed to show these two her true capabilities. Suddenly, a loaf of bread was tossed in front of her, and Xiao Taozhu lunged at it eagerly. It smelled utterly delightful. Chapter 14. The delayed meal and natural disasters. It is rather unbecoming for the daughter of a publicly listed group to exhibit such poor table manners. Yet, what does it matter? I am but a mere mortal, famished to the brink of madness. You cannot expect me to adhere to decorum in such a state. Housemaid, be mindful of your tone. Quipped Chu Qing, delighting in the opportunity to tease. After all, how rare it is to see a once revered goddess reduced to the status of a servant. She had previously crossed paths with Xiao Taozhu, yet as fellow campus beauties. The latter had not deigned to acknowledge her, exuding an air of haughty superiority. She cast a glance at Fengshi, who likely had not been the object of Xiao Taozhu's disdainful gaze. They belonged to entirely different realms, one a spirited heiress, the other a reclusive homebody. Xiao Taozhu rolled her eyes, hastily swallowing a fist-sized piece of bread, only to suddenly widen her eyes in shock. She had choked. Observing this, Fengshi, somewhat impressed, tossed her a bottle of milk. Xiao Taozhu quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls, managing to force the bread down, gasping, damn, that nearly did me in. She shot a surprised glance at Fengshi, realizing his intention. He must be trying to win me over. Humph, as if I would submit to such trivial offerings. Could I possibly have another one? No, make that 2 more. I'm still hungry, she said, rubbing her belly. Certainly, but first, call me master, not me, but him. Chu Qing teased, playfully nudging Fengshi. Don't push your luck. Xiao Taozhu shot an indignant glare at Chu Qing, with something in her stomach. She straightened her posture once more. Here you go. A bulk cake was presented before Xiao Taozhu, who eyed it warily. then glanced at Yi Fengshi with suspicion. Is this man really so accommodating? She snatched the cake and began to devour it, turning her head away as she said, "Don't think that your kindness will compel me to call you master. That is utterly impossible." She felt a slight constriction in her throat. Xiao Taozhua took several more gulps of milk, only to find the taste quite unpalatable. Looking down at the label, her expression shifted to one of horror. "What is this? Cow hair milk? What have you given me?" Chu Qing was equally taken aback. "Wait, there is such a thing as this milk?" Seeing Xiao Taozua's bewildered and panicked expression, Yi Fengshi could no longer suppress his laughter. "Do not fret. It is not poisonous milk. I merely placed that label for a bit of amusement." Upon hearing this, Xiao Taozhua inspected the milk carton, peeling off the outrageous label to reveal a familiar brand. She let out a sigh of relief, then shot Yi Fengshi an irate glare. "How dare you? This man is truly insufferable." Having satisfied her hunger, Xiao Taozhua found that the anticipated torment did not ensue. Yi Fengshi was engrossed in a video game on his computer while Chu Qing rested her chin on her hands. Watching him play, Xiao Taozhua wisely chose not to intrude upon their activities. She casually found a stool to sit upon, pondering the heating situation in the dormitory. It seemed that everyone there was a refrigeration major, capable of managing their own heating. How extraordinary. However, Xiao Taozhua found this hard to believe. She did not dwell on Yi Fengshi either. So much had transpired in such a short span, especially events that transcended human comprehension, causing her subconscious to erase the terrifying scene where Yi Fengshi had annihilated both of them. At this moment, she felt that encountering these two was a bittersweet mix of misfortune and luck. Although she was to serve as their maid for a week, at least she need not worry about basic sustenance. The reclusive Yi Fengshi had a substantial stockpile of food. Xiao Taozhua had noticed earlier as she ate. A myriad of cardboard boxes filled with provisions beneath his desk. An idea flickered in her mind that staying here might not be so bad after all. Yet this thought was fleeting. Returning home was paramount. Her house boasted an abundance of exquisite delicacies, far superior to this dilapidated dormitory. Xiao Taozhua could not help but envision her return home a week later. If these two behaved reasonably, accommodating them for a while could be feasible. Lost in her daydreams, time slipped away, and before she knew it, it was 4 p.m. Xiao Taozhua ceased her reverie and noticed Yi Fengshi and the others still engrossed in their gaming, sitting closely together in a sweet duo. She could not help but scoff. During this time, she had browsed the campus forum, seeking official assistance and information about Yi Fengshi. There was little to find about Chu Qing, as she was a prominent figure at Baili University. However, aside from the scandalous post regarding his rumored relationship with Chu Qing, there was surprisingly no further discussion about Yi Fengshi. He was like a ghost. Xiao Taozhua had no means to uncover his past, and when she attempted to contact her family for assistance, she found herself met with a continuous busy signal. Frustrated, as she contemplated whether to engage with them, an abrupt electrical buzzing pierced the air outside. Buzz, hum. Attention, students and faculty, this is Vice President Qin Fengshi speaking. Due to weather-related issues, the school is diligently working to address the various problems, and members of society are closely monitoring the situation here. I regret to inform you that we have received official notice that no rescue teams will be dispatched to our location for the time being. Therefore, I advise those able to do so to leave campus. Those unable to do so should remain and await assistance. Please do not lose hope. The good news is that, thanks to the efforts of the school and some compassionate individuals, we have prepared dinner for all students. Hot meals that have been delivered to the base of each dormitory building. Please send a representative from each dormitory to collect the meals downstairs. The announcement reverberated, lifting the spirits of all who heard it, igniting a glimmer of hope. Except for Xiao Taozhua, she felt utterly defeated. After expending so much effort and even signing an unequal treaty to secure food, now she was being told that free hot meals awaited downstairs. Why hadn't they announced this sooner? Furious, Xiao Taozhua stomped her feet, feeling as if her lungs might burst. Desiring to confront Chu Qing and tear asunder the unequal treaty, Xiao Taozhua felt a surge of indignation. Yet, upon meeting Chu Qing's enigmatic gaze, she was abruptly quelled, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Miss, are you reconsidering? No. Really? Humph. I, Xiao Taozhua, speak with the utmost sincerity. My word is my bond. As long as you can ensure my safe return home, what harm is there in serving as a maid for a week? That indeed is quite a sacrifice on your part. It is not a sacrifice. In the face of Chu Qing's skepticism, Xiao Taozhua vehemently denied any notion of regret. She had no doubt that should she dare to go back on her word, dire consequences would ensue, perhaps even worse outcomes. While researching Yi Fengshi, she stumbled upon numerous chilling criminal incidents online, which sent shivers down her spine. She vaguely sensed the subtle shifts in the world around her. This was a calamitous event. Not merely a natural disaster, but predominantly a man-made catastrophe. Chapter 15. The interlude of dining and past grievances. Xiao Taozhua found herself alone and daunted by the prospect of gambling. Encountering Yi Fosher was somewhat fortunate. At least he was accompanied by Chu Qing. However, the fate of those relentless suitors was all too predictable. Yet, Xiao Taozhua could not help but feel perplexed by Yi Fengshi's demeanor. A beauty such as herself would ordinarily capture the attention of any normal man with functioning eyesight. Yet Yi Fosher regarded her with indifference, scarcely acknowledging her presence. Were it not for that fleeting glance at her bosom, she might have doubted her own allure. Now was not the time for such musings. Xiao Taozhua regained her focus and resolved to descend to retrieve dinner for the evening, hoping to purchase additional servings if possible. Unfortunately, just as this thought crossed her mind, Yi Fosher interjected, "I will go down to get the food. You all stay in the dormitory and do not open the door for anyone." "All right," Chu Qing replied without a second thought. "That won't do. I must accompany you." Xiao Taozhua quickly protested, positioning herself in front of Yi Fengsher. "Are you questioning my decision?" Yi Fengsher's gaze fell upon Xiao Taozhua's fair and delicate visage, which made her shrink back under the weight of his scrutiny. She then expressed her thoughts. "How naive. Do you truly believe that a flower-like girl such as yourself can boldly appear in the boys' dormitory without consequence? Furthermore, this situation differs greatly from the lockdown during the flu outbreak years ago, when food could not be delivered. Now, the drop in temperature will inevitably lead to food shortages. It would be fortunate to secure a single meal box for each person, let alone extras for you," Chu Qing interjected, dispelling Xiao Taozhua's optimistic notions. Upon reflection, Xiao Taozhua recognized the validity of this reasoning. Having just contemplated safety concerns, she could not justify the urge to venture out. Yi Fengsher, undeterred by their reservations, proceeded with confidence, trusting that Chu Qing's presence would mitigate any potential issues. He opened the door and swiftly closed it behind him. Once he departed from their floor, the door of room 605 swung open, revealing Wu Fan, the representative of their dormitory and a member of the school's martial arts team, who had previously been knocked down by Yi Fengsher. Wu Fan, bearing the hopes of his entire village, was about to head downstairs to collect dinner. However, as he passed by room 606, he sensed an unusual warmth emanating from within. Curious, he paused, wondering why it had suddenly become so warm next door. With his small, bean-like eyes darting about, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Yi Fosher, have you returned?" He leaned in closer, straining to hear any sounds from within. Just then, the door to his own dormitory opened first. "Wu Fan, why aren't you hurrying down for the food? What are you doing knocking on the neighbor's door? Can you even handle this? If not, let me go instead." Wait, I'll go. Wu Fan hastily replied as he dashed down the stairs. Once he was out of sight, he closed the door behind him and began to grumble to his dorm mates. That Wu Fan is truly something else, taking his sweet time to fetch a meal. Who knows what he is thinking? Meanwhile, Xiao Taozhua crouched behind Chu Qing, fixated on the entrance, scarcely daring to breathe. She had not anticipated that as Yi Fosher left, someone would promptly come to knock on the dormitory door. The ominous weather and atmosphere felt akin to a scene from a horror film. Chu Qing smirked, saying, "Your fear is rather excessive. It is merely someone from the neighboring dormitory wishing to pay a visit. Simply refrain from answering the door. What is there to be afraid of?" Xiao Taozhua shot her a defiant glare, retorting, "You may not be afraid, but I certainly am. We are two of the most prominent beauties at Biluo University. The consequences of being discovered would be unimaginable." Chu Qing shook her head, chuckling. If this anxiety persists for a few more months, it might be warranted. But considering it has only been a day since the first snowfall, the moral compass of most remains intact. As she spoke, a chill breeze wafted through the crack of the door, striking Xiao Taozhua. She shivered in her thin attire and quickly wrapped herself in a coat, her voice trembling. "Why does it feel so much colder? The heating is utterly inadequate." Chu Qing laughed softly to herself, thinking it was hardly surprising, given that Yi Fosher had already departed. She chose not to reveal the truth to Xiao Taozhua, wishing for her to experience it herself, if she could not. It would indicate that she was not deserving of such fortune. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Taozhua inquired. "I am laughing at you." Chu Qing's mischievous grin ignited a fleeting desire in Xiao Taozhua to strike her, yet she dared not act on it, silently cocooning herself like a large dumpling. Meanwhile, Yi Fosher, with his hands tucked into his pockets, descended to find a throng of students already gathered below. Those who had been starving and freezing in their dorms rushed down at the mere mention of food. Among them were staff clad in red uniforms, responsible for distributing food and water, as well as maintaining order. Observing the crowd, it was evident that some dormitories had disregarded the rules, as everyone had descended en masse. A figure of authority promptly raised a megaphone, declaring, "Each dormitory is allowed only one representative to come down. Each dormitory may collect only once. There is limited food and water. No matter how many of you gather, There is only enough for one per person. Those who are extra should return. If you wish to huddle together for warmth, we do not mind. The school leader's humor was quite refreshing. Amid the crowd, Fengshi stood in line, contemplating that if moral integrity were to be measured, it would undoubtedly be highest in established universities. Why is that? Is the moral standing of diploma mills truly inferior? Fengshi could not say, having never attended a diploma mill himself. Of course, the moral standards of established universities may not be exceptionally high either. It is merely that their overall quality surpasses that of society at large. At this moment, Fengshi resembled an ordinary student, following the queue without sensing the abrupt warmth. He had learned to control himself, unwilling to extend warmth to others, as he had never experienced the warmth of another, save for Chu-Ching. Thus, not igniting the flames for others was commendable enough. Why should he warm them? Thanks to the orderly management, the line moved swiftly. And it was not long before it was Fengshi's turn. Locate your dormitory number and check it off. Then proceed to collect 6 boxes of meals and 6 bottles of mineral water. The staff member in the red attire was remarkably efficient, showing no concern for the actual number of occupants in your dormitory, adhering strictly to the rule of allocating provisions for 6 individuals per dormitory. This method resonated perfectly with Fengshi, who dreaded the convoluted process often required to obtain supplies. Grabbing the items, Fengshi departed with a decisiveness that prompted an approving nod from the nearby staff member. After all, there are those who, even when receiving a complimentary meal, can be excessively particular. Simply having something to eat is a blessing. At that moment, Wu Fan, who was waiting in line, spotted Fengshi carrying 6 meals and immediately called out to him. Hey, Fengshi, isn't your dormitory down to just you? How can you possibly consume so many meals? Not your concern, Fengshi replied, recognizing Wu Fan's voice without breaking his stride, even neglecting to cast a glance in his direction. He was well aware that Wu Fan was not a forthright individual. It was Wu Fan who initially proposed that their dormitories share living space. When diplomacy failed, he resorted to intimidation, leveraging his status as a member of the school's martial arts team to impose his will. Yet, who was Fengshi? A disenchanted youth, indifferent to life and death, unyielding in the face of adversity. He believed there was no need for patience with such individuals. Thus he shattered Wu Fan's martial aspirations with a single blow. This encounter forged a bitter rivalry between them. Seeing Fengshi maintain his obstinate demeanor only fueled Wu Fan's ire, though he felt utterly powerless. Setting aside the fact that he still had to wait for his meal, confronting Fengshi directly would likely result in defeat. Wu Fan could never comprehend how, after years of martial training, he could be bested by a reclusive individual who spent his days indulging in leisure. However, since physical prowess was not on his side, he resolved to resort to cunning tactics. An opportunity had presented itself before him, and a sinister glimmer flickered in Wu Fan's beady eyes as an ingenious idea took shape. Chapter 16. Solar Force Field. Fengshi, burdened with various bags, ascended the staircase back to the dormitory, encountering other students on their descent. They exhibited no intention of seizing his bounty. Rather, upon catching sight of the visibly appealing boxed meals, their descent quickened significantly, as if they longed to leap down the staircase in a flash. Fengshi observed this with indifference. They were among the last to partake. Their lack of enthusiasm for dining hinted at a troubling attitude. Moreover, the school's ability to deliver such substantial provisions to the lower levels was unexpectedly impressive to Fengshi. It was likely due to the assistance of numerous alumni. Bailuo University had indeed produced many distinguished figures, such as Professor Jiang Fushue's academician father, Jiang Dun. And it appeared that Xiao Taojua's father was also an alumnus of the institution. Of course, these two individuals were not comparable, both being renowned alumni who had contributed significantly to the university. Nevertheless, Fengshi found himself puzzled. Logically, given Bailuo University's capabilities, even without experience in managing severe snow conditions, it should not have taken until now to distribute resources. With sufficient manpower and material resources, a night's time should have sufficed for the university to restore operations by drawing on experiences from northern regions. Fengshi was oblivious to what had transpired during this period and harbored no desire to investigate. He was merely an ordinary, laid-back student, unconcerned with matters beyond his control. Preferring to avoid additional worries, he would claim any free provisions available. If none were present, he would venture out to seek his own. Initially, Fengshi had intended to venture outside with Chu-Ching in search of food, as constant snacking could become tiresome. He then proceeded downstairs to collect his meal. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, just as he was about to retrieve his key, he suddenly halted. What was that commotion? Don't be shy. Let me see your taste. Ah, purple and intricately hollowed out, unexpected, indeed. Fengshi inserted the key and opened the door, finding everything in order. Chu Qing and Xiao Taozhua stood apart, their expressions untroubled. Xiao Taozhua had wrapped herself in layers, resembling a large zongzi. Upon spotting the boxed meals in Yi Fengshi's hands, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, weren't we supposed to have one portion each? How did you end up with so many? Xiao Taozhua exclaimed, bouncing over to Yi Fengshi and instinctively taking a bag from him. There is food and water. Excellent. Oh, and braised pork. She hastily laid the items on the table, retrieving a meal and a bottle of water, promptly indulging in her feast. After a few bites, Xiao Taozhua remembered something and slowly turned to face Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing, who were watching her. She froze for a few seconds, quickly chewing the morsel of braised pork in her mouth before swallowing. With her delicate hands resting on her lap, she feigned the demeanor of a poised lady. Then, feeling somewhat guilty, she inquired, would you care to join me for a meal? What do you think? Chu Qing replied, hands on her hips, eyeing her with mischief. Xiao Taozhua responded with an "oh," promptly extracting 2 additional boxed meals, arranging them along with chopsticks. She recollected her role as a maid. I'm not in a hurry, Yi Fengshi stated, his gaze sweeping over the 2 ladies with curiosity. During my absence from the dormitory, what have you been discussing? Did I just hear purple? It was nothing. Xiao Taozhua quickly interjected, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Indeed, it was merely a discussion about their respective fashion styles. Fengshi, let me tell you, do not be deceived by Zhao's apparent arrogance. Her attire is quite elegant, Chu Qing remarked with a mischievous smile. Xiao Taozhua widened her eyes in disbelief, trembling lips uttering, you're the one who's small. You're the one with allure. Chu Qing replied with a grin, I certainly possess charm, but I am not small. Yi Fengshi was speechless, astonished by the rapid camaraderie between the 2 women. Just moments ago, they had been bickering, and now they were engaged in playful banter, not allowing their banter to continue. Yi Fengshi interjected, all right, enough of that. Chu Qing is indeed older than you. Let us eat. Xiao Taozhua muttered in dissatisfaction, how is she older than me? You have not verified that. So, you wish for me to verify it? Yi Fengshi teased. Not a chance. Xiao Taozhua crossed her arms defensively, eyeing Yi Fengshi with suspicion, suddenly realizing that although he appeared quite honest, he was, in fact, cunning and attempting to take advantage of her. A cold smile curled within her. Yi Fengshi twitched his eye and shook his head. What a drama queen. You should consider enrolling in a drama academy. Chu Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. It would be a shame for her not to act. Xiao Taozhua felt a surge of frustration. This was intolerable. Despite her simmering anger, she was powerless, for she was merely a maid in their household, lacking any authority. It was already a privilege for her to be treated like a person. Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing, still reveling in their honeymoon phase, shared their meals intimately, taking turns feeding each other, which only made Xiao Taozhua, sitting alone nearby, roll her eyes in annoyance. By the way, when you left earlier, someone knocked at the door. It seemed to be Wu Fan. Are you familiar with him? Not really. He lives in the neighboring dormitory of Yin Qi variety and has been trying to move into my Yang Qi dormitory, but I have thwarted his attempts. So, there is a bit of a history there. It seems he is the only one from our major who made it onto the school's martial arts team. You 2 haven't clashed, have you? We have. Once, he attempted to forcibly take over the dormitory, but I knocked him out with a single punch. Then I can rest easy. Xiao Taozhua perked up her ears, intrigued by the hidden stories. However, she was puzzled. What is this Yin Qi and Yang Qi dormitory? Is there so much drama in the refrigeration department? It seems the finance department has its share of explosive tales too. As she listened, Xiao Taozhua gradually became aware of the unbearable heat, feeling more uncomfortable than in a sauna. Why does this cursed dormitory alternate between being cold and hot? Wait a minute, could this be the Yang Qi dormitory that you mentioned? Suddenly, she felt a rush of excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. But her elation fizzled out within 3 seconds. Perhaps it is better to just eat. Yi Fengshi paid no mind to Wu Fan's matters, finishing his meal and preparing a small dessert, embracing the large fox in contemplation. He was reflecting on his own abilities. Since encountering the peculiar snow from the outside world, the young sun began to intermittently erupt as a mysterious energy coursed through his body, gradually bringing him closer to the realm of the extraordinary. Remarkably, this sudden acquisition of superhuman strength showed no signs of overwhelming him. He could master it completely, as if it were an innate gift. It was truly enchanting. Yi Fengshi also discovered that his radiative-like abilities could not only be effortlessly controlled, but could also manifest as a field. He referred to it as the solar force field. With merely a thought, he could incinerate anything that entered this domain, and it also served to muffle sound. No matter how raucous the activities between him and Chu Qing in their dormitory, the neighboring room remained blissfully unaware of even a whisper. Yi Fengshi would not permit any outsider to eavesdrop on his private matters. It was indeed a commendable ability, one of the few he found genuinely useful thus far. With the power to obliterate the world, What would he choose to do? Yi Fengshi pondered that things should remain as they are. After all, it would be rather dull to set the school ablaze out of boredom. Additionally, a significant advantage lay in his ability to take others outside, to enjoy the gusty winds, provided that this tempest continued unabated. Chapter 17. A brilliant idea. The desire for a hot bath. As evening approached, the already dim sky grew even darker, with the howling cold wind and relentless snowfall showing no signs of abating. Standing on the balcony after experiencing the worst dinner of her life, Xiao Taozhua, tall and graceful, wore only a thin garment paired with black athletic pants that accentuated her figure. Why not bundle up like a dumpling? Because she feared the heat. A hand reached out from behind her, resting on her shoulder and gently pulling her back. Subsequently, Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing took her place. The balcony was too small to accommodate 3 people comfortably, though they could squeeze in. However, Chu Qing was reluctant to share space with Xiao Taozhua. A maid should know her place. Xiao Taozhua, feeling both angered and helpless, realized, despite knowing Yi Fengshi for less than a day, that not all families are alike. These two were truly a match made in heaven. A couple of scoundrels. Did they expect her to step into this household? Absolutely not. Xiao Taozhua vowed, with utmost sincerity, that if she fell for Chu Qing's tricks, she would consider herself a puppy. How long do you intend to stay here? Chu Qing suddenly inquired. It depends. If I grow weary of it, I'll take you to find a better place, Yi Fengshi replied. Why not come to my home? We could leave right now. Xiao Taozhua interjected, ever mindful of her longing to return home. Chu Qing shot her a glance, exasperated. Since meeting this girl, she had heard the word home no less than 10 times. What could possibly be so great about your home? You keep rambling on about it. My home is undoubtedly better than yours, with everything one could desire, Xiao Taozhua proclaimed enthusiastically, contrasting it with the shabby dormitory, which had the only merit of being slightly warmer and less crowded. By the way, Yigu, where's your roommate? Those heading home have gone, and those going to work are at work. Why aren't you at work? To ensure you don't freeze in the dormitory, Yi Fengshi replied, pulling out his phone to check. A few of his friends had attempted to sneak off to work, but the sudden snowstorm had trapped them at the subway station, where they lamented in their group chat. Jiang Guangyi, however, had fared well, reaching home just before the snow blocked the roads. Yet, without exception, they all regretted their choices, wishing to return to the dormitory for the warmth. Old Yi, Wu Fan is stirring trouble in the dormitory group chat, Jiang Guangyi messaged suddenly. Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow. He had sensed trouble when he first encountered Wu Fan. Indeed, he was a menace. Who was the troublemaker? Chu Qing immediately inquired upon hearing Yi Fengshi's murmured words. Yi Fengshi showed Chu Qing the messages from the dormitory group chat. Wu Fan, Yi Fengshi, aren't you the only one left in your dorm? It seems a bit excessive to take 6 box meals. As soon as this message was sent, a self-proclaimed justice warrior quickly chimed in, urging Yi Fengshi to donate the meals to those in need. Chu Qing, upon reading this, furrowed her brows in disapproval. This person truly deserves their fate. There are plenty of dormitories lacking residents, yet only you are singled out. This is intolerable, I must retort, as Xiao Taozhua's little head peeked in to discern the situation. She was startled by Chu Qing's sudden outburst. It is futile, Yi Fengshi interjected. Let us remove the group, out of sight, out of mind. If they dare to come knocking, I shall send them on their way without charge. Chu Qing pondered this and agreed, promptly assisting Yi Fengshi in exiting the group, which alleviated her spirits considerably. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dormitory, Wu Fan, seeking answers, stood behind the door after sending a message, fearful that Yi Fengshi might come knocking. Am I being overly cautious? He thought. Others have done the same, yet I seem to be the only one singled out. What is wrong with him? Is this not the truth? His dormitory is empty, yet he refuses us entry to rest. Why should I not criticize him? Class leader Li Lin contemplated asserting that the dormitory was not ours to invade, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. What difference does it make? Yi Fengshi is in the 1st grade, while we are in the 15th. Wu Fan, why do you block the door? Are you attempting to shield us from the wind? Someone jested. After a lengthy silence, Wu Fan, his face flushed, replied, I fear that Yi Fengshi, in a fit of shame, might come to kick our door down. The flush was from the heating device, as room 605 maintained a frigid temperature below 10 degrees due to environmental conditions, necessitating each individual to possess a heater. Simultaneously, in another dormitory on the 6th floor, someone noticed that Yi Fengshi had taken 5 extra boxes of lunch, igniting a spark of envy. Damn it. I can barely fill my stomach, and this fellow has taken 5 extra meals. I must teach him a lesson. After venting, this individual attempted to open the door, but another restrained him. Don't act rashly. Rest assured, once I retrieve the meals, everyone shall partake. That is not my concern. Then what do you mean? Do you wish to be the Good Samaritan? Spare me the nonsense. I fear you may not return. Can you truly contend with him? How could I not challenge him? What do you think of Wu Fan from Class Refrigeration 3? The individual calmly replied, Wu Fan is on the school's martial arts team. He is undoubtedly superior to me. Are you suggesting that Wu Fan would assist him? Unlikely, as Wu Fan just criticized him in the group. Brother, you often stay out late. I do not blame you for being unaware of the intricacies, but I must point out that Wu Fan and this Yi Fosher have clashed before. Wu Fan was then knocked out with a single punch. Do you understand why he only dares to disparage him online? He cannot confront him in person. Upon hearing this, the one clamoring for food was instantly drenched in cold sweat, swallowing hard and exclaiming, Goodness, we have such formidable characters in our building? Why was I not informed sooner? I warned you to avoid chasing girls, but you would not listen. Do not think your status as an athlete renders you invincible. You still wish to confront him. Many shared similar thoughts, yet none took action. Firstly, they had just finished their meal, and their need for food was at its nadir. The chill in the air is palpable. One ought to seek refuge beneath the blankets after a meal, rather than allowing one's thoughts to wander aimlessly. Yi Fosher found himself enveloped by warmth, yet to his right, he encountered emptiness. Xiao Taozhua, arms crossed, disdainfully pursed her lips. A shower, perhaps? Yi Fosher inquired, casting a glance toward Chu Qing, whose face flushed an enchanting crimson in an instant. Subsequently, Xiao Taozhua's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Wait. Does your dormitory's bathroom accommodate 2 people? Such audacity. You must have known each other for quite some time. Ugh, shameless. With a vehement spit, Xiao Taozhua fled back to the sanctuary of her dormitory. Yet, some thoughts, the more one attempts to dismiss them, the more they resurface, playing on a loop. But wait. Where is the hot water coming from? Xiao Taozhua pondered, puzzled. The hot water had been cut off since last night, and she had not bathed for an entire evening. Now, her skin began to itch. Compelled to investigate, she stealthily approached the wall, pressing her ear against it. Alas, she could discern nothing. Xiao Taozhua fidgeted restlessly. Chapter 18. The sudden drop in temperature as Xiao Taozhua anxiously fidgeted, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her father. Xiao Taozhua's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that her father finally remembered he had a daughter? When would he send someone to fetch her from this wretched school? She didn't wish to remain there for another moment. What? He couldn't come? Yet he had made a donation to the school. No wonder the meals provided had improved significantly. After conversing with her father for a while, Xiao Taozhua's heart sank once more. Just then, Yi Fosher emerged from a lengthy half-hour bath, invigorated, and entered the dormitory with Chu Qing. Upon noticing the tension etched on Xiao Taozhua's delicate face, Yi Fosher inquired, What did you discuss with your father? Any news? Xiao Taozhua replied incredulously, How would he know I called? Isn't he busy inside? Chu Qing, unfazed, settled onto Yi Fengshi's chair, using a hairdryer to dry her hair, while casting a curious glance at Xiao Taozhua, eager to learn what was said. Xiao Taozhua's gaze flickered between the two, her mind inevitably wandering to fanciful thoughts. She longed to utter a cheeky retort, but feared the repercussions. Taking a deep breath, she responded, My father mentioned that heavy snowfall blankets the entire world, and our dragon country is no exception. Nationwide martial law has been enacted, and the control over various resources is now overt. This has severely impacted the operations of his company, and he is currently overwhelmed with the situation. But I suppose it doesn't hinder your enjoyment, does it, miss? Chu Qing teased, Enjoyment? What enjoyment? I've been reduced to a maid by the both of you. Xiao Taozhua pouted. My father did consider sending a private helicopter to retrieve me, but it couldn't ascend high enough. The temperature up there plummeted sharply, causing it to crash. Isn't low altitude flying permissible? Just one helicopter, and it crashed? Why not hire a few more? He would like to, but regrettably. The owner of the company he knows met the same fate while escaping with his family. Your luck appears rather dismal. Who says that? You are here, aren't you? Xiao Taozhua believed her fortune was still fair, as she remained unconcerned about basic sustenance amidst such calamity, albeit her quality of life had taken a nosedive. However, if one could barely fill their stomach, contemplating other matters would be sheer folly. Are you returning home? Of course, where else would I go? If not, why don't you take me home? Stick with me, and I assure you'll feast like royalty. Chu Qing chuckled. Oh, you little maid, dreaming of overturning the heavens. Xiao Taozhua rolled her eyes. I need a shower too. Chu Qing inquired, Do you have clothes to change into? Then just wash. I don't have any. Who says one must change clothes to take a shower? At that moment, Xiao Taozhua understood why Chu Qing and Yi Fosher frequented the girls' dormitory. It was for the sake of fetching clothes. But why didn't they simply reside there? Was it due to the so-called Yangtze dormitory, or was it the abundant food? Xiao Taowan felt a headache from her thoughts and decided to cast them aside, rushing straight to the shower room. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qing and Yi Fosher exchanged glances, the former revealing a playful smile. Why is the water ice cold? Within moments, a shriek echoed from the balcony as Xiao Taojuan bolted out of the shower room. Her clothes remained intact. She hadn't stripped down to bathe, but had first adjusted the water temperature. Observing her frantic antics, Yi Fengshi couldn't help but smirk. The hot water at the school had been turned off since last night for unknown reasons, prompting many to express their grievances in the dormitory group chat. Yet, Yi Fengshi remained unfazed by this predicament. Even before the snowfall, the warmth within him allowed him to disregard the chill, bathing in cold or even icy water without a second thought. He had never added a single cent to the hot water card. Now that he had comprehended the solar force field, he was even more fearless, capable of bathing in glacial waters without concern. However, considering Chu Qing's frail constitution, Yi Fengshi heated the water flowing within their vicinity using his solar force field, ensuring that the water falling upon them was always warm. Why has the hot water suddenly vanished? Are you all bathing in cold water? Chu Qing, not fully understanding the principle behind it, recognized that it was Yi Fengshi's ability at play. In response to Xiao Taojuan's inquiry, she smiled and said, "Do you wish to take a hot shower?" Xiao Taojuan nodded vigorously. If she bathed alongside him, hot water would be guaranteed. Having suspected this possibility for some time, Xiao Taojuan began to question her life choices upon hearing Chu Qing's nearly explicit confirmation. Not only could he warm the entire dormitory, but he could also transform icy water into hot. Yi Fengshi, could he possibly be a fire person? Finding a man like that doesn't seem like a loss. Xiao Taojuan quickly shook her head, dismissing the frightening thought. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, power cannot subdue. I shall forego bathing. A few days without it are of no consequence. Really? Your body must be starting to itch by now. That is slander. You were slandering me. Xiao Taojuan's emotions flared up. Consequently, the proud Xiao Taojuan truly abstained from bathing, requesting a blanket from Chu Qing and directly setting up a sleeping area on the floor. Despite there being 5 empty beds in the room, she had no desire to sleep in a man's bed. If she were to sleep, it would be in the bed of the fire person. However, Chu Qing had already claimed her bed, and she was reluctant to squeeze in. The once privileged Miss Xiao, who had enjoyed a comfortable life for over 20 years, now found herself on the floor, though fortunately, the floor was not cold, but rather somewhat warm. Yi Fengshi lay on his bed, cradling a large fox, having ceased his battles after the shower. It was a night of truce. He observed his solar force field, adjusting it to envelop and contour the entire dormitory, delighting in this newfound ability and eager to explore any further potential. A night passed in silence. When Yi Fengshi opened his eyes again, it was already the next day, and his physical potential continued to ascend, as the external temperature had dropped once more. He glanced at his phone. -20 degrees. What on earth happened? Upon hearing his voice, Chu Qing stirred from her slumber, muddled yet curious. Take a look. Yi Fengshi urged, presenting the screen of his phone before her eyes, prompting her to awaken instantly. What on earth? 20 degrees below zero. What are you all making such a racket about so early in the morning? The disgruntled Xiao Taojuan, who had been sleeping on the floor, murmured in annoyance. It's none of your business. If you can sleep, then do so. Otherwise, get up and attend to matters. In an instant, Xiao Taojuan feigned sleep. Having just absorbed the shock of the plummeting temperature, Chu Qing suddenly realized that the dormitory remained as warm as spring, perhaps even a tad too warm. In that case, I'll just keep sleeping, she decided, closing her eyes once more. Yi Fengshi, attuned to Chu Qing's thoughts, merely smiled at the temperature's fluctuation, embracing her as they continued to lie in bed. Oblivious to the world outside, they resolved to indulge in their leisurely state. What did it matter if the temperature dipped low? Could it possibly freeze the sun? Such a notion was absurd. While this temperature posed little concern for them, it felt like a nightmare to many others. Chapter 19. Jiang Fushiwei, the chill has returned. What on earth is going on with this dreadful weather? Is this cosmic cold wave truly so formidable? Within the serious confines of the snow laboratory at Biluo University, a striking woman clad in a white lab coat gazes intently at the temperature displayed on the screen, her frustration palpable. She is tall and slender, possessing enviable curves, with elegantly arched brows and a fair complexion that radiates a rosy glow, reminiscent of white silk enveloping vermilion. The only flaw in her appearance is her lack of long hair. Jiang Fushiwei has just been promoted to a full professorship, a feat partly attributed to her connections through her academic father, yet primarily due to her extraordinary talent. However, despite her remarkable abilities and esteemed status in academia, she, like many others, finds herself besieged by her parents' incessant pressure to marry. Yet, Jiang Fushiwei remains unperturbed, contentedly ensconced in her laboratory, embracing the life of an independent woman. Mostly because she has yet to encounter someone who resonates with her soul. It would be absurd to rush into anything. Recently, she has taken on a promising disciple, aiming to enhance her teaching capabilities and cultivate her own academic team. After all, even the most brilliant scholar must eventually confront the passage of time, necessitating a cadre of devoted students to support her endeavors. Many have expressed interest in becoming her student, although Yuqing's talent is not particularly outstanding. She aligns perfectly with Jiang Fushui's inclinations. As for the troubles that accompany Yuqing, they are trifling matters to Jiang Fushue, easily resolvable with a mere word. Initially, Jiang Fushue found solace in her laboratory, but an unprecedented snowfall disrupted her plans. This snowfall is expected to persist for an extended period, leading to drastic changes in the global climate. Consequently, the pressure from her family to marry has intensified, as her father fears she may end up alone. In response to her father's directives, Jiang Fushue chooses to remain indifferent, continuing to immerse herself in her experiments. After all, when the time is right, the right man will inevitably present himself. The current predicament, however, is that following the snowfall, many materials have become more difficult to acquire. To continue her experiments, she must relocate or venture out to retrieve the necessary supplies. Both options present significant challenges. If only her capabilities were a touch greater, she could craft a small nuclear fusion device with her own hands, eliminating any concerns. With a sigh, Jiang Fushue withdraws her gaze. For the sake of mobility, she is not dressed heavily. Aside from her standard white lab coat, she wears only a thin layer beneath, providing little warmth. Nevertheless, she does not feel the cold. From the onset of the snowfall, Jiang Fushue recognized the gravity of the situation and, utilizing the existing experimental apparatus, spent an entire night constructing a heating device. This invention would shield her laboratory from the biting cold, ensuring that even clad in minimal attire, she would feel no chill, though she certainly does not intend to disrobe, as she possesses a sense of modesty, even in solitude. Furthermore, she need not worry about sustenance or water. With the blood of a true science enthusiast coursing through her veins, Jiang Fushue typically refrains from venturing outdoors, stockpiling ample provisions within her laboratory. Though this practice contravenes regulations, despite the dean's numerous admonitions, Jiang Fushue has managed to preserve her food supplies within the lab. At this moment, Jiang Fushue felt an immense gratitude towards her reclusive self, for it was a frigid 20 degrees below outside, rendering any need to venture out unnecessary. The only concern weighing on her mind was that obstinate disciple, Yuqing, who had yet to return. Did she truly believe that help from the outside world would reach her? Even if a rescue team were to arrive, they would undoubtedly prioritize extracting her first. Jiang Fushue muttered her dissatisfaction towards Yuqing, unaware that her disciple was faring better than herself, with no trace of hardship. Otherwise, she might be spewing expletives. After wandering aimlessly around the laboratory for a while, devoid of any inclination to conduct experiments, Jiang Fushue resolved to call her disciple to ascertain the situation. She initiated a video call, and upon connection, the first sight to greet her was her disciple, disheveled and reclining on the bed, seemingly accompanied by a man. Her heart skipped a beat. Yuqing, with an air of nonchalance, made no immediate attempt to straighten her attire and lazily inquired, "Professor, is there something you need?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fushue erupted, "How is it that you disregard my advice? It turns out you found yourself a man. Do you not consider me your mentor? Have my previous words fallen on deaf ears? Yuqing, I truly misjudged you. Professor, it's not what you think. I see with my own eyes. What else could it be? Just admit it. You certainly don't seem to be attempting to conceal anything from me. Still in the dormitory, indulging yourself. Are you not concerned about the cold?" "It's not cold." Jiang Fushue instinctively felt something was amiss. Yuqing was lying. Given the extreme conditions outside, the antiquated air conditioning units in the dormitory must have ceased to function long ago, making it impossible to provide adequate warmth. Yet, Yuqing's demeanor did not suggest deceit. She could not fathom someone risking their life merely to deceive her. Jiang Fushue raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Which dormitory are you in?" "The dormitory for the refrigeration department. It's genuinely warm there." "Professor, I didn't know you were aware of the warmth in that dormitory. Previously, Professor Fong mentioned it to me, and I thought she was joking." "No, this defies scientific logic. A place with elevated temperatures must contain a heat source, which Professor Fong simply hasn't identified." Suddenly, Jiang Fushue noticed a peculiar expression on Yuqing's face. "Do you know something?" Just as Jiang Fushue was about to press for more information, the call was abruptly terminated. "Damn it," she exclaimed, attempting to redial, but to no avail. Her frustration bubbled over as she yearned to uncover the nature of that heat source, sensing it might hold the key to her long-stalled experiment. Jiang Fushue felt a surge of exasperation. At such a critical juncture, her efforts had faltered. Regardless, she resolved to investigate sooner rather than later, while the temperature was still manageable. Without hesitation, she donned her insulated protective suit intended for experiments, gathered her freshly prepared skiing gear, and packed some provisions and water. The distance from her laboratory to the student dormitory was considerable, necessitating thorough preparation. However, as Jiang Fuxue stepped out of the laboratory, she was met by an unexpected entourage. "You are Professor Jiang Fuxue, correct? We have been dispatched by higher authorities to escort you. There is a confidential project that requires your expertise." I wasn't informed. Jiang Fuxue's words trailed off as she received an urgent notification from her father. The situation was abrupt, leaving no time for prior communication, and he urged her to accompany the rescue team. "Very well. May I bring someone along?" "That is not permissible." "What about my students?" "That is also not permissible. Can I at least make a brief stop?" "I regret to inform you, Professor, that our mission solely involves ensuring your safe return. There can be no delays en route." Upon hearing the leader's words, Jiang Fuxue adjusted her protective helmet and sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall accompany you." She boarded the snow-armored vehicle, which swiftly departed, vanishing into the swirling snow. Chapter 20. Under the frigid cold, three shall proceed meanwhile, on the other side. Chuqing was unaware that her mentor had come to find her and was subsequently rescued by military personnel as she stepped outside. During a video call, her phone suddenly ran out of battery and shut down. She had forgotten to charge it after an evening of revelry. Covering her face in frustration, she could already imagine her mentor, Professor Jiang, transforming into a figure reminiscent of King Jiji in the laboratory. After plugging in her charger, she powered her phone back on, intending to return the call, only to discover that she could not get through. What a predicament! Her gaze fell upon Yu Fengshi, a hint of helplessness in her expression. What could be the issue? Given the professor's character, if she had uncovered the problems at the Yanqi dormitory, she would certainly come over personally. Wasn't that a good thing? However, she simply could not ignore the calls. Yu Fengshi took a glance at the phone. "She left you a message." Chuqing quickly snatched the phone back. Scanning the message, Professor Jiang indicated that she was coming to find her, but had been forcibly taken by military personnel as soon as she exited the laboratory. Chuqing could hardly believe it. Had it truly only been a minute since? Yu Fengshi instinctively touched the heavenly thunder, contemplating that it must be due to some critical research task that required someone of Professor Jiang's caliber. Chuqing shot her a sidelong glance, responding, "Absolutely. Otherwise, they wouldn't dispatch military personnel. After all, there has yet to be any announcement regarding a large-scale rescue." "What? There's military rescue?" Xiao Taozhua, having caught the key phrase, suddenly sprang up from the ground. She had no blanket, nothing at all, and had borrowed a shawl from Chuqing to lie on the floor, using her coat as a makeshift cover. Fortunately, the biting cold outside did not permeate the dormitory, allowing her to sleep in such a manner. Otherwise, she would have had to bundle herself up like a dumpling. "Indeed, my mentor, Professor Jiang Fuxue, was just taken away." Chuqing smiled. Well aware that Xiao Taozhua had longed for a rescue, yet knew it was an impossibility, one could hardly let a prized dumpling slip away. "Why didn't she take you with her?" Despite her impatience, Xiao Taozhua instinctively concealed her true feelings, though her voice was tinged with urgency. Chuqing replied with a calm smile. "What do you think?" Xiao Taozhua fell silent. She had some understanding of the prodigious talent that was Professor Jiang. If given a choice, the professor would undoubtedly take her disciple, Chuqing, along. Could someone of such stature not choose? Then what hope did she, a mere small fry with a little money, have? Xiao Taozhua's emotions were quite complex. Just be a good maid and refrain from overthinking. Be wary of overloading your brain. Chuqing remarked, observing Xiao Taozhua's downcast demeanor and taking the opportunity to speak candidly. Xiao Taozhua, incensed by the comment, found herself momentarily speechless. She could hardly refute it. After all, Chuqing was a disciple of Professor Jiang, even if she had yet to be formally initiated. She was certainly not someone a financially privileged slacker like her could contend with. In terms of stature, intellect, and even in matters of the heart, if there were any contenders, none could rival Chuqing. Xiao Taozhua need not elaborate on her frustration. Yu Fengshi maintained a detached demeanor, reclining in the embrace of tranquility. As for whether Jiang Fuxue received assistance, it bore no significance to him. Yu Fengshi was indifferent to his own potential rescue. He required no salvation. On the contrary, he could very well assume the role of the rescuer, singularly capable of outperforming a fully equipped team. Yet, such thoughts did not cross his mind. He relinquished the impulse to save others, choosing instead to honor the destinies of individuals, abandoning aspirations of heroism. For humanity seldom acknowledges logic, at least for now. His sole focus was to safeguard two individuals, even if Xiao Taozhua was not one of them. However, given that this formidable presence had arrived and witnessed his capabilities, it would be impossible for Yu Fengshi to allow her to depart unscathed. Furthermore, he intended to take the time to explore his own abilities. Yu Fengshi did not wish to obsess over becoming stronger. He preferred to embrace the ebb and flow of fate. Possessing a miniature sun within, yet achieving little, he was burdened with an uncontrollable passive ability. Yi Fengshi had experimented with numerous methods over the course of several years, only to find himself fruitless and exhausted from the endeavor. Ultimately, he arrived at a profound realization: some things cannot be forced. Ironically, having relinquished the pursuit of that elusive power, an unexpected heavy snowfall granted him the strength he had long coveted. What did this indicate? It suggested that life need not be approached with excessive fervor. One should recline when possible, and even when unable to do so, one should feign repose. Not everyone can effortlessly succeed, yet everyone can rest. Yi Fengshi's repose extended for 2 weeks. During this time, Xiao Taoxue served as a maid for a week, yet she ultimately awaited rescue in vain as the weather worsened. The temperature plummeted from a chilling -20 degrees to a staggering -70 degrees. In such frigid conditions, even a simple act could freeze one solid. Yet, she pondered, this is the southern region, where spring reigns eternal. Standing at the balcony's edge, she gazed down upon the unfathomable depths of snow. The material assistance from schools and societal organizations lasted less than 3 days. While -20 degrees was bearable, the plummeting temperatures of -30, -50, and -70 rendered survival increasingly improbable. The snow had accumulated to a height equivalent to 2 stories. The notion of supplies being delivered seemed futile. Even if they could arrive, they would offer little respite, as the caloric value of food could not sustain humanity through the bitter cold of a snowy night. Countless individuals perished due to inadequate cold weather measures, their bodies frozen, lifeless beyond recovery. Xiao Taoxue had witnessed numerous such cases online, rendering her numb. Just days prior, many nations had reported statistics on the death toll, but now, silence reigned. At this juncture, for those in power, disseminating such figures held no significance. What purpose did it serve? To reassure survivors that they had miraculously lived another day, leading them to consider themselves fortunate? Xiao Taoxue indeed regarded herself as fortunate. Reflecting on her life thus far, she recognized 2 pivotal choices that had brought her luck, the first being the fortune of her birth, and the second, the company she kept. She could hardly fathom what her existence would have become had she not kept pace with Yi Fengshi. Perhaps she would have frozen to death long ago, or worse, become one of the victims of calamity. The biting cold could plunge a nation into chaos. Yet it could not extinguish the malevolent intentions of evildoers. Xiao Taoxue was acutely aware that the world outside was not merely an endless expanse of ice and snow, but also harbored wolves and tigers concealed within the tempest. A little lamb like her, once discovered, would inevitably be devoured to the last bone. How terrifying. She had relinquished any thoughts of returning home upon learning that the so-called heating apparatus had long ceased to function, unable to operate in such extreme cold. Many in her family had succumbed to the frost. Those who survived were formidable characters, not mere wastrels who squandered money. Therefore, after a week's duration, she dutifully extended her time as a maid for another week. There was little wrong with remaining alongside Yi Fengshi. Accommodations and meals were provided, and, most importantly, she did not have to fret over the frigid temperatures. Yi Fengshi was also a superhuman. Even Xiao Taoxue, with her sluggish intellect, understood that this so-called Yangtze dormitory was linked to Yi Fengshi and recalled the terrifying scene of him annihilating 2 scoundrels. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she must cling to it tightly. Yet, she had yet to overcome her psychological barriers and was still an innocent young lady at heart. What was she doing standing here, yearning to return home? Chu Qing emerged clad in Yi Fengshi's t-shirt, yawning as she inquired. Her plump legs were exposed to the biting air, showing no regard for the howling winds and blinding snow. Xiao Taoxue responded with a start, "No, I do not wish to go home." "Oh. It seems your maid's status is about to expire today," Chu Qing remarked while turning on the tap to wash her face and brush her teeth. At -70 degrees, the water had long frozen, yet within the Yangtze dormitory, even the most ancient ice would transform into water. Xiao Taoxue proclaimed proudly, "I can simply renew my term." "Do you need me to help you wash your face?" "Thanks, but no need." After 2 weeks of adjustment, the relationship between Xiao Taoxue and Chu Qing had evolved from strangers to confidants. Xiao Taoxue's position as a maid had become almost ornamental, a playful dynamic among the 3. "By the way, you spar with Brother Yi every day. Aren't you worried about becoming pregnant?" Xiao Taoxue asked curiously, having long wished to broach the subject. Conceiving in such extreme cold could be perilous. "What is there to fear? If it happens, I shall give birth," Chu Qing replied nonchalantly. Xiao Taoxue was rendered speechless. "As for you, when will you help me share the burden?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Can you come up with a different excuse?" "I am tired of hearing the same one," Chu Qing retorted. After a moment of silence, Xiao Taoxue replied earnestly, "The bed is too small. We should get a larger one." Chu Qing, taken aback, called out, "Yi Fengshi, did you hear? She wants you to get a bigger bed." "Indeed," she mused. "The dormitory bed is far too cramped for any movement." "I heard." Yi Fengshi emerged, playfully patting Chu Qing, earning a roll of her eyes in response. The provisions in the dormitory are nearly depleted. After tidying up shortly, let us procure some food and, in the process, seek a more pleasant locale. Chapter 21. Negotiation with a Monster. As Fengshi approached, Xiaotuju's heart began to race, a fervent warmth coursing through her veins, urging her to leap into the snow. Yet, she was acutely aware that should she stray from Fengshi's protective embrace, she would swiftly succumb to the frigid tempest outside. 70 degrees below zero is no trifling matter. Initially, Xiaotuju was oblivious to the source of her inner turmoil until she discerned the peculiar aura surrounding Fengshi. She surmised that it was his extraordinary ability at play. The closer she drew to him, the more she felt as though she might melt away, longing to plunge into icy waters for solace. How unbearably hot it is. Xiaotuju lowered her gaze, wishing to conceal her flushed cheeks from their scrutiny. Fengshi remarked, "It's merely a change of scenery, Xiaotuju. You need not be so agitated. Your face is all aflame." "I am not agitated," Xiaotuju retorted. "I am simply too warm. Are you secretly using your powers to coerce me into submission?" "Humph. Even if I were to." She hesitated, wanting to declare her willingness to die, yet fear gripped her. She contemplated leaping from the 6th floor but recoiled at the thought of freezing to death. "Even if what?" Fengshi teased, a smirk playing at his lips. After 2 weeks of acquaintance, or rather, from the very first day, he discerned that this haughty girl was prideful, though lacking in conviction when faced with adversity. The notion that he would use his abilities to subjugate her was utterly absurd. Such tactics were beneath him, devoid of any amusement. Provoking her from time to time was rather entertaining, much like now. Xiaotuju's face turned crimson, and she finally declared, "Even if my body is yours, you shall never possess my heart." "Pfft, what are you laughing at?" "I am being completely serious." Xiaotuju glared at Chuqing, feeling her inner heat dissipate slightly. Deep down, she understood that it was not Fengshi's doing, but rather her own lack of composure as her heart fluttered. Yet, what of it? She would not concede to the fact that she harbored feelings for the one surnamed Yi. "Humph, where do you intend to go next?" Xiaotuju steadied her emotions and inquired. "What did you call me?" "Yi Gu." Xiaotuju replied with a slight smirk. She resolved to endure him for a while longer. Once she discovered a path to survival, she would unceremoniously cast them aside, though that seemed to pose a significant challenge. So, she would bear with it a little longer. After Chuqing finished freshening up, she playfully patted Xiaotuju's cheek and said, "Indeed, we must establish a destination. Preferably a place where we can stay for an extended period, and it should be near a water source or food supply. By the way, do you have any supplies stored at home?" "None." Xiaotuju shook her head. "The meals at home must be prepared with fresh ingredients. Anything expired is either given to the servants or discarded." "Did your father not stockpile supplies in the initial days of snowfall?" "I heard he accumulated some, but they were likely divided among family members." "Did your father leave you anything?" "It's been 2 weeks. Why hasn't he organized a rescue party?" Chuqing suddenly recalled and asked. Even if one cannot traverse the open paths, it should be feasible to hire a group to journey through the snow-covered trails. Xiaotuju rolled her eyes and remarked, "Even if he were to send someone, do you truly believe I would dare accompany them?" Chuqing chuckled. "Yet you are willing to share the same dormitory with us?" Xiaotuju retorted with a huff. "As for the one surnamed Yi, cough, brother Yi has you. Such a stunning beauty, so we should not be so desperate for companionship. However, those mercenaries are a different story, someone as exquisite as I. Akin to a flower in full bloom, would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter in their company. You all are the good ones." Xiaotuju gave a thumbs up. "Should we be thanking you then?" "Not to that extent," Chuqing replied, playfully tapping Xiaotuju on the head to clarify their respective standings. "Enough of the antics." Fengshi interjected, prompting immediate silence from both women, as they clearly recognized their subordinate status in his presence. Fengshi pondered aloud. "First, let us visit the nearest interdimensional Walmart to buy Luo University to see if we can procure some food, and then we shall head to the nearby Yulong Garden." Chuqing nodded slightly, contemplating. "The Villa District, right? Do you happen to have a residence there, Big Zongzi?" "My name is Xiaotuju." Xiaotuju could hardly maintain her composure for 3 seconds before feeling somewhat vexed. "No, just kidding. I have been residing there since I entered university. TSK. Truly a young lady of privilege. While we struggle in the dorms, you are already troubled by villas and luxury cars," Chuqing teased, then inquired with curiosity. "So, is that the home you have longed for?" Xiaotuju puffed her cheeks and replied, "Certainly not. The home I refer to is where my parents reside." "Oh, then let us visit your nearest home for a little while." Xiaotuju. Fengshi retrieved his phone, glancing at the time. It was now October 13th, 2077, at 8 a.m. He then checked the latest official updates. Good news. Good news. The latest bulletin from Linhai Province states that the Fire Dragon Refuge Zone located in Tianbei City has been successfully encircled. The authorities will use this refuge zone as a core to radiate outward in search of survivors. Survivors with the capability are encouraged to come forth and contribute to humanity. Has it already been established? Fengshi suddenly caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, turning to find Xiao Taozhua had unknowingly approached, nearly pressing against him. Her large peach blossom eyes fixated on the phone screen. Do you wish to go to the refuge zone? Not at all. Don't try to fool me into resting. Shall I escort you there? No way, brother Yi. I want to stick with you. Let's have breakfast first. All right, hee. Xiao Taozhua skipped into the dormitory. Fengshi turned back to Chu Qing. What are you staring at? You should eat too, and put on your clothes properly. After their final breakfast, Fengshi intended to leave in his flip-flops, but Chu Qing insisted he wear sneakers. Thus, Xiao Taozhua half-heartedly and half-enthusiastically helped him put on his shoes. While Chu Qing carried her suitcase, filled to the brim with her belongings, Xiao Taozhua carried Fengshi's travel backpack, which contained 2 sets of his clothing, a few packets of compressed biscuits, and several bottles of mineral water. How heavy it is. Why must I bear this burden? Shouldn't you display a touch of your gentlemanly demeanor at this moment? Xiao Taozhua quipped at Fengshi. He chuckled and replied, I could carry it if you wish, but then it seems I would no longer need you. Shall I send you off to the evacuation zone instead? In truth, it wasn't truly heavy. She decided to view it as a form of physical exercise, laughing it off. However, she secretly thought, who would want to go to the evacuation zone? Who knows what monstrous entities lurk within? One would end up like a fish on a chopping board. Accompanying Fengshi meant indulging in delightful provisions and strolling leisurely in summer attire amidst a frigid 70-degree environment. Which option was preferable? Xiao Taozhua was quite clear on that matter. As she walked ahead of Fengshi, she began to envision scenes of a zero-cost shopping spree in a fantastical Walmart. Yet, when she pulled open the door, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted her senses. Her pupils dilated in shock. A grotesque creature, its face smeared with blood and its body cloaked in a mix of white snow and bright red blood, had appeared at the doorway without her noticing. With a chilling roar, it lunged toward her the moment it caught sight of Xiao Taozhua. Chapter 22, adding intensity. Fire in the dormitory, fists against the wall, what a shock. This was the first thought that crossed Xiao Taozhua's mind. She was unaware of the true nature of the creature before her, only that it possessed claws so sharp they seemed to glimmer, reaching toward her throat. She could vividly imagine the horrifying scene of her neck being pierced and her exquisite visage marred. Am I destined to die? Had I known, I would have acted less reserved. I have yet to experience the full might of Fengshi. What are you daydreaming about? Fengshi's voice suddenly pierced through Xiao Taozhua's trance-like state. Xiao Taozhua was momentarily stunned, her mind replaying the recent events. The creature's razor-sharp claws were merely a hair's breadth from her throat when a flaming hand emerged from behind her, swift as a phantom. That fiery hand seized the claws poised at her throat, rendering them immobile, while golden-red flames rapidly engulfed the creature's appendage. Xiao Taozhua swiftly turned her head. Fengshi's profile was before her, his arm extended forward, his right hand grasping the creature's claw. Oh heavens, his hand was aflame. Fengshi was oblivious to the bizarre thoughts swirling in Xiao Taozhua's mind. Otherwise, he would have found it amusing. He too had not anticipated Xiao Taozhua's ill fortune, nearly becoming a victim of an unexpected assault. The creature before him was unfamiliar, yet it bore a certain resemblance to a zombie from a survival horror film. An icy chill coupled with a biohazard nightmare? Thankfully, I possess superhuman abilities. Otherwise, this oddly shaped entity would have bested me. As Fengshi contemplated, the creature reacted swiftly, severing the flaming hand with a swift motion. A deafening roar erupted. The creature wasted no time, launching another attack, but this time it had chosen the wrong adversary. Well then, let us see what you can do. Fengshi did not hold back, countering with a fiery blow. The inferno struck the creature with blinding speed, sending it crashing to the ground. The snow that had accumulated beneath them was instantly vaporized within the radiant force of his sunlit aura. Roar! Roar! The creature's shrieks were a cacophony of curses not only directed at Fengshi but also at the matchmaking mechanism. It had only just awakened. Yet how could it encounter someone wielding such formidable power? It thrashed violently, attempting to rise and retaliate against the sun. Yet, under the influence of the solar aura, its twisted, shadowy form ignited silently. A surge of blood-red flames erupted forth, obliterating the creature into nothingness. Though your appearance is grotesque, your audacity to challenge the sun is commendable. Alas, before the sun, you are but an insignificant insect. Fengshi spoke involuntarily, leaving Xiao Taozhua momentarily dumbfounded. Her mind was sluggish, unable to grasp the unfolding events. She only understood that a monster had appeared, then perished, leaving no trace. While Fengshi continued to utter strange phrases. Yet, in retrospect, the sight of Fengshi saving her was undeniably heroic. Stunned, she could only gape. Chu Qing approached Xiao Taozhua's side. Do not be afraid. He is merely like this. The more you listen, the more you will become accustomed to it. Xiao Taozhua nodded in a daze. After Yi Fengshi finished speaking, he immediately appeared somewhat dejected. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qing took advantage of Yi Fengshi's momentary weakness, then turned his gaze towards the location of the monster's demise, following the trail of blood to the adjacent dormitory. Stop daydreaming. Let us go take a look. After pinching Xiao Taoxua's cheek, Yi Fengshi headed towards room 605. His expression grew somber as he recognized the monster from earlier. It was Wu Fan, with whom he had a past grievance. Yet, the Wu Fan who had just been incinerated on the spot was, both in appearance and voice, no longer human. Damn it. He must be a zombie that escaped from some biopunk film. What on earth was happening in the neighboring dormitory? Did they find the frigid weather insufficiently thrilling and decide to add some excitement to this world? As Yi Fengshi reached the doorway, he raised his hand to signal the two girls behind him. Stay back. His tone was grave, and both Xiao Taoxua and Chu Qing sensed the seriousness of the situation. They complied, standing frozen in place, hesitant to advance. Yi Fengshi did not wish for them to witness the scene within. To be frank, it was excessively gruesome. The kind of imagery that would only be shown on television with heavy pixelation, even for Yi Fengshi, who often sought out forbidden films to test his mettle. This sight was enough to induce nausea, his stomach churning violently. He closed his eyes as the solar force field expanded to encompass the entire dormitory. Eradicate. Yi Fengshi opened his eyes and softly uttered a single word. Everything inside the dormitory ignited spontaneously, consumed in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. During this time, Yi Fengshi had not been constantly battling with Chu Qing. He needed moments of respite. Over time, even a cunning fox would tire. In his leisure, apart from teasing the large dumpling, he had been contemplating the solar force field. Thus, when faced with this sudden monster and the scene stained with blood, he was able to respond with remarkable composure. You may approach now, Yi Fengshi announced. Xiao Taoxua, still shaken, swallowed hard and remained motionless. What is inside? Chu Qing hurried forward, her gaze peering within as she inquired. Nothing. It was merely a scene from a biopunk film that I just cleaned up. It is best if you do not look, Yi Fengshi replied. A scene from a biopunk film? Chu Qing's brows furrowed tightly. The interior truly bore no signs of life. The dormitory was empty, only a charred remnant remaining. What on earth transpired? Overcoming her psychological barrier, Xiao Taoxua moved behind Chu Qing and cautiously peeked inside. Relieved to see nothing, she let out a sigh of relief, standing boldly beside Yi Fengshi. Did I not mention? A bioweapon incident. The occupants of this dormitory have likely been devoured. You would not wish to witness that scene, Chu Qing explained. Ugh. At the mere thought of that scene, Xiao Taoxua began to gag. She covered her mouth, filled with confusion. Why have I heard nothing for such a long time? The soundproofing in the dormitory can't be that effective, can it? Chu Qing replied, of course not. He has isolated the sound. You brother wouldn't want outsiders to overhear his private matters. Xiao Taoxua was taken aback. Is it really possible? While the two women were conversing, Yi Fengshi suddenly raised his eyebrows and walked in. He headed straight for a corner, fixating on the wall before him. Yi Fengshi stared for a considerable time. Under the astonished gazes of the two women, he lifted his right hand and struck the wall with a punch, challenging the reinforced concrete with sheer physical strength. If it had been Xiao Taoxua, she would have certainly fractured a bone, though she was not foolish enough to attempt such a thing. Xiao Taoxua was perplexed by Yi Fengshi's actions. First, he set fire to the dormitory, and now he was smashing walls. The critical point being, he truly broke through the wall with a single punch. Was he even human? Chu Qing was less affected. She had already witnessed Yi Fengshi's superhuman strength and merely pondered his motivations. Based on her understanding of him, he would never engage in futile efforts. In the following moment, she saw Yi Fengshi retract his hand, now holding a bracelet that emitted a brilliant blue glow. Just as she suspected. Chapter 23. In the company of these three individuals, I often felt like an outsider. What was that? Xiao Taoxua gazed intently at the resplendent blue bracelet in Lao Ye's hand, adorned with enigmatic patterns that eluded her understanding. As if it belonged to a realm beyond Blue Star. Even considering her years as a spendthrift, she found the bracelet undeniably exquisite, primarily because it emanated light. Xiao Taoxua had initially assumed that Lao Ye had struck the wall out of mere restlessness, but the sheer force had created a gaping hole. Was such an act even conceivable? To her astonishment, her perspective was rather limited. Who could have anticipated that a luminous blue bracelet lay concealed within the wall? I don't know, Yi Fengshi replied, his gaze fixed on the newly acquired bracelet as a surge of energy began to swell within him. The frigid aura of the azure bracelet was far more intense than the chill concealed beneath layers of ice and snow. The moment it was grasped, a rush of cold surged into his being, prompting his inner sun to expel an even greater torrent of golden red flames, consuming the icy wave entirely. This was an unexpected turn of events for Yi Fengshi. He had merely punched through the wall and extracted a bracelet. Yet his abilities soared as if propelled by a rocket. What on earth was this bracelet? Yi Fengshi remained uncertain, only aware that it seemingly harbored formidable powers akin to ice, capable of freezing a person solid. Quite formidable indeed. Yet, even in the throes of his inner son's agitation, it still felt inadequate. Standing at the doorway, Chuqing's striking fox-like eyes fell into contemplation as ominous thoughts surfaced. Fengshi, I sense that object could be quite dangerous. Perhaps you should set it aside for now? Chuqing suddenly suggested. Dangerous? I fail to see it. I only perceive its beauty and luminescence. Xiao Taozhua, the academic underachiever, chimed in. Chuqing shot her a reproachful glance. Silence, you academic failure. Do you not realize that luminous minerals often possess radioactivity? Xiao Taozhua blinked, perplexed. What? Radioactivity? Is it the type that can be used for nuclear magnetic resonance? Chuqing sighed in exasperation. I must have overestimated you. You do know what a nuclear bomb is, right? The raw materials are extracted from glowing stones. So he. Xiao Taozhua pointed at Yi Fengshi, who was holding the glowing bracelet. Brother Yi, you're all right, aren't you? I truly want to give you a good beating. Chuqing exclaimed, striding decisively towards Yi Fengshi. Xiao Taozhua remained at a loss for words. This bracelet is indeed somewhat perilous, Yi Fengshi explained, but for me, it's a trivial matter. That's reassuring. Chuqing, possessing unwavering faith in Yi Fengshi and noticing no signs of distress from him, relaxed and approached the bracelet for a closer inspection. Wow, such a beautiful piece. If it were placed at an auction, it would surely send those affluent socialites into a frenzy. Seeing Chuqing boldly approach without any apparent concern, Xiao Taozhua felt emboldened as well, muttering, I'm just concerned about Brother Yi. Why would you scold me? Care to repeat that? Chuqing's expression shifted. Xiao Taozhua immediately fell silent. Yi Fengshi remarked, all right, let us not frighten Xiao Taozhua. You are well aware of her temperament. Xiao Taozhua pouted in displeasure, secretly straightening her back, thinking to herself that she was not a child. Brother Yi, how do you know there is something behind the wall? Xiao Taozhua suddenly inquired with curiosity. Can this fellow see through walls? Before Yi Fengshi could explain, Chuqing interjected with a mocking tone, I told you to read more. Yet you refuse to believe. His ability is related to temperature. As long as he senses the direction of heat flow, the location of the cold source becomes apparent. When did you ever suggest I read more? Xiao Taozhua exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Just now, Chuqing replied nonchalantly. After a brief silence, Xiao Taozhua's peach blossom eyes began to sparkle again as she turned to Yi Fengshi and asked, this bracelet seems quite powerful. It can transform an ordinary dormitory into one filled with energy. What would happen if a person wore it? They would freeze into an ice sculpture, Yi Fengshi replied. Casting a sidelong glance and smiling, would you care to try? Xiao Taozhua, terrified, hid behind Chuqing, peeking out with only her head visible, shaking her head repeatedly. No, no. I don't want to die. Chuqing rubbed her forehead, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto her lips. With this girl around, life would surely become increasingly entertaining. Though she still had much to learn. Shaking her head, she asked Yi Fengshi, does it have any special functions? Yi Fengshi twirled the bracelet with his fingers, accidentally dropping it to the floor. Instead of shattering, it left a small dent in the ground. He picked it up, pondered for a moment, and then offered it to Chuqing, saying, why not wear it and see? No, Brother Yi, you mustn't. Xiao Taozhua immediately interjected, stopping Yi Fengshi. In her heart, Chuqing had become like a sister to her, and she could not allow Chuqing to become an ice sculpture. However, when she saw Chuqing donning the azure bracelet without hesitation, she was left dumbfounded. Wait, sister, you truly dare to wear it? You will turn into an ice sculpture. Yet, the transformation that Yi Fengshi had mentioned did not occur with Chuqing. Xiao Taozhua was instantly perplexed. Brother Yi, are you deceiving me? Little lies do not count as deception. Yi Fengshi replied. Chuqing chuckled. What deception? Clearly, it is you who is foolish. Chuqing, I shall challenge you, Xiao Taozhua declared. Though she only dared to make a show of bravado, she truly did not have the courage to confront Chuqing, especially with Yi Fengshi standing nearby. Moreover, she had inadvertently discovered a startling truth. Despite her frequent physical training, she seemed unable to compete with Chuqing. Initially, her strength had surpassed Chuqing's, as demonstrated in their earlier contest in the girls' dormitory, but as time passed, she gradually realized that Chuqing's strength, displayed casually, exceeded her own. Xiao Taozhua was bewildered, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Ha, coward, Chuqing teased lightly. Xiao Taozhua retorted, I am proud to be timid. What I truly think is that, compared to the two of you peculiar individuals, my timidity is my means of survival. How does that feel? As the two women settled down, Yi Fengshi's gaze fell upon Chuqing's hand. He held her wrist firmly, wary of any unforeseen incidents. He could not ascertain whether the bracelet would harm Chuqing, yet his intuition suggested that it seemed to be beneficial for her. Thus, he allowed her to wear it. Chu-Ching closed her eyes to savor the sensation. It was pleasantly cool, as if her very soul found tranquility within it. It ought to have a calming and focusing effect, truly a fine item. Fengshi nodded in agreement. Since it is a good thing, you should wear it. All right. Hey. What about me? Xiao suddenly appeared, obstructing the line of sight between the two. You? Go find somewhere cool to stay. Fengshi reached out to nudge Xiaotao's head aside. She rolled her eyes dramatically. There was no cool place beside Fengshi, and leaving him would lead to a situation far worse than mere discomfort. In such frigid conditions, as a delicate young woman, it was not simply a matter of enduring hunger. Survival itself would become impossible. However, being with old Yi was entirely different. Meals and lodging were provided, and it felt like spring and summer all year round. Even a fool knows how to make the right choice. She glanced at the exquisite bracelet on Chu-Ching's wrist, and upon confirming that there were no issues, a sudden pang of envy stirred within her. Such a beautiful bracelet, she wished to have one as well. Are there any other hidden treasures here? Xiao inquired tentatively. None. Chapter 24. Encountering monsters again. Is this a film being shot? Receiving a negative response from Fengshi, Xiao silently clenched her fists, her waist straightened rigidly, feigning nonchalance. At that moment, a pristine jade hand extended before her, adorned with a bracelet. The bracelet bore mysterious patterns and radiated a faint azure glow. Oh my, what a beautiful bracelet. It's a pity there's only one. However, Taojua, with your affluent background, such a bracelet must seem rather ordinary to you, Chu-Ching remarked with a cheerful smile. Taojua took a deep breath, turned her head, and coldly snorted, humph. Indeed, it is nothing extraordinary. Chu-Ching, observing the stubborn Taojua, could not help but chuckle. Taojua, infuriated, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly tensed, glancing at the large hand resting on her shoulder. Her gaze traveled upward, reflecting Fengshi's face in her pupils. What do you intend to do? Don't be nervous. Fengshi released his grip. I merely wish to convey that little Ching is simply laughing at your stubbornness. Chu-Ching burst into laughter once more. Xiaotao's expression darkened, but she managed to force a smile. Should I thank you for that? Fengshi nodded silently. May your family prosper. Xiaotao's gritted her teeth. Moments later, she received a light tap on her head. Fengshi playfully flicked her forehead, then pinched her collagen-rich cheeks, causing them to puff up instantaneously. Xiaotao's was infuriated. No one had ever dared to treat her this way, let alone a man. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless against Fengshi. She felt a tinge of irritation, but not enough to explode, for she understood that this man before her was undeniably exceptional. Enough of the commotion? Shall we set off? Chu-Ching suggested with a smile. What do you mean set off? We are venturing into the otherworldly Walmart in search of food, so don't speak as if it's a grand sacrifice, Xiaotao's muttered under her breath, her gaze landing on Fengshi. Say, Brother Yi, don't you think your attire is a bit too conspicuous? She noted his thin shirt amid the icy wilderness and his pair of flip-flops. Before Fengshi could respond, Chu-Ching chimed in thoughtfully. Perhaps you should put on a jacket? Allow me to assist you. Fengshi shrugged, permitting Chu-Ching to help him dress. However, he was acutely aware that the two women's intentions differed. Xiaotao's simply wished to keep him from attracting unnecessary attention, while Chu-Ching had mischievous designs in mind. Once the clothing issue was resolved, Fengshi overheard Xiaotao's murmuring, surely there aren't more of these monsters outside? No, what am I afraid of? As long as I protect Brother Yi, hehehe. Fengshi thought to himself, well, it seems she has been influenced by the online novels. Nonetheless, with such a lively character around, life certainly had its flavors. He smiled and shook his head. Subsequently, she led the two women downstairs. As Xiaotao's beheld the snow that had once blanketed the first floor, it melted away in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a drop of water behind. Just as she was about to excitedly rush forward, eager to take the lead before Fengshi and Chu-Ching, her enthusiasm was abruptly dampened. Upon the disappearance of the ice and snow, she discovered the lifeless body on the floor, an unfortunate student who had perished from the cold. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Indeed, her fears were confirmed. The bodies that had been encased in ice suddenly sprang to life, contorting grotesquely as they rose one after another, their faces marred by remnants of white frost. They appeared disoriented in their newfound forms, moving stiffly like automatons, yet instinctively gravitating toward the living. In that moment, Fengshi and the others felt as though they had unwittingly stumbled onto the set of a biopunk horror film. Chu-Ching's expression turned grave. Xiaotao's, now stricken with terror, shrank behind Fengshi, shielding him with her own body, revealing only the top of her head. Oldie. Now, burn them all, she urged. Oh, so now you're giving me orders? Wait, what did you just call me? As the mindless creatures approached, Fengshi exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he began to bicker with Xiaotao's. Chu-Ching cast a teasing glance their way. Xiaotao's paused, then exclaimed, Master. Your maid Xiao Taozhua is about to face an unknown life-threatening danger. Please unleash your supreme divine fire to annihilate those monsters. Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing exchanged bemused glances. This large Zongzi is rather dramatic. Yi Fengshi couldn't help but smirk. He turned away, his left hand sweeping through the air. In an instant, a nearby humanoid creature ignited spontaneously, engulfed by golden flames that appeared out of nowhere, consuming it entirely in the blink of an eye. The golden flames then arched outward, distorting the very air around them. The unknown creatures met the same fate, disintegrating into ashes beneath the arc of the golden fire. Xiao Taozhua's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape. Are we filming a movie? Why do the special effects look so realistic? No, special effects are usually added in post-production. When do they ever film while adding them? Chu Qing silently appeared before her, arms crossed, accentuating her curves. Xiao Taozhua's clarity returned, and she mimicked the pose, retorting. Humph, it's nothing extraordinary. Chu Qing shook her head and remarked to Yi Fengshi, I reckon she shouldn't be called Large Zongzi. She should be known as the stubborn girl. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fengshi replied earnestly, that makes sense. Xiao Taozhua's chest heaved with indignation. This is too much. What on earth are these monsters? Where did they come from? Will they bite? Realizing she stood no chance against the formidable duo before her, she transformed into a whirlwind of questions, attempting to navigate her way to revenge. I don't know, was Yi Fengshi's blunt response. Chu Qing patted her shoulder, saying, why fret over such things? Just follow along. Xiao Taozhua lamented, attempted revenge, failure. Yi Fengshi was not ignorant. He simply found it tedious to explain to the large rice dumpling, knowing that comprehension would elude her. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that these creatures were connected to the bizarre snowfall, and the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps there were more lurking in the dormitories above. Yet, Yi Fengshi had no inclination to confront the monsters. He was not a monster hunter. Defeating foes merely for the sake of gaining experience or loot held no appeal for him. Instead, he preferred to amuse himself by teasing the large rice dumpling or nurturing his bond with the great fox. As for the potential survivors upstairs, he could only wish them good fortune. Given the frigid conditions, it seemed unlikely that anyone could endure the dilapidated state of the dormitories, leading him to conclude that the upper floors were likely overrun with monsters. Yi Fengshi dismissed further contemplation, raising his hand as golden flames surged forth from his palm, melting both the tempered glass door and the snow that accumulated outside. With purposeful strides, he stepped outside, marking his first exit from the building since encountering the large rice dumpling. Instantly, his surroundings expanded, revealing a desolate landscape cloaked in shades of gray and white. The sky was a somber gray, the snow a pristine white, all swirling in a bewildering tempest. Chu Qing observed Yi Fengshi's sudden halt and approached him with a query. What is the matter? Chapter 25. Are we not human? It is nothing significant. The only issue is that the snow is too deep, and we are uncertain of which direction to take. How trivial, considering your earlier demeanor. I thought some peculiar entity was about to emerge. Are you not able to navigate your way through this obscurity? Xiao Taozhua blurted out. Chu Qing patted her arm and remarked, with your remarkable skills, why not navigate for us and enlighten our path? Just as Xiao Taozhua believed her moment of glory was imminent, she boldly retrieved her phone to access the moral map, only to discover she was offline. Not a major issue, I still have offline maps. Xiao Taozhua attempted to salvage the situation. However, she realized that the offline maps had been wiped clean just last month with a single click. Sweetie, perhaps it's time to rein in your abilities, Chu Qing said, as if in consolation, giving her a gentle pat before turning her gaze to the surroundings. Chu Qing pointed in a certain direction and declared, let us head this way. If we follow Ziyuan Road, we should reach the south gate. I am uncertain if we will encounter those ghastly beings along the way, so I will rely on you. Xiao Taozhua's eyes flickered with hesitation. She refrained from interjecting, aware that Chu Qing was conversing with Yi Fengshi. Do not worry, with me here. There will be no unforeseen incidents. If there are, I shall ensure they witness the brilliance of the sun, Yi Fengshi stated calmly. Xiao Taozhua, overhearing, hesitated to respond. Thinking to herself, brother, your power is fire, yet it seems rather distant from the sun's radiance. Could you refrain from constantly referencing the sun? She had not seen the sun for over 2 weeks, and upon raising her eyes, all she beheld were fierce winds and blinding snow. A bitter cold that could chill one to the bone. It's so hot, she murmured, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, to avert any unexpected occurrences on the journey. And to prevent being cast outside for reflection, Xiao Taozhua bundled herself up snugly. However, being in proximity to Yi Fengshi, she would not suffer from the cold even if she shed her layers, thus, her discomfort was self-imposed. She felt the urge to remove some clothing. Chu Qing cast her a sidelong glance, her clever fox-like eye seemingly penetrating through all FAAs, the corners of her mouth curling ever so slightly. Initially, she had felt somewhat restless in Fengshi's domain, but after donning that bracelet, the unease dissipated. Fengshi strolled forward with one hand in his pocket, following Chuqing's indicated path, surrounded by a radiant field of solar energy that dissipated the snow in his wake. Effortlessly, he forged a pathway through the impassable white expanse. His mastery over the force field was meticulous, remaining confined to the vicinity of the three of them, avoiding any extensive radiation. While this strategy afforded them a clearer view and facilitated a simpler escape route, it also diminished the thrill of adventure. Imagine, amidst the icy wilderness, carving a passage through snow deep enough to engulf a person. The surroundings were cloaked in snow, concealing what lay beneath, and the unknown awaited ahead, leaving them to rely solely on instinct. Snowbound voyage, Fengshi found this quite intriguing. Moreover, he speculated that the snow might harbor creatures transformed from the deceased. Although unafraid, Fengshi had no desire to engage in any form of cleansing. Was that not courting trouble? Upon stepping out of the dormitory, they experienced an unexpectedly smooth journey, encountering no further monsters along the way. The path was indeed correct, leading them swiftly to the southern gate of the university. Remarkably, how could one navigate accurately in such circumstances? Xiaotaozhua gazed in disbelief at the sign of Biluo University as southern entrance, her eyes fixated on Chuqing. Raising her hand, Chuqing replied, stay low-key, it's merely a trivial matter. Xiaotaozhua, filled with skepticism, suddenly had a revelation. I understand now. You must have secretly evolved. When you good, and now yet you didn't take me along. How infuriating. Chuqing shook her head dismissively. Come on. You've already surpassed 90% of the people on this planet just by surviving. What more do you want? What? I don't want anything, Xiaotaozhua retorted. My father has a bicycle worth millions at home, she muttered, only to suddenly widen her eyes, staring intently at Chuqing. What is that expression on your face? Nothing, Chuqing replied. Are you envious of me? It's all right, we're all in the same boat now. Saying you're envious is quite enviable in itself. Keep talking and I might just leave you here. Please don't, Xiaotaozhua exclaimed, promptly silencing herself. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes turned towards Fengshi, who, despite his seemingly taciturn demeanor, appeared to be enjoying her plight. Just like Chuqing, a partner in mischief. Unbeknownst to Chuqing, Xiaotaozhua harbored her own secret thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely become the target of ridicule, as her sharp tongue spared no one, not even herself. Standing at the entrance, Chuqing took in the sight of the blanketed snow, an emptiness that replaced the once vibrant atmosphere. In the past, whenever the bell rang for the end of class, the southern gate would be flooded with students, a sea of black. It wasn't that the food in the school cafeteria was unappetizing. Rather, the world beyond was far more exhilarating. Alas, that excitement had morphed into a grand adventure, with temperatures plummeting to 70 degrees below zero. Not everyone was privileged enough to venture forth. Do you think anyone would dare to wander about in this weather? Chuqing inquired. Fengshi raised an eyebrow. Xiaotaozhua pondered for a moment before responding. Aren't we human? Chuqing retorted. I wasn't asking you. Be quiet. Oh, Xiaotaozhua replied. There should be some. Fengshi remarked. Despite the harsh conditions, staying cooped up at home for too long could lead to starvation, even if one doesn't freeze to death. 70 degrees below zero is indeed extreme, yet Blue Star has witnessed such lows before, and traces of human activity remained. To this day, there are reports of survivors venturing out in search of supplies, only to meet misfortune, and officials have warned against venturing out alone. Fengshi spoke as they walked, with Chuqing and Xiaotaozhua nodding along. Chuqing was genuinely contemplating the matter, while Xiaotaozhua merely thought to agree with everything Fengshi said. By the way, isn't it strange? Why is the snow outside so shallow, only reaching our knees, while inside the school it's piled up to a height of an entire floor? Chuqing's gaze fell upon the snow, suddenly aware of this discrepancy. Who knows, perhaps the heavy snow has a particular fondness for our school. Fengshi jested. What grievance have college students incurred? Xiaotaozhua expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting that she has no home to return to. Taozhua, I suggest you take some time to reflect deeply and consider upgrading your hardware. Furthermore, we are planning to visit your home today, so do not utter anything about not having a place to go. Chuqing affectionately patted Xiaotaozhua's head. Hey, don't touch my head. Upgrading hardware? I have no need for that. I am not a computer. Xiaotaozhua evaded Chuqing's playful gesture, eyeing her warily. Her mind was already somewhat overwhelmed, and the thought of losing any intelligence to her touch was disconcerting. Fengshi chuckled silently, following the signs along the roadside. The lack of heavy snowfall made navigation straightforward, eliminating the need for a map. He was well aware of how to reach the otherworldly Walmart, having spent considerable time there procuring food during his dormitory days. Particularly, he relished their fried chicken legs, which he found far more delectable than anticipated, and the portions were generous. He pondered whether there would still be food available after 2 weeks. Surely there would be, as no one possessed the capability to completely deplete the otherworldly Walmart's stock, except for the officials, of course. However, the officials maintained their own reserves, and it was unclear what they had been preoccupied with lately. It was unlikely they would target a mere supermarket. As Fengshi listened to the playful banter between the two women, he contemplated what items to procure once they arrived at the supermarket. After walking several hundred meters, he abruptly halted at a corner. Ouch! Xiao Taozhua, unable to avoid the sudden stop, collided with Fengshi's back, clutching her head, tears glistening in her eyes. The pain was excruciating. Observing this, Chu Qing covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. She added with a playful jab, "That's what you get for talking without watching where you're going. Now you know the sting of pain, don't you?" Without giving Xiao Taozhua a chance to retort, she turned to Fengshi and asked, "Is there something ahead that is more terrifying than monsters?" Chapter 26. Little He just awakened the zero-cost bloodline and encountered a great horror. Something even more terrifying than monsters. Xiao Taozhua was instantly bewildered. The creatures that could move in an environment with temperatures plummeting to 70 degrees below zero exceeded her imagination. More terrifying than monsters. Oh my goodness. Must it be this exaggerated? Brother Yi, please do not frighten me. My fragile heart may not withstand it. Oh, you realize I'm trying to scare you? Fengshi turned around, playfully fixing his gaze on Xiao Taozhua, who had shrunk behind Chu Qing for protection. To be precise, she had shielded both Fengshi and Chu Qing with her presence. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing relaxed her demeanor and shot Fengshi a glare. You startled me too. Apologies. Huh. You say sorry to Sister Qing, but not to me? A deliberate question, I see. Does the little maid wish for her master to apologize to you? Trying to reverse the heavens? I am not a maid. Xiao Taozhua retorted, enunciating each word with firmness. Fengshi smiled slightly. Is that so? Then congratulations, you're free. Xiao Taozhua's expression shifted instantly, adopting a cold demeanor. Master, no one can be truly free. Calling Fengshi master was not a source of embarrassment for her. On the contrary, as a former young lady of high standing, addressing him in such a manner stirred a peculiar thrill within her. A sensation previously unknown. TSK. Chu Qing expressed her astonishment. She had always been curious about how Xiao Taozhua could utter the most cowardly words while maintaining the proudest expression and tone. One could stand tall yet remain humble, a remarkable juxtaposition. In truth, I seldom frighten others, I merely speak the truth. Fengshi suddenly interjected, directing his gaze towards the distant high-rise buildings. In a certain building, by the third-floor window. Hey brother, it seems he has noticed me. The man holding a telescope suddenly shifted his gaze, covering the eyepiece, his heart inexplicably racing as if being targeted by some fierce beast. Behind him, a ferocious-looking Little He, bundled in thick clothing, munched on dried meat. Little He was a member of the Feiqiu tribe, having arrived in Longwu's Tianhai city due to a fortuitous encounter. However, like many of his kind, he had been evading capture over the years due to his illegal status. Longwu was a wonderful place. He did not wish to be sent back to his tribe to race lions daily. Fortunately, Longwu was a remarkably inclusive nation, and with the support of numerous benevolent women, Little He managed to scrape by. After learning the local language, he firmly established himself in Tianhai city. Who could have anticipated the unforeseen tempest? A heavy snowfall 2 weeks prior disrupted Little He's somewhat stable life. Initially, he was engulfed in terror, fearing he would perish in the blizzard. It wasn't until he witnessed the crime scene of another Little He that everything changed, observing many like-minded criminals escape capture after their exploits. The zero-cost bloodline within him awakened completely. During this period, with his exceptional physical prowess, Little He not only engaged in multiple zero-cost acquisitions but also gathered 4 locals as his subordinates, earning the title of Heigul. Due to a lack of personnel and the harsh environment, he is currently confined to this area. Initially, his target was the nearby Biluo University. However, the security forces there were formidable, and he nearly fell victim to their truncheons before he could even approach. Later, when the security could no longer withstand the relentless snowstorm, he attempted to enter, only to find the snow piled up to the height of a floor and the temperature significantly colder than outside. With his physical condition, even dressed warmly, he could not endure it. Thus, he abandoned the idea and turned his attention to the otherworldly Walmart. Unfortunately, that place had already been occupied by a group of people who held a numerical advantage. Aware of his inferiority, he retreated to his own territory, focusing on the survivors brave enough to venture outside. Remarkably, they managed to seize a considerable amount of goods through their acts of plunder. The 5 of them managed to survive thus far. Today, he instructed his strategist to assess the situation, which revealed it to be an auspicious day for robbery. To his delight, he spotted 3 oblivious university students through his telescope. At such a time, striding confidently outside was nothing short of foolhardy. Yet, seeing the disheartened expressions of his subordinates irked him. "You worthless wretch. After all the heists we've pulled, you're still this cowardly? Just a glance over here has left you trembling." He snatched the telescope from his subordinate and peered through it, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Quickly, arm yourselves and follow me. We must not let them escape. You will not frighten me again." Xiao Taoju took a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of Fengshi. The man had a penchant for intimidation, which she found utterly detestable, especially as a vulnerable woman. Determined to take the lead once more, she dashed ahead of Fengshi, maintaining a close distance without straying far. She feared that if he suddenly withdrew his powers, she would perish from the cold, equally. She dreaded the potential emergence of some monstrous creature. Fengshi, observing the large figure obstructing his view, exchanged knowing glances with Chu Qing, both of them amused by the antics of the giant. In any case, if trouble truly arose, she would protect them without hesitation, despite her seemingly foolish demeanor. She was sharper than anyone when it came to matters of life and death. Xiao Taoju led the way for several blocks, and nothing occurred, her confidence unwittingly growing as she took bolder steps. However, just as she passed in front of a grand building's entrance, 4 burly men suddenly leaped out from the side. The leader, a small figure, laughed uproariously. Surprise. Damn it. Yet, before he could utter the word robbery, he saw the stunningly beautiful girl swiftly hide behind the male student. What the hell? Is there really a ghost? A dead ghost at that. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief. It had been ages since he had encountered such a humiliating term. Enraged, he brandished his makeshift knife, shouting, "You're finished. You're all done for. I swear. Even the heavens won't grant you mercy. Charge at them. Kill the men, but keep the women for my warmth tonight." Despite his seething anger, Xiaohei retained a semblance of reason, understanding that he must first allow his subordinates to gauge the strength of their adversaries. Ideally, they would swiftly subdue the 3 university students. Should one of them possess a genuine artifact of truth, he himself could make a hasty retreat. The only thing that puzzled Xiaohei was the peculiar attire of the trio before him. One woman was bundled in thick layers, resembling a large rice dumpling, clearly a person with a strong survival instinct. The other woman appeared somewhat leaner compared to the dumpling. However, it was the calm and composed young man at the forefront who astonished Xiaohei the most. How could he withstand such frigid temperatures with only a decent winter coat? Such audacity towards the heavens. While Xiaohei pondered, his 4 subordinates responded in unison, brandishing their weapons with fervor as they charged forward. Among them, a man known as Gui-san, in a bid to conquer his inner fear, brandished a bloodied kitchen knife and rushed to the front, closing the distance to Fengshi in mere strides, delivering a downward slash aimed at his head. Bloodshot eyes revealed his apprehension. How could I be intimidated by a corpse? This is utterly absurd. To him, this strike was aimed at a being already deceased. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils reflected 2 fingers. Fengshi, this time, refrained from incinerating the intruder immediately and instead sought to test his physical prowess. He extended his right hand, effortlessly pinching the descending knife between his index and middle fingers, as though he were merely catching a flying playing card. Wang Defa. The other 3 stood petrified, unable to comprehend the scene before them. To catch a blade with bare hands, using only 2 fingers against the full force of an adult man's strike. Was this even human? Gui-san, gripping the knife, gazed at the somewhat handsome, composed young man before him, his heart racing wildly as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. In a panic, he released his hold and stumbled backward, only to slip and fall into the snow. Struggling to rise, he spat out the snow from his mouth and shouted, "Martial arts. Hey, he knows martial arts. Let us go, quickly." Chapter 27. The defiant matching mechanism. In truth, there was no need for the turtle to call out. After Heiji's shrill scream, he dashed away in haste. Heigu considered himself to possess a fair constitution, even without adequate cold weather gear. He could sprint swiftly in such frigid conditions. He leveraged this ability to procure some essential supplies through zero-cost exchanges with several less fortunate survivors. However, upon encountering Fengshi, a formidable figure who could catch blades with bare hands, Heiji's bravado swiftly dissipated, rendering him little more than a frightened child. He ran with remarkable speed. Fengshi, brandishing the freshly acquired kitchen knife, watched as the diminutive Heigu vanished in an instant. He then redirected his gaze toward the 3 individuals before him, who stood frozen in astonishment. The earlier individual who had boasted of their martial prowess had already fled, albeit not as swiftly as little Heigu. Yet, with these 3, Fengshi discerned no trace of fear in their eyes. Were they feigning submission to the prowess of Heigu? Intriguing. Fengshi articulated the unspoken thoughts of the trio, leaving them visibly taken aback. "Why do you not flee? Because we are not afraid, the shortest among them stepped forward, clad in thick garments that made him resemble a squat winter melon. Oh, and why is that? This question was posed by Xiao Taozhua. Having spent considerable time in Yi Fengshi's company, she had developed a degree of immunity to his extraordinary feats, regardless of what supernatural act he performed. A single phrase sufficed to address it. He was nothing short of a superhuman. Yet, the sight of the short winter melon, unperturbed by a person capable of catching blades with bare hands, piqued her curiosity. There must be some hidden truth behind his bravado. Xiao Taozhua speculated that this short winter melon was either a fool or had been struck senseless by a donkey. Humph. No matter how skilled you are, you should still fear a kitchen knife. Young man, those two female university students are not within your grasp. I advise you to recognize the situation. The short winter melon, despite his modest height of 1.50 meters, exuded a presence that felt as imposing as 1.80 meters. It was indeed a talent to behold. Yi Fengshi chuckled upon hearing this. However, the only kitchen knife is currently in my possession. The short winter melon's expression faltered, and he declared, in that case, do not blame me for abandoning martial ethics. A dong, a shi, show him what we're made of. A dong and a shi, wielding 40-centimeter long watermelon knives, suddenly sprang into action at the command of the short winter melon, encircling Yi Fengshi in an attempt to strike him from 3 angles. It was not that they wished to employ elaborate tactics. Knives were meant for cutting, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes. The 3 brothers had previously engaged in numerous turf wars and had developed an unspoken understanding that surpassed that of blood relatives. Their lack of fear stemmed from past victories over so-called martial arts experts, having collectively dispatched them with reckless abandon. They believed martial arts to be overrated. In this day and age, who still resorts to bare-knuckle fighting? If one does not perish, who will? Yet, they were not inclined to charge in blindly with wild slashes. Midway through their assault, 2 of them unexpectedly altered course, making a beeline for Chu Qing and Xiao Taozhua. Yi Fengshi exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, instilling fear in them and compelling them to refrain from taking risks. They contemplated using the 2 ethereal women beside them as hostages. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure, known as the short winter melon, was tasked with obstructing Yi Fengshi. To ensure absolute certainty, he stealthily retrieved a fruit knife from his pocket. With dual blades in hand, he felt as though he possessed dominion over the world. As a surge of bravado filled him, it seemed he had attained everything he ever desired. However, in an instant, the world around him appeared to slow. He observed Yi Fengshi gently waving his hands, seemingly exerting minimal effort yet conjuring a series of phantoms. When he regained his senses, he found his hands empty. The short winter melon halted, staring incredulously at his vacant palms, unable to believe his own disbelief. Where is my knife? The other 2 were equally perplexed. They had witnessed nothing before the knife vanished. Hey, why do I suddenly have 4 knives in my hands? Are they yours? The short winter melon heard a voice and simultaneously beheld the knives in Yi Fengshi's grasp. How is this possible? Chu Qing smiled silently, calmly observing as Yi Fengshi toyed with the 3 societal figures. Xiao Taozhua, emboldened by her companions, placed her hands on her hips and pointed at the shortest among them, saying, short winter melon, raising your hand is not an apology, it's a reminder that you still have much to learn. Short winter melon erupted in fury. You little brat, just wait. One day, he spat his threats, yet his form began to retreat. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, his words remained unfinished as he turned and fled. A dong and a she exchanged glances, retreating in a similar fashion. Aren't we going to pursue them? Chu Qing inquired, gliding to Yi Fengshi's side. Indeed, brother Yi, let us chase after them and wreak havoc. Xiao Taozhua chimed in, unable to suppress her disdain for short winter melon's bravado. Typically, only Yi Fengshi dared to speak so boldly to her. Who did he think he was? Demanding her to wait? Xiao Taozhua yearned to catch up and dismantle short winter melon into pieces for a soup to feed the dogs. Do you really think you can wreak havoc? Chu Qing questioned, suddenly doubtful. No, I will wreak havoc. Xiao Taozhua retorted defiantly. Wreaking havoc is certainly brother Ye's domain. She reached out, intending to replicate Chu Qing's gesture of patting Yi Fengshi on the shoulder, but found only emptiness. Turning around, she saw only Chu Qing. Yi Fengshi's previous position was now vacant, with only the snow-covered ground remaining. Where did he go? On the other side, short winter melon was in full retreat, appearing as if he were fleeing from a dire threat. A dong and a she, with their long legs, quickly caught up to him. Brother Melon, why did you suddenly run? What do you think? If I don't run, I may as well await my demise. Also, my name is Lu Chang. You ought to call me Brother Chang. Do you wish to die? Forgive us, Brother Chang. But Brother Chang, didn't you claim to be the 72nd heir of the supreme world-quaking fist, capable of killing a tiger with a single blow? What do you know? In this world, identities are self-assumed. If you don't inflate your prowess, how can you intimidate others? Damn, I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent this time. However, it matters not. Shortly we shall seek refuge at the Azure Blue police station with Sun and his cohorts, urging him to confront that youthful scoundrel we just encountered. I refuse to believe that even with his formidable martial prowess and swift strikes, he could outpace a bullet, despite the frigid temperatures. A considerable number of souls persist in Tianhai City. They are either fortunate or possess ancestral legacies that enable them to withstand the bitter cold. Yet, those of true strength remain in hiding, observing the tumultuous events unfolding beyond. This is due to the bewildering maneuvers of the authorities. Leaving one to ponder where the genuine power has been directed, Xiao Donghua contemplated the obscure truths behind the incident, and suddenly his pupils constricted. He beheld Yifosher emerge from a corner ahead. Goodness! Xiao Donghua Luchang attempted to brake, but the icy ground rendered him unable to stop. Instead, he was forced to plant his feet firmly, leaning back as he executed a backflip, landing gracefully. The other two, however, were not so fortunate, tumbling into the snow as they tried to meld into nature. Is it not a joy to welcome friends from afar? Yet, when foes approach from a distance, must they not be vanquished? Yifosher spoke coolly. Gentlemen, if you cannot prevail, do you think you can escape? Such delightful scenarios do not exist in this world. What do you intend? Luchang's gaze darkened, his countenance grim. He was baffled as to how Yifosher had appeared before him without a trace. Yet he understood that the situation was dire. The weather is too cold. Shall I escort you three to paradise for a warm respite? Yifosher suggested. Luchang's expression turned somber as he sighed. I should not have followed that cursed ghost. It has truly darkened my fortune. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to abandon pretense. Luchang's demeanor shifted dramatically as he traced arcane patterns in the air with his hands, leaving behind ephemeral shadows. The snowflakes in the air were drawn by an inexplicable force, swirling around him, transforming him into a prince of winter amidst the storm. I am Luchang, the 72nd generation leader of the Emperor's Supreme Fist. Youngster, to which sect do you belong? State your name. Chapter 28. Beholding the sun not at all, Brother Chang. You truly excel. A Dong and a Shi emerged from the snow, gazing at Luchang, who was enveloped in swirling snow, and swallowed a mouthful of snowflakes. Their hearts danced with joy. Brother Chang is so formidable, having cultivated the legendary inner energy. Surely he can turn the tide and counter the young man who relishes unarmed combat. In other words, they were saved. Brother Chang, you are so impressive. Adon exclaimed. Indeed, in all my life, I've never encountered such a powerful and charismatic man. Brother Chang, allow me to pay my respects. The two brothers believed victory was theirs, immediately fawning over him as if they were about to pop champagne. Seeing their excitement, Luchang did not deter them. He held his chin high, relishing their adoration. Oh, merely a deputy leader? Why not the main leader? Yifosher countered, naturally unwilling to acquiesce to the words of the shorter man across from him. Luchang paused momentarily, the swirling snow around him dissipating. Are you truly unfazed by my revelation? You are quite impressive. Why not become my disciple? What can you teach me? The Emperor's astonishing fist. Is it truly remarkable? Without a doubt. Luchang immediately demonstrated a set of punches, exuding vigor, and surrounded himself with a swirling tempest of snow. Do you see? At my level, my energy can be projected. Killing is as effortless as a flick of the wrist. If you are so powerful, why did you serve as a subordinate to a mere thug? You misunderstand. A true man is adaptable. I was honing my character. Moreover, you have misconstrued the facts. I was not his subordinate, but rather toying with him. You did serve as a subordinate to that thug. How dare you? You did serve as a subordinate to that thug. Adong could no longer tolerate it and hastily interjected. Brother Chang, why waste words on him? Just defeat him and take his woman. Wouldn't that be delightful? But before Adong could finish, a spark of golden red flame landed upon him, igniting instantly. And in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in flames. The searing heat scorched his body, eliciting anguished cries. He rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames with the snow. However, the flames only grew fiercer upon contact with the snow, melting it and consuming Adong entirely. In an instant, Adong's voice vanished, along with his form. Witnessing this scene, the Shi and Luchang felt a chill run down their spines, as if countless insects were crawling and biting at their scalps. Their gazes swiftly fell upon Yifengshir's hand, where a small golden red flame danced like a spirit of fire. Brother Chang, your energy should be able to extinguish his flame, right? Ashi's heart was filled with dread, rendering his speech sluggish. Emperor's astonishing fist. Luchang did not respond, merely striking with his fists. His energy separated from his body, transforming into an intangible force, while the falling snow gave it form. A colossal fist, laden with countless snowflakes, soared towards Yifengshir. However, upon witnessing the colossal fist, Axi's heart raced without the slightest alleviation. Under their watchful gaze, the fist of wind and snow engulfed Yi Fengshi. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer emerged amidst the tempest, swiftly followed by a more resplendent brilliance, a dazzling flame shooting skyward. In that fleeting instant, Axie and Lu Chang felt as though they beheld the sun. Then, there was nothing more. They transformed into mere specks of dust within the sun's radiant embrace. At that moment, Chu Qing and Xiao Taozhu arrived, coincidentally witnessing the sun on the ground and seeing Yi Fengshi slowly emerge from its glow, hands in pockets, with the hem of his clothing slightly soiled. It was only then that they comprehended why Yi Fengshi preferred to refer to himself as the sun. Xiao Taozhu stood in astonishment, while Chu Qing, with a smile gracing her lips, approached Yi Fengshi and remarked, "I'm not one to criticize. But was it truly necessary to create such a commotion over dispatching 3 minions?" "It was nothing," Yi Fengshi replied. "That short fellow claimed to be the 72nd generation leader of the Supreme Extraordinary Fist, so I exerted a little effort, out of respect." By the way, Yi Fengshi continued, turning towards the place where Lu Chang had turned to ash, Yi Fengshi, unaffiliated and without a sect. "Well, you wouldn't hear me anyway," Chu Qing interjected. Yi Fengshi shrugged slightly, then turned his gaze to Xiao Taozhu. "Xiao Taozhu, come here. Why are you still standing there, contemplating flying solo?" No. Xiao Taozhu snapped back to reality and hurried to Yi Fengshi, glancing at him hesitantly, as if she had something to say. "What is it?" Chu Qing inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Nothing. Then perhaps it's best you remain silent." Xiao Taozhu hesitated before speaking again. "Brother Yi, what about the 4 knives you just acquired? Could you spare me one?" Chu Qing, puzzled, asked, "What do you need a knife for?" Xiao Taozhu coughed softly for self-defense. Chu Qing, surprised, replied, "Do you truly believe Fengshi cannot protect you, requiring a knife for defense? Or do you genuinely wish to fly solo?" "No." Xiao Taozhu waved her hands in denial. She found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yi Fengshi interjected, "There are none left." "Huh? But there were 4. I may have gotten a bit carried away and melted them all." Xiao Taozhu's eyes widened, as if about to ask why he had melted his own clothes for her to behold, but thought better of it. "Do you want a knife?" Yi Fengshi asked, throwing an arm around Chu Qing's shoulders and affectionately pressing his cheek against hers. "No, I want you," Xiao Taozhu said, rolling her eyes. "All right. Then let us continue our journey." Yi Fengshi, still with an arm around Chu Qing, tossed a suitcase to Xiao Taozhu. "Here, you take this." Xiao Taozhu rolled her eyes in response, but dutifully accepted Chu Qing's suitcase, cursing silently within. "Hey, shouldn't we worry about that other one? No need. He will meet his own demise." Meanwhile, a few streets away, Xiaohei paused, gazing at the desolate street, panting heavily. The extreme conditions had depleted his stamina through vigorous exertion. Yet, in comparison to death, little He regarded his current physical state as insignificant. He could easily recuperate from exhaustion, but death would render everything lost. Turning to glance at the approaching turtle grandson, he was taken aback by the boy's surprising ability to keep pace with him. Could this young lad be nurtured into a trusted confidant? "Hey, brother, wait for me." "Turtle grandson, you are quite impressive." "Thank you, brother, but I think I just saw the sun." Little He cast a glance at the overcast sky, remaining silent for a few moments before retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? If there were a sun, it would be a dog-esque sun. Be quiet and follow me closely." "What about Lu Chang and the others?" "Let them perish." After reprimanding Turtle Grandson, Little He suddenly felt an alarming drop in temperature, as though he were enveloped by an icy chill. It was a coldness that seemed to emanate from within, starting from his feet and reaching the crown of his head. He shivered slightly, his dark head slowly turning. To his astonishment, he noticed that their surroundings had become crowded with people who appeared to have materialized out of nowhere. Their expressions were peculiar, their movements odd, exuding an unsettling aura that was indescribably bizarre. Some were even missing limbs. Without exception, they were all covered in a layer of frost, strikingly white and ghostly. Staggering towards Little He and Turtle Grandson, they approached with an eerie gait. Gulp! Little He swallowed hard, flashing a broad grin revealing his white teeth, and greeted the nearest frost-covered little girl. "Hello." Chapter 29. The frozen supermarket entranced the peculiar little girl, encrusted in frost, greeted them in accordance with the traditional virtues of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, her greeting bore a hint of wildness. With a feral roar, she lunged forward. Her maw, filled with jagged teeth, snapped mercilessly onto Xiaohai's thigh, tearing away a substantial portion of flesh in an instant. Wang Defa. It was not that Xiaohai lacked the will to evade, but rather that the creature's speed was astonishingly swift, catching him completely off guard. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene, Guisun turned pale with dread, attempting to flee. However, his legs betrayed him, rendering him powerless. Consequently, he and Xiaohai collapsed onto the ground. Overwhelmed by the myriad of monsters lurking within the ice and snow, Yi Fengshi's lips curled into a slight smile. His heightened perception was commensurate with his innate abilities, and upon entering this street, he sensed the presence of numerous unsavory entities from the adjacent avenue. He could not ascertain the true nature of these beings, which were neither human nor ghostly, so he referred to them as frost monsters. Though Yi Fengshi possessed a somewhat languid disposition, this was contingent upon others not provoking him. Once stirred, the solar essence within him would awaken, obliterating adversaries in an instant, just as the relentless blizzards concealed an encroaching chill seeking to invade his being. The dormant sun within him, having slumbered for nearly 2 decades, could not remain passive, erupting forth with overwhelming energy. That being said, upon observing the 2 individuals rushing towards the gathering of frost monsters, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue them. While these frost monsters posed no threat to him, mere nuisances akin to ants by the roadside, they were more than adequate to deal with 2 ordinary humans. They would likely struggle to even serve as a mere distraction. Yi Fengshi refrained from over-explaining to Xiao Taozhu, wary of overwhelming her mind. After their conversation, he wrapped an arm around Yuqing, playfully teasing her before releasing his hold. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he noticed Yuqing's growing interest. She leaned closer, entwining her arm with his. Though Xiao Taozhu rolled her eyes, her gaze remained fixated on their interlocked hands. If given the chance, she would have loved to grasp his other arm, yearning for the experience. Regrettably, her hands were occupied with a suitcase, leaving no room for such indulgences. These were merely the fanciful musings of Xiao Taozhu. Should she actually hold Yi Fengshi's arm, she would undoubtedly feign aloofness, embodying the persona of an untouchable goddess. Had she not possessed such a disposition, she would have long since melded into Yi Fengshi's sphere. It was eerily quiet. Xiao Taozhu traversed the path without encountering any peculiar obstacles, not even a shadow of a ghost. The road lay shrouded in snow, and the surfaces of the surrounding structures were encrusted with frost. The once thriving street now lay desolate, as if cast into a frozen epoch. Indeed, it was a frozen era. The duration of this relentless snowfall remained uncertain, leaving the majority with no choice but to adapt. Upon overhearing Xiao Taozhu's murmurs, Yuqing too felt a sense of intrigue. Though her thoughts were consistently focused on Yi Fengshi, she would occasionally observe her surroundings, analyzing the conditions based on her observations. Logically, given the high mortality rate from the snowfall, the streets should be strewn with the frozen bodies of the deceased. Perhaps while traversing a snow-covered area, she might stumble upon the remains of several unfortunate souls. Yet, to Yuqing's surprise, apart from the 4 reckless individuals they had encountered earlier, they saw no one else, neither the living nor the dead. As the 3 of them walked through the icy expanse, the only sight that met their eyes was a deathly stillness. Suddenly, a potential explanation crossed Yuqing's mind. As if to affirm her suspicions, 2 figures abruptly emerged from the snow as they transitioned from one street to another. Yuqing quickly discerned that they were 2 grotesque beings, one clad in a suit and tie, and the other a gaudy pig-headed woman, accompanied by a dog. The dog, too, appeared abnormal. The trio's vacant expressions and rigid movements suggested they had only just awakened from slumber in the snow, adjusting to their new forms. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the 3 living souls before them, and their demeanor shifted ominously. Normal fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws, while their mouths revealed grotesque fangs, transforming the scene into one of terror, as if they had been kissed by a demon. In unison, the 2 figures and the dog charged toward Yi Fengshi. Your courage is commendable, Yi Fengshi observed quietly as he watched their transformation. When they launched their assault, he finally spoke. With a flick of his fingers, golden-red flames erupted, which he then directed at the 2 creatures and the dog. Boom. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Yet, it appears you are lacking in intellect, Yi Fengshi added, extinguishing the flames with a snap of his fingers. Is it possible that these monsters possess no brains? Yuqing proposed. Highly probable, Yi Fengshi concurred, then gestured toward the entrance of a nearby alleyway. Let us proceed this way. Why? Xiao Taozhu questioned. Isn't going straight ahead closer to the otherworldly Walmart? Yuqing and Yi Fengshi exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending his intent. That direction is teeming with such monsters, she elucidated. Yi Fengshi remarked to Xiao Taozhu. See? The distinction between those with brains and those without is strikingly evident. Oh, Xiao Taozhu initially failed to grasp the implication, nodding earnestly. The next moment, realization dawned. Wait a minute, are you implying I lack intelligence? She retorted, glaring at him. Yi Fengshi, taken aback, replied, your reaction speed is quite commendable. Yuqing stifled a laugh, finding the exchange amusing. Following this, Xiao Taozhu sulked, trailing behind the grotesque duo. Although they encountered numerous bodies longing for incineration emerging from various corners, all were swiftly dealt with by Yi Fengshi. It was a mere trifling task. Xiao Taozhu, unable to discern Yuqing's thoughts, perceived a hint of insignificance in their situation. These monsters are rather inept, aren't they? Regarding Azuo's perspective, Haki-hai, who has already sent his regards, does not concur. Alas, Haki-hai can no longer voice his thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly retort with that damn translation tone. Oh, these charming little creatures are far from inept. It is I and my companion who have become their prey. After enduring numerous hardships, let us erase that. After weathering the storm, Miss Ya finally beheld the long-awaited otherworldly Walmart. She gazed upon the 5 frozen characters above the otherworldly Walmart, and inexplicably sensed a hint of menace. Something within was threatening her. Azuo contemplated reporting to Yi Fengshi, but the image of the latter emerging from the sun flashed through her mind. She swallowed hard. Whatever monstrous entities exist, they shall be reduced to ashes beneath my brother Ye's flames. It has been ages since she visited the otherworldly Walmart. She wondered if any changes had occurred within. Tuqing mused, "It is not far from the school. Have you not been here for a while?" Yi Fengshi inquired. Tuqing nodded slightly, explaining, "I used to come frequently during my freshman year, but after becoming the student council president in my sophomore year, I was as busy as a dog, leaving me little time to venture 3 kilometers to shop. To save time, I generally purchase daily necessities from the supermarket on campus or shop online. As for snacks, the variety on the snack street is far greater." Indeed, Azuo agreed. If there is anything worth visiting here, it is the quality control. Unlike Tuqing, Azuo was born to relish the world. The young lady felt little sentimentality. The only thing worthy of reflection was her newfound role as the subordinate. No, rather, the little follower of the 2 before her. Suddenly, Azuo caught sight of Tuqing crossing her arms, that overflowing softness. Azuo secretly curled her lip. It was nothing remarkable. She felt no envy, truly. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. "By the way, the entrance we used to come and go has been sealed off and is frozen. How shall we enter?" Chapter 30. The arrival of the giant rice dumpling. How does one enter? It is quite simple, of course. One simply walks in. The article suggests, I read for free on Wukinshu. Xiao Taozhu shot a glance at the speaker and remarked, "I would prefer to lie down while entering." That is not impossible, but relying solely on yourself may pose a challenge. How about, I assist you in lying down? Chuqin surprisingly contemplated Xiao Taozhu's suggestion, offering her own input. In truth, whether assistance was provided mattered little to her. She simply wished for Xiao Taozhu to recline. "No, thank you for your kind offer." Xiao Taozhu hurriedly declined, fearing that Chuqin might execute a swift maneuver to bring her down. This woman is truly daring. Not only does she take bold actions, but she also had the audacity to infiltrate the boys' dormitory on the first day of snowfall to capture Yi Fengshi. Oh no, rather to obtain him for free. What a formidable person. With a light laugh, Chuqin arched her brows, her gaze landing on Yi Fengshi's face as she pondered aloud. Gaining entry is indeed the easiest part. The only thing to be cautious of is that there may be monsters within. After all, the foot traffic in such large shopping malls is already considerable, and a catastrophic event tends to amplify people's desire to stockpile goods, resulting in even greater crowds. In such circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is overcrowded. Chuqin was about to elaborate further when Yi Fengshi stepped forward and kicked down the reinforced glass door. Simultaneously, the first floor of the otherworldly Walmart had already been overrun by the reanimated dead, who were jostling together, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, all eyes turned in that direction. Yi Fengshi's act of kicking the door was not impulsive. He had sensed the situation within well in advance. Now, with all the frost monsters focusing their attention on him, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Rather, he seemed on the verge of laughter. "Well, what a crowd. Are we having a gathering here? I hope you don't mind my presence," Yi Fengshi jested. Upon hearing his words, Chuqin and Xiao Taozhu glanced at the densely packed monsters inside. The uniform blue and white eyes gazed back at them, sending shivers down their spines. "Goodness, so many little cuties," Chuqin exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. "What did you say? Looking for trouble, are you?" The momentary dread Chuqin felt due to her mild fear of crowds dissipated, for she had no real fear. After all, Yi Fengshi stood protectively in front of them. What is there to fear? It is merely a matter for Fengshi to handle. If necessary, he could summon a blazing sun from the ground. The true ones to be afraid of are those monsters inside. A gathering, you say? I shall take care of you. Thus, with her naturally bold heart, Chuqin seamlessly began to bicker with Xiao Taozhu. Yi Fengshi turned back in surprise. Chuqin winked playfully, blowing a kiss. Xiao Taozhu felt utterly perplexed. One would expect that in such a perilous moment, surrounded by monsters, she would be overwhelmed with terror and seek an escape. Yet, instead of fleeing, she found herself grappling with an odd notion of familial responsibility. Just do it. It was indeed my sister's fault. Xiao Taozhu, with a piercing gaze, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Chu Qing turned in astonishment to look at her, and Yi Fengshi also cast a bewildered glance in her direction. What is this girl up to? I admire your audacity. The cheerful Chu Qing, resembling a deity of hot pot, said with a smile, her slender, fair fingers forming a fist, ready to take down Xiao Taozhua in a single strike. Hold on. Xiao Taozhua raised her hand, asserting with righteousness, Brother Yi is about to wreak havoc. Let us not add to his troubles. It's fine. Once you finish, I can make my move. Yi Fengshi chimed in, reveling in the chaos. Xiao Taozhua took a deep breath. All right, since you insist on pushing me, I shall lay my cards on the table. Chu Qing's expression shifted, filled with suspicion. What, do you intend to take on Tin by yourself? Don't hit me. I surrender. Xiao Taozhua surrendered at lightning speed, crouching down and covering her head. At that moment, the group of frozen corpses on the first floor of the mall were left bewildered by the actions of the living trio. They soon realized something was amiss, emitting piercing shrieks, sounds that no human could produce. They surged towards the entrance, intent on tearing the three oblivious living beings to shreds. A normal person, faced with a mob of living beings charging at them, would instinctively flee. Regardless of their previous actions, distancing oneself from the crowd would be the priority, let alone when confronted by a horde of monsters. Even the timid Xiao Taozhua turned to run, driven purely by instinct. However, Chu Qing held her back with one hand, saying, Why are you running? No one asked you to engage. Oh. Xiao Taozhua smiled sheepishly, then turned her gaze to observe Yi Fengshi's valiant stance, wondering how he would confront a horde of monsters. Yet, as she shifted her focus, the scene before her abruptly spun. As if she had twirled in place dozens of times. She felt a wave of nausea. When she regained her senses, she discovered she seemed to be in a different location. This was the second floor of a parallel dimensions Walmart. Chu Qing stood before Xiao Taozhua as if nothing had happened, surveying their surroundings, gazing at the familiar layout, with rows of shelves displaying toy figurines. Wait. We were just on the first floor. Why are we suddenly on the second? Didn't Brother Yi intend to surround that group of monsters alone? Xiao Taozhua exclaimed in disbelief. Suppressing her discomfort, she rose from the ground. I don't possess such remarkable abilities, Yi Fengshi replied calmly, standing not far away, eyeing a Pikachu plush toy on the shelf. Yi Fengshi realized that eliminating the frozen corpses would yield no benefit, while it required little effort. He decided to add to the troubles of those inside the supermarket. He couldn't put it that way, though. This should be the tribulation of the supermarket survivors. Intervening would disturb the karmic balance of others, which felt inappropriate. Thus, he transported Chu Qing and Xiao Taozhua to a secluded area on the second floor of the parallel dimensions Walmart. How did we enter and bypass that group of monsters? Xiao Taozhua's large, curious eyes sparkled as she glanced behind her. Look back there. Chu Qing pointed towards the back of Xiao Taozhua. Upon turning her head, she immediately noticed a large hole in the wall. As she approached, she could see the road outside, blanketed in snow, where a few little creatures wandered about in confusion. She abruptly straightened her head and gazed at the nonchalant Yi Fengshi, gasping in astonishment. Brother Yi, you did this? Xiao Taozhua exclaimed, raising both her thumbs in admiration. Then, scratching her head, she inquired, So what should we do now? Play with figurines? Are you hungry? Chu Qing asked. Xiao Taozhua shook her head, then vigorously nodded. Who would ever complain about having too little to eat? Oh, then let's just hold on for now. First, let's go have some melon. What melon? Upon hearing there was melon to eat, Xiao Taozhua instantly forgot her hunger. In the unique style of the Dragon Kingdom, one could forego meals and even skip classes. But they must first indulge in any delightful finds encountered along the way. I don't know. You should ask him. Chapter 31, The Spring Roll Girl at the same moment. Within the vast expanse of the second floor of the otherworldly Walmart, the merchandise occupied only a fraction of the ground, leaving a considerable area above eerily vacant. Despite the presence of a ventilation system, the atmosphere felt overwhelmingly desolate. The extreme cold had long surpassed the operational limits of the ventilation system, which had consequently ceased to function. In such frigid conditions, devoid of any energy supply, it could do little but languish. Unless provided with a mechanical spark, a feat utterly impossible on Blue Star. If such a thing existed, humanity would have already traversed beyond the solar system, claiming dominion over the galaxy. In the vicinity of the staircase on the second floor, a tall woman, her head adorned with a gray knitted hat, had enveloped herself in a blanket like a spring roll. Yet, the biting cold, akin to a magical assault, compelled her to curse, as if such exclamations could warm her body. Stop urging me. I'm already devising a solution, Qin Qiyu, the decidedly unremarkable engineer, replied with a hint of exasperation. Though her attire lacked the charm of Dongfeng Yuyu's blanket-like cocoon, it resembled a zongzi nonetheless. Gripping a wrench, Qin Qiyu stood in a somewhat awkward stance, her gaze fixed on the diesel generator before her, inhaling the icy air that felt like daggers to her lungs. Surrounding her were 2 to 3 dozen individuals, trembling with cold, young and old alike, each anxiously observing the diesel generator. The current ambient temperature rendered standard insulation measures insufficient for prolonged survival. True endurance relied on warmth, be it from a fire or electric heating. Most of these individuals had arrived during the snowfall, seeking to procure supplies from the otherworldly Walmart, while others had come mid-journey, hoping to partake in the zero-yuan shopping spree. Within a mere 3 days, the initial orderly queue for purchases had devolved into a chaotic scramble for resources, a stark reflection of human nature in times of turmoil. Among them was even the general manager of the otherworldly Walmart, who had joined out of sheer necessity. To oppose these people meant certain death, while inaction would cost him his job and sever his ties to home. Thus, he relinquished his suit and joined the fray. If you can steal, why can't I? He mused, encapsulating the essence of the moment. Yet, looting a supermarket is no trivial endeavor. In the absence of moral and legal constraints, not only could one pilfer goods, but also seize individuals. Some chose to forego the acquisition of supplies altogether, opting instead to lie in wait at various exits, robbing others, sparing neither possessions nor people. With luck, one might lose only material wealth. With misfortune, one could end up bereft of both. On that fateful day, Dongfang Yuyu, a gaming enthusiast, ventured into the otherworldly Walmart, intending to stockpile supplies for the winter. However, upon witnessing the chaos, she decided to join the frenzied crowd. Yet, her moral compass remained intact. After gathering her belongings, she would tender $1, believing that paying absolved her of any wrongdoing. Little did she know that her striking beauty would draw unwanted attention as she attempted to leave. Often, if not always, beauty proves to be a double-edged sword. Upon witnessing an attempted assault, Dongfang Yuyu had no choice but to intervene, swiftly dispatching the assailant and inadvertently rescuing Chen Qiyu in the process. Thus began a bond between the two women. As Dongfang Yuyu observed the snow intensifying outside, obscuring the roads entirely, she resolved to remain at the supermarket, seizing control of the situation. This aligned with her long-held ambition to reign as a leader, and the blizzard seemed to fulfill her desire. However, upon assuming the role of the leader, Dongfang Yuyu soon realized that the reality of leadership diverged significantly from the fantasies portrayed in games. The responsibilities of a leader were far from trivial, encompassing a multitude of tasks that proved exasperating. After a week of managing these affairs, she decided to relinquish her oversight, focusing solely on the protection of Chen Qiyu. As for the others, they lived in trepidation of Dongfang Yuyu and dared not voice their concerns. Despite her seemingly delectable appearance, akin to a spring roll, she was, in fact, the most formidable figure within this alternate realm's Walmart. Initially, there were thousands who sought a share of this new world. Yet, aside from those who succumbed to the cold or were trampled or robbed, hundreds remained. Ultimately, only a few dozen survived, having been decimated by this spring roll maiden, who had shattered the moral compass of the remaining populace. They could not fathom why such a beautiful woman possessed such mercilessness and strength that surpassed that of men. As they gazed upon the strewn corpses, a sense of calm descended, restoring their moral sensibilities. If the spring roll maiden aspired to be the leader of the survivors, they would heed her command. In regard to Chen Qiyu, they relied heavily upon her, as the supermarket's generator and heating systems depended on her maintenance skills, despite her self-deprecating assertion of being an unremarkable engineer. However, as Chen Qiyu tinkered with the generator for an extended period without success, doubts began to fester among the onlookers. They questioned her competence. Was it possible she had intentionally sabotaged the generator? If it truly could not be repaired, should they flee at the earliest opportunity, or? Their expressions shifted, each grappling with their own thoughts. Dongfang Yuyu's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, instantly silencing the throng. Chen Qiyu, having cast aside her wrench, fixed her gaze upon the generator for an extended moment before resolving to employ her ultimate technique. She retrieved 3 incense sticks and a lighter from her tool bag, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Even Dongfang Yuyu was taken aback. "Sister, what are you doing with incense while fixing the machine? What else could it be for?" "Naturally, it's for offering incense," Chen Qiyu replied, igniting the 3 sticks with a windproof lighter. After extinguishing the flames with a flick, she inserted them into the generator, reciting incantations under her breath. The specifics of her words remained a mystery to the others due to the confidentiality of her profession. Upon concluding her recitation, the spirit of the machine rejoiced. Chen Qiyu's expression brightened as she hurried to start the generator. With a roar, the machine came to life, its noise echoing, yet the collective anxiety of the crowd finally dissipated. "Impressive," Dongfang Yuyu remarked, acknowledging Chen Qiyu's success. She then addressed the others. "Now that the generator is operational, you may resume your tasks. Do not crowd here." "Ah, you there. Did you manage to gather the intelligence I asked you to seek yesterday?" Despite the declaration of indifference, superficial efforts must still be made. Dongfang Yuyu is acutely aware that the otherworldly Walmart is a veritable treasure trove, inevitably attracting the attention of outside survivors. Though she can manage, she will handle herself. Though she cannot, she will flee with her younger sister, Chinchiyu. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from downstairs, a chilling, eerie sound that sent shivers down many spines, igniting a flurry of anxious whispers. What is that sound? It feels wrong. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to a ghostly wail. Hey, did you hear that coming from somewhere? It seems to be from the first floor. Isn't that where we disposed of the bodies? The entire otherworldly Walmart had witnessed numerous deaths due to an array of circumstances brought on by the snowfall. To prevent the corpses from contaminating the environment, Dongfang Yuyu had, upon assuming her role as the overseer of this realm, ordered the bodies to be relocated to the first floor and buried beneath the snow. At that moment, a young man dashed from the far end of the corridor, shouting, "Big sister, something terrible has happened." Dongfang Yuyu furrowed her brow and deftly sidestepped his path. The youth stumbled and fell, his nose instantly gushing blood. After a brief daze, he pointed at the floor, exclaiming, "There are monsters down below." Dongfang Yuyu kicked him over, menacingly demanding, "Wu Renting, spare us the theatrics. What exactly is going on? What kind of monsters?" With evident terror in his eyes, Wu Renting replied, "It's the people who died before. Little Wu, you must be mistaken. You know they are dead. How could they possibly be linked to monsters?" Inquired an elderly woman. "Yes, don't frighten everyone unnecessarily. It's in poor taste," warned a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. "Why would I deceive you? I have nothing to gain from this. What I say is true. I went out to scout as per Big Sister's instructions, and as I reached the staircase, I saw those buried in the snow rising and moving. The most horrifying part? Their eyes were blue and white." Wu Renting recounted his harrowing experience in full. "Did you not attempt to communicate with them?" Someone asked. "Huh, you're so brave. Why not go down now and ask them what they are?" The question silenced the speaker immediately. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. If monsters lurked below, what would happen if they charged upstairs? Silence. Dongfang Yuyu's commanding voice cut through the air. Instantly, the room fell silent, save for the hum of the generator. "Chiyu, turn off the generator." "Okay." Chinchiyu pressed the red button. The world fell silent. Hearing is but a mere illusion, while seeing is a tangible reality. Whether it exists or not can be discerned with a mere glance. Should I uncover that you are lying, then you shall find yourself resting amidst those lifeless bodies. Dongfang Yuyu's words sent a chill down Wu Renting's spine, prompting him to force a grim smile. Unfazed, Dongfang Yuyu strode forward with Chun Chiyu towards the entrance leading to the first floor. The others exchanged glances, sluggishly trailing behind. However, some remained stationary, uncertain of their intentions. Intriguing, this spring roll girl possesses quite an allure. Fengshi, do you harbor any interest? Chapter 32, Monster Hour upon the snow-white, frost-kissed ventilation ducts. 3 pairs of legs swayed. Yi Fengshi, with his left arm around Chu Qing and his right around Xiao Taozhua, sat shoulder to shoulder with the 2 women. Through the solar force field, Yi Fengshi had already sensed the presence of a group of individuals within this otherworldly Walmart. And the melon eating referred to by Xiao Taozhua was indeed related to these people. After all, there was a horde of monsters lurking below. It was inconceivable that these individuals remained oblivious to the commotion. With any disturbance, friction would inevitably arise. Yi Fengshi was curious to observe how this group would respond to the monsters. Would they confront them head-on or flee in disarray? Of course, it was also possible they might cower on the 2nd or 3rd floor. He cradled each woman in his arms and leaped onto the ventilation duct. Traversing the intricate network of pipes, there was no need to worry about being overheard. The solar force field could insulate against not only the cold but also sound. However, Yi Fengshi was taken aback to discover that in this vast otherworldly Walmart, the overseers were, astonishingly, 2 women, specifically, the girl who had wrapped herself like a spring roll. She was even more formidable than the large zongzi-shaped Xiao Taozhua. It was evident she was not to be underestimated. What surprised Yi Fengshi even further was when Chu Qing immediately inquired about his interest in that girl. "Why do you ask me about my interest in a woman the moment you see one?" he questioned. "Because I love you," Chu Qing replied with a grin. Xiao Taozhua's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such a bombastic declaration before. Yi Fengshi gazed intently for a while, and Chu Qing then rephrased her statement. "All right, I believe a lively atmosphere is preferable. While you are indeed formidable, one cannot accomplish everything alone. A team is essential to add vibrancy to life. Surely, you wouldn't want to be the one cooking in the kitchen, would you?" This reasoning resonated with Yi Fengshi, who nodded in agreement and ceased his scrutiny. Xiao Taozhua also nodded vigorously. After 2 weeks of snacking, she was on the verge of nausea and truly desired a proper, warm meal. However, expecting a girl like her, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, to cook was unrealistic. Cooking was out of the question. What if the kitchen were to explode? Let us proceed and take a look, Yi Fengshi declared, rising to follow the footsteps of Dongfang Yuyu. Chu Qing trailed closely behind, while Xiao Taozhua, trembling, crawled on her hands and knees along the duct, her body graceful despite the awkward position. Hey, can you please wait for me? I have a fear of heights. Dongfang Yuyu, on the other hand, did not believe Wu Rening's words. Where would monsters come from in this frigid weather? Reanimated corpses? Isn't that absurd? If there were monsters, it was the twisted human hearts that truly embodied monstrosity. Throughout the many days of snowfall, Dongfang Yuyu had witnessed numerous creatures cloaked in human skin. Consequently, she always brought Shen Qiyu along wherever she went to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Without her presence to restrain them, that group could commit any number of reckless acts. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuyu was increasingly convinced that Wu Renting had found an accomplice outside to conspire against her. As she walked, her thoughts spiraled, and the more she pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Assuming there exists a band of ruthless criminals below, Dongfang Yuyu suddenly halted her steps, casting aside the cumbersome quilt. You, aren't you cold? Shen Qiyu inquired, her voice tinged with concern. A bit chilly, Yuyu acknowledged. Aside from the quilt, she was adorned in a thermal hoodie. Stretching her limbs, she retrieved an exquisite Tang broadsword from the quilt. When venturing outside, one must always carry a means of self-defense. This broadsword was a costly acquisition. Forged by a skilled craftsman. In ancient times, it would have effortlessly sliced through iron, and wielded against foes, it proved to be decisively lethal. You're not planning to fight again, are you? Shen Qiyu discerned Yuyu's intentions upon seeing the sword emerge, foreseeing a forthcoming bloodbath. Yes. Just be aware and don't inadvertently get caught. I am not one to tolerate threats. Understood. You would eliminate both me and the person threatening us. Shen Qiyu replied with a serious nod. This admission left Yuyu feeling slightly embarrassed, yet she maintained her icy demeanor, stating, as long as you comprehend. Oh. The spring roll girl has discarded her spring roll and drawn a knife from within, an impressive Tang broadsword at that, Chu Qing commented, observing Yuyu's current state. Exuding an air of valiance, she mused that a change of attire might render her a heroine straight out of a martial arts film. It was no wonder she could command a group of strangers. Clearly, she possessed true prowess. Could it be she has cultivated genuine qi? Yi Fengshi murmured. Chu Qing inquired. Perplexed, what is genuine qi? Indeed, I only learned today that the short fellow earlier is the 72nd generation leader of the Royal Extreme Astonishing Fist. Having mastered the existence of genuine qi, when he strikes, it resembles a dragon, with genuine qi enveloping the falling snow, an image akin to a martial arts film, he explained. That short fellow is that formidable. Xiao Taozhu expressed her astonishment, her heart racing as she patted her chest, grateful for Yi Fengshi's presence. Otherwise, her flippant remark about the short fellow could have been disastrous. Chu Qing, taken aback, remarked, so, the spring roll girl below is formidable as well. Yi Fengshi replied. For now, it remains uncertain. We shall observe. His gaze followed Dongfang Yuyu as she approached the entrance leading down another level. This otherworldly Walmart boasted 3 floors, interconnected by escalators, originally devoid of obstructions. However, following an incident years prior, a glass door had been installed before the escalators, capable of being sealed when necessary. At present, the glass door stood closed, barred by a crimson iron lock across the handle. Yuyu felt perplexed. How could the traitor have locked the door? Shouldn't they have been lying in wait for her? Suddenly, her gaze pierced through the glass door, falling upon the lower escalator, causing her pupils to constrict in horror. For there unfolded a scene that took one's breath away. From the second-floor entrance, one could gaze down the escalator to glimpse a portion of the first floor. Yet, this very space was now teeming with beings, not in the conventional sense of humanity. Their bodies were cloaked in a thin layer of frost, as though they had just been unearthed from a snowdrift, each visage twisted in a grotesque grimace, with azure and white irises, fangs protruding from their mouths, and fingers elongated like claws. One might wonder, is this truly human? Dongfang Yuyu felt a jolt of horror. Among them were several familiar faces. Those who had perished at the edge of her blade, their bodies still bearing deep scars. This indicated that these were beings resurrected from death. They were no longer human. Damn it. Unable to contain her expletives, Dongfang Yuyu expressed her frustration. She was unafraid of ambush, even if the adversaries wielded firearms. Yet, these grotesque entities, resembling humanity yet utterly foreign, would instill fear in anyone. It was a primal terror inscribed in our genes, an instinctive response to the unknown. Shen Qiyu, too, was confronted by these unrecognizable apparitions and was immediately seized by nausea. Sister Yuyu, what Wu Renning mentioned, it seems to be the truth. I have seen it. So, should you send them back to the spring? Send them back? As if I would engage in such a foolish act. I'm not insane. Dongfang Yuyu retorted, her eyes wide, followed by a resigned sigh. Alas, it seems we cannot linger here. Come with me. She cast another glance downwards and added, before these ghastly creatures discover our presence. However, just as she turned, a cacophony of monstrous roars erupted behind her. She spun around abruptly. The creatures, having sensed the living presence above, surged forth like rabid dogs, racing up the escalator towards the second floor. Chapter 33. My apologies. Everyone, the blue-eyed creatures, it seems, possess surprisingly decent vision. As the monstrous horde surged forth, Dongfang Yuyu refrained from fleeing immediately, opting instead to voice her grievances. She turned to Qin Chiyu and questioned, what are you still doing standing there? Qin Chiyu stared blankly at Dongfang Yuyu, utterly perplexed. A massive wave of zombies is charging towards you. And you are no pea shooter. Are you not going to run and save yourself from certain doom? These are zombies. Dongfang Yuyu suddenly clasped her head, pondering whether those studying electromechanical engineering were truly so dense. She imagined that if zombies could pry open their skulls, they would surely express disdain. Never mind. If we don't run, it's not the end of the world. The glass doors here are made of special material, impervious to bullets. These fiends should not be able to breach it, Dongfang Yuyu proclaimed. At that moment, the remaining individuals arrived just in time to witness a horrifying spectacle. The deceased had risen, transformed into grotesque entities that were neither human nor spirit, relentlessly assailing the glass doors. Some creatures pressed their twisted faces against the glass, their horrific visages painfully clear. Creak. Sharp claws scraped against the glass, producing a chilling sound reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down spines. A series of white scratches marred the surface of the door. Good heavens, there truly are monsters. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their fear palpable. Some collapsing in fright, while others began to retreat hastily. Will this door hold? Someone voiced their concern. At this juncture, a middle-aged man in a suit adjusted his tie and stepped forward resolutely. Fear not, everyone. I am Wu Liuzhong, the former general manager of Walmart from another realm. I can assure you that this door is constructed of specialized glass, robust enough that even gunfire cannot compromise it. Indeed, I, Wu Renting, can attest to the fact that I personally sourced and oversaw the construction of these glass doors, he declared. Wu Liuzhong's expression suddenly shifted. Renting. Did I not assign this task to Renwei? How has it come to you? With a sense of pride, Wu Renting replied, Third uncle. Renwei deemed this task too trivial and passed it on to me. What a nuisance. Wu Liuzhong's face turned an ashen hue. As Wu Renting's uncle, he was all too familiar with his nephew's lack of diligence. He had never executed a single task competently. The responsibility of the glass door now fell upon Wu Renting. A tempest of emotion swirled within Wu Liuzhong, a mixture of astonishment and fury, as he shouted, Where is Renwei? Bring him to me. Wu Renting glanced toward the glass door, hesitating before speaking. Third uncle, he is presently engaged with the door. Oh, that scoundrel Renwei has long since met his end. And it was he who buried himself. In that moment, Wu Liuzhong recollected the truth, his demeanor chilling to the core. That rogue even in death could not find peace. He persisted in causing havoc. With a pallid countenance, he addressed those present, My sincerest apologies, everyone. It is my failure and oversight that has led to this predicament. Dongfang Yuyu found herself perplexed. Why should there be such remorse and fear over a mere change in leadership regarding the door's construction? Then, she watched as that old fellow Wu Liuzhong turned on his heel and fled. Not good. Dongfang Yuyu seemed to comprehend something and turned her gaze. To her astonishment, the glass door had developed a spider web-like fracture under the relentless assault of the monstrous horde. Where did you purchase this glass door? Dongfang Yuyu inquired of Wu Renting. Upon noticing the transformation of the door, Wu Renting momentarily stood in shock, instinctively replying, I bought it from Connie Dao, excellent quality at a reasonable price. The seller swore it was genuine. No wonder your uncle fled so swiftly, like a rat scurrying across the street. He must have known the truth about his nephew. Dongfang Yuyu thought with a wry smile. With a resounding crash, the glass door shattered completely, and a blue-eyed creature squeezed through the jagged opening, wailing as it lunged towards the group. With a swift hum, a blade flashed by, and the creature's head was severed by Dongfang Yuyu. That felt adequate, she mused, relieved as the creature's body fell lifelessly to the ground. As long as it can die, she thought, for her greatest fear was encountering the undying. Boss is magnificent. The crowd exclaimed in unison. What are you shouting for? Do I strike you as someone who revels in flattery? Dongfang Yuyu thought, though Qin Chiyu noticed the corners of her mouth curling upwards more than anyone else. Yet, before Qin Chiyu could tease her, she was suddenly lifted off her feet. Dongfang Yuyu had spotted the glass door crashing down, and the entire monstrous horde surged forward, displaying a reckless disregard for their own lives. Though formidable, Dongfang Yuyu ultimately decided to flee in the face of a relentless mob of creatures that feared nothing. Who knew if a bite would transform her into one of those abominations? She dared not take that gamble, despite having single-handedly vanquished hundreds before. Those were living beings who feared death, lacking the coordinated tactics of wolves. She grasped Chinchiyu's hand, who felt as if she were a kite released into the wind. Casting a glance back, Dongfang Yuyu spotted the instigator, Wu Rentung, as well as the very individuals who had earlier urged her to slay the monsters. They were engulfed by the horde, unable to evade their fate, with one unfortunate soul even reduced to mere fragments on the spot. A chill ran down Dongfang Yuyu's spine. Had she known this would happen, she would never have come here. It was a mere quagmire of troubles, and it seemed the second floor was no longer tenable. She contemplated ascending to the third floor, though it appeared futile. The glass door was nothing more than a counterfeit, carelessly hacked together by the traitorous Wu Renting. Utterly incapable of withstanding these creatures, the thought of dragging along a deadweight like Chinchiyu made Dongfang Yuyu feel like she might bleed from her eyes. Sister Yuyu, perhaps you should just leave me behind, Chinchiyu suggested, not wishing to be a burden. Without Dongfang Yuyu, she might have perished 2 weeks ago. What nonsense! Having recognized you as my sworn sister, I shall not abandon you. With that, Dongfang Yuyu turned and struck with her blade. The energy surged forth, and in an instant, a row of monstrous heads tumbled to the ground, their bodies collapsing and inadvertently creating an obstacle for those that followed. Yet, not a trace of joy adorned Dongfang Yuyu's face. That single strike had drained a third of her internal energy, barely managing to fell a dozen or so creatures. While the relentless throng behind her numbered in the hundreds, they could very well exhaust her to death. Damn it, why haven't I devoted myself to training? Dongfang Yuyu finds herself reflecting on her mistakes only when faced with imminent peril. With her innate talent, had she diligently practiced, that last strike could have easily vanquished dozens of monsters. Yet, she did not. Her efforts were sporadic. A mere 3 days of fishing followed by 2 days of drying nets, with the remaining time squandered on gaming. Does she harbor regrets? Dongfang Yuyu, upon introspection, finds none. Given another chance, she would still choose to play games. The only blame lies in her insufficient talent. Her thoughts lingered for but a moment before she swiftly regained her composure, realizing a direct confrontation was futile. She sought to escape with her sister Chinchiyu through the window. However, just as she took a few steps, an abrupt surge in temperature enveloped her surroundings. Dongfang Yuyu abruptly halted, casting Chinchiyu to the ground, and turned to look back. Chapter 34. A beautiful encounter in the inferno. Before my eyes lay a raging inferno. Countless monsters were enveloped by flames, reduced to ashes and silence. The sight was indescribably overwhelming for Dongfang Yuyu. How could such a great fire suddenly erupt? Especially considering the frigid conditions outside, with frost covering many objects within. Igniting a fire seemed an arduous task. For days, Dongfang Yuyu and her companions had been preoccupied with finding warmth. Yet now, an unexpected conflagration had incinerated the monsters into nothingness. For a fleeting moment, Dongfang Yuyu wondered if she were still dreaming, as dreams often feature fantastical elements like monsters and raging fires, even snow. Undoubtedly, this felt like a nightmare. Sister Yuyu, this fire is so grand and warm, Chinchiyu remarked, lost in awe. Wait. Dongfang Yuyu's expression shifted. Such an immense and peculiar blaze could potentially engulf them as well. Without hesitation, she grasped Chinchiyu's hand, preparing to flee. Beautiful lady, please stay. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the heart of the flames. Dongfang Yuyu was taken aback. Where did that voice originate? It sounded distinctly masculine. Then, she beheld a shadow emerging from the golden red fire, a slender man stepping casually through the wall of flame. Both Dongfang Yuyu and Chinchiyu's gazes were drawn to the man's flip-flops. Who would dare wear such footwear in this weather? A true warrior. Admiration welled within Dongfang Yuyu, yet curiosity lingered about this enigmatic figure. Beautiful lady, please stay. Do you think you are Shingongbao? She mused internally, though she dared not voice such thoughts aloud. As she watched, she was astonished to see the fire that had silently consumed the monsters shrink visibly, ultimately coalescing into a stream of flames that flowed into the man's palm. With a glance, she recognized the power of this fiery man. He was a formidable presence, one not to be trifled with. Dongfang Yuyu's dark, luminous eyes darted about, her mind racing to formulate a polite greeting. Then, she noticed 2 stunning women emerging from behind the fire-wielding man. One possessed an exaggerated figure, her captivating eyes reminiscent of the legendary Daji, exuding an air of maturity and composure. The other radiated the vibrant beauty of youth, her large, alluring eyes equally breathtaking. Upon seeing these 2 enchanting beauties, Dongfang Yuyu felt a wave of relief. With such stunning companions, it seemed unlikely that they would covet her and Chinchiyu's allure. Well, I never imagined that the world could indeed possess the true essence of martial arts novels. Qiuqing, did you see that? Just a moment ago. She severed a row of heads with a single stroke. Xiaotao exclaimed, her youthful face alight with excitement. In the tranquil atmosphere, Dongfang Yuyu felt a surge of joy within as she received compliments. Chen Qiyu noticed the corners of Dongfang Yuyu's mouth lift high. Indeed, she seemed competent. Yet there was a hint of fatigue in her demeanor. If she were truly formidable, she wouldn't have fled so hastily, Chu Qing remarked. Dongfang Yuyu's smile faltered. Her desire to retort stifled by the undeniable truth in those words. Taking a deep breath, feeling a slight dizziness, she covered Chen Qiyu's mouth and said, "Thank you for rescuing me. I am Dongfang Yuyu, and this is Chen Qiyu. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall never decline." Chen Qiyu? Chu Qing expressed surprise at the name, as if it rang a bell. Observing Chen Qiyu's appearance more closely, she noted her textbook engineering student attire. "Sister Qing, do you know her?" "Yes, she is also from Biluo University." "Is that so? I don't recall hearing about her." "She is a student of a prominent electromechanical expert from the southern campus." "Oh, I see. Then be quiet." Dongfang Yuyu, astonished, inquired, "You are all students of Biluo University?" "The same school as my younger sister?" Chen Qiyu broke free from Dongfang Yuyu's grasp, shooting her a glare. "I wanted to mention that I know these two. Yet you chose to cover my mouth." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Dongfang Yuyu apologized. "I'm sorry." Chen Qiyu glanced at Chu Qing, then at Xiao Taozhua, and said, "Chu Qing. She is Professor Zhang Fushui's top disciple in nuclear physics. Xiao Taozhua, the daughter of the Tian Hao Group's chairman, who has donated a laboratory to the school, though unfortunately not to the electromechanical department." Finally, her gaze fell upon Yi Fengshi, filled with curiosity and intrigue. "And this individual? Is he also a student of a renowned academic or perhaps a scion of some affluent family?" Dongfang Yuyu interjected, "No. He is an ordinary student at Biluo University and also Chu Qing's rumored boyfriend. His name is Yi Fengshi, right?" Dongfang Yuyu's eyelids twitched. Something felt off. As this Yu classmate was anything but ordinary, he was capable of creating fire with his bare hands. "Exactly," Xiao Taozhua applauded. But a swift glance at Chu Qing's piercing stare made her quickly amend. No, Yigu cannot possibly be Sister Qing's rumored boyfriend. I can assure you, the term rumor does not apply here at all. And what about you? Is he your rumored boyfriend?" Dongfang Yuyu asked curiously. Her curiosity ignited to learn about their complicated relationships. "There are no rumors. He is not my boyfriend. Our bond cannot be described by such superficial terms," Xiao Taozhua declared firmly. Yi Fengshi playfully flicked her forehead and smiled at Dongfang Yuyu. "I am merely a passing son, unworthy of mention." Dongfang Yuyu replied, "You dare to call yourself a son yet claim to be unworthy of mention. You truly possess a unique charm. Are you also a student at Biluo University?" "I am not." Dongfang Yuyu shook her head. "I graduated a while ago. Previously, I was a free spirit in society, casually attending graduate school from home." "How amusing." "No need for thanks." As soon as Dongfang Yuyu spoke, she regretted it. The person before her was undeniably a formidable figure, and she wondered how she dared to jest with him. However, seeing that Yi Fengshi exhibited no reaction and appeared somewhat refined, her courage gradually grew. "By the way, why are you all here instead of staying at the school?" "We're looking for something to eat," Xiao Taozhua replied. "Searching for a couple of teammates," Chu Qing added. "Looking for a chef," Yi Fengshi stated. Dongfang Yuyu surmised that they were likely in search of supplies, rather than seeking beautiful women. She smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, and said, "In that case, feel free to tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you." Chapter 35. Just because I made a casual remark in the supermarket, Yi Fengshi wore a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. "Not very appropriate, is it? From what just transpired, it seems you are the one in charge here." Dongfang Yuyu maintained her smile, though her heart began to harbor unkind thoughts towards Yi Fengshi. She pondered if, had she not squandered her martial arts training in the past, she could have taught this a lesson in proper conduct. Yet, she remained uncertain. She had never considered the existence of magic in this world, and judging by Yi Fengshi's previous display of abilities, it seemed quite improbable that she could defeat him. With a composed demeanor, Dongfang Yuyu replied, "It's quite all right. This place was never mine to begin with. I merely found myself in a fortunate position to take charge here. I am not jesting. You may express any request you have, for I am truly well acquainted with this place. Moreover, I have hidden some essential supplies away." Yi Fengshi waved his hand dismissively. "These matters are of little concern. I have a question for you." "What is it?" Dongfang Yuyu regarded him with an odd expression, wondering if he intended to inquire about her relationship status. "Can you cook?" An hour later, Dongfang Yuyu trudged through the snow, clutching a bag of rice and a bag of frozen vegetables, her spirit utterly deflated. Merely for making a casual remark in the supermarket, she had been commandeered by Yi Fengshi to serve as a cook. Initially, she had resisted the idea of cooking. However, upon learning that the kitchen was located in the opulent villa of Xiao Taozhua, which housed a gaming console worth millions, She considered the role of a cook in a different light. After all, she would be in control of their appetites. She glanced at Fengshi, who was laden with far more items than she was, the majority of which were food, with very few household supplies. This was because Xiao Taojua's residence was well equipped with everything except food. If supplies ran low, there were other homes in the Yulong Yuan. It was not solely Xiao Taojua's abode, and she could easily procure more from other villas. If only I had a portable space, Fengshi muttered, balancing an abundance of items that, while cumbersome, posed little challenge for him. Chu Qing slightly turned her gaze but said nothing, deeming Fengshi's thoughts reasonable. Would you like me to help carry some of that? No need. This is hardly a burden for me. Fengshi declined Chu Qing's offer, as she too was occupied. Xiao Taojua's eyes lit up at this. Brother Yi, since you find it effortless, why not help me with some of mine? She was encumbered by a large travel backpack, a sizable suitcase, and multiple bags filled with her own selections from the supermarket. You? Carry your own things. Consider it a workout. Just look at how much you've gained. Fengshi remarked. Xiao Taojua puffed up, indignantly retorting, this is just the clothing I'm wearing. I am not overweight at all. Among the group, only Chen Qiyu carried the least, just a toolbox and a portable radio. After the internet became inaccessible, she began tinkering with the radio to receive official announcements. Chen Qiyu, how long have you been fiddling with that broken radio? Is it functional? If not, just discard it and come exercise with me. Dongfang Yuyu's gaze fell upon Chen Qiyu's dazed expression, which flushed with an unusual warmth. The reason they agreed to accompany Fengshi was, in part, due to his solar aura. In this ice age, it was remarkable that someone could create a warm, temperate zone around themselves. On one side was an intensely frigid environment, capable of freezing a person to death. On the other was a constant warmth akin to spring. Setting aside the miracle of it all, any rational individual would know which to choose. Pouting, Chen Qiyu retorted, what do you, a gaming homebody, know? This radio is a precious treasure. With it, we won't lose contact with the outside world. Given the emergence of such monsters, the authorities must take action. Dongfang Yuyu scoffed, spare me. Based on their actions these past few days, if they do respond, it will merely be to issue a notification. Perhaps naming these creatures and advising everyone to exercise extreme caution, ultimately instructing capable individuals to head to the Tianbei City Fire Dragon Refuge. I don't believe it. Stubbornly, Chen Qiyu turned on the radio and tuned to the official channel. A crackling sound filled the air. This is the Longwood government, delivering a latest update. On the morning of October 13, 2077, an unusual biological entity has been discovered across the nation. No, the entire world. These beings were once those who perished in the snow disaster. Now they have returned from the dead, transformed into grotesque monsters. Their bodies are covered in frost, with blue-white eyes that emit an eerie glow, hideous faces resembling demons, fangs, and claws, possessing physical attributes that exceed those of ordinary humans. The Longbow Academy of Sciences has temporarily designated them as ice corpses. Please take caution to avoid being bitten or scratched by an ice corpse, as it may lead to severe infection, even turning you into one. Lastly, refuge zones have been completed across various regions, and the military will be dispatched to eliminate ice corpses while searching for survivors. Capable survivors are encouraged to make their way to the refuge zones. I told you so, didn't I? Dongfang Yuyu exclaimed excitedly after hearing the announcement, nearly echoing her earlier sentiments. Chen Qiyu quietly interjected. Doesn't this mean they will send the military to clear the ice corpses and rescue survivors? Dongfang Yuyu replied nonchalantly. Should I escort you to the refuge zone? Chen Qiyu resolutely declined. No way. You know me, Yuyu. I'm determined to stick with you. Go to the refuge zone? What a joke. If ordinary people go, they might survive at least. Those capable of surviving outside would undoubtedly be exploited for labor. Besides, there's a bigger, sturdier support right here than you, Yuyu. I'd be foolish to leave. Chen Qiyu covertly cast a glance at Fengshi's silhouette, a hint of infatuation flickering in her dazed eyes. Dongfang Yuyu scoffed. Consider yourself clever. Rest assured, mingling with me is far more enjoyable than life in a refugee zone. At that moment, Chu Qing unexpectedly glanced back. Dongfang Yuyu continued. Of course, in front of Yi. Brother Yi, I can only be regarded as a minor player. Following Yi, Brother Yi is the true path. I am not timid. I simply act from the heart. What Dongfang Yuyu said was not without merit. Compared to Fengshi's overwhelming prowess, she must obediently stand her ground. Gazing out at the icy landscape, she felt the warmth emanating from Fengshi and couldn't help but stretch lazily. It feels delightful not to be treated like a spring roll. Speaking of which, Lao Shao, how much farther is your place? If necessary, we could always find a vehicle to drive. Chapter 36. The Ice Sculpture Garden. Xiao Taojua's home Fengshi also harbored a desire to procure a vehicle for himself. At the tender age of 18, he enrolled in driving lessons, captivated by the notion that driving embodied a man's romance. Yet, for years had elapsed since he acquired his license, and he had not so much as touched a car since. To Yi Fengshi, driving seemed rather mundane. To truly engage in exhilarating speed and passion, one would need to venture abroad, which felt cumbersome. Not wishing to travel far, he found solace in a small electric scooter. After all, it was unnecessary. In his view, owning a car paled in comparison to a sled, especially if one could harness 3 Alaskan Huskies. Traversing anywhere would pose no challenge. With snow blanketing the ground, driving would only invite calamity. Xiao Taoxue cast aside her belongings, adopting a posture of authority. She held no fear of Dongfang Yuyu, a modern-day heroine capable of dispatching foes with a single stroke. Even the most formidable heroine found herself retreating before those frozen corpses, relying on Yi Fengshi for salvation. I found your spring roll look quite unique. Why not revert to it? She jested. Dongfang Yuyu was perplexed by this audacious beauty, who dared to tease her. Were it not for Xiao Taoxue's striking beauty and apparent wisdom, she would have retaliated with a swift strike. Dongfang Yuyu merely furrowed her brow, outwardly unperturbed. However, as she regarded the proudly beaming Xiao Taoxue, and then shifted her gaze to Yi Fengshi, a contemplative look crossed her face. Isn't it just a few steps away? Why the need for a car or sled? Chu Qing interjected suddenly. A few steps? Are you jesting? I live there, and I can assure you it is quite a distance. Xiao Taoxue muttered under her breath. I always drive to school from there. Oh, what sort of vehicle does the young lady drive? Dongfang Yuyu inquired, intrigued by automobiles, though her finances limited her to a BYD. It depends on my mood. When I feel good, it's a Maserati. When I'm down, a Maybach. Indeed, the daughter of the Tiantianho group is quite affluent, Chu Qing remarked, her tone laced with admiration. Alas, wealth is of little use now, as the young lady finds herself in dire straits, reduced to the status of a maid. Xiao Taoxue shot a furious glare at Dongfang Yuyu, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. Along the journey, Dongfang Yuyu and Xiao Taoxue engaged in playful banter. While Chu Qing flirted with Yi Fengshi, and Chen Qiyu remained engrossed in her attempts to enhance her malfunctioning wireless radio with a self-generating device. Time passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at their destination, the Yulong Garden. Wow, such opulence. I've resided here for several years. Yet this is the first time I've witnessed it firsthand. Dongfang Yuyu marveled at the scene before her. Not at all, it's obscured by snow. Where do you perceive opulence? Xiao Taoxue inquired, her eyes wide in disbelief, seeing only a vast expanse of white. What's that supposed to mean? It's something you wouldn't understand. Unless you explain, I certainly won't. Chu Qing disregarded the altercation between the two women and stepped forward to peer inside. However, as her gaze swept across the entrance, the accumulated snow melted away in an instant, restoring its former grandeur. Chu Qing's eyes remained fixed, focusing intently on Yi Fengshi's face. Yi Fengshi inquired. You seem quite familiar with the road conditions. Have you been here before? Chu Qing shook her head. I merely memorized the map around Biluo University. This is my first visit here. She added, it is said that the scenery inside is quite lovely, with a large garden at the entrance, followed by the villa area. Indeed, I have seen photos. The Yulong Garden is truly beautiful. Since it's so charming, why don't you go in and take a look, Sister Qing? I recall that Yulong Garden is open to the public. Xiao Taoxue expressed her curiosity. 20,000 for a visit. As an ordinary female college student, I simply cannot afford it. 20,000 for a ticket. Yi Fengshi exclaimed, astonished. That seems like daylight robbery. It was his first time learning that Yulong Garden allowed visitors, yet the ticket price was absurd, comparable to his earnings from a small job. However, your claim of being an ordinary female college student is rather modest. Haha, isn't it even more modest to call yourself an ordinary passerby? Can we go in after putting our things down? Chen Qiyu suggested softly, avoiding eye contact with Yi Fengshi. That's true. After walking for so long, Xiao Taoxue. Please lead the way, Yi Fengshi directed. Xiao Taoxue rolled her eyes but obediently walked ahead. As Yi Fengshi traversed Yulong Garden, witnessing its scenes for the first time, he felt it was rather unremarkable. Of course, Yulong Garden had transformed into an ice sculpture garden, presenting a unique charm. Nevertheless, the 20,000 yuan admission fee would deter 99% of people. Times had changed. Yi Fengshi did not purchase a ticket and brazenly walked in, unimpeded by anyone. 2 weeks later, Xiao Taoxue finally returned to her beloved home, accompanied by 4 guests. Among them, however, the boy named Yi seemed to take the lead. Xiao Taoxue puffed up her rosy cheeks. The distances between the buildings are quite substantial, Yi Fengshi observed. Wealthy individuals truly value their privacy. Villas that are close together often conceal some unsavory matters. Xiao Taoxue explained as she approached the door, intending to unlock it with her key, only to find the keyhole frozen. Before she could turn around for assistance, She suddenly noticed the ice on the door melting away in an instant. Without needing to look, Xiao Taozhua knew who was responsible for this act. A smile crept onto her lips as she inserted the key, turning it to unlock the long-frozen door. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Taozhua suddenly turned to face Yi Fengshi, arms outstretched. Welcome to my home. Understood, but please don't block the entrance, Yi Fengshi replied, pushing her gently aside with his hand resting on her head as he squeezed in with a large package. Xiao Taozhua felt a strange sense of déjà vu, akin to a country bumpkin arriving in the city. What a ridiculous thought. She shook her head, realizing that this was no mere country bumpkin but her own master. No, Yi Fengshi was certainly not her master. She is merely enduring a temporary compromise. Indeed, that is the case. What are you thinking? Are you going to stand there like a doorkeeper? Chu Qing walked at the rear, noticing Xiao Taozhua frozen in place. She approached and playfully prodded her forehead. Stop fooling around, hurry inside. Xiao Taozhua swatted Chu Qing's delicate finger away, then pushed her into the room with a gentle shove. After glancing around outside, she closed the door. Yi Fengshi, witnessing Xiao Taozhua's actions, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Why do you close the door so sneakily, as if you were a thief? Is this not your home?" "Of course, it is my home," Xiao Taozhua replied, standing tall, feeling a bit warm. She removed her outer garment, revealing her exquisite figure before Yi Fengshi's eyes. "Where is your storage room? Let's put the things away first." "Oh, with such a spacious living room. Just find any empty corner to drop them off. After all, we will need these items at any time." Chapter 37, The Vastness of the World. But dining is paramount. Xiao Taozhua instructed Yi Fengshi to set aside the supplies he had brought from the supermarket, and then proceeded to allocate rooms for them. "You will sleep in this room, and Qingjie will share it with you. I will not arrange another for myself. As for Dongfang Qiyu, you may occupy those 2 bedrooms. It is of no concern to me whether you share or not. It seems you have no luggage, having stayed in the supermarket all this time. Which means you haven't bathed for 2 weeks. Of course not. In this weather, the tap water has frozen. How could one bathe? Ah, but I can indeed bathe. It's merely frozen water. I can melt it with a wave of my hand, and it transforms into hot water. No need for a heater. Goodness, you, a hefty fellow, are living better than I am. I cannot accept this." Dongfang Yu exclaimed, drawing her weapon, intent on striking Xiao Taozhua. "How can you behave this way? I provide you with shelter, and you dare to threaten me? Truly, there is no justice." Xiao Taozhua protested, swiftly positioning Yi Fengshi behind her for protection. "Don't be afraid. Yigu, I will safeguard you." Yi Fengshi remained silent, seizing the blade from Dongfang Yu's grasp. "I recognize your intent, but it is inappropriate to wield weapons in someone else's home. I shall confiscate this." Dongfang Yu was taken aback. "What gives you the right?" "Very well. Do as you please," she conceded. Yi Fengshi was astonished. The girl before him appeared fiery and skilled in martial arts, yet suddenly, she was so compliant. He did not perceive fear in her eyes, but rather an enigmatic emotion that intrigued him. He involuntarily scrutinized the young martial artist with a high ponytail. What was her true desire? Yi Fengshi dismissed his musings and pulled Xiao Taozhua closer, patting her shoulder. "The arrangements are satisfactory. Where is your room?" He surveyed the rooms, each furnished with complete bedding and wardrobes, looking pristine and reminiscent of a 5-star hotel. Curiosity piqued about Xiao Taozhua's own quarters. He inquired, "As for me, I am indifferent." Although Xiao Taozhua asserted this, her demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Well, whose room is this? It is so anime-like." Chu Qing, having ascended to the 2nd floor, stood before a door in astonishment. Upon seeing her own bedroom door swung open by Chu Qing, Xiao Taozhua froze, as if struck by lightning. A thought emerged in her mind. "I am weary. Let it all be obliterated. Little Taozhua, this must be your room. It has a lovely style, far superior to ours. Perhaps Yi Fengshi should stay with you tonight?" "I am not a child. I am not a child at all." Xiao Taozhua's eyes flared with fury. "Do not presume that your age grants you the right to impose your will upon me." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu and Qin Qiyu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of inadequacy. They pondered what sort of extravagant upbringing this vixen had experienced. Slap. Yi Fengshi clapped his hands, bringing an end to the discussion, and remarked, "Well, the accommodations have been arranged, so shouldn't we consider the matter of dining?" His gaze turned towards Dongfang Yu. "Care to show your skills?" "Absolutely," Dongfang Yu replied, thumping her chest. "But you must first allow me and Qiyu to take a hot shower. It's been 2 weeks since I last bathed, and I feel utterly uncomfortable. Qiyu also has a bit of an odor." Qin Qiyu silently covered her cheeks. While Dongfang Yu was delightful in many aspects, her bluntness could be a bit overwhelming at times. How could a girl possibly have an odor? It was simply unimaginable. Yet, Qin Qiyu's yearning gaze betrayed her. "Of course. It's just a hot shower. I could do it for eternity," Yi Fengshi mused, considering it merely a fleeting thought of his own. However, he couldn't help but jest. Aren't you afraid that by thumping your chest so vigorously, you might reduce its size? Dongfang Yuyu's smile faltered. After their shower, Dongfang Yuyu emerged clad in a white shirt, her snow-white, sculpted thighs exuding strength. Xiao was sputtered. Why aren't you wearing pants? I am. Haven't you seen a super short skirt before? She retorted. What I wear is none of your business. Dongfang Yuyu interrupted her and sauntered into the kitchen, swaying before Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi, what would you like to eat? I can make it for you right now. Yi Fengshi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her white shirt, astonished by the sight. You, what is it? Have I captured your soul? Not quite, but it's rather nice, he replied. By the way, I've already thawed the ingredients and arranged them on the counter. You can handle that yourself. Yi Fengshi found himself pondering Dongfang Yuyu's intentions. Her actions reminded him of Chu Qing on the first day of snow. No. Dongfang Yuyu's meaning was far more subtle. She glanced around the kitchen and then asked, where's the fire? Yi Fengshi snapped his fingers, and flames suddenly leapt up from the gas stove. Since you don't have gas here, I'll ignite it for you. Just tell me how high you need the flame. Dongfang Yuyu nodded, gazing at the brilliant flames. And an image of Yi Fengshi emerging from a sea of fire unconsciously flickered in her mind. This ability is incredibly convenient in this ice age. If only the flames could be even more dazzling and fierce, he would truly be a walking sun. Damn, if only I had such a power, she mused. Yi Fengshi, where did you acquire this ability? Can you share it with me? All right, I may be being presumptuous, he replied, but it's innate. What? Dongfang Yuyu thought she had misheard. Yi Fengshi chuckled. I said it's innate. Outrageous. Upon hearing that it was something one could not learn, Dongfang Yuyu found it hard not to scoff. As she prepared the ingredients and heated the oil in the pan, she inquired, then why haven't I seen any news about you as a national hero? Each individual's choices are not identical. Possessing the ability does not necessitate exerting dominance over others in a malicious manner. Ah, will you transform into a patriot? If you wish. I can embody a patriot right now and act as I please. But first, allow me to finish cooking. At the threshold of the kitchen, Chu Qing leaned against the doorframe, observing the fervent cooking of Dongfang Yuyu, particularly captivated by her attire, a subtle smile gracing her lips. How intriguing. Spicy ribs, braised lion's head, pan-fried mackerel, watercress, and seaweed egg drop soup for dishes and a soup. I invite you all to savor them. Clad in a black apron, Dongfang Yuyu resembled a true chef, even taking the time to introduce her dishes. The vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and delightful flavors were enough to leave Qin Shiyu in awe. Wait, sister, you truly possess such skills. She had always perceived Dongfang Yuyu as a fierce heroine capable of slaying foes with a blade, yet here she was, revealing an impressive culinary prowess. In these times, with an excess of food additives and uncertainties surrounding takeout, it is far safer to procure ingredients and cook oneself. For practitioners of martial arts, the emphasis lies on purity and naturalness. Dongfang Yuyu exuded an air of a chivalrous figure. At that moment, Yi Fengshi's gaze fortuitously caught the picturesque scene behind her. A contrasting heroine, he mused. He picked up a piece of rib and tasted it. Quite delightful. Chapter 38. The ethereal aura of the East as Yi Fengshi arrived at Xiaotu's residence, indulging in a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Surrounded by warmth and camaraderie, the external world was abuzz with intrigue. In a corner of the Yulong garden, a conversation unfolded. Are you saying a man entered our Yulong garden with 4 stunning beauties? Indeed, if my eyes are not deceiving me. Good heavens, if your eyesight were impaired, you would have perished outside long ago, rather than standing before me, leaving me momentarily blind. Captain, silence. Refer to me as manager. The young man, clad in layers resembling a plump ball, gazed at the somewhat underdressed man before him, itching to retort, Manager, you are merely a wretched security guard. However, since the catastrophic snowfall, the balance of power had shifted drastically. Once a distinguished owner of the Yulong garden, he had now become the subordinate of the security team's captain, enduring daily beratement. Yet, reflecting on the fates of other owners who had met their demise for disobedience, he found solace. As long as he could survive. Following this small security guard was a minor indignity, an exercise in humility. Within a villa, the self-proclaimed manager, the security captain, wielded a hammer, intent on breaking open a frozen refrigerator to procure sustenance. However, upon opening it, he discovered not a morsel of food, but a neat stack of cash. What the devil? A refrigerator to store money instead of food. The captain pointed at the pile of green bills, exclaiming in exasperation, and what is this foreign currency? It's infuriating. Whose house is this? If the owner is present, I shall throw him into the refrigerator upon my return. It seemed the property belonged to a notorious real estate mogul who seldom resided there. What bad luck. The captain spat, the saliva freezing upon contact with the ground. He then retrieved a piece of frozen pork and a blowtorch from his bag, proceeding to cook the meat. Unfortunately, he overcooked it, transforming it into a charred lump, which he nonchalantly tossed to a nearby lackey, proclaiming grandly, "A gift for you. Consume it, then accompany me to collect protection fees from the new residents." The subordinate, with tears in his eyes, dutifully finished the charred offering, sincerely stating, "Manager, your cooking is exquisite, crispy on the outside and tender within. You could easily set up a stall at the night market. Indeed, no need for your praise. By the way, did you see where those four beauties went?" The security captain inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Though he had briefly held the title of the Yulong Gardeness leader at that time, there were scarcely any women around, just a few elderly souls, leaving him yearning for more. He dared not venture outside, fearful of encountering formidable foes, especially after hearing tales from recent arrivals of a ghostly figure renowned for its speed. At the interdimensional Walmart, a martial artist wielding a tang sword quelled the chaos within the supermarket. Meanwhile, a character named Sun Zai was recruiting mercenaries at the Kanglan police station, aspiring to become a local tyrant. Farther afield, all manner of bizarre entities had begun to emerge. The head of security believed that he was best positioned at the Yulong Garden, having also prepared himself for a swift escape if necessary. After all, there were authorities looming above, and although there had not been any significant disturbances, they remained firmly in place, even having established a refuge. One could never be too certain when chaos might ensue. At present, he found himself particularly intrigued by the beautiful women who had approached him. "Manager, they have gone to the villa of Miss Xiao from the Xiao family." "Oh, the Tiantianho group, Xiao Taozhua. I have encountered her before. She is indeed an enchanting beauty. What could they possibly be doing there without a key? Could there be a thief at work?" "No, Xiao Taozhua is inside." The head of security's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then why are we still hesitating? Let us go collect our protection fee right now." The two of them swiftly glided westward on their snowboards, soon arriving near Xiao Taozhua's villa. "Miss Xiao has quite an exquisite taste," the head of security remarked, admiring the breathtaking scenery before him, which mirrored her own beauty. "You go knock on the door." Inside the villa, chaos reigned at the dining table, where Xiao Taozhua was sullenly tidying up the dishes. As the owner of the house, it seemed utterly absurd that she should be the one to wash the plates and chopsticks after they had dined at her expense. Was this proper conduct? It was simply outrageous. Dongfang Yuyu removed her hair tie, allowing her high ponytail to cascade down like a waterfall of dark silk over her slender waist. Leaning back in her chair, her white shirt barely concealed her allure, while a delicate purple pattern on her jade-like porcelain skin captivated the heart. She was engaged in an exchange of martial arts insights with Yi Fengshi when she suddenly tilted her head, her gaze drawn to the window as if sensing something. Yi Fengshi remained composed, his gaze almost entirely fixated on Dongfang Yuyu's beauty. Observing her movement, he exclaimed, "Oh, can you feel it?" "Indeed," Dongfang Yuyu replied, her alabaster chin nodding slightly. "My senses are inherently more acute than those of ordinary individuals. My sixth sense is similarly heightened, allowing me to perceive the presence of energy more easily. You know, for practitioners like us, the external cultivation of tendons and bones, alongside the internal nurturing of energy, is paramount, and the sense of energy is the most crucial aspect. Just like the heroines of ancient tales, ordinary people find it difficult to approach you." That is indeed true. Both sensed the approach of an outsider yet made no move, instead continuing their conversation as if they were old friends. "What about in the otherworldly Walmart?" At that time, I truly could not sense the ice corpse downstairs, as the atmospheric changes rendered the ice and snow inexplicably capable of obstructing my perception of energy. "Oh, and what about now? It is still a frigid wasteland outside." "Well, you are here, are you not?" Dongfang Yuyu replied playfully. "Me?" Yi Fengshi asked, puzzled. Dongfang Yuyu raised her fair arm, fingers splayed wide as if grasping something in the air, and said, "I can feel your energy field." The moment Xiao opened the door, it enveloped the entire villa, including the courtyard outside. "Your energy dispelled the extraordinary cold, allowing me to reconnect with the energy of the universe." "Oh, I see. You are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. In other words, wherever my aura extends, your energy can reach as well? How is that possible? I am not a deity. The range within which I can perceive through my energy is limited. I can only sense the positions of those two individuals. Beyond that, I cannot." Dongfang Yuyu withdrew her perception and directed her gaze back to Yi Fengshi's face, sticking out her tongue. "My skills are still in the process of refinement. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to flee in the supermarket. If I had truly mastered my training, I could single-handedly vanquish those so-called ice corpses." Dongfang Yuyu clenched her fists and then, as if struck by a thought, inquired, "However, you mentioned that this is your aura?" Yi Fengshi replied, "Is there a problem?" No. I find you incredibly impressive," Dongfang Yuyu remarked, her eyes reflecting contemplation. Is someone causing trouble? Chu Qing approached, carrying 2 cups of blueberry juice, placing them before the two. Chapter 39. It's nothing. There are too many accidents. They will eventually take care of themselves. Here they come. This individual is indeed a formidable presence. Dongfang Yuyu's imagination ran wild. She was not attempting to compete with Chu Qing. She recognized her own lack of qualifications. Only the man before her, who openly observed her, possessed the right to challenge Chu Qing. For a fleeting moment, Dongfang Yuyu's thoughts wandered astray. But she quickly regained her focus, exclaiming in astonishment, "How did you know? Just now, Chu Qing was not present. How could she be aware of someone outside? Could it be that this woman shares an extraordinary ability akin to Fengshi?" In an instant, Dongfang Yuyu's mind whirled with countless possibilities. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the bracelet on Chu Qing's wrist. What a stunning bracelet! It even radiated a brilliant azure light. Chu Qing placed a glass of blueberry juice in front of Fengshi, offering him a taste. Noticing Dongfang Yuyu's momentary daze, she smiled and said, "It seems our valiant heroine has more thoughts than Xiaotao. Don't overthink it. I possess no special abilities. Here, this chilled blueberry juice is for you. Drink it while it's cool, or it won't taste as good later." "Oh, thank you." Dongfang Yuyu snapped back to reality, accepting the cup and taking a sip. It was refreshing and tangy, sweet yet tart. She understood Chu Qing's words to be true. If left too long, Fengxi's aura would warm the drink. Even sitting beside him made her feel a bit overheated, hence her choice of attire, a simple short-sleeved top. Of course, there was a subtle intention behind it. "How did you know?" My ears caught the conversation as I approached, allowing me to deduce quite a bit of information. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuyu regarded Chu Qing with newfound respect, realizing this woman was far from ordinary. It seemed the notion that those with ample attributes lack intellect was not universally applicable. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, she had been accepted as a disciple by an academic luminary, indicating her intelligence was certainly commendable. "Would you like to train with me?" Dongfang Yuyu asked casually. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. "Can one reach your level?" "Well, it depends on individual talent. My discipline is heavily reliant on innate ability. Even I, after many years of training and building a foundation from childhood, have achieved such prowess." "I see. Then perhaps I shall seek your guidance another time. For now, let us discuss the troubles outside." With a smile, Chu Qing turned and playfully tossed a mooncake into Fengshi's embrace. Dongfang Yuyu. Though she was a modern-day heroine, a gaming enthusiast nonetheless, she had experienced training alongside her fellow disciples. She nonchalantly remarked, "There's really nothing much to say. Forget about old Ye's extraordinary abilities. I can handle it all with just one hand." Chu Qing replied with a smile, "Even the smallest fly, if left unaddressed, can be bothersome." "That's a valid point. I shall address it now." Dongfang Yuyu picked up her exclusive weapon, preparing to rise. However, Fengshi pressed her down with one hand, saying, "Do not rush." Confused, Dongfang Yuyu felt a storm brewing within her heart as she gazed at Fengshi. "My friend, I was utterly mistaken. I underestimated you. You are no ordinary citizen, but rather a superhuman." It is important to note that the instant Dongfang Yuyu attempted to rise, her inner energy surged, capable of overturning a small car. Yet, Fengshi effortlessly restrained her in her place, utilizing merely one hand without breaking a sweat. Dongfang Yuyu sensed something ominous. In the otherworldly Walmart, Fengshi could obliterate that group of ice corpses even without flames, relying solely on his physical prowess. This physical quality, Dongfang Yuyu swallowed hard, beginning to comprehend why Chu Qing was unperturbed by their presence. "So, are you truly going to take matters into your own hands?" Dongfang Yuyu queried nonchalantly, as Fengshi's intervention would save her some effort, resulting in mutual satisfaction. "No, I believe they will perish on their own." Upon hearing Fengshi's words, Chu Qing cast a sidelong glance, bemused by the repetition of this phrase. "Why look at me with such eyes?" Fengshi inquired, his hand instinctively reaching for the rolling thunder. Nothing more than a familiar hand. Chu Qing rolled her eyes, a sly smile gracing her lips. "You aren't secretly eliminating them and then pretending that they will die of their own accord, are you?" Fengshi shrugged. "Do I strike you as that dull?" "Indeed," came the reply. "There's no love left." "What did you say?" "There is love. I am very compassionate." Although Dongfang Yuyu did not grasp the meaning behind Fengshi's words, she could see that the two were playfully flirting before her eyes. Outside, the wind and snow raged. Manager, such a colossal cockroach. The security captain, aspiring to be a property manager, pondered how to enter when he suddenly heard his subordinate stammering nonsensically. "Gon Lin, if you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Stuttering like that irks me. Do you want me to kick you to death?" The captain hurled insults and turned to unleash his frustration on the junior staff, feeling relieved afterward. This thermal hoodie was indeed a fine selection, providing warmth without hindering movement. Regrettably, there was only one. As the security captain adjusted his attire, he suddenly felt something brushing against his backside. Alarmed and enraged, he exclaimed, touching my backside. I knew something was off with you. I've got to kill you. The junior staff weakly interjected, but, brother, I am in front of you. How could I touch you? The captain instantly stood at attention, freezing in place as he turned slowly, fearing the sight of something he ought not to see. Fervently praying to all the deities from the heavens to the Nordic gods and finally to God himself. However, all that responded to him was a sky full of frost and snow, along with a colossal creature before him, a cockroach nearly 2 meters long. Is there truly such a gigantic cockroach? How can these creatures survive in such frigid temperatures? How did it grow to such an immense size? The security captain inquired of the owner's subordinate, but midway through his question, he suddenly broke into a foolish grin. I have become enlightened. He laughed maniacally. And under the bewildered gaze of the subordinate, he abruptly accelerated and fled for his life, leaving the subordinate behind in the blink of an eye. Good grief. Seeing a monster and yet not making a run for it? Then you better stop it. The colossal cockroach swung its 2 long antennae wildly, striking the subordinate's face like a whip. It tilted its head, as large as a human's, and gazed at the fleeing security captain, suddenly spreading its wings and soaring towards him. The security captain met his demise. The subordinate was not spared either. After finishing its meal, the colossal cockroach sniffed the air with its 2 antennae, which then pointed toward a nearby villa. It sensed an exceedingly large source of heat. A heat source signifies food. This is a grand feast, one that would allow it to achieve epic evolution. The colossal cockroach spread its wings once more and flew towards the villa. However, this time, just as it took off, flames suddenly erupted from its body. Golden red flames consumed it, causing it to plummet. In snowy weather, it is unwise to take flight. Not only will you catch fire, but you may also crash. Chapter 40. I truly am a sweet bead indeed. You are taller than I. Dongfang Yuyu had unknowingly positioned herself by the window, witnessing the entire process of the colossal cockroach's emergence and subsequent crash. However, the scene of the cockroach biting someone left her feeling quite nauseated. Wait a moment, I am somewhat perplexed, Chu Qing remarked, her eyes filled with confusion. How do you know that Yi Fengshi is taller than you? Quantum observation? Furthermore, you do not possess such qualities, do you? Dongfang Yuyu paused for a moment before responding. I meant to say that Yi Fengshi's perceptual range surpasses mine. Ah, I see, Chu Qing replied, although I was referring to the same point, just with a slight deviation. I meant that you lack his force field altogether. Chu Qing shot a glare at the chuckling Yi Fengshi, swatting his claw down in the process. What are you laughing at? Is it truly that amusing? A little, perhaps, Yi Fengshi replied with a solemn expression as he repositioned the warming device. Chu Qing rolled her eyes, shifting her gaze to Dongfang Yuyu, only to inadvertently lock eyes with her. What did you see? 2 individuals and a large cockroach. How large? Quite large. Dongfang Yuyu gestured with her hands. Chu Qing's pupils constricted. My goodness, that big. It must have ingested some hormones. Dongfang Yuyu shrugged. Who knows? Chu Qing's expression turned serious. It truly resembles the Ice Age. Ancient colossal creatures have emerged. What Ice Age? The film about the little squirrel chasing acorns? That is called the Ice Age. Is there a difference? None whatsoever. Well, upon further reflection, I believe there is a distinction. Considering the Ice Age did not feature ice corpses. That is a valid point. Never mind, it is of no concern to us ordinary folk. I feel like playing a game. Dongfang Yuyu spread her hands, indicating her disinterest in worldly affairs, before calling towards the kitchen. Hey, Xiao. Where is your game console worth over $1 million? No time, find it yourself. Xiao Taojua's voice echoed back, filled with resentment. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave first. After speaking to Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing, Dongfang Yuyu strolled through the villa with an air of indifference. Initially, she had intended to engage in further conversation with Yi Fengshi, but after being fed a mouthful of dog food, she promptly made her escape. Do not touch me, Chu Qing remarked. In light of the recent housewarming, I shall take a few naps first. With the obstruction now gone, her true nature began to surface. Are you serious? Yi Fengshi hesitated. This isn't the first or second time, each occasion, it has been this cunning fox who initiates the engagement, only to retreat with her armor off. Calling for a ceasefire. Stop underestimating me, Chu Qing huffed. I feel incredibly powerful right now. Let us get moving. Do not compel me to beg. At that moment, in the corner, Chen Qiyu observed as Chu Qing was swept into a room, and suddenly the radio in her hands lost its charm. Although she was aware of the closeness of their relationship, witnessing it firsthand still left her feeling somewhat despondent. How curious it is that the mechanical genius girl possesses a heart that yearns for youthful affection. The elusive Dongfang Yuyu has suddenly reappeared, standing beside Chen Qiyu. her arms cradling a bulging bundle as she leans against the wall. Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun Chiyu's face, obscured by her flowing hair, instantly flushed crimson. Her almond-shaped eyes seemingly swirling with emotion. Whether it is nonsense or not does not hinge on my words, but rather on your thoughts. If you desire something, summon the courage to pursue it. Do not let the opportunity slip away, leaving you unable to savor even a morsel. Dongfang Yuyu's gaze was piercing, as if she could see into the depths of one's heart. After speaking, she shook her head. It feels futile to converse with you about this. I shall focus on my own matters. Chun Chiyu barely registered her words before Yuyu vanished in an instant. Ah, so she was hiding here, in such a well-concealed nook. Dongfang Yuyu discovered the gaming console tucked away in a scarcely noticeable corner of the villa. With excitement, she approached it, caressing it as if it were a treasured possession. She had long fantasized about owning such a versatile gaming machine, capable of running open-world games without an internet connection, complete with a high-end VR headset. It was incredibly lifelike and exhilarating. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, it had languished in her shopping cart, its price fluctuating beyond her means. Now, to behold it with her own eyes and handle, it was almost overwhelming for the modern-day heroine and gaming enthusiast, Dongfang Yuyu. Game, activate. Insufficient power, unable to boot. The cold, electronic female voice doused Dongfang Yuyu's enthusiasm like a bucket of icy water, leaving her feeling as if she were still outside in the snow. Blast. How fortunate I have a little sister. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to tackle this predicament. Dongfang Yuyu immediately conceived a solution. She would enlist Chun Chiyu's help. Huh, I truly am a sweet turnip. With another swift movement, she disappeared once more. Had her master not passed away, witnessing the acrobatics of Dongfang Yuyu, misusing the school's lightness skills would surely have left him speechless, unable to offer any advice. Merely furrowing his brow in exasperation. Alas, who could blame Dongfang Yuyu? She was the sole genius female disciple of her sect, the beloved daughter of the previous leader. It was a miracle she had not become a little sorceress already. Chun Chiyu, come and lend a hand. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, at a clandestine military base. Boom. With the impact of a shell, a colossal centipede, measuring over 1 meter in width and 7 to 8 meters in length, slowly collapsed. Its blood seeping from its head and staining the snow a deep green. Not far away, the bodies of several soldiers lay scattered, their limbs grotesquely shattered. A gruesome sight to behold. This military base was predominantly subterranean, resembling a hidden town underground. Logically, it should be nearly impossible for any creature to infiltrate. Yet, the giant centipede, drawn to burrowing, fortuitously discovered a vulnerability in the base's defenses, crawling inside and causing significant casualties. A stern sergeant looked intently at the scene before him and instructed the guards beside him, take the body to the biological laboratory for them to manage it themselves, and then proceed to clear the area. Investigate how this centipede entered. His gaze fell upon the ground, observing the dark green puddle of snow, reminding himself to don protective gear. Time swiftly passed, and a few evenings later, at a clandestine military base, within the exclusive dining hall for researchers, a woman clad in a white lab coat, dressed meticulously beneath it, with slightly disheveled hair, stirred her bowl of seaweed and egg soup with a small spoon. Despite her unkempt appearance, her delicately shaped face radiated an innate charm, making her the most captivating presence within the base. Across from her sat a middle-aged, sophisticated woman, who, noticing her glum demeanor, inquired, Professor Jiang, why the long face? Is the food not to your liking today? Chapter 41. The melancholic Jiang Fushua. When the plot thickens, the meal was rather satisfactory, featuring both vegetables and meat, all served warm. Had I still been ensconced in the confines of the school laboratory, I would likely have been relegated to subsisting on compressed biscuits and snacks. Jiang Fushue cast a sidelong glance at her colleague, who was attempting to ingratiate himself, before her gaze returned to the spoon in her hand. Indeed, in the current circumstances, our provisions were commendable. Outside these walls, one could hardly expect to be well-fed. Survival itself would pose a challenge. Jiang Fushue nodded in tacit agreement, yet her spirits remained low. Ever since her involuntary summons to this place, her existence had been reduced to a monotonous cycle of traversing between the laboratory and the cafeteria. Sleep was often sought within the laboratory, while bathing necessitated enduring long queues, sometimes going 3 days without the luxury of cleanliness, all in the name of conserving energy for experiments. Such hardships were bearable. Jiang Fushue considered herself rather unpretentious, often allowing herself to be somewhat disheveled in her solitary life. Moreover, the experiments she conducted were within her expertise, focusing on controlled nuclear fusion. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom were already cognizant of the impending Ice Age. thus reallocating funds away from other scientific endeavors to fully support the research in controlled nuclear fusion. The successful realization of controlled nuclear fusion would enable the artificial creation of miniature suns on Blue Star, thereby unlocking boundless energy. The looming ice age would no longer hinder the progress of the Dragon Kingdom. However, despite these lofty aspirations, the reality was far from idyllic. Long before the snowfall, or even decades ago, relevant research had stagnated. The Dragon Kingdom possessed the capability to fabricate artificial suns, yet sustaining their existence over time remained an insurmountable challenge. Both tokamak devices and stellarators faced significant technological and material limitations. Various factors culminated in the unsatisfactory durability of the manufactured suns: 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 30 minutes. Though progress had been made, it was inconsequential for a nation with high energy demands. From her father, Jiang Fuxue learned that there were multiple experimental bases like hers scattered across the country, including some on remote islands. Surprisingly, the fastest progress was being achieved at her current base, the Spark 1 experimental base, owing to her latest research findings. Yet, such achievements felt trivial. Research results were meant to be shared, and she had relinquished them willingly. What gnawed at her was the sense of being whisked away from a fortuitous opportunity without fully grasping the circumstances, leaving no room for maneuver. Jiang Fuxue was eager to uncover what innovative heating apparatus her senior disciple, Chu Qing, had been developing in the dormitory, as she harbored a premonition that it might offer groundbreaking assistance to her experiments. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Firstly, she perceived an abundance of respect from the leaders at this base, particularly after a recent change in leadership. Secondly, she wished to avoid burdening her esteemed disciple Chu Qing. Primarily, she feared that Chu Qing might inadvertently embarrass her in the presence of numerous esteemed professors and scholars. For reasons unknown, Jiang Fuxue has always felt that this disciple is leading a more fulfilling life outside than her own. Perhaps it is the allure of freedom. Gazing at the ceiling adorned with warm lighting, she found it somewhat dazzling. Her gaze descended back to the rather mediocre Professor Yang Ruyan, who had gained her position through connections. Although Yang Ruyan's academic prowess leaves much to be desired, she possesses a keen understanding of social dynamics and has familial ties to a prominent military figure, making her well-informed. Aware of her limited capabilities, she refrains from meddling in the experiments, which Jiang Fuxue considers her sole redeeming quality. Yang Ruyan is cognizant of Jiang Fuxue's unparalleled expertise at the No. 1 Fireseed base, hence her frequent attempts to cultivate a relationship, occasionally sharing information not privy to other researchers. I must tell you, the situation outside is quite chaotic. There's a creature reportedly dubbed the Ice Corpse, she declared. Ice Corpse? A creature? Jiang Fuxue's eyes widened in confusion. She had been engrossed in her experiments for days, debating minutiae with those rigid yet somewhat competent elders, remaining woefully ignorant of external developments. Yet, knowing seemed futile. If such a creature truly existed, the higher-ups would certainly keep it under wraps to prevent panic among the personnel at the base. Yang Ruyan nodded earnestly, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot before whispering. These are the frozen corpses. For reasons unknown, they have come back to life, and they have mutated, possessing blue-white eyes, fangs, and claws, terrifyingly fierce, and they prey on the living. Jiang Fuxue's pupils constricted as she tightened her grip on her small spoon. When did this happen? A few days ago, though I'm not certain of the exact day, she replied. Ice corpse, is that a shorthand for frozen corpses? Why not call them living corpses? Who knows? Perhaps it was simply for convenience by those at the highest academy in Kyoto. Professor Jiang, don't you think ice corpse sounds more poetic than living corpse? Indeed, the number of people who perished in extreme cold is unfathomable if they all turned into ice corpses. The sight alone is horrifying to contemplate. It is said that the higher-ups have dispatched troops to deal with these creatures, though the outcome remains uncertain. Yang Ruyan finished her last spoonful of soup, shuddering slightly. Jiang Fuxue furrowed her brow, glancing toward the heating vent, as Yang Ruyan continued, however. I find the situation quite precarious. Oh, why do you say that? Because the monsters aren't limited to ice corpses. There are also some grotesque smaller creatures. Grotesque? Yes. Can you believe that cockroaches can grow up to 2 meters long? Jiang Fuxue could no longer remain composed. That truly terrifies me. Yang Ruyan clutched her prominent chest. Who wouldn't be frightened? I too dread such enormous cockroaches. Just a few days ago, a massive centipede nearly slithered into our base. How large? It seemed to be about 7 or 8 meters long, capable of swallowing a person whole. Do not be overly fearful. We possess formidable military strength here. Although that giant centipede claimed a few lives, it was ultimately vanquished by artillery. Its remains were subsequently appropriated by the biolab personnel for research purposes. I was unaware of this and had not heard it mentioned before. It seems a gag order has been imposed. Alas, that is what I dread. You are well aware that those engaged in biological research are often madmen disguised in human form. Who knows what earth-shattering monstrosities they might concoct? I have heard. Merely heard, mind you, so do not propagate it. It is said that these colossal cold-resistant organisms have attracted the attention of the highest echelons, prompting a dedicated investigation. They uncovered that prior to the snowfall, foreign forces under the control of the Free State secretly established numerous biolabs within our territory, specifically to explore methods to induce primitive evolution in these small creatures. Their experiments had made negligible progress until, inexplicably, following the snowfall, a dramatic mutation occurred. In a matter of weeks, those experimental subjects evolved into massive forms impervious to the cold. Should the afflictions of those biolab researchers manifest, we could find ourselves in peril. Listening to Yang Ruyan's alarmist rhetoric, Jiang Fuxue felt a twitch in her eyelid. Surely, it cannot be that serious. If they truly succeeded in creating some grotesque species, would they not be the first to perish? Who can fathom the minds of those lunatics? Yang Ruyan, with a shift in her gaze, waved her hand dismissively and said, let us not dwell on that. I have heard that Professor Jiang is still single. Is that true? Jiang Fuxue's expression shifted. Why bring this up? Yang Ruyan replied with a beaming smile. To be candid, I have a nephew who works at the base. He is in the military and has long admired Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang, Jiang Fuxue interjected, cutting her off. To be forthright, I, too, have a boyfriend, and we are at the stage of discussing marriage. Is your boyfriend also at the base? No, he is outside. Yang Ruyan sighed in relief, but persisted. The weather outside is quite severe. Wait. Jiang Fuxue raised her hand to silence her and pressed her other hand to her temple. What is it, Professor Jiang? Are you all right? Yang Ruyan asked, her concern evident. I am fine. I just suddenly conceived a brilliant method that could resolve an issue that has plagued me for quite some time. Alas, I must return to the lab immediately to verify it. Before Jiang Fuxue could finish her sentence, she was already on her feet and departing. Yang Ruyan's charming smile abruptly froze, slowly retracting. A boyfriend? Hardly worth mentioning. However, if we were to consider it, my students' male friends equate to my male friends. Which means I have a boyfriend, so it is not entirely a lie. Curses. The visitor is not benevolent. I wondered why she was so generous with information, only to discover the dagger hidden within. As Jiang Fuxue strode briskly, she muttered under her breath, Damn it, do they truly perceive me as isolated and defenseless? If they think they can prey upon me, they shall witness the explosive power of the sun. I shall not bear the surname Jiang. Chapter 42. The Ascension Plan within the confines of the Seed 1 base. Jiang Fuxue's authority remains unassailable, at least in the realm of academia. Her early fame, coupled with her lineage as the daughter of a distinguished academician, means that only the most obstinate of scholarly relics dare to contest her. Nevertheless, Jiang Fuxue must tread carefully, as she finds herself in an unfamiliar experimental facility devoid of her father's presence. Although her research capabilities are commendable, the seed base is not singular, and not everyone possesses a broad perspective. It is inevitable that selfish fools may conspire against her. Indeed, within less than a month, whispers of ulterior motives have begun to circulate. This time, it is through intermediaries suggesting alliances, but next time, it could resort to more unscrupulous tactics. Given Yang Ruyan's esteemed position, there seems little need to tarnish her reputation as a benevolent figure. Following her suspicions, Jiang Fuxue, piecing together recent peculiar occurrences at the base, swiftly deduces that a tempest may be brewing at Seed 1. Soon, Jiang Fuxue maintains her composure as she strides into the vast seed laboratory, where the air is thick with the presence of white lab coats, all engrossed in their tasks. Admittedly, she remains oblivious to the specifics of their incessant busyness. But it is certain that someone will inevitably challenge her. Professor Jiang, have you finished your meal? A familiar voice calls out. Yes, she replies, reclaiming her seat at her research throne, crossing her legs as her gaze traverses the transparent wall to the colossal tokamak device at the center of the laboratory. This so-called controlled nuclear fusion represents mankind's endeavor to replicate the sun. In truth, creating an artificial sun is not an insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lies in sustaining its stable operation and harnessing the required energy. Jiang Fuxue had previously exerted herself to no avail in seeking significant breakthroughs. Yet the notion of causing this artificial sun to explode seems deceptively simple. A wave of clarity washes over her. A multitude of audacious ideas flickers through her mind. With a sudden clap of her hands, she rises from her seat, startling the nuclear physicists present, who turn in unison to gaze at her. What is Jiang, the beautiful genius, up to today? Jiang Fuxue surveys the room earnestly, declaring, I have conceived an ingenious plan that requires everyone's cooperation. While Jiang Fuxue fervently rallies her colleagues for the ascension plan, her esteemed protege, Chu Qing, is deeply engrossed with Yi Fengshi, exploring the enchanting vistas of the world. Qinger, after 3 days apart, one must view you in a new light. Yi Fengshi exclaims, astonished to discover that Chu Qing, once inexperienced and playful, has made remarkable strides and can now rival him. The stifling heat of the bedroom causes Chu Qing's breath to quicken. Rolling her eyes, she retorts, spending every day with you, 3 days apart is hardly noteworthy. Chu Qing glances at the bracelet adorning her wrist. Its allure mingling with her triumphant demeanor. I owe much to the exquisite bracelet you procured for me. Yi Fengshi steals a glance at the bracelet radiating a deep azure glow on Chu Qing's wrist, stifling a chuckle within. Initially, he believed that the bracelet merely emitted a chilling aura, serving to calm the mind and focus one's thoughts. However, after connecting with Chu Qing in a moment of mutual understanding, he discovered its deeper mysteries. Due to the small sun within his body, Yi Fengshi possessed immense strength akin to that of the sun, making it difficult for an ordinary person to withstand his power. Even with Chu Qing's naturally robust physique, it was a challenge for her to endure. Yet, Yi Fengshi noticed that when Chu Qing wore the bracelet, it would occasionally radiate intense cold that flowed into her body, perfectly counterbalancing the solar energy within him and subtly enhancing her physical capabilities. Nevertheless, Chu Qing had always assumed he was unaware of this phenomenon. Feigning sudden realization, Yi Fengshi remarked, I see. So, dear Qing, shouldn't you express your gratitude to me? Oh, please. Chu Qing rolled her eyes, exasperated yet amused. How long do you want me to thank you? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has already been 5 days. What more do you expect? She began counting the days since their move, tallying Yi Fengshi's numerous transgressions. After both had taken a shower, they entered the living room together. There, Yi Fengshi spotted a certain gaming enthusiast, engrossed in her VR headset, passionately battling through a challenging level, her frustration evident in her fervent exclamations. Damn it, who designed this level? With my current skill, I can't even get past it. You. Truly infuriating. Turning his head, Yi Fengshi noticed Chen Qiyu crouched in a corner, no longer fiddling with the radio but instead engrossed in the study of a generator. On that day, Dongfang Yuyu had sought out Chen Qiyu to resolve an electricity issue, aiming to play her long-desired gaming console. However, Chen Qiyu, not being a master of electricity manipulation, passed the problem on to Yi Fengshi, asking him to accompany her to nearby villas or further commercial streets in search of useful components to construct a generator. Surprisingly, they did not venture far. Within the third villa, they discovered a complete generator set, sufficient to meet the electrical demands of the entire house. Chen Qiyu treasured this generator, dedicating herself to improving its operational mode, striving to reduce noise while increasing power output. When conventional methods proved ineffective, she resorted to her unique approach, offering incense to the machine. To her delight, this seemingly mystical gesture indeed diminished the operational noise, transforming it from a persistent hum to a gentle breeze. Yi Fengshi couldn't help but suspect that this girl possessed extraordinary abilities. It was no wonder she had been taken under the wing of a prominent figure in the electromechanical field despite her lack of technical prowess. At the intersection of science and mysticism, perhaps a poorly functioning machine could indeed be coaxed back to health with a bit of reverence. What? If it doesn't work? Then it must be a matter of personal merit. Just look at Chen Qiyu. Her character is commendable. Noticing Yi Fengshi's gaze upon her, Chen Qiyu felt as though she had been jolted, quickly averting her eyes and pretending to focus intently on her work. However, had Yi Fengshi approached her directly, he would have easily noticed the circles beginning to form in her eyes. Curious, had the temperature risen? Yi Fengshi observed the steam emanating from Chen Qiyu's head, sinking into contemplation. His solar force field enveloped the entire villa, maintaining a tempered atmosphere. Do not inquire whether sustaining such an immense solar force field incurs any expenditure. To ask is to embrace the notion of passive zero consumption. However, Dongfang Yuyu could attest that it was not Yi Fengshi's temperature field that had elevated. This gaming enthusiast had been so engrossed that not even steam had escaped her, despite her fervent engagement. Yi Fengshi nodded in understanding. One could only say that Chen Qiyu was indeed remarkable, capable of delighting the machine's spirit simply by burning incense. Impressive. Damn it, I'm done, Dongfang Yuyu exclaimed, removing her helmet with a curse. Instinctively, she considered smashing it down, but then realized there was only one. If she broke it, it would be gone. Her movements instantly became more graceful. Subsequently, she rose, stretched languidly, and her gaze swept over Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing. Oh, the sun has risen in the west. You two have finished before mealtime? Chapter 43. Riddles Without Rewards. What preceded I Am Invincible? After several days of companionship, Dongfang Yuyu no longer regarded herself as an outsider. Typically, she donned a white short-sleeved shirt while wandering about, often indulging in video games and occasionally practicing her swordsmanship. Consequently, Fengshi frequently caught glimpses of her long, fair, and voluptuous legs strolling through the villa, a sight that was quite dazzling. At this moment, as she stood up, an abundance of grace was instantly revealed, capturing Fengshi's gaze. "Little vixen, are you looking for a fight?" she playfully teased. Chu Qing, unfazed, retorted without hesitation, "Who are you calling a little vixen?" "Talking about you." "All right. Chu Qing, I've endured you for long enough. I challenge you to a duel. Come on, I never said I was afraid of you. Yay. I shall officiate." Upon hearing that two women, both vying for dominance, were about to duel, Xiao Taozhu, who had been partially concealed, suddenly sprang from her corner, eager to act as the referee. However, Chu Qing and Dongfang Yuyu retorted in unison, "You lack the qualifications." In an instant, Xiao Taozhu's smile vanished, leaving her frozen in disbelief. Internally, she grumbled. Chu Qing might have the upper hand. Her intellect surpasses mine. But Dongfang Yuyu, as a newcomer, why do you speak to me so boldly? Is it merely because you possess martial skills? What is so remarkable about that? Well, all right. Your martial prowess is indeed impressive. I, Xiao Taozhu, cannot contend with you. Xiao Taozhu, I must tell you, you ought to recognize your own capabilities. Do you truly believe you can meddle in matters between me and Yuyu? And you wish to officiate? Aren't you afraid of being inadvertently sliced into hero-esque fragments? Seeing that Xiao Taozhu appeared intimidated, Chu Qing then earnestly explained, "Only the most formidable can serve as a referee. Fengshi, don't think of merely spectating. You shall officiate." Fengshi gave an okay gesture. "No problem. May I ask, your duel won't result in torn garments, will it?" Chu Qing smiled softly. "Do you wish to see?" "Of course not. I am a respectable person." At this, Dongfang Yuyu nodded, signifying her agreement with Fengshi's assertion of respectability. After all, with four stunning beauties before him for so long, he had only interacted with one. He was indeed quite proper. However, Chu Qing's ability to endure until now had reshaped Dongfang Yuyu's perception, leading her to surreptitiously speculate whether this enchantress possessed some extraordinary talent. Moments later, they arrived at the villa's rear garden. There, amidst the black soil, a riot of colors bloomed: starry asters, peonies, roses, and countless other flowers, all in full bloom, vying for attention. Beyond the garden lay a wintry landscape, where countless snowflakes continued to cascade from the grayish-white sky. The two realms were merely a step apart, akin to worlds divided. This enchanting scene was attributed to Fengshi's solar force field. It was inspired by Dongfang Yuyu's desire to explore. As she lamented that the flowers in the rear garden had become like ice sculptures, a sight too exquisite to waste. Thus, they sought out Fengshi, requesting that his solar force extend to this area, while also transferring all the seeds stored at Xiao Taozhu's home to the garden, yearning for a scene of blooming flowers come the following spring. However, Dongfang Yuyu did not anticipate the remarkable prowess of Fengshi's solar field. Within mere days of sowing, the seeds sprouted forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, blossoming vibrantly. Startled, Dongfang Yuyu's gaze fixated on Chu Qing, who stood opposite with her hands in her pockets. In a moment of reverie, Dongfang Yuyu discerned Fengshi's shadow cast upon Chu Qing. She abruptly turned to Fengshi, exclaiming, "You wouldn't be secretly aiding Chu Qing, would you?" Fengshi shrugged. "I have done nothing, nor do I believe that Chu Qing requires my assistance. Do you truly think she can defeat me?" Dongfang Yuyu's brows furrowed in indignation. Just as her words lingered in the air, she noticed Chu Qing's figure vanish. Alarm coursed through her, and she instinctively assumed a defensive stance, her inner energy swirling rapidly. Yet, it was too late. A chilling presence invaded her being, and in an instant, Chu Qing had her pinned to the ground, her ample form crushing a multitude of flowers beneath them. Dongfang Yuyu yearned to protest, but the overwhelming force emanating from Chu Qing engulfed her in a sense of helplessness. "You have lost," Chu Qing's voice echoed in her ears. The realization that after years of martial training, she was bested by a woman unversed in combat left Dongfang Yuyu despondent. Chu Qing released her grip. Yet Dongfang Yuyu did not rise immediately. Instead, she gathered a bouquet of flowers, burying her head within their fragrant embrace. "Had I known, I would have played fewer games." Chu Qing chuckled at the sight, raising an eyebrow at Fengshi. The victor was clear. Fengshi, bemused by Dongfang Yuyu's plight, approached her. She assumed he intended to help her up and extended her arm, only for him to playfully kick her rear instead. Is this the prowess of the heroic Dongfang? How unromantic! Dongfang Yuyu internally cursed, preparing to rise, when suddenly, Fengshi swept her into his arms. "Hey!" she exclaimed, feeling an unrelenting warmth invade her, dissipating the chill that Chu Qing had instilled. In an instant, she sensed her inner energy elevate to new heights. Could these two possibly be cultivators? She pondered, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. After all, it was only natural that a martial artist could not prevail against a cultivator. There was no shame in that. Release me at once. Flushing. Dongfang Yuyu struggled to escape Yi Fengshi's embrace, casting an accusatory glare at Chu Qing. How deceiving, Chu Qing. I never imagined you possessed capabilities rivaling Yu Fengshi's while masquerading as a delicate damsel. I never claimed to be a weak woman. All of that is merely your own fabrication, Chu Qing retorted. Chu Qing executed a swift counter, leaving Dongfang Yuyu momentarily speechless, compelled to assert. How do you account for your recent display of prowess? Your methods are formidable, radiating a chill that penetrates the very core, colder than the storm outside. Were it not for this, Yu Fengshi's solar energy would effortlessly dispel my frost, and I noticed you seemed quite at ease in his embrace. This time, Dongfang Yuyu refrained from retorting. Instead, she lamented, after a decade of arduous training, I find myself outmatched by you. Had I known, I would have devoted less time to this game and focused solely on honing my skills. Chu Qing, having gained insight into Dongfang Yuyu's character through their casual conversations, understood that the majority of her time was consumed by gaming, practicing her martial arts only sporadically. The remarkable cultivation of her true energy was indeed a testament to her innate talent. If only I had known, Dongfang Yuyu interjected, shaking her finger, I would have spent less time on martial training. With such natural talent, practice seems unnecessary. Chu Qing found herself at a loss for words. If that were the case, it would be quite challenging for you to protect Qinqiyu until we arrive to rescue you. That is true, she conceded. However, what exactly is this chilling aura surrounding you? Would you like to know? I would. It's nearly time for dinner. You should go prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Qinqiyu and Xiao Taozhuo were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom such an outcome. Dongfang Yuyu, renowned for her prowess, could cleave through a horde of ice corpses with a single strike, yet she faltered against Chu Qing's assault. Although Chu Qing's actions bore the mark of a surprise attack, it was hard to believe that Dongfang Yuyu could not mount any resistance. Qinqiyu was somewhat more accepting, reasoning that Chu Qing's position as Yi Fengshi's first woman justified her strength. However, Xiao Taozhuo struggled to reconcile the situation. How could Chu Qing, who previously seemed inferior, suddenly surpass Dongfang Yuyu? Seizing the opportunity while Dongfang Yuyu prepared dinner, Xiao Taozhuo discreetly pulled Chu Qing aside. What is going on with you? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow in response, countering, and what about you? Did we not agree that having a big bed meant we would face any challenge together? It's nearly been a week, yet you have taken no action. Xiao Taozhuo froze, her attention diverted, stammering, I am afraid of pain. I've heard that the first time is quite painful. Besides, you seem capable of handling it. At this, Chu Qing erupted into laughter. Afraid of pain? You are quite the character. I have nothing further to say. I want to pressure you. You may proceed as you wish. With an abundance of potential allies, Chu Qing felt no obligation to align solely with Xiao Taozhuo. Instead, she contemplated reaching out to her mentor, considering drawing them into the fray. Xiao Taozhuo watched Chu Qing's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, but I am truly terrified of pain. As evening descended, they gathered for yet another exquisite dinner. In pursuit of an elegant atmosphere, Dongfang Yuyu dimmed the lights and lit candles, creating a 5-person candlelit feast. Outside, the frigid wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Within, warmth enveloped them like spring as they savored steaming hot pot and sang cheerful love songs. I have prepared a rather romantic gift for you. Do remember to check your room after you finish your bath. During the leisurely moments post-dinner, Chu Qing suddenly leaned in to whisper softly in Yi Fengshi's ear. Yi Fengshi's expression turned to one of surprise, silently pondering the implications of wearing the same pair of pants and engaging in such antics. Nonetheless, it appeared he had never encountered this before. At 9 in the evening, the cold wind howled through the window, carrying snowflakes that danced in the illuminated air like a cascade of white. Draped in a bathrobe, Yi Fengshi traversed the corridor and returned to his room, switching on the light to reveal a stunning sight. A qipao, intricately designed with a landscape ink painting that split daringly up to the armpit, showcased rolling mountains and swaying bamboo groves. Dongfang Yuyu. Yi Fengshi gazed at the enchanting figure reclining on the bed, astonished. Is something amiss? How do you find my attire? Quite charming. I assent to it. Dongfang Yuyu gently waved a folding fan in her hand. It is indeed lovely. Yi Fengshi quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Dongfang Yuyu was up to something, with Chu Qing providing her support. You cunning vixen. He scrutinized her alluring form and inquired. You must be certain of your intentions. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Enough with the pretense. If I hadn't made up my mind, I wouldn't be donning this attire in your presence. Are you not a man? However, as the lights dimmed once more. Dongfang Yuyu soon found herself facing the consequences of her words and actions. Oh dear, that stings quite a bit. Chapter 44. I was here first. Anger. Dongfang Yuyu. Oh, Xiuqing, what brings you here? This approach of yours is rather ineffective. Allow me to offer a suggestion. How old are you? 18. Nonsense. You are nearing graduation in your 4th year, yet you claim to be 18? Did you enter university at 14? I am a prodigy. Regardless. I am a free spirit in society, undoubtedly older than you, a mere student, hence you ought to address me as sister. Never mind. I am too weary to engage in trivial discussions with you. Your attire is rather garish, akin to those flirty girls outside. Are you attempting to entice Yi Fengshi? You've seen through my intentions. Indeed, I have taken a liking to Yi Fengshi, so what of it? Clap, clap. Xiuqing clapped her hands, appearing quite pleased. Dongfang Yuyu was utterly bewildered. Had this woman lost her mind? The one I am trying to attract is your man, you know. Excellent. I am exceedingly satisfied with your performance, yet you have misconceived one matter. What? Although Dongfang Yuyu was uncertain of Xiuqing's madness, her demeanor revealed much. The advantage lies with me. However, Xiuqing had piqued her curiosity. She was eager to discern the ulterior motives of the woman with those beguiling fox-like eyes. Xiuqing, with an air of confidence, spoke. You believe that with your scant attire and your stunning beauty, Yi Fengshi would irresistibly succumb to your charms, do you not? Surely. You are mistaken. He is not the type to force himself upon anyone. Even if you stood before him unclad, he would merely regard you with appreciative eyes. But how can you? Because I was the one who confessed my feelings to him. Dongfang Yuyu, being astute, quickly grasped Xiuqing's implication. You mean to suggest that I should confess my feelings to him in person? Ah, that is my secret maneuver. It may not be effective when employed by you. Sister, teach me. Lean in closer. This is a technique I've developed through my extensive interactions with Yi Fengshi. Dongfang Yuyu nodded earnestly, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was watching, before leaning closer to Xiuqing. You should do this, then that. Oh, sudden enlightenment. However, Dongfang Yuyu never anticipated that Xiuqing would take this seriously and turn it into a performance. The key issue was that she could not compete. This is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon her. As the outcome was favorable, Dongfang Yuyu successfully transitioned from a young girl to a mature woman. Yet, Yi Fengshi's solar power was indeed formidable, nearly overwhelming her. Thus, she held Xiuqing in high regard. Truly, a woman capable of defeating Dongfang Yuyu possesses extraordinary physical prowess. Through numerous encounters, Dongfang Yuyu also uncovered the astonishing secret of Xiuqing's strength. This individual has been secretly undergoing the baptism of solar energy, likely having all their acupoints and meridian channels unlocked. No wonder their physique is so formidable. Dongfang Yuyu felt the surging true qi within her body and realized she had truly wasted her previous life. She should have devoted herself wholeheartedly to gaming. Then simply waited for Yi Fengshi to arrive and bestow upon her the enlightenment to become a peerless master. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why have I only gained true qi and physical strength, with no special abilities? Dongfang Yuyu looked up at Yi Fengshi, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Why would you assume there would be special abilities? What about Xiuqing's icy aura? How does that work? That bracelet on her wrist is a treasure. To put it in your terms, it's like an enchantment during your duel. What? She cheated. Dongfang Yuyu nearly leapt up in agitation, though in her current state, she couldn't even manage a twitch. A gust of wind seemed to sweep through, rustling the bamboo grove and sending leaves scattering. Calm down. Look, you're losing control of your true qi. You're about to blow Xiao Taojua's potted plants apart. Dongfang Yuyu rolled her eyes. Still, she wasn't the type to push her luck. Knowing Xiuqing's importance to Yi Fengshi, it made sense that she possessed such a treasure. Instead of demanding something similar, Dongfang Yuyu simply urged Yi Fengshi to level up further. Approaching the early hours of dawn, Xiao Taojua lay on her anime-themed bedsheet adorned with stunning 2D beauties, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She wore pink pajamas with a Pikachu design on the chest, a notably plump and three-dimensional Pikachu at that. Slipping into fluffy slippers, she headed downstairs to the living room in search of a late-night snack. Normally at this hour, Dongfang Yuyu would still be downstairs, passionately cursing her way through an open-world game. Maybe I can get her to whip up a soulful midnight snack. No, we don't get along. She probably won't even acknowledge me pausing at the staircase. Xiao Taojua suddenly had a stroke of brilliance, a metaphorical light bulb flickering above her head. I've got it. I'll just say Yi Fengshi wants a midnight snack. She'll definitely drop her VR headset and make something for him first. With her plan set, Xiao Taojua trotted cheerfully into the living room. Dongfang, Sis Qing, why are you the one gaming? She froze, scanning the room. Aside from Qinqiyu, The mechanic girl deep in thought by the generator, there was no sign of Dongfang Yuyu. Where's Dongfang Yuyu? Xiao Taozhua asked Chu Qing. Oh, her? Chu Qing chuckled, fingers deftly maneuvering the game controller. She's in Yi Fengshi's room. What? Xiao Taozhua was stunned. She dares to enter Yi Fengshi's room? Isn't she afraid he'll beat her up? Chu Qing nodded without turning. Indeed, not only will she get beaten, she'll probably cry, but soon enough, she'll be smiling again. What does that mean? Xiao Taozhua was baffled, tears turning to laughter. Is Dongfang Yuyu some kind of Stockholm Syndrome case? Beside her, Qin Shiyu could no longer endure Xiao Taozhua's incessant barrage of inquiries and interjected, Xiao Taozhua, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? When a woman enters a man's room, it is undoubtedly for an ulterior motive. Do you lack even this basic understanding? In that instant, Xiao Taozhua froze, a sudden epiphany illuminating her mind. It took her a full 3 seconds to comprehend, after which she clasped her cheeks and exclaimed, Ah, Dongfang Yuyu, how could she do this? I was the one who arrived first. Chu Qing shrugged in resignation, but you fear pain, while she does not. However, it is to be expected. As a pampered young lady, you have lived a life free of worries. Do not fret. As long as you fear pain, you shall remain unscathed. In response to Chu Qing's teasing, Xiao Taozhua fell silent, rendered utterly petrified. Chapter 45, Introspection, the sparkling points on the curtain. Chu Qing. How could you behave in such a manner? He is your man. You cannot simply let go and abandon everything. Xiao Taozhua bit her lip. Tears as large as beans streamed from her peach blossom eyes. She grasped Chu Qing's collar, shaking it vigorously. Qin Shiyu observed the scene with a hint of amusement. But her attention was soon drawn to Chu Qing's ominous demeanor, compelling her to glance down. The humor dissipated. Chu Qing, unfazed, shook her head and, with a serene smile, stated, If I do not let go, how could you possibly have a chance? I have already warned you. You must understand that one must relinquish in order to gain. If the sacrifice does not sting, nothing will be attained. In that case, why not grant the opportunity to those who are unafraid of pain and hardship? I do not mean to criticize, but as a woman, do you not experience discomfort during your monthly cycle? Some pains will not vanish simply because you fear them. However, the joy following certain sufferings. Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend. Regardless, the situation is as it stands. It is a settled fact. Your tantrums will not alter it. So do not disturb me while I play my game. Chu Qing gently grasped Xiao Taozhua's delicate hand, which clutched her collar, and moved it aside, subsequently lifting Xiao Taozhua and setting her aside. Xiao Taozhua, on the verge of tears, instinctively glanced toward Qin Shiyu, who silently turned away. Xiao Taozhua suddenly recalled that she and Qin Shiyu seemed to share no common topics of conversation. With a flick of her sleeve, she stormed back to her room in a huff. I want to eat. I'm already filled with rage. What's the point of dining? As she passed by Yi Fengshi's room, she even contemplated kicking the door. However, fearing a mixed doubles match, she reluctantly abandoned the tempting thought. I am utterly infuriated. I arrived first, yet that exhibitionist Dongfang Yuyu seized the opportunity. Time drifted on. After a few days of clinging to Yi Fengshi, Dongfang Yuyu returned to her normal life, having challenged Chu Qing to a duel, which ended in failure. She resorted to gaming, and when fatigued from the games, she would engage in arena battles with Yi Fengshi, nearly monopolizing his time alongside Chu Qing. Xiao Taozhua found no opportunity to interject and, in her helplessness, ended up with some awkward exchanges with Qin Shiyu. One was a wealthy underachiever, while the other was a mechanical genius. It was challenging to find a natural flow of conversation, except when discussing Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi, lost in blissful distraction. Of course, he was not engaged in anything productive. Aside from the nightly battles, he would wander aimlessly in the snow during the day, ostensibly to clear his mind. After reaching an agreement with Dongfang Yuyu, Yi Fengshi discovered a newfound ability concerning the development of his internal little son. One notion was whether he could leave a unique mark within his woman's body, capable of locating and protecting her, and even providing long-distance support if necessary. A splendid idea. Yet, when Yi Fengshi attempted to implement it, he found himself utterly bewildered. Leaving a mark was simple. However, it remains an arduous task to imprint a nearly omnipotent functionality. Indeed, a challenge more formidable than ascending to the heavens. At present, Yi Fengshi possesses abilities limited to a passive solar force field and a modest flicker of flame, which could equally be referred to as a spark. The fiery spark dances at his fingertips, igniting upon contact with adversaries, allowing them to languish in excruciating agony or, conversely, to be instantaneously reduced to ashes. Moreover, he can summon an infinitesimal shard of the sun's power. The passive ability to ward off cold enhances his physical constitution. Currently, Yi Fengshi imagines that, apart from his flame-related capabilities, he could easily embody a figure akin to Saitama. As for taking flight from a stationary position on blue star, soaring through the sky is a simple endeavor. As long as one can counteract the planet's gravitational pull, one may glide freely. Fengshi discovered that his solar force field can indeed negate blue star's gravity, though he has yet to master the art of flight with complete autonomy. In essence, he can ascend to great heights and distances, yet his control over the direction of his flight remains lacking. Nevertheless, Fengshi's exploration into the all-encompassing solar imprint has yet to yield satisfactory results. However, he inadvertently unearthed an alternative ability, the Ember. Upon reaching an accord with Dongfang Yuyu, he conceived a novel idea. If confinement within the human body proves ineffective, what if it were to be positioned externally? Consequently, Fengshi achieved the creation of a stable ember, which liberated him from the confines of his villa. This ember serves as a diminutive solar force field, capable of enveloping Xiao Taojua's quaint residence, even if it cannot extend to the full limits of Fengshi's capabilities. Thus, he could roam freely, or rather, investigate the perils surrounding the Yulong Garden. Ultimately, he discerned that there were no hazards within the vicinity of the Yulong Garden while he was present. Whether it be cockroaches the size of electric scooters, colossal centipedes resembling miniature trains, or rats as large as vans, all succumbed to the solar radiance, returning to nature in molecular form. Simply put, they were incinerated to ashes. On this particular day, Fengshi reclined in the rear garden, surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers and the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms. He lay in tranquil repose, engaging in introspection. Within the boundless darkness, a small sun burned steadily, its resplendent surface occasionally erupting with a golden-red flame that vanished into the void. Following this, a wave of warmth emerged within him, cleansing his being of impurities. The golden-red flame, in comparison to the small sun, appeared almost infinitesimal. Without careful scrutiny, it would be nearly imperceptible. The smallness of the sun was merely relative to the vast expanse of darkness surrounding it. Fengshi could not ascertain its true dimensions, yet he preferred to refer to it as a small sun, as this nomenclature held an alluring ambiguity. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since Fengshi last beheld the sun of blue star. He occasionally mused whether the sun had taken refuge within him. However, two scholarly friends, Chuqing and Qinqiyu, would remind him that if the sun truly vanished, blue star's plight would surpass the simplicity of an ice age, transforming it into a frigid sphere with temperatures plummeting to well below -200 degrees, perhaps even nearing absolute zero. However, it is currently only a frigid 70 degrees below zero outside, indicating that the sun's radiant warmth continues to embrace our blue planet. Fengshi is well aware of this little-known fact, yet one must allow the academic prodigy at home to display their prowess, mustn't one? At this moment, Fengshi gazes at the seemingly infinite expanse of darkness, pondering that if this were another universe, the presence of a solitary sun would indeed render it rather monotonous. He recalls the eclectic literature he perused during his school days, as well as the profound martial arts insights exchanged with Dongfang Yuyu, both of which allude to a peculiar notion, the human microcosm. Fengshi speculates whether the imagery he perceives within is what is referred to as the human universe. Yet, a discrepancy arises. The true cosmos is replete with numerous stars, and perhaps even extraterrestrial beings and civilizations. It cannot merely be a pitch-black canvas adorned with a single point of light. Could it be that my perspective has been skewed? An unprecedented thought flashes through Fengshi's mind. This is. To his astonishment, he discovers that amidst the black backdrop, which should only feature a diminutive sun, several luminous points have suddenly emerged. Chapter 46. What is art? What are these luminous points? Fengshi was quite astonished. As soon as his thoughts began to shift, a scattering of glimmering points emerged from the endless darkness within. Unlike the stars in the night sky, these luminous dots were dispersed around a small sun, remaining fixed in place, devoid of any planetary orbits spiraling around it. In comparison to the small sun, these points appeared exceedingly diminutive, akin to fireflies against the bright moon. Fengshi directed his attention to the nearest glimmering point, pondering briefly before deciding to reach out and touch it. Ever since the extreme cold set in and the small sun erupted in unusual turmoil, Fengshi had ceased to be a mere observer of this darkness. He could exert a slight influence. For instance, he could alter the trajectory of the flames and light emanating from the small sun. He had contemplated touching his small sun, yet regrettably, he had not been successful. That sensation was akin to being within reach, yet perpetually separated by infinite seas and skies. Or perhaps, it resembled the moment one attempts to touch an electronic girlfriend, only to find oneself limited to the flat surface of a screen. Surely, touching the luminous point should be feasible? With a spirit of experimentation, Fengshi extended his hand toward the nearest glimmering dot. Base 1 of the spark. Jiang Fuxue gazed eagerly at the theme of the ascension plan she had meticulously devised. Behind her stood numerous personnel clad in research attire, a mix of ages. Yet all shared one commonality. They bore heavy bags under their eyes. In less than a week, they felt as though they had traversed an entire epoch. All for Jiang Fushue's proclamation of, "I have conceived a brilliant plan." They had endured sleepless nights and relentless discussions, hands-on adjusting the tokamak apparatus according to her vision. The least among them possessed expertise in nuclear physics, and even those versed in theoretical physics demonstrated formidable practical skills. Within the expansive laboratory, apart from the soldiers stationed for security, there were no outsiders, nor were there workers assigned to assemble or disassemble equipment. What? Arrange for assistance in adjusting the tokamak? No need. With our numbers, crafting a fully automated auxiliary device is no challenge. Please do not complicate our efforts. These were the exact words of a venerable professor relayed to the base's upper management. Yet, even with their collaboratively engineered automated apparatus, the toil was considerable. Jiang Fushue's proposition was astonishing. A theoretical professor pointed out that this comprehensive improvement could not afford the slightest negligence. Otherwise, they would face the imminent explosion of the artificial sun. At that moment, it would not merely be their group that would evaporate instantaneously. The base, and indeed the entire Tianhai city, would ascend in an instant. Everyone dared not entertain even the slightest margin for error, and thus, upon the completion of the final task, their state resembled that of orchestrating a grand military operation. They even experienced a collective evolution, evolving into national treasure pandas. Except for Jiang Fushue, whose spirit and demeanor seemed to belong to an entirely different realm from those behind her. Jiang Fushue was brimming with vitality. Her ultimate goal is nothing less than to send everyone to the heavens. Yet, the collective ascension is merely her final trump card. Should the pressing issues be effectively resolved, she would refrain from deploying such a drastic measure, for her own survival remains paramount. Contemplating the successful execution of her contingency plan, Jiang Fushue could not help but smile subtly. Not only was Jiang Fushue unwearied, but she also felt a spark of mirth. "Ah, dear Jiang, are you elated by our achievements?" inquired a seasoned female professor, well past her 50s, upon noticing Jiang Fushue's beaming countenance. "Indeed, that is the case." Jiang Fushue promptly adjusted her demeanor, striving to suppress her smile's exuberance. Turning to face the assembly, she spread her arms wide. "Have we not toiled day and night for this very moment? The realization of our envisioned apparatus. Surely, this is a cause for celebration? Old Su, am I mistaken?" Hearing the antiquated professor refer to her as little, Jiang naturally stirred her ire. After all, she was the principal investigator of the laboratory, akin to the chief authority, and had spearheaded nearly all advancements. At this critical juncture, being addressed as little Jiang was evidently a provocation. Thus, she retorted with Old Su. Nevertheless, Professor Su maintained an inscrutable countenance. She too had traversed the path from youth to maturity, once basking in glory with unyielding pride. She understood that geniuses possess their own sense of dignity, and thus, when Jiang Fushue called her Old Su, she felt no indignation, but rather an increased admiration, as if she were beholding her younger self. "Professor Jiang, allow me to confirm once more. Is your ingenious plan foolproof? You must comprehend the dire consequences should any errors arise during the ignition process." Despite her appreciation, a dose of caution was still warranted. Jiang Fushue smiled resolutely. "The world is resplendent, science is wondrous, and myriad mysteries await my exploration. I would never gamble with my own life. Moreover, this plan has received the unanimous approval of all present." Implicitly, she indicated that should calamity befall them, the responsibility would be shared. Indeed, all present had nodded in agreement regarding the Project's advancement, not out of a lack of fear for death, but because those engaged in scientific pursuits often possess a touch of madness. In any case, they would undoubtedly be among the first to perish. Responsibilities were of little concern in the face of mortality. If they were to perish, they would do so together. "Ah, Professor Jiang, Professor Su. Today marks the realization of our plan. Let us refrain from contentious exchanges before everyone," suggested a professor attempting to mediate, only to be silenced by Professor Su's retort. "Am I so old? Enough, there is no need for further argument. I simply ask, when shall we ignite?" At that moment, the venerable professor, who dared to make decisions alongside the base's higher-ups, stepped forward. Jiang Fushue's celestial ascension plan had left him with dark circles under his eyes, his demeanor precariously unsteady. "Now," Jiang Fushue declared, and with that, she pressed the ignition button. Yet, the tokamak device remained unresponsive. The esteemed and respected old professor shook his head and remarked, "Look, there you go again, in a rush? You haven't even entered the ignition code. Even if you were to smash that device to pieces, it would be futile. It seems I've overlooked this matter, yet the password remains in the hands of those individuals. Damn it, we still need to summon those amateurs." Jiang Fushue, with a sense of helplessness, shrugged, articulating the collective sentiment of everyone present. The ignition code for the artificial sun was not under the control of the research personnel led by Jiang Fushiwei, but rather held by the higher-ups overseeing the base. Their primary concern was the fear that these scientific zealots might inadvertently cause an explosion at the facility. After all, they were investigating controlled nuclear fusion. One step further into uncontrolled nuclear fusion could lead to a hydrogen bomb. The thought of an artificial sun, a creation 1,000 times more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb, detonating within the base was enough to send shivers down the spines of the upper management. Moreover, igniting the artificial sun would demand an immense amount of energy, effectively causing the base to suffer a power outage with each ignition. Consequently, the higher-ups felt compelled to retain control over the ignition code, as those scientific fanatics would not consider the ramifications. What? A request for ignition? The head of Fire Seed 1 base felt an immediate sense of unease upon hearing this news. Chapter 47. Sunspots? Did they not initially claim it was merely a minor equipment adjustment with no ignition anticipated? The base leader, Yang Wugwa, questioned. Indeed, however, they have now stated that during the adjustment process, a remarkable solution was discovered, one that could significantly extend the operational duration of the tokamak, leading to comprehensive enhancements. The deputy officer, Long Mu, delicately explained. Nonsense. Yang Wugwa slammed the table and rose. Then why was there no report previously? They said enough of this chatter. I ask you why there was no report. Such a monumental project. Did you not sense anything at all? Has Yang Rian communicated with you? She mentioned enough. No more excuses. It's too late to discuss it now. If ignition is to occur, then let it be. Inform the logistics minister to handle it as he sees fit. After issuing his orders, Yang Wugwa stormed out, heading straight for the ignition laboratory. In the ignition laboratory. Control room. Old Shin, it's not that I think you're senile, but for such a significant matter, even if protocol could not be followed, you should have informed me at the earliest opportunity. Look, now that ignition is imminent, you come to ask for the password, and I am utterly unprepared. Yang Wugwa continued to express his frustrations before the esteemed Professor Chun. Professor Chun, on the brink of collapse, replied, at that moment. We discovered a new approach that could resolve a long-standing issue. It was urgent, and once we began, everything else slipped my mind. A whole group of us worked tirelessly. Alas, I truly am losing my faculties. Observing Professor Chen's frail state, Yang Wugwa felt a pang of fear and quickly added, I'm not blaming you. Professor Chen, you really should rest. No need. I can still manage. Yang Wugwa. He then turned his attention to the initiator of this plan, the most formidable presence in the ignition laboratory, Jiang Fushiwei. Upon seeing Jiang Fushiwei, vibrant and standing out among a sea of pando-eyed colleagues, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, preparing to speak. However, Jiang Fushiwei preemptively took charge. With arms crossed and a stern demeanor, she stated, hurry and input the password, no more delay. According to my calculations, the energy generated from this operation could sustain the entire base for at least 6 months. Yang Wugwa was momentarily rendered speechless, obediently inputting the password. Before he could finish, he noticed Jiang Fushiwei's hand already poised over the ignition button. After entering the final digit, she decisively pressed down. Yang Wugwa, but the die was cast. With Jiang Fushiwei's decisive action, the sound of surging electricity echoed throughout the ignition laboratory. Immediately afterward, Yang Wugwa witnessed a flicker of light, which swiftly erupted into a blinding brilliance. Except for Yang Wugwa and his bodyguard, everyone else felt a sudden jolt of trepidation. Good grief. Why is it so glaring this time? Surely it cannot be an explosion. Is Tian'ai City about to ascend to the heavens? In a daze, Yang Wugwa caught the murmurs of a certain experimenter. What? A man-made sun exploding? That would be equivalent to detonating dozens of hydrogen bombs within the base. The base would be doomed. In that fleeting moment, Yang Wugwa's world was devoid of comedy and color. Upon witnessing such brilliance, Jiang Fushiwei's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Could it be? She had not activated the detonation device. Fortunately, after a dazzling flash reminiscent of a supernova explosion, the artificial sun returned to its blinding radiance. Just how blinding? It was akin to staring directly at the sun, to the point of inducing blindness. Jiang Fushiwei pressed another button, and the transparent walls instantly transformed into an inky black. The radiant sun in everyone's eyes morphed into a white light sphere that could be gazed upon directly. Jiang Fushiwei nodded and said, it is fine now. Yang Wugwa rubbed his bloodshot eyes, which were as wide as saucers, and remarked, Professor Jiang, this is where you went wrong. Why didn't you activate the light blocking mode earlier? Jiang Fushiwei paused for a few seconds before replying, I forgot. You know how it is in research. We often work late into the night, and sometimes our minds wander, causing us to forget things. All right, enough of that. Yang Wuguo pointed at the enormous light sphere, saying, "This must be considered a successful ignition, right?" "Indeed," came the reply. "How long will it run this time?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuxue and several venerable professors quickly divided their tasks on the dazzling control panel. They soon arrived at a set of data. According to the model's estimations, this ignition could be controlled for 3 days, and the energy provided could be stored to sustain ignition for half a year. Professor Chen, examining the data on the panel, was astonished at how closely it aligned with Jiang Fushue's earlier claims. Yang Wuguo's spirits lifted significantly. Subsequently, Yang Wuguo and Professor Chen engaged in a lengthy debate over the ignition procedure, after which he addressed Jiang Fuxue, saying, "Xiao Jiang, some matters may be better left unsaid." Without hesitation, Jiang Fuxue retorted, "If you don't know, then refrain from speaking." Yang Wuguo's smile vanished, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he continued. "Yuyan should have mentioned that my nephew was just transferred from a covert department last week. He has taken a liking to Miss Jiang and has asked me to play matchmaker. Apologies, but until the ignition project achieves complete success, I shall not entertain such trivial matters. My nephew is exceptionally talented. I have yet to meet him. No worries, you will meet him in due time. He is outstanding, far surpassing both myself and his father. He recently received the Best Newcomer Award just after his initial field training, and has been honored with 3 first-class and 2 second-class medals from Longhua. Apologies, I must return to study some experimental matters further. Excuse me. Jiang Fuxue. He is my only nephew, and I hope you will reconsider seriously." Yang Wuguo's tone shifted to a chill, exuding an authoritative presence. Yet, Jiang Fuxue walked away without a glance. Yang Wuguo's expression turned icy, as if cloaked in frost. The deputy of Longmu stepped forward and said, "Sir, forgive my candor, but she is the most promising scientist in all of Longhua who could realize the ignition project. Your actions have indeed crossed a line." What do you understand? Precisely for this reason, I am determined to bind her to my Yang family's vessel. If she is not one of us, I cannot place my trust in her. If necessary, let Wukong employ some coercive measures. In the confined space shared by the two, Yang Wuguo spoke in a low voice, his expression inscrutable. "By the way, what is the progress on the biological laboratory front?" Yang Wuguo inquired once more. "They have successfully extracted the genes from that centipede. They claim to have discovered some intriguing findings." Meanwhile, Jiang Fuxue returned to her room on the upper level of the Spark Laboratory. Although those engaged in nuclear physics deem the biologists as lunatics, are they not equally so? To position her room directly above the artificial sun solely for the purpose of constant observation of its state is indeed peculiar. However, the artificial sun, being a creation of man, is somewhat diminutive, making it impossible for everyone to be situated directly above it. Nevertheless, as one of the responsible individuals, Jiang Fushue's room is centrally located above the artificial sun. The observation aperture measures less than 20 square centimeters, crafted for enhanced privacy and resource conservation. After all, a material capable of withstanding the surface temperature of the sun while significantly insulating against heat, and yet remaining transparent, is certainly beyond the technological reach of Blue Star. Such materials have fallen from the cosmos, diminishing with each fragment lost. Crouching on the ground, Jiang Fuxue peered through the observation aperture at the recently ignited artificial sun. Sigh. Why must one court disaster? Should the plan be initiated? No, the ascension plan is still too formidable. I must ensure that both I and Old Su are excluded. It appears necessary to devise a weapon that harnesses the energy of the artificial sun. A towering construct is unfeasible, as the target is too vast. Perhaps I could draw inspiration from the Mark armor. Relying solely on myself may not suffice for complete concealment. Although Old Su and Old Shin have aged, their knowledge and insight remain intact. Should I present the matter to gauge their stance? Suddenly, Jiang Fuxue jolted, awakening from her reverie, and continued to observe the artificial sun, seeking practical inspiration. Abruptly, she rubbed her eyes. Goodness, have I exhausted myself to the point of affecting my vision? She murmured to herself. This was prompted by her observation that the artificial sun seemed to be distorting. Oh no, my eyesight is truly failing me. For she had witnessed a black spot emerging at the site of distortion on the artificial sun. She sprang to her feet, suddenly beset by dizziness. Jiang Fuxue shook her head and then realized something, her gaze fixated on the observation aperture, intently focused on the black spot. What is this? A sunspot? Initially, Jiang Fuxue fancied herself so formidable that even the sun she created bore sunspots, until she observed the black spot gradually enlarging, accompanied by a visual distortion of space. It began to approach a humanoid form, evolving into a shadow. Ultimately, the shadow dissipated, revealing an impossible apparition. A person. Yi, Feng, sure? Chapter 48. Where am I? Is this still Blue Star? Why does Jiang Fuxue recognize Yi Feng sure? It is simply due to her rebellious disciple. who began to indulge herself as graduation approached. Jiang Fuxue had previously informed the dean of the physics department that Chu Qing was a graduate student she had her eye on. Just a single sentence. And that was all. For other trivial matters, the dean would arrange for someone to handle them. Initially, Jiang Fuxue selected a few minor research directions for Chu Qing to practice during her master's phase, intending to introduce her to controllable nuclear fusion research during her doctoral studies. She had asked Chu Qing to explore relevant literature both domestically and internationally and to prepare a proposal. Little did she know. Instead of seeking out literature or preparing the report, Chu Qing was entangled with a man. On the morning Jiang Fuxue left Biluo University, she was infuriated upon seeing Chu Qing's languorous demeanor. Taking advantage of her time while packing, Jiang Fuxue logged onto the university forum and stumbled upon an article revealing the secret lover of the campus belle, Chu Qing, accompanied by a photo of Yi Fengshi. It was through this that Jiang Fuxue became acquainted with Yi Fengshi. She could not fathom why her graduate student, the pride of Biluo University, a goddess in the eyes of countless male students, would be interested in a slacker, while Jiang Fuxue could understand students like Yi Fengshi, who merely drifted through university. She would never condone a slacker. She would avoid such individuals at all costs. Upon arriving at base number 1 of Huizhou, Jiang Fuxue pondered the nature of Yi Fengshi's presence in the Yangtze dormitory. She theorized that the most scientifically plausible explanation was that Yi Fengshi, the slacker, was in fact a hidden genius secretly developing an unprecedented heating device. Jiang Fuxue considered that if Yi Fengshi truly possessed such talent, then it would be reasonable for him to attract Chu Qing's attention. However, at this moment, she realized that the gap between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. Dude, how did you end up in my sun? Dude. Although the artificial sun is man-made, its core temperature exceeds that of the real sun, reaching over 100 million degrees Celsius. How are you not dead? Jiang Fuxue was utterly astonished by the scene before her, lying flat on the ground with the cushion fully deployed, her exquisite face pressed against the observation port. Her eyes wide as autumn waters, her mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Yi Fengshi appeared within the artificial sun, and amidst the extreme flames. Not only was he unharmed, but even his clothing remained intact. Had it not been for Jiang Fuxue's cruel pinch of her thigh, bringing forth sharp pain, she would have certainly thought this was an illusion. Meanwhile, mere walls away, what the hell, where am I? Is this still Blue Star? Atomic fusion emitted an extreme white light, dazzling flames danced wildly, engulfing everything in a bright haze. Yi Fengshi gazed at the scene before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had merely brushed against the twinkling points on the dark curtain, and in the next moment, he found himself here. Yi Fengshi sensed that the temperature in this place was extraordinary, almost rivaling the heat of his solar fire. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, Yi Fengshi felt no panic. Only a touch of astonishment. He instinctively reached out to perceive the ember left behind in the villa. He could sense it. Thankfully, Yi Fengshi let out a sigh of relief. He had complete faith in Chu Qing and Dongfang Yuyu. Chu Qing was protected by a bracelet imbued with yin energy, allowing her to withstand extreme cold even without the solar field sanctuary. Dongfang Yuyu's true energy, enhanced by both his solar energy and the yin energy from the bracelet, also provided her with adequate protection against the chill. His only concern lay with Xiao Taozhua and Chen Qiyu. These two young women were still ordinary humans. Should the ember extinguish due to his vast distance, they would not endure the frigid temperatures outside. With the ember remaining intact, Yi Fengshi felt unburdened and began to explore his surroundings. Was he within the glimmering point of introspection, or had he been transported inside the sun due to his touch? Or perhaps to a star akin to the sun? Yi Fengshi was uncertain. If it were either of the latter scenarios, he would indeed find himself in quite a predicament, as failing to return would lead him to embark on an interstellar odyssey with the unreliable map's jurisdiction limited to Blue Star. After a brief analysis, he floated amidst the intense flames. No, it was more akin to walking on solid ground. As Yi Fengshi moved, the solar field expanded, perceiving all that existed here. However, he soon reached a limit. It was not the sun. What was that ghastly face above? Yi Fengshi suddenly sensed something, raised his hand, and gazed through the observation port, locking eyes with someone. Frankly, upon seeing Jiang Fuxue's ghostly expression, Yi Fengshi initially thought he had encountered a specter. Only upon a second glance did he realize that this was Chu Qing's mentor, Jiang Fuxue, who had been taken away. Thus, had he arrived at a clandestine experimental base? Had he intruded upon their experimental subject? Yi Fengshi clasped his hands behind his back, and with a mere thought, the solar field lifted him upwards. However, from Jiang Fuxue's perspective, she saw Yi Fengshi drifting toward her. A ghost. Jiang Fuxue emitted a piercing scream, rolling away in terror, unable to bear another glance at the observation port. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the room, and soon, a squad of armed soldiers burst through the door. accompanied by a group of white-coated figures. Xiao Jiang, what is happening? Professor Su pushed aside a soldier blocking her path, anxiously questioning the panicked Jiang Fuxue. The soldier who was pushed aside. Jiang Fuxue instinctively glanced towards the observation port. The captain of the security team quickly gestured, disengaging the safety on his submachine gun as he cautiously approached the observation port. Nothing there? After confirming multiple times, he addressed the crowd. Nothing? Jiang Fuxue was taken aback, wanting to exclaim how could such a large person go unseen. Was he blind? Yet, reflecting upon her words, she realized they might be perceived as rather outrageous, and speaking them aloud would undoubtedly lead to her being labeled as insane. Thus, Jiang Fuxue opted for silence. Xiao Jiang, what on earth has transpired? Why did the alarm sound? Professor Su inquired once more. Jiang Fuxue gathered her thoughts, glanced at the diverse expressions of those present, and solemnly stated, I was just observing the operation of fire seed number 1. Professor Su appeared perplexed. What did you observe, Xiao Jiang, that has caused such agitation? Even startling the alarm? I believe I have seen sunspots. Upon the utterance of Jiang Fuxue's words, the lab coats erupted in excitement, with Professor Chen almost materializing from the crowd to approach the observation station. Jiang Fuxue mused to herself, you say I am excited. Yet you are no less fervent than I. Look, even the alarm has been startled by your enthusiasm. There are no sunspots, it was all a fabrication of mine. Then, she heard Professor Chen exclaim in astonishment, indeed, it really is sunspots, remarkable, utterly remarkable. Jiang Fuxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 49, Teacher Jiang. Please don't do this. Jiang Fuxue leaned forward to take a glance. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fengshi had vanished without a trace, leaving only a fist-sized black spot in his stead. She was bewildered. Where could such a significant figure as my rebellious disciple's boyfriend possibly have gone? Moreover, what was this black spot? Does an artificial sun also produce sunspots? Before Jiang Fuxue could comprehend the situation, she heard old Su remark, Little Jiang. Discovering something is indeed a positive development, but you must also be mindful. You are nearing 30, yet still so impetuous. Professor Su seized the opportunity to lecture Jiang Fuxue once more. Professor Chen promptly raised his hand, interrupting her tirade. Professor Su. While that black spot may hold research value, its impact on the seed project is minimal. This improvement project has been ongoing for quite some time, and everyone is at their mental and physical limits. The most pressing matter now is rest. Only by recuperating can we conduct better research. All right, there is nothing more to address here. Everyone may return. Upon hearing Professor Chen's words, aside from the soldiers tasked with security, the rest of the group could not help but stifle yawns. It was indeed time for a break. I feel as though I could fall asleep while standing. We can discuss the black spot in tomorrow's meeting. For now, let us catch up on some much-needed rest. Although the room was equipped with a specialized ventilation system providing fresh, clean air, the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the cramped space due to the number of people made them increasingly drowsy. The group of scientists discussed amongst themselves, exiting with heavy eyelids. Subsequently, Professor Chen directed a few soldiers. Hey, you armed ones, first put down your weapons and assist Professor Jiang in fixing the door before you leave. The soldiers exchanged glances, muttering, kicking the door down was a thrill, but repairing it is no easy task. Thankfully, they were professionals. Before long, the damaged door was restored. Jiang Fuxue found herself alone in the room. She stood in a daze for a moment before quietly locking the door and tiptoeing to the observation window. Peering intently for a long while, scratching her head and murmuring, strange, where could he have gone? Can this fellow really perform magic tricks? Are you looking for me? Professor Jiang? A gentle male voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Jiang Fuxue spun around in shock, only to find the previously vanished Yi Fengshi seated in her chair, examining the documents on her desk. Jiang Fuxue instinctively wanted to scream, but Yi Fengshi swiftly appeared before her, covering her mouth. Secret technique? Instantaneous teleportation and silencing, he said. Please refrain from shouting. If you find it bothersome, I find it even more troublesome. With so many people crammed into this small room. Aren't you afraid of feeling stifled? And, Professor Jiang, you certainly wouldn't want a crowd bursting in to witness our current predicament, would you? Jiang Fuxue was rendered speechless. Why did this person speak so strangely? Suddenly, she felt as if a thief had entered her bedroom. Not only unashamedly brazen but also daring to engage in mischief before the owner. There was but one truth. The intruder was no mere thief, but a sophisticated bandit. Yet, this realization brought a curious calm over Jiang Fuxue. Observing the situation, Yi Fengshi released his hands, raising them on either side to indicate he posed no threat, and then smiled, stating, Do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. After all, you are Tsuqing's mentor. Jiang Fuxue shot him a fierce glare, retorting, How can you say that? You've taken away my most esteemed disciple. Yi Fengshi interjected. Ah, let me clarify. It was your disciple who willingly came to me. Of course, I'm not one to shirk responsibility. If you believe Tuqing was taken by me, then indeed, it must be so. But what of it? Jiang Fuxue opened her mouth, realizing that given Yi Fengshi's remarkable abilities displayed thus far, she truly could not confront him. On the contrary, she should be the one fearing him. In a room alone with a solitary man, she was the more vulnerable party. An extended silence enveloped the air. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fuxue inquired, "How did you manage to get in?" Yi Fengshi spread his hands, replying, "Good question. I am not quite sure myself." "Not sure? I suspect you simply do not wish to divulge, you miser." Jiang Fuxue mused inwardly. Nevertheless, Yi Fengshi's sudden appearance provided her with a comforting sense of security long absent. This fellow seemed rather impressive, surely capable of safeguarding her well-being. No, it was certain. Not even the billion-degree temperatures could singe a hair on him. He appeared as though he could bathe in the sun's core without a care. If an artificial sun could not harm him, then atomic and hydrogen bombs were even less of a concern. Enduring bullets and cannon fire was merely a matter of having a body, wasn't it? In an instant, Jiang Fushue's mind raced with thoughts. He was nothing short of superhuman. The deeper she pondered, the more astonishment filled her gaze. However, she remained uncertain whether Yi Fengshi would offer her assistance. Regardless, it was worth attempting. The plan for ascension was far too draining. Yes, first, she would gauge his attitude. "Excuse me. My name is Yi Fengshi. Yi, I have recently encountered a rather troublesome matter. Could I ask for your help?" "Oh?" Yi Fengshi regarded the somewhat awkward Jiang Fuxue with interest. "You seem to hold a significant position here. Do you truly require my assistance?" "Indeed, I do. My apologies. I am merely passing through and shall be leaving shortly. I fear I cannot be of much help. Please don't. You wouldn't be interested in studying my body, would you?" Yi Fengshi's words sparked an epiphany for Jiang Fuxue. Indeed, why not investigate his bodily structure to understand how he withstood the sun's extreme heat? The moment this thought emerged, it spread through her mind like wildfire in spring. Fortunately, Jiang Fuxue retained her rationality, recognizing that such a request was rather forward and required a more measured approach. Preserving her own safety was of utmost importance. No. I do not wish to study your body. I simply want you to protect me." Jiang Fuxue offered a warm smile. Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. "This is Base Fire Seed 1. Fire Seed? The Fire Seed Project? One of Longwa's top-secret initiatives aims to develop a complete and controllable nuclear fusion. Once the plan succeeds, the current frigid environment will pose no threat. What of the frozen corpses and the colossal creatures?" Yi Fengshi settled back into his chair, once more admiring Jiang Fushue's draft. "Once the temperature issue is resolved, dispatching those entities will be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken for the mechanized legion. Please continue your performance." "Excuse me. Could you extend to me a modicum of respect? After all, I am a distinguished professor at Biluo University and the head of the physics department, while you—" "Indeed, I am merely an ordinary, lackadaisical university student, hence I am of little assistance to you, Professor." "Yi Fengshi, I was mistaken." Jiang Fuxue promptly apologized, though a mirthless grin lingered within her thoughts. The sun's interior, flashing at a steady pace. What a quintessentially ordinary slacker of a university student. If all students in Longwo were as unremarkable as you, they would have long since ventured beyond the solar system, reigning supreme over the entire universe. Jiang, please refrain from such remarks. I admit my error. Must you persist? I said I was wrong. Does that not suffice? Please, let us move on. Goodness. Hey, Jiang, let us maintain some decorum. Very well. Jiang Fuxue smiled sweetly, her mood shifting swiftly, yet a sudden weariness enveloped her. I am tired. Let it all come to an end. Alas, let everyone ascend. Oh, this superhuman before me likely possesses the strength to withstand such an ascent. Damn it. Ahem. May I inquire your thoughts on my appearance and physique? Jiang Fuxue suddenly posed the question. Quite impressive, Yi Fengshi replied after careful deliberation. Jiang Fushue's eyes sparkled. How about I become your girlfriend? Yi Fengshi, maintaining his seriousness, responded. A beautiful exterior is commonplace, yet a captivating soul is exceedingly rare. Professor, I am not one to be so superficial. So you are Chu Qing's boyfriend, are you not? Indeed. With a bit of rounding, that makes you my boyfriend. And is it not natural for you to protect me? At this revelation, it was Yi Fengshi's turn to fall silent. After a considerable pause, he suddenly chuckled. That makes sense. Chapter 50, The Greatness of the Sun. No, it should rather be called intriguing. The article searches, free reading at Yushilu. Your boyfriend equals Chu Qing's boyfriend. What an approximate equality. Advanced mathematics has evidently been mastered by you. It is no wonder that it is often said that higher mathematics is a prerequisite for advanced physics, greatly reliant on innate talent. During his time at Biluo University, Yi Fengshi, albeit somewhat lackadaisical, was capable of discerning the answers to the final exam in higher mathematics at a glance. However, he chose to play it safe. He didn't need to rely on scholarships to make a living. He could earn a fortune even while sleeping in a haunted house. So why stand out? Did he wish to invite trouble from teachers and classmates? Or perhaps earn the teacher's commendation? Please, he was no longer in elementary school, no matter how well he performed. The teacher wouldn't reward him with a little red flower. Yi Fengshi scrutinized Jiang Fushui anew, refraining from complimenting her on her intrigue. The rationale had already been articulated. What more was there to find intriguing? Yet Jiang Fushui felt quite uncomfortable under Yi Fengshi's gaze, instinctively crossing her arms. Did he think my words held merit? Would he follow the thread to its source? The man that little Chu fancied should not be so lacking, should he? Now realizing the error, she thought, sister. Was I wrong? Observing Jiang Fushui's defensive posture, Yi Fengshi teased, who is afraid? What do you truly desire? Be straightforward. Jiang Fushui lowered her arms, her lips twitching involuntarily. This slacker dared to call her out for being wrong. It was rather infuriating. After living in Biluo University for so long, she had only just discovered the hidden talents within her school. Yi Fengshi, no longer wishing to provoke Jiang Fushui, candidly stated, no problem. However, you must share the full story with me. What heinous crime was committed at the base that necessitated the sun's protection? Jiang Fushui's expression turned peculiar. The sun? The greatness of the sun lies in its ability to illuminate even the dust where its rays fall. Thus, are you the embodiment of celestial justice? Jiang Fushui looked at Yi Fengshi, who pointed skyward with a single hand, the corners of her eyes twitching. No, I am Yi Fengshi. He lifted his hand, declaring that celestial justice was merely a beetle, while he indeed possessed a heart akin to the sun. Well, to truly speak of the sun's greatness, it is its existence that has bestowed miraculous life upon the blue planet. Jiang Fushui did not counter Yi Fengshi's statement, but rather elucidated it from a scientific perspective. As for Yi Fengshi claiming to be the sun, she was indifferent to how others perceived it. She dared not have an opinion. For she had indeed witnessed Yi Fengshi moving gracefully within the artificial sun. Jiang Fushui couldn't help but wonder if this languid slacker had emerged from the sun. A solar being? It seems you have yet to answer my question. Yi Fengshi's smile waned, and his demeanor turned serious. Jiang Fushui rubbed her arms, which had just sprouted goosebumps, and spoke with gravity. It is the base's head, Yang Wugua. His nephew, I believe, is named Yang Wukuan. This Yang Wukuan covets me. And Yang Wugua even personally came to court me, just now threatening me. The notion of a femme fatale is indeed an age-old concept, one that has persisted throughout history. However, the audacity to threaten a scientist of Professor Zhang's caliber is truly eye-opening. Are you truly the head of this facility? And is it that individual named Yang Wugua who poses a threat to you? It is not that Yi Fengshi does not trust you, rather. He merely feels that the title of the facility's head is somewhat well-earned. After all, Jiang Fushui is a distinguished scientist, overseeing the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. Provoking her could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire facility. Or do you believe I am merely indulging in a game of make-believe? Jiang Fushui retorted with irritation. Very well. However, protecting you seems to be quite the challenge, Yi Fengshi remarked with a shrug, as he was merely here for amusement and entertainment, not to play the role of a guardian. Upon hearing Yi Fengshi's muttering, Jiang Fushui raised an eyebrow. He even claimed to be the sun. Yet he finds this trivial matter to be a challenge. Wait a moment. Could he be referring to me? In the next instant, she suggested, why don't you guide me now? I can eliminate the threats for you. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Jiang Fushui stumbled slightly. In truth, Yi, there is no need for such aggression. A person of your prowess only needs to intervene at a crucial moment. As she uttered these words, she entirely forgot that her grand plan for ascension was already in motion. It was not that the plan was flawed, but Yi Fengshi's presence afforded her a superior alternative. Jiang Fushui, you are putting me in a difficult position. You want everything. Yet what gives you the right to think a mere phrase could compel me to assist you to such an extent? I knew it. You covet my body. Yi Fengshi fell silent, sighing. It appears that effective communication with individuals like you is quite challenging. Having said that, he rose, shaking his head as he approached Jiang Fushui. Brushing past her and, under her watchful gaze, approached the alloy-constructed wall. Jiang Fushui felt puzzled. What was he intending to do? Was he contemplating a moment of reflection against the wall? Until we meet again. Before his words could fully settle, he vanished into the wall. Jiang Fushui's pupils dilated in shock. After a brief moment of stillness, she hurried to the spot where Yi Fengshi had disappeared, running her hands over the thick wall. After a considerable time, she found no concealed door. Jiang Fushui stood there, momentarily dazed, before realizing that she had been pulling at nothing for far too long. With a sharp slap to her own face, she chastised herself. He had already agreed, and yet you insisted on accusing him of coveting your body. If he truly desired that, he would have acted long ago. Jiang Fuxua, when did you become so self-deprecating? Meanwhile, Yi Fengshi had arrived at the upper levels of the ignition laboratory and paused for a moment. He anticipated that Jiang Fuxua possessed such a fierce side, one that led her to both strike and berate herself. To be fair, he did not abandon Jiang Fuxua in a fit of anger. After all, he was known for keeping his promises. Having pledged to protect her, he would indeed do so, even if she did not voice it. For she was the mentor of Chu Qing and had provided her with significant assistance. Yi Fengshi's departure was merely due to his reluctance to engage in further disputes, while also seeking to uncover the true nature of this top-secret experimental facility. In a fleeting moment, Yi Fengshi contemplated returning to advise her, Teacher Jiang, please do not act this way. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. At times, conversing with such a stubborn individual could prove to be quite a headache. It turned out that the expansive base, constructed underground, resembled a veritable small town. Yi Fengshi lifted his gaze to observe the colossal, supporting framework above, where the solar force field radiated outward, permeating through the upper strata of rock and soil. After surveying the general outline of the entire base, he withdrew his gaze, allowing it to rest upon his outstretched palm, where an unusual hue flickered. Above the broad expanse of his palm, the space subtly distorted as black fissures materialized from nothingness, forming a swirling vortex that obscured his hand. Base 1 of the Fireseed project. In a dimly lit office, the bulb suspended from the ceiling flickered erratically. Sunspots? What sunspots? Yang Wu was fixated on Long Mu. He had only recently departed from the Fireseed laboratory when his aide, Long Mu, arrived to report the discovery of sunspots on the artificial sun. Why are there so many issues? He couldn't help but massage his slightly bulging temples. Sunspots, as explained from a scientific perspective, are regions of lower temperature on the sun's surface. Do they have any implications for our artificial sun? Yang Wu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer and extracted one to rest between his lips. Not particularly. Chapter 51. A sudden inspiration. Yang Wu raised his head, gazing at Long Mu, who was lighting a cigarette for him, clearly taken aback. You, with those thick brows and wide eyes. Do you really think it wise to bring me such trivial matters? He remarked. If you're so lacking in discretion, at least you know to offer me a light. Yet, here you're reporting to me. Yang Wu's good mood from the successful ignition quickly dissipated, though he refrained from openly reprimanding Long Mu. As it was his own request, he had just chastised him not long ago. Long Mu, it's not that I am criticizing you, but after being by my side for so long, it's essential that you learn to discern right from wrong. Have you conveyed my message to Wuquan? Commander, if those old scholars were to learn of these underhanded tactics, it could lead to dire consequences. Nonsense. Why should I fear them? If not for my need for controllable nuclear fusion, would they be able to enjoy such comforts here? They would have perished long ago. As news of significant advancements regarding the artificial sun emerged, Yang Wu gradually revealed his fangs. Commander Yang, tread carefully. Long Mu, you ought to be well aware of the turmoil occurring outside, right? Due to certain orders from above, many are not openly discussing it, but behind the scenes, considerable actions have already been set in motion. It is said that Base 4 has even experienced a riot, with heavy losses and a significant portion of the upper echelons perishing. Commander Yang, I believe I grasp your meaning. Yet I also understand the adage, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Well said. Let us not dwell on this. Indeed, caution is paramount. Remember to advise Wuquan, and if necessary, assist him discreetly to handle the situation elegantly. Understood. Furthermore, those in the biological laboratory need to exercise restraint. I do not wish for their meddling to ultimately jeopardize the base. After all, these monstrous creations were initially concocted by those foreign devils, and they were the first to suffer the consequences. I have seen the images. The scene was nothing short of hell on earth, utterly horrific. I do not wish for us to falter before we have even found our footing, merely due to those abominations. I understand. If there is nothing else. Long Mu, are your eyes all right? They're fine. Oh, they're fine? That's good. But if they are indeed fine, how is it that you fail to notice that light above is broken? It has turned my office into a midnight theater, and you still inquire if I am all right? I will send someone to fix it immediately. Well, now that is genuinely a relief. Yang Wu watched as Long Mu turned and departed with heavy steps. He continued to exhale smoke, enveloping his head in a shroud, the flickering lights obscuring his features. Dear Aunt, about that matter I mentioned last time. In a corner of the base, Yang Wuquan approached his aunt, Yang Ruyan. He had only recently been transferred to the Fireseed 1 base due to family reasons. But the transition had not been smooth. The journey had been fraught with peril, confronting not only extreme cold, but also the constant threat of bandits emerging from every nook and cranny. Despite his towering stature and formidable skills, along with nearly top-tier equipment. He nearly stumbled along the way. Upon arriving at Base Fire Seed 1, he was guided by his uncle, Young Ruyan, to tour the Fire Seed laboratory. There, he developed an infatuation with Jiang Fuxue. Consequently, he sought assistance from his uncle and aunt. Aunt Yang Ruyan sighed, stating, "I have done my utmost." But Jiang Fuxue possesses a fierce temperament and an irritable disposition. She adamantly refuses to agree. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Upon my inquiry, it seems I provoked her, and she immediately presented a comprehensive plan, advancing the experiment significantly. One wonders if she had been concealing her talents all along. Hearing this, young Wuquan was elated, the medals adorning his chest jingling with excitement. Indeed, she is the woman I have chosen, so extraordinarily talented. Aunt, you must assist me. Young Rian grimaced, secretly wishing to slap her impatient nephew. In this modern era of free love, why couldn't he pursue the girl on his own? Instead, he incessantly relied on his family to pressure and mediate for him, as if he were a relic from ancient times. Suddenly, Longmu appeared between them, interrupting their conversation. Uncle Longmu? Young Master Wuquan, Director Yang has asked me to convey some words. Oh, what words? Stop bothering your aunt. Employ some underhanded tactics to win her over first. Young Wuquan didn't feign modesty, but instead wore a pained expression. I wish I could. But there is simply no opportunity for private interaction. The group of scientists around her are no pushovers, some even hailing from martial arts families, capable of pinning me to the ground. This time, I will assist you. Really? With Uncle Long here, it's a sure thing. Young Wuquan exclaimed joyfully, nearly sending his medals flying. Long Mu maintained a stoic demeanor. Do not rejoice too soon. This endeavor is indeed challenging, and conflicts may arise. Before we proceed, accompany me to the biological laboratory to retrieve some items. The biological laboratory, the most daunting and feared location within Base Fire Seed 1, housed a collection of nearly deranged individuals dedicated to biological research. On the day a giant centipede's mangled corpse was delivered to the laboratory, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted, causing the guards at the entrance to instinctively step back. Kik-kik, kik-kik. An elderly man stood before a row of cylindrical glass containers, laughing maniacally, clad in a standard research lab coat. It was perplexing to see it stained with dried blood and ink, as if he had just emerged from a sewer. He laughed heartily, the sparse hairs remaining on his bald head quivering wildly. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Is there such perfection in life? Even more splendid is the fact that such perfection springs from my own chaotic endeavors. Hulai, the chief biologist of the biological laboratory at Base Fire Seed 1, wielded nearly absolute authority within his domain. Behind him, several middle-aged scholars gazed ahead, where humanoid monstrosities lay submerged in a transparent container, their eyes closed, adrift in a murky green solution. One scholar hesitated, voicing his concerns. Old Hu, conducting such experiments without prior reports may lead to consequences. What are you afraid of? Hulai snapped, his fierce gaze silencing the fervor on their faces. Do you think reporting will lead to a favorable outcome? When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. I am acutely aware of the machinations of the upper echelons of the base, particularly that master of schemes, Yang Wugua. Precisely because of this, we must possess the strength to safeguard ourselves. I am not indulging in alarmism, nor am I pursuing personal gain through the research of biochemical weaponry. The scholars fell silent, struck by Hulai's thunderous words, and they indeed had heard tales of Yang Wugua's methods. Who turned to them and inquired, what progress has been made on Wu Yang's end? Has he been informed that the ice and snow harbor supernatural factors? Has he devised an experiment to extract them? Old Wu confirmed the existence of unknown factors. One replied, wiping sweat from his brow, but a viable extraction method has yet to be found. According to our current methods, several individuals have already evolved into ice corpses. Hulai, hunched over, scoffed, what a waste. I had higher hopes for him. Truly, he lives up to his name, utterly useless. In the end, it falls to me to carry the weight. He dismissed their failure, confident that with the creations he had fostered, self-preservation was assured. Suddenly, a frantic individual rushed in, exclaiming, Old Hu, Deputy Officer Long Mu has brought in a fellow adorned with numerous medals and wishes to enter the laboratory. Did you not stop them? Hulai barked. I couldn't, the man stammered. With a piercing glare, Hu quickly pressed a concealed button. In an instant, the humanoid creatures became invisible, leaving only the bubbling green liquid visible. Just then, Long Mu and Young Wuquan barged in, guns drawn. Old Hu, what have you been up to lately, shrouded in mystery? Can I take a look? Long Mu laughed as he entered, swiftly scanning the surroundings. His smile widened upon confirming there was nothing amiss. Hulai, his voice hoarse, replied. Deputy Officer Long, with such an entrance, one might think we were terrorists. Who knows? Some matters are not easily clarified. Enough of this banter. Let us be straightforward. Where is the equipment I asked you to prepare? Huh? Who would have thought that our upright deputy officer Long would secretly assist an old man in testing narcotics? Whom is this intended to enchant? It should not be so, given the appearance of Deputy Long. Hulai chuckled mischievously, pulling a small glass vial from his pocket and tossing it to Deputy Long. In the midst of their conversation, young Wuquan, who had never set foot in a biological laboratory, was filled with curiosity, wandering about the space. He examined everything, treating the place as if it were his own home. In his eyes, the entire base belonged to him. Hey, you brat. I warn you not to touch anything. There are many hazardous materials here, Hulai exclaimed. Young Wuquan, unfazed, responded, biology, I studied it in high school. It's merely about genetic factors and physiological structures. What danger could there be? Oh, this brick seems oddly out of place. Suddenly, young Wuquan's fingers brushed against an unusual brick, and with years of combat experience, he instantly recognized it as a hidden mechanism. In an instant, his expression shifted. That brick was no longer an ordinary one, but rather another achievement since arriving at the base. He had often acted first and reported later, and as long as he desired, he had never failed. For failure would not place the blame on him. He thought this time would be no different. Seeing the Navi look on the boy's face, Hulai's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Don't touch it." His voice contorted, producing a sharp, explosive sound. However, it was too late. With a crisp sound echoing through the air, young Wuquan pressed down. Longmu turned to Hulai, sneering, "Hulao, I knew you biologists were up to no good, secretly conducting experiments and getting caught." Yet he noticed that Hulai did not retaliate or throw a tantrum. Instead, he stood frozen in place, like a zombie. Hulai clenched his fists, crimson blood dripping from his hands as he cursed vehemently, "Longmu, you fool. And that brat. Look what you've done. Especially that brat. I'd love to tear open your pig brain and feed it to the frozen corpse." He ran while speaking, as if pursued by some great terror. Longmu did not expect the seemingly frail old man to sprint away with such speed, quickly disappearing from sight. But soon, Longmu's expression changed drastically as he realized the severity of the situation. Hulai was a leading figure in the field of biology in Longhua. He had seen it all, even dissected frozen corpses and giant centipedes. He was fearless in the face of nature and the supernatural. Yet this time, he was so frightened that he was at a loss for direction. What on earth had he unleashed? Chapter 52, The Spider Frenzy and the Escape from the Temple. Inside the biological laboratory, moments after Hulai's abrupt disappearance, Longmu finally comprehended the reason behind Hulai's frantic flight. It was because he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the row of transparent containers bubbling violently with an enigmatic green liquid, and soon thereafter, the grotesque forms within began to materialize. What emerged were humanoid monsters, a chaotic amalgamation of ice corpses and some peculiar creatures, which filled Longmu's vision. Confronted with a scene that could seamlessly fit into a restricted film, a chill ran down Longmu's spine. And he came to a profound realization regarding young Wuku's repeated warnings. Indeed, those engaged in biological experiments were nothing short of madmen. They could fuse ice corpses with unknown entities, creating horrors that surpassed even the ice corpses. Insanity. This lunatic is truly deranged. I should have dispatched him with a single shot. No wonder he fled so swiftly. After cursing, Longmu shot a glare at the dazed young Wukuan, exclaiming, "What are you standing there for? Run." However, just as Longmu's words fell, chaos erupted within the transparent container. The humanoid monster suddenly swelled, rapidly filling the entire vessel. With a resounding bang, the container exploded without granting Longmu a moment to react. Believing that Hulai's experiment had prematurely failed, a flicker of hope surged within Longmu as he prepared to praise young Wukuan. But in the next instant, the truth behind the explosion revealed itself. The container was teeming with spiders. Tiny spiders, no larger than a fingernail, their bodies pitch black and covered in fine hairs. What could one possibly feel when engulfed by thousands of these arachnids? Longmu felt his scalp tingle with terror. Young Wukuan was similarly affected. He yearned to flee. Yet the sight before him induced a profound physiological revulsion, rendering his legs weak. More horrifying was the fact that these spiders, for reasons unknown, were visibly growing larger, swiftly transforming from the size of grains of rice to that of fists. In that moment, young Wukuan regretted his earlier bravado. He had thought he could thwart the biologist's schemes and achieve great merit, only to find himself ensnared in a life-threatening predicament. Suddenly, a fist-sized spider leaped 2 meters high, lunging toward his face. Bang! Longmu fired his weapon, dispatching the spider, and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Are you feeding the spiders?" "Uncle Long, my legs are weak. I cannot run." Young Wukuan trembled, his face a mask of despair. In the face of the overwhelming tide of spiders, He could no longer maintain his facade, revealing himself to be a coward. "Ah." Longmu suddenly chuckled, sighing, "I can't carry you. I truly cannot." He had diligently toiled to reach this point, only to find himself on the brink of a brighter future with the Yang family, now jeopardized by this fool. In the next moment, thousands of spiders engulfed the two men. In the blink of an eye, the swarm surged outward, leaving behind two skeletal remains in the laboratory. Meanwhile, Hulai was fleeing at breakneck speed. A few sparse strands of hair atop his head seemed to be swept away by the fierce winds that met him, akin to an old boy chasing the wind in the mortal realm. Though he was not particularly aged, merely in his 60s, within the realm of scientists. He was in the prime of his life. However, he had succumbed to baldness, and his physique had grown thin and frail, resembling someone on the brink of death. This transformation was the result of his own body being subjected to experimental gene therapy. The experiments were, in fact, quite successful. Tests revealed that his physiological functions were comparable to those of a vigorous 20-something, with athletic metrics that could rival the finest athletes of the time. Had someone stood by with a speedometer, they would have noted that his momentary acceleration while running could rival that of a cheetah. Thus, in Hulai's eyes, his baldness and stooped posture were trivial, perceived merely as the price of becoming stronger. In a moment, he glided past the entrance of an internal laboratory, where a familiar voice called out from within, "Old Hu, why are you running so fast?" The voice belonged to Wu Yong, whom Hulai often referred to as a wastrel. While Wu Yong was not truly useless, he was a prominent figure in the biological sciences of Longhua. Revered by many, he simply lacked the fervor that Hulai possessed. Clad in a pristine white lab coat, and several years Hulai's junior, he sported thick, dark hair and a youthful countenance, resembling a man in his 30s or 40s. One need not inquire further. He simply possessed the secret to eternal youth. He was currently dissecting a frozen corpse, a failed product of the super soldier experiment. Having caught a glimpse of Hulai darting past, Wu Yong called out to him. Hulai turned back to face Wu Yong. "Old Wu, tell me the truth. Have you secretly concocted a super soldier serum and hidden it away? Why would I deceive you? If I had such a thing, I would have long since knocked you out and kicked Yang Wu out of the picture, rather than toiling here dissecting these grotesque remains." Wu Yong retorted. He then inquired, "Why do you ask, and why are you running so fast? Time is of the essence. Let us discuss this while we make our escape." Hulai rushed out, and Wu Yong, sensing something amiss, shed his cumbersome coat and pursued him. Could it be that the Long Tomb has discovered our clandestine experiments and come to apprehend us? No, the Long Tomb's envoy has brought a significant threat. Activating my ultimate weapon. What do you mean? Hey, don't run so fast. I can't keep up. Damn it, are your legs powered by a motor? Am I not working on biological weaponry? What is the issue? Are you implying that your biological weapon was triggered before it was even completed, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter? If that were the case, it might still be manageable. In truth, I had prepared for mutual destruction even before commencing the experiment. Inserting a cluster of spider eggs into the biological weapon, planning that if I failed, the base personnel would accompany me to the grave. Hulai, you dog. How could you be so ruthless? Those biological weapons were already genetically altered by mysterious factors. Once those spider eggs hatch, who knows what kind of monstrosity will emerge? Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Wu Yong erupted in a fit of expletives. Why couldn't you have made the device a bit more inconspicuous? Who could have anticipated his sudden intrusion, accompanied by a raucous entourage that rummaged about like a dog in search of scraps? I certainly did not foresee such chaos. As Hulai dashed out of the biological laboratory, he unexpectedly encountered an unfamiliar young man standing before the laboratory rules sign, seemingly engrossed in the text. The young man, nonchalant and carefree, not only disregarded the laboratory's dress code by foregoing a lab coat, but also sported a pair of flip-flops. It was utterly ludicrous. Just as Wu Yong was about to confront him regarding his flagrant violation of regulations, Hulai restrained him. Old Hu, you, come on. Let us not waste time here. Hulai pulled the two of them away without further ado. Yi Fengshi had accompanied Long Mu and another individual, wandering aimlessly when he suddenly overheard the name Zhang Fushiwei. Curiosity piqued, he approached and fortuitously caught the conversation among Yang Ruyan and her companions. Realizing they were the source of the trouble, the situation grew increasingly intriguing. However, Yi Fengshi refrained from immediate action, opting instead to discreetly follow Long Mu and Yang Wuquan, eager to ascertain the nature of their underhanded tactics. Upon arriving at the biological laboratory, he was captivated by the experimental warning signs lining the corridor and chose not to enter with the two men, instead opting to observe from a distance. The laboratory regulations stated, first, all biological experiments must be conducted in accordance with established procedures, submitting a report to the base. Second, all biochemical experiments are strictly prohibited. Yet, before Yi Fengshi could finish reading, he sensed a commotion. A balding man in a soiled white lab coat and a middle-aged man hurriedly dashed out from the interior corridor. For reasons unknown, the moment Fengshi laid eyes on them, a scene from Temple Run flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to inquire about the peculiar laboratory regulations, he was abruptly pulled away by the old baldy. Ah, Temple Run can now be played cooperatively. And it seems we can even sprint alongside random passersby. How delightful. Chapter 53. The reason for the maiden's blush. The architecture of the fire seed. No. One base is characterized by a monotonous, dark exterior, yet along the pathways flourish patches of greenery. This verdant hue symbolizes vitality, instilling hope and the promise of dawn. There is no need for concern regarding temperature. Beneath every surface lies an intricate heating system, and especially after the ignition of the artificial sun, the entire base radiates warmth. Old man, you may run as you please, but what do you mean by dragging me along? It seems we are not acquainted. Fengshi questioned as he halted outside the laboratory. He scrutinized the two elderly gentlemen before him. One was a stooped, bald elder, while the other appeared to have mastered the art of defying age. Nevertheless, the frail old man's physical capabilities starkly contrasted with his appearance. Could this be the allure of biology? Fengshi had sensed something peculiar about the two elderly men, prompting him to follow. Otherwise, they would have been unable to compel him, nor even approach him closely. Hu Lai, abruptly halted, gazed at Fengshi in astonishment. Young man, you possess remarkable physicality. Fengshi retorted. Is that something you needed to mention? Please answer my question. Do you not understand the virtues of respecting your elders? Wu Yong interjected, observing the youthful figure of Fengshi. With a smirk, Fengshi replied, given your recent speed, you could easily participate in the Blue Star Games. Yet you feign age? Hey, I must inquire, are you not from our base? How did you gain entry? Wu Yong scrutinized Fengshi closely. Could it be that scoundrel Yang Wugua has finally come to his senses and dispatched someone to rescue survivors, to bolster our numbers? To be frank, I am as puzzled as you are, having suddenly found myself here. Fengshi smiled amiably. Just consider me a passerby. Hu Lai, brushing back his thinning hair, declared with vitality, young man, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I know you speak not a word of truth. This base is a clandestine military facility, accessible only to select personnel. Each area is monitored by soldiers, and any outsider would swiftly be apprehended. Yet here you stand, boldly evading patrols and guards, appearing within my laboratory. Do you still dare to claim you are merely a passerby? Upon hearing Hu Lai's astute analysis, Wu Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized Fengshi, his gaze rife with suspicion. The pinnacle of scientific inquiry often leads to the realm of the metaphysical. Only those who stand at the apex of Blue Star's scientific community can truly grasp this notion. The world is vast, the universe even more so, boundless and teeming with phenomena that elude explanation and comprehension. Wu Yong was not fearful that Fengshi was a mere passerby. Rather, he dreaded the possibility that he was not human, especially since the snowfall incident, which had ushered in occurrences of ice corpses, colossal creatures, and more. It is not far-fetched to consider that some other monstrosity could disguise itself as a person. Think as you will, but before we proceed, I insist you answer my question. Fengshi smiled once more. Hu Lai sighed. Fate is a fickle mistress. Terrifying events have transpired within. My attempt to pull you away was an effort to save your life. Speak the truth. Well, observing your impressive demeanor and extraordinary nature, I surmise that you are not an ordinary individual, and I wish to forge a connection. After all, having more friends opens up numerous pathways, wouldn't you agree? My young friend? In an instant, Fengshi's solar force field enveloped the biological laboratory, swiftly detecting the peculiar swarm of spiders that poured forth inside, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Fengshi's gaze shifted, landing on Hu Lai and Wu Yong with a peculiar glint in his eyes. You biologists are quite audacious, even endangering your own kind. At this remark, Hu Lai bristled. Humph, I value my life greatly. It's those two arrogant fools who meddled with my work. He hesitated, then continued, wait, let us not dwell on that. We need to find a place to hide. Or better yet, we must make a hasty exit from the base. What do you think, my young friend? No rush, perhaps we should first investigate the fire seed laboratory, Fengshi proposed. Hu Lai and Wu Yong exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. They recognized that the physicists were equally cunning, seeking their own means of self-preservation through biological weaponry and super-soldier gene serums. Who knows, those physicists might even be secretly developing miniature hydrogen bombs. At the very least, the Fire Seed Laboratory is the most fortified section of the entire base. Aptly named Fire Seed 1. What do you say? An excellent suggestion indeed. We must hurry, lest we be too late. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the biological laboratory, two guards stood in disbelief. They seemed to witness two elderly men and a young man bursting forth from the lab, sprinting as if in a race, akin to a frantic escape. Hey, that bald man looks familiar. Isn't he the esteemed biologist, Mr. Hulai, a titan in the realm of biology? If it weren't for the snowfall incident, he might have already become an academician. The middle-aged man beside him, Wu Yong, was of similar stature, albeit slightly less renowned. However, the young man was unrecognizable to them. Do we have anyone like that in our base? I have an excellent memory. I can recall every individual here. And I can assert that he does not belong to our base. Where did he come from? More importantly, when did he enter? You ask me. And I know not who to inquire of. It's utterly baffling. Indeed, these biologists are always so enigmatic, their laughter reminiscent of the sinister witches of the Middle Ages. Cackling away. Who knows if they are truly up to no good? As they conversed, an inexplicable chill overcame them. They instinctively turned to behold an unforgettable nightmare. Countless fist-sized shadows surged through the corridor, and upon closer inspection, they realized they were teeming with spiders. What are these? Was the dragon's aid still inside? Where did all these spiders come from? Now I understand why those two old men fled in a frenzy. Damn it. We can't afford to ponder further. We must open fire. No, toss a grenade. In an instant, two guards were engulfed by a black tide formed by countless spiders, which then surged forth from the biological laboratory, spreading like a web in all directions. A deep, resounding alarm suddenly echoed through the air above the base, prompting many to look up in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. However, at this hour, even the logistics personnel outside were well-trained and quickly realized that this was an alarm signaling an invasion of the base. They hastily sought nearby cover to hide. The patrolling team readied their weapons, but when a patrol leader gazed into the distance at the ominous darkness, he was momentarily lost in thought. What on earth is happening? Yang Wugao stormed out of his room in a fit of rage, having just bid farewell to Longmu, and was preparing to take a brief rest. Who would dare to attack my base? But soon, he silenced his outburst upon witnessing the black tide. With just a glance, he deduced that it was the doing of the biological laboratory. Longmu, I instructed you to keep watch, not to self-destruct the truck, Yang Wugao murmured, his eyes vacant. In the blink of an eye, he regained his senses. He understood all too well that the Fire Seed 1 base was beyond saving. And he immediately dashed toward his office, where he had clandestinely constructed a secret passage leading to the outside world. The alarm also roused the slumbering scholars from their stupor. The scientists at the Fire Seed laboratory were bewildered, as the alarm rang out for the second time, each iteration louder than the last. Are we to be deprived of sleep? Do they wish to suffocate us? Surely, Professor Jiang has not made another significant discovery. Yet, we must be allowed some rest. Wait, that sound is different. It is not from the laboratory. What? It is the base's alarm. The base is under attack. Soon. Professor Lao Su and the esteemed Professor Chen convened in the main research room of the laboratory, surrounded by many drowsy individuals. In a flurry of conversation, they quickly pieced together the unfolding situation. What is happening outside? I saw a deluge of black spiders on the footage. Black spiders? Yes. About the size of a fist, surging like a tide and consuming the base. There's no need to deliberate. It must be the work of those lunatics in the biological laboratory. What about Yang Bugao? Shouldn't he come out and take charge? Don't hold your breath, knowing him. He has likely fled to the outside by now. This was stated by Professor Chun, one of the heads of the Fire Seed project, who was most familiar with the upper echelons of the base and well aware of Yang Wugao's character. At this moment, Jiang Fuxiue stood alone in the corner, arms crossed, and coldly remarked, relying on the higher-ups of the base is futile. We must depend on ourselves and devise a strategy to confront the disaster at hand. Professor Su glanced at Jiang Fuxiue with curiosity and asked, Little Jiang, what happened to your face? Why is it so red? It's nothing. Jiang Fuxiue wore an expression of cold pride, exuding an invisible chill that sent shivers through those around her. She would never admit to being the cause of it. Although Jiang Fuxiue spoke of finding ways to confront the impending disaster, her mind lingered on the words Yi Fengshi had uttered upon his departure. We shall meet again. Meet again, meet again, meet again. It signified that he would indeed return, and she resolved not to demean herself any further. At that moment, the doorbell of the laboratory rang, and simultaneously, the sensor connected to the entrance chimed. Open the door, open the door. Chapter 54. Yang Ruyan, my nephew has earned the MVP for the destruction of the base. The atmosphere within the Spark laboratory was abruptly silent. Outside, a frenzy of mutated spiders was unfolding, and amidst this dire crisis, someone was brazenly approaching the physicist's domain, demanding entrance. Whose subordinate is this audacious individual? Who dares to come forth? Beside the decision-making Professor Chun Wangda, a young researcher suddenly broke the tranquil ambience of the laboratory, startling his doctoral mentor. The latter, momentarily taken aback, swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap to the young man's head. You mischievous rascal, are you sneaking off to play games again? Teacher. The external magnetic field is wreaking havoc. Where would I find a network to play games? The student retorted, though he dared not continue the argument. Stop your incessant chatter. At my age, I shouldn't have to resort to discipline you. Professor Chen warned his pupil, then turned to his seasoned colleagues. I am ashamed of my lax supervision. Professor Su Guanfang waved dismissively. That is an erroneous notion. Youthful exuberance is a virtue that fosters creativity. However, given the current circumstances, can we not divert our attention to who is outside? Impatiently, Jiang Fushui interjected, adjusting the camera to focus on the entrance of the laboratory. A balding elder, a middle-aged man, and an affable youth appeared on the screen. What? Jiang Fushui gasped, her mouth agape. What did she just witness? Yi Fengshui stood boldly at the entrance of the Spark laboratory. Was this what they termed a reunion? It seemed rather abrupt. And the formal manner of entering through the main door was utterly unexpected. How outrageous. Wu Yong, how could it possibly be them? Professor Chen Wangda exclaimed in astonishment. Although they all belonged to the realm of science, the physicists and biologists rarely mingled. Within Base 1 of Spark, the Spark Laboratory and the Biological Laboratory maintained a relationship characterized by mutual recognition yet perpetual estrangement, even dining and residing separately. The biologists pondered, why should the physicists monopolize the majority of the base's resources for their experiments while they were relegated to the corners? Oh, simply because controllable nuclear fusion could provide nearly limitless energy to withstand the extreme cold, while biological energy could not. The cold resistance genes could equally combat the frigid temperatures. The physicists scoffed, deeming the biologists reckless lunatics willing to experiment on their own bodies, potentially leading to a biochemical crisis at the base. Best to keep their distance. With a cold chuckle, Professor Su Guanfang remarked, I suspect these two old rascals are responsible for this mischief, unable to manage their own chaos. They dare to intrude upon our Spark. Regardless of whether confrontation or accountability is in order, let us first allow them entry, Jiang Fushui suggested after a moment of surprise. Do not permit them. Yang Ruyan suddenly interjected, halting the discussion. Who knows if they might be carrying biochemical viruses or other deadly microorganisms? Upon seeing Yang Ruyan take a stand, some individuals promptly aligned with her. Yang Ruyan spoke aptly. They are indeed the culprits. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the situation. If what Dr. Yang Ruyan claims holds any truth, we may all face dire consequences. Jiang Fushui furrowed her brow. In the usual course of experiments, I have not seen you display such enthusiasm. Now, when it concerns your very lives, you all suddenly become so cautious. Why the reluctance to open the door? Those two elderly gentlemen are inconsequential. But the one surnamed Yi over there could very well turn the laboratory upside down. Jiang Fushui continued. Doctor, Yang's words imply that not letting them in will somehow avert disaster? You are well aware of their past deeds, should they be provoked. Who knows what solvents they might produce to dissolve the entrance, huh? The outcome is uncertain. As tensions mounted and it seemed a quarrel was imminent, Professor Chen Wangda decisively interjected. Enough of the bickering, let them in. Regardless of the circumstances, they are eminent scientists, and more minds contribute to the effort. Subsequently, the laboratory doors swung open. Hu Lai and Wu Yong rushed in with remarkable speed, leaving the onlookers astonished. Yi Fengshui, however, entered at a leisurely pace, surveying the room before raising an eyebrow at Jiang Fushui. Upon entering, Hu Lai gazed at the orderly assembly of personnel in the fire seed laboratory, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ahem. Wu Yong coughed softly, urging Hu Lai to temper his exuberance. While they may be madmen, they seldom resort to using living subjects for experiments apart from themselves. Su Guanfang scoffed. Hu Lai, I warn you to tread carefully. If we allowed you to enter alive, we can just as easily send you out in a coffin. I understand. You certainly possess that capability. Hu Lai chuckled ominously. The researchers from the Fire Seed Laboratory felt a wave of unease and instinctively stepped back. Chen Wangda inquired, were the spiders outside your doing? That was his handiwork. It has nothing to do with me, Wu Yong said, pointing at Hu Lai, brazenly attempting to exonerate himself. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Guanfang harbored no affection for either of the two, considering them both ancient tricksters. However, she was quite intrigued by Wu Yong's secret to maintaining youthful looks. Having previously been too embarrassed to inquire, she wondered if there were any side effects, and if so, how severe they might be. Hu Lai, unconcerned by the betrayal from his old friend, cackled. Indeed, it was my doing noticing some individuals rolling up their sleeves. Seemingly prepared for a fair showdown of man against many, Hu Lai quickly raised his hands. Hold on, that was not my intention. Truly. Look at me and this worthless fool. We appear like strays. Why would I jeopardize my life for no reason? Su Guanfang remarked, that is uncertain. One never knows who might subject themselves to genetic experimentation, Ending up bald, this is a hairstyle of the strong. You, an outsider, know nothing and should refrain from commenting. Hu Lai retorted, angered. Old Chen, see how flustered he has become. Chen Wangde interjected, ahem, could we clarify what exactly transpired? Please, Professor Hu, elucidate the matter. It all stems from that pink sausage in the dragon tomb, Hu Lai cursed vehemently, recounting the entire sequence of events. Upon listening, the crowd inhaled sharply. Young Ruyan, however, remained unperturbed, her complexion merely darkened. She could scarcely fathom that Long Mu's intention to escort her nephew, young Wuquan, to the biological laboratory for a few items would culminate in the destruction of the entire base. Long Mu himself faced no significant repercussions, absent any directives from young Wuqua. He would never have ventured into the laboratory. The blame rested solely on her foolish nephew. What possessed you, you imbecile, to meddle with a biologist's belongings? With a mere press of a button, the foundation of the Yang family's operations at the Fire Seed No. 1 base crumbled entirely. The base was on the brink of obliteration. Was this not a collapse? How delightful. Upon hearing of the demise of a rival, Jiang Fushiwei clapped her hands in glee. The eyes of the assembled team masters turned toward her. Jiang Fushiwei maintained her composure, stating, is it not just that he should perish for causing the base to descend into such chaos? The crowd diverted their gaze. By the way, who exactly is that inheritor? Someone inquired. To follow Long Mu, adorned with a plethora of medals, I believe I know who he is. Who is it? His name is Young Wuquan. He was just transferred to our Fire Seed No. 1 base 2 weeks ago and is reportedly the nephew of Yang Wuqua, another relative of Yang Wuqua. I recall that Professor Yang is indeed the sister of Yang Wuqua, right? Someone shifted the focus onto Yang Ruyan. Yang Ruyan's expression stiffened, and she recoiled. What are you looking at me for? I know nothing. Shouldn't your nephew be held accountable? Absolutely, absolutely. Yang Ruyan forced a smile, nodding vigorously, fearful that any delay in her response might cast her as the scapegoat. Observing Yang Ruyan's predicament, Jiang Fushiwei smirked and redirected her attention toward Yu Fengshi. This fellow truly considered himself an onlooker, remaining silent and merely observing the drama unfold after entering alongside two eminent figures from the field of biology. Jiang Fushiwei pondered for a moment, seizing the opportunity while everyone was fixated on Hu Lai and Wu Yong, and gradually made her way toward Yu Fengshi. Chapter 55. Me? Professor Zhang's boyfriend. Unbeknownst to her, someone had been observing Yu Fengshi. This individual, referred to as Lao Su by Jiang Fushiwei, was none other than Professor Su Guanfang. After scrutinizing the young man for some time without recognizing him as an acquaintance from the past, she concluded that anyone who could remain unscathed in the company of the eccentric Hu Lai and Wu Yong must surely be a descendant of a former acquaintance. As Professor Su continued to watch, her field of vision was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a young woman, Xiao Jiang. What was she doing approaching him? Could it be that she had taken a liking to this handsome young man? However, upon further reflection, Professor Su dismissed this notion. She prided herself on understanding Jiang Fushiwei, knowing that her sole focus was on controllable nuclear fusion. Old man, who is this young fellow you've brought along? Is he from your biological research lab? Come on. Su, you're not that much younger than I am. Can we drop the old man business? I don't feel old at all. Hu Lai, tirelessly researching biology and developing genetic medications, believed that the pursuit of youth was the ultimate goal. Despite the considerable side effects, he felt invigorated and capable of competing with much younger individuals. The idea of being called old man by someone a few years his junior was intolerable. Nonetheless, Hu Lai understood the importance of discretion and, before Su Guanfang could respond, he added, as for him, he's an outsider. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? An outsider could not possibly reach this place. Are the patrolling soldiers or the station personnel blind? Perhaps so. Professor Jiang, do you know him? Su Guanfang shifted her focus onto Jiang Fushiwei. Jiang Fushiwei was taken aback. Was this elderly woman ill? Why was she fixating on her? Actually, unable to evade any longer, Yu Fengshi stepped forward, interrupting Jiang Fushiwei. With earnestness, he declared, I am Jiang Fushiwei's boyfriend. Huh? Jiang Fushiwei gazed at Yu Fengshi in astonishment. What are you playing at? The crowd was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the dire situation facing the base. They were all left pondering the shocking revelation that Jiang Fushiwei had a boyfriend. Hu Lai and Wu Yong were equally bewildered. This young man was indeed a revelation, boldly claiming to be Professor Zhang's boyfriend in front of so many witnesses. One could only hope he wouldn't provoke her into unleashing her hydrogen bomb. Professor Chen Wanda's brow furrowed in concern. Young man, I understand the excitement of being in the presence of a beautiful woman, but you cannot recklessly tarnish her reputation. Don't believe me? Ask her. Professor Jiang, am I not your boyfriend? Yu Fengshi teased, glancing at Jiang Fushiwei. Finally, he had found his opportunity. The boyfriend of a certain someone was tantamount to being her boyfriend. Wasn't it? Why complicate matters? Why make it such a hassle? There is no need for pretense. Being your boyfriend is perfectly acceptable. Jiang Fuxue instinctively wanted to deny it. Yet, the reality of approaching 30 while still being single often left her the subject of teasing from Lao Su. Once again, it is indeed the matter instigated by Lao Su. Indeed, he is my boyfriend, Jiang Fuxue boldly declared in public, confidently striding to Fengshi's side, proudly linking her arm with his. The suffocating tenderness pressed heavily upon the atmosphere. Silence enveloped the Spark laboratory, an oppressive stillness settling in. Professor Chen Wangda was taken aback. Professor Su Guanfeng was stunned. Yang Ruyan was also rendered speechless. Jiang Fushue's claim of having a boyfriend turned out to be true. Contrary to the rumors of her being unattached, how could this sudden revelation arise? Yet, it was no longer her concern, given her nephew's predicament, which should not further implicate her. Hu Lai stood in disbelief, astonished that Fengshi, on his very first visit to the Spark laboratory, had managed to secure the affections of its leading figure. How on earth had he accomplished such a feat? It was truly inconceivable. Noticing that the principal party showed no signs of dissent, Professor Chen Wangda speculated that spring had indeed arrived, hence his furrowed brow relaxed. He tapped the floor, the sound instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the crisis looms imminent. We cannot squander time on trivial matters. Their gazes returned to the footage, revealing a chaotic scene of spider swarms unfolding within the base. Countless black spiders descended like locusts, leaving devastation in their wake, with not a single living being remaining in their path, not even the greenery, which had been completely devoured. Several buildings erupted into flames, the result of clashes between the personnel and the spider hordes. The sheer volume of spiders was evidently beyond human capacity to combat. Even the deployment of artillery could clear an area momentarily, yet it would swiftly be replenished by the encroaching darkness. Moreover, the entire base was constructed underground. The use of more powerful explosives would inevitably lead to widespread collapse, rendering it more prudent to obliterate the site with missiles in a mutual destruction scenario. Even more alarming was the fact that, as time progressed, the spiders emerging from the biological laboratory seemed to be evolving, having encountered some mysterious factor. What once could be dispatched with a single shot now required 2 bullets to penetrate the spider's formidable exoskeleton. Furthermore, Professor Chen Wangda observed that the silk produced by these spiders appeared to possess a potent corrosive quality, capable of dissolving metal. Hu Lai, what on earth have you unleashed? Can you truly blame me? I merely sought to ensure my own survival. Your so-called survival involves the annihilation of the entire base? I had no inkling that these spiders would evolve to such an extent after encountering the mysterious factor. You are well aware that biological evolution is fraught with unpredictability. If I could have controlled it, I would not have sought refuge with you. Hu Lai was utterly shocked. The rapid evolution of these spiders was indeed terrifying. Were they not far superior and far more perfect than the biological weapons he had created? If not for the crowd's presence, he might have exclaimed in admiration at their magnificence. What did you say? You cannot manage the creations you birthed, yet expect us to shelter you? Have you overdosed on Jean's serum, sending your mind into disarray? Professor Chen Wangda was astounded by Hu Lai's audacious remarks, considering his audacity rivaled that of the laboratory's entrance. Did you truly not contemplate methods of balance while creating these abominations? Have we now reached a point of no return, where we can only play along? What other options do we have? When I conceived this device, I never contemplated an escape route, for to employ this ultimate weapon signifies my own demise. Yet, you still draw breath, hurry and devise a solution. It has been stated that it is uncontrollable. The crux lies within your grasp. Do you possess any large-scale weaponry? If so, deploy it immediately. Chen Wangda's countenance turned ashen as he replied, no. If there were, the most potent weapon would be the artificial sun behind you. Detonating it would ensure our ascent into the heavens. Hu Lai was left astounded, exclaiming, goodness, if we are to speak of absolutes, you truly have the upper hand. At least my spiders could leave behind skeletal remains. Your method would reduce us to mere ashes. Once more, they fell into silence, fixating on the images recorded, which were soon engulfed by darkness, leaving only a flurry of static. The sound of spider silk corroding metal echoed from all directions, sending shivers down their spines, akin to insects gnawing at their very bones. In that moment, despair enveloped the laboratory. Chapter 56, Jiang Fuxue, the plan for ascension commences. Do not lose heart. Just when the Spark laboratory found itself engulfed in despair, a voice emerged, rallying the spirits of the weary. This individual, a student of Professor Chen Wangda, stood at the center of the crowd, one hand pressed against his chest, the other clenched into a fist, his face alight with fervor, as darkness envelopes the earth. Professor Chen Wangda remained silent, quietly retrieving the board he always carried. For his student was becoming rather unruly and required a lesson in the respect owed to one's mentor. It is worth mentioning that all his students were at least at the master's level. The impassioned doctoral student intended to proclaim himself as the sole beacon of hope. Yet upon noticing his teacher brandishing the board, he hastily amended his statement. What I truly meant to convey is that the Spark Laboratory, constructed from specialized materials, is the most fortified location within the entire base. It should not be easily breached. We still have time. Biologist Ulai gazed at him in astonishment. Old Chin, your student is impressive. It has been quite some time since I encountered such optimism in a pupil. Young man, have you considered switching allegiances? The impassioned doctoral student felt a flicker of interest. Professor Chinwanga interjected sharply. I recall that many of your students have met untimely fates. That was merely unfortunate. Their experiments did not adhere to the proper protocols, leading to their own demise. At this remark, the fervent doctoral student stood obediently beside his mentor, Chinwanga. Yi Fengshi observed the unfolding scene with keen interest from the sidelines, his hands stuffed into his pockets, clad in a casual outfit selected by Chu Qing. With his feet adorned in gray flip-flops, he appeared markedly out of place among the assembled researchers, yet few paid him any heed. As all attention was riveted upon Jiang Fuxue. Do you have a plan? Jiang Fuxue whispered. Yi Fengshi glanced back. Noting that one of his arms was still ensconced in the warmth of her presence, he raised an eyebrow and retorted, What do you think? You are so capable. Surely you possess a solution. Do not keep it hidden from me. Give me a reason to act. Allow me to rephrase that. I am akin to a stranger to these individuals, with only a tenuous connection to you. I can ensure your safety. But what compels me to assist them? Jiang Fushue's chest heaved with emotion as she released her grip on Yi Fengshi's arm and nodded. I was mistaken. When did I adopt such a frail mindset? I should not place my hopes in others. Oh, how do you intend to proceed? Yi Fengshi asked. Surprised by the sudden shift in her demeanor, the woman's energy had transformed instantaneously, evolving from a timid bird to a majestic rock capable of soaring to great heights. This matter does not concern you. Just remember to protect that girl, Chu Qing. Jiang Fuxue replied coldly. Yi Fengshi regarded her intently, recognizing the resoluteness in her gaze. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Please, commence your performance. Yi Fengshi gestured with an inviting hand. Jiang Fuxue could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. I am discussing something serious here. Do not make me laugh. I too earnestly request. Jiang Fuxue shot him a fierce glare. Then, amidst the crowd's gaze, she strode to the center, surveying her surroundings before proclaiming loudly, Are you all afraid of death? The others exchanged puzzled looks. Bewildered by Jiang Fushue's abrupt inquiry rather than indulging in tender moments with her incongruous young companion, Professors Su Guanfang and Chinwanga exchanged glances, subtly grasping Jiang Fushue's intentions. It depends on the manner of demise. Every life must end, whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather, the passionate doctor began. Very well, I wish to pose a question. What are your aspirations? That query was rather inappropriate. Who among them did not harbor the ambition to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Take your previous proposal, for instance. Was it not perilous? If mishandled, it could spell doom for us all, yet we pressed on without hesitation. Jiang Fuxue smiled. I am indeed aware, but given the current circumstances, controllable nuclear fusion seems exceedingly challenging. However, I implore you all to embark on a variant of uncontrolled nuclear fusion. The passionate doctor's expression transformed dramatically, and the faces of the others mirrored his shock. Those present, all scholars of nuclear physics, understood the gravity of Jiang Fushue's words. Uncontrolled nuclear fusion, was that not an extraordinary art form? One individual hesitated, but Jiang Fuxue promptly interjected, Or are you merely wishing to linger in despair, clinging to a fleeting hope while awaiting death's approach? I dare say, being torn apart by thousands of spiders cannot be a pleasant experience. Death can be met in one of two ways, in the bloom of ideals or amidst the torment of countless bites. The passionate doctor felt overwhelmed. All right, having heard you, I know what choice to make. Yet, I have another question. What is it? Do we have sufficient time to construct a device? That contraption behind us is currently operating quite steadily, and with previous protective measures, it may not achieve the ephemeral brilliance you speak of. Jingcheng, you need not worry about that, Professor Chinwanga suddenly declared. It has already been prepared. The others exchanged incredulous looks. What? Prepared in advance? This was explosive news. It meant they had been on the brink of catastrophe all along. Jiang Fuxue was somewhat taken aback. Old Chun, how did you? Professor Su Guanfang chuckled. Little Jiang, do not underestimate us. When we were researching controllable nuclear fusion, you were not yet born. Surely, you do not believe your little tricks could have deceived me and Old Chin? Jiang Fuxue was left speechless. Then why have you still? Professor Chinwanga replied, Because Old Su and I have discussed this and unanimously concluded that in the face of a leader like Yang Wugua, we must hold the truth in our hands. Otherwise, should we truly develop controllable nuclear fusion, we would not face a favorable outcome. Upon uncovering the true intentions behind your improvement plan, We remained silent yet discreetly aided in enhancing several aspects, accelerating the uncontrollable process and amplifying its ultimate power. After Chenwangda spoke, the others were left in shock. It was astonishing that these three leaders had executed such significant actions without a word. The most concerning part was that they had kept it from everyone, leaving them in the dark, which was truly excessive. Elder Chen, Elder Su, this is rather disheartening. As long as the reasoning is sound, we would not oppose your actions. We are colleagues on the same boat. Would we betray each other? Yang Ruyan remained contemplative. Fully aware of why Jiang Fuxue had secretly enhanced the artificial sun's fuel, she had indeed pressed too hard. But why would she provoke Jiang Fuxue to such an extent? It was all the fault of that wretched young Wuquan. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed swiftly, Hu Lai urged. He had come to understand that these physicists, particularly those in nuclear physics, were indeed more audacious than he. He merely aimed to overturn the base, while Chenwangda and the others seemed intent on obliterating the entirety of Tianhai City. Yet Hu Lai was not one to cower, having lived to this age. He had long since come to terms with many things. He sought a life of fervor, otherwise he would not have ventured into researching biological weapons. Thus, he refrained from obstructing them, instead urging for a swift resolution. In his eyes, this was a once-in-a-century art, a fleeting moment of brilliance. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. Jiang Fuxue suddenly turned to Yi Fengshi. Do you truly have nothing to say? It's fine. Proceed as you wish. I will merely accompany you in death. Yi Fengshi smiled, as always. The others, perplexed, believed they were witnessing a touching love story. They say that couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. Yet this pair, not even married, could still face life and death together. Is this what love entails? No longer hesitating, Jiang Fuxue felt around a corner of the laboratory, and in an instant, an unfamiliar panel sprang forth on the control console. After a few strokes, she fell into deep contemplation. Old Chen, Old Su, you have indeed established an encryption protocol without my knowledge. Jiang Fuxue turned, her voice escaping through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha, it was merely to prevent you, young ones, from acting rashly. Chenwangda and Su Guanfang stepped forward simultaneously to dismantle the encryption. The self-destruction protocol has been initiated. A chilling electronic voice resonated suddenly through the laboratory, momentarily drowning out the sound of metal corroding under Spider-S influence. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 1. The crowd fell silent, bemused by Jiang Fuxue's dark humor, as if she feared others would reconsider. As the final countdown reached its conclusion, the artificial sun at the heart of the laboratory erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Unlike the ignition, this time the radiant light enveloped the entire laboratory, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hu Lai stood at the forefront, his body enveloped in an exquisite radiance, arms outstretched to their fullest, laughing maniacally. I declare, art has been realized. Marvelous, simply marvelous. In that fleeting moment, he dared to gaze directly at the sun. Yet, the imagined cataclysm of the sun's explosion, the ephemeral brilliance followed by the dissolution of consciousness, did not transpire. The uncontrollable sun indeed erupted in a grand explosion, the shattering flames violently breaching the special transparent barrier, surging forth towards the assembled crowd. However, the flames did not consume them. Inexplicably, there was a momentary pause, followed by the retreat of shattered glass. In a daze, everyone seemed to glimpse the center of the artificial sun, where a shadow quietly emerged. What was happening? Was time reversing? How could there be a shadow there? Could the explosion of the sun give rise to sunspots? Amidst their confusion, they suddenly saw that shadow move. They watched in astonishment as Yi Fengshi slowly emerged from the heart of the artificial sun. The flames, akin to a hydrogen bomb explosion, contracted at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a sphere of light the size of a ping-pong ball, which fell into Yi Fengshi's hand. He glanced at the artificial sun resting in his palm, turned to the bewildered crowd, and said with a serene smile, "How fascinating, truly fascinating." Chapter 57. A fleeting moment of glory. Who exactly are you? Hu Lai's eyes were bloodshot. His outstretched hands withdrew as he retreated to the side, his form resembling a crumpled ant by the roadside. Just a minute ago, this so-called passerby was engaged in a romantic exchange with Jiang Fuxue. In the next instant, he appeared at the epicenter of a nuclear fusion device, effortlessly retracting a synthetic sun engulfed in an explosion with a single hand. In simpler terms, it was akin to a hydrogen bomb detonating before Hu Lai, only for someone to press it back into submission amid the chaos. The retracted artificial sun remained in his grasp, stable as a $2 ping-pong ball from a stationery store. Yet, this ping-pong ball radiated light. Hu Lai found it difficult to comprehend. He had struck a pose in appreciation of the arts, lavished praise, only to witness the art vanish before his eyes. To make matters worse, Yi Fengshi was there, exclaiming how fascinating it all was, so captivating, it beckoned engagement. Chenwangda and Su Guanfang, Two leading scholars in nuclear physics shook off their astonishment and turned their attention to who lie in unison. The person you brought in, and you still question his identity? Do you not see the luminous sphere the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand? It contains the energy of an entire artificial sun. The audacity of this bald elder to question a being capable of grasping the sun with one hand was astonishing. Indeed, those engaged in biological sciences were often deemed mad. How utterly insane. This world was truly bewildering. The two eminent scholars, who once believed they would never witness controllable nuclear fusion, found themselves in the singular situation where they inadvertently rendered fusion uncontrollable, only to encounter someone who had mastered it. No. They could not ascertain whether Jiang's boyfriend was even human. At that moment, everyone regained their composure and instinctively turned to gaze at the original position of Jiang Fushua's boyfriend. They could scarcely believe it could be him. Their instinct suggested that the individual grasping the sun merely bore a resemblance to Jiang Fushua's beloved. However, upon turning their heads, they found the spot where Fengshi had stood was now empty. This revelation meant that the person was indeed the one who had shared life and death with Jiang Fushui. They realized with startling clarity how bizarre the world had become. Professor Jiang, are you not putting on a show for us? Your boyfriend is so formidable, yet you would detonate the artificial sun, taking us all along to the heavens? Why are you looking at me? Jiang Fushui, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, was rendered speechless. Did I not request his assistance in front of you all? It was only because he declined that I was compelled to consider detonating the artificial sun. Is that so? The others exchanged puzzled glances, recalling that indeed, this sequence of events had transpired, albeit they had assumed it was merely a clandestine conversation between the couple. This group of scholars only perceived the life and death bond of love. Jiang Fushui's gaze fell upon Fengshi, her extraordinary intellect feeling inadequate for the first time since her birth. Her scalp began to tingle with unease. For Fengshi's displayed prowess far exceeded her expectations. Stunned for a few seconds, Jiang Fushui murmured, "Did you not say you would not intervene?" Above Fengshi's outstretched palm, a dazzling miniature artificial sun burned steadily, and upon closer inspection, one could even perceive its gentle spin. With a serene smile, Fengshi remarked, "I have stated that our encounter is merely fortuitous. Even the slightest connection does not justify intervention. However, should you ignite this spark, the situation would be entirely different. The explosion's force would obliterate this base along with the surrounding strata, depriving me of my spectacle, thus providing me with ample reason to act." Jiang Fushui, her expression impassive, replied, "You can escape if you wish. I have expressed my desire to witness the performance. If I flee, the stage will vanish, and there will be no show to behold. Are you implying that, in your eyes, we are mere actors in your play? No, include me as well. In any splendid performance, bystanders are indispensable characters. Yet now, you have assumed the role of the protagonist. You are no longer a mere spectator." Jiang Fushui exclaimed in frustration. "What difference does it make whether you act now or later? Do you wish for us to witness your miraculous feats?" Fengshi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "It cannot be assessed in such a manner. I can only say." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly halted, his gaze lifting to the ceiling. A sizzling sound echoed, growing ever closer as a fist-sized hole materialized above. Almost immediately, a grotesque black spider, its body covered in bristles, leaped through the opening, poised to land upon an unsuspecting individual. The others, following Fengshi's gaze, shared in the sight, their faces paling at the sight of the spider. For it heralded impending peril, and they were uncertain whether Fengshi would intervene to save them. Yet, a flame of crimson gold appeared out of thin air, instantly incinerating the black spider into ashes. All eyes returned to Fengshi, or more precisely, to the miniature artificial sun nestled within his palm. "This has become rather tedious," Fengshi mused, the smile fading from his visage as he turned to Jiang Fushui, who felt a shiver of apprehension. "I can only say, as you wish." As the words left his lips, the miniature sun radiated brilliantly, an endless stream of crimson flames erupting forth and enveloping the entirety of the laboratory in an instant. Jiang Fushui, horrified, believed Fengshi intended to detonate the artificial sun, hastily shielding her face with her arms. However, the searing sensation she anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, a gentle warmth enveloped her, akin to a summer's day. Lowering her arms and opening her eyes, she beheld countless streams of crimson gold connecting to the miniature sun in Fengshi's palm. Wherever these fiery tendrils traversed, all matter silently dissipated, sparing only the living. Above the fire experiment laboratory, all obstructions, including the alloy ceiling and the rooms above, melted away. Jiang Fushui observed her former quarters, now unrecognizable and overrun by the black spiders, yet at that moment, the dense mass of darkness disintegrated within the crimson gold flames. There was no chance to resist. A mere touch would lead to annihilation, reduced to ashes, which too would ultimately be consumed by the flames. Subsequently, countless streams of crimson gold unfurled outward, rapidly engulfing the entire base within the blink of an eye. The black tide, despite its utmost efforts, could not withstand the fleeting moment, vanishing into nothingness. This was the true essence of ephemeral beauty, thought Jiang Fushiwei. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she extended her arm to touch the flowing flames of gilded gold. Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow at this. Teacher Jiang, you have quite a few hands there. Aren't you afraid of being burned? Humph. If you dare to burn me, I'll kneel right here. With the most defiant voice uttering the softest words, Teacher Jiang had a certain flair. Yi Fengshi broke into a sudden smile. Jiang Fushiwei's delicate, fair arm glided through the flames without harm, only feeling an unprecedented warmth. How marvelous. Yi Fengshi glanced around. All the biotechnological spiders within the base had been incinerated by him, and he quietly withdrew his powers. Chapter 58, having cast away a miniature sun. They beheld the crimson golden flames of Base 1, which gradually transformed into twinkling starlight and faded into nothingness. The surviving personnel felt as if they had been transported to another world, or perhaps trapped in a fantastical nightmare. Had it not been for the remnants of the chaotic black spider tide that ravaged the area, they might genuinely have believed they were ensnared in a dream. What on earth transpired? Someone murmured while gazing at the obsidian dome above. The tide of spiders, the torrential crimson golden flames. It appears that I have succeeded once more. Some individuals, unable to accept the reality, succumb to the allure of fantasy. This is bad. The lad has lost his mind. Quickly, restrain him. Disarm him at once. However, the majority of the survivors remained lucid, having endured the frigid snowstorms, the spider onslaught, and the hellish inferno. They returned to the seed laboratory, which had now become an open-air site, populated by a group of bewildered individuals clad in white research attire. All eyes were fixated on Yi Fengshi, who stood before the remnants of the tokamak device, cradling the miniature sun. You have destroyed my seed laboratory. The ethereal crimson golden flames had vanished, and Jiang Fushiwei instinctively remarked as she returned to the realm of reality. What does it matter? Yi Fengshi chuckled at Jiang's response. The laboratory was destined to explode. You ignited it yourself. Even if you hadn't, it would have melted away in the black spider tide. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Fengshi inquired of the others, who promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed. Absolutely correct. Professor Jiang, do not be foolish. It is fortunate that we are alive. The laboratory can be rebuilt later, Professor Qin Wangdo asserted. Yes, Xiao Jiang, your companion speaks wisely. He is not my companion. What did you say? Professor Qin Wangdo suddenly froze, recalling her earlier words. His true identity is that of my graduate student Chu Qing's boyfriend, a fourth-year student in the refrigeration program at Biluo University. Of course, the notion of Biluo University is now moot, buried under the blizzard. Upon hearing Jiang Fushiwei's candid revelation, the others fell into silence once more, except for Professor Su Guanfang, who chuckled, saying, You young people certainly engage in whimsical pursuits. Jiang Fushiwei. Yi Fengshi. Nevertheless, Professor Su Guanfang's hurried breaths betrayed her inner turmoil. Remaining calm in such circumstances would be remarkable indeed. She bowed to Yi Fengshi and stated, setting aside other matters, I must express gratitude on behalf of all members of the Seed Laboratory for your timely intervention. Yi Fengshi nodded slightly and then inquired, Your ultimate goal in the Seed Laboratory is to research controllable nuclear fusion, correct? Indeed. Jiang Fushiwei replied. Yi Fengshi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tossed the miniature sun in his hand, causing Jiang Fushiwei's gaze to follow its ascent and descent, albeit with a slight tremble. Not only she, but the eyes of everyone present quivered with trepidation, fearful that a mere slip of Yi Fengshi's hand could unleash a nuclear catastrophe. Who would not be afraid in such a scenario? Brother, could you please stop? I'm scared. Jiang Fushiwei pleaded earnestly. She was genuinely frightened. Previously, the decision to activate the Ascension Plan had been made with no alternatives, believing that Yi Fengshi could only protect himself and not save them. However, to her astonishment, Yi Fengshi managed to retract her nuclear explosion with a mere flick of his hand, dispersing the overwhelming tide of spiders that threatened to engulf them. Jiang Fushiwei had survived and could visibly continue to live. She certainly desired to live. Just as Yi Fengshi was about to speak, he heard Jiang Fushiwei sincerely declare, I was wrong. The corners of Yi Fengshi's eyes twitched. She truly had a penchant for admitting her mistakes. Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to frighten you. I merely wish to lighten the atmosphere. You need not be so tense. I am, like you, merely human. Biologist Hu Lai fell into silence, feeling a bit hesitant to proclaim anything marvelous in the presence of this enigmatic being. Yi Fengshi toyed with the mini-sun, continuing. This object seems to embody what you all aspire to achieve, controlled nuclear fusion, albeit with little connection to actual science. Since it is your creation, I shall leave it here for you to study and see what groundbreaking technology you can develop. Yi Fengshi's words left everyone in awe, which soon transformed into fervent excitement. Thank you so much, truly, Mr. Yi. Professor Chenwanga had long been intrigued by the mini-sun in Yi Fengshi's possession and was eager to delve into its research. He never expected Yi Fengshi to be so magnanimous as to leave such a crucial artifact for their study. Overcome with emotion, he was about to step forward to shake Yi Fengshi's hand, only to be abruptly pushed aside by Professor Su Guanfang. Professor Su Guanfang wished to shake Yi Fengshi's hand as well, but ultimately found herself thwarted. She watched as Jiang Fuxue had already reached out to grasp Yi Fengshi's hand and was filled with rage. Jiang Fuxue, whatever relationship you have with him can remain private. Why must you compete with an elder like me? Apologies, he has a germ phobia. It would be best if you outsiders refrained from shaking hands, lest he inadvertently incinerate you, Jiang Fuxue half-threatened while warmly clasping Yi Fengshi's hand. Upon hearing this, others who had been eager to approach suddenly calmed down. Indeed, if that fellow could manipulate the sun, it would be disastrous if he accidentally melted them as well. Yi Fengshi observed Jiang Fuxue, who was somewhat clumsily gripping his left hand, and fell into contemplation. Why was this girl behaving like an infatuated admirer? Never mind. He casually tossed the mini-sun back to its original position, and in an instant, it expanded and returned to its original size. However, unlike before, it now existed without the constraints of a tokamak device, burning steadily as if it were a true sun. After recovering from her astonishment, Jiang Fuxue murmured, "Why can't I feel any heat?" Yi Fengshi explained, "I have regulated the temperature. Otherwise, its heat would be sufficient to vaporize both you and this entire base." Jiang Fuxue considered this and then pondered another question. "What will happen when you leave?" Yi Fengshi remarked softly, "I am omnipresent." Jiang Fuxue, gripped by a chilling realization, immediately wrapped her arms around herself, her gaze fixed anxiously on Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi continued, "Very well, let us conclude today's performance here. May our paths cross again." Upon finishing his words, he lifted off the ground and retreated into the artificial sun. Jiang Fuxue, still in shock, could only witness his departure as he vanished into the very place from which he had come. She opened her mouth, rendered speechless, feeling a numbing sensation. Could he possibly be in danger? The fervent doctor suddenly spoke up, drawing the peculiar gazes of those around him. The fervent doctor inquired, "What's wrong? Is it inappropriate for me to show concern?" Jiang Fuxue retorted coldly, "He can effortlessly manipulate nuclear fusion. Perhaps you should direct your concern towards your own mentor instead." Meanwhile, at another location, in the Yulong Garden, Yi Fengshi strolled out from the embers left in Xiao Taojua's villa, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Chapter 59: The True Nature of People Revealed Over Time. Yi Fengshi took out his phone to check the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The upper right corner of the screen displayed no signal, indicating the absence of a network, a consequence of the intensifying cosmic cold wave disrupting the magnetic field of Blue Star. Without a network, his phone was rendered nearly useless, serving for Yi Fengshi only to check the time. Earlier, he had wandered with Chu Qing and discovered a luxury watch store near the Yulong Garden, where Chu Qing had selected several exquisite timepieces for him. Yi Fengshi tried one on but found himself unaccustomed to wearing anything, whether it be an expensive watch or an ostentatious gold chain. These possessions offered no utility beyond mere showmanship, and did Yi Fengshi truly need to flaunt? Thus, apart from his clothing, the only item he carried was his phone, which felt quite natural. Lost in thought for a moment, Yi Fengshi snapped back to reality, taking a step forward before abruptly halting, his gaze fixed ahead. Before him, Dongfang Yuyu approached with a cheerful gait, her long hair tied in a high, bouncy ponytail swaying with her movements. She donned an oversized black t-shirt that barely reached her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs beneath. Yi Fengshi found the t-shirt somewhat familiar and, upon reflection, realized it was indeed his. Dongfang Yuyu, with her beautiful wardrobe, had rummaged through his belongings to find the shirt. Was she perhaps feeling a bit daring? "Yuyu," Yi Fengshi called out to her. Dongfang Yuyu turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling as they met Yi Fengshi's face. "Brother Yi, what are you doing here?" She bounced over to him with an air of familiarity, tilting her head curiously. "Oh, this fiery aura. I've never seen it before. When did it appear? Did you bring it?" As she spoke, she seemed to realize that she hadn't seen him all day, and bombarded him with questions. "Where have you been? You didn't take me with you." Yi Fengshi was determined not to be ensnared by her barrage of inquiries. Suddenly, he noticed something and tugged at the hem of her shirt. "You're not wearing leggings again." He playfully swatted her. Dongfang Yuyu's face flushed instantly. "Why did you hit me? That hurts." She pouted, then defiantly declared, "I like dressing this way. What's wrong with it? Leggings are such a hassle. You have to put them on and take them off. This is much more convenient." "I don't care. You struck me for no reason. You must compensate me." Yi Fengshi's interest was piqued. "Oh? What kind of compensation do you desire?" 3 days. You must accompany me for the next 3 days, and you're not allowed to go anywhere else. Dongfang Yuyu counted on her fingers, initially spreading all 5, but hesitating. She shyly retracted 2. You greedy little cat. Yes, I am a greedy little cat. I don't believe you aren't tempted by me. Desire swells within me. My Eastern heroine, so enchanting and graceful, possesses a figure that is nothing short of mesmerizing. Indeed, I find myself captivated. At least you are perceptive. Yi Fengshi, taking advantage of the moment, wrapped his arm around the proud heroine's slender waist and inquired as they walked, Have you prepared dinner? Yes, I have. I was merely awaiting your return to dine. Were it a matter of choice, Dongfang Yuyu would certainly not assume the role of a cook. After all, playing games and enjoying time with Yi Fengshi is far more delightful. After their relationship transcended boundaries, Dongfang Yuyu attempted to neglect her culinary duties, leading to a situation where Chu Qing, Xiao Taozhua, and Qin Qiyu each took turns cooking for 3 days. Following those 3 days, Dongfang Yuyu had an epiphany. None of them could conjure even a single dish that could be deemed edible, and consuming their creations was akin to a culinary nightmare. Thus, with resolute determination, she seized the spatula, intent on reclaiming her culinary prowess. However, had it been just the 4 of them, she would have been disinclined to cook, merely asserting, What need is there for a full banquet? Snacks suffice to satiate. Yet, with Yi Fengshi in the mix, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Dongfang Yuyu felt compelled to prepare meals for her man. After all, only when Yi Fengshi was well-fed could she find satisfaction herself. The intricacies of this endeavor were manifold. As they entered the dining room, 3 pairs of eyes converged upon them. Chu Qing noticed the large hand resting on Dongfang Yuyu's waist, her expression one of approval. Where did you find him? At the innermost part of the 2nd floor, there lies a flame. Are you aware of it? Chu Qing nodded, of course. That is the ember Yi Fengshi left behind in the villa, capable of maintaining warmth in his absence. Is it truly that remarkable? Qin Qiyu instinctively asked, only to feel Yi Fengshi's gaze upon her, causing a hint of steam to rise from her head. Yi Fengshi mused. Could this girl truly be a manifestation of a mechanical spirit? Steam is indeed emanating from her. The truth is revealed. She is a steam maiden. Yet, how could a steam maiden bear the name Qiyu? Could it be that steam condensing into clouds brings forth rain? As Yi Fengshi's thoughts wandered, he approached Chu Qing. Dongfang Yuyu, understanding the moment, graciously pulled out a chair for him to sit. She then took her place beside him, casting a glance at the visibly irritated Xiao Taozhua, and remarked, It seems one of our maidservants lacks understanding. The master is seated, yet the meal is not served. Xiao Taozhua, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted, Dongfang Yuyu, do not go too far. I do not require your input. She grumbled, rising to serve the rice, placing it before Yi Fengshi, then returning to her seat with swift precision. Though she was vexed that Dongfang Yuyu had claimed her 2nd position, Xiao Taozhua recognized that her own lack of assertiveness had allowed Dongfang Yuyu to seize the opportunity. Subsequently, Xiao Taozhua had attempted to muster the courage to discover if, as Chu Qing suggested, the path would lead from bitterness to sweetness. As for the outcome, Chu Qing held the most authority to speak on that matter. Xiao Taozhua remained unchanged. Chu Qing had said all that needed to be said and was disinclined to devise further strategies for Xiao Taozhua, turning her attention instead to the mechanical genius, Qin Qiyu. Unfortunately, no progress had yet been made. The mechanical repair girl harbors an undeniable affection for Yi Fengshi. However, this individual appears to be even more timid than Xiao Taozhua. On several occasions, Chu Qing has attempted to engage her in conversation, only to leave the latter bewildered and fast asleep. Chu Qing finds this quite exasperating. After savoring a piece of red wine-infused beef, her handsome visage flushed slightly, and her delicate hands rested beneath her smooth chin, her enchanting fox-like eyes fixed on Yi Fengshi. Where did you venture off to today? Why am I unable to sense your presence? Before Yi Fengshi could respond, Dongfang Yuyu, taken aback, exclaimed, Sister Qing, you can still perceive him? Once Yi Fengshi departs, Dongfang Yuyu herself is incapable of detecting his whereabouts, which leaves her puzzled. Chu Qing nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, as the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. Yuyu, your connection with Fengshi is not yet strong enough. It is quite normal for you not to sense him. Chapter 60, The Solar Bracelet? Can you really traverse between these 2 realms and bring someone along? How could that be possible? Dongfang Yuyu widened her eyes and pointed at Yi Fengshi, exclaiming, I have fought him with all my might. How could I not discern our compatibility? We are undeniably a perfect match. This text mentions, beautiful teacher-free reading, but how did it translate here to a lack of compatibility? Do not utter such nonsense. Ah, you've caught me off guard. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuyu's resolute rebuttal, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, I was merely speaking without thinking. Oh you, Chu Qing. Do not assume that your superiority grants you the liberty to fabricate stories about me. I shall challenge you to a duel. Before Dongfang Yu could finish her sentence, she abruptly smacked Yi Fengshi's arm and laughed. I decree that you shall not sleep tonight. I intend to completely restrain you. Chu Qing chuckled. You've got that backwards. It should be he who restrains you. Dongfang Yu retorted. That's none of your concern. Chu Qing shook her head and continued. No more jesting. I must confess, my ability to sense him stems from your bracelet. Am I correct? How did you know? Did Yi Fengshi tell you? Humph. The only reason you can triumph over me is because of that luminous bracelet gifted by Yi Fengshi. Beyond that, what you possess, I possess as well, and what you lack, I possess in abundance. Currently, I cannot sense Yi Fengshi's location, yet you can. It is clearly the bracelet interfering, is it not? Is that not obvious? Dongfang Yu set down her chopsticks and crossed her arms, her demeanor instantly transforming into one of unparalleled icy elegance. Clap, clap. Chu Qing applauded. Truly, you are a rare martial talent, your intellect far surpassing that of Xiao Taozhua. Splendid indeed. Xiao Taozhua widened her doe-like eyes. What does this have to do with me? Chu Qing, do not slander my intelligence. Ah, yes. I am indeed speaking out of turn, but it nonetheless reflects your own shortcomings. Xiao Taozhua pondered this, realizing perhaps she had indeed overreacted. As usual. Yi Fengshi observed the unfolding drama, nodding as Xiao Taozhua muttered to herself, feeling somewhat perplexed, while discreetly pinching Chu Qing's thigh beneath the table. Chu Qing shot her a sidelong glance and resumed the earlier topic. This bracelet is indeed extraordinary. Initially, it perpetually emitted a chill, but after being refined by Yi Fengshi, it has significantly subdued. Wearing it grants me clarity of mind, akin to an added layer of calmness. However, proximity to Yi Fengshi can still ignite my thoughts. Coughing, she added, as my bond with Yi Fengshi deepens, the bracelet's chill, no, its energy, has gradually become usable by me. I can also pinpoint Yi Fengshi's location through the bracelet, provided I remain within a reasonable distance. Dongfang Yu scoffed. What a marvelous artifact indeed. Indeed, Chu Qing concurred. It certainly does not resemble something crafted from the blue star. It could be deemed a divine tool. What do you imply? Dongfang Yu mused, her gaze drifting to Chu Qing's face, unconsciously glancing down at her own chest. Ultimately, she pursed her lips. It is certainly due to my relentless practice that I have managed to shed some of my excess fat. Chu Qing interjected. What I mean is, Yi Fengshi, where on earth have you been? Noticing the collective gaze of the women, Yi Fengshi nonchalantly selected a piece of beef from Chu Qing's plate and a sprig of greens from Dongfang Yu's bowl, followed by a sip of soup, and calmly remarked, De Qing, I encountered your mentor today. Pfft. Chu Qing, having just taken a sip of beef soup, immediately spewed it out. Yi Fengshi leaned back leisurely, appearing unhurried, yet skillfully dodging Chu Qing's soup spray. Dongfang Yu raised her hand, channeling her chi to catch the splattered broth, subsequently tossing it into a nearby sink. This scene left Xiao Taozhua and Chen Qiyu utterly astonished at their seamless coordination. Chu Qing quickly wiped her mouth and pressed, You met my mentor? Where did you find her, and how is she faring? Quite well, Yi Fengshi replied. After all, she is a top-tier scientist, and her position is undoubtedly prestigious, as she is one of the heads of a laboratory. A laboratory? What laboratory? The Huozhong Laboratory, located within a secret military base known as Huozhong No. 1. Wait a moment, let me guess. This Huozhong refers to controllable nuclear fusion, right? Yi Fengshi nodded. Dongfang Yu exclaimed in surprise, You could deduce that? As she spoke, she playfully pushed away someone who had inquired about controllable nuclear fusion. Xiao Taozhua. Chu Qing raised one corner of her mouth. My mentor, Professor Jiangfu Xue, specializes in nuclear physics, with a primary focus on controllable nuclear fusion. Given the context of Huozhong, was it really that difficult to guess? Big dumpling. I recall having previously explained what controllable nuclear fusion is to you. Your memory seems a bit lacking. Xiao Taozhua furrowed her brows, as if she had some recollection but still couldn't grasp it. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. One must learn to accept one's shortcomings. Dongfang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. So, you are indeed a rare academic prodigy? I suppose so, Chu Qing admitted without denial. Yes, you are a scholar, Dongfang Yu mused, naturally pointing her finger at a certain Xiao-named girl, while she is merely a slacker. Xiao Taozhua. What is wrong with being a slacker, Dongfang Yu? I warn you not to go too far. I will be mindful, came the reply. Brother Yi, how did you end up in someone else's experimental base? A secret military base no less? Surely at ISNT hidden underground. Chu Qing scrutinized Yi Fengshi. My mentor hasn't been harmed by you, has she? Yi Fengshi replied, Let me put it this way. The fire I left in the villa is called Huozhong. Furthermore, your mentor, Jiangfu Xue, has also created a fire in the base, referred to as the artificial sun of Huozhong. This morning, while I was lounging in the backyard, that fire unexpectedly drew me in. There is nothing to conceal. I will take them out for some fun when the opportunity arises. Following this, Yi Fengshi succinctly recounted the events that transpired at the base. Chu Qing and the others were left in a state of shock. In less than a day, such a multitude of events transpired. Most importantly, they remained oblivious to the fact that while they were each engrossed in their own amusements at home, Yi Fengshi had embarked on a daring adventure to a mysterious base. The thought of Yi Fengshi single-handedly averting the explosion of an artificial sun, summoning divine flames that incinerated the aberrant spider tide capable of dissolving metal, made them realize they had missed out on a spectacular spectacle. How could Yi Fengshi venture into chaos without inviting them along? Wait, did you say my mentor claims you were her boyfriend? Since you are my boyfriend, does that make you her boyfriend as well? Chu Qing swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Dongfang Yuyu and the others were equally bewildered. Was Chu Qing's mentor truly that remarkable? Just as they anticipated Chu Qing's impending fury, she simply remarked, "Teacher Jiang, impressive." Indeed, she was correct. Advanced mathematics was a prerequisite for advanced physics. Those lacking mathematical prowess should steer clear of physics. Dongfang Yuyu initially froze, then expressed astonishment. Ultimately coming to a realization, where there are exceptional students, there must be exceptional teachers. Sister Qing, hold on. Yiga, did you just leave that artificial sun there? You could have given it to me. By the way, Yiga, could you create a bracelet akin to Sister Qing's with your abilities? I have a name in mind, the sun bracelet. Chu Qing responded with a casual impressive. Yi Fengshi elaborated. The artificial sun they crafted is essentially my ember. I left it with them for two reasons. First, to see what they could research. Second, I can traverse between the two locations through this ember. The three women were left dumbfounded. Not only could he create an ember by hand, but it also served as a teleportation anchor. Only Chu Qing appeared unfazed. Having known Yi Fengshi the longest, she harbored no doubts about his miraculous capabilities. Indeed, his very existence was a miracle. As Chu Qing pondered, she felt a familiar stir within her, an urge to draw closer. Yet, she was no longer the naive girl she once was, and with the enhancements Yi Fengshi provided, she quickly regained her composure. Another thought struck her. Can your ability to traverse dimensions bring others along? Chapter 61. The elusive fish. Upon hearing Yi Fengshi recount the events, Chu Qing's immediate thoughts were not of doubt, but rather of two potential courses of action. One option was to have Yi Fengshi go retrieve Jiang Fuxue. The other was to have Yi Fengshi bring Jiang Fuxue back, and then take her in. As Jiang Fuxue's foremost disciple, Chu Qing was acutely aware of her mentor's circumstances. Jiang Fuxue was an exceptionally beautiful professor, broad-minded, nurturing, and possessing a high intellect. Undoubtedly well-suited to old Yi. If Jiang Fuxue had not been taken a month prior, Chu Qing surmised that Dongfang Yuyu, who often neglected proper attire, would still be trailing behind her mentor. At this moment, hearing news of her mentor once again, Chu Qing couldn't help but reflect on the inevitability of fate. Her mentor and Yi Fengshi seemed destined to cross paths. Oh, mentor, there is no escaping this. Cough. Composure is essential. Could they transport individuals? A glimmer sparked in Dongfang Yuyu's eyes as she mused that Chu Qing was indeed a top scholar, her mind racing faster than Xiaotou's was. Quickly arriving at the crux of the matter. If Fengshi could transport people, wouldn't that mean she could accompany Yi Fengshi on a delightful getaway? She too yearned to witness the wonders of Base 1, to compare the sparks left behind by Yi Fengshi there and in the villa. Dongfang Yuyu nudged Yi Fengshi and inquired, "Is it possible to take us along?" Chu Qing cast a curious glance at Dongfang Yuyu, pondering if their thoughts were aligned. Yet, she was met with Dongfang Yuyu's next words. "Could you take us over to have a look? By the way, is there anything fun over there? Can we play with firearms?" Chu Qing nodded in understanding. Indeed, this gaming enthusiast moonlighting as a modern heroine could hardly possess the same awareness as I do. She must be solely focused on her own enjoyment. Alas, this household may crumble without my guidance. Yi Fengshi's lips twitched as he replied, under normal circumstances, it would be quite difficult for me to transport others through the sparks. However, Chu Qing, sensing a connection, interjected eagerly, her gaze fixed on Yi Fengshi. She reevaluated the situation and concluded that sending Yi Fengshi alone to retrieve Jiang Fuxue had a low probability of success. She would need to intervene personally to offer guidance. Yi Fengshi, meeting Chu Qing's anticipation with a gentle smile, continued, "However, with this sudden transport, it seems I have awakened an extraordinary ability." Saying this, he opened his palm. Chu Qing and the others directed their attention to his hand, where a dark vortex subtly emerged above his palm. Xiaotao gasped, "Spiral Shoakin? Which path is this from?" Qin Qiyu, sitting beside her, transitioned from shock to speechlessness, truly impressed by this timid, pain-averse girl from the anime realm. Dongfang Yuyu chuckled at Xiaotao's comment and retorted, "Spare us, Xiaotao. There's no chakra in this world. Then tell me, what is that if not a spiral shuriken? I am also uncertain. However, it is an immensely powerful force, magnitude stronger than my own vital energy." There is no need to reiterate so often. We are all aware that your vital energy is the weakest. Yet, it surpasses that of an ordinary person by countless times. Silence, please. Chu Qing felt that these two were excessively noisy and intervened to calm them. Chu Qing gazed at the black vortex, her delicate brows knitting together as she hesitantly inquired, "Is this a distorted space?" "Correct, but regrettably, there is no reward." Merely jesting. Your very existence serves as my reward. Indeed. However, I have promised Dongfang Yu to accompany her for 3 days first. With her meager strength. How dare she make such a request? Not to mention 3 days. I doubt she could endure even a single day. Chu Qing, do not go too far. Chu Qing chose to disregard Dongfang Yu's glare, pondering aloud. True, achieving long-distance teleportation through the fire seed appears to be a summoning technique facilitated by a medium. Yet, at its core, it is merely a manipulation of spatial distance, thus allowing one to wield spatial capabilities. With spatial abilities to assist, transporting others becomes a trivial endeavor. Yi Fengshi, it falls to you. Chu Qing raised her thumb in admiration. Yi Fengshi, flattered by the praise from his esteemed fox, smirked and asked, "Do you wish to visit your mentor now?" Chu Qing contemplated for a moment before replying, "There is no rush, given the magnitude of the events that have transpired. Reconstruction will follow, and we shall discuss it later." At this juncture, Chu Qing suddenly recalled something. "By the way, can you perceive the situation over there through the fire seed?" Yi Fengshi nodded. Chu Qing exhaled in relief, saying, "That is reassuring. I suggest you check in periodically. I sense that the leader of that base is not an amiable character and may attempt to return with others to reclaim it." "Oh, you wish for me to keep an eye out to thwart his plans?" Yi Fengshi inquired curiously. "Precisely," Chu Qing affirmed, having abandoned his own base. "His return would surely spell disaster, especially since he dares to threaten my mentor. If possible, I would prefer his demise. More than willing to assist." Yi Fengshi readily agreed. Dongfang Yu observed the fluid exchange between the two with a tinge of envy, wishing she could elicit such unwavering support from Yi Fengshi. Such is the advantage of being a primordial stock. Nevertheless, Dongfang Yu believed that in time, she too would attain that status. Dongfang Yu then asked, "If we are not visiting your mentor, what shall we do after our meal?" "Everything as usual?" Chu Qing revealed a mysterious smile. "No. I wish to see if you possess the endurance for such a task." Fire Seed Base Number 1. Above ground. Yang Wu was sprinted out from the hidden passage. "Who goes there?" A soldier clad in a specially designed cold-weather suit, on high alert, pointed a gun at Yang Wugua. Having held a high position for so long, he was unaccustomed to being threatened in such a manner, and he immediately felt the urge to retaliate. However, he suddenly recalled that he was wearing cold-resistant clothing, rendering his appearance indistinct to others, while the individual before him was akin to a vigilant sentinel. The extreme chill also served to steady his mind. Yang Wugua calmly produced his identification. "I am Yang Wugua of Fire Seed 1. Summon Yang Zhikong to meet me." The alert soldier was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wugua, was he not the leader of their Fire Seed 1 base? Shouldn't he be stationed below? How had he ascended here? The two men, cautious yet compelled, verified his identity and promptly summoned their direct superior, Yang Zhikong, who was also the commander of the ground forces. "Second uncle, what brings you here?" "The situation is dire. I shall be brief." "What?" "I have been betrayed by that scoundrel from the Dragon Tomb. Now, the entire base below has transformed into a den of spiders." "What?" "Enough with the exclamations. Gather your personnel and supplies and follow me." "Second uncle, our young family has invested so much effort. We have finally secured Fire Seed 1. I believe we must attempt to salvage it, no matter the cost." "Foolishness. Do you think I am not concerned? I am the leader of Fire Seed 1, not you. If it were truly salvageable, I would charge down with you." Yang Wugua's frustration mounted. "Damn it. Do you not comprehend the capabilities of those madmen in the biological laboratory? The aberrant spiders they have created, of an unknown variety, are beyond our capacity to confront. To eradicate them entirely, the base would need to be obliterated. It would be more prudent for me to retreat with surviving forces, thereby conserving a stockpile of explosives." As he spoke, Yang Wugua was suddenly struck by a pang of anguish. He felt a deep-seated unwillingness. After all the careful planning surrounding Fire Seed 1, having finally eliminated the infiltrators from rival factions and achieved significant breakthroughs in the Fire Seed project, the bountiful fruits of labor seemed almost within reach. Who could have foreseen that within a day, all would dissipate into nothingness? The biological laboratory was gone, the Fire Seed laboratory was gone, the leading scientists were gone. The base was gone, everything had vanished. The pain was excruciating. But what was the cause? Meanwhile, Yang Zhikong remained skeptical, internally convinced that the situation could not be as grave as his second uncle had portrayed. "By the way, second uncle, what of Wukuan?" "He's gone." Upon hearing that his cousin had perished, Yang Jikong grasped the urgency behind his second uncle's resolute demeanor. No longer hesitating, he rallied his team, armed with supplies, weapons, and ammunition, and set off under cover of night. Shortly after young Wugwa and the ground forces departed, 2 or 3 spiders, each the size of a fist, unexpectedly emerged from a concealed passage. At the Fire Seed 1 base, Jiang Fushue and others experienced a brief silence following Yi Fengshi's departure. Shall we erect a plaque in honor of that esteemed individual? A particularly astute mind proposed. Everything Yi Fengshi had demonstrated seemed miraculous, leaving little room for doubt, especially among those researching controlled nuclear fusion. In their eyes, Yi Fengshi transcended humanity, embodying the very essence of the sun. To call him a walking sun god would not be an exaggeration. If you are unafraid of death, then let us proceed. Jiang Fushue spoke, instinctively sensing that Yi Fengshi had an aversion to such superficialities. Chapter 62. How to play this. Jiang Fushue's words dissuaded others from the notion of erecting a sign for Yi Fengshi. After all, she was the mentor of the sun goddess lover, and quite possibly the lover herself. None dared to underestimate her. Do not view me through a tinted lens. I truly have no connection with him, Jiang Fushue explained helplessly. Others nodded quickly, though few genuinely believed her. Some male researchers had once considered confessing their feelings to Jiang Fushue, drawn by her youth, beauty, and remarkable talent, not to mention her father's status as an academician. Marrying Jiang Fushue was akin to securing a ticket to the realm of academicians. However, now, all such notions had vanished, leaving only an insatiable desire for research into controllable nuclear fusion. With thoughts of women cast aside, their focus remained steadfast on their studies. Jiang Fushue glanced around, noting the destruction of the base's heating facilities amidst the spider frenzy, yet she felt no chill. Her gaze settled upon the colossal artificial sun, her emotions swirling in complexity. Shaking her head, she cast aside her tangled thoughts and turned to Professor Chen Wangda. Professor Chen, we must confront another issue. It is about post-disaster reconstruction, correct? No. Rather, will young Wu Gao return with his ground forces? Haha, you need not worry about that. I know him well. He has likely fled with his men and supplies by now. After all, he has witnessed the spider tide and understands that it cannot be resisted by mere human effort. The standard method for breaking such a deadlock would be to obliterate the entire base with missiles. He would never imagine that someone could solve this problem so perfectly on their own. Professor Chen Wangda gazed at the artificial sun in the center, marveling. I too never imagined such a miracle could exist in this world, such a remarkable being. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Erecting a sign seems rather unappealing. How about we commission a statue? At that moment, the great biologist and instigator of the spider frenzy, Hu Lai, emerged from his mental stupor, sneering, hee, old Chen. No matter how formidable that individual may be, he is still merely a human endowed with supernatural powers. Now that Blue Star is undergoing drastic changes, who has to say we cannot also acquire supernatural abilities in the future? Why should we honor him with a statue? Hu Lai, you must acknowledge one truth. Were it not for him, we would have been reduced to mere ashes in the fire, Professor Chen Wangda retorted, fixing him with a piercing gaze. And do you truly believe that harnessing technological means to attain supernatural powers can achieve such heights? He gestured toward the stable, visibly unconstrained artificial sun behind him. If you're so adept, why don't you create an artificial sun for us to behold? Hu Lai's expression darkened, his pride wounded. That is merely a matter of time. Your ideas are perilous and will inevitably lead to your downfall. Never mind. Let us deal with you, this dangerous element, now. Hu Lai sneered repeatedly. Chen Wangda, I knew you harbored ill intentions against me. Unfortunately, my power surpasses yours. He suddenly clasped his hands together, stretched his arms back, and straightened his hunched figure, revealing a tattered garment that showcased a physique so muscular that it would make any man drool. Some onlookers were taken aback, wondering what kind of hormones this old man had taken. Jiang Fushue gazed in astonishment, reflecting that those engaged in biological studies were indeed formidable characters, unafraid to inject themselves with any concoction, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of ascending to a steroid-laden planet after death. At this moment, the transformed Hu Lai raised his arms, his exaggerated biceps bulging like 2 large dumplings, and pointed at Chen Wangda, declaring, Old Chen, all technology is but an illusion. Only personal strength is the eternal truth. I alone can defeat you all. Professor Chen Wangda remained unfazed, adjusting his reading glasses, and replied, Why, in becoming a hulking figure, has your head grown even balder? A glint flashed across Hu Lai's shiny bald head, and his expression darkened. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Chen Wangda retorted, Can you even create a sun? Hu Lai, enraged, launched himself forward, his fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards Chen Wangda's face. Yet, Chen Wangda remained composed, simply uttering, Zhuge-sun. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd of physicists, raising a hand to unleash an invisible force that sent Hu Lai flying. Hu Lai tumbled on the ground. Struggling to his feet, his gaze fixed on a refined middle-aged man, incredulously exclaiming, "Is this the true energy of ancient martial arts?" The middle-aged man bowed. Introducing himself as Zhuge Sun, who had studied ancient martial arts for decades but, regrettably, had not attained the pinnacle of martial mastery. Thus turning to Professor Chen to delve into nuclear physics. Though my abilities pale in comparison to Mr. Ye's divine power, perhaps by half a galaxy or more, defeating a biochemist like you should be a mere formality. Of course, if you can still explode with strength. I have allies to assist. With that, 3 more high-level nuclear physics researchers stepped forward, enveloped in true energy, their formidable presence bearing down on Hu Lai. At that moment, Hu Lai felt an explosive rage welling within him. It was said that those in biology were madmen. Yet it became evident that this group of physicists was the most concealed of all. They even had practitioners of ancient martial arts who could harness true energy. Why must it be physics? Wasn't biology sufficient? Oh, you ancient martial arts masters, each one of you coming to research nuclear physics. Today, I, Hu Lai, admit defeat and do so with grace. His once imposing stature diminished, returning to his original hunched and slender form. Save for the few remaining strands of hair on his head, there was little he could do, although he could still explode with strength. Facing 4 masters of true energy was genuinely beyond his means. Even if he had a chance to defeat these 4, who could say whether their mentor, Qin Wangde, was not also a hidden expert? Moreover, there was Yi Fengshi, who possessed the ability to create a miniature sun. One could only wonder if he might emerge from that artificial sun once again. Hu Lai felt as if he were a player in a game, utterly overwhelmed by the operators. How could he possibly proceed? It was simply impossible to play. Professor Qin Wangde, perceiving Hu's subtle understanding, nodded slightly before turning his gaze towards the taciturn Wu Yang, who raised his hand and said, "Old Qin, do not be so hasty. I have no connection with him. He specializes in biochemical weaponry, while my focus lies in the realm of supernatural forces. I acknowledge that you are unlike old Hu, and there may indeed be potential for collaboration between us. We shall discuss this later. Zhuge Sun, secure old Hu, while the rest of you assist me in consolidating the surviving members of the base." Jiang Fuxue, observing the clear directives issued by Old Chun and Old Su, found herself with nothing to do. She rummaged through the debris and unearthed a chair, settling down in front of the artificial sun, lost in thought. The reconstruction efforts at Seed Base 1 were in full swing amidst the aftermath of the calamity. What do you think of Professor Jiang? On the second floor of the villa, Chu Qing and Yi Fengshi stood side by side before the seed, gazing through its flames to witness the unfolding scenes beyond. This ability, newly developed by Yi Fengshi based on Chu Qing's concept, combined the powers of the seed and spatial forces into a flame lens. Chu Qing observed the recent events at Seed Base 1 with keen interest. Yi Fengshi, often referred to as the esteemed Mr. Yi, was to be honored with a plaque and a statue. However, Chu Qing remained indifferent to such accolades. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the pensive Jiang Fuxue, prompting her to pose a profound inquiry to Yi Fengshi. Chapter 63. The Expert in Intelligence Gathering. Wherever it goes, Yi Fengshi cast a sidelong glance. Observing Chu Qing, she appeared quite pleased with her mentor. Yi Fengshi chose not to respond to Chu Qing's seemingly familiar inquiry and simply stated, "Well, you have seen Teacher John's condition. Everything is normal. Now, go accompany your Dongfang Yuyu." Chu Qing and Yi Fengshi were well acquainted, naturally understanding each other's thoughts. The No. 1 Fireseed base had just endured a cataclysm. It was a time for reconstruction, and certain matters could not be rushed. A gradual approach would yield a more sustainable future. However, Chu Qing had yet to communicate with Jiang Fuxue, leaving her somewhat uncertain about her teacher's methods. Additionally, Chu Qing was curious to ascertain whether Dongfang Yuyu possessed genuine skills or merely excelled at grandiloquent speech, only to falter in practical scenarios. 3 days swiftly passed. The sun rose high in the sky. Yi Fengshi awoke with a heart full of warmth, proceeded to the bathroom to rinse his mouth and wash his face, and gazed through the glass at the outside world. Snow continued to drift from the sky, though the intensity had lessened from a blizzard to moderate snowfall. The outdoor temperature lingered between -60 to 70 degrees, showing no signs of further decline. Occasionally, it would rise slightly to around -50 or 60 degrees. In such frigid temperatures, those who had survived had mostly done so. The primary concerns were food and safety. Unlike the initial month of snowfall when survivors faced extreme cold and swarms of ice corpses, along with various creatures magnified by unknown factors. Upon returning to his room, Yi Fengshi intended to throw on a casual outfit, but Chu Qing firmly intervened, dressing him in a new ensemble. "You look so handsome," she exclaimed, adjusting his collar as she admired his reflection in the mirror. "By the way, where did you find this outfit?" Yi Fengshi inquired. Chu Qing's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Of course, I found it near the Yulong Garden. There is scarce food around, but plenty of luxury shops. This outfit would have cost over $1 million in the past. I could never afford it. And now? He asked. Humph. Now we live in an era of zero-cost acquisition. I can afford anything, Chu-Ching declared proudly. Hands on her hips. Her attire today was equally captivating to Yi Fengshi, featuring a pure black blouse paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her hourglass figure. Moreover, thanks to Yi Fengshi's relentless encouragement, her physique had become even more voluptuous and alluring, radiating brilliance. Of course, the previous 2 days had been dominated by Dongfang Yuyu. Although her figure did not rival Chu-Ching's, she possessed a remarkable quality that earned Yi Fengshi's admiration. Dongfang Yuyu had trained in martial arts since childhood. Her innate talent unparalleled, and her flexibility surpassed that of many dancers, an assertion not made lightly. Proficient in a myriad of martial arts. This was an area where Chu-Ching felt a sense of inferiority. Chu-Ching's attributes were high, yet she could not reach the extraordinary level of Dongfang Yuyu. Yi Fengshi dressed himself and was about to flee in his flip-flops when Chu-Ching held him back. Helpless, he sat on the bed, looking down as Chu-Ching knelt to slip socks and leather shoes onto his feet. From this angle, the view was rather splendid, standing atop the summit, surveying all below. Suddenly, Yi Fengshi asked, puzzled, why are you dressing me so formally today? What is the game? Chu-Ching rolled her eyes. Watching you drag around in those shabby flip-flops every day is unbearable. At least for today, you'll wear what I've chosen for you. Fine, as you wish. Chu-Ching's eyes curved in satisfaction. All right, off you go. Once his shoes were on, Yi Fengshi took a few steps forward before turning back. Aren't you coming with me? Go wherever you like. I never said I'd accompany you today. I'm exhausted, need to catch up on sleep. With that, Chu-Ching stripped off her clothes and burrowed under the covers, instantly asleep. Yi Fengshi. This was unexpected. He had assumed Chu-Ching intended to parade him before her mentor, Jiang Fuxiwei, for some grand display. Oh well, shaking his head with a smile. Yi Fengshi wandered through the villa to see what the others were up to. Xiao Taozhua, the lazy cat, was predictably still in bed, sprawled inelegantly with her anime pillow. Limbs akimbo, though the view was enticing, her posture left much to be desired. Qin Qiyu had recently acquired a high-end radio. After a few reverential gestures, she managed to tune it in. Static. This is the Tianbei City Fire Dragon Shelter. Currently, the shelter houses over 200,000 survivors. Rescue operations will continue, expanding outward to establish larger safe zones. Qin Qiyu jotted down key details before adjusting the frequency again. Static. Breaking news from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Research indicates the presence of a supernatural element within the ice and snow, potentially capable of granting extraordinary abilities. Experts suggest this may be the key to combating ice corpses and other anomalous creatures. Supernatural powers. Her thoughts inevitably turned to Yi Fengshi, a walking superhuman, wielding solar energy and spatial manipulation. She wondered if her own ritualistic practices counted as supernatural. If so, they seemed pitifully mundane in comparison. Yet, dimness was inevitable in the face of the sun. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Qiyu recorded the information and resumed tuning. Static. This is Zhao Yu, mayor of Tianhai City. A survival base has been constructed within Tianhai Mountain under my orders. The base urgently requires personnel. Citizens are encouraged to participate. Qin Qiyu frowned. Something about this broadcast felt instinctively off, though she couldn't pinpoint why. No matter, she denoted it down and let Chu-Ching analyze it later. Though all were prodigies, each had their specialty, and in analytical prowess, Chu-Ching was unquestionably the household's foremost. She continued adjusting the dial. The Ziji Tianhai Women's Academy is a full-time institution, replete with a myriad of facilities and abundant resources. Currently, the esteemed leader of the academy is the Student Council President, Lin Fei. We are a warm and welcoming family, inviting numerous female survivors to join us. However, the notion of an all-female environment seems rather daunting, raising concerns about potential internal conflicts. Is the speaker merely reciting from the enrollment brochure? Qin Qiyu mused upon hearing the channel dedicated to Tianhai Women's Academy. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her, and she straightened up, only to discover Yi Fengshi standing behind her, seemingly unnoticed until now. Qin Qiyu's eyes widened in surprise. Yi, brother Yi, good morning. You look exceptionally handsome today. And then, she promptly succumbed to sleep once more. Yi Fengshi could not help but shake his head, recognizing the escalating symptoms of her condition. He switched off the radio, which was still buzzing with static, and gently lifted Qin Qiyu, placing her upon the sofa. Despite the villa being imbued with Yi Fengshi's solar energy, radiating warmth akin to spring, and even the floor being pleasantly warm, lying on the sofa was decidedly more comfortable than on the floor. After Yi Fengshi departed, Qin Qiyu suddenly opened her eyes again, her fair cheeks flushed with crimson. Oh, Qin Qiyu, you were never this timid before. Why do you behave this way upon seeing him? She chided herself, covering her burning face. Recalling Xiaotaozhu as a cautionary tale, silently urging herself not to emulate her. Yi Fengshi then sought out Dongfang Yuyu, who was dressed quite ordinarily today, at least covering her smooth, fair thighs. Having risen early, Dongfang Yuyu prepared breakfast before heading to the gaming console, galloping through the expansive open world while berating the game developers. Yuyu, Yi Fengshi called out. Instantly, Dongfang Yuyu removed her headset, and upon seeing him, she dropped the controller and embraced him, or rather, clung to him. What is with you today? Dressed so nicely? Trying to impress me? She teased. I suspected as much. With your personality, how could you dress so formally? Speak up. What do you want? Do you wish to go out? Would you like my company? Yes, I do. Perfect timing. I'm dressed. Let us take a stroll and perhaps gather some unique ingredients. By the way, where shall we go? I don't know. We shall see where fate leads us. Just as Yi Fengshi finished speaking, a colossal black vortex materialized behind them, enveloping them in an instant. As the swirling black fissure vanished, the two of them disappeared without a trace. Chapter 64. The anchor point of the Fireseed Tianhai City. Coastal province outside the frozen otherworldly Walmart. The sky remained a somber gray, as peculiar snowflakes drifted down, tainting the ground where 3 frozen corpses lay. The corpses, clad in varied attire, included a student girl donning a JK skirt, though sadly, the color had drained from her exposed arms, now adorned with the tattoo of a basketball. Upon their transformation into frozen corpses, the deceased underwent grotesque alterations, rendering them instantly recognizable. While the 3 frozen corpses stood foolishly in the snow, the space nearby suddenly warped, giving rise to a black fissure that formed a 2-meter diameter vortex. Yi Fengshi emerged from the vortex, cradling Dongfang Yuyu in his arms. With a savage roar, the 3 frozen corpses, upon sighting the living, immediately shifted their forms and charged forward, claws raised. Dongfang Yuyu's almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a cold light as she leapt from Yi Fengshi's embrace, a torrent of true energy surging forth. Her strikingly beautiful face, framed by her dark hair, dancing wildly at her forehead. After finally escaping the confines of the villa for some leisure, she refused to allow these troublesome creatures to ruin her enjoyment. Lacking a weapon mattered not. Her true energy was sufficient to dispatch the frozen corpses. It was refreshing to step out after so long, having grown weary from gaming, and slay a few frozen corpses for relaxation. A thought struck her. Perhaps Yi Fengshi had sensed her boredom and brought her out for a thrill? Yet, before Dongfang Yuyu could unleash her skills, a small black vortex manifested before her, from which a tang saber extended. Thanks, she exclaimed, grasping her weapon with one hand while blowing a kiss to Yi Fengshi with the other, before drawing her blade with an unhurried grace. The blade's aura surged forth, slicing through the foremost JK frozen corpse, then the other 2 nameless corpses, and finally cleaving through the myriad of drifting snowflakes, disappearing into the distance. In an instant, the 3 frozen corpses lost their heads, their bodies losing all momentum but still barreling towards Dongfang Yuyu due to inertia. She raised an eyebrow, surprised by their seemingly increased speed. Without dwelling on it, she twirled her wrist, sending her tang saber into a flurry, preparing to execute an even more formidable move. Suddenly, a wall of flame indeed, it was a deception. Yi Fengshi emerged from beside Dongfang Yuyu, playfully pinching the latter's smooth chin. Come, let us take a look inside. The duo ventured into the otherworldly Walmart, where the ground floor, once a graveyard for numerous corpses, had been cleared. Those bodies had been transformed into ice corpses and subsequently incinerated by Yi Fengshi. The 3 ice corpses encountered earlier had merely wandered in from another street. What brings us here? Are we moving things? Dongfang Yuyu questioned, pondering if Yi Fengshi, having acquired spatial teleportation abilities, intended to empty the place. It's a clearance sale. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Yi Fengshi sensed the surroundings. It appeared devoid of life. Of course it is empty. Those who witnessed Mai and Qin Chiyu's prowess chose to remain here. Without us, coupled with the ice corpses scattered about, they would certainly seek refuge elsewhere. Dongfang Yuyu glanced around and nodded. At least they are wise enough not to overreach by attempting to transport resources beyond their capacity. Yi Fengshi suggested, I feel as though you could lead them in establishing a survival base. Wouldn't that be rather enjoyable for you? Dongfang Yuyu rolled her eyes. Goodness. Managing those few dozen people is exhausting enough. Do you expect me to construct a survival base as well? I am not insane. Merely ensuring their survival for a few days is already a testament to my benevolence. Building a base is utterly out of the question. Isn't it more delightful to accompany you, brother Yi? What, are you yearning to establish a base and relish in the role of leader? Life is fleeting. One must seize the moment to enjoy it. I could simply be a carefree bystander. Yi Fengshi shook his head, extending his palm, as the distorted space radiated from his hand to encompass the entire floor, causing all items to vanish without a trace. Ultimately, a radiant fireball materialized in his palm. resembling a miniature sun. What is this? Dongfang Yuyu gazed at the fireball, recalling Yu Fengshi's mention of a fire seed. Yu Fengshi explained, I once attempted to create a small personal space for storing supplies, but I found it quite challenging to manage. One must constantly monitor it, lest they become lost in spatial turbulence. Hence, I adopted a different approach, establishing a small space anchored to a stable fire seed, which is effortless to utilize. I can simply toss the supplies aside after collecting them and retrieve them when needed. Though Dongfang Yuyu did not fully grasp the underlying principles, she nodded appreciatively. Brother Yi, you are remarkable. Do you think it is possible to store the entire building, creating a mobile villa to roam during this ice age? That is an intriguing notion. But it is certainly impractical at the moment. When I have the time, I will explore it further with Chuqing. Yu Fengshi then replicated the process, collecting all the supplies from the otherworldly Walmart. Observing the fire seed in his hand, filled with a plethora of useful and useless items, Yu Fengshi closed his fingers, flames spilling from the gaps between them, after which the fire seed vanished. Dongfang Yuyu witnessed this display of power, her eyelids twitching. Brother Yi, won't you end up crushing those items as well? Not at all. Why should I go through such trouble when I could simply set it ablaze and save myself the effort? Yu Fengshi chuckled silently. He turned inward, gazing at a newly emerged point of light in the boundless darkness, and nodded slightly. It was indeed promising. Ever since awakening his ability to manipulate space, he had gained a deeper understanding of the infinite darkness that surrounded the little sun. If the little sun epitomized the pinnacle of solar fire capabilities, then that dark backdrop represented spatial power. In essence, he could not only utilize those luminous points for unknown transportation but also create sparks to store supplies within, achieving the effect of carrying a small space with him. Previously, Chuqing had fretted over the inability to amass resources, but Yu Fengshi had paid little heed to it, unaware that a solution was now at hand. No longer would he need to return repeatedly after depleting his supplies, nor would he face the risk of others absconding with them. This was what one might call secure in hand. Indeed, quite splendid. Chapter 65, An Encounter Cool, exclaimed Dongfang Yuyu, envious of such impressive prowess. She couldn't help but reminisce about her reasons for pursuing martial arts. She had no choice, coupled with the allure of her master's dazzling chi effects, which propelled her on to this seemingly endless path. However, after cultivating her chi, her martial skills stagnated. Her days were consumed by video games, searching for games, and honing her culinary skills. As someone with the potential of a culinary deity, Dongfang Yuyu believed that her homemade dishes surpassed anything available outside. It was only upon meeting Yu Fengshi that she realized her martial arts and culinary skills had not been in vain. Both were now applicable. Cooking for Yu Fengshi and engaging in playful tussles with him showcased her abilities. Yu Fengshi glanced at Dongfang Yuyu, whose high ponytail swayed like a playful cat's tail. Speaking of which, before my first visit here, I encountered a fellow who had also cultivated chi. Ah, you must be referring to that short, stout individual mentioned by Xiao Taozhua. I know him. His real name is Lu Chong, a direct disciple of the 71st generation master of the Emperor's ultimate punch. However, he later committed treacherous acts against his master and was expelled from the sect. He got what he deserved. To perish at Yi Gu's hands is a privilege for him. By the way, I don't believe I've heard about your sect. Kunlun sect, an ancient order hidden in the mountains. I heard it originally focused on immortality, but over time, its practices shifted toward martial arts. When I was younger, I yearned to hear the old men recount the legends of those sections. Yet, as the years passed, and I cultivated my chi, I discovered the stark contrast between legend and reality, feeling that those old men were merely embellishing their tales. The notion of transcending reality and riding the winds was utterly implausible. However, after meeting you, my perspective has shifted, perhaps long ago. There truly were individuals who could ascend during daylight, who could ride the sword and sail the winds, vanquishing demons across the realm. Yet, compared to those ethereal notions, I find greater joy in your company. Dongfang Yuyu playfully remarked, her eyes, like autumn waters, reflecting Yu Fengshi's visage, sparkling like the sun. Yu Fengshi smiled gently. Indeed, I too relish our time together. Hehe, Dongfang Yuyu replied, her spirit soaring as she linked her arm with Yu Fengshi's, and they strolled outward together. Where shall we head next? Another random teleportation? No, let us take a leisurely walk nearby. The Dragon Garden isn't far from here. How about we cleanse some ice corpses along the way? Of course, I shall follow your lead. Yu Fengshi and Dongfang Yuyu exited the otherworldly Walmart, meandering along the street. In the icy expanse, the once thriving avenue now appeared desolate, save for a couple strolling hand in hand. With each step they took, the ice and snow beneath them melted and evaporated instantaneously. The biting snowflakes fell, unable to approach within a 3-meter radius of them. Occasionally, an ice corpse would burst forth from a building, howling in fury, But the consequence of challenging the sun was swift. It would ignite and turn to ash. Before long, they reached the end of the road and were about to turn the corner when Dongfang Yuyu's expression suddenly shifted. A group of individuals approached from the opposite side. On the desolate road, both parties could see each other clearly. 6 individuals, clad in cold weather gear, brandished weapons, handguns, submachine guns, and even shotguns. As they ambled along, their laughter echoed, revealing their lack of fear regarding the potential presence of frozen corpses along the route. Upon encountering Yi Fengshi and Dongfang Yuyu, their demeanor shifted. Weapons were raised in an instant. "Brother Wei, there's a beauty," exclaimed a man with a sharp, angular face. "And a handsome fellow," chimed in another, round-faced with a beard, as he noticed Yi Fengshi. Jiang Yangwei was momentarily taken aback by their appearance. The man possessed a certain charm, while the woman exuded an extraordinary grace, so striking that, had she not been dressed in contemporary attire, he might have believed she had stepped out of a martial arts epic. Hearing his subordinates, Jiang Yangwei furrowed his brow. "Need I be blind? Is it necessary for you to announce it?" After retorting, his gaze fell upon Yi Fengshi, and unexpectedly, he lowered his firearm and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Jiang Yangwei, a captain of the Kanglan Police Department in Tianhai City. May I inquire about your origins?" While lower the weapon, one of his men began, but was swiftly silenced by Jiang Yangwei's menacing glare, causing him to instantly quiet. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yangwei would have seized the opportunity to capture them, taking the woman back and the man too. However, he noted the couple's scant attire, starkly contrasting with his crew's heavily bundled appearance. In such frigid weather, it was improbable for ordinary individuals to dress so lightly without suffering immediate consequences. It was evident they were no ordinary pair. "Kanglan Police Department? Are there still genuine officers there?" Yi Fengshi remarked, surprised to learn of their affiliation. He quickly discerned from their demeanor that the department had become a mere faade, likely filled with criminals, given their armed status and their reputation for ruthlessness. Yi Fengshi felt no fear. Even without his own skills, he was confident that Dongfang Yuyu could handle them. Yet, sensing that Jiang Yangwei possessed some intellect, Yi Fengshi was intrigued to engage with them. Since they had ventured out, the priority was to enjoy the spectacle and the thrill. Jiang Yangwei was taken aback by the young man's inquiry and replied, "What is real? What is false? We are all human. Where does such a distinction arise? May I ask your esteemed name?" He then turned to his team, commanding, "Lower your weapons." The remaining 5 exchanged puzzled glances but dared not challenge Jiang Yangwei's authority, complying with his order. Yet their expressions betrayed their reluctance. Yi Fengshi was pleasantly surprised. This Jiang Yangwei was impressive, managing to command a group of armed men. Yi Fengshi offered a faint smile, introducing himself. "I am Yi Fengshi, with no remarkable background, merely a passerby." Dongfang Yuyu pressed her lips tightly together, struggling to suppress her laughter. Yi Ji's remark about being a mere passerby truly amused her. Indeed, he was an omnipotent passerby, capable of tearing through space and shaping the sun with bare hands. She recalled their first encounter when Yi Fengshi had even said, "Beautiful lady, please stay," and she had indeed lingered. A chuckle escaped her lips despite her efforts. She hastily waved her hand and said, "I apologize. I suddenly recalled something delightful. Please, continue your conversation." Jiang Yangwei managed to muster a faint smile. His desire to take action was strong, yet the 2 individuals before him were anything but ordinary. He thought of his older brother, Sunze, and his peculiar abilities. Taking a deep breath before speaking, "We intend to venture to the nearby interdimensional Walmart in search of supplies, and it appears you have just returned from there. I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if there are still any resources available." Chapter 66. The Emperor Takes Turns. As the dream dissipated, Yi Fengshi asked, "Why should I tell you?" Jiang Yangwei took a deep breath and inquired, "May I ask?" Yi Fengshi retorted, "Do I know you, brother? I'm merely asking a few questions. Why must you be so unapproachable?" With a smile, Yi Fengshi continued, "You 6 are brandishing guns, blocking our path in broad daylight. And yet you claim I am unapproachable?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuyu ceased her playful demeanor and silently drew her sword. There was no need for Yi Fengshi to intervene with such trivial adversaries. One sword was sufficient for her. However, upon witnessing Dongfang Yuyu draw her blade without uttering a word, Jiang Yangwei's 5 companions immediately raised their weapons. "What do you intend to do? How dare you threaten Brother Wei with a blade? Do you seek death? Lower your weapons and surrender." The smile faded from Jiang Yangwei's face, yet instinct compelled him toward reconciliation. "We bear no grudges. It was merely a few inquiries. We can verify this ourselves without resorting to violence, can we not? How about this? We each take a step back. We will lower our guns if you persuade your woman to sheath her sword." He had to tread carefully. If their opponents were indeed not in good health and capable of enduring the cold, then even with their firearms, his group might not stand a chance against them. Jiang Yagwei was confident he could eliminate the adversaries, yet he was acutely aware of the risk of being overpowered in return. No way. Yi Fengshi firmly rejected Jiang Yangwei's proposal. Though he possessed a decent intellect, his gaze had betrayed him. Moreover, his companions, despite appearing to lower their weapons, were intent on harming Yu, akin to the previous gang led by Hockey High. They had already sealed their fate. Thus, from the moment they encountered each other, Yi Fengshi had no intention of sparing them. I believe your surrender would be quite commendable, Yi Fengshi stated calmly. Jiang Yangwei's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of their predicament, yet he pressed on. Very well, let us clear the path. Bang. Before Jiang Yagwei could finish his sentence, a deafening gunshot erupted nearby. Someone has opened fire. Brother Wei, why waste words with them? We have guns. What are we afraid of? Kill the men and seize the women. It's that simple. A sharp-featured man could no longer contain himself and fired directly at Yi Fengshi. Jiang Yangwei's heart sank. He had failed to anticipate such reckless behavior from his own side. However, with matters having escalated beyond the point of reconciliation, he resolved to act decisively and fired his weapon. Seeing their leader fire, the others followed suit, recklessly unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Yi Fengshi, inadvertently wounding Jiang Yagwei in the arm. Damn it, are you blind? You shot me. You fool, if you can't shoot, then don't. Jiang Yagwei clutched his bleeding arm in agony, cursing as he glanced toward the opposing side, eager to ascertain whether they had managed to inflict any casualties. Surely, they must have. Jiang Yangwei recalled his elder brother Sun Zai's words, that even he would find it difficult to withstand bullets, and could only preemptively eliminate the shooter. They had just emptied the magazine, not to mention humans. Even certain resilient ice corpses could not endure such firepower. Jiang Yangwei and his companions had once encountered a peculiar ice corpse that ordinary bullets could not kill. Yet they ultimately managed to force it to succumb to their relentless barrage. With this in mind, Jiang Yangwei felt confident that their adversary was doomed. It was merely unfortunate for that exquisite beauty. Hey, where is she? The voice of his subordinate jolted Jiang Yangwei from his reverie. A sense of foreboding swelling within him as he glanced ahead. Yi Fengshi and Dongfang Yu had vanished without a trace. The 6 men stood frozen, their minds momentarily blank. They had clearly been standing right there. How could they simply disappear after the gunfire? They instinctively huddled closer together, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. In broad daylight, they couldn't possibly have encountered something sinister, such a beautiful ghost. Silence. Jiang Yangwei seethed at his bumbling teammates, wishing he could silence them with a bullet each. Had they not fired suddenly, he believed there might still have been a chance for retreat. Jiang Yangwei scanned his surroundings. Are you looking for us? A familiar voice emerged from behind him, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Slowly turning around, he beheld Yi Fengshi, casually encircling Dongfang Yu's slender waist with one arm, having seemingly appeared behind them without their notice. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Brother Wei, I think your earlier actions were quite justified. Someone gulped audibly. How dare you say that? Who fired the gun? Jiang Yangwei erupted in fury. It was that monkey who shot. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone pointed accusingly at the culprit, whose face turned ashen. Ah. So you have a penchant for beautiful women, do you? Let me introduce you to my beauty, and you can take your shot. Jiang Yangwei, incensed, swiftly changed his magazine and chambered around, preparing to eliminate the monkey. He then discarded his firearm and knelt on the ground. Pointing at the unblinking monkey, he declared, it was all him. He fired first, and I had no choice. Spare me. I never intended to oppose you. Is that so? Why did I see you firing the fastest? They still had half their ammunition left, yet you had already finished. Yi Fengshi, witnessing Jiang Yangwei's fluid movements, was astonished. Such a person must surely be a figure of significance wherever he went. Jiang Yangwei, is it? You are the spokesperson from the Azure Blue Police Department? No, it's Brother Sunday. Who? Sun Zai, a notorious criminal who escaped from prison after a snowfall and subsequently took control of the Azure Blue Police Department. He is now their leader. I tell you, he pillages and murders indiscriminately, a villain of the highest order. Oh, is there no one inside? How easy it must have been to seize control. There were only a few, but we have no idea where they ran off to. Jiang Yangwei noticed Yi Fengshi approaching him as he spoke. His gaze instantly fell upon the handgun before him, and in a fleeting moment, he picked it up and aimed a shot at Yi Fengshi's head. However, his pupils trembled. It seemed as though an invisible barrier stood before Yi Fengshi's forehead, halting the high-speed bullets midair. Bang! The bullet suddenly detonated. Just as hope ignited in Jiang Yangwei's eyes, he beheld the shattered fragments of the bullet frozen in the air, turning crimson in an instant before melting into molten iron. The golden-red liquid had barely descended before it evaporated entirely. Yi Fengshi's fingers unfurled, entwined by serpentine flames that danced around him like ethereal fire sprites. One must admit, Your ascension to a minor leadership position indicates a certain prowess, and among us, you are undeniably the bravest. Are you aware of the two things in this world that cannot be gazed upon directly? This question left Jiang Yongwei at a loss, for he was already evaporating in the searing flames. Dongfang Yu noticed that the snow where the man knelt remained untouched, her eyes widening as she regarded Yi Fengshi's silhouette. As for the remaining 5, Yi Fengshi could not be bothered to inquire further. He simply incinerated them on the spot, sparing them decades of misdirection and countless sins. Thus accruing merit. How splendid. Not even a single question? Dongfang Yu glided to Yi Fengshi's side, her pristine chin resting on his shoulder. Indifferent to inquiries, she suggested. Shall we pass by the Azure Blue Police Station? At the Azure Blue Police Station, I have a dream. Sunze, a burly man adorned with numerous scars, had seized control of the station and, in a frenzy, began amassing troops, not merely recruiting but commandeering, transforming the once desolate station into a bustling hub. While dispatching his confidants to scavenge for supplies, he remained within Azure Blue, proclaiming his vision to those he had coerced. I have a dream, Sunze reiterated emphatically to the gathered crowd. To reign as an emperor of ancient times. As an emperor, the sovereign of the realm. Possessing 1,000,000 soldiers and a harem of 3,000 beauties would be entirely reasonable, would it not? Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. As an emperor, I possess nothing. What shall I do? He pointed toward the crowd, declaring, You are the key. You shall assist me in seizing a territory, and I, Sunze, promise to share the wealth and glory with you. Follow me, and power, riches, and beauty will all be yours in the future. However, let me be clear, Sunze's gaze hardened as he surveyed the crowd. Should anyone dare to defy my commands, should anyone impede my progress, even the heavens would show no mercy. Upon uttering these words, Sunze suddenly spread his dark palm, and a red flame surged upward to a height of 10 centimeters. Behold, he proclaimed with pride, I am the chosen one, destined to be the son of heaven. Those who dare to disobey or hinder my path shall face divine retribution. Boom. Just as Sunze's declaration reached its crescendo, before the crowd could respond with fervent cheers, a resounding crack echoed through the air. He turned to witness the heavy wall suddenly splitting, bulging outward dramatically. Before anyone could react, boom. As a resounding crash reverberated, the walls shattered, sending steel bars and concrete fragments flying. A blinding light, accompanied by a piercingly cold wind and snow, burst forth, revealing 2 silhouettes within the brilliance. As the storm subsided, Yi Fengshi's figure emerged. He cast a casual glance around and remarked, Oh, delivering a speech here, are we? Yet there isn't even a podium? Well, if nothing else, at least the beer should be ready. Chapter 67. How dare one compete with the sun's brilliance? Sunjia was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, a group clad in standardized cold weather gear, armed with rifles, stood equally stunned. It was inconceivable. The imposing walls of the police station, without question, boasted exceptional quality. Yet today, they resembled the flimsy walls from a film, easily shattered by a few kicks. Had it not been for the debris and shattered rebar raining down upon them, causing painful cries, one might have thought it a mere illusion. Sun Zhai and his assembled men assumed that the builders had grown audacious, daring to deceive the authorities with shoddy construction. Who are you? Someone finally regained their composure and bellowed, only to be abruptly silenced by a sharp blow from Sun Zhai. Brother Sun, why did you hit me? The man protested, a hint of grievance in his tone. You shouted so loudly, did you intend to deafen me? Couldn't you have moved farther away to yell? Sun Zhai complained, pressing his hand against his buzzing left ear, his eyes wide with disbelief. The enemy remained oblivious, having already suffered an internal attack from their own comrade's voice. Were it not for the multitude of witnesses, he might have been tempted to silence the man permanently. After venting his frustration, Sun Zhai's gaze returned to Yi Fengshi, and he feigned calmness. In such dire times, merely having a place to hide is a blessing. Where is there room for a podium? As for beer, it would surely be present if friends arrived. But since enemies are here, all that awaits is gunfire. With that, he drew a semi-automatic pistol from his waist with his left hand, while his right hand remained outstretched, a flame flickering 10 centimeters high in his palm. Yi Fengshi's astonished eyes were fixed upon the small flame in Sun Zhai's hand. He had just heard a scientist speak of supernatural powers hidden within ice and snow, only to turn around and encounter a fire wielder. Was this mere coincidence? Yi Fengshi felt a surge of luck, as if he could venture to buy a lottery ticket, perhaps even win third prize. Yet, he pondered, where could one purchase a lottery ticket nowadays? As Yi Fengshi mused, Dongfang Yu also noticed the flame in Sun Zhai's hand, her brows arching in curiosity. A superpower user? Indeed, I, Sun Zhai, am a rare superpower user, a child of destiny, with mastery over flames. Sun Zhai's subordinate boasted proudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a chill at his neck and then beheld his own body from an eerie, upward angle. Dongfang Yuyu sheathed her sword. Sister Dongfang is formidable, someone among the audience suddenly exclaimed. Oh, it's you? Dongfang Yuyu remarked, recognizing several familiar faces among the crowd. They were survivors who had previously accompanied her in the otherworldly Walmart. However, as she intended to leave with Fengshi, she had no desire to carry along these unexpected burdens. She was surprised to see they had managed to reach the Kanglan police station. Dongfang Yuyu shook her head with a smile, disregarding those around her. She cast a cold glance at Sun Zhe and his companions, remarking, "Let this be a lesson on the perils of careless words. And as for that feeble flame you wield, akin to a helpless chick, spare us the embarrassment of displaying it." Sun Zhe's expression darkened to an iron hue. In the blink of an eye, one of his subordinates had lost his head before his very eyes, a fate that no leader could bear lightly. What was most infuriating was that this woman had the audacity to belittle his flame. His proudest possession was his pyromantic abilities, a supernatural power acquired in a moment of desperation that had allowed him to establish dominance over the Azure Blue police station. Sun Zhe believed himself to be the chosen one, sent by fate to restore order to a chaotic world and reign supreme among mortals. Yet now, someone dared to render his most cherished ability utterly worthless. This was intolerable, absurd. Although Sun Zhe was unaware of the woman's origins, the recent display of prowess had illuminated certain truths. The ancient martial techniques employed by his opponent utilized genuine martial energy, indicating a mastery level akin to that of a grandmaster in ancient times. It was astonishing that this young girl possessed such formidable strength. However, Sun Zhe was endowed with superhuman abilities. Genuine martial energy was a relic of the past. Flame fist. Sun Zhe bellowed, transforming his palm into a fist, engulfed in flames. Aiming it at Dongfang Yuyu without a hint of compassion, only seething rage. Yet, his self-created flame fist, capable of incinerating foes, halted just a fist length from Dongfang Yuyu. A large hand grasped his wrist, the flames roaring fiercely, yet unable to inflict even the slightest harm. Fengshi held Sun Zhe's hand with a calm gaze fixed upon him. What? Sun Zhe could scarcely believe it. His flames boasted temperatures of hundreds, even thousands of degrees, effortlessly capable of grilling or cooking, capable of melting steel into molten iron. Yet, this individual stood before him, unharmed by his inferno? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Defiant, Sun Zhe intensified his flames. All present bore witness to Sun Zhe, the self-proclaimed chosen one of the Azure Blue police station, wielding the power of fire. His eyes blazed with fury, his body enveloped in crimson flames, transforming him into a fiery figure. This form was reminiscent of the last time they had encountered a mysterious ice corpse. Sun Zhe, in his fiery guise, had battled the ice entity for an entire night, finally reducing it to cinders, though he himself required several days to recuperate afterward. His subordinates gazed upon him with admiration, pondering whether their leader intended to incinerate his adversary. Yet, 3 seconds later, the onlookers sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Sun Zhe's fervor surged, his body turning red as if on the verge of elemental transformation. However, his opponent remained steadfast, even placing a hand casually in her pocket, untouched by soot or scorch marks. Something was amiss, very amiss. Some began to realize that perhaps their foe had an immunity to fire. As time inexorably ticks away, Sun Zhe's fervent heart inevitably begins to cool. He secretly muses. Could it be that heaven has bestowed upon him the power to wield flames, only to send forth an adversary who possesses immunity to fire? Sun Zhe, unwilling to concede defeat, resolves to intensify his fiery assault. Alas, despite his fervent intentions, he finds himself bereft of strength. He has nearly exhausted all his resources. To continue would be to endanger his very life. Is this truly your limit? As Fengshi smiles and speaks, it is as though an invisible arrow pierces Sun Zhe's heart, leaving him in a state of unprecedented suffocation. At this moment, Dongfang Yuyu suddenly interjects. They say your flames are as diminutive as a firefly, yet you remain obstinately unconvinced. You are leagues away from the brilliance of the full moon. How dare you aspire to compete with the sun? Utterly foolish. Brother Yi, do not amuse this fool any longer. Let him witness what true flames are. Very well. Fengshi replies with a calm smile, releasing Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe's pupils quake in astonishment. What? True flames? Could it be that his opponent also possesses? Chapter 68. The Pillar of Solar Flame. Could it be that the person opposite is also a chosen one? This was the first thought that crossed Sun Zhe's mind. It is impossible. I am the chosen one. The only chosen one. Sun Zhe was reluctant to believe this and roared in defiance. However, the raging flames enveloping him suddenly extinguished, and he gazed in shock at his own hands. What is happening? I should still be able to persist. Sun Zhe clenched his fists, tightening his core, attempting to transform once more into a fiery entity. Yet, his flames responded not in the slightest, as if they had succumbed to oblivion. Was this your doing? Sun Zhe's visage twisted with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Fengshi. abruptly seizing a shotgun from the hands of a stunned bystander. Bang, bang, bang. Countless pellets erupted from the muzzle, showering toward Yi Fengshi and his companion. Nonetheless, Sun Ce observed with astonishment that Yi Fengshi showed no inclination to evade. A cold smirk crept across his heart. At such close range, even he would have to retreat from the onslaught. Yet this individual stood resolute, perhaps overly confident. In the next instant, Sun Ce's mouth fell agape. Countless pellets suddenly halted midair, transforming into flickering flames that were instantaneously consumed. Suddenly, Yi Fengshi pointed at the ground beneath Sun Ce. What does that mean? The others were perplexed. However, Sun Ce sensed something amiss. His body stiffened. And terror filled his gaze. His eyes fell to the ground beneath him, where the floor had inexplicably morphed into molten gold-red lava. You possess a flame fist. Then I shall conjure a pillar of flame as well. Nay, it would be more fitting to call it the pillar of the sun, Yi Fengshi explained with a smile. Are you prepared to bid farewell to this world? With a snap of his fingers, Yi Fengshi unleashed a brilliant eruption from the lava beneath Sun Ce's feet. As a golden-red pillar shot into the heavens. The brilliance of the pillar was blinding, rendering most unable to gaze directly at it, their vision drawn instead to the center, where Sun Ce valiantly resisted amid the flames. Do you think this will defeat me? Sun Ce bellowed. The flames are my power. You are merely feeding me energy. Oh. I feel it. The unparalleled strength. This is the true essence of flame yet. Sun Ce was unable to finish his furious declaration, as he was ultimately consumed by the extreme solar fire. His demise stemmed from being unable to withstand such intense flames. The colossal pillar of fire continued its ascent, piercing through the azure police station above, soaring skyward, and splitting the persistent gray-white clouds that had lingered since the snowfall. Even from a great distance, this pillar of flame was visible. What is that? In Tianhai Mountain, within a survival base repurposed from a prison, Mayor Zhaoyu, who had been in hiding for over a month, was directing labor when he caught sight of the fire pillar, his brow furrowing in concern. At Tianhai Women's Academy, Student Council President Lin Fei was mired in the mundane troubles of ushering her institution into an ice age. A flicker of movement caught her eye outside the window, prompting her to rise instinctively. She glided to the window, fixated on the radiant pillar in the distance, oblivious even as her exaggerated curves brushed against the icy glass. What further mischief might the city conjure? Lin Fei shook her head, her thoughts drifting back to the affairs at the academy. That fellow had compelled her to broadcast without even preparing a script, simply reading from the admission guidelines. How exasperating. Within the azure blue police station, Dongfang Yuyu was equally astonished. She had not anticipated the commotion caused by Yi Fengshi to be so significant. Fengshi. Your recent actions have given me a tangible impression of a particular saying. What saying? Using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. Dongfang Yuyu nodded earnestly, reflecting for a moment before silently giving Yi Fengshi a thumbs up. Whether it was an anti-aircraft gun targeting a mosquito or a solar cannon annihilating fireflies, the implication remained unchanged. As the crimson fire pillar gradually dissipated, Yi Fengshi turned to observe the dazed onlookers around him. The audience at the azure blue police station abruptly regained their senses, a chilling dread surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. They were the most qualified to speak on the ruthlessness and power of the bandit sun. Yet here was such a formidable figure, rendered into a mere buffoon before Yi Fengshi, extinguishable with a mere snap of his fingers. He was looking at them. Surely, he would not seek to annihilate them all? Fear gripped the crowd, draining color from their faces as they huddled together, as if this could afford them safety. However, Yi Fengshi merely cast a glance their way before vanishing with Dongfang Yuyu in a blinding radiance. Once the light faded, the onlookers blinked open their eyes, suddenly realizing the gravity of their situation. They exchanged bewildered glances. Those who had previously followed the bandit son in his nefarious deeds were now at a standstill. With their leader dead, what were they to do? Among the audience, a few individuals' eyes glinted with determination. They surged forth, seizing the firearms from the hands of their former comrades. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire swiftly concluded the skirmish. At this juncture, one individual brandished a gun and proclaimed, "The bandit son is dead. The emperor's dream lies shattered." What, do you aspire to be an emperor too? What age are we living in? Still dreaming of emperors? One who sought to be emperor has just perished. I shudder to contemplate. Sighing, he continued, originally, I had hoped that Sister Dongfang would lead us to greater heights, to recreate our former glory. What foolish thoughts. That couple is undoubtedly enjoying a splendid life. And you wish to disturb them? Old Xie, I must say, should you dare to pursue such a path, not even 10 lives would suffice for your demise. Need I be told? Yet, that youth possesses an uncanny aura. It seems wherever we go, he manifests unexpectedly. He previously whisked Sister Dongfang away and has now eradicated the bandit son. Brother, your words are perilous. You ought to understand who the bandit son was. Had that individual not appeared, we would still be under the threat of gunpoint. Moreover, you saw the icy corpses near the otherworldly Walmart. We were utterly defenseless against them. Although he abducted Sister Dongfang, he at least helped us eliminate the icy corpses that obstructed our path. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. The others nodded in agreement. So, what shall we do now? The Blue Police Station is certainly no longer a viable refuge, and even the city of Tianhai feels compromised. It seems as though the entire metropolis has become the domain of that individual. Perhaps we should consider relocating to Tianbei City? I have heard that the Fire Dragon Refuge there is quite well established, a sanctuary for us survivors. Let us carry only a minimal supply of provisions, ensuring we take our firearms and ammunition to defend against those monsters we may encounter along the way. Thus, in a spirited exchange, the survivors from the otherworldly Walmart joined forces with those from the Blue Police Station, embarking on their journey towards the Fire Dragon Refuge. Meanwhile, in a villa, amidst the flames, Yifosha emerged, this time accompanied by Dongfang Yuyu. I had thought you would eliminate those individuals as well. I am not a monster. Why would I senselessly take their lives? Ah, I see your concern now. You fear that my abilities might be exposed? Indeed. Heh. Does the sun incinerate all living beings merely because they bask in its brilliance? Chapter 69. After extensive research, we have discovered a controllable nuclear fusion constrained by superpowers. Fengshi's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. However, the reality was indeed so. He had no need to conceal anything, were it not for encountering that reckless subordinate on the road, who dared to covet his woman and even fired upon him. He would not have ventured to the Kanglan police station. Indeed, my son, your radiance is unparalleled, requiring no veil, nor can it be obscured. Dongfang Yuyu remarked with a hint of resignation, having grown accustomed to Yi Fengshi's flamboyant expressions. Yet, she could not contest his words. In truth, she was curious to witness others challenge Yi Fengshi, followed by a dramatic display of solar eruption, much like the spectacular scene at the Kanglan police station earlier, which was both grand and impressive. By the way, why didn't you call me Yigu just now? It's time to use names, Yi Fengshi inquired. Is it not acceptable? Actually, it felt rather odd when you called me Yigu before. I'm older than you. Logically, you should refer to me as Sister Yuyu. Care to give it a try? Dongfang Yuyu suggested playfully. Okay, Sister Yuyu, Yi Fengshi responded, finding no issue with it. After all, a woman 3 years older is often cherished, especially when she is his own. Uh-huh. Dongfang Yuyu giggled joyfully. Where have you two been frolicking? Chu Qing suddenly appeared, her expression one of suspicion. After her nap, she had awoken to find Yi Fengshi absent and had not spotted Dongfang Yuyu in the living room, who was engrossed in an open-world game, her eloquence flowing freely. Instead, she noticed Xiao Taozhu still lazily slumbering in her room, while Chen Qiyu was diligently working. Chu Qing had arranged this intelligence-gathering task for Chen Qiyu, sparing her the tedium of incessantly bowing to various machines, as if she were some mechanical saint. We took a trip to the otherworldly Walmart. Oh, and Fengshi has created a portable space, gathering all the supplies from the entire supermarket, Dongfang Yuyu explained. Chu Qing was astonished, turning her gaze towards Yi Fengshi. You succeeded in your research? Yes, it was somewhat hazy at first. But after stepping outside for a moment of clarity, I figured it out, he affirmed. Are you joking? That little bit of outdoor temperature could calm you? The sun? By the way, I saw a pillar of flames soaring into the sky while having breakfast. Was that you? Chu Qing circled around Yi Fengshi, nodding in approval of her own taste. Who else could it be? Dongfang Yuyu interjected. We encountered someone from the Kanglan police station on the road, and in a moment of discord, they opened fire. Unfortunately, we had to eliminate them and subsequently visited the police station to deal with their leader. Chu Qing. Let me tell you, their leader is actually a superpowered individual, playing with fire just like Yi Fengshi, quite extraordinary, Dongfang Yuyu revealed. Chu Qing was taken aback. A fire-wielding superpowered individual? So, that pillar of flame was created by Fengshi taking down their leader. Is he truly that formidable? Dongfang Yuyu shook her head. To put it plainly, the difference between a firefly and the sun is merely that this fellow uses an anti-aircraft gun to swat mosquitoes. Oh, Chu Qing nodded. Then scrutinized Dongfang Yuyu from head to toe. It's rare to see you dress so well. Dongfang Yuyu scoffed. I have always been capable of dressing elegantly. Wearing less at home simply allows Fengshi to appreciate my beauty more conveniently. When I'm outside, I certainly must dress modestly. If you wish to dress modestly, it's quite simple. You could just wrap yourself in a quilt, much like back in that otherworldly Walmart. I find your spring roll complexion rather appealing. Dongfang Yuyu shot her a glare. Fine, fine. I'll wrap myself up like a spring roll and roll around on your bed. Chu Qing chuckled, not engaging further, and instead embraced Yi Fengshi, waving at her. All right, you've had your shopping spree. Now, Yi Fengshi belongs to me. You may indulge in your open world now. Humph. As if I would miss him, Dongfang Yuyu replied, her words contradicting her true feelings, though she was indeed satisfied after spending time with Fengshi. Thus, the next phase was open world, activate. With a cheer, Dongfang Yuyu tossed aside her coat and vanished in an instant. Fengshi and Chuqing exchanged knowing smiles. Is there something you wish to convey to me? Fengshi extended his hand. Retrieving a fried chicken leg from the quietly emerging black vortex, feeding Chuqing a bite before savoring it himself. You seem to know everything. Do you possess mind-reading abilities? Chuqing nodded while chewing the tender meat, appreciating Dongfang Yuyu's culinary skills. This chef was indeed a wise choice. Fengshi remarked, with such a profound connection between us. How could I not understand you? Chuqing, straightforward as ever, stated, after such a long time, I presume that the reconstruction on the other side is nearly complete. I wish to visit my dear mentor. Certainly, let us depart now. Fengshi had scarcely exited the villa's ignition when he re-entered, this time accompanied by Chuqing. Ignition base number 1. This base had nearly become Yang Wugua's private territory. With his escape, the remaining individuals turned into a disorganized rabble. No longer a threat, Jiang Fushui, along with Lao Su and Elder Chen, effortlessly gained the trust of the survivors, occasionally invoking Fengshi's formidable reputation. Your lives were saved by us. It is only reasonable to heed our words. What? You only follow the orders of the original leader, Yang Wugua? Then you may leave the base and pursue him. However, such staunch loyalists were few. The remaining individuals, realizing Yang Wugua had abandoned his position as leader and fled alone, quickly shifted their allegiance to Jiang Fushui. Nevertheless, relying solely on this would not suffice for the long term. Elder Chen directly communicated with the authorities in Kyoto, selectively informing them of the incidents at the base. Essentially, it involved the bioweapon spider frenzy instigated by Yang Wugua, which nearly obliterated the base, followed by his flight with the ground troops. Information regarding Fengshi was deliberately concealed, including the existence of the stable artificial sun at the base's center. Primarily, the matter of the artificial sun was inexplicable, leaving them at a loss for words. After meticulous research and ingenious design, we have finally discovered an artificial sun created by superpowers. It seems implausible, does it not? If stated outright. The higher-ups would merely consider the scientists at this base to be lost in their own delusions. Upon learning of the incident concerning Project Fireseed No. 1, they were incensed and promptly revoked Yang Wugua's position as head. Subsequently, a new leader was parachuted in, and before their arrival, Mr. Chun and others were temporarily entrusted with the management of the base. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jiang Fushui managed to exchange a few words with her father. Yet she gleaned no useful information. It remained a mystery what her esteemed father was truly researching, though it was evidently crucial to the future of Longhua. Jiang Fushui couldn't help but wonder if her own research on controllable nuclear fusion was not equally significant to the nation's future. However, being aware of the confidentiality protocols, she refrained from probing further. Within the base, aided by the cutting-edge technology developed by Jiang Fushui and her colleagues, reconstruction progressed swiftly. Save for the Fireseed laboratory and the biological lab, the latter was not rebuilt out of fear, while the former was deemed unnecessary. In the heart of the base, a colossal artificial sun slowly rotated, radiating warmth throughout the facility. Before this man-made sun, a statue was under construction. After deliberation, Jiang Fushui and her team unanimously agreed to erect a statue in honor of Fengshi, the principal savior of the base. Regardless of whether Fengshi acted with intention or not, they focused solely on the facts. Standing before the statue under construction, Jiang Fushui had opted for regular attire instead of her white lab coat. Her short hair had grown significantly over the past month, now resting at shoulder length, neatly tied back with a hairband. A couple of strands framed her handsome face, her expressive eyes gazing intently at the statue ahead. A few days prior, Fengshi's remarkable actions had left an indelible impression on Jiang Fushui, leading her to regard controllable nuclear fusion as somewhat less significant. She set aside her research, delegating tasks to Mr. Su and Old Shin, and took the time to adorn herself. After gazing for a while, Jiang Fushui suddenly chuckled and shook her head, intending to wander behind the statue to observe her colleague's progress. However, as she passed by the statue, her gaze fell upon the artificial sun, and she caught a fleeting glimpse of it dimming slightly. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 70. The reversal of the celestial forces recently. I haven't been staying up late. So why do I feel this sense of illusion? No, with my capabilities, even if I had stayed up, such hallucinations would be impossible. Jiang Fushui murmured softly. Initially, she thought it was merely her imagination, but she was well aware of her body and knew such a phenomenon was unlikely. It reminded her of a similar occurrence from before, during her first encounter with Fengshi, when they gazed at each other through a window. Something is amiss. Jiang Fushui realized this and quickened her pace towards the artificial sun. Professor Su Guanfang was there, accompanied by a few others, observing the artificial sun left by Yi Fengshi. Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Professor Su inquired, noticing Jiang Fushue's hurried steps. Jiang Fushue paused briefly, responding, why can't I be here? I am one of the heads of the research lab. Professor Su chuckled, I thought you seemed a bit dazed these past few days. Wondering if it was because your disciple's boyfriend had left, leaving you disheartened. Jiang Fushue raised her eyebrows in protest. What nonsense? Who has disheartened? I am merely contemplating the future of the base, which has left me somewhat exhausted. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. I want to know if you detected any unusual data just now? As one of the three heads of the Spark Laboratory, Jiang Fushue was somewhat slacking off. While Professor Chen Wangda was responsible for overseeing the overall progress and reporting to Kyoto, Professor Su, naturally, was tasked with researching the genuine artificial sun. Due to time constraints and other special circumstances, the laboratory had not rewrapped the artificial sun. Professor Su and his team had merely erected a temporary structure to monitor the data of the artificial sun, attempting to scientifically analyze and deduce the causes of its stability. Progress had been minimal thus far. Upon hearing Jiang Fushue's question, Professor Su glanced at the real-time monitoring data. Oh, there indeed was a momentary temperature fluctuation. Please hold on. I will analyze the cause now. No need. I already know the reason, Jiang Fushue interjected. You know? Professor Su, skeptical, looked up at Jiang Fushue, only to find her staring ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Yes, my eyes have seen it, Jiang Fushue pointed forward, adding, because the main subject has returned. The center of the artificial sun was level with the base's plane. As Jiang Fushue observed, she suddenly saw the long-missing Yi Fengshi flying out once again, accompanied by a familiar figure. Wasn't it her rebellious disciple, Chu Qing? Although she had known about Chu Qing's entanglement with Yi Fengshi, seeing them hand in hand before her after more than a month stirred a myriad of thoughts within Jiang Fushue. Oh, so many people are here. Yi Fengshi remarked upon noticing the gathering, his gaze landing on Jiang Fushue. Hi, Teacher Jiang, we meet again. Look who I've brought along. Chu Qing shot him a glare. What do you mean you brought her? I came here of my own accord. However, Chu Qing immediately embraced Jiang Fushue, exclaiming, Minner, I have missed you dearly. Jiang Fushue, taken aback by Chu Qing's affectionate gesture, felt a sense of bewilderment. Am I not her mentor? Such an intimate display might lead one to believe we are long-lost friends. And this sensation, what has this rebellious student been consuming to grow up like this? Professor Su Guanfang, witnessing the scene, also smiled, saying, Little Jiang, I didn't expect your bond with your student to be so profound. Jiang Fushue discreetly pushed Chu Qing away by a distance, awkwardly chuckling, Please excuse me. Allow me to introduce, this is my graduate student Chu Qing. And also Yi Fengshi's girlfriend. Chu Qing, meet Professor Su Guanfang. Hello, Chu, Professor Su greeted, extending her hand. Chu Qing shook hands with Su Guanfang, her smile radiant. Hello. Professor Su. I hope my teacher has caused you too much trouble? Jiang Fushue slightly furrowed her brow. Chu Qing, what are you saying? Are you trying to reverse the heavens? Yi Fengshi stood silently to the side, gaining a new understanding of Chu Qing. She had been covertly observing Jiang Fushue from a distance for quite some time, yet she feigned ignorance, which was quite impressive. Soon, Yi Fengshi's attention was drawn to a statue ahead. The statue bore a somewhat familiar resemblance. Wait, is that him? Having focused his gaze on Jiang Fushue, he had not noticed the statue before. Why have they erected a statue of him? Oh no, Yi Fengshi, you have been immortalized in stone. Ah. Chu Qing began, only to receive a sharp smack on her backside. She glared at Yi Fengshi. Smack. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fushue delivered another firm slap, admonishing. Can you not articulate properly? This is a statue erected in his honor, not one that has turned him into stone. Hey, you. What do you mean, you? Am I mistaken? Chu Qing pouted, shooting another glance at Yi Fengshi, who quietly averted his gaze. Matters between the two women were best left untouched by him. Moreover, Chu Qing stood there, allowing Jiang Fushue to strike. Jiang Fushue's defenses were impenetrable. Noticing Professor Su's continued scrutiny, he offered a polite smile. Professor Su, you remain as graceful as ever. Haha, that compliment should rightly be directed at Mr. Yi, Professor Su responded. She was indeed attentive to Yi Fengshi's demeanor. Noticing his lack of reaction to the statue, she understood that the matter had been handled well. Yi Fengshi was somewhat surprised by Professor Su's address, but, recalling his previous good deeds, felt no confusion. He graciously accepted the title. Let alone being called Mr., he would gladly embrace being referred to as a deity. What do you think of this statue, Mr. Yi? Professor Su suddenly inquired. Yi Fengshi, still contemplating whom to spend the evening with, returned to the moment and replied casually. It's quite good. I have no objections. That's wonderful. I wonder what brings Mr. Yi here this time? That old lady certainly had a lot to say. Yi Fengshi murmured to himself, yet adhering to the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. He responded. Chu-Ching mentioned she wished to meet her mentor. So I brought her along. By the way, where is that bald old man? Professor Su Guanfang was taken aback. The bald old man? He quickly regained his composure and explained, you must be referring to Hu Lai? After you left, he attempted to attack us and has since been incarcerated. Is Mr. You interested in meeting him? Not at all. It was merely a casual inquiry. Fengshi promptly dismissed. What was the significance of meeting a bald old man when the two enchanting beauties before him were engaged in a subtle rivalry? Professor Su Guanfang sighed in relief. Indeed. Fengshi had no connection to Hu Lai. At that moment, the emotional reunion between Chu-Ching and Jiang Fuxue had faded, and Chu-Ching suddenly broached a serious topic. Teacher, how is your research on nuclear fusion progressing? Those artificial suns, are they not the fruits of your research? A smile froze on Jiang Fuxue's face. Chapter 71. Gentle persuasion, what do you mean? The words escaped from Jiang Fuxue's tightly clenched teeth, revealing her struggle to comprehend the situation. Previously, Chu-Ching had been her subordinate, showing her utmost deference. Now, everything had changed. The once obedient Chu-Ching now dared to jest with her mentor. Did she no longer wish to graduate? Oh, but with the school gone, what need was there for a diploma? Chu-Ching also had a remarkable boyfriend. Jiang Fuxue found it somewhat acceptable. After all, they could still become close friends. Yet, she could not fathom how Chu-Ching had managed to be so infuriating. Having masked her true self so effectively in the past. There's no need to misunderstand, mentor. I have something to discuss privately with you, Chu-Ching said with a smile, linking her arm with Jiang Fuxue's. Once they stepped aside, Jiang Fuxue shrugged off her hand and shot her a glare. Hockey Ching, have you forgotten your roots after achieving success? Don't forget. Ah, I certainly remember your kindness, teacher. If it weren't for you stepping in back then, I might have already dropped out. I have always kept your support in my heart. Then how dare you jest with me? Professor, times have changed. And people must evolve with them. Stop beating around the bush. Just speak plainly. All right then, Professor, how have you been at the base? Why do you ask this? I want you to come with me. No, the experiment's here. Jiang Fuxue began to protest, her aspirations unfulfilled. How could she leave with Chu-Ching? Yet, the earlier teasing echoed in her mind, and she suddenly grasped Chu-Ching's intent. Jiang Fuxue's chest heaved as she stated, regardless, the facilities here are complete. I must achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Through scientific means. Chu-Ching chuckled, I'm not asking you to abandon your dreams. Coming with me does not preclude your return. This is still someone else's territory. You don't even have a room of your own. Jiang Fuxue retorted. Of course I do. I can take you to see it right now. I currently reside in the Yulong Garden. Jiang Fuxue fell silent, realizing the comparison was futile. Chu-Ching continued, life is fleeting, Professor. One must learn to seize joy in the moment. If you do not indulge now, old age will present a different scenario altogether. Moreover, I have a vision of a walking professor here. Surely, you must have some thoughts on this? I refuse to believe otherwise. How could Jiang Fuxue not have thoughts? She longed for the moment when her ideals could be realized at the whim of another, and yet her aspirations had transformed. Nevertheless, Jiang Fuxue was still taken aback. You're not afraid that To be honest, I already have sisters. You could only be the third in line at most. Chu-Ching, aware of Jiang Fuxue's concerns, had drawn her aside to speak softly. Jiang Fuxue was utterly astonished. You can accept this? Because I love him. I must assist him in orchestrating a perfect life you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jiang Fuxue, I shall ask you one last time. Will you accompany me? I will. Jiang Fuxue blurted out, then quickly covered her mouth, casting a guilty glance at Chu-Ching. Chu-Ching smiled. Ah, the professor is indeed forthright. Well then, it is settled. You shall come with us, and if necessary, Fengshi will escort you back. Jiang Fuxue's expression was complex, feeling as though she had been maneuvered by her student. Chu-Ching truly was a rebellious disciple. How insufferable. The two women whispered their secrets before returning to their original positions. Professor Su Guanfang looked on in astonishment, puzzled by the antics of this master and disciple. However, she felt a twinge of envy towards Jiang Fuxue. The girl was undeniably fortunate. Born to a father who was an esteemed academician, one of the very best. Approaching 30, she had taken on a graduate student, thereby saving her own life. Little Jiang, I still have research to conduct, so I shall not intrude upon your affairs. Professor Su silently shook her head, dismissing her wandering thoughts, determined to dedicate her remaining years to science. Yet, just as she turned away, Professor Su, please hold on. Chu-Ching called after her. Professor Su, puzzled, observed Jiang Fuxue's graduate student, sensing she was no ordinary person. She scrutinized her closely, thinking, goodness. This girl possesses extraordinary talent. In the realm of academia, she could very well be an academic seductress, a true enchantress, not just another scholarly beauty. Yet another girl blessed with both beauty and fortune. Professor Su found it astonishing to encounter two such individuals in a single day, lamenting the chaotic times. Professor, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chu Qin's seemingly enchanting voice pulled Professor Su back to reality. Oh, you wish to take your teacher away, do you? No problem. I have long found her displeasing. Take her away quickly. Jiang Fuxue, Yi Fengshi. After a moment of silence, Chu Qin replied, not that. It concerns something else. Regarding supernatural forces. Upon hearing this, Professor Su instinctively glanced at the quietly observing Yi Fengshi. The eerie snow contained supernatural elements, as reported by the Academy of Sciences. Professor Su was likely aware of this. She nodded. When they communicated with the higher-ups, some information was exchanged with the Academy as well. In fact, the Academy had discovered these phenomena within a week of the snowfall. Moreover, they had already developed a relatively safe and reliable extraction method, currently undergoing rigorous testing. If successful, a gene potion capable of mass-producing super soldiers would emerge. Yet, that was merely a possibility. Even if successful, there would undoubtedly be many areas needing refinement. Upon hearing this news, Professor Su was intrigued but not surprised. After all, the highest academy was still in the experimental phase, while at the Fire Seed 1 base. There existed a genuine superhuman, manipulating the sun with bare hands. What an extraordinary tale. Yet, those like Su Guanfang had witnessed it firsthand. It was neither a fable nor a myth. Today, during our outing, we encountered an individual who appeared to be a natural-born superhuman with the ability to wield fire. Professor Su Guanfang was instantly intrigued, and Jiang Fuxue beside her felt the same. How does he compare to Mr. Yi? A firefly against the sun, he provoked us. And then Yi Fengshi effortlessly extinguished him. Such an outcome was entirely predictable. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Guanfang and Jiang Fuxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps because a person like Yi Fengshi possesses enough power to bring about the end of the world. If another were to emerge, this world could indeed face annihilation. I believe Mr. Yi has transcended the realm of superpowers. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as divine. Upon hearing praise for her partner, Chu Qin smiled knowingly and continued, that is not my intent. I wish to suggest that your esteemed base, if resources permit, might also explore this domain. While controllable nuclear fusion is undeniably significant, would it not be far more fascinating to bestow extraordinary abilities upon ordinary individuals? Chapter 72. Return to youth. The temporary prison of Base 1, where the bald-headed Chong resides, echoes with discontent. Regrettably, the esteemed biologist who lies on the cold iron bed, lamenting his fate as he touches his shaven head. Had I known, I would not have exposed myself. Now, I am utterly reduced to this bald state, he sighs. You brought this upon yourself, Hu Lai, a celestial being descended to resolve the base's crisis. Yet you insisted on leaping forth like a foolish frog, creating chaos. You have not even engaged in combat, truly a waste, and now I am ensnared in your folly. On another iron bed, fellow biologist Wu Yong reclines in frustration, agitated by Hu Lai's words. He initially had nothing to do with the predicament, but was dragged in due to Hu Lai's reckless antics. The reason is simple, we are in the same boat. What do you understand? The base's peril has been averted, yet such a monumental event necessitates a scapegoat. With young Wu fleeing, who else could assume that role but me? Even if I had remained silent, do you believe we would have coexisted peacefully? I stepped forward to provide a target for the survivors, thereby increasing our chances of survival. How dare you claim I am incapable of fighting? Can you fare any better against those four formidable individuals wielding true energy? Not to mention the possibility of a celestial being emerging from the sun at any moment. Wu Yong, upon reflection, found some merit in Hu Lai's reasoning. Recalling the events of that day, he inquired, Old Hu, do you believe that celestial being is from Blue Star? The power he exhibited seemed almost star-destroying. Who knows? I merely sensed his extraordinary presence and inadvertently brought him along, never anticipating he would save us all. Yet, what brought him to our laboratory? Hu Lai pondered. A sense of dread creeping in. Could it be he calculated my experiment, intending to obliterate my lab? You are overthinking it. Wu Yong interjected. I suspect it relates to those two colossal sweet potatoes from the Dragon Tomb. Oh, pray tell. Hu Lai sat up, intrigued. I had previously heard whispers that Yang Wu's newly arrived nephew had taken a fancy to Jiang Fuxue from the Fire Seed Laboratory, inciting Yang Ruyan to play matchmaker. It likely fell through, prompting Yang Wu to intervene and unleash the Dragon Tomb's power. Those sweet potatoes you created were presumably intended to confront Jiang Fuxue. You have witnessed the connection between the celestial being and Jiang Fuxue. Though they may not be romantically involved, their bond is certainly profound. Once Jiang Fuxue speaks with him, naturally, he would seek retribution. Employing his prodigious intellect, Wu Yong pieced together the narrative. Hu Lai nodded in realization. That indeed makes sense. Goodness. That young Wuwa and his family are a plague. I wish to develop a technique to resurrect them for experimentation. Wu Yong chuckled coldly. Young Wuwa is still alive. We shall have our chance to dissect him later. Suddenly, the door to the temporary confinement chamber swung open with a clang. Are the two esteemed biologists still reveling in merriment? The individual who personally confined the two was Zhuge's son. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? Are you taking us out for target practice? Hu Lai lazily reclined again, his grimy fingers digging into his nostrils. I can bear in good news. An opportunity for you to atone for your past transgressions has arrived. Zhuge's son's words prompted Hu Lai and his companion to sit upright. Hu Lai's beady eyes darted. Are you suggesting we venture out to explore supernatural factors? Chu Qing merely proposed an idea to Professor Su Guanfang. After deliberation with Chan Wangda, they found it quite reasonable. Although the Academy of Sciences in Kyoto had achieved some results, it remained uncertain whether those breakthroughs would benefit them. Isolated as they were, even if they did, they would undoubtedly be outdated. It would be far more advantageous to release Hu Lai and Wu Yong, utilizing their potential to continue their previous research. Retaining control of power was paramount. After all, the mysteries of supernatural factors lay hidden within the vast, snow-laden expanse. Anyone with the capability could unearth those secrets. Even a stroke of good fortune could suffice without the need for extraordinary ability. The pivotal aspect was that there was little concern about these two attempting any tricks. Even if they were to develop a serum granting supernatural powers, they would need to weigh their options carefully. The artificial sun, discarded by Yi Fengshi, along with his statue, stood prominently at the base. Yet, for safety's sake, Professor Chen Wangda insisted that Zhuge Sun and another master of ancient martial arts monitor the pair, to prevent any unforeseen calamities akin to the spider frenzy they had previously caused. Moreover, Hu Lai and his colleagues' experimental area remained semi-open, with all experiments visible. Is such a grand display necessary? At the very least, we deserve a modicum of privacy. Upon seeing the experimental site, Hu Lai's eyelids twitched violently. Professor Chen Wangda smiled, just in case. Initially, after communicating with Kyoto, I had requested your execution, but, given the vast distance, we must possess our own confidence. I understand. Hu Lai displayed a cunning smile. Rest assured, since we are in the same base, we are allies. I shan't disappoint you. Chen Wangda remained non-committal. That would be for the best. That statue is quite impressive, remarkably lifelike. Who crafted it? Hu Lai gazed at the statue. Equally conspicuous as the artificial sun in the distance. It was carved by Zhuge Sun using his true energy. Hu Lai patted Zhuge Sun's shoulder. Not bad. You have a promising future. Well then, the base is still under reconstruction, and I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Professor Chen Wangda turned to depart. Hu Lai watched his retreating figure and called out, Old Chen, don't wear yourself out before I develop the serum. Otherwise, I might just give you a dose of gene therapy to restore your youthful vitality. The cost is minimal. You might just end up bald and shorter. Professor Chen Wangda paused momentarily before quickening his pace. Hu Lai's gaze fell upon the subtly smirking Zhuge Sun. What are you laughing at? Shall I provide you with the serum so you can secretly administer it to your teacher? Zhuge Sun's smile vanished, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. I am not the kind of person who betrays my mentors and ancestors. By the way, may I inquire about the progress of your research prior to the outbreak of the spider frenzy? Currently, Wu Yong has discovered a feasible evolutionary pathway. What? Evolving into an ice corpse? Once technology advances, it may be possible to revert to a human endowed with superpowers. Forget I asked. Meanwhile, in Xiaotuzhua's villa, a new member had arrived. Jiang Fushiwei emerged from the fire seat alongside Chu Qing. Her gaze fixed intently on the diminutive object that resembled an artificial sun. What exactly is the principle behind this? How can it facilitate spatial teleportation? Is there a wormhole hidden within? Although she had previously learned from Chu Qing that the fire seed could enable traversal between two locations, experiencing it firsthand left Jiang Fushiwei astounded. The dormant spirit of research within her stirred with excitement. I don't know. Perhaps it is possible. But the essence remains the same. It involves space. I forgot to mention that space is also one of Yi Fengshi's abilities. Ah, Jiang Fushiwei exclaimed in shock. Looking at Yi Fengshi, isn't his ability nuclear fusion? How can it also involve space? Chapter 73. Life is not solely about poetry and distant dreams, but also the mundane struggles before us. The power to control space. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Jiang Fushiwei instinctively turned her gaze towards Yi Fengshi. Who could have anticipated that this formally dressed, sunny young man would be the strongest man on the surface of Blue Star today? Unlike the typical notion of a sunny boy, Yi Fengshi genuinely radiated fresh sunlight. Yet, should he become displeased, he could unleash a few nuclear blasts upon you. And there would be no escape, for he could also manipulate space. An enigma. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Fuxue felt an overwhelming urge to transform into a biologist and study the structure of Fengshi's being. Sister Shui, why is your face turning red? Chu Qing noticed Jiang Fuxue fixated on Fengshi's face, and suddenly, her own cheeks flushed. Could it be? Has she succumbed so swiftly? Chu Qing pondered, her hand resting on her snowy chin, swiftly discerning the truth through micro-expressions. The young woman, Jiang Fuxue, hailed from an esteemed academic family, known for their strict upbringing. Despite nearing 30, she had never had a boyfriend and could still be considered a maiden. Indeed, the blush on her cheeks was not born of romantic feelings, but rather a consequence of her brilliant mind being overwhelmed. Chu Qing speculated that perhaps Jiang Fuxue was contemplating the study of Fengshi's superhuman physique. Yet now was not the opportune moment. Some matters must be approached gradually. Jiang Fuxue was roused from her reverie by Chu Qing's call, her mind buzzing. What senior? I am your mentor. She clarified that the shui in her name referred to snow, not a student. Fengshi interjected to explain Chu Qing's words. Oh, Jiang Fuxue comprehended, then frowned. Chu Qing, how audacious of you to address me as Sister Shui. I shudder to imagine what you might call me in the future. Fengshi remained silent. Should an outsider dare to address Chu Qing in such a manner, the consequence would be instantaneous obliteration. However, as Chu Qing's mentor and a former benefactor, he decided to overlook it, treating it as a playful exchange between them. Chu Qing, unfazed, narrowed her eyes playfully and replied, at home, I simply call you mentor. It feels somewhat distant. Besides, you're nearly 30, an older woman. Should I refer to you as Sister Fuxue instead? Such a bold retort. Fengshi was taken aback. Was Chu Qing truly this daring? It was well known that the term older woman served as an emotional detonator for most women, and Jiang Fuxue, as expected, flared with rage after a brief moment of shock. Ah, Chu Qing, if I don't strike you down come the 15th of August, I'll change my surname to yours. The two women, upon emerging, commenced a frenzied chase within the villa. Jiang Fuxue's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she pursued Chu Qing, shouting threats. Chu Qing, laughing heartily as she ran, called back, haha, Sister Shui, you're losing your composure. Fengshi shrugged helplessly, hands in pockets, leisurely trailing behind them, witnessing this dramatic spectacle of familial strife. What transpired? Dongfang Yuyu suddenly emerged from behind Fengshi, her eyes wide with bewilderment at the scene before her. She was engrossed in the weekly dungeon of an open world when suddenly startled by the cacophony outside. Upon approaching, she beheld a striking stranger pursuing Chu Qing with vehement shouts. She couldn't help but marvel. Another formidable presence had arrived at the villa, capable of making Chu Qing flee. Dongfang Yuyu casually clutched Fengshi's arm and inquired, who is this woman? Chu Qing's mentor, Jiang Fuxue, came the reply. Oh, so it's her. No wonder. Did you bring her here? Isn't it obvious? Upon hearing the affirmative response, Dongfang Yuyu's mind raced with implications, and the first thought that surfaced was of the unfortunate Xiao Taozhua. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fuxue, have you had enough of the commotion? Chu Qing yawned, effortlessly subduing Jiang Fuxue with a single hand. Jiang Fuxue, taken aback by the overwhelming strength, gasped, your strength? With a playful smile, Chu Qing replied, I forgot to mention, I have become something of a superhero myself. Although I may not compare to Fengshi, dealing with an ordinary person like you, well, it's akin to picking up an ant off the sidewalk. Jiang Fuxue fell silent. Chu Qing continued. That's why I suggested Professor Su release those 2 biology graduate students. Today's era is unlike the past. Mere survival is the bare minimum. Only by mastering supernatural powers can one secure a place. How did you manage that? Did you secretly nibble on those special snowflakes? Jiang Fuxue queried. No. How could I do such a thing? My strength comes from. Chu Qing noticed the inquisitive glint in Jiang Fuxue's eyes and devised a playful plan, grinning, hee. I won't tell you. Unfazed, Jiang Fuxue seized the opportunity and playfully slapped Chu Qing's face. Yet, her defense remained unbroken. At that moment, Dongfang Yuyu stepped forward, saying, Professor Jiang, the reason she has become so powerful is because of that bracelet. Jiang Fuxue paused at the sight of Dongfang Yuyu, momentarily bewildered. Who are you? I'm Dongfang Yuyu, fond of cooking, gaming, and Fengshi. We shall become good sisters in the future, she replied cheerfully. Jiang Fuxue quickly recognized Dongfang Yuyu's identity and muttered to herself. However, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Fengshi had indeed chosen well. Reflecting on Dongfang Yuyu's words, her gaze fell upon Chu Qing's wrist, where she noticed the luminous bracelet. The azure glow was exquisite, exuding an indescribable allure, as if one could be transported into a frigid world at a mere glance. This bracelet was enigmatic, imbued with the power of ice, seemingly not of blue star origin. She wondered where Fengshi had acquired it and gifted it to Chu Qing, resulting in this remarkable transformation. Dongfang Yuyu continued to elaborate, even without that bracelet. You are still no match for her. Chuqing smirked. Even without this bracelet, you remain outmatched. Dongfang Yuyu shot her a sidelong glance. Just keep boasting. Chuqing discerned Jiang Fushue's confusion and elucidated. Do not be deceived by Dongfang Yuyu's appearance, which may resemble that of a frivolous girl. She is indeed a martial artist. A modern heroine who has cultivated true energy. Alas, after 2 decades of arduous training, she cannot compare to someone who achieves extraordinary feats in merely a week. Perhaps it is best to abandon the pursuit of martial arts altogether. Dongfang Yuyu sighed in lamentation. Chuqing retorted with a cold smile. With your inconsistent dedication to training, it would be a wonder if you could ever defeat me. At least it is better than your tendency to win effortlessly. And so what if I do win effortlessly? Had it not been for my presence, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to win effortlessly. That is indeed a valid point. The 2 women exchanged playful banter, revealing dark secrets, leaving Jiang Fushua perplexed. It appeared as though they were rivals, yet their conversation hinted at a deep camaraderie forged through shared hardships. Was their relationship truly this intricate? Jiang Fushua marveled silently, feeling that it was far more complex than her aspirations of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Shaking her head, she concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, she quite enjoyed the atmosphere here. She had heard of the Yulong Garden and could afford to reside there. But in her previous pursuits of controlled nuclear fusion, she had lived solely in the laboratory. It was only upon witnessing her dreams manifest in someone else's hands that she realized life encompassed more than just controlled nuclear fusion. There were other vistas to behold. Jiang Fushua blinked, directing her gaze towards Yi Fengshi. May I inquire where I shall be staying? Chapter 74. A harmonious atmosphere. Yi Fengshi emerged from his contemplative state, chuckling. There are still vacant rooms here. I shall have Tao Zhuo arrange one for you shortly. If you prefer not to stay here, you may also seek another villa nearby. Is there truly no one else around? Jiang Fushua inquired with curiosity. The tone in Yi Fengshi's voice suggested that the entire Yulong Garden belonged to him, a claim substantiated by his evident prowess. There is no one left. There may have been a few earlier, but they have been dealt with by my own people. After handling those sinister and twisted individuals, this area is now vacant. Jiang Fushua comprehended, responding without hesitation. I shall stay with you. Ah, very well. Yi Fengshi seemed unfazed, effortlessly summoning Xiao Taozhuo from a distance. Having just awakened and consumed a light meal, Xiao Taozhuo sought out Shen Qiyu, attempting to learn the essence of the machine's soul art. Just as she was beginning to doze off, she suddenly realized she had been transported to a different location. Why are there so many people? Why am I being held by Yi Fengshi? Cough, Yi Fengshi. What do you want with me? Xiao Taozhuo blinked, her heart racing, nearly letting slip her thoughts. Chuqing and Dongfang Yuyu exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that some individuals, despite their outward pride, would call out for their master in the depths of night, lamenting, Master, please don't abandon me. You dislike me, don't you? Yet, they possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, with practical experience amounting to 0, having barely left the novice village. Xiao Taozhuo, the owner of this building. By the way, your laboratory at Biluo University was donated by her father, Yi Fengshi introduced. Xiao Taozhuo's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar yet beautiful woman in her home, momentarily struck dumb. A sense of crisis swelling within her. Could it be another one? Jiang Fushua, you should be aware of this. Please arrange a room for her. Yi Fengshi instructed. Can't you arrange it yourself? Xiao Taozhuo blurted out, but realizing her voice had been louder than intended, she glanced at Yi Fengshi, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yi Fengshi smiled. You are the master here. Such duties must fall to you. Xiao Taozhuo's eyelashes fluttered in response. Since you insist, I shall reluctantly oblige. Oh, put me down. Am I a child? With that, she wriggled free from Yi Fengshi's grasp, casting him an indignant glare before turning to Jiang Fushua. Professor Jiang, if you would follow me. Jiang Fushua's expression was peculiar, somewhat bewildered. Yet she instinctively trailed after Xiao Taozhuo. So, you are Xiao's daughter. No wonder you seem so familiar. Have you met my father? After all, he is a benefactor of the laboratory. I have indeed encountered him once. By the way, how is your father faring? Is he not freezing to death? I'm not certain. Before the internet was cut off, he mentioned he would return to the family to seek refuge with his younger son. Family? The Xiao family. A prominent hidden clan is quite formidable. My father could only ascend to the status of the richest man in Tianhai City with the clan's support. Oh. How does he compare to Yi Fengshi? Xiao Taozhuo had never experienced a day filled with so many moments of silence. Although hidden families may possess formidable strength, they pale in comparison to a nation. The master, a godlike existence, stands shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Can such comparisons be made? Have you ever witnessed the master effortlessly manipulating a nuclear explosion? Xiao Taozhuo's mind was overwhelmed with sarcasm. Jiang Fushue also recognized the gaps in her language and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, so much has happened recently that my mind is a bit muddled." "It's all right. In a few days, you should become accustomed to it," Xiao Taozhuo replied, casually opening the door to a room. "Here, this room is yours. It is fully equipped, although it lacks everyday clothing. When you have time, you can ask Sister Yu to take you out for a zero-cost shopping spree." Zero-cost shopping? The outside world is nearly a no-man's land. One can take as much as they wish, provided they evade those monsters. Fortunately, the creatures near the Yulong Garden have been efficiently eradicated by Yi Fengshi. Xiao Taozhuo continued. "If you feel guilty, you can follow Sister Yu's example and casually give a token amount of 1 yuan. Despite her irritation at Dongfang Yu for taking her place, Xiao Taozhuo did not harbor a poor relationship with her, having listened to her boastful tales before. Jiang Fushue pondered, recalling that the outside world was in a glacial age, where ice corpses and various massive mutated creatures roamed freely. She had remained within the base, oblivious to the outside world. However, it sounded rather intriguing. Zero-cost shopping, 1 yuan shopping. Jiang Fushue had seldom spent money on purchases. Any needs were typically pre-arranged for her, whether by her father, the school, or, more recently, the state. The thought of being able to arrange things for herself suddenly filled her with excitement. By the way, Jiang Fushue recalled something and casually asked, "Are you also one of Yi Fengshi's women?" Faced with Xiao Taozhuo's sudden and piercing gaze, Jiang Fushue was taken aback. "Aren't you?" "Yes." Xiao Taozhuo interjected loudly, "I am." After shouting, she stormed away in a huff. Jiang Fushue found it strange. It was just a statement, nothing to be embarrassed about. So why the loud outburst? It was all rather perplexing. She shook her head and entered her new room, breathing in the air of freedom and feeling the warmth emanating from Yi Fengshi. Suddenly, she spread her arms wide and fell back onto the soft, pristine bed. A new life, how delightful. Jiang Fushue's arrival did not alter much. After Yi Fengshi introduced them, life returned to its usual rhythm. Even though the outside world was frozen for miles and filled with various dark and twisted creatures, it could not affect the sun, whether in the sky or on the ground. Where has Yi Fengshi gone? He was just here, and now he's missing. He's likely lounging in the backyard, with nothing to do. Why not challenge him to a duel? No, I think I'll rest for a while first. One must balance work and leisure. Oh, I didn't realize you were the one who mentioned wanting to battle for 3 days. Sometimes it rains, sometimes it shines. Ah. Sister Shui has just arrived and lacks proper attire. Please take her out tomorrow to acquire some essentials at no cost. Sister Shui? My mentor, Jiang Fushue. Oh. May I inquire about her age? I am uncertain, but I overheard other professors mention she is nearing 30. Really? That old? Is she still an untouched maiden? Naturally. Would I seek second-hand attire for Yi Fengshi? That will suffice. I must retire for the night. Sleep well, Qingjie. Go away. As Dongfang Yu turned around after noticing the absence of Chu Qing, she caught sight of Xiao Taozhuo striding angrily past. Hey, Xiao Taozhuo, why the haste? Who has offended you this time? Another scoundrel. Xiao Taozhuo's lively eyes dulled into a vacant glare as she ignored the inquiry and continued on her way. Oh, quite the temper. Isn't it? Dongfang Yu observed Xiao Taozhuo's retreating figure, seemingly deducing something, and smiled knowingly. How intriguing. Meanwhile, in a subterranean laboratory in Tianai City, under bright lights, various undisclosed experimental instruments were meticulously arranged. A group of individuals clad in specialized protective gear was busily engaged in their tasks with remarkable organization. The latest shipment appears to be of excellent quality, featuring JK uniforms, sailor suits, and urban vixens. What? Do you intend to stir up trouble? Oh no, I am not that depraved. Over there, bind them first, then proceed with the experiments. We can't afford to be entirely wiped out. Oh. The evolution speed of this frozen corpse seems to have accelerated. Its body strength is nearing the 3rd tier. How did they acquire it? Wait, this is no ordinary corpse. It has learned to camouflage. Run. After a considerable time, a robust middle-aged figure resembling an uncle emerged from the frozen ground, followed closely by a dozen newly formed mangled ice corpses. With a roar, this ice corpse's call summoned several more from the surrounding structures, staggering forth to encircle it. This hastily assembled group of ice corpses, led by the middle-aged one, moved purposefully in a specific direction. Chapter 75. My life on the edge. Yi Fengshi reclined in a garden adorned with vibrant blooms, gazing up at the gray, snow-laden sky, lost in contemplation. What kind of existence could truly be devoid of tedium? Was it the so-called blessings of the grueling 9-to-9 work schedule, or the excruciating toil of a relentless assembly line, where death loomed in the form of double shifts? Both lifestyles were anything but monotonous, for there was simply no time for boredom amidst endless overtime, ceaselessly turning screws, and collapsing into bed in a sleep reminiscent of death. Long ago, Yi Fengshi had pondered this conundrum, fortunate that his little son did not permit him to engage in such tedious labors. After accumulating sufficient wealth from lying in a haunted house, he continued to embrace a laid-back existence, concocting bizarre beverages like the peculiar cow's milk once consumed by Xiao Taozhua, and the earthy hoo-how and apple cider vinegar. It was indeed true that Yi Fengshi was astonished for quite some time upon inadvertently purchasing that bottle, later stashing it away. When Xiao Taozhua discovered it, she mistook it for a prank and nearly drank it, yet ultimately, her conscience prevailed, preventing her from indulging in that cherished collectible. Suddenly, the sky before him vanished, replaced by the enchanting visage of Chu Qing, her hair cascading freely. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. "The meaning of life." Chu Qing blinked, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gathered her long hair into a ponytail. "You're uncertain about the meaning of life, aren't you? Allow me to enlighten you." With that, she seized Yi Fengshi's hand, dragging him into the villa and back to her room. Jiang Fushiwei, who happened to pass by, witnessed this scene and froze in astonishment. What was unfolding before her? Chu Qing was pulling Yi Fengshi along like a lifeless fish into the room. Was this still the Chu Qing she knew? Was this truly the Yi Fengshi she recognized? The illusion shattered around her. In that moment, Jiang Fushiwei realized that Yi Fengshi was indeed a remarkable individual. Of course, her own formidable disciple was equally astounding. It was no wonder they had come together. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a surge of determination ignited within Jiang Fushiwei. If Chu Qing dared to be so bold with Yi Fengshi, why couldn't she? She contemplated taking a chance. Just then, Yi Fengshi, with a flick of his hand, recalled the sun's nuclear explosion. The vivid memory of flames annihilating the onslaught of spiders still fresh in her mind. Jiang Fushiwei felt a distinct difference between herself and Chu Qing. Familiarity breeds comfort. Following the sound, Jiang Fushiwei turned to see Dongfang Yuyu, who had appeared behind her, arms crossed and leaning casually against a pillar, a radiant smile gracing her face. In broad daylight, perhaps Yigu has sunk into another bout of melancholy, and Qing Jie is here to give him a task. Observing Jiang Fushiwei's puzzled expression, Dongfang Yuyu continued, "Regardless of how formidable Yi Fengshi may be, he remains an undergraduate, who could be entirely devoid of emotion." Jiang Fushiwei nodded in agreement. Indeed. She recalled her own struggles during research bottlenecks, moments of despair leading her to post on social media, "My life feels like walking on thin ice." In response, her esteemed academic father had called from afar, chastising her. "Instead of properly studying your controllable nuclear fusion, what are you doing walking on ice?" When the tokamak device ignites, temperatures soar to millions of degrees, melting even the most resilient ice. Pray tell, from where does this thin ice originate? If you find yourself lonely, seek companionship instead of inundating your social circle with such frosty sentiments. I can hardly endure the laughter of my friends, who jest. Not even millions of degrees can thaw your daughter's solitude. Goodness. Since that moment, Jiang Fushiwei has refrained from posting on her social media, as she remains perpetually besieged by marriage proposals. TSK, just moments ago, she claimed she was off to sleep. Little did I know, this was her version of slumber. Alas, she has once again outsmarted me. I watched as Dongfang Yuyu grumbled and vanished from sight. Jiang Fushiwei harbored a lingering desire to study Yi Fengshi's extraordinary physique. However, as a newcomer, she felt it prudent to observe for a while. The following day, Yi Fengshi awoke, feeling somewhat suffocated. Fortunately, his robust constitution saved him from being smothered by the cunning vixen. This girl, under the pretense of imbuing his life with meaning, had kept him up all night, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Truly remarkable. Did she really think she could conquer my formidable physique? How presumptuous. Yet, it appeared her physical strength had indeed increased. Was it due to my influence, or? Yi Fengshi's gaze fell upon Chu Qing's wrist, where a mystical ice-blue bracelet emitted a soft azure glow. Regardless, it was ultimately a positive development. He patted the warm jade on his body, calling out, "Rise and shine, you lazy pig." "You are the lazy pig." Chu Qing's long eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes, groggily retorting with a voice as melodious as a gentle stream, imbued with a myriad of unspeakable charms. "Do you still believe life lacks meaning?" she inquired again. "Not anymore," Yi Fengshi replied swiftly, not out of fear of Chu Qing, but rather to prevent her from overestimating herself. Although she had indeed grown significantly stronger, there remained a limit to her capabilities. However, through your relentless entanglement, I have unearthed some intriguing abilities. Interesting? Chu Qing suddenly flipped onto her side, propping her chin on her hands, her dainty feet playfully swaying. "What is it? Show me." Just as her words fell, she sensed an intangible ripple. Feeling somewhat let down, she had anticipated a novel trick, only to realize it was indeed a newfound ability. She perceived Yi Fengshi's solar energy field expanding outward, surpassing her own limits in an instant. Meanwhile, in the snowy expanse of the Yulong Garden, Dongfang Yuyu was elucidating one of the sect's core teachings, the foundational breathing techniques of Kunlun, to Xiao Taozhua. Eager for knowledge, Xiao implored her to teach. Expressing a desire to cultivate martial skills for self-defense, Dongfang Yuyu had already embraced Xiao's family and, naturally, did not decline, leading her to a spacious area to lay the groundwork. Why not in the villa? It's freezing out here. I'm about to turn to ice. Xiao protested. You understand nothing. This is to allow you to attune to the essence of the universe. The villa is enveloped by Yi Fengshi's energy field, rendering it almost his personal domain. Am I unable to comprehend his little world? How could this be? Oh, you little girl possess a bit of cleverness, don't you? Dongfang Yuyu gazed in astonishment at the large zonzi before her. Xiao Taozhua sneezed and, shivering, remarked, Is that so? Then should we hurry back? Dongfang Yuyu's expression shifted. She sensed an intangible force sweep by, which almost instantaneously surpassed her perceptive reach. What is this? Oh, it's no longer cold? Just as Xiao Taozhua turned around, her body suddenly felt warm, even slightly heated. Could it be? She gazed in astonishment at her own hands. That I have already mastered it? Pfft. Why are you laughing? Dongfang Yuyu chuckled in response. Sister, I regret to inform you. It is not that you have mastered it, but rather that Yi Fengshi's summer-like ambience has expanded. Chapter 76. If you inquire with Sister Yuyu, she possesses greater experience. Xiao Taozhua was momentarily bewildered. However, upon witnessing the melting of ice and the cessation of snowfall, she began to comprehend. What was the purpose of expanding his warm zone? It was unclear, yet he indeed had the capability. Dongfang Yuyu gazed towards the boundary, which had now enveloped the entire Yulong garden. Subsequently, her attention shifted to the flower bed nearby. The flora, once encased in ice, had thawed, the blossoms wilted, and the withered branches shed their leaves. Yet, at a pace discernible to the naked eye, new buds sprouted and fresh flowers bloomed. The Yulong garden seemed to have reverted to its appearance prior to the snowfall. A riot of colors and bloom. The earth had awakened in a spectacular revival. Dongfang Yuyu was somewhat astonished as she cast her gaze towards the villa. What had Yi Fengshi and Chu Qing been doing inside? What? I have temporarily named this technique of Yi Fengshi. Oh, Sister Yuyu is impressive. Within the villa, Qin Qiyu was engaging in a scholarly exchange with the renowned Professor Jiang Fuxue, the two prodigies conversing animatedly. The dynamic was an entirely different scene compared to her earlier nonsensical dialogue with Xiao Taozhua. Yet, they were also captivated by a glimpse of purple outside. Moving to the window, and upon seeing the scenery, they were left in awe. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. In silent communion, they both felt as though they had traversed time and space, returning to the moment before the snowfall. No, it should be Yi Fengshi. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Fuxue concluded. Regardless, she had firmly resolved one thing. All supernatural occurrences were intertwined with Yi Fengshi. If not for the stark differences between the snowfall and Yi Fengshi's abilities, she might even suspect that this ice age was orchestrated by him. However, it was also plausible that Yi Fengshi had stealthily commandeered the sun. Yet that too was illogical, for without the sun, Blue Star would transform into a lifeless, frozen hell, far from the current state with its survivors. Jiang Fuxue gazed at the flourishing scene outside, her mind racing with thoughts. The appropriate temperature had birthed miraculous life. An astonishing phenomenon to witness so vividly. Could it be that supernatural forces were at play? Jiang Fuxue caught Qin Qiyu murmuring softly, prompting her to roll her eyes. Would you care to join me outside? Yi Fengshi's voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing Jiang Fuxue to freeze momentarily. She steadied her breathing and turned to see Yi Fengshi, casually attired. Rather than responding to his inquiry, she asked, Where is Chu Qing? Yi Fengshi glanced towards the room's direction and replied, Still resting. Jiang Fuxue nodded slightly. Yet, she was puzzled as to why Yi Fengshi had suddenly invited her out. Did he wish to? Jiang Fuxue's thoughts wandered, and her cheeks flushed. Yi Fengshi was no stranger to such blushes. I believe you may have misunderstood. I merely wished to take you out to retrieve some clothing. You do not have a change of clothes, do you? Or perhaps, like you prefer to wear only undergarments? That wouldn't be entirely unacceptable, Jiang Fuxue mused. However, she did not wish for Yi Fengshi to perceive her as frivolous, so she shook her head and said, I actually wanted Yuyo to take me, but she seems to have gone out with Miss Xiao. I suppose I shall make do. Before Jiang Fuxue could finish her sentence, Yi Fengshi abruptly interrupted. Never mind, I can't be bothered to go out. Let's choose here instead. With a grand gesture, Yi Fengshi conjured a swirling portal, through which rows of racks adorned with garments, trousers, and undergarments appeared before Jiang Fuxue's eyes. These are all from the same women's boutique that I relocated. Take a look and see if anything suits you. You can simply bring it back to your room, he stated. Before stepping into the portal and departing with a nonchalant air, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Jiang Fuxue gazed at the nearly overflowing attire that filled the living room, her lips twitching slightly. She had envisioned a leisurely stroll through the icy landscape with Yu Fengshi, during which he would assist her in selecting some exquisite lingerie for subsequent endeavors. Instead of the promised excursion for a zero-cost shopping spree, Yi Fengshi had opted to transport an entire store for the sake of convenience, effectively canceling their outing. Was this truly how one utilized spatial abilities? Quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Qiyu, observing Jiang Fushue's stunned expression, felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Yigu had not yet awakened his spatial powers during their shopping trip. Otherwise, they might have missed the opportunity to enjoy a leisurely day out together. Chen Qiyu gently spoke. Professor Jiang, don't take it to heart. Yigu is just that kind of laid-back person. Of course, I know, Jiang Fuxue replied. He is always lounging around at school while others frantically search for jobs, attending interviews one after another, while he remains in his dorm binge-watching dramas. With bottle after bottle of sugary drinks, Chen Qiyu was taken aback. It seemed as though the professor had an astoundingly deep understanding of Yigu. Approaching the nearest rack, Jiang Fushue's hand glided over the soft fabrics. This certainly simplifies matters. Just then, Dongfang Yuyo entered, and, upon seeing the clothing racks placed at the entrance, mistakenly thought she had stumbled into a familiar boutique. Chen Qiyu recounted the recent events, and upon learning it was Yi Fengshi's doing, Dongfang Yuyo raised her eyebrows in realization. Oh, I see. He intended to take you out to experience the thrill of zero-cost shopping, but it appears that's no longer necessary. To her surprise, Jiang Fuxue smiled and remarked, zero-cost shopping doesn't necessarily mean clothing. It could encompass other items as well. That's true, Dongfang Yuyo replied, grinning at Jiang Fuxue. And you? Jiang Fuxue replied, let's call it a day for now. I'll select a few outfits to wash first. All right, Dongfang Yuyo said, once you've washed the clothes, you can bring them to the fire source, which is the flame on the second floor, and it should dry in just a few seconds. That truly is convenient. Jiang Fuxue responded, her lips twitching once more. This slacker had indeed simplified life to an extraordinary degree. It seemed he had mastered his powers well. I won't disturb you while you choose your clothes, Dongfang Yuyo said, her voice trailing off as she gracefully departed. Jiang Fuxue suddenly realized that Chu Qing's suggestion to rapidly develop the superpower gene serum was indeed quite astute. She too desired to simplify her life and rely on herself. That said, she pondered what style of lingerie the indifferent fellow might prefer. Her thoughts drifted. Naturally, she was prepared to accompany Chu Qing, seizing this opportunity to escape the shackles of singlehood and no longer remain a solitary fighter in the golden years. In the past, her reluctance to seek companionship stemmed from ideals and a lack of suitable candidates. However, now there was one. Yes, just one. Perhaps in purple? Or red? Black, perhaps? Lace, or maybe something sheer. Would something hollow be more appealing? Seeking advice from her companion Chen Qiyu, she inadvertently left Chen Qiyu bewildered. With wide eyes, Chen Qiyu replied, for matters such as these, you might want to consult Sister Yuyu. She possesses more experience. Chapter 77. The Night of 100 Corpses. On this fateful night, the city of Tianhai, nestled in the northern hemisphere of the Blue Star, was shrouded in darkness. No corner of the city radiated the brilliant lights of yesteryears. Instead, an endless flurry of snowflakes danced in the air. Yet, there existed an exception, the Yulong Garden. In a bid to infuse some excitement into his mundane life, Yi Fengshi decided to expand the passive range to encompass half of Yulong Garden. Why only half? The remaining portion was reserved for admiring the snow. Snowfall in the south was a rare spectacle, occurring once in a millennium. Yi Fengshi wished to enjoy the beauty of snow without venturing outside. Thus, the force field that had once enveloped the entire garden was halved, leaving the other half to succumb once more to its icy state. Consequently, Yulong Garden became a realm where blossoms thrived alongside snowflakes, a juxtaposition of spring's warmth and winter's chill. Chu Qing and her companions were utterly enchanted by Yi Fengshi's ingenious maneuver, expressing their astonishment. Dongfang Yuyu even bestowed a new name upon this clever trick, the Earth Awakens, a slowed blood version. You truly are a genius. On the top floor of the villa, by the open-air swimming pool, Chu Qing, adorned in summer attire, leaned against Yi Fengshi, her gaze drifting forward, captivated by his masterpiece. In the embrace of the night, under the bright lights, the peculiar frozen snowflakes descended like a cascade of white, while next door, vibrant greens intertwined with stunning hues of purple and red. In order to witness the serene beauty of the nighttime snow, Chen Qiyu had illuminated the 2 street lamps at the entrance. Yi Fengshi observed nearby as Xiao Tao and Dongfang Yuyu frolicked in the snow like spirited huskies, a smile creeping onto his lips. At the onset of the snowfall, after a candid conversation with Chu Qing, he had contemplated renting a villa, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. Little did he anticipate that beauty would not be limited to a single entity. The villa itself was an alluring presence. Were his resources ample? He felt he could reside here for eternity, though that seemed implausible. To dwell in one place for a lifetime, experiencing the cycle of life and death, would surely become rather tedious. Despite his penchant for idleness, deep within, Fengshi still yearned for the vastness of the stars and the sea. But for now, he relished the moment, taking pleasure in the luxury of leisure. He had grown too apathetic to take Jiang Fuxue out for a stroll to nurture their relationship, instead opting to bring the entire shop to him. Furthermore, he had even contemplated relocating the entire shopping street into Yulong Garden, though Chu Qing had intervened. How about spending a delightful evening with my mentor tonight? Chu Qing began to exert her influence. Isn't that a bit too soon? Fengshi recalled the week-long foundation he had built with Dongfang Yuyu. Where's the rush? It's not like this is our first encounter. It's been over a month since the day it began to snow. Besides, you secretly kept from me your descent from the heavens at their base. Anyway, it's better to act sooner than later. You should trust my judgment. 6. 6 what? Should I call her over now? I've picked out a rather alluring swimsuit for her to try on. I think I heard something. Let me check. Before he could finish, Fengshi transformed into a burst of flames, darting southwest. Really? How did I not sense that? Chu Qing pondered, wondering if that fellow believed it was still too early and was merely fabricating an excuse. However, upon reflection, she felt otherwise. She possessed an intimate understanding of Fengshi, with the deepest of connections. Despite Fengshi's usual lethargy and apparent indifference to matters at hand, once he stepped onto the arena, he would be utterly revitalized. Embodying a radiant sun, even with the enhancement of her bracelet, Chu Qing could only acquiesce to his superiority. What truly existed? Chu Qing gazed at the night sky, catching only a distant glimpse of a shooting star, and muttered to herself, with all that space available, why must it soar past without taking me along? At this moment, Dongfang Yuyu quietly departed from the snowy expanse, leaving Xiao Taozhua alone outside, while she wrapped herself in a white bathrobe, humming a melodious tune as she approached with an air of nonchalance. She first glanced around, but, upon failing to spot her beloved, blinked her almond-shaped eyes in confusion, inquiring, "Where is he? I heard there was some commotion, and he vanished in an instant." Chu Qing responded, embellishing her words with exaggerated gestures. Suddenly sensing something, she turned around. And in the next moment, she found herself before Dongfang Yuyu, abruptly pulling aside the latter's bathrobe. The flawless figure was laid bare before Chu Qing's eyes. And she teased, "Ah, a red lace three-piece. Quite the discerning eye you have there." Fengshi, possessing the essence of a small sun, was indeed capable of flight. By harnessing the solar force to counteract the gravity of Blue Star, he could soar through the skies. However, prolonged periods on the ground would render him unaccustomed to sudden weightlessness. Furthermore, this method of flight could not be executed whimsically. One must constantly navigate their direction, as soaring too swiftly would result in missing many intriguing sights below. Thus, Fengshi seldom employed this mode of travel, favoring walking or utilizing spatial vortices for transportation. Not long ago, Fengshi had encountered a remarkable technique in an ancient fantasy drama, the Divine Fire Clone. Although termed a clone, it essentially involved transforming oneself into divine fire and taking flight. After a trial, he found it quite manageable. Unbeknownst to him, he successfully replicated this fictional skill from the show on his first attempt. Hence, this evening, driven by whimsy, Fengshi transformed into divine fire and ascended into the snowy night. The true solar flames, often referred to as divine fire, were indeed potent, and he believed this to be the genuine essence of divine fire. He soared through the sky as a mass of golden-red flames, heading toward the source of the vibrations. Of course, with his prowess, he could also manifest as the sun, illuminating vast expanses. Yet, he deemed this display of power excessive for mere travel. After all, the sun's radiance could not simply dissolve ice and snow, casting its brilliance across countless miles. It was best to remain natural and simply experiment with his newfound ability. High above, Fengshi's gaze descended, revealing a myriad of sights below. Naturally, there were few living souls braving the frigid air on such a dark night. One might encounter ice corpses or massive mutated creatures, prompting a more prudent course. Whether ascending to paradise or descending into despair, he mused upon his misfortunes in this life, uncertain of what fate awaited him in the next. However, Fengshi observed numerous individuals, now more appropriately referred to as ice corpses, scattered throughout the streets and alleys, awaiting the unfortunate souls to fall into their trap. He also noticed a mouse, roughly the size of a small truck, standing motionless in a certain area, its body cloaked in white snow, resembling a frosty sculpture. Fengshi speculated that it might be contemplating the essence of rodent existence. After all, the mouse had been quite content in the sewers, Why couldn't it return? After 3 or 4 minutes, Fengshi soared over 10 kilometers and finally arrived at his destination. What was happening? A parade of ice corpses. Upon witnessing the source of the commotion, he could not help but feel astonished. Through the hazy snowfall, his gaze penetrated the darkness to reveal a procession of ice corpses, each with distinct forms, forming a long line and advancing slowly. The number was approximately in the hundreds, and as the procession progressed, more and more bewildered ice corpses on the road joined the throng. Leading the march was a robust ice corpse resembling a middle-aged man, moving with a surprising semblance of normalcy. This particular ice corpse was extraordinary, surpassing the others by several degrees of vitality. Perhaps it had been infused with hormones? Or was it the result of some great biologist's macabre handiwork? Fengshi was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a substantial ice corpse. He remained motionless, merely hovering in the sky, observing the actions of this peculiar assembly, curious about their intentions. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the rooftop of a nearby building. Ah, indeed, there were audacious individuals daring enough to venture out for a nocturnal excursion. Were they keeping watch? Chapter 78. Oh, a shooting star. In the stillness of the night, snowflakes fluttered down. A group of icy corpses gathered, seemingly embarking on a procession, their destination unknown. Witnessing such a sight, not even a human nor a ghost would dare approach. Yet, there were those audacious enough to follow the icy corpses. Whether out of reckless bravado or genuine strength remained a mystery. How intriguing. Fengshi chuckled softly, transforming into a ball of flame and vanishing in an instant. Oh, a shooting star. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, a man clad in winter attire suddenly exclaimed. Beside him, another man instinctively lowered his night vision goggles, gazing up at the sky, hoping to make a wish. However, instead of a shooting star, snowflakes obscured his goggles. In such dreadful weather, where could a shooting star possibly come from? Are you imagining things? If there were a shooting star, it would be a magnificent fireball. Gone in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't deceive you. I am your father. I am your lord. If you truly cannot contain yourself. With so many beautiful icy corpses below, you could simply take one for your needs. I would not betray your confidence. They began to hurl insults at one another. The two living men, the one who saw the shooting star named Zhao and the other Zhao Wu, were both elite warriors nurtured by the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan specialized in biotechnology, publicly selling vitality-enhancing tonics, while secretly operating several specialized biological laboratories, the nature of their research unknown to outsiders. Following the snowfall incident, the Zhao clan, like many other enterprises, faced significant setbacks, yet they did not succumb. Instead, they redirected their resources and manpower underground, scheming to undertake grand endeavors in secrecy. They even set their sights on the newly discovered icy corpses of the blue planet, aspiring to acquire powers that transcended human limits through their research. However, yesterday, one of their underground laboratories met with misfortune, annihilated by a near third-tier icy corpse. The tier system was established based on the varying powers exhibited by the icy corpses. Even the lowest tier, the first-tier icy corpse, just recently transformed from a deceased, was stronger than an ordinary person. The second tier was formidable, while the third tier was exceedingly powerful. The destruction of such a crucial laboratory incited furious wrath among the Zhao clan's higher-ups, prompting them to dispatch a fully armed team to assess the situation. Given the rarity of such occurrences, they hesitated to immediately eliminate the near third-tier icy corpse. Scientific analysis revealed a significant probability of acquiring a third-tier icy corpse. Moreover, they were uncertain about their ability to confront such a large horde of icy corpses. All right, Zhao, I believe you. There is a shooting star. At least that much is true, Zhao Wu replied dismissively. Indeed, it was a magnificent fireball. Are your eyes deceiving you? Zhao retorted, growing somewhat agitated. Regardless, I did not see it. We should relocate. After Zhao Wu spoke, he produced a grappling gun and shot it onto the rooftop of the neighboring building. Sliding along the rope, Zhao followed closely behind. With such a multitude of icy corpses, how much experimental material could be obtained with a single shot? Zhao Wu, do you believe we can pull this off? Whatever you can conceive, the higher-ups can certainly envision as well. Do they really think that the city of Tianhai is solely under the dominion of the Zhao family? If you launch a strike, it may feel exhilarating. But who can guarantee that we won't be met with a devastating counterattack? Furthermore, these ice corpses are no trifles. Their evolutionary pace is astonishingly rapid, and they may harbor peculiar species capable of resisting modern weaponry. Surely, that cannot be the case. Otherwise, our research would be rendered futile, leaving us to await our demise. Did you not see the meteor? Perhaps making a wish upon it could spare us from death. As Zhao Wu spoke, he observed the movements of the ice corpses below, the night vision revealing a dense mass. The thought of a legion of ice corpses roaming beneath their feet sent chills down Zhao Wu's spine. Though these ice corpses may lack the variety and potency of traditional zombies, they are not mere plants. Even if they are trained and possess physical prowess akin to special forces, it would still be exceedingly difficult to subdue a first-tier ice corpse with bare hands. Where do you think these wretched beings are headed? Zhao Si pondered, suddenly slapping his forehead. Could it be that they are going to meet their king? Your imagination is quite vivid. Have you been training it often? Meeting their king? More like welcoming your mother. Zhao Wu felt utterly drained. Resolved to request a new partner upon their return, analyzing the movements of the ice corpses against the map of Tianhai. He deduced several plausible locations, the distinctly unusual area encompassing the otherworldly Walmart and the Yulong Garden, where it seems young Master Zhao has a residence. Zhao Si remarked. There's an Ultraman there, but that doesn't concern you. Zhao Wu retorted, let us not be hasty in our judgments, while there may not be an Ultraman. There are indeed numerous villas. In all my years, I have yet to experience the luxury of residing in a villa. Aren't there plenty of self-built villas in the suburbs? Most of the surveillance work is monotonous and tedious, so the two could only engage in idle chatter to pass the time, being careful not to speak too loudly, lest an ice corpse spring forth from the shadows. After a moment of observation, Zhao Wu inquired, do you think there might be a beautiful, wealthy woman lingering around Yulong Garden? Indeed, there are some, Zhao Si replied. At this, Zhao Wu suddenly tilted his head, questioning if he had misheard. Zhao Si, when did your voice become so melodious? Are you secretly practicing your vocal cords behind our backs? Is it possible that the one speaking is not the Nicholas Zhao Si we know? Zhao Si casually scoffed. Oh, is that so? The two resumed their watch over the wandering ice corpses in the snowy night. After a brief silence, they seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Abruptly turning to gaze at one another. Was that not your statement just now? Zhao Wu exclaimed. I believe. I did not utter such words. Zhao Si replied, both feeling an unsettling jolt in their hearts. Zhao Wu reached for the handgun at his waist, attempting to maintain an air of calm as he suggested. Let us take inventory, to ensure no unwelcome entities intrude upon our vigil. Good idea, Zhao Si replied, swallowing hard. Fear is justified, especially in the dead of night. With the biting cold, the streets devoid of life, and a procession of corpses roaming about, they were meticulously observing their surroundings when, all of a sudden, an unexpected sound pierced the silence. Firstly, Zhao Wu had firmly grasped the reins of the Blue Star Truth, which brought him a sense of assurance. Secondly, Zhao Si, too, had secured the instrument of justice in the mortal realm, continuing the sequence of numbers. They remained utterly still, waiting for several tense seconds while the frozen corpses below drifted to the end of the street, yet the anticipated figure did not materialize. At last, Zhao Si twisted his stiff neck to glance behind him. Nothingness. It's nothing. Perhaps we have been monitoring for a day and a night, and our fatigue has conjured illusions. Zhao Si exhaled, relieved. Auditory hallucinations, perhaps a sign of kidney deficiency, Zhao Wu jested lightly, turning his head for confirmation. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhao Wu was suddenly struck dumb. Zhao Si, I believe I may have glimpsed the shooting star you mentioned. The firelight illuminated Zhao Wu's horrified face, accompanied by the very sound they had just imagined. 3. Chapter 79. I am not a wish star. Zhao Si also caught sight of the fiery glow on Zhao Wu's face. Bright, yet marred by a countenance that resembled someone who had lost a fortune of 1,000,000. In today's world, however, 1,000,000 seems to hold little significance. Having lost its monetary value, even transactions now rely on rare commodities. Yet, in this moment, Zhao Si, despite receiving affirmation, could find no joy, his expression mirroring that of Zhao Wu. In the stillness of the night, amidst the icy corpses and colossal mutated creatures roving through the frozen realm, the tally they could muster amounted to a mere 3. Any rational individual would find no cause for elation. I told you there were fire meteors. You refused to believe. Now you understand the fear, don't you? Zhao Si spoke devoid of emotion, turning his head away. The fire meteor, or rather, a sphere of golden red flames, was quietly burning behind them, seemingly harboring a gaze fixated upon their figures. At its core, the surrounding snow melted away, evaporating in an instant. Zhao Si, in a daze, turned back to Zhao Wu and nudged him. Hey, why are you standing there in a stupor? A meteor of this magnitude is right before your eyes. Why not make a wish? Oh. Zhao Wu instantly snapped to attention, joining his hands in prayer towards the meteor, muttering fervently, Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable, Amitabha. Almighty God, heaven bears witness, meteor above, grant me, Zhao Wu, the fortune to survive this night. Should my wish be fulfilled, the scoundrel Zhao Si to my right shall become my sacrificial offering. Zhao Si interjected. Rebound. Zhao Wu retorted. Rebound, ineffective. Seeing the fire meteor stir, Zhao Si grew frantic and fell to the ground, beseeching, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, meteor, manifest your power swiftly. Let fire consume this scoundrel Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was taken aback. Is this how one makes wishes? Unyielding, he performed a somersault, landing on his knees, sincerely bowing. First, let Zhao Si perish in flames. Zhao Si, unwilling to concede, began to bow as well. The two of them, in a fervent rhythm, chanted, "Burn you! Burn you!" At this juncture, the nature of their wishes had morphed entirely. They were both fervently wishing for the other's demise. Yi Fengshi, standing amidst the divine flames, observed the two fervent supplicants with an odd expression. He casually uttered the number 3, merely indulging in mischief, hoping to amuse these two lost souls, yet inadvertently instilling them with fear. Despite their possession of firearms, they dared not use them, instead continuing their fervent cries of "burn you." Their heads bowed rhythmically. As if striking a wooden fish, they seemed intent on cracking the floor beneath them. Yi Fengshi even entertained the notion that if bowing could accrue merit, these two might have already sculpted a golden deity of virtue through their fervent supplications. Could this be what is termed a good brother? Not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month, but rather to perish together? Their own survival mattered not, but a good brother must accompany them to the grave. Chuckling softly, Yi Fengshi observed the two as they neared exhaustion from their bowing, and remarked, "If you wish to incinerate someone, you may do so on your own. I am merely passing through, not a wish star." Then, he turned and stepped into the vortex of space. As for the frozen corpses that gathered on the street below for nocturnal revelry, Yi Fengshi could hardly be bothered. He merely enjoyed the spectacle and had no inclination to meddle in trivial matters. Those frozen corpses were frolicking just fine. What benefit would there be in burning them? Upon hearing Yi Fengshi's words, Zhao Si and Zhao Wu were filled with dread. Was there really a deity of unknown origin within the meteor? They couldn't help but feel fortunate that their fear had prevented them from firing a shot. Otherwise, even kowtowing would have been futile. After the meteor disappeared, they waited for a while longer. Zhao Si finally spoke softly. "Let us tally the count. 1, 2. This time there was no 3, and they finally felt relieved. Coming back to their senses, they simultaneously drew their guns, pointing them at one another. Zhao Wu let out a cold laugh. "You, Zhao Si. I regarded you as a brother, yet you wish for my downfall. Are you even human?" Zhao Si replied in a hushed tone. "It's mutual. You're not so innocent either. Your heartfelt plea to burn me was truly moving. I shall sever ties with you. Fine, but let us complete the task first. I shall request a change of partner." "As you wish." Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie. With the network down, the Zhao group had to rely on special walkie-talkies for long-distance communication. "What is the situation?" A hoarse voice crackled through the device. It was their direct superior. Zhao Si responded. "The frozen corpses are behaving normally. Their numbers are merely increasing. However, we have detected an unidentified flying object resembling a meteor." "An unidentified flying object? Similar to a meteor?" "If you said UFO, I might have believed you, Zhao Si. It seems the mission assigned to you is too leisurely if you dare to joke with me." "No. There truly is a meteor." "Be quiet. Where is your evidence? If I return and find no proof, I will feed you to the frozen corpses." Zhao Si felt numb. Such a large meteor, he feared he wouldn't have time to kneel, let alone take a picture. Was that akin to asking for misfortune? He could only muster the courage to ask, "Boss, is it too late for me to take back my words now?" However, there was silence on the other end. "Ha ha." Zhao Wu finally burst into laughter. "I told you to confess honestly. Now you realize your mistake, don't you? Oh, someone is in for a great punishment. Failing to provide evidence means feeding you to the frozen corpses. Why don't you just jump down now to lessen your torment?" Zhao Si remained silent, merely raising his middle finger at Zhao Wu. Meanwhile, the meteor that passed by, which was actually Yi Fengshi transformed into divine fire, had already returned to the Yulong Garden. At the open-air swimming pool, the water that should have frozen remained in liquid form under the solar force, and at Xiuqing's request, it was transformed into a hot spring. Dongfang Yuyu had just dashed over, intending to mesmerize Yi Fengshi, only to find her plan thwarted. So she jumped into the pool and began to soak in the hot spring. Continuous steam rose from the surface of the water, and fine beads of sweat trickled down Dongfang Yuyu's alabaster neck, cascading into the depths of her enigmatic cleavage. However, her gaze lingered not far away, fixated on the position of Xiuqing. To be precise, it was directed at those two enormous floating entities. The numerical anomalies were quite bothersome. Dongfang Yuyu curled her lips in disdain. What she found most irritating in games were those numerical aberrations. Even the most formidable mechanisms would be rendered powerless, unable to execute even the slightest maneuver. Upon noticing Xiuqing's glance, she promptly averted her eyes. Xiuqing, possessing formidable strength surpassing that of Dongfang Yuyu by a level, naturally sensed her gaze and responded with a smile. "There's nothing to be done. Beauty is a gift one cannot forsake. I once fretted over the burdens I carried, but now, well, he quite enjoys it." Dongfang Yuyu felt like overturning a table in frustration, though sadly, there was no table to upend. Instead of engaging with Chu Qing's remarks, she inquired, "What is the situation with your mentor, Jiang Fuxue?" From her demeanor, it seems she is intent on vying for the third position from Xiao Taozhua. Is that not problematic? Xiao Taozhua is not competitive. There are plenty who are. Do you think I brought Sister Shui here for no reason? Chapter 80, Conversations by the Hot Spring, Approaching Crisis? What to do? Dongfang Yuyu smiled. In this narrative, one can indulge in food, drink, and merriment. It is far more enjoyable outside than within the confines of the base, provided the temperature issue is resolved. Furthermore, being a third party in a relationship is of little concern to her. As long as she cherishes Yu Fengshi and he reciprocates her feelings, that is sufficient. However, a larger gathering does bring a certain liveliness. Suddenly, both women's gazes fixated on the edge of the swimming pool, where the space inexplicably distorted, yielding a black fissure that formed a whirlpool from which Yu Fengshi emerged. Upon witnessing two breathtaking beauties luxuriating in the hot spring, he could not help but whistle. Back so soon? What transpired outside? Chu Qing inquired. Nothing much, just a gathering of ice corpses indulging in a nocturnal escapade. Along with two individuals who seemed to be monitoring them, Yu Fengshi responded while shedding his clothing, leaving only his shorts before plunging into the water. He swam over to Chu Qing and then beckoned to Dongfang Yuyu. With a playful roll of her eyes, Dongfang Yuyu obediently swam over, curiosity evident in her voice. Are they officials? No, they appear to be from a private organization. Oh. Dongfang Yuyu, not particularly concerned with external matters, was solely intrigued by Yu Fengshi. I heard from Sister Qing that you transformed into flames and took off earlier? What is the matter? When did you acquire such a skill? It sounds incredibly impressive. Yesterday, while we were watching that drama, it was the divine fire clone technique. You figured it out just by observing. Despite not knowing how to use your energy, is there a problem? You seem to possess an innate talent for martial arts. Would you care to train with me? I could impart all the secrets of our sect to you. Dongfang Yuyu suddenly took on the role of a mentor. Her eagerness to teach was primarily reserved for Yu Fengshi. She would hardly extend the same offer to anyone else. After all, if she were to teach someone dull, it would drive her to despair, and she had someone specific in mind, an extraordinary woman surnamed Xiao. The Yu Fengshi found Dongfang Yuyu's enthusiasm a bit peculiar. He considered her his partner and felt inclined to indulge her. Sure, but is it truly appropriate for you to privately transmit the sect's secrets? Dongfang Yuyu puffed out her chest with pride. I forgot to mention. Your father-in-law happens to be the former leader of the Kunlun sect. And the current leader is my senior brother. I can share the teachings as I please. They cannot restrict me. Chu Qing, intrigued by this revelation, asked Yuyu. Where is everyone from your sect now? The snowfall incident should have had little effect on you, right? Indeed, as practitioners of ancient martial arts, while we may not be impervious to the elements, we are quite resilient to both heat and cold. As for their whereabouts, most are likely residing at the sect's base on Kunlun Mountain, with only a handful venturing out. So you are among that handful. Your father must still be alive. Correct? Dongfang Yuyu raised one corner of her mouth, affirming, of course, when my father passed the position of sect leader to my senior brother, he descended the mountain to wander the world in search of breakthroughs. It was during that time that I accompanied him. Curious, she continued. How do you usually support yourself? After a moment of reflection, she replied, primarily through performing as a stunt double and delivering takeout. Those two endeavors are my main sources of income. I rent a place to live, and when I earn enough, I retreat home to indulge in video games. When funds run low, I venture out to take on more orders. Chu Qing blinked her fox-like eyes. So, you ventured into the world alongside your father, untouched by deception? Dongfang Yuyu raised her brows. What do you mean? Are you referring to money or matters of the heart? Money, undoubtedly, she admitted. I have been deceived before. The city is rife with tricks. Fortunately, I possess true energy. If I encounter a situation I cannot resolve, I simply call the authorities. Call the authorities? Chu Qing inquired. Indeed, Dongfang Yuyu replied. No matter how reclusive Kunlun sect may be, they still need to descend the mountain for supplies, so there is a record with the special departments. Chu Qing nodded thoughtfully. And what about matters of the heart? Their eyes met, a spark of electricity seeming to flicker between them. Dongfang Yuyu smiled nonchalantly. Are you trying to uncover my secrets? I do not mind sharing that before I met Yu Fengshi, my dictionary contained only the word games. As for love, only a man capable of defeating me deserves my consideration. Your sect leader, senior brother. My talents and abilities are unparalleled in my generation, she interjected. I relinquished the position out of sheer disinterest in the associated troubles. Yu Fengshi listened intently, taken aback by Dongfang Yuyu's revelations about her past. Do you earn enough to get by? How could that possibly be enough? Dongfang Yuyu exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide. I often lament not earning enough to buy a gaming console, and I even contemplate pulling off a big score. Chuqing was astonished, truly the heroine. Even a modern-day one possesses a heart that seeks to redistribute wealth. So, have you succeeded? Certainly not. I'm a law-abiding citizen of the new era. How could I possibly engage in such activities? Dongfang Yuyu's eyes darted. Besides, my true energy cannot defend against missiles. It became evident to Chuqing that her hesitance stemmed from a fear of missiles. Nodding thoughtfully, she smiled. However, if you possess the means to defend against missiles, you wouldn't need to resort to such schemes. After notifying the state, you could have whatever you desire. Yi Fengshi would ensure it is delivered right to your bedside. Yi Fengshi remained silent, giving Chuqing a sharp slap in the water. Chuqing shot him a disdainful glance. Dongfang Yuyu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Sister Qing, you've got it all wrong. It should be me delivered to Yi Fengshi's bedside. Who would have imagined that an ordinary slacker university student could possess the prowess of a champion, setting aside his spatial abilities? His solar flare technique could likely transform land into sea. Calmly, Yi Fengshi retorted, I never expected to be this formidable myself. Dongfang Yuyu pouted, go ahead and boast. Ye God, I have no reason to deceive you. There is no meal involved. Yi Fengshi shrugged. He had indeed never contemplated, or perhaps had attempted countless methods. Yet the small sun was merely limited to passive thermal radiation. He could only honestly resign himself to being an ordinary, lackadaisical university student, indulging in a life of drunken stupor and aimless existence. Of course, he was currently quite lost in this intoxicated reverie, reveling in the embrace of beauty, dreaming of her warmth, and even waking in her presence. Who said there was no food to eat? Dongfang Yuyu stood tall, showcasing her formidable prowess. Suddenly, a thought struck her as her gaze pierced through to Yi Fengshi. For someone as impressive as you, do you have any living relatives? Chuqing interjected. I can answer that question. He does not. He grew up in an orphanage, self-reliant from a young age. Before she could finish, Dongfang Yuyu rose and embraced Yi Fengshi's head, saying, Little Yi, how pitiful you are. It's all right. Let me warm you, He. The following day at 6 in the morning, approximately 2 kilometers from Yulong Garden, a group of ice corpses slowly advanced. On the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, Zhao set down his binoculars and murmured, Indeed. It is Yulong Garden. What could possibly attract these ice corpses, especially with so many minions accompanying them? Chapter 81. Intelligent, brave, and strong. Yet surrounded by the inept, the purpose of the ice corpse horde eluded Zhao Wu, and even if he could decipher it, it would serve no purpose. He was merely a subordinate, executing orders and monitoring the movements of the ice corpses, which was a relatively undemanding task. Typically, he either hunted ice corpses with others or interacted with personnel from the laboratory. The laboratories of the Zhao group could easily be the starting point for certain individuals' ventures into biochemistry, undoubtedly poised for great success. Those who had visited spoke highly of them. Yet none wished to return for a second time. The only source of Zhao Wu's delight was that Zhao Si had been summoned back, replaced by Zhao Lu, a rather reclusive individual. Zhao Wu, are you certain it is the Yulong Garden? Absolutely. What lies there? There are villas, gardens, and possibly a wealthy woman concealed within one of the buildings. Zhao Si instinctively replied. The introverted Zhao Lu cast him a sidelong glance, as if to convey that the villas and gardens were mere illusions, and that the affluent woman was truly Zhao Wu's objective. After a brief silence, he seemed to ponder how best to express his thoughts. Zhao Wu, it appears there is a wealthy woman among our group's higher-ups who might fancy your type. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Zhao Wu's expression shifted dramatically. The sole wealthy woman among the group's upper echelons had long surpassed her prime, having once been quite beautiful. But now, after a series of miraculous cosmetic surgeries, she was left with a visage marked by deep wrinkles. Thank you, but I must honestly say, I am not worthy of such fortune. As he spoke, Zhao Wu followed the movements of the ice corpse horde, now catching sight of the boundary wall of the Yulong Garden. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Chief, there's a problem. There's nothing wrong on my end, but your predicament is quite significant. Wait, I see the Yulong Garden. This area shows no signs of the snow and ice's influence, and I can still see green vines climbing out from the outer wall. The voice on the intercom fell silent once more. Suspecting Zhao Wu was speaking nonsense, Zhao Lu, you speak. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Wu communicated with the chief, Zhao Lu retrieved a black device from his backpack and began to observe. Upon hearing the chief's words, he coldly interjected, Zhao Wu is not lying. My observations align closely with his. Furthermore, I just employed a thermal imaging device and noted that the area surrounding the Yulong Garden appears to harbor an extraordinarily large heat source. This revelation made sense. As ice corpses were highly sensitive to heat sources, many survivors had met their demise due to this vulnerability. However, the enormity of the heat source seemed absurd. Could it be that a volcano lay hidden beneath the Yulong Garden? Uncertain. Regardless, the immense heat source represented a significant discovery. It could potentially serve as our stronghold. Well done on your efforts. Continue monitoring. I shall lead the team there immediately to prepare for our plan. Zhao Wu surveyed the vast horde of ice corpses and glanced at the intercom in his hand, contemplating whether they truly possessed the capability to execute their plan, feeling rather that they were more likely to be the ones ensnared. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the ice corpse horde, leading the charge was a robust, nearly 2-meter-tall ice corpse, the very entity the Zhao group sought to ensnare, a formidable third-tier ice corpse. This middle-aged ice corpse was the instigator of this particular horde. The middle-aged ice corpse possesses exceptional talents within the community of ice corpses, rapidly evolving in a short span after its transformation, standing at the forefront of evolution. As it absorbs power from the ice and snow, it gradually regains human-like intelligence, understanding the nuances of self-preservation. A few days ago, while passing by the Dragon Garden, it felt discomfort from the significantly higher temperature within, prompting a desire to extinguish the source of heat. However, the immense heat source seemed insurmountable for a single corpse, and reason dictated that it seek assistance, many allies. Coincidentally, a group of oblivious humans had recently been hunting its kind. So the middle-aged ice corpse disguised itself as a dead body and infiltrated a human laboratory, transforming all its occupants into ice corpses. Subsequently, it gathered its fellow corpses, leading a formidable army to confront the bothersome heat source. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dragon Garden, the middle-aged ice corpse suddenly halted, a flicker of determination evident in its blue-white eyes. The following corpses ceased their movement, yet even humans might struggle to halt entirely under such circumstances, let alone creatures with near-zero intelligence. Thus unfolded the largest stampede of ice corpses in history. The cacophony of their anguished roars filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. The middle-aged ice corpse, perplexed, wondered why its kin had begun to roar even before the battle commenced. Turning around, it beheld the sight of many corpses sprawled on the ground, leaving it bewildered. What was happening? An enemy attack? Yet, it did not perceive any humans. With a resounding roar, the middle-aged ice corpse demanded, "What are you doing? Rise at once." However, its shouts proved futile. In the distance, atop a skyscraper, Zhao Wu erupted into laughter at the spectacle, his body convulsing with amusement, leading to a loss of balance and a fall akin to that of the ice corpses. Even Zhao Lu, typically reserved, couldn't suppress a smile beneath his mask. It was no wonder Zhao Si had requested a partner change. After this mission, he too would need a new companion. Once the ice corpses regained their footing, a group of masked individuals clad in winter gear leaped from the rooftop, landing beside Zhao Wu and Zhao Lu. "Head," they called out. The leader, Zhao Yushu, was the instructor for the group comprising Zhao Si, Wu, and Lu. Observing Zhao Wu on the ground, Zhao Yushu kicked him upright, inquiring, "What is the situation? Where is the heat source?" The ice corpses had just endured a stampede, likely suffering some damage. Zhao Yushu connected the stampede with the ice corpses, suspecting he may have misheard. "Head, the number of ice corpses exceeds 1,000. Can we truly handle this with just over a dozen of us?" Regaining his composure, Zhao Yushu acknowledged, "Certainly not. However, there have been new discoveries at the laboratory indicating that ice corpses exhibit high-temperature intolerance, which means we can use heat-explosive devices for large-scale expulsion. Given the massive heat source here, we may not even need the heat explosives. Head, there's new activity. There are still people inside the Dragon Garden." "What?" Zhao Yushu was taken aback. He had considered every conceivable scenario, except for the possibility that someone would dare to emerge from the Yulong Garden at such a critical moment. This was akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves, an act of sheer folly. Instantly, Zhao Yushu peered through his binoculars, and upon that single glance, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiao Taozhua?" Zhao Wu inquired, "Who is Xiao Taozhua?" The name suggests a woman. Information about Xiao Taozhua instinctively surfaced in Zhao Yushu's mind. The daughter of the chairman of the Tiantianhou group, undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. Unlike the elderly women in their vicinity, she was youthful and vibrant, and remarkably, possessed a natural beauty that required no cosmetic enhancements. He was astonished to encounter her in person here. Wait. Why hadn't she left Tianhai City with her father? Chapter 82. The absence of chivalry. Xiao Taozhua is, in essence, quite the sloth. She typically has little inclination for breakfast. However, her father insisted that while lunch and dinner could be foregone, breakfast was non-negotiable. Consequently, the household maid would bring breakfast to Xiao Taozhua's lips, feeding her as if she were a child. Following the snowfall incident, this indulgent treatment ceased, and she was left to fend for herself in search of sustenance. Driven by hunger, she reluctantly accepted a position as a maid to Yi Fengshi. Remarkably, This decision would prove to be one of the most prudent she had ever made. Once Dongfang Yuyu entered the room, Xiao Taozhuo once again succumbed to her lazy inclinations, transforming into a quintessential otaku, foregoing breakfast once more. It was only when she implored Dongfang Yuyu to teach her the martial arts that she found herself rising early to eat. According to Dongfang Yuyu, the foundation of a day lies in the morning. One must seize the early hours for martial practice, and breakfast is essential for such endeavors. However, listening to Dongfang Yuyu expound upon martial arts principles was dreadfully tedious, resembling a class without the sound of bells, with a teacher droning on at the front. Today was a rare day off, and Dongfang Yuyu had generously granted Xiao Taozhuo a reprieve, allowing her to indulge in her desire to linger in bed. To her surprise, Dongfang Yuyu forcefully kicked open the door. Well, that was merely a tyrannical scene conjured in Xiao Taozhuo's imagination. In reality, it was Fengshi, accompanied by Dongfang Yuyu, who had traversed the space directly into her chamber, observing her as she donned her attire before they both vanished into the ether. After a hurried breakfast, they arrived at the garden entrance. Just as Xiao Taozhuo was about to inquire about their purpose for being there, she was greeted by an alarming sight, a horde of zombies, no, ice corpses, before her, leading her to question whether she was still dreaming. Rubbing her eyes, she widened her enchanting peach blossom eyes in disbelief. What on earth? Where did all these ice corpses come from? Who disturbed their lair? In the midst of her exclamations, instinctively, she positioned Fengshi and Dongfang Yuyu behind her for protection. Dongfang Yuyu turned her head, catching sight of Xiao Taozhuo's instinctive yet heart-wrenching gesture, and remarked, somewhat unsurprised, "Why are you hiding behind us?" Peeking out from behind Fengshi, Xiao Taozhuo exclaimed in shock. "With so many monsters, what else can I do? Are you expecting me, a mere novice, to confront this swarm of ice corpses head-on?" "You guessed correctly," Dongfang Yuyu replied with a smile. "What? Me?" Xiao Taozhuo pointed incredulously at herself. "Isn't that tantamount to sending me to my doom?" "Dongfang Yuyu, you mustn't be so unreasonable. I've already relinquished my position as the second in command to you. You wouldn't actually want to put me in harm's way, would you?" "Yigo, did you hear that? This woman has a heart as venomous as a serpent's. We ought to be wary of her." Xiao Taozhuo feigned a look of indignation, careful not to speak too harshly. After all, she understood the delicate balance of their relationship. Despite Dongfang Yuyu's treacherous nature, she remained Fengshi's confidant. Fengshi, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "I have heard Yuyu say that your martial talent is quite commendable, capable of grasping the foundational principles of the Kunlun school even in slumber. Now, with this uninvited horde of ice corpses at our doorstep, it presents an ideal opportunity for you to hone your skills." Xiao Taozhuo's mouth gaped into an O shape. She never anticipated that the source of her predicament lay here, her exceptional talent having drawn old Ye's attention. This resulted in her being unable to sleep in her own bed, all while battling drowsiness and confronting a horde of ice corpses. Indeed, no matter how much Dongfang Yuyu stirred up trouble, she could not act without Fengshi's consent. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, Xiao Taozhuo immediately clenched her small fists under her chin and pleaded pitifully, "Brother Yi, master, you wouldn't want me to meet an untimely end, would you?" Fengshi, hands behind his back, replied, "As long as I am here, even if you wish for death, it is impossible. Go ahead. Whether you can vanquish the ice corpses is of no consequence. Consider it a test of your courage." Xiao Taozhuo's eyelids twitched violently. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of becoming a Pokemon. Fengshi produced a Pokeball, tossed her into the air, and with a single hand pointed skyward, shouted, "Go!" "Hockey Xiao." Xiao Taozhuo quickly shook her head, snapping back to reality from her moment of fantasy, and diplomatically responded, "But I am unarmed." Dongfang Yuyu interrupted Xiao Taozhuo, presenting her own sword with a solemn expression, stating, "Your master has little left to teach you. The path ahead depends on you." "What nonsense! You have taught me nothing? You never taught me your swift movement technique or your combat chi, which indeed seems unteachable." Regardless, she decided to let it go. At this juncture, Xiao Taozhuo realized she could no longer argue. She gazed at Fengshi's back and suddenly inquired, "What about Jiang Fuxue and Shinqiyu?" Dongfang Yuyu casually replied, "They are likely still in deep slumber. They do not practice martial arts." "What about Sister Qing? Sleeping? Why ask so many questions? Do you wish for them to witness your prowess in battle?" Xiao Taozhuo, resigned, stepped out from behind Fengshi, took a deep breath, and beheld the towering ice corpse ahead, standing at 2 meters. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. May I take a moment to collect myself?" Dongfang Yuyu pondered before responding, "This ice corpse is their leader. Its strength may be rather formidable." Indeed, Taozhuo could not contend with it. Fengshi nodded slightly, recognizing the disparity between Xiao Taozhuo and the ice corpse, also identifying it as the one from the previous night. He had not anticipated that this group of ice corpses would make their way to his garden, but it was of little concern in his presence. Their fate was merely a matter of timing. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible force formed a cage, ensnaring the middle-aged ice corpse. With a roar, the ice corpse, upon seeing these three humans who neither fled nor showed fear, attempted to pounce and shred them to pieces. However, it soon realized it was unable to move, frozen in place. Observing this, Dongfeng Yuyu chuckled. See? It can no longer move. This big fellow has already been dealt with by Fengshi. The rest should be manageable for you. Fengshi suddenly remarked, yet there are still too many ice corpses. With another snap, the tension in the air thickened. He snapped his fingers once more, conjuring an invisible barrier before the horde of frozen corpses, a spatial rampart. With thoughtful consideration, he even isolated a particular female frozen corpse clad in a tattered slip dress and ruined black stockings, leaving her as Xiao Tezhua's opponent. Now, this should suffice. Fengshi nodded in satisfaction. Dongfeng Yuyu's lips twitched. This was practically spoon-feeding the opportunity to hockey towel. If even this couldn't spur her into action, well, she deserved to remain the youngest and weakest. Fengshi turned his head, arching a brow at Xiao Tezhua. Having things arranged to this extent, Xiao Tezhua felt any further refusal would border on rudeness. She studied the frozen corpse before her, a so-called beauty, though only half her face remained intact. The other half rotted away. The creature's limited intellect left it oblivious to the circumstances, but one instinct burned clear. The living must be turned to the dead. And so, it charged. Xiao Tezhua's gaze sharpened. Drawing a deep breath, her chest rose as the Kunlun heart sutra cycled within her, summoning an unyielding surge of power. For the first time, strength like this coursed through her veins, confidence flared. Gripping her blade, she timed her strike. A clean slash toward the half-beauty's neck. Did you truly think I feared you? Perish, wretch. Chapter 83, Power 11. At the moment the blade sliced through the neck of the ice corpse with the force of a breaking bamboo, Xiao Tezhua's heart was filled with astonishment. Previously, her understanding of the ice corpse was that of a grotesque and powerful creature, resurrected from the dead, capable of easily biting a person to death. Thus, she harbored a certain degree of fear. However, she now suddenly realized that this ice corpse was rather feeble, akin to one made of paper, as it was beheaded with a single strike. Or perhaps, was it that Sister Yuyu's technique was simply too formidable? If she had trained from a young age, could she possibly become the master of Fengshi? Xiao Tezhua felt that was far from the truth. After all, there was a living example before her. Dongfeng Yuyu was indeed impressive, having cultivated as a master with true energy from a young age, yet she still had her moments of vulnerability. With this thought, Xiao Tezhua ceased pondering the trivialities, for a pressing question lay before her. It appeared that the blood of the ice corpse was rather abundant. Upon the blade's descent, it gushed forth like a fountain. Witnessing the icy blue, nearly ink-like blood splatter towards her face, Xiao Tezhua's eyes widened in palpable terror. No. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield herself, yet the anticipated scene of being drenched in blood did not materialize. She observed as the blood halted just before reaching her delicate, flower-like visage, then dissipated into specks of starlight. Xiao Tezhua quickly recognized that it was Fengshi who had intervened, and she promptly turned to face him. Fengshi clapped his hands lightly, smiling. Well done. Hearing her master's praise, Xiao Tezhua flustered, tucked the blade behind her, and grinned foolishly, only to immediately regain her haughty demeanor, declaring, of course, I am a once-in-a-century genius. Such an ice corpse is beneath my notice. Very well. You have learned how to slay an ice corpse. You may now attempt to challenge the larger one. Dongfeng Yuyu interjected unexpectedly. No, I'm actually a lover of peace. My talent pales in comparison to Sister Yuyu's. This formidable boss should be left to you to defeat. Xiao Tezhua's bravado crumbled in an instant, reverting to her true nature. The notion of being a martial prodigy capable of vanquishing ice corpses was all a facade. She preferred to return to her slumber. Sleeping soundly was an eternal truth. With this in mind, Xiao Tezhua instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Fengshi and Dongfeng Yuyu. However, her actions were somewhat furtive, prompting Fengshi and the others to perceive it as a rather sneaky maneuver. Do not rush. Pressure yields motivation, and with motivation, one's strength may soar. Fengshi calmly reassured, once again leading Xiao Tezhua to confront the horde of ice corpses, even thoughtfully releasing 2 of them for her practice. You are ridiculous. Clearly, you do nothing but lounge around and play. Cough. How are you so strong? Xiao Tezhua's frustration boiled over, her thoughts escaping her lips. Yet with 2 ice corpses before her, she had no choice but to face them head-on. Puffing up her cheeks, she charged in, dodging one and striking the other. Each slash precise and lethal, complemented by the killing techniques taught by Dongfeng Yuyu. Xiao Tezhua felt an unprecedented surge of strength within her. Was it truly possible that her power had increased? Xiao Tezhua couldn't help but murmur, Could Fengshi possibly be concealing the ability of words turning into reality? Yet, she decided not to dwell on such thoughts. Upon witnessing a celestial pathway laid out before her, her demeanor shifted dramatically as she boldly proclaimed, "Brother Yi, unleash the monsters. Today, I shall ensure these ghostly entities meet their demise once more." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her tone softened, "And remember to protect me. I have no desire to become soiled." Fengshi merely responded with a single word, "All right." Immediately, the ice corpses surged forth, howling and shrieking towards Xiaotaozhua. The primal instinct within her awakened at that moment, propelling her into the throng of ice corpses with reckless abandon. The combat techniques taught to her by Dongfang Yuyu lost their structure as she wielded her blade like a street thug, striking indiscriminately at anything that displeased her. Guided solely by her whims. Those familiar with brawls understand that the most crucial aspect is to avoid crowds. Even the mightiest leader cannot withstand the onslaught of many. For a single blade can find its mark amidst the chaos. However, Xiaotaozhua felt no such trepidation, with Fengshi safeguarding her. The attacks of the ice corpses could not penetrate the protective barrier, allowing her to strike freely. Goodness, has this girl been injected with adrenaline? Is she truly this wild? Dongfang Yuyu pondered, perplexed. Is this still the timid Xiaotaozhua I once knew? How bizarre. Unbeknownst to her, the act of slaying the ice corpses had transformed in Xiaotaozhua's eyes. With each ice corpse that fell, blood splattering upon impact. She imagined she heard the chime of a game notification in her ears. Strength 1, Strength 1. How could she not feel exhilarated? Meanwhile, at the Zhao group, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, each person swallowing hard. Is this truly the Zhao family heiress? She seems quite different from the rumors. One person could not contain their curiosity. Others remained speechless, pondering who among the wealthy could single-handedly challenge a horde of ice corpses, growing ever more invigorated with each strike. Even if they all attacked at once, they would surely be laid low by now. Such feats were beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Zhao Yushu, the leader, was equally silent. He had just briefed his former students on the Zhao family heiress, only to witness her dispatch an ice corpse, and then, insatiate, pursue 2 more. Observing her fervor, Zhao Yushu initially thought she might aim for 10, yet was utterly unprepared for her to engage in a massacre mode. She sliced through them as if they were mere vegetables, as if no adversary existed. How ferocious. I cannot compete. Someone murmured, echoing the sentiments of many. How is she even accomplishing this? Are these ice corpses mere machines? Zhao Wu questioned, puzzled. Zhao Yushu replied. The most crucial aspect is that she began by facing a single ice corpse, yet the others, including one nearing the 3rd tier, remained utterly still. He dismissed Zhao Wu's suggestion of machines. Having hunted numerous ice corpses and captured live ones, he knew them to be challenging foes, while most were ruthless killing machines. Their superhuman strength had inflicted considerable casualties. Unusual occurrences often herald the presence of the extraordinary. Zhao Yushu made this determination. With a telescope in hand, his gaze settled upon the soul youth present. Zhao Yushu observed the close relationship between this young man and Xiaotaozhua, accompanied by a stunning beauty whose allure rivaled that of Xiaotaozhua. Strikingly, they were attired in casual clothing, seemingly impervious to the biting cold. At that moment, Zhao Yuwu's voice broke through, filled with indignation. Damn it, why does he have 2 exquisite beauties by his side, along with a wealthy lady, while I am surrounded by a group of burly brutes? His words dripped with jealousy, successfully capturing the attention of all around. Zhao Yuwu froze, raising his hand to clarify. I was merely jesting, ignoring the mischief of Zhao Yuwu. Zhao Yushu furrowed his brow and stated, there are 2 possibilities. Either he is a grandmaster of ancient martial arts, establishing a sect, or he is a superpowered individual who has gained fortune from adversity. I am inclined to believe the latter. Chapter 84. Once again in the Sea of Flames. A glimpse of ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts have existed since time immemorial. In the eyes of modern individuals, they may simply be perceived as a means of physical enhancement, devoid of the profound mysteries often depicted in literature and film. Only those like Zhao Yushu, who have had direct exposure, truly comprehend the remarkable prowess of ancient martial arts. Masters who cultivate genuine qi are capable of inflicting harm with a mere leaf or flower, and even evading bullets. In the past, Zhao Kai, the son of the chairman of the Zhao group, aspired to become a disciple of a master, but his poor character led to his rejection. Consequently, the endeavor fell flat. When one is spurned, what can one do? Send assassins to eliminate the individual? Such actions seldom succeed. Families that have resorted to such measures have generally fallen into decline. Zhao Yushu's suspicion that Fengshi might be an extraordinary individual stems from his extensive study of ancient martial arts. The so-called death warriors were visibly unsettled upon hearing their instructor's words. Zhao Wu, stunned, found that his inner envy had diminished significantly. Even if one were an extraordinary being, It could not possibly reach the level of a major supernatural entity. A single shot from a powerful sniper rifle or a direct hit from a thermobaric weapon should suffice to eliminate any superhuman, wouldn't you agree? If it were truly that simple, Tianhai Women's Academy would have already become our private garden, Zhao Yushu remarked coldly. The mere thought of Tianhai Women's Academy sent a jolt of pain through his kidneys. Under the coercive encouragement of Zhao Gongzi, he had once led a team to the academy, hoping to resolve certain physiological issues for his subordinates. However, before they could even enter, they encountered an extraordinary woman, Lin Fei, the president of the student council at Tianhai Women's Academy, an extraordinary being herself. In a matter of moments, the elite team Zhao Yushu had brought was utterly decimated, leaving only him to survive, albeit with injuries to his kidneys, relying on laboratory concoctions to regain his mobility. Having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of extraordinary beings, Zhao Yushu was all the more cautious. He regained his focus and continued to scrutinize the peculiar figure below through his telescope. Yet, with just one glance, his heart nearly ceased to beat. He saw the extraordinary being looking in their direction, even smiling at him. He swiftly covered the eyepiece of the telescope, crouching down with his back against the parapet, gasping for breath. The Death Warriors, perplexed by his actions, inquired, "Head, what is the matter?" "He saw me," Zhao Yushu exclaimed. "What?" The Death Warriors were taken aback. Their chosen position was 800 meters away from the frozen corpses, elevated and nearly perfect for sniping. How could they possibly be discovered? "Leave. We must leave now. We cannot look any longer. Trouble is imminent," Zhao Yushu hissed, clutching his kidneys and scrambling back the way they had come. Meanwhile, Yi Fengshi leisurely withdrew his gaze. The weight of his sight was palpable. He had already noted the position of the individuals observing the frozen corpses the moment they arrived, recognizing them as the watchers from the previous night. He paid them little heed. However, when another group appeared, his interest was piqued, and he exchanged glances with them from afar, intending to frighten them. The outcome was satisfactory. The group fled in terror. Yi Fengshi initially contemplated that if they not only refrained from fleeing but also dared to set up a sniper's position, he would teleport over to deliver them a startling surprise. "What is happening over there?" Dongfang Yu inquired, having noticed Yi Fengshi's gaze. A group of 16 individuals of unknown origin, fully equipped and clad in matching cold-weather gear, wielded not only standard handguns, but also grenades and RPGs. "Ah, foreign mercenaries?" Dongfang Yu expressed her surprise. As in her understanding, such firepower could only belong to regular troops or foreign hard guns. "They shoot TB. Judging by their faces, they're all from Longhua. Likely local ruffians," Yi Fengshi replied. Chu Qing approached, dressed in loose blue jeans and a gray tactical jacket that concealed her attractive figure. "Sister Qing? Weren't you supposed to be asleep?" Dongfang Yu blinked her beautiful eyes. Chu Qing, with her hands tucked into her pockets, leaned against Yi Fengshi's side and lazily remarked, "It was too noisy, so I came out for a look. I happened to overhear your conversation. By the way, what is this all about? Are we poking at the ice zombie's nest?" Upon seeing the valiant Xiao Taozhu, Chu Qing suddenly snapped to attention, doubting her own wakefulness. "That is her. I have no idea what has gotten into her today," Dongfang Yu shrugged. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Taozhu abruptly halted, exclaiming, "I can't go on. I can't. My arms are all numb." Leaning on her knife, she gasped for breath amidst a pile of fallen ice zombies, with more approaching. Yet none dared to come within half a meter of her. Dongfang Yu remained silent. Yi Fengshi chuckled. "I thought you would keep chopping until nightfall." Xiao Taozhu rolled her eyes. "Chop what? Just holding on like this is quite an achievement. I don't want to move anymore. Come and carry me away." Xiao Taozhu expected Yi Fengshi to beckon her back with a mere gesture, but to her surprise, he strolled through the throng of ice zombies and lifted her effortlessly. Her large, peach blossom eyes sparkled, and her delicate face flushed with color. Instinctively, she struggled, resulting in a rather forceful bump against her backside. "Be still," he admonished. Xiao Taozhu ceased her movements, silently grumbling about his excessive strength, feeling quite sore, and fearing she might have turned red. Yi Fengshi carried the hefty bundle past Dongfang Yu, who was left bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Hey, are we just leaving these ice zombies behind?" Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly felt warmth behind her. Turning around, she beheld a familiar inferno. The ice zombies silently disintegrated into ashes amidst the flames. Even the largest among them was no exception. Dongfang Yu's bewildered expression swiftly transformed into calm, a smile gracing her lips. At this moment, it mirrors that time. No longer anxious, she turned and joyously pursued Yi Fengshi. Hands clasped behind her waist, leaning closer to his face with a teasing grin. "Yi Fengshi, you are quite cool." Xiao Taozhu was perplexed. "Why say that?" Chu Qing chuckled and replied, "Because the cool guy never looks back at the explosion." "What explosion?" "You need not concern yourself with such details." Chu Qing shook her head. realizing that the more she explained to Xiao Taozhua, the more questions arose, only serving to increase her vexation. The most prudent course of action seemed to be to silence her. However, a sliver of doubt crept into Chu Qing's mind. Had they encountered an excessive number of troubles along their journey? From time to time, gigantic cockroaches and enormous rats scuttled into their midst. And not to mention the group of oblivious icy corpses right before their eyes. Indeed, they were oblivious, having been reanimated from death. Yet, Chu Qing pondered. It was always Fengshi who stepped in to resolve the issues, seemingly enabling him to remain indifferent. Chu Qing questioned herself. Both she and Dongfang Yuyu were now capable of handling matters independently, yet when faced with the myriad potential challenges, they still found themselves somewhat at a loss. She contemplated the possibility of enlisting more capable women to form a substantial team dedicated to managing these trivialities. Gazing at Fengshi's silhouette, she fell into deep thought for a moment before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Chapter 85. A crucial element of the plan. Xiao Taozhua rested her head on Fengshi's shoulder, her petite frame allowing her to gaze at the scene unfolding behind him. Although she had seen the inferno, her prolonged association with Fengshi had rendered her immune to the awe of his formidable abilities. To her, the notion of a cool guy who never glanced back at explosions was merely a matter of basic conduct. Then she noticed a mysterious smile gracing Chu Qing's face, prompting her to inquire, "Sister Qing, what are you laughing at?" "Laughing at your foolishness," Chu Qing replied candidly. Xiao Taozhua was taken aback by Chu Qing's bluntness. Momentarily stunned before retorting with indignation, "You're talking nonsense. I'm quite clever." Chu Qing offered no further response, but to Xiao Taozhua, her silence was a subtle mockery, fueling her annoyance and puffing up her cheeks. Naturally, Chu Qing harbored no intention of revealing her ambition to establish a women-led faction to alleviate Fengshi's burdens. Of course, such alleviation pertained to minor issues. For significant matters, the formidable Fengshi, as the principal figure, would need to intervene. However, this notion remained an abstract concept in her mind, and only after achieving tangible results would she consider broaching the subject with him. Chu Qing then reflected on the multitude of pivotal aspects of the plan that depended on Fengshi's prowess, feeling assured that he would understand without needing to be told. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Fuxue and Qin Qiyu approached them in their pajamas. "What has transpired? Why is Xiao Taozhua on your shoulder? Has something happened to her?" Jiang Fuxue's inquiry only added fuel to the fire. Xiao Taozhua could no longer contain herself. She leapt down and glared at the oblivious professor, exclaiming, "Who has had an accident? I could fend off 1,000,000 corpses with a single strike. If something were to happen to you, I would be just fine." Qin Qiyu interjected softly, "Taozhua, please don't be so agitated. Professor Jiang is merely concerned about you." Xiao Taozhua shot her a fierce look. "Who is agitated?" "I am not agitated at all, not in the slightest." Chu Qing quietly appeared behind Xiao Taozhua, gently resting a hand on her shoulder, smiling. "Little Taozhua, could you please be a bit more courteous to my mentor?" Xiao Taozhua turned in shock. "Who has provoked my ire? How dare you ask me to be polite?" "I, Xiao Taozhua, am now a formidable master capable of vanquishing ice corpses. How can I tolerate this?" "Of course, you can," Chu Qing replied playfully. "Good morning, Professor Jiang. Have you had breakfast yet? How have you been during your time at my home? If anything feels amiss, do let me know." Jiang Fuxue observed the seemingly warm and considerate Xiao Taozhua, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor, as if she were a different person entirely. She cast a surprised glance at Chu Qing, wondering how she had acquired such influence over the pampered heiress. "Nice pajamas," Fengshi suddenly remarked, shifting his gaze from Qin Qiyu to Jiang Fuxue. The white silk nightgown shimmered with a smooth elegance, subtly alluring. Jiang Fuxue paused, hastily covering her chest. But upon realizing there was little to conceal from Fengshi, she quickly lowered her hands, adopting a facade of cool indifference. "Thank you." If teacher Jiang cannot maintain an air of aloofness, it would be wise not to feign indifference. Her dramatic fluctuations have betrayed her essence. Fengshi silently lamented. After vanquishing the horde of ice corpses, Fengshi returned to a tranquil existence. By day, he lay amidst the flowers in the garden. By night, the sounds of the arena echoed incessantly. Each morning, he would witness Qin Qiyu offering tributes to the machine. Strangely, Xiao Taozhua, for reasons unknown, had ceased her habitual slumber and diligently practiced martial arts in the snow. This dedication lasted a full 2 days. Yet, he soon observed her once more, sprawled on her bed, clutching her dimension pillow, her sleeping posture quite ungraceful. As for how he could glimpse the scenes within Xiao Taozhua's room, one might say that within the solar force field, he could perceive all things, making it entirely normal to inadvertently catch sight of such occurrences. Chu Qing and Dongfang Yuyu, during the night, unleashed their full potential, yet by day, they ventured out together, shrouded in mystery, their intentions unclear. And then there was Jiang Fuxue, who either engaged in discussions with Qin Qiyu or convened small meetings with Chu Qing. One evening, Following a sumptuous dinner, Chu Qing halted Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi, do not depart just yet. I have matters to discuss with you. What is it? He inquired. Let us speak above, Chu Qing replied, taking Yi Fengshi's hand and teleporting them to the edge of the outdoor swimming pool. This teleportation did not indicate that Chu Qing possessed spatial abilities, but rather showcased her remarkable speed. With her current strength, she could easily be considered superhuman, yet she regarded Yi Fengshi with a sense of reverence, akin to a firefly before the sun. The swimming pool at Xiaotuo's residence, under the influence of the solar force field, remained unfrozen, exuding warmth like a hot spring. Steam billowed from the pool, and the potted plants thrived vibrantly. Yi Fengshi found himself reclined on a lounge chair, enjoying Chu Qing's shoulder massage while listening to her discourse. Initially, he presumed her mention of a matter pertained to a romantic interest, yet to his surprise, it revolved around abilities. In recent days, Chu Qing, along with Dongfang Yuyu and Zhang Fuxue, had been diligently researching how to bestow superpowers upon ordinary individuals and induce a qualitative transformation in the abilities of those already endowed. Although biologists Hu Lai and Wu Yong at base number 1 had made some progress in developing relevant genetic serums, the uncontrollable variables were numerous, and the ultimate outcome might not surpass that of naturally mutated superhumans. It would be more effective to endure the harsh cold outdoors and allow the snow to induce mutations swiftly and decisively. However, this method carried significant risks, with a high probability of resulting in ice corpses. The two approaches to acquiring superpowers starkly contrasted with Chu Qing's initial imaginings. While they might suffice for outsiders, they were decidedly unsuitable for their own kind. Thus, she resolved to foster self-reliance. An ancient adage states that 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang. Moreover, all 3 women, being exceptionally intelligent, had collaborated for a day and a half, ultimately devising a promising solution. Although they lacked any useful experimental apparatus and relied solely on brainstorming, they had Yi Fengshi. As long as they could conceive an idea for him to personally test, they would be on the path to success. Are you suggesting that you drew inspiration from the phrases, all things bear the shadow, while embracing the light? Harmonizing through the merging of energies and the interplay of yin and yang constitutes the Tao, and thus combine the extreme yin energy of your bracelet with my extreme yang energy, resulting in a substance that bestows superhuman abilities? Upon hearing Chu Qing's explanation, Yi Fengshi could not help but marvel at the breadth of their imagination. However, are you certain that this will not lead to an explosion? Yi Fengshi, with a variety of interests and having perused numerous texts, understood that the union of yin and yang gives rise to all things, yet also recognized that water and fire do not mix. Theory and practice, after all, are 2 distinct realms. One cannot simply assert that the mere convergence of yin and yang will yield harmonious outcomes. It is equally plausible that their clash could result in chaos and the cessation of all things. Nevertheless, with Chu Qing resting her weight upon Yi Fengshi's shoulder, gently pressing against his face, she softly reassured him, we have indeed contemplated such scenarios, yet I believe that with you present, no significant issues will arise. I trust that with your strength, you could effortlessly suppress any adverse factors, correct? Chapter 86, The Birth and Awakening of the Spark. If you insist on saying that, I must admit I am intrigued. Let us proceed as you suggest. With thunder rumbling ominously overhead, Yi Fengshi found himself unable to withstand such a trial, readily agreeing to it. His willingness stemmed partly from his affection for Chu Qing, as he did not wish to disappoint her expectations. Yet, he was not limited to the power of the sun alone, for he also possessed the force of space. Should calamity truly strike, and chaos erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, he could always play the part of an eternal protector, utilizing spatial techniques to evade the impending blast before the energy sphere detonated. Moreover, Chu Qing's imaginative ideas provided Yi Fengshi with fresh perspectives. He had been contemplating the concept of the flame emblem, a capability that could be deemed all-encompassing, though he had yet to grasp its essence. Nevertheless, this pondering had led to the emergence of the unique ability known as the spark, enriching his understanding of how to harness solar energy. At this moment, Yi Fengshi reflected that one of the pivotal reasons for the failure of the flame emblem was that the solar power represented the ultimate form of fire, a force not easily borne by any individual. The extreme yin power contained within Chu Qing's bracelet adhered to a similar principle. Only under the duress of his extreme yang power, combined with Chu Qing's exceptional nature, could it be worn. If these 2 forces could be ingeniously intertwined, might they achieve what both he and Chu Qing desired? Yi Fengshi was uncertain. Until now, he had only employed his extreme yang power to suppress the chilling essence of the mysterious bracelet, never contemplating their potential fusion. If one were to argue, it was perhaps an inadvertent catalyst for this harmony, resulting in Chu Qing's remarkable advancement in strength. The more Yi Fengshi contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Without delay, he decided to act. However, Chu Qing halted him, advising him to remain patient and summon the others to witness this experiment collectively. Indeed, it was prudent of her to consider such details. Yi Fengshi extended his fingers, using a spatial vortex to transport the remaining individuals to their location. Xiao Taozhuo was in the midst of consulting Dongfang Yuyu about private matters when, in the blink of an eye, she found herself here. Upon noticing that the others had also been brought by Yi Fengshi, she murmured, "Is he finally going to take action with all of us?" Chen Qiyu, steam rising from her head, queried, "Is it possible that Brother Yi is planning to host a pool party or perhaps a hot spring gathering?" Only Dongfang Yuyu and Jiang Fuxue, the two participants, discerned the truth. Hearing the audacious remarks from the two women, Dongfang Yuyu's lips twitched. "You are mistaken. There are no lecherous individuals here, nor is there a pool party, only a grand experiment." Upon hearing the term experiment, Chen Qiyu's ears perked up. An experiment? A grand one? Indeed, Xiao Taozhuo interjected suddenly, uncertain of the unfolding events yet instinctively covering one eye, pointing a finger at Yi Fengshi. This was the moment to witness a miracle. Chen Qiyu stealthily pinched Xiao Taozhuo's backside, startled by her sudden outburst. At this juncture, Chu Qing spoke, "Regardless of whether the experiment succeeds or not, it will undoubtedly be a marvel." Xiao Taozhuo's head drooped, and she suddenly appeared listless. "Yawn. I suggest we skip the miracles and just get to work, shall we?" To her surprise, no sooner had she spoken than a dazzling light burst forth, nearly blinding her titanium alloy eyes. Instantly revitalized, Xiao Taozhuo widened her eyes in astonishment, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at Yi Fengshi. "Yi Fengshi, could you at least give us a heads up before you unleash a flashbang next time?" Before her, a radiant orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, floated serenely at the tips of Yi Fengshi's fingers. "Is that the fire seed?" Jiang Fushue's pupils constricted. She was all too familiar with this phenomenon, having once lost her ideal due to Yi Fengshi retracting the explosive fire seed. It had previously unleashed a brilliantly resplendent golden flame, annihilating the onslaught of spider creatures and saving the entire base. At that moment, it was just as it was now, the difference being that the fire seed had shifted from Yi Fengshi's palm to his fingertips. Jiang Fuxue incredulously turned to the already sunglass-clad Chu Qing. "Is this what you referred to as the power of extreme sunlight? When did you don those shades?" A little warning would have been appreciated. Apologetically, Chu Qing smiled, but inwardly understood, as did Yi Fengshi, he would never intentionally dazzle their eyes. The power of extreme sunlight is nothing but the sun's force, encapsulated within this diminutive fire seed. A mere fire seed? Do you have any idea that if it were to explode, the entire Tianhai city would submerge, transforming into an ocean? Jiang Fuxue sighed in exasperation. Yet, she was acutely aware of what was about to transpire, and her heart raced with fervor. Fixated on that fire seed, would it succeed? Yi Fengshi selectively ignored their gazes, directing his attention to Chu Qing. "Let us proceed." Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Fuxue and the others, Chu Qing rolled up her sleeve, revealing her flawless, snow-white arm adorned with a similarly immaculate azure bracelet. The wrist bearing the bracelet approached the fire seed at Yi Fengshi's fingertips. Under Chu Qing's guidance, wisps of extreme cold emanated from the bracelet, drifting towards the fire seed. The chilling essence coiled around the fire seed, resisting immediate dissolution, yet struggling to merge. Chu Qing shook her head slightly. Indeed, the balance of all creation is not as simple as it seems. Yi Fengshi did not find it alarming. After all, it is the power of miracles. One cannot simply extinguish fire with cold water. "What on earth are you two doing?" Xiao Taozhuo inquired, utterly perplexed by their actions. "Is this what you call a miracle? I feel as though I could do that too." Dongfang Yuyu first urged Xiao Taozhuo to be quiet and observe, then suggested to Chu Qing, "Why not increase the dosage?" "That's a valid point." Chu Qing clenched her fist, and a surge of extreme cold energy burst forth from the bracelet, indeed merging into the fire seed. "Ah, it's merging!" Jiang Fuxue exclaimed, even more excited than Chu Qing. "Wait, something feels off." Only Yi Fengshi sensed that although the yin and yang were merging, instability began to brew within. The group of women soon observed that the ember, which initially seemed tranquil, began to pulsate at Yi Fengshi's fingertips. "Is this your doing?" Chu Qing inquired. "No. It moves of its own accord. It's bad. It's going to explode." Yi Fengshi sensed the ember, now liberated from control after the fusion of yin and yang, thrashing violently and emanating a dazzling radiance. With a mere thought, he distorted the space within his palm, dark fissures spreading from the void to form a vortex. He then grasped the impending explosion of the ember, enclosing it within his hand, and as he closed his fingers, the ember vanished without a trace. While the women were still bewildered about the ember's whereabouts, a thunderous sound resonated from afar. as they felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fengshi's gaze transformed peculiarly. "I understand what is happening," he declared. "What is it?" Chu Qing urgently pressed for answers, eager to comprehend the source of the peril. The recent moment had been exceedingly dangerous. Had it not been for Yi Fengshi's timely intervention, there was no doubt he could have safeguarded their lives. In this regard, Chu Qing possessed unwavering trust in Yi Fengshi, not just in that instance, but in all matters. Instead of responding immediately, Yi Fengshi conjured another ember, suspended in his left palm. The ember was infused with an essence of extreme yin and coldness drawn from Chu Qing's bracelet. With his right hand, he carefully introduced this frigid aura into the ember. This time, the ember did not thrash violently or erupt in brilliant light. Rather, it dimmed slightly, shifting from a bright white to a dark red, blossoming outward in layers akin to a lotus flower. It seemed to be reborn. As the ember unfurled, a vibrant aura of life and flourishing vitality spread throughout. In this second experiment, Yi Fengshi refrained from transforming into the eternal maiden. A slight smile graced his lips. It worked. The ember has awakened. Chapter 87. Within the strong. There are stronger. Lemons are more sour than lemons. A lotus flower floated above the palm of Yi Fengshi, its dark red petals continuously cascading into the void. Yet the number of petals remained unchanged. For every petal that fell, a new one emerged, a wondrous cycle of existence. Chu Qing and Dongfang Yuyu witnessed the concept of existence and non-existence manifest so vividly for the first time. They were uncertain about the underlying occurrences. But even Xiao Taozhua sensed that this time, Yi Fengshi had succeeded, although she did not comprehend what Yi Fengshi referred to as the spark of awakening. Her intuition assured her that it was indeed something remarkable. The spark of awakening? Chu Qing glanced at Yi Fengshi, initially puzzled, but soon realized its purpose was to grant supernatural abilities, affirming that awakening was undoubtedly appropriate. Was there a problem? No. I have one. Xiao Taozhua volunteered, stepping forward. I think this should be called Fire Lotus as it better reflects its appearance, or Red Lotus would suffice. With Xiao Taozhua taking the lead, Jiang Fuxue stroked her snowy chin and suggested, "How about calling it Little Sun?" Yi Fengshi looked at her in surprise, her expression somewhat peculiar. The others also turned to Jiang Fuxue, but their thoughts diverged from Yi Fengshi's. "No, Professor Jiang, how do you see it as a little sun? It clearly resembles a lotus," Xiao Taozhua remarked. Chu Qing chuckled. "Xiao Taozhua, do you think you can decide for Yi Fengshi?" Xiao Taozhua pouted. "Then let us call it the spark of awakening. By the way, what is this thing for? It looks rather delicious. Can it be eaten?" Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow and teased. "You can eat it. Do you want to give it a try?" "No," Xiao Taozhua quickly declined. She was merely jesting, having just witnessed the creation of the Red Lotus firsthand. There was also a failed specimen whose explosion resembled the detonation of a nuclear bomb. What if consuming it led to an explosion in her stomach? That would be disastrous. Shall we first test the spark of awakening and see what enhancements it brings? Yi Fengshi offered the spark to Chu Qing. Chu Qing accepted it, cradling it in her palm for observation, contemplating the power it contained. Dongfang Yuyu leaned closer, nudging Chu Qing's arm, her eyes wide with excitement. Did our hypothesis truly succeed? You'll know if you try it, Chu Qing replied. But the spark of awakening is of little use to me. You understand the principles behind it, as I deduced it based on my own circumstances. Chu Qing's words left Dongfang Yuyu speechless. The truth was, Chu Qing's formidable strength stemmed from this very principle, yet it was frustrating to realize. "Give me the spark of awakening," Xiao Taozhua declared, undeterred by the risks. "I dare to do what Xiao Taozhua wanted. I dare to consume what she wouldn't." Xiao Taozhua. Seeing the exquisite red lotus in Dongfang Yuyu's hand, Xiao Taozhua felt an unsettling familiarity that stirred unwelcome memories. Could it be that I am about to miss the opportunity yet again? Ah, that is not for consumption. As Dongfang Yuyu impulsively stuffed the awakening fire seed into her mouth, Yi Fengshi, both amused and exasperated, snatched it back. "How did you even conceive of consuming it? It is not some celestial treasure. Do you not fear harming yourself?" "Because I believe in you," Dongfang Yuyu replied innocently. "If it is not for eating, then how else would it be utilized?" Yi Fengshi cast a sidelong glance at the awakening fire seed and promptly pushed it towards Dongfang Yuyu. In an instant, the awakening fire seed vanished into the void. Immediately, a colossal flame lotus materialized beneath Dongfang Yuyu's feet. As the lotus blossomed, she felt a certain power within her being awakened, her true energy multiplying exponentially and undergoing a qualitative transformation. True energy surged forth from within her, forming a tangible barrier around her. Behind her, the hair tie binding her high ponytail suddenly disintegrated, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade downward, soaring upward like a tempest. Dongfang Yuyu was utterly astonished, clenching her fist. "Is this the power of the awakening fire seed? It is truly formidable." She could not help but exclaim, "Oh, the strength is surging. I feel ignited." Xiao Taoju's mouth fell open in disbelief as she asked, Sister Yu, how have you transformed into a super scion? Wait, she mentioned her strength is increasing? Does that mean Fengshi is not dealing with some hazardous substance but rather researching treasures that enhance power? Realizing this, Xiao Taoju felt a pang of jealousy akin to biting into two lemons. Why must all the benefits go to Sister Yu? How infuriating. Haha, a super scion, you say? How intriguing. I hereby declare that I, Dongfang Yu, am the first super scion on Blue Star. As a devoted gamer, Dongfang Yu could undoubtedly resonate with Xiao Taoju. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taoju felt even more envious, as if she had consumed a couple of lemons. She had thought that the strength gained from defeating the ice corpse would at least elevate her beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Yet now, she was being told that Dongfang Yu had transformed into a super scion. However, the explosive manifestation of Dongfang Yu's true energy did not last long. The tangible energy enveloping her suddenly dissipated. Why has it returned? Dongfang Yu turned to find Chu Qing standing behind her, seemingly having appeared there without her notice. She gazed at the delicate hand resting on her shoulder and understood everything. The fervor within Dongfang Yu cooled instantly as she remembered the presence of an extraordinary individual beside her. Well, perhaps being a super scion is not all that impressive after all. Dongfang Yu, feeling somewhat sour, joined in the lament. How much benefit had Chu Qing derived from Fengshi, leaving her feeling like a firefly next to the bright moon? Not bad, Chu Qing remarked with a smile. Releasing her grip, Dongfang Yu felt a surge of indignation and transformed back into her super scion form. You flatter me. It seems you are still the more skilled one. Sister Qing, Dongfang Yu replied awkwardly, dispersing her true energy to revert to her normal appearance. On the other side, Fengshi, having successfully created the awakening fire seed, fell into contemplation. The awakening fire seed, as the name suggests, can awaken supernatural powers in individuals. It possesses the remarkable ability to transform ordinary individuals into extraordinary beings, and likewise, to elevate the extraordinary into the realm of the magnificent. Dongfang Yu exemplifies this phenomenon, although not as exceptional as Chu Qing. It is noteworthy that Chu Qing experiences a near-constant awakening, rendering any comparison rather futile. Crucially, Fengshi has discerned that the energy expended in creating the spark of awakening is extraordinarily immense, far surpassing the power of nuclear weapons. After all, nuclear bombs can at most devastate a city, yet they do not possess the capacity for total annihilation. In contrast, his spark can indeed reduce an entire city to ruins. However, in relation to the small sun residing in his mind, the energy required is virtually negligible, an astonishing testament to its might. Ever since he learned to harness the power of the small sun, Fengshi has yet to perceive any semblance of an endpoint. He shook his head, pondering the futility of excessive contemplation. Regardless of whether we are in an ice age, the solution is simply to remain at ease. Suddenly, he sensed three eager gazes upon him and, with a gentle smile, reassured them. Rest assured, I shall not show favoritism. Chapter 88. The Sunflower Garden. Having experienced a successful venture, Fengshi felt no fatigue from the consumption of the awakening fire seeds. In a mere blink, he again crafted 3 awakening fire seeds with his hands. 3 dark red lotuses quietly floated upon his palm, embodying the coexistence of withering petals and fresh blooms. Containing the universe within, the interplay of existence and non-existence unfolded. Fengshi methodically directed the 3 awakening fire seeds towards the 3 women, Xiao Taoju, Jiang Fuxue, and Chen Qiyu. To Fengshi, anyone standing here was akin to kin. Thus, it was only natural to bestow such treasures upon them. Ah, do I also possess one? Chen Qiyu exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth as she beheld the blooming lotus beneath her feet. She had assumed that such legendary artifacts were exclusive to Yi Ji's women, never anticipating. In other words, did this mean she was now considered one of Yi Ji's women as well? Chen Qiyu did not immediately seek to comprehend her newfound power, her thoughts meandering into uncharted territories. However, steam genuinely began to rise from her head. Was this the essence of supernatural power? Indeed, it was formidable and utterly captivating. Jiang Fuxue savored the leap of life, a sense of wonder bubbling within her. Yet, she opened her palm in silence, revealing a black energy orb. Oh, Sister Shui has awakened dark energy. Splendid indeed, Fengshi remarked, noting the energy orb. Jiang Fuxue's eyes twitched. After delving into controllable nuclear fusion and engaging with the pinnacle of light for so long, she had ultimately awakened dark energy. However, possessing superpowers was a blessing in itself. What more could she desire? Besides, dark energy was not lacking in merit. Jiang Fuxue quickly regained her composure and exchanged glances with Fengshi, saying with a smile, "Thank you. I shall repay you." Fengshi remained non-committal, even without her words. He would seek recompense, for there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Wait, when did my thoughts begin to lean in that direction? Never mind. A man's true nature. Master, you're impressive. Chuqing quietly appeared behind Jiang Fushiwei, placing a hand on her shoulder with a grin. Upon witnessing the vanished dark energy orb, Jiang Fushiwei sighed. You, Haji Qing, I have just awakened my ability, and you are already asserting your dominance over me. I didn't say that. I merely wished for you not to become conceited, Chu Qing replied, her gaze shifting to a certain excessively inflated Xiao woman. Haji Xiao, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. Haha, it's finally my turn. Unparalleled power. I shall punch Chu Qing and kick Dongfang Yuyu. Suddenly, she felt a chill behind her. Turning around, she found Chu Qing and Dongfang Yuyu standing there, arms crossed, grinning at her. Haha, sisters, you know me. I am not one to be ungrateful or arrogant. Xiao Taozhua hastily lowered her hands, a bit flustered. Dongfang Yuyu inquired curiously. Didn't you learn Qi martial arts from me? Where are your super scion effects? Xiao Taozhua was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I have trained in martial arts with Sister Yuyu, and I was on the verge of cultivating true energy. After awakening, shouldn't I be able to transform into a super scion like her? Where's my true energy? What has become of my super scion abilities? Brother Yi, you wouldn't have given me a false awakening seed, would you? Before Xiao Taozhua could finish her sentence, she received a sharp smack from Xuqing. A light bulb seemed to illuminate above her head, as wisdom suddenly claimed the high ground. I remember now. I believe I had already awakened a certain ability. Xiao Taozhua felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. Because it was too sour, she instinctively wanted to tease Yi Fengshi. Oh, what ability is that? Dongfang Yuyu inquired curiously. In truth, she had noticed some clues a few days prior while battling a horde of ice corpses, but with the recent gaming and discussions with Xuqing about significant matters, it had slipped her mind. It seems that killing monsters makes one stronger. Do you think this is merely a game? But that is precisely how it feels to me. When I defeated the ice corpses, my strength, speed, and endurance all improved. But why do you say you're tired? Your spirit hasn't strengthened. And what about now? It has strengthened. Yet why do I feel your spirit hasn't improved at all? It has. The birth of the awakening seed and the awakening of the women's abilities did not significantly impact Yi Fengshi's life. After all, what he observed was that they remained largely unchanged in personality, still playful and reserved as ever, just with an added aspect of sparring. From time to time, they would compete in the Yulong Garden to see whose abilities were superior. However, aside from Xuqing, who stood head and shoulders above the rest, the others were relatively on par. If one were to speak of strength, Dongfang Yuyu might be slightly stronger, securing the second position, as she was also a participant and regular guest in the arena competitions. The duality of yin and yang defines the path. It is impossible not to grow stronger. The only issue is that they all resemble super scions, possessing formidable strength. While their clashes may not shatter the blue star, they could certainly devastate the Yulong Garden. Thus, Yi Fengshi served as the referee. With his watchful eyes, they could hardly stir up any significant commotion. After a routine match, Xuqing summoned everyone into a room. Sister Qing, you called us all over and made it sound so mysterious. Are you planning to let us take turns giving Brother Yi a workout? Xiao Taozhua wore a mischievous grin. Hee, Xiao Taozhua, I doubt you have the right to say that. Dongfang Yuyu leaned against the exquisite rosewood table, tilting her head with a playful tone. How do I not have the right? I wonder who it is that constantly complains about being afraid of pain, yet has zero practical experience. All right, I didn't call you here to argue. Xuqing turned around and cast a sweeping glance. Xiao Taozhua immediately quieted down. Dongfang Yuyu and Jiang Fushiwei, however, maintained calm expressions, vaguely guessing Xuqing's intentions. Chu Qing, direct and straightforward, stated, after these 2 days of training, you have attained a certain level of mastery over your own abilities and can generally handle various external dangers independently. Therefore, my plan can officially commence. I intend to establish a clandestine organization exclusively composed of women. While the number may not be substantial, our current group of 5 is insufficient. Hence, we must seek out and recruit additional talents from the outside. Is there anything you wish to inquire about? Sister Qing, what is the purpose of your actions? For now, it is to ensure that Yi Fengshi enjoys a better life. He cannot be expected to handle every little matter, though he does not mind. I, however, have some reservations. I understand, Sister Qing. You aspire to take charge. Get lost. Do you dare to challenge me to let your master deal with you personally? Oof, I have no master. Xiao Taozhua, you are merely deceiving yourself. You cannot fool me, Chu Qing teased with a smirk. Jiang Fushiwei had no objections. Having been searching for an opportunity to repay a debt, but regrettably, no suitable chances had arisen since they had mostly been together. She hesitated before asking. Have you thought of a name? It cannot simply be called secret organization, can it? Good question, Chu Qing replied, pointing. Let us call it Sunflower Garden. What do you think? In an instant. The others associated the name with various connotations, their cheeks flushing slightly, yet they all expressed their agreement. Excellent, Chu Qing smiled gently, since that is settled. It shall be known as Sunflower Garden. By the way, let me announce a potential mission that may arise. What mission? Dongfang Yuyu and the others were astonished. A mission right after establishment? It couldn't possibly be related to Fengshi. Building a vast organization from scratch is a formidable task. Yet taking control of an existing one is relatively simple. Dongfang Yuyu quickly realized. Tianhai Women's Academy? Chapter 89, The Peach Blossoms Flourish. Radiant in their bloom, what is Tianhai Women's Academy? Upon hearing Dongfang Yuyu's inquiry, the other three women echoed her confusion in unison. Chen Shiyu's gaze settled on Chu Qing's enchanting visage, her surprise evident. As she had learned about this academy through the wireless radio and had relayed the information to Chu Qing, it was no wonder that Chu Qing had asked her to gather various news from the broadcasts. Initially, Chen Shiyu assumed Chu Qing's intent was merely to satiate her curiosity about the outside world. Little did she know that Chu Qing had already been preparing for the future. Truly, Sister Qing was admirable. Jiang Fuxuan nodded thoughtfully, recalling why she had taken a liking to Chu Qing in the first place. Besides her striking beauty and figure, Chu Qing possessed an exceptional talent for navigating social intricacies. With Chu Qing by her side, many concerns became trivial, allowing Jiang Fuxue to focus solely on her research. Although there were similar candidates within the academy and her family, she trusted her own judgment above all. The reality confirmed her belief as she observed the spirited Chu Qing, her own lips curving into a smile. What kind of place is Tianhai Women's Academy? How come I've never heard of it? Is it just filled with female university students? Xiao Taozhu blinked her peach blossom eyes, speaking candidly. Chu Qing had her own strategy for managing Xiao Taozhu. There was no need for her to know too much. She merely had to follow orders. Understood. Jiang Fuxue adjusted her white-framed glasses. What do you propose for the takeover? Should we confront them directly and assertively, or... Oh, we are a legitimate organization. We cannot resort to coercive tactics. They should join us willingly. Chu Qing waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Sister Xue, you will conduct an on-site investigation tomorrow. The rest of you should remain on standby. The information circulating online is rife with inaccuracies and marked by significant delays. Although Tianhai Women's Academy has broadcasted a recruitment message for female survivors, it is difficult to ascertain if the institution is genuinely comprised solely of women. It is possible that a group of insurgents has infiltrated and spread false information to deceive survivors. The truth will only be revealed upon investigation. Ideally, it would be best if they are indeed genuine, and even better if they are compliant. If not, we shall treat it as a valuable combat experience. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Qing's eyes. Sister Qing, have you mentioned the establishment of the Sunflower Garden to Brother Yi? No, I intend to surprise him. However, if suddenly there are so many women involved, he might be quite startled. Nonetheless, he will support me regardless. Sister Qing, you may be somewhat naive about this. Keep talking, and I shall flatten you. Xiao Tezhu, fearful of being truly flattened, shrank closer to Dongfang Yuyu, who secretly gave her a thumbs up. Among them, only Haki Tao dared to suggest that Chu Qing was being naive. However, they all recognized the truth in Chu Qing's words. Yi Fengshi would indeed support her unconditionally. Chu Qing remarked calmly, that is all for now. Let us disperse and return to our respective tasks. What else is there to do? Xiao Taozhu walked down the corridor, contemplating her capabilities. Striding with an indifference reminiscent of a stranger, she had covertly learned this manner of walking from Dongfang Yuyu. It possessed a certain charm. Observing Yuyu's graceful arm movements and alluring sways, she suspected that this very gait had ensnared Yu Fengshi's affections. However, upon attempting it herself, she discovered that this style of walking was rather exhilarating. To onlookers, her approach seemed utterly aloof, yet after experiencing it firsthand, she felt a sense of boundless freedom. In contrast to others, she, the genuine mistress of the villa, found herself devoid of pressing engagements. Chen Qiyu busied herself with machinery, while Dongfang Yuyu oscillated between gaming and culinary endeavors, occasionally indulging in mischief. Chu Qing, too, had taken to studying with Yi Fengshi, only recently recalling her responsibilities by cultivating a sunflower garden. The name, frankly, was quite fitting, encapsulating the essence of their existence as delicate blooms sheltered by the sun. Meanwhile, she remained an untouched blossom, while another newcomer eyed the sunlight with envy. Xiao Taozhu recalled Jiang Fuxue's gaze upon Yi Fengshi, her large, glistening eyes almost brimming with tears. This thought made Xiao Taozhu's cheeks puff up in indignation. Having already been usurped by Dongfang Yuyu for the second position, her ire had simmered down, only to be reignited by the prospect of someone coveting the third seat. Deep down, she could begrudgingly accept the third place, but the notion of a fourth, let alone the youngest, was utterly intolerable. No, I can no longer endure this. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, prompting her to flee back to her room and soak in the bath. Afterward, she selected an enigmatic outfit from her wardrobe and dashed out with remarkable speed. Mere moments later, she returned just as swiftly. Meanwhile, Yifo was idly passing the time, typically engaging in competitions with Chu Qing and Yuyu or playing games with Yuyu. The gaming console at Xiaotao's residence was worth millions, capable of accommodating multiple players, yet was currently limited to single-player games due to the absence of internet connectivity. After dinner, Yifo noticed Chu Qing ushering someone into a small room for a meeting, piquing his curiosity, though he had no penchant for eavesdropping. He slipped away to the outdoor swimming pool, which he had whimsically transformed into an open-air hot spring at Chu Qing's request. Although it was labeled as outdoor, it was, in reality, a one-way affair. Yifo had subtly altered the space, allowing visibility from within the solar energy field to the outside, while concealing activities inside from external view. Despite the unusual snowy weather that could ground most aircraft, it was merely a precaution. After all, the hot spring offered more than just bathing. Having just enjoyed a soak, Yifo descended and, as he passed Xiaotao's room, noticed the door ajar. Instinctively, he glanced inside, only to be abruptly pulled in by the suddenly emerging Xiaotao. Well, he had acquiesced willingly. However, upon taking in Xiaotao's attire, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaotao, what is the meaning of this ensemble? A shirt as delicate as a cicada's wing, paired with a sleek black miniskirt. Upon her fair, slender thighs, black lace ribbons adorned each leg. What difference does it make whether one is dressed or not? Indeed, being clad is far superior to being bare. What do I mean? Xiaotao raised her hands and twirled, the hem of her skirt swirling in graceful motion. Can you not perceive it yet? Yifo suddenly noticed the gloves adorning her hands, black, vintage Lolita style, intricately laced. In the blink of an eye, those hands had found their way to his shoulders. Xiaotao leaned in closer, her peach blossom eyes shimmering, her cheeks puffed as she declared, I possess superpowers now. My physical prowess is exceptional, and I fear no pain. Yifo instinctively wrapped his arms around her, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. If you do not believe, then come and test it. I must verify this thoroughly. I await your challenge, my master. How could this possibly hurt so much? I refuse to believe it. This must be a trick. Once more. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Chapter 90, Overtaking on a Curve, Encountering the Next Day. As the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang Fuxue awoke from her slumber, yawning as she sought out Chu Qing. When are we departing? We did not set a time yesterday. It was merely an on-site investigation, not an urgent matter. Take your time with breakfast, there's no rush. Chu Qing, seated comfortably on the sofa with a cup of milk tea, sipped leisurely, feeling somewhat more alert. Jiang Fuxue inquired curiously, Oh, where did this milk tea come from? I made it myself. Chu Qing's words were abruptly cut short, as Jiang Fuxue swiped the cup, taking a hefty sip. Half of it vanished instantly. This is quite delightful, made with genuine ingredients. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. Well, if you enjoy it, you may finish it, Chu Qing said nonchalantly, not the least bit offended. By the way, I forgot to mention something to you, Sister Shui. What is it? Jiang Fuxue, undeterred by her earlier rudeness, downed the rest of the tea. Last night, Xiaotao broke through her limits and took that step forward. This means, Sister Shui, you are a bit late. Jiang Fuxue paused, a surge of dark energy emanating from her, obliterating the now empty cup, as she forced a smile. Oh, then I must congratulate her. Does this mean I should start calling her sister? Not necessarily. We are all on the same side, so formalities are unnecessary. You are older than her, so she should address you as such, just as I do. Are you implying that I am old? No, no. Minter, you are merely in your 20s. How could that be considered old? You are mature. I'm done eating. Let's leave. Jiang Fushue's expression was stone cold, her irritation palpable. Ever since learning that Xiaotao had lost to Dongfang Yuyu out of fear of pain, Qin Xiu, a shy girl, felt assured of her victory. She had relaxed, believing that as long as she stayed ahead of Xiaotao, all would be well. Now she was confronted with the shocking news that Xiaotao had overtaken her, and she was the one being overtaken. I don't want to play anymore. This is impossible. However, Jiang Fuxue, being a few years older than Xiaotao, quickly adjusted her mindset, not dwelling in regret. Chu Qing, though surprised, recognized the logic behind the situation and refrained from further teasing, instead urging Jiang Fuxue to dress appropriately. Before long, the two women donned heavy winter gear, military-grade attire Jiang Fuxue had brought from Base 1, complete with a full-coverage helmet that allowed for unobstructed breathing. The importance of warmth was secondary. With their capabilities, they could easily withstand the bitter cold outside. For Chu Qing, the icy terrain was akin to her natural habitat. What mattered most was concealing their figures and appearances to ensure their stealth. Do you know the way? Yes, I have studied the satellite map of Tianhai City. Then lead the way. Jiang Fuxue felt no apprehension about getting lost, reassured by Chu Qing's impeccable memory, a fundamental trait of a genius. Jiang Fuxue herself possessed an eidetic memory. However, half an hour later, did you not mention having seen the map? Jiang Fuxue halted, gazing at the familiar landmarks, fully aware that Chu Qing had led her in circles, returning them to their starting point. Ahem. Bear in mind that maps and actual road conditions are two entirely different matters. On a snowy day like this, the surrounding buildings are shrouded in ice and snow, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. It is entirely normal to stray off course. Chu Qing remained unfazed, spinning in place to ascertain her position on the map. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and with a swift motion, the frost covering a nearby building melted away, revealing its original form. Ah, Times Square. I remember there being numerous shops inside. Should we venture in to see what supplies remained? Chu Qing murmured, only to shake her head shortly after. Never mind. I shall leave the task of moving items to Yi Fengshi. He is the expert in that regard. Jiang Fuxue interjected, but isn't Yi Fengshi a refrigeration specialist? How does that align? Chu Qing replied, space. I refer to his spatial abilities, which are unparalleled for transporting goods. Oh, I see. After determining the correct direction, Chu Qing continued onward. However, she had not traveled far when she heard a commotion, stopping in her tracks. Her gaze pierced through the swirling snow to a scene approximately 200 meters away. A group was encircled by another. From their dialogue, Chu Qing discerned that the surrounded girls were from the Tianhai Women's Academy, dispatched to forage for supplies. The opposing group comprised a nearby small survivor organization that, upon spotting the women, sought to take advantage of the opportunity for both resources and captives. Are you considering rescuing them? Jiang Fuxue inquired, recognizing her own formidable strength and grasping the situation's essence, while also surmising Chu Qing's intentions. Let us first assess the circumstances. Both sides have ventured out in such extreme cold and amidst lurking monsters, suggesting they are not to be underestimated. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to investigate further. As she spoke, Chu Qing tore a steel pipe from the roadside railing with her bare hands. Jiang Fuxue mimicked her, wielding a steel pipe of her own. The two factions commenced their fierce clash. The girls from Tianhai Women's Academy were mere civilians, all young women. Despite their training and armed status, they could not compete against a band of ruthless men, hardened by survival. In mere moments, several fell to the ground, incapacitated. Zhang Mei, the leader, seethed with fury at the sight, wishing nothing more than to dismantle the opposing group piece by piece. She could not comprehend why. In this apocalyptic world where all were survivors, these individuals sought to torment them. Not only did they aim to seize the hard-earned supplies, but they also sought to claim their very lives. However, reality offered Zhang Mei no time to ponder. An overwhelming blow struck her arm, sending her weapon flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, and witnessing her comrades fall one after another plunged her into despair. At that moment, Zhang Mei's eyes widened in shock. She beheld two strangely attired figures emerging from the shadows, wielding steel pipes. In a matter of less than 30 seconds, they had dispatched the entire gang of robbers. What? Zhang Mei's mind faltered. Before her stood two extraordinary individuals, reminiscent of their student council president, Lin Fei. Lin Fei had once safeguarded their entire women's academy from the predatory gazes of wolves and tigers. Zhang Mei was lifted by one of them and quickly bowed in gratitude, asking, "Thank you. May I inquire who you are?" Chu Qing, former president of the student council at Biluo University. We heard on the broadcast that your academy was recruiting, so we decided to take a look. Little did we expect to encounter this situation. Chu Qing succinctly explained their purpose. Oh, I see. Zhang Mei nodded repeatedly, her mind swirling with questions, yet aware that it was not the time to linger. I will guide you back to the academy. Chu Qing and Jiang Fuxue exchanged a smile, realizing their endeavor had required little effort. It is worth noting that they had concealed the majority of their strength. Otherwise, Jiang Fuxue alone could have annihilated their adversaries. They refrained from using their awakened abilities, fearing it might alarm the students of Tianhai Women's Academy. At that very moment, Yi Fengshi awoke from a room imbued with a whimsical aura, wiping away the remnants of sleep from the corners of his eyes and pinching his cheeks. Enough of this commotion. I am utterly exhausted. Yi Fengshi chuckled softly, stretching lazily and dressing himself, a rare occurrence, under the watchful gaze of Dongfang Yuyu. He enjoyed the breakfast she had prepared as she gently dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Where have Chuqing and Jiang Fushiwei gone? He inquired. They mentioned something about going out for fun, but I am not entirely certain, Dongfang Yuyu replied, her seasoned acting skills allowing her to lie without a flicker of hesitation. Ah, is Hockey Tao sweet? He queried. I cannot say for sure. You should ask her yourself. Perfectly timed, after finishing his meal, he decided to take a stroll, hoping to chance upon them. As Yi Fengshi spoke, a swirling vortex of space appeared behind him, enveloping him and rendering him invisible in an instant. Chapter 91. Bamboo Grove in the Snow. How rude. You went out to play without me, Dongfang Yuyu remarked, observing the distorted space gradually restoring itself. Yet, the truth of her thoughts remained known only to her. She had initially intended to watch Yi Fengshi finish the breakfast she had prepared before indulging in some gaming. With the onset of a new week, it was time to engage in the weekly grind. Heaven knows why a single-player game would incorporate weekly tasks. Is it just you? Dongfang Yuyu heard a familiar voice and looked up. Standing at the kitchen doorway was Xiao Taozhua, the host of the arena competition from the previous night. Dressed in an adorably loose pink nightgown, it slipped slightly, revealing her smooth, pale shoulder. With sleepy eyes, Xiao Taozhua sat down in front of Dongfang Yuyu, her hair tousled. Her youthful innocence replaced by a captivating allure unique to a mature woman. Dongfang Yuyu couldn't help but steal a few glances, a playful smile creeping onto her lips. Oh, isn't this our dear Xiao Taozhua, who fears pain the most? What a surprise, you've suddenly become enlightened and taken the plunge. And you even brought Yi Fengshi into your room. How does it feel? With a deftness that belied her previous demeanor, Xiao Taozhua responded, it was all forced upon me. If I hadn't taken the initiative, I would have ended up as the fourth or even the youngest. Back at Biluo University, I had intended to try it once I returned home. Yet, comfort breeds laziness, which allowed you to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, you would have to call me sister. Let us cut to the chase. I am older than you now. Tell me, how does it feel? To be honest, it was a bit painful at first, but later. Xiao Taozhua faltered, her delicate face flushed crimson. I understand, Dongfang Yuyu teased, winking knowingly. If it hadn't hurt at first, that would have been the real issue. Now you see that the saying suffer first, enjoy later holds true, doesn't it? Have Sister Jiang and Professor Jiang already gone for their field study? Xiao Taozhua shifted the conversation, not wishing to delve too deeply into the details with Dongfang Yuyu. Miss, don't you see what time it is? If you don't leave now, will you wait until evening? And where is the master? He has gone out to play as well. Dongfang Yuyu mused privately that the Xiao family was even more indulgent than she, having summoned the master along. Well, shall we try it next time? Dongfang Yuyu suppressed her thoughts and declared, let's finish our meal quickly and get to work. Outside the Yulong Garden. On a street about 500 meters away, a massive frost giant rat, the size of a van, burst through the wall of a shop. Chirp, chirp. The frost giant rat squeaked twice before sprinting toward the Yulong Garden, eager to charge at the only source of warmth in the area after its recent evolution. However, it had barely run a few meters when a wall of fire suddenly erupted before it. The frost giant rat, unable to halt in time, crashed headlong into the flames. Boom. The frost giant rat could not breach the fiery barrier and was reduced to ashes in the roaring flames. Subsequently, the wall of fire that spanned the street began to converge from both ends toward the center, and Yi Fengshi emerged from the inferno, strolling through the flames. As he stepped out, the fiery barrier completely closed and dissipated, leaving only a few embers swirling in place. Yi Fengshi had been diligently patrolling the vicinity of the Yulong Garden, eradicating those who dared to approach, be they frost-covered ice corpses or colossal creatures shrouded in ice. His efforts had yielded remarkable results. During this period, no monsters dared to venture into the territory he had implicitly established. However, upon his emergence today, he unexpectedly encountered one. Having not engaged in combat for a few days, he unleashed a torrent of flames upon the frost giant rat. As it crossed the fiery barrier, it instantly transformed into an epic flame rat. Regrettably, the creature was unable to withstand this cataclysmic transformation and succumbed entirely amidst the inferno. Standing at the snow-laden crossroads, Yi Fengshi contemplated his next move. He had no specific destination in mind. He merely sought to wander, as was his custom, hoping to stumble upon something intriguing. Oh well, let fate decide. With a whimsical gesture, he pointed to the path on his right, which ignited him into a blaze as he soared down the route. A quarter of an hour later, the flames subsided, and Yi Fengshi found himself upon the icy surface, gazing pensively at the bamboo grove ahead. He had chosen a path at random, yet unexpectedly encountered an anomaly. Since the onset of the snowfall, Tianhai City had been engulfed in extreme cold. Even a simple act of urination outdoors would freeze instantly. Human skin exposed to the elements for less than a minute would suffer frostbite. All living beings in this frigid landscape were either buried beneath the snow or transformed into ice sculptures. Yet, This extreme cold had no effect on him. He inhabited a realm of summer, where the abundant warmth repelled all manner of malevolent spirits. Any who lagged behind would be scorched to ashes. However, he mused that his passive effect had not extended to this area ahead. Thus, he pondered, where did all this bamboo arise from amidst the frozen wilderness? Moreover, he discerned at a glance that these were no ordinary bamboo stalks. They were alive. This grove exuded vibrant life, emanating an intangible vitality that warded off the surrounding chill. Such a phenomenon could only arise from one of two possibilities. Either it was artificially created, akin to the sunlit warmth of his passive ability, or it was a natural occurrence, like the bracelet imbued with frigid power inexplicably embedded in the wall of the adjacent dormitory. Fengshi leaned towards the former explanation. The rationale was simple. He had already sensed the presence of a formidable superhuman. The Tianhai Women's Academy. No wonder they boldly sought to recruit female survivors. It turned out they were under the protection of a superhuman capable of withstanding extreme cold. But how had they come to this place? Fengshi's expression turned peculiar as he sensed the presence of Chu Qing and Jiang Fuxue. Due to the awakening of his flame seed, they appeared to him like fireflies in the darkness, impossible to overlook. Could it be that after spending an extended period in the villa, one feels a sense of confinement and seeks a more vibrant place to explore? Fengshi could not help but indulge in various conjectures, each leading to a singular conclusion. Intriguing. Just as Fengshi's words lingered in the air, a figure abruptly transformed into flames and dissipated with the northern wind. The bamboo grove enveloping Tianhai Women's Academy not only shields against the external chill, but also offers protection against the monstrous assaults of the ice corpses. A covert unit from the Zhao Corporation had once faced near annihilation here, returning empty-handed. Yet, such obstacles could not deter Fengshi. Meanwhile, in the office of the student council president at Tianhai Women's Academy, Lin Fei, who had been resting, suddenly opened her enchanting eyes. Rising from her seat, she approached the window, gazing towards the academy's entrance, her expression filled with curiosity. Strange, it seems the bamboo grove just detected an enormous heat source, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Chapter 92. Double Happiness. Tianhai Women's Academy is distinct from typical universities, as the student council wields considerable authority, almost on par with the school's administration. The president of the student council, as a leader, is involved in all significant decisions concerning the institution. This extraordinary situation only emerged after Lin Fei ascended to the role of student council president. Her father, a member of the board of directors, was often too preoccupied with his responsibilities to attend to the affairs of the school, leaving this weighty duty on Lin Fei's shoulders, serving as a form of experience. Her status as the daughter of a board member was quite advantageous before the snowstorm incident. Within the school, Lin Fei was able to accomplish nearly everything she set her mind to, earning her considerable acclaim among the student body. There were even fervent admirers who demanded the current principal step down in favor of Lin Fei. This brought Lin Fei a rare source of concern. However, after the snowstorm incident, everything changed quietly. The chaos caused by the storm spread throughout the city, inevitably affecting Tianhai Women's Academy. A significant rift emerged between the school's administration and the students. The ingrained mentality of territorial dominance among the people of Longwa led certain high-ranking officials to attempt to claim the academy as their own, sparking a massive uprising that nearly plunged the once stable institution into disarray. Just as Tianhai Women's Academy was on the brink of disintegration like many other universities, someone stepped forward. Lin Fei awakened her supernatural powers during the turmoil, creating miraculous bamboo. She single-handedly quelled the rebellion, driving out the agitators, and was subsequently elected as the leader of the academy. Her extraordinary bamboo grove provided protection to the entire institution, shielding everyone from the biting cold. And those with sound minds knew what choice to make. Yet, in this realm governed by unpredictable rules, anything is indeed possible. There were those with impaired judgment. Immediately after Lin Fei assumed her role as the leader, opposition arose, but those dissenters were swiftly expelled. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. As a stabilizing force within the academy, Lin Fei could not act freely. Despite significant enhancements to her abilities since their awakening, she remained bound to the academy. Due to the limited supply of winter gear, it could not cater to everyone. If she were to leave the academy, the bamboo grove would be unable to provide shelter, and many would likely succumb to the cold within a short span. Lin Fei wished to avoid such a fate, thus she remained on campus, unable to offer protection to those venturing outside for supplies. Consequently, the population of Tianhai Women's Academy continued to dwindle, necessitating the inclusion of survivors from the outside world. With the threat of cold no longer a concern, the population became paramount for the survival of the base. Why did Tianhai Women's Academy exclusively seek female survivors? Lin Fei was acutely aware of the significant issues that arose from having an all-female cohort. yet she chose this path. To her, the complications introduced by the presence of men among a group of women were far greater. In Lin Fei's eyes, the so-called internal strife was merely a trivial matter. Awakened from her respite, she found herself devoid of the desire for rest and resolutely endeavored to perceive the bamboo grove once more. Regrettably, she was unable to uncover anything of significance. Is it merely an illusion? Lin Fei clasped her hands before her chest, her gaze contemplative. Although her bamboo grove could withstand the frigid cold and the monstrous entities outside, it also demanded the majority of her energy. The daily maintenance of the bamboo grove that enveloped the entire Tianhai Women's Academy significantly drained her supernatural powers. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Come in. The door is unlocked, Lin Fei replied calmly from her position at the desk, momentarily shaken from her thoughts. She presumed it was yet another individual seeking her resolution for a major dispute, a situation to which she had grown accustomed. As the door swung open, she beheld Zhang Mei accompanied by two unfamiliar ladies. Even though Lin Fei was well-versed in the world and herself a rare beauty, she found herself captivated by the striking appearances of the two newcomers. It seemed today Zhang Mei had ventured out to procure supplies, and somehow she had discovered two stunning women. This could spell trouble. The internal discord within the academy was likely to intensify. Nevertheless, Lin Fei had no intention of dismissing them. She desired the presence of women. Zhang Mei, when did you return? Who are these two? However, before Lin Fei could finish her inquiry, Zhang Mei leaped into her embrace, weeping. Wu, Sister Lin Fei, we nearly met our demise today. What? Lin Fei was taken aback. Total annihilation. Such occurrences of casualties resulting from expeditions for resources were not uncommon, yet a complete loss had never transpired. Should such a calamity occur, she would have to contemplate taking drastic measures and unleashing her wrath upon the outside world. With Zhang Mei's revelation, Lin Fei's curiosity about the unfamiliar beauties dissipated, and she hastily sought clarification on the events that had unfolded. Upon learning that the two exquisite women had saved her comrades, astonishment flickered in her eyes. Beautiful they were, but their strength was equally remarkable. Most importantly, they expressed a desire to join the Tianhai Women's Academy. Could it be that Zhang Mei had encountered extraordinary fortune today? Realizing this, Lin Fei swiftly approached the two women, extending her hand in greeting. On behalf of the Tianhai Women's Academy, I welcome your joining and express my gratitude for your assistance. Miss Lin, there is no need for such formality. We merely acted out of a sense of justice, and besides, we were destined to become family, Chu Qing replied, shaking Lin Fei's hand while casting a discerning glance at her. She was taken aback to discover that the leader of the Tianhai Women's Academy was not only an enchanting beauty but also a formidable supernatural being. What a fortunate coincidence. Their sunflower garden was in need of someone of Lin Fei's caliber. However, Chu Qing also pondered that it might be premature to invite someone to join an organization they had never even heard of upon their first meeting. She feared it could be perceived as madness. Consequently, she resolved to proceed with caution. They would remain, observe Lin Fei's character, and take their time. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Fei, Chu Qing and Jiang Fuxue followed Zhang Mei to their accommodations, preparing to settle in. After the departure of Xu Qing and her companions, Lin Fei's smile gradually faded. From Zhang Mei's account, Lin Fei sensed that the prowess of these two unexpectedly formidable women was quite extraordinary. Normally, even with extensive training, women are unlikely to match the strength of an average man, let alone the ability of two individuals to overpower a group of ruthless men. Naturally, Lin Fei found this hard to believe. The firm handshake they shared only reinforced her suspicions. She could feel her latent powers quivering as if confronted by an overwhelming terror. Lin Fei had no doubt that either of these extraordinary newcomers could easily subdue her. What could their intentions possibly be? After much contemplation, she could not arrive at a logical explanation. However, she reasoned that since they were both beautiful, even if they harbored ill intentions, they could not be too malevolent. With the addition of two high-caliber individuals, she considered herself fortunate. Even if they sought to usurp her position of leadership, it would be a double blessing. With this thought, Lin Fei found solace. She then turned her thoughts to another pressing matter. A few weeks prior, she had eradicated a group that posed a threat to her academy. Since that incident, she had felt an unsettling presence lurking outside the institution, as if it were spying on them. Recently, a group had approached her, claiming to be from the Zhao Corporation, and expressed a desire to forge a mutually beneficial partnership with Tianhai Women's Academy, speaking of a shared future. However, Lin Fei recognized that they were affiliated with the same group she had previously dismantled, and she refused their overtures, sending them away. Following that encounter, the feeling of being watched intensified. Lin Fei had been haunted by a foreboding sense of dread. Yet now, that ominous premonition had inexplicably vanished, which was quite remarkable. She noticed a slight increase in the temperature within her office. Chapter 93. A gentle soul passing by. Lin Fei was taken aback. Her unique ability allowed her to create a plant known as ice bamboo, which formed a special domain capable of resisting the cold. However, the energy required to sustain this was not something she could bear alone. It would drain her entirely to support even a few stalks, let alone cover an entire university. The majority of the energy supply came from geothermal sources, with Lin Fei serving as the energy converter. Nevertheless, maintaining such an extensive grove of bamboo was exhausting for her, pushing her to her limits daily. With Lin Fei's unwavering efforts, the temperature within Tianhai Women's Academy remained relatively stable, only dropping by a few degrees compared to before the snowfall, which was within tolerable limits. Her office also served as her resting place, with a partition behind the bookshelf that provided her living space. Thus, her office became the warmest location in the entire academy, reaching a cozy 18 degrees Celsius. Lin Fei was human, after all. Ensuring that Tianhai Women's Academy was not plagued by extreme cold or outside monsters was already a considerable feat, however. Providing everyone with the same level of comfort she enjoyed was beyond her capabilities. Her ice bamboo was remarkably adept at sensing temperature, functioning much like a thermometer. Lin Fei distinctly noted that the temperature in her office had risen by 2.5 degrees, escalating from 18 to 20.5 degrees. How could this be possible? She had done nothing at all. How could the temperature have increased so significantly? This was undoubtedly peculiar. Lin Fei scanned her surroundings, noticing that young ice bamboo had sprouted from the floor and the corners of the walls, attempting to uncover the cause of the temperature shift. Yet, despite her heightened awareness, having nearly scanned the entire building, she found no signs of anomaly, except in her office. This was truly baffling. Unable to contain her frustration, Lin Fei contemplated an alternative approach. She retracted the ice bamboo, including those serving as heat sources in her office, effectively isolating it from the rest of Tianhai Women's Academy. As a result, the temperature in her office would undoubtedly plummet, and the heat source would be exposed. Lin Fei believed this was a clever plan. However, upon execution, she discovered something astonishing. Her office seemed to possess its own warm barrier, impervious to the frigid conditions outside. Lin Fei found herself perplexed. Strange occurrences were common, but this year appeared particularly rife with them. Snowfall, monsters, her ice bamboo, and now this temperature-stable office. Extraordinary. She muttered to herself, stepping outside to confirm the temperature. It was only her office that exhibited this oddity. She ascended to the rooftop, directly above her office, and touched the wall, which felt surprisingly warm to the touch. With the addition of two formidable allies and the inexplicable temperature stability of her office, what was this? Double fortune? Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at her own thoughts. Unable to discern the cause of these phenomena, she shook her head in resignation and approached the edge of the rooftop. It was not with the intent to leap. Such a height would hardly be fatal. She merely wished to breathe in the crisp, invigorating air. The sky remained a dull gray, devoid of any trace of sunlight, with snowflakes dancing in the cold wind. They gently settled within the confines of Tianhai Women's College. The biting chill brought by the snow was kept at bay by the geothermal warmth emanating from the ice bamboo, creating a protective domain. However, this sanctuary paled in comparison to the inexplicably constant temperature of the office beneath her feet, which had even absorbed the ice bamboo's essence. As she surveyed her surroundings, a few vacant areas were bustling with girls diligently clearing the snow. Others were utilizing available resources to construct greenhouses, striving for self-sufficiency by planting vegetables. Lin Fei was acutely aware that the foremost challenge they faced was the issue of water. The notion of relying on tap water for irrigation was absurd. The water plant had become an icy sculpture. Even if they resolved the water scarcity, ample sunlight was still essential for plant growth. Suddenly, Lin Fei contemplated the possibility of emulating her ice bamboo, harnessing geothermal energy to cultivate vegetables. Nearly 2 months had passed since the snowfall, and she had not tasted fresh vegetables in that time. Wiping away tears from the corner of her eyes, she admonished herself to cease such thoughts. The more she pondered, the more fatigued she felt. It would be better to return and rest for a while. As for the troublesome documents, Lin Fei had no inclination to glance at them. Did they truly perceive her as a school leader, imposing such formalities? Writing a research report for a mere greenhouse construction was bothersome. With the time spent on correcting documents, she would rather venture outside to find a man to address significant life matters. The handsome fellow nearby was quite appealing to her. Suddenly, Lin Fei froze. Where had this handsome man come from? She turned to glance at him. A striking figure with sword-like eyebrows sat beside her, his feet dangling, hands propped on the floor. Dressed in black cargo pants and a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a white taiji symbol, he appeared unfazed by the extreme cold in his flip-flops. Lin Fei blinked rapidly. Adjusting her thoughts, her mind momentarily overwhelmed. She turned back to find the handsome man still seated there. Oh, this was no illusion. Excuse me. May I inquire who you are? Lin Fei ventured. Are you perhaps in the wrong place? This is Tianhai Women's College, and there shouldn't be any male students here. Oh. Yi Fengshe turned his head, meeting Lin Fei's gaze. How did you deduce that I am a male student? Lin Fei slightly furrowed her brows and replied. Your melancholic gaze and the somewhat languid posture you adopt. If there were a bottle of $4 iced tea beside you, it would be even more fitting. Yi Fengshe's eye twitched slightly. Must you adhere to such stereotypes? Lin Fei chuckled. If I were truly adhering to stereotypes, I wouldn't call you handsome, but would refer to you with a less flattering term. Her laughter quickly faded, and with an abrupt change in demeanor, she inquired in a serious tone, Who exactly are you? What brings you to Tianhai Women's College? Unfazed by the confrontation, Yi Fengshe remained languidly seated, observing the entirety of Tianhai Women's College. He had heard of this all-female institution, renowned as the dream university for many male students from Biluo University. Since he had the rare opportunity to visit, he intended to explore it thoroughly. However, throughout the entire campus, only this female university's bamboo possesses any semblance of intrigue. Yi Fengshe, regaining his composure, chuckled and remarked, I am merely a passing handsome lad. Do not become overly excited. Such exuberance may adversely affect your skin, you know. Furthermore, I am not the type to arrive empty-handed. I noticed that the temperature in your office and room was a bit low, so I took the liberty of raising it slightly. Is this gift not thoughtful enough? Ah, so it was your doing. Lin Feiqing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. She had wondered how it was possible for the temperature to rise on such a peculiar day. It was fortunate enough that it hadn't continued to drop. This intruding male student, brazenly entering the women's academy, had the audacity to alter the temperature of her room without her consent. It left her feeling quite unsettled, prompting her to investigate the matter thoroughly. And yet, he had the nerve to call it a gift. Lin Feiqing was livid. She had never encountered someone so shameless. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. I sincerely appreciate your gift, and I understand the sentiment of a warm-hearted single man. However, I kindly ask you to take it back. I have no need for it. Chapter 94. The Fireman and the Bamboo Woman. Dispute if a regular man dared to converse with Lin Fei in such a manner, playfully and audaciously. He would have long been pierced like a hedgehog by the sharpness of Lu Bingzhu. However, Lin Fei harbored no intention of taking action, instead maintaining a serene demeanor while engaging with the passing male. In her perception, the space occupied by the man was devoid of substance, a blank canvas, merely reflecting whatever it ought to be. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Fei could see him. Unless it was merely an illusion, it was truly remarkable. In any case, Lin Fei felt ill-equipped to deal with this individual, so she chose to remain composed for the time being. Lin Fei did not mind expending a few words, though she hesitated to allow him to linger, for who knows what dreadful occurrences might unfold. I think it would be best if you refrain from casually referring to someone as a warm man, Yi Fengshe remarked nonchalantly. Why? Lin Fei inquired. Because a warm man ranks below a dog. You may as well call me Fireman, Yi Fengshe replied. Oh, why should I call you Fireman? Can you play with fire? Lin Fei asked again. Because a girl once called me that, Yi Fengshe mentioned, referring to Dongfang Yuyu, who had indeed dubbed him Fireman. Naturally, Yi Fengshe did not take offense like Dongfang Yuyu. The title meant little to him, yet warm man carried a certain implication. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fei felt the heat, a long-lost sensation reminiscent of sweltering summer days, where the air shimmered under the oppressive heat. The very atmosphere felt scorched by him. This fireman was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Fei silently scoffed. The only solace in her current predicament was that this fireman was not the type who had never encountered a woman before. Dear fireman, might I kindly request that you elevate your feet and depart from this place? I cannot. Well, Lin Fei thought. I never anticipated that conversing with someone would prove to be such a formidable challenge. It seemed this was indeed a fireman. In that case, it was of little consequence. Difficulties in communication were only to be expected. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, Yi Fengshe shared her sentiments. He found conversing with this bamboo woman equally troublesome. I merely passed by to take a glance and even brought her a gift. Yet, she incessantly bombarded me with questions, resembling a walking encyclopedia, and then proceeded to urge me to leave. Is this what it means to be a naturally awakened superhuman? The manners are rather lackluster. Could you enlighten me about your abilities? Yi Fengshe inquired. I am merely intrigued by your powers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entered. Lin Fei suddenly felt speechless. Are you unwell? Here stands a striking woman before you, and your sole interest lies in her superhuman abilities. Alas, it seemed that bamboo had caused all this trouble. Lin Fei's chest heaved violently, and a button from her collar suddenly flew off. It was on a collision course with the fireman's face. Who would have thought that the fireman would raise a hand and incinerate the button into ashes in an instant? Lin Fei. I apologize. Yi Fengshe. It's nothing. Please continue. Lin Fei. As you can see, my ability is Lu Bingzhu. That vast expanse of bamboo forest outside is a manifestation of my power. Impressive. May I call you Panda Girl? Do not misunderstand, I am Lin Fei, with the surname Lin and a lady of refined grace. Thus, I shall not be referred to as the fireman Yi Fengshi. A name that obscures the heavens with a single leaf is indeed a victim of untimely fate. It is only proper to introduce oneself as a means of genuine communication. So this fireman is called Yi Fengshi, and his arrogance is quite apparent, Lin Fei mused. Your ability to utilize the ice bamboo is indeed intriguing, as it harnesses geothermal energy to maintain stability. I wish to inquire no further. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Upon hearing Yi Fengshi articulate his capabilities, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yet, witnessing Yi Fengshi transform into flames and dissipate into the wind left her in silence. After a prolonged pause, she remarked, impressive. But alas, he is but a man, a fireman at that. She shook her head, suddenly sensing the temperature in her office return to normal. Realizing that the fireman had truly departed. For a fleeting moment, her heart felt at ease, but that tranquility was swiftly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of loss. Due to familial circumstances, Lin Fei had few genuine friends, often donning a mask in any social interaction. She had long forgotten the last time she felt such excitement and pleasure in conversing with another. Perhaps it had never occurred, following the snowstorm incident. As the leader of Tianhai Women's Academy, engaging with others in this manner became increasingly improbable. Her role was to issue commands, to listen to the reports and disputes of those girls. Is the warm-hearted man behind the dog? She mused. I doubt it. You might just warm someone to death. Lin Fei returned to her office, stifling a soft laugh. Suddenly, chaos ensued. The door swung open abruptly, and a plump girl rushed in, exclaiming, It's bad, Sister Fei. It's terrible. Lin Fei raised her brows in annoyance. Qian Mei, what are you doing barging in? And I am perfectly well. Qian Mei shook her head vigorously. Sister Fei, I am not referring to you, but to others. Sister Zhang brought back 2 exceptionally beautiful women. Ah, I see. I instructed Zhang Mei to have them stay in the dormitory. What of it? Qian Mei continued, Mei Jiao Yang, that troublesome person, is causing a scene at the entrance, refusing to let them in. Then, Zhu Guxing, with her itchy nose, gathered her dorm mates to block the way. The noise is quite unbearable, and it seems a fight is imminent, so I hurried to find you. All right, I understand the situation now. I shall go and take a look. Lin Fei rubbed her temples. Just as she had seen off one fireman, another conflict was brewing. She still needed to maintain the cold domain of the ice bamboo. Truly, these days are as vibrant as they are perplexing. In the vicinity of dormitory building number 3, at the entrance, a cluster of women gathered. Among them were those with flushed faces and raised voices, and others munching on sunflower seeds, watching the spectacle. Mei Jiaoyang, Zhu Gusheng. I shall ask one last time, will you let them pass or not? Zhang Mei demanded, her voice booming, while nearby girls felt as though a drum was being struck in their ears. Opposite them, clad in short denim shorts and a midriff-bearing top, with makeup as bold as a siren, Mei Jiaoyang stood her ground defiantly. No, we will not. I do not recognize these 2. They cannot enter the dormitory until their identities are clarified. As for the nonsensical claims of salvation you mentioned, do you truly believe I would be swayed by such drivel? Mei Jiaoyang, brimming with arrogance, had long harbored disdain for Zhang Mei, and now that she found an opportunity, she naturally sought to make things difficult for her. She was well aware that the 2 women's presence in the academy was sanctioned by Lin Fei, yet what did that matter to her? She simply chose to ignore it, her envy fueled by their beauty and radiance. If not for the multitude of onlookers, she would have relished the thought of marring their lovely faces. Suddenly, amidst her daydreaming, a resounding slap descended from above, sending her crashing to the ground. Taken unawares, Mei Jiaoyang collapsed, her cheek burning with pain as she gazed incredulously at the newcomer before her. You dare strike me? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, it is you I struck. Making such a fuss over merely moving into a dormitory. One might think you fancied yourself the matron of the place. And you, she continued, directing her ire towards Zhu Gushing, looking like a complete fool, unable to simply enjoy the show without meddling. With that, Chu Qing delivered a slap to Zhu Gushing as well. Zhu Gushing fell to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek in shock, utterly bewildered by the suddenness of the assault. Well done. The voice grew louder as it approached. The crowd instinctively turned their attention to the source, revealing Lin Fei striding towards them, accompanied by a stout girl. A throng of onlookers partook in making way for Lin Fei. Upon reaching the scene, she regarded Chu Qing with a smile. Excellent work. Some individuals truly deserve a lesson. I apologize for not ensuring a smoother arrival for you. Chu Qing waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. There are always flies buzzing about. My suggestion? Perhaps it would be best to swat them away. Lin Fei's eyes twitched slightly. Rest assured, I will handle it properly. Would you prefer to enter and settle in first? Chapter 95, the all-female organization of mutual assistance. Upon hearing the news of a disturbance, Lin Fei hurried over, wishing she could sprout wings. Her concern did not stem from the fear that the newcomers, Chu Qing and Jiang Fushui, would be bullied, but rather from the apprehension that the two formidable figures might flee. Lin Fei was contemplating encouraging them to form two combat teams once they became accustomed to academy life, allowing her to take a backseat and enjoy a more leisurely role. As for the troublemakers, Mei Jiaoyang and Zhu Guxing, she had no recollection of them. She did not recognize these individuals. With nearly 1,000 female students at Tianhai Women's Academy, it was impossible for Lin Fei to know everyone. As the miscellaneous tasks were generally assigned to the members of the student council, this situation was relatively manageable. It is worth noting that prior to the snowfall, the student body, along with the faculty, numbered over 10,000. In the month following the snowfall incident, many had perished or fled, leaving only a few hundred behind. It was precisely due to the reduced numbers that Lin Fei felt emboldened to assume a leadership role. Had the numbers been greater, she too would have sought to escape, overwhelmed by the chaos. Upon her arrival, Lin Fei observed Chu Qing engaged in a confrontation with someone she did not recognize. However, the display was impressive. Were it not for her position as student council president, requiring her to maintain a semblance of authority, she might have applauded the performance. Nonetheless, Lin Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. She had advised Chu Qing and the others to settle in first, but it seemed they were more focused on scrutinizing her instead. As Lin Fei sensed Chu Qing's piercing gaze, she subtly edged closer to the onlookers. Chu Qing, noticing this, raised an eyebrow, realizing that the tall girl was misinterpreting her interest. Her scrutiny of Lin Fei was not due to her striking figure, but because she detected the presence of Fengshi, a powerful aura emanating from her. Lin Fei had recently been in contact with Fengshi. Chu Qing's attention shifted as she scanned the surroundings. Apart from a group of spectators, there was no sign of Fengshi. Had she utilized spatial abilities to conceal herself? Yet, Chu Qing was well aware of Fengshi's character and suspected that the latter had simply fled upon witnessing Lin Fei's extraordinary talents. Bamboo that could withstand extreme cold would undoubtedly pique Fengshi's interest. Chu Qing was taken aback that Fengshi had wandered this way. She wondered if she had left a lasting impression on Lin Fei. If so, future endeavors would be considerably easier. Chu Qing had initially intended to facilitate a meeting between Lin Fei and Fengshi, believing that a wildflower, once basked in sunlight, would naturally gravitate toward the garden. However, at this moment, Chu Qing felt inclined to tease Lin Fei. It appears your people are rather unwelcoming toward us, she remarked. Lin Fei sensed the predicament intensifying. She suddenly recalled the amiable young man she had encountered earlier, who had left with a clear understanding of what he wished to know. Dealing with this group of girls was exhausting, as they rarely spoke candidly. As Lin Fei contemplated her response, she suddenly heard Chu Qing say, "Let us go. I am curious to see how the dormitories at Tianhai Women's Academy differ from those at Biluo University." Lin Fei steadied her anxious heart with a deep breath and spoke. "Would you mind if I introduced you? Of course, after all, we will be comrades in the future." Then, the onlooking girls heard their leader, Lin Fei, proclaim, "These two are esteemed benefactors of our academy." Why, you may ask? Because Zhang Mei led a team today to procure essential medicinal supplies, but encountered bandits, nearly meeting their demise. It was these two who intervened and saved Zhang Mei and her group, allowing them to return safely with the supplies. At this revelation, the expressions of the onlookers shifted, their curiosity waning. Who could guarantee that illness would not strike? Those supplies were essential for survival. Originally, Tianhai Women's Academy had a medical department and a pharmacy, but sadly, it was reduced to ashes during the recent turmoil. Trapped within the academy, any illness could only be fought by their immune systems. In the battle between virus and host, one must inevitably perish. During that time, many suffered from colds and fevers due to the harsh conditions. Those with stronger constitutions managed to endure, while the more fragile, of course, did not survive. Consequently, the onlooking girls began to rally against the instigators. "I told you, Sister Zhang Mei would not be so kind to two newcomers without reason. They must be lifesavers. Mei Jiayang, Zhu Gusheng, you are truly despicable, indolent and scheming, and now you dare to stir trouble. I propose we expel them from the academy." Mei Jiayang and Zhu Gusheng, who were still on the ground feigning pity to garner sympathy, were utterly taken aback by the turn of events. Unable to withstand the accusations primarily because they dared not retaliate, knowing they could not win, they scrambled into the crowd, attempting to escape in disgrace. However, Lin Fei had no intention of letting them off the hook. She ordered them captured and bound. Lin Fei understood well that a single rotten apple could spoil the whole barrel. Failing to deal with these two would set a poor precedent and could potentially lead to Chu Qing and her companion fleeing as well. Yet, She could not simply execute them in plain view. Such actions would incite panic among others. Lin Fei aspired to cultivate a supportive sisterhood, not a realm of betrayal and incessant conflict. On what grounds do you detain us? We merely blocked the doorway by accident and committed no heinous acts. They protested defiantly. Indeed, I've already apologized. What more do you want from us? The two struggled against their restraints, attempting to defend themselves. Perhaps it would be better to dispose of them entirely? Yet, in front of so many witnesses, Lin Fei refrained from voicing her true thoughts, merely stating, "Those who err must face consequences. Otherwise, if you can impede others today, might you not dare to kill tomorrow? For now, you shall be confined to reflect on your actions. Should you remain unrepentant, then, you will be expelled from the academy." As the student council members managed to disperse the troublemakers, Lin Fei turned around and exclaimed, "Everyone, disperse. Don't linger here. If you find yourselves idle, go practice your physical fitness. You would want to struggle to carry a bag of rice when it's time to gather supplies." Upon hearing her words, the onlookers hurriedly scattered like startled birds. Lin Fei then addressed Chu Qing and her companions. "I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment." Chu Qing replied, "It's only human nature." Lin Fei continued, "There are many vacant dormitories here. Would you prefer a busy floor or a quieter one? I can make arrangements for you. Where will you stay? Me? I'll be in the office." Surprised by Miss Lin's dedication to accommodating a group of strangers, they expressed their admiration. Haha. Lin Fei could only smile in silence. What could she say? To reveal that her office contained a hidden chamber akin to a 7-star hotel, where she resided in utmost comfort, was unthinkable. She feared that such an admission might drive away the two formidable individuals. Eventually, Chu Qing chose a faculty dormitory on the top floor to share with Jiang Fuxue. Once Lin Fei departed, Chu Qing plopped down onto a chair, tossing the helmet of her cold-weather gear aside. "Who would have thought I'd share a dormitory with you one day, Sister Shui?" Jiang Fuxue rolled her eyes and asked, "So, are we really going to stay here for a while?" Chu Qing shook her head, saying, "Of course not. I'm not foolish enough to abandon a perfectly good villa to endure dormitory life. However, hosting competitions in the dormitory could offer a certain charm," she mused. She dared not voice her thoughts directly, fearing it might unsettle Jiang Fuxue, who had just experienced an unexpected turn of events. "Sister Shui, what do you think of Tianhai Women's Academy?" Chu Qing suddenly inquired. "The management is quite lax, and the students' qualities vary significantly. It's a mixed bag." Jiang Fuxue reflected on what she had observed along the way. Yet, it's commendable that a student council can maintain order to this extent. When do you plan to confront her? Chapter 96, A Fine Performance. Waiting in advance, Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile. Observing the playful expression on her face, Jiang Fushue's eyes brimmed with curiosity. "Are you suggesting that you want to engage in a game of house with them?" "Not quite. Rather, I envision transforming this place into the headquarters of the Sunflower Garden. It is quite simple to accomplish, requiring only the resolution of matters concerning Lin Fei." Jiang Fuxue pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the continued safety of Tianhai Women's Academy hinges entirely on Lin Fei's support. Without her, many of these gossip-loving girls would likely not have survived to this day. She lifted her gaze to Chu Qing. "So, what do you propose?" Chu Qing elaborated. "Securing Lin Fei is one aspect. Additionally, I wish to await the completion of the genetic serum research at the Fireseed base. In my envisioned plan, Fireseed Base 1 plays a pivotal role." "Why is that? Don't we already possess the awakened Fireseed?" Jiang Fuxue remarked, casually examining a bottle of mineral water on the table. "Do you truly believe I would distribute the awakened Fireseed among all the inhabitants of the Sunflower Garden?" Chu Qing retorted. Jiang Fuxue furrowed her brows. "Are you implying that, as a user, you should be acutely aware of the formidable nature of the awakened Fireseed?" Jiang Fuxue instinctively nodded, her alabaster hand unfurling to reveal a sphere of dark energy. She had never envisioned that she would one day wield such immense power. Manipulating dark energy sounded fantastical, yet it had indeed transpired, granting her the capability to wreak havoc. All of this stemmed from the awakened Fireseed, and from that individual. Suddenly, Jiang Fuxue recalled having been overtaken unexpectedly. Stay calm, stay calm. A momentary advantage means nothing." Chu Qing continued, her laughter echoing. "The potency of the awakened Fireseed is indisputable. Thus, it is destined to be allocated to a select few. Even if it were to be plentiful in the hands of a fortunate individual, if anyone could acquire the awakened Fireseed at will, there would be no necessity for the Sunflower Garden's existence. With such power, who would undertake the labor? However, in this ice age, to navigate the world outside, one must possess a physique that transcends humanity." Jiang Fuxue contemplated. "So, the genetic serum is intended for the ordinary members." "Precisely. Once the genetic serum achieves mass production, it must first be administered to the individuals of Tianhai Women's Academy. My aim is to cultivate a sunflower garden populated entirely by extraordinary beings. Yet, this necessitates that Fire Seed Base 1 remains under their control, which, at present, appears feasible. Having recently endured a cataclysm, Fire Seed Base 1 has experienced a significant reshuffle. The survivors' reverence for Yi Fosher has reached near religious fervor, with the statue standing in the center serving as undeniable evidence. As for who the new administrator might be, whether they will survive is of little consequence. Returning to the matter at hand, why did you regard Lin Fei in such a manner? Surely, you do not intend. Jiang Fuxue found herself perplexed by Chu Qing's actions. Who would willingly seek out so many sisters? What could she possibly desire? Perhaps to gather a few tables for mahjong? However, considering that she might also benefit from the situation, Jiang Fuxue chose not to meddle further. I merely discerned a certain familiar aura about her. Chu Qing remarked with a shrug. It appears that Yi Fengshi has also ventured this way and even encountered Lin Fei. Even if they did not meet, they must have shared close quarters at some point. What? I had no inkling. Jiang Fuxue exclaimed in astonishment, hesitating. Of course you wouldn't notice. As you've never had any direct contact with him, Chu Qing replied. Jiang Fuxue narrowed her eyes. Are you implying that I am an outsider? Chu Qing, somewhat bemused, responded. Haven't you always been an outsider? At present, only I, you, and Shout are considered insiders. Jiang Fuxue merely sighed in response. During the day, Chu Qing and Jiang Fuxue spent their time at Tianhai Women's Academy, experiencing campus life. And at night they returned to the villa to indulge in a more vibrant nightlife. Yi Fengshi observed their behavior with curiosity but refrained from inquiring, merely assuming they sought a lively place to enjoy themselves. In truth, Yi Fengshi was not unlike them. During the day, he would wander around Tianhai City, occasionally checking in on Chu Qing and her friends' campus activities and applying eye drops to that panda girl. He had even secretly planted a few young lying bamboo shoots in the villa as decorative bonsai. Such an intriguing ability. To be honest, he found it rather fascinating. He even contemplated gifting Lin Fei a seed of awakening to see how the lying bamboo might evolve post-awakening. However, it seemed she did not particularly welcome his presence. And thus he abandoned the notion. After all, he was not one to force himself upon others if they did not wish for his company. He would not impose it upon them. One could only hope for the sun's rays to illuminate a place, rather than expect the sun to intentionally shine upon a specific spot. He was not a celestial body. He was a human, endowed with his own thoughts and personality. As night fell, they returned to the Yulong Garden for the arena competition. Thus, a week passed. Chu Qing and Jiang Fuxue gained notoriety at Tianhai Women's Academy, their reputation nearly eclipsing that of Lin Fei, who rarely appeared, often remaining in her office to rest and maintain the domain of the lying bamboo. Outside Tianhai Women's Academy, amidst the grove of lying bamboo, Yi Fengshi stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the entire scene of the academy. On his right stood Dongfeng Yuyu, lightly poised atop another stalk of lying bamboo, clad in a grayish-white windbreaker and black jeans, with a tang saber hanging at her waist. Her long ponytail danced in the breeze, seemingly animated by an unseen wind. This was indeed Tianhai Women's Academy. As one of the original members of the Sunflower Garden, Dongfeng Yuyu was well aware that Chu Qing and her companions were currently within the academy, preparing to usurp the nest. To aid them in becoming an organization with aspirations and strength. Yet, she had never visited before, having spent her time in the villa, cooking and playing games. Today, however, she insisted that Yi Fengshi accompany her on an outing. Upon arriving at the Tianhai Women's Academy, it must be said that the first sight of the lying bamboo grove left her utterly astonished. It turned out that the few withered bamboo stalks in the villa were what constituted the so-called lying bamboo. But wait, how could their lying bamboo possibly find its way into her home? It was brought back by Fengshi. I wonder if there are any culinary experts among them? Dongfeng Yuyu murmured softly. Wasn't the original intention of the Sunflower Garden to handle miscellaneous tasks? If a skilled cook were to join, wouldn't she be liberated from her kitchen duties? Dongfeng Yuyu shook her head and lightly nudged her shoulder against Yi Fengshi, jesting. Why have you brought me here? Are you hoping to show me your clandestine daughter kingdom hidden away? You seem rather restless. Indeed, are you not going to assist Sister Dongfeng with her predicament? Yi Fengshi remained silent, playfully reprimanding Dongfeng Yuyu a few times. This time, Dongfeng Yuyu fell silent, refraining from teasing Yi Fengshi further. Suddenly, Yi Fengshi's gaze shifted to a certain direction, transcending the space as if she had noticed something. Dongfeng Yuyu followed her line of sight, but saw nothing, save for the swirling snowflakes. Yi Fengshi chuckled. It merely feels as though an intriguing spectacle might unfold tonight. I thought to bring you here early to secure a prime viewing spot. Chapter 97. The Observer. What a spectacle. Waiting in ambush? Dongfeng Yuyu had never heard of the necessity to stake out a performance beforehand. In her understanding, such preparations were reserved for significant undertakings, where fortune dictated whether one feasted on the state's bounty or nibbled on peanuts. Indeed, she often engaged in grand endeavors within the game, embodying the quintessential model citizen. Would you care to immerse yourself in the university life of the Ice Age? Yi Fengshi inquired casually. Dongfang Yuyu shook her head. I prefer to refrain from mingling with a crowd of unfamiliar women. I fear I might lose control. What, precisely, is this performance you speak of? What did you witness just now? I am uncertain of the narrative's direction. However, if you accompany me, the unfolding will reveal itself, Yi Fengshi replied, casting a sidelong glance and smiling. Your stealth skills require refinement. You've been detected. What? Dongfang Yuyu began to respond, but suddenly shifted her expression and, in the blink of an eye, appeared on the opposite side of Yi Fengshi. Meanwhile, 3 bamboo stalks had materialized in the spot she had just vacated. Dongfang Yuyu couldn't help but comment. This woman is rather petty. I merely stood on her bamboo for a moment, and she resorts to attacking me with it. Yi Fengshi chuckled. She merely reacted to an unfamiliar presence. She does not know your identity. It's also plausible she mistook you for me. Dongfang Yuyu leaned closer to Yi Fengshi, curiosity evident in her eyes. Have you encountered her before? If she mistook me for you, why would she dare to strike? Perhaps she is aware of my benign intentions towards her, or she realizes she cannot harm me. Or it may be that I have taken a few of her bamboo stalks. Yi Fengshi's thought trailed off as she wrapped her arm around Dongfang Yuyu's slender waist, drawing her into the vortex of space. At that very moment, dozens of bamboo stalks erupted in a frenzy, their razor-sharp leaves slicing through the void, swirling chaotically and shattering to countless drifting snowflakes. Within the confines of Tianhai Women's Academy, Lin Fei wore a stern expression, visibly incensed. Another individual sought to pilfer her bamboo? Could she remain unperturbed? Lin Fei had initially believed Yi Fengshi to be a paragon of virtue, someone who could depart without lingering or coveting her form. To her astonishment, that fellow had the audacity to covet her bamboo. The following day, he returned, requesting several stalks. How could Lin Fei acquiesce? What did he take her bamboo for? Mere decoration. Her bamboo possessed the ability to withstand the cold, to hunt down ice corpses and various grotesque, mutated beasts. They were formidable, not ornamental. Nonsense. They were far from mere decor. In summary, Lin Fei was resolute in her refusal. After rejecting the fireman's request, he departed briskly, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She contemplated whether to gift him a stalk. Yet, the next day, she discovered that one of her precious bamboo stalks had been stolen, right before her eyes. Not just one, but several had been taken in succession. The bamboo she had painstakingly nurtured was not slain in battle, but rather excavated before her very gaze. Lin Fei felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon her. Filled with indignation, she wished nothing more than to rid herself of Yi Fengshi. His behavior was utterly detestable. Yet, she was acutely aware that she was no match for the fiery adversary. Should he choose to unleash his true power, he would easily subdue her. Lin Fei found herself at an impasse. Compelled to discreetly inform the 2 newly arrived high-ranking combatants at the academy that they were facing a formidable enemy and required their assistance. However, Chu Qing dismissed her concerns, claiming not to have seen any adversary and suggesting that Lin Fei might be imagining threats due to fatigue from her protective duties at the academy. Was it truly a figment of her imagination? She certainly knew better. Nevertheless, she could not reveal that a passing fire wielder had brazenly pilfered her precious bamboo right before her eyes. She had her pride to uphold. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar presence re-emerged, and Lin Fei instantly recognized it as the fire wielder, intent on stealing her bamboo once more. Resolutely, she chose to strike back. She could no longer endure the torment, fearing that if she continued to suppress her frustrations, she might lose her sanity. However, as expected, her attacks met with nothing but empty air. Very well, nothing had transpired. Lin Fei redirected her thoughts to another pressing matter. The 2 enigmatic high-ranking combatants seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Their rising reputation within the academy appeared to overshadow her own, triggering her wariness. It was evident that their extraordinary abilities and the exceptional cold-resistant gear they possessed were not commonplace, at least not something she had encountered before. They roamed freely outside. Why, then, had they chosen to come to Tianhai Women's Academy under the pretense of charity? Lin Fei mused that it was time to have a serious discussion with these 2. Why must they operate in secrecy? She was not one to crave power. Her sole desire for remaining at Tianhai Women's Academy was to ensure a better life for herself. Suddenly, Lin Fei furrowed her brow as the unsettling sensation of malicious scrutiny washed over her once again. The El-Bing bamboo granted her the ability to sense the lurking malevolence that was distinct from Yi Fengshi's intentions. He bore no ill will, merely wishing to take her bamboo for ornamental purposes. However, this malevolence had existed long before her encounter with Yi Fengshi, directed at the entire Tianhai Women's Academy. Uncertain of the source of this ominous energy, Lin Fei silently intensified her geothermal absorption and conversion, fortifying the domain of her El Bing bamboo forest. Indeed, it was disheartening to realize that as the sole superpowered individual, she faced considerable limitations in executing her plans. With a sigh, she approached the window. Gazing contemplatively at the scene within the campus, her eyes landing on a returning group. Mei Jiayang and Zhu Gushing were among them. After being grounded for 2 days, they had suddenly experienced an epiphany, writing a self-reflection essay and reading it aloud in front of everyone. Naturally, Lin Fei could not be so easily convinced. Thus, she assigned them to a team tasked with gathering supplies, ensuring that someone kept a watchful eye on them. So far, everything appeared to be in order. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept over Lin Fei. She quickly extended her senses throughout the bamboo grove. Surely they wouldn't dare to come back for her bamboo again. Meanwhile, outside Tianhai Women's Academy, atop an icebound skyscraper approximately 500 meters away, a group clad in cold-weather gear stood in silence before Zhao Yushu. The instructor of the Zhao clan's elite warriors returned to a familiar place, wielding a specialized telescope to observe the Tianhai Women's Academy. Each time he beheld the bamboo grove standing resilient amidst the wind and snow, a dull ache would resonate in his kidneys, reminding him of that fateful day when his entire battalion met with annihilation. Several bamboo stalks had risen from the earth, their leaves sharp as blades, slicing through their protective gear and severing their throats. Only Zhao Yushu had narrowly escaped death, yet his kidneys had endured an unprecedented blow, forcing him to rely on the vile concoctions from the laboratory for survival. Since that day, Zhao Yushu had remained undeterred, periodically returning to the outskirts of the Tianhai Women's Academy, seeking an opportunity for vengeance. Until 3 days ago, when a certain underground laboratory within the group succeeded in developing a super soldier gene serum. Zhao Yushu Glim Chapter 98. A night of treachery beneath the darkened skies had circumstances shifted? Upon hearing the voice behind him, Zhao Yushu swiftly withdrew his clenched fist and turned around. It was conveyed that the esteemed Zhao Gongzi, having been apprised of the operational plan, had appointed himself as the temporary leader of the action group. At this revelation, Zhao Yushu stood in stunned silence. The fervor that had fueled his earlier outburst vanished without a trace. How could this be? As the initiator of the Tianhai Women's Academy scheme, he had meticulously crafted the plan and was solely responsible for its preparations. Victory was within reach. And now he was informed that an outsider had parachuted in to usurp his position as leader of the action group. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Zhao Yushu exclaimed, "Is that Zhao Kai out of his mind? Wouldn't it be more pleasurable for him to remain in the background indulging in his pleasures rather than meddling here? Does that useless playboy comprehend the intricacies of this endeavor?" He directed his indignation at the messenger, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. "Tell him, I, Zhao Yushu, that singularly flawless serum has been allocated to him. I, Zhao Yushu, will unequivocally comply with the higher-ups' directives." Zhao Yushu's voice boomed, saliva flying as he spoke. Within the Zhao group's numerous underground laboratories, aside from the one destroyed by the Ice Corpse King, there had been some success in researching the super soldier gene serum. However, the production had consumed vast resources, yielding only flawed prototypes rife with severe side effects. Only one batch remained perfect. Despite sharing the Zhao surname, Zhao Yushu lacked the privilege to utilize that flawless serum. To his astonishment, it had fallen into the hands of a debauched scion. What more could he possibly say? Zhao Yushu inquired. "When does he intend to arrive to oversee the operation?" The messenger replied, "Zhao Gongzi mentioned he will not direct the operation. That responsibility remains with you. He will only arrive post-initiation of the action." "I see. So he wishes to make a grand entrance." "Very well." A sense of inexplicable relief washed over Zhao Yushu. This arrangement was, in fact, the most favorable outcome. He was not apprehensive about someone reaping the rewards. There were no fruits to be plucked. For his sole desire was vengeance. In pursuit of retribution, he could endure the inactivity of the Tianhai Women's Academy personnel. Yet, this very choice inadvertently granted him unexpected advantages. Everything was in place, awaiting the nightfall. Zhao Yushu glanced upward at the overcast sky. The sun remained elusive, shrouded once again by an endless cascade of cold, falling snow. As night descended, the landscape lay cloaked in darkness. Tianhai City continued to be blanketed in snow, its tranquility occasionally shattered by the anguished cries of disturbed creatures piercing the night air. Within the confines of the Tianhai Women's Academy, Lin Fei, having finished the sumptuous dinner delivered by her subordinates, absent-mindedly caressed her slightly swollen belly, lost in thought. "Perhaps I indulged a bit too much. It's all Zhang Yu's fault for preparing such delectable dishes. Well, I shan't blame her. After all, her culinary skills are a legacy from her ancestors, honed through rigorous selection across 9 generations." Chuckling to herself, Lin Fei mused, Why has Zhang Jejia taken so long to fetch Chu Qing and Jiang Fushua? Growing a tad impatient, she resolved to rise and step outside. Relying on others could be precarious, better to depend on oneself. Thus, she regarded this as a post-dinner stroll beneath the gentle snowfall. Lin Fei strolled along the familiar path of the campus. The snow accumulated on the ground, though not excessively. She had arranged for the girls in the academy to clear the snow daily, as a thick layer would make traversing difficult. While walking, Lin Fei pondered the whereabouts of Chu Qing and the others. Typically, these two individuals were nowhere to be found at night, and she was oblivious to their nightly escapades. Considering their capabilities, she paid little heed to their absence, as long as they appeared during the day and could bring resources back from outside. They should still be in the dormitory at this hour, Lin Fei mused, heading towards the dormitory building. However, halfway there, she suddenly halted. Lin Fei's expression turned grave. The ice bamboo forest surrounding Tianhai Girls' Academy was her creation, sustained by her ability to absorb and convert geothermal energy. Any disturbance, such as someone stealthily harvesting bamboo, would be sensed by her immediately. Just moments ago, she had sensed the presence of ice corpses, more than one. The ice bamboo forest was teeming with them. Was her academy besieged by a horde of ice corpses? Lin Fei could hardly believe it. Where had all these ice corpses come from? In that instant, she could not fathom what had transpired and stood frozen, exerting all her strength to maintain her powers against the encroaching horde. Fortunately, her prolonged and intense use of abilities had greatly evolved her ice bamboo since its awakening. Dealing with these ice corpses should pose no challenge. Just as Lin Fei immersed herself entirely in her ice bamboo forest, two figures suddenly emerged from a nearby corner, brandishing fruit knives gleaming with a cold light, approximately 40 centimeters in length, and charged at her. In a life-threatening moment, Lin Fei jolted awake, twisting her body to narrowly evade a fatal strike. However, her arm was still grazed, blood flowing freely. Lin Fei was both shocked and enraged. She never anticipated that while she was fully engaged in confronting the external threat of ice corpses, someone within the academy would dare to attack her brazenly. Mei Jiayong, Zhu Gusheng. Upon recognizing her assailants, Lin Fei's pupils constricted, gritting her teeth in fury. Mei Jiayong glanced at the blood on the knife's blade and sneered. To think we, two ordinary individuals, could wound you. It seems your so-called superpowers are not as formidable as claimed. Zhu Gusheng fixed his gaze on Lin Fei, his eyes cold and serpentine, remarking, "Didn't he expect this day would come for you, Lin Fei?" Lin Fei's momentary confusion evaporated as she questioned. "You feign remorse only to stab me now? How did you know I couldn't fight back?" These two were not fools, having witnessed her capabilities. They wouldn't recklessly approach to stab her, especially at such a critical juncture. Mei Jiayong began to respond, but Zhu Gusheng interrupted her, coldly asserting, "Why waste breath on her?" Lin Fei's brows furrowed in indignation. Is the horde of icy corpses outside the result of your machinations? Yet, what awaited her were two sharp fruit knives. Damn! At this moment, Lin Fei was exerting all her strength to vanquish the icy corpses outside, leaving her unable to spare a hand. Otherwise, the backlash of her power would exacerbate the situation. Thus, she could only rely on her instincts, clumsily evading. A roll to the left, another roll to the right. It was impossible to even consider refraining from consuming food. It seemed she would have to indulge in a midnight snack later to replenish her energy. Mei Jiayong and Zhu Gusheng were equally taken aback, mirroring Lin Fei's astonishment. If Lin Fei could evade their cold blades without retaliating, what would happen if she unleashed her full power? Stop hiding. If you don't come out to help us eliminate her, we will all perish. Mei Jiayong suddenly cried out. Lin Fei was bewildered. What? There are others lurking in the shadows? However, after a prolonged wait, not a single specter emerged. Mei Jiayong and Zhu Gusheng were anticipating someone. While Lin Fei was maneuvering through the icy bamboo forest to slay the corpses, the trio found themselves enveloped in a suffocating silence. After exchanging glances, Mei Jiayong and her companion resolutely grasped their knives, preparing to depart. Yet, just as they attempted to turn, they suddenly realized their legs had lost all sensation. They looked down, horrified to find their thighs frozen in ice, unbeknownst to them. At that moment, Chu Qing emerged from the darkness, clad in a black dress, a smile gracing her lips. Good evening. Chapter 99. Keep going, Bamboo Maiden. Good evening, everyone. Chu Qing smiled warmly, extending her greetings to all. Is that you? Mei Jiayong and Zhu Gusheng were taken aback. They had contemplated eliminating Lin Fei before confronting Chu Qing. In their eyes, anyone more beautiful than themselves deserved to perish. Yet reality remained unforgiving. They couldn't even harm Lin Fei, and as they attempted to flee, they suddenly discovered their escape route severed. An icy grip immobilized their lower bodies. Not only were they unable to move, but they also lost all sensation. As if only their upper halves remained. Mei Jiaoyang and Zhu Gusheng were both horrified, their faces as pale as paper. How is this possible? Why are you also a superpower user? Mei Jiaoyang exclaimed, her voice cracking. Wait, where are my people? She harbored deep concerns about those she had assigned to assist her, fearing they might have all been secretly eliminated by Chu Qing. Are you referring to these individuals? Jiang Fushui appeared silently beside Chu Qing, casually tossing 6 people onto the ground before Mei Jiaoyang. They were all in the same boat as Mei Jiaoyang, equally discontent with Lin Fei and the student council, planning to rebel tonight. However, they had not considered what they would gain from such a rebellion. Their sole focus was on toppling Lin Fei and the student council. Yet, when the moment came to act, they dared only to hide in the shadows, waiting for Mei Jiaoyang and her companions to take action before seizing the opportunity for themselves. Consequently, they were easily dealt with by the passing Jiang Fushui. Mei Jiaoyang and Zhu Gusheng stared at the fallen figures, lost in a daze. Chu Qing's beautiful eyes turned to Lin Fei, who appeared to have survived a calamity, and said, I am not well. Thankfully, I have you. Chu Qing responded in astonishment. How could it be that you, one of the few possessing superpowers, were injured by 2 ordinary individuals? Shouldn't you have eliminated them first before worrying about your precious bamboo? It's not just any bamboo. It's called lying bamboo, a creation of supernatural abilities. Do you understand? Lin Fei retorted. Do you think I don't wish to eliminate this ignorant and treacherous scoundrel first? I long to do so. However, the lying bamboo forest is intertwined with my fate. If it suffers a significant blow, I too will be gravely injured. You have no idea how many ice corpses are out there, along with quite a few formidable foes. If I were to share even a fraction of my power, I would lose a vast portion of the lying bamboo. Comparatively, I can handle these 2 nuisances with my physical strength and then easily dispose of them after the ice corpses are dealt with. If they truly posed a threat to me, I would sacrifice the academy to eliminate them first. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Your ability seems rather reliant on finesse, doesn't it? It would be better suited for mere admiration. Lin Fei replied, Thank you for your unsolicited advice. This was absurd. Chu Qing's thoughts mirrored those of that fiery man, and yet Chu Qing was a master of ice. They could even team up to venture into the forest. Suddenly, Mei Jiaoyang and Zhu Gusheng erupted in a furious roar, startling Lin Fei. Then Lin Fei watched as these 2 transformed, their muscles swelling until they morphed into 2 indescribable monsters. By heavens! Lin Fei gasped in astonishment, feeling as if she had inadvertently stumbled into a Lovecraftian film. Chu Qing furrowed her brow and inquired, Gene serum? Where did you acquire it? The grotesque, mutated being that was Mei Jiaoyang emitted a sound that was neither distinctly male nor female, nor truly human. Surprised, are you? You possess extraordinary abilities, but so do we. Although the one who administered the serum warned us of its severe side effects, we were never particularly beautiful to begin with. To gain unparalleled power, we are willing to embrace even greater ugliness. The monstrous Mei Jiaoyang, in her aberrant form, unleashed a chilling shriek reminiscent of a frozen corpse, lunging toward Chu Qing in an attempt to rend her exquisite visage apart with her newfound strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Gusheng had set her sights on Lin Fei. Yet, after a prolonged cacophony, they discovered they could not reach Chu Qing, leading them to pause and glance downward. To their astonishment, their lower halves remained encased in ice, retaining their human forms. Chu Qing crossed her arms and calmly remarked, Surely you do not believe that with your inferior gene serum, you could stand alongside us? In your Lovecraftian guise, you cannot even best Lin Fei, yet you dare to confront me? How utterly laughable. Lin Fei, for reasons unknown, discerned from Chu Qing's words that she too was being deemed worthless. Was she overthinking it? Regardless, with Chu Qing and her companions present, she felt a sense of security for the night. Not granting the 2 aberrations another moment to wail, Chu Qing snapped her fingers, reducing them to mere shards of ice. Shuijia, let us depart. There is nothing more for us here. Wait, are you going outside to slay the ice corpses? Lin Fei hurriedly questioned. Chu Qing regarded her with a peculiar expression. Is this not your concern? Surely you do not think we have come to assist you. With a wry smile, she continued. I apologize, but I am here solely because I found those 2 insufferable and came to eliminate them. Lin Fei fell silent, yearning to implore them for mercy and aid. However, she was, after all, a capable superhuman herself. I wish to ask you. Enough. Best of luck. I have faith in you. Chu Qing offered her encouragement, denying Lin Fei the opportunity to plead, and she and Jiang Fushui melded into the shadows. Lin Fei stood frozen for a moment before unleashing a torrent of curses. If you're not going to help, then what else with the encouragement? I can handle those ice corpses on my own without needing your support. Despite the absence of interference, she dared not linger, fearing further complications. She hastened toward the academy's entrance. Only upon reaching the ice bamboo forest did she feel complete. Simultaneously, the howls of the ice corpses reverberated, alarming the onlookers within the academy. They had never encountered such a cacophony of monstrous cries, leaving them bewildered. Most were well protected by Lin Fei's ice bamboo forest, but only a handful who had ventured out and returned alive understood the implications of the sounds. Fear compelled them to huddle together. What is happening? Is that the call of the ice corpses? From all directions, could it be that our academy is surrounded by a horde of ice corpses? Impossible. Sister Lin Fei's abilities are extraordinarily formidable. Any monster that approaches is swiftly annihilated. Some individuals act as if nothing is amiss, while others remain frozen in confusion. A number have already armed themselves and are rushing towards the academy gates. Among the girls heading towards the entrance, some carry no weapons at all. They have a special designation, the spectators. Indeed, a splendid spectacle awaits. This scene could easily serve as the opening sequence of a disaster film. At a certain vantage point within the academy, the spectator Dongfang Yuyu leans casually against Yi Fengshi's shoulder, absorbing the unfolding chaos, including the moment Lin Fei was attacked. Are they truly not going to rescue Lin Fei? Dongfang Yuyu harbors doubts. After all, in their plan, Lin Fei is a pivotal figure. They cannot possibly stand by and allow her demise. What you do not know is that on the day Chu Qing and the others moved into this dormitory, those very individuals caused a ruckus and obstructed their path, explains Yi Fengshi. Now, Dongfang Yuyu comprehends. Chu Qing is indeed aiming for the assailant. As for rescuing Lin Fei, that is merely a secondary consideration. They might not even require their assistance. Chapter 100. The Falling Star. What do you think of Lin Fei? Dongfang Yuyu leaned closer to Yi Fengshi, obstructing his line of sight, her almond-shaped eyes blinking playfully. Yi Fengshi pinched her cheek, teasing. You have developed feelings, haven't you? Dongfang Yuyu pouted defiantly. What feelings? Just because she has her own way of expressing affection, does it mean I, Dongfang Yuyu, cannot speak my mind? Humph. Just give the word, and I shall go out and deal with that group of icy corpses right now. Then, I'll carry Lin Fei to your bed by nightfall instantly. Yi Fengshi's forehead twitched with annoyance as he grasped her. Don't be reckless. Then what are you thinking? Do you intend to remain a mere bystander? She remarked. Historically, deep affection seldom retains its essence. Only cunning schemes can win a heart. Just as Dongfang Yuyu pondered this, Yi Fengshi enveloped her in his arms and entered the spatial vortex once more. Before the gates of Tianhai Women's Academy, the ground lay blanketed in snow, and the bamboo forest swayed gently. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the fluttering bamboo leaves, a solitary icy corpse abruptly halted its charge and fell to the snowy ground, its body mangled and broken. Lin Fei stood within the swaying bamboo, commanding the forest to rend the advancing icy corpses into countless pieces. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Logically, these icy corpses typically moved in scattered groups, rarely gathering in such overwhelming numbers. Previously, her scouting team had encountered a similar sight, but they had only dared to observe from a distance before fleeing, fearing that a mere glance might reveal their presence. Lin Fei did not chastise them. On the contrary, she commended their swift escape, for in the face of peril, preserving one's life was paramount. As Lin Fei pondered, an icy chill prickled her skin. A bizarre icy corpse emerged from the space before her, its claws capable of slicing through her bamboo. Fortunately, not every part of this creature wielded such strength. As it lunged at Lin Fei, a bamboo sprouted from the earth and pierced through its body. Immediately, the grotesque icy corpse transformed into nourishment for the bamboo, compelling Lin Fei to stay vigilant. However, amidst the fierce battle between the bamboo forest and the horde of icy corpses, Lin Fei suddenly spotted a group of girls rushing out from the academy. Lin Fei, Jia. We are here to assist you. Zhang Mei boldly led the charge, positioning herself as Lin Fei's protector. Snapping back to reality, Lin Fei furrowed her brows. Do not cause chaos. Return at once. I can handle these icy corpses alone. Truthfully, witnessing so many brave souls daring to confront such perilous circumstances filled Lin Fei with joy. It reassured her that her protective efforts had borne fruit, revealing that many under her care were not merely cowards. Even if some were motivated by mere curiosity, their presence still counted for something. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Yet, for this very reason, she wished to spare these girls from needless sacrifice. After all, wielding weapons, they would struggle to defeat even a mutated icy corpse. Their presence might only complicate matters. Sister Lin Fei, without experiencing the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? We cannot remain in your protection eternally. We must venture forth to engage in battle. Enough. Allowing you to fight alone is due to my inability to accompany you, yet I cannot permit you to face death at our doorstep. Zhang Mei wished to voice her thoughts, but Lin Fei's countenance darkened as she commanded, Are my words falling on deaf ears? Everyone, retreat behind the bamboo growth. Hearing Lin Fei's authoritative tone, the women hesitated momentarily but complied without question. This was not only due to Lin Fei's command, but also because the gruesome spectacle of bloodshed had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. The horrifying sight of so many frozen corpses was not something they could vanquish merely with fervor. It was likely that their ardor would stain the snow red without bringing down even a single ice corpse. However, Zhang Mei and a few other girls remained, forming a protective barrier. Lin Fei observed this without objection, focusing intently on controlling the ice bamboo forest. The battle with the horde of ice corpses persisted for approximately 20 minutes. The ground was littered with shattered ice bodies, and the once pristine snow was tainted by an eerie blood-like substance. Lin Fei's complexion lost its warmth, growing increasingly pale as her stamina waned, causing the offensive of the ice bamboo forest to decelerate. How infuriating! Was she nearing her limit? Lin Fei surveyed the scattered ice corpses with a sense of reluctance, preparing to expend her utmost effort. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from an unknown source, resonating in the ears of all present. Some could not endure it. Becoming lightheaded and disoriented, Lin Fei's heart sank. She discerned impending doom from the shrill cry. It was the call of the ice corpse. Yet, this particular ice corpse was likely beyond her current capabilities to confront. Upon hearing the shriek, the remaining ice corpses seemed to hit a pause button, freezing in place. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, they began to turn and stagger away from the scene. What was happening? Among the Zhao group's combat team, concealed in the shadows, someone wondered aloud, has the lure of the corpse scent dissipated? No, Zhao Yushu mused, recalling the shriek. It was the Corpse King. Another Corpse King had emerged in Tianhai City, summoning the ice corpses back. The mention of the Corpse King filled Zhao Yushu with trepidation. The ice corpse he had previously tracked that had destroyed the laboratory was, in fact, a nascent Corpse King, unfortunate enough to encounter a disastrous fate before fully forming. Later, while on a mission in a neighboring city, he encountered a genuine Corpse King and narrowly escaped demise. Fortunately, his survival skills were fully developed, allowing him to endure. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, a Corpse King would emerge, commanding the surviving ice corpses to retreat. Zhao Yushu's expression grew grave as he scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the Corpse King. His initial intention had been to let Lin Fei and the ice corpses exhaust each other before reaping the benefits. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed he might become the unwitting prey in this deadly game. Shall we continue the fight? Someone inquired. They had witnessed the terror of the Ice Corpse King, a foe far beyond the capabilities of those who merely consumed inferior genetic drugs. Zhao Yushu's gaze was fierce. Attack. We have reached this critical juncture. There is no room for cowardice. What of the Ice Corpse King? We are not without our own experts. Moreover, its summoning of the Ice Corpse horde likely indicated a desire to evade battle and conserve its forces. Yet, a lingering doubt resided within him. The spy he had planted had seemingly vanished, and those two foolish women, whom he had given genetic drugs, failed to seize the opportunity to eliminate the one formidable Lin Fei. Such a trivial task undone. Nevertheless, Lin Fei had just endured a fierce battle. Her strength at its nadir. He pondered when Zhao Kai, that somewhat astute young scion, would arrive. With him present, their odds would significantly improve. Surely, this indolent fellow did not intend to lounge until the end to snatch the spoils, did he? Returning to the academy's entrance, before the bamboo grove, Lin Fei was about to turn back when, in an instant, a powerful sense of crisis surged within her. She swiftly turned and caught sight of a group clad in black. They were not dressed in winter gear, merely donning night attire. Zhang Mei and the others noticed Lin Fei's reaction and looked over, their pupils contracting in alarm. Who are you? Standing at the forefront, Zhao Yushu declared, Miss Lin. We meet again. Lin Fei, her eyes wide with disbelief, responded, You are, who? She truly did not recognize him. The group with nefarious intentions she had encountered previously had been swiftly eliminated, leaving her unaware that any could have survived. Zhao Yushu replied, Oh, the esteemed are indeed prone to forgetfulness. Therefore, I shall be brief. We are from the Zhao Corporation, and you face but two choices, submission or death. With that, Zhao Yushu suddenly burst from his garments, towering at 2.5 meters, nearly the height of a story, half his face consumed by writhing veins, his eyes glimmering a faint crimson. Witnessing this, his entourage followed suit, tearing their own clothing to transform into diminutive giants. Although slightly shorter than Zhao, they were still imposing figures. This was a display of strength, an attempt to intimidate without combat. Upon seeing this spectacle, Lin Fei realized, I understand now. You truly have come to provoke us. Before her words could fully escape, a thought crossed her mind. From beneath Zhao Yushu's feet, a shard of ice bamboo, felled by the previous encounter, suddenly erupted. Zhao Yushu was taken aback but deftly evaded the attack. Regaining his composure, he cackled, You are indeed nearing exhaustion. Lin Fei's heart sank. This aberration seemed markedly different from what she had previously encountered, capable of dodging her covert assault with alarming swiftness. Moreover, they were numerous. Damn it. What was the true nature of the Zhao Corporation? Wait, the Zhao Corporation. Were they not founded on the sale of aphrodisiac potions? Have you all consumed such potions? Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yushu and his cohorts were rendered speechless. They consumed a genetic potion, the effects of which appeared remarkably similar to those of aphrodisiac drugs, and indeed, their employer was known for selling such products. We partake in the genetic potion developed by the Zhao Group. By submitting to the Zhao Group, you too may receive the blessing of the genetic potion. How foolish. Which girl would desire to transform into such an unrecognizable form? Before Zhao Yushu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a girl who was merely observing. With a sigh, Zhao Yushu commanded, "Seize them." Lin Fei remained composed, secretly preparing for a fight to the finish. I, Lin Fei, shall never be a slave. Suddenly, a raspy voice emerged from behind Zhao Yushu and his companions. The familiar voice. Although Zhao Yushu felt somewhat numb, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their trump card had finally arrived. Victory was assured. The true leader of their operation, Zhao Kaizi, swaggered through the crowd, cradling a woman in his arms. Their intimate demeanor was quite unbearable to witness. Many onlookers instinctively covered their eyes with their hands. Lin Fei was perplexed. Who was this unseemly figure? Zhao Kaizi flashed a wicked smile. "Miss Lin, we meet again." "And you are?" Lin Fei replied, her tone frosty. Zhao Kaizi's smile faltered as he said, 6 months ago. At a charity gala in Tianhai City, I felt an instant connection with Miss Lin. Lin Fei's expression hardened. "I'm sorry, but I do not know you. These are your people, correct? Remove them at once, or you shall find no place to bury your dead." Zhao Kaizi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Fei, on the verge of collapse, would dare to speak to him in such a manner, not even granting him a glance. His smile vanished, and he reached out. Lin Fei sensed impending danger. In an instant, robust ice bamboo sprouted before her, strong enough to tear through steel. The ice bamboo was both offensive and defensive, though it required skill to wield effectively. Crack! To Lin Fei's astonishment, the ice bamboo could not withstand the invisible assault and shattered violently. With the ice bamboo no longer shielding her, Lin Fei staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Zhao Kaizi taunted, "Heh, Miss Lin, as fellow superpowers, it seems you are inferior to me." Lin Fei retorted coldly. "Had it not been for those ice corpses earlier, you would have already met your demise." Zhao Kaizi's eyes gleamed. "I do enjoy a woman with a sharp tongue. How about this? I shall be merciful and offer you a chance to become my—" But before he could finish his sentence, the snow-laden night sky suddenly illuminated as if it were daylight. The sudden brilliance forced everyone to shut their eyes, including Zhao Kaizi, who raised his arms to shield himself from the blinding light. Damn, this radiance could very well blind him. Who threw the flashbang? Yet, no one answered. As the light gradually dimmed, everyone sensed something and looked up simultaneously. A star, shining with a cross-like brilliance, began to descend slowly. Chapter 101. The volcanic eruption. A sudden flash of light dazzled Zhao Kaizi, conjuring vivid memories of the past. He was the sole heir of Zhao Ka, the head of the Zhao Group, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the next leader. In this world, choices often outweigh mere effort. And Zhao Kaizi exemplified this notion, having been born into privilege. Wealth and beauty were at his fingertips, though not without their complications. There was a woman whom Zhao Kaizi had long coveted but had yet to win over, Chu Qing, the former president of the student council at Biluo University and renowned as the campus goddess. Of course, this title was bestowed by certain enthusiasts and lacked universal validity, as everyone has their own conception of beauty. For instance, some might favor the wealthy and beautiful, thus placing Xiao Taozhu, the daughter of the chairman of Tianhao Group, at the pinnacle of desirability. Though Zhao Kaizi harbored feelings for Xiao Taozhu, she dismissed him as a mere scoundrel, redirecting her affections toward a more common, albeit less glamorous, figure. Yet, he faced formidable competition, enough to form a robust team. Consequently, monetary persuasion proved futile, and underhanded tactics were equally challenging to execute. His only recourse was to attempt to sway Chu Qing's roommate, the considerably less esteemed campus beauty, Lu Qingyin, hoping to employ a more roundabout approach. As graduation loomed, tangible results remained elusive. The most significant revelation was that the previously unattached Chu Qing had secretly entered into a relationship. The shock of discovering that the woman he desired had been claimed by another man, a lackluster individual at that, was unbearable for Zhao Kaizi. In a moment of desperation, he sought to undermine Chu Qing through nefarious means, only to find Lu Qingyin's dark secrets exposed instead. Zhao Kaizi could scarcely fathom that the campus beauty he had purchased with considerable expense was, in fact, a mere socialite, easily swayed by others. Upon realizing that many shared a connection with her, his emotions became a tumultuous blend of rage and regret. though he contemplated eliminating Lu Qingyan. Her allure and skills kept him tethered to her presence. At the onset of winter, Zhao Kaixi initially entertained thoughts akin to those of Yang Denfeng, aiming to confront Chu Qing directly at Biluo University. However, following a period of confinement within the Zhao group, he found himself unable to act. After consuming a perfect gene serum that awakened his formidable powers, he considered himself invincible and prepared to return to Biluo University, only to find it deserted. He mourned this loss for but a fleeting moment before redirecting his ambitions toward Tianhai Women's Academy. After all, there were countless flowers in the world. Why obsess over a single bloom? Although he had lost the chance to possess the captivating Chu Qing, a vast sea of beauty awaited him. Moreover, Lin Fei was no less enchanting. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Kaixi would have lacked the confidence to pursue Lin Fei amidst the daunting bamboo grove that loomed before him. Fortunately, he had allies willing to trade inferior products for the entire women's academy, a fortunate circumstance in Zhao Kaixi's eyes. His expectations were met as Zhao Yu succeeded in depleting Lin Fei's strength. Zhao Kaixi had meticulously rehearsed his plan in his mind. As a pivotal character, he was destined to make a grand entrance at the critical moment, overpowering Lin Fei and conquering the Sea of Blossoms. Events unfolded precisely as Zhao Kaixi had envisioned. He held Lu Qingyan in his embrace while delivering a blow to Lin Fei with a single hand, a maneuver he dubbed the Embrace of Victory. However, just as he was poised to subdue Lin Fei, a dazzling flare was unexpectedly hurled into the sky. In Zhao Kaixi's understanding, the only source of such brilliance, aside from the sun, could be a flare. It was impossible for the sun to be shining at night. It had long since vanished from the horizon. Hence, there was but one conclusion. Someone had cast a flare into the night. Zhao Kaixi was baffled by the cross-shaped radiance emitted by the flare. Yet it did not deter him. His assaults from the void were unmatched, until the star, radiating a resplendent crosslight, began to descend slowly before him and transformed into a human form. Zhao Kaixi suddenly regained his composure, only to realize he had just glimpsed a revolving lantern. What on earth was happening? Had aliens invaded Blue Star? Who are you? Zhao Kaixi instinctively inquired. He was perplexed as to why the flare had morphed into a cross-shaped star, which then descended to reveal a young man. This was, of course, the observer Yi Fengshi. Yi Fengshi had been surveying the scene from above, taking in all that transpired below with great interest. However, as Zhao Kaixi appeared, the scales of victory began to tilt indisputably in favor of the Zhao group. In Yi Fengshi's eyes, the outcome of this spectacle had lost its suspense. Thus, he decided to intervene personally. Just a passing sun, he remarked casually. Zhao Kaixi found this somewhat absurd. Could anyone truly claim to be the sun? Ha, the sun? I might as well be the passing moon, Lu Qingyan interjected sarcastically. Smack. Zhao Kaixi struck her across the face. Did I permit you to speak? Lu Qingyan felt wronged but dared not protest. She depended on Zhao Kaixi for her comfort and survival. The momentary feeling of ridicule evaporated. Zhao Kaixi considered that while the young man might be exaggerating, he couldn't possibly be the sun. Yet, at the very least, he was a star. Given that the cross-shaped light had just descended from the heavens, what Zhao Kaixi failed to notice was the look of sheer terror on Zhao Yoshu's face behind him. All he observed was Lin Fei gazing intently at the newcomer, suddenly invigorated. Having just endured a battle and suffered wounds from Zhao Kaixi, she seemed utterly exhausted. However, upon seeing the person who had so brazenly come to her aid, she instantly rallied. Return my bamboo. The crowd was momentarily struck dumb. What? Bamboo? Initially, it seemed poised to be a classic tale of heroism and rescue. Yet, it appeared otherwise. The two seemed to have quite the dispute. Were they enemies? Meanwhile, the onlooking girls from Tianhai Women's Academy were left in shock. They witnessed the cross-shaped star shining brilliantly, descending from the heavens and transforming into a handsome young man, who was evidently here to intervene. The thoughts had nearly overflowed from her mind. Was this truly the outcome? Sister Lin Fei, even if they had taken your bamboo, one must discern the appropriateness of the occasion. Zhao Kaixi's people were utterly bewildered, caught in a web of grievances with Lin Fei. Were they perhaps allies? Yi Fengshi certainly did not anticipate Lin Fei's lingering resentment regarding the bamboo. After a moment of silence, he slowly inquired, "Why do you hold such a fixation on your bamboo?" Lin Fei coldly replied, "Had you arrived a moment sooner, I might have felt gratitude towards you. But now, your timing is woefully late." She had secretly vowed Lin Fei would never be subjugated. Naturally, she would not allow Zhao Kaixi and his deranged followers to capture her, having exhausted her final reserves of energy. The roots of the El Bing bamboo spread throughout the subterranean expanse, extending to profound depths, drawing upon geothermal sources. After guarding the Tianhai Women's Academy for so long, she had mastered a self-detonation technique, the El Bing bamboo forest volcanic eruption. With a thunderous boom, as soon as Lin Fei's words fell, a tremendous roar echoed from below. The ground trembled violently, causing everyone to sway and topple. Why is it suddenly shaking? Is it an earthquake? Goodness, steady me. No, you'll make me fall too. Zhao Kaizi nearly lost his footing as well. Suddenly, he sensed an immense force rising from the depths, accompanied by an overwhelming energy. The endless heat surged upwards, causing the surface ice to dissolve in an instant. Was this your doing? He exclaimed incredulously, casting a glance at Lin Fei. The sun passing overhead had yet to comprehend the situation, and here Lin Fei had conjured something monumental, seemingly wishing for all to meet their demise. Lin Fei replied with a cold smirk. You think you can make me your woman? You are not worthy. Let us join the realm of the dead together. You lunatic. You madwoman. Zhao Kaizi shouted in anger. He had not anticipated Lin Fei's drastic measures, awakening the magma beneath the earth. He certainly did not foresee that in his inaugural venture, he would confront the terrifying calamity of a volcanic eruption. Lin Fei remained unfazed, quietly closing her eyes, awaiting the approach of death. Yet, after a lengthy pause, the anticipated eruption did not occur. Instead, she heard that detestable voice once more. Is this truly your courage? Chapter 102. The roar of the crowd regarding Lin Fei's little trick. Yi Fengshi had long since perceived it. Merely a minor eruption, akin to a small volcano. In the face of his celestial presence, it was but an ant attempting to shake a tree. With a swift motion, Yi Fengshi quelled the impending flow of lava and remarked to Lin Fei, Your courage is commendable. In an instant, Lin Fei's rage surged forth, overwhelmed by the frustration of finding him insufferable yet powerless to retaliate. The tremors ceased. Some individuals regained their footing, while others remained collapsed on the ground, their eyes vacant. Trapped in a stupor, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired, Lin Fei reluctantly opened her long lashes and gazed at Yi Fengshi, a sense of helplessness swelling within her. Who can tell me why this fiery man is so formidable? Who exactly are you? Zhao Kaizi questioned once more. His earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by horror and trepidation. As a superhuman, he was acutely aware of what had just occurred. The madwoman, Lin Fei, had actually provoked the underground magma, attempting to incite a volcanic eruption to take everyone down with her. The extent of the devastation was unfathomable. Zhao Kaizi, reflecting on his own vulnerability, realized escape was impossible, and he felt utterly helpless. He nearly met his demise in that moment. Yet, just as the pressure of the subterranean magma reached critical mass, something inexplicable occurred. The magma that had been drawn upwards suddenly retreated to depths beyond his comprehension. It was none other than this young man of the cross star. Zhao Kaizi hadn't even witnessed Yi Fengshi make a move. A natural disaster had been averted before his very eyes. How could such a powerful human being exist? It defied all logic. Zhao Kaizi began to doubt himself. His superhuman abilities were derived from what he deemed a perfect genetic serum, which had only fueled his arrogance and disdain for others. Now, confronted with an insurmountable force, his true nature was laid bare. With bloodshot eyes, he fixated on Yi Fengshi, his internal power spiraling out of control. Who the hell are you? I am Yi Fengshi. At that moment, Chu Qing stepped forth from the shadows, gracefully approaching Yi Fengshi's side, her voice sweetly chiming, He is my man. Chu Qing. Zhao Kaizi's mind nearly shattered upon seeing the woman he yearned for yet could not possess. Lu Qingyin, standing beside him, was equally dumbfounded. Upon encountering Chu Qing, she suddenly comprehended why Yi Fengshi appeared familiar, as though she had seen him before. He was the man Chu Qing had chosen. No, this cannot be. Lu Qingyin too began to question her reality. Zhao Kaizi had leveraged the Zhao family conglomerate to attain such power, living a life not dissimilar to that before the snowfall, albeit with fewer women. But what right did Yi Fengshi have to this? And Chu Qing? Lu Qingyin couldn't fathom how Chu Qing could thrive in such frigid conditions, imagining her to be destitute and disheveled. Yet upon their reunion, Chu Qing was not only radiant, but even more remarkable than before. Lu Qingyin found it impossible to accept. In a forsaken corner, Lin Fei stood in a state of bewilderment, feeling akin to a jester. Could it be possible that her solitary valiance, Chu Qing, was aligned with that fiery man? Yi Fengshi? Was this reasonable? Was this fitting? After all the tumult, was she merely a pawn in their game? Chu Qing responded coolly. I initially intended to remain in the shadows, but your survival thus far and your unexpected prowess have compelled me to step forth and provide some clarity, lest you depart this world in ignorance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kaizi's fury surged to an apex, clouding his judgment. He forcefully shoved Lu Qingyin aside and lunged at Yi Fengshi single-handedly. The violent surge of void energy erupted forth, a wave of purple crashing towards Yi Fengshi. However, just as the purple tide was about to engulf him, reality itself twisted. A black fissure unfurled from a singular point, forming a vortex that devoured the purple deluge. Then, a radiant light emerged at the vortex's heart, culminating in a blinding explosion. Curse be it, yet another flash grenade. What manner of ability does he possess? Astonished, Zhao Kaizi promptly shut his eyes to avert being blinded. Oh, what are you doing? Chu Qing observed Yi Fengshi's actions with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She comprehended his intentions all too well and smirked, beckoning Lin Fei, Bamboo Maiden, come here for a moment. Lost in her own world of jest, Lin Fei initially did not register Chu Qing's call. Huh? Are you calling me? Is there another Bamboo Maiden here? I am Lin Fei. Very well, Bamboo Maiden. Fret not, for there lies a grand fortune awaiting you. Would you accept it? I shan't accept charity from others. Lin Fei crossed her arms with a haughty scoff. Chu Qing chuckled softly as she watched Lin Fei approach. Then how is it that you find yourself here? Humph, my body seems to have a mind of its own. Huh, I wager your mouth is the only part of you that remains defiant. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaizi, having retreated, was incensed to see the two women conversing around Yi Fengshi as if he were invisible. His eyes nearly blazed with fury. Yet, the inexplicable disappearance of his abilities sent a chill down his spine, restoring his clarity. He began to withdraw slowly, contemplating escape. Preserve the green hills. And one need not fear a lack of firewood. Hold on, you have yet to exit the stage, Yi Fengshi remarked, casting a sidelong glance. Ignoring the warning, Zhao Kaizi turned and fled, swiftly vanishing from sight. On a street a kilometer away, Zhao Kaizi sprinted furiously. Only a fool would remain. Wait for me. I shall. He paused, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. Had he been here before? As he blinked, he realized the surroundings seemed eerily familiar. Why were the defective products from the Zhao Corporation and the women from Tianhai Women's Academy present here? What manner of gazes were they casting upon him? It was only upon seeing Yi Fengshi that Zhao Kaizi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Fengshi spoke with a calm demeanor. Did I ever imply that you were free to leave? Zhao Kaizi grasped his scalp and exclaimed, What on earth do you intend to do? I shall no longer compete with you for women. Surely that will suffice. You, with your magnanimity, spare me this torment. Yi Fengshi raised his hand, signaling for silence. I am a man of fairness. I believe your duel with Lin Fei lacks equity. She has just repelled a horde of ice corpses, exhausting her strength, while you have acted unscrupulously. Zhao Kaizi's rigid countenance twitched violently. So what? Thus, I shall render this duel a tad more equitable, Yi Fengshi declared, as he directed the spark of awakening towards Lin Fei, which instantaneously merged with her being. What have you just infused into me? Lin Fei began to protest, but her expression shifted abruptly. Oh, this surge of power. Then, Zhao Kaizi witnessed what he deemed fairness. Countless frost bamboo shoots erupted from the ground, swiftly blanketing the surroundings with these extraordinary towering plants, which emitted a gentle radiance. Zhao Kaizi froze. If Lin Fei, prior to battling the ice corpses, was a challenge he could barely contend with, then the Lin Fei before him now had ascended to an entirely new level of power. It was as if she had transcended. Is this what they call fairness? If you wish to kill me, why not say so directly? Why must you toy with me so? Zhao Kaizi bellowed. He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet his defiance was in vain. The transformation that Lin Fei underwent, fueled by the spark of awakening, was beyond Zhao Kaizi's capacity to withstand. In a mere encounter, Zhao Kaizi's prideful invincible void strike, along with his very being, was obliterated. This truly became a void. Lin Fei effortlessly cleared away the aberrant creatures and the women that Zhao Kaizi had brought along. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Fei emerged as the undisputed MVP of the arena, greeted by resounding cheers. However, her visage reflected little joy, instead revealing a profound complexity. As she basked in an unprecedented surge of power, her gaze fell upon Yi Fengshi's handsome face. Alas, this time I am truly destined to serve. Chapter 103. The sunflower garden in progress. The night was shrouded in a hazy mist. Flakes of snow fell like goose feathers, while the ice bamboo forest swayed gently, its faint luminescence creating a barrier that kept the chill at bay. Tiny snowflakes hovered above Yi Fengshi's head, only to melt and evaporate into nothingness. To the onlooker, it seemed as though a realm of snowflakes enveloped Yi Fengshi. She tilted her head slightly, and the solar force field expanded instantaneously. Lin Fei noticed that the snowflakes within her line of sight vanished in an instant, and the ice bamboo forest around her subtly hinted at a second growth spurt. It felt as though the plants were basking in sunlight. Lin Fei stared at Yi Fengshi, bewildered. She was uncertain about the dark red lotus that had merged with her, but she was certain of its extraordinary power, akin to the rare treasures in martial arts novels, enabling an ordinary person to undergo a transformation in a fleeting moment. Her own abilities mirrored this. Not only had all negative states been eradicated, but the ice bamboo had also undergone a qualitative leap, a second awakening. Lin Fei intuitively grasped this miraculous change. Yet, she was puzzled. Despite her poor attitude towards Yi Fengshi, he had appeared at a critical moment, bestowing upon her a second awakening. What could possibly be the reason? Was it a case of repaying kindness with kindness? Or perhaps a matter of reciprocity? Had he returned her favor for the few bamboo shoots she had lost? This notion was swiftly dismissed, even if she offered her entire being. It would hardly equate to such a boon. For the sake of fairness? Lin Fei recalled Fengshi's earlier words, how he intervened in the midst of a play, descending to restore balance when he perceived injustice. First, he had suppressed her realm back to the ground, and then he facilitated her second awakening, transforming her strength dramatically, allowing her to vanquish her opponents with ease. Indeed, he had reversed the tide in her favor. Thus, even though Lin Fei had emerged victorious from the battle, she found herself engulfed in deep conflict. How should she approach Fengshi? Should she tell him that the bamboo was unnecessary to return? Or perhaps confess that she had no means to repay him and would willingly offer herself in gratitude? Yet, she had recently vowed that Lin Fei would never be a slave. Lin Fei mused to herself, if he insists, as a weak woman, I could hardly resist. It seems almost reasonable. Just then, she saw Fengshi turn around, their eyes met, and he teased, do you still want me to return your bamboo? Lin Fei instinctively nodded. Regardless, she would need to ask for the bamboo back first. Fengshi chuckled upon hearing this, and then vanished in a burst of flames. Lin Fei was left bewildered. Why did he leave without a word? Did he treat her domain as he pleased, coming and going as he wished? This extraordinary fire-wielding man truly possessed such power. Stop dawdling, she thought. There will be plenty of opportunities to observe him later. She glanced at the smiling Chu Qing, her expression filled with curiosity. Why are you still here? Are you not his woman? Why didn't he take you with him when he left? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Surely you do not believe that the spark of awakening within him was bestowed upon you without cost. Lin Fei let out a quiet sigh of relief and remarked, I almost thought he was merely passing by. Ahem, with a cough. Lin Fei straightened her posture and assumed the authoritative demeanor of the representative of the Tianhai Women's Academy, stating earnestly, now, tell me, what is your true intention? As for the intention, Chu Qing's gaze first fell upon Lin Fei, then shifted to the group of stunned onlookers behind her. It involves your entire Tianhai Women's Academy. The situation had escalated beyond Chu Qing's expectations, yet the ultimate goal remained unchanged. Lin Fei opened her mouth, initially believing that the target was solely herself, only to realize that their true aim was far more encompassing. Do you think your appetite is rather excessive? Can he truly bear the weight of it all alone? I believe you may be mistaken. This isn't his idea, but mine. We all. Chu Qing informed Lin Fei of the existence of the sunflower garden. How about that? The spark of awakening that will transform your abilities was specifically created by Fengshi. After all, if you wish to confront significant challenges in the future, you must possess some degree of strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei fell into contemplation. She had wondered why formidable women like Chu Qing and Zhang Fushui had come to join them. It turned out they were eyeing them after all. In truth, she had no objections to joining the sunflower garden, as it fundamentally served the purpose of aiding Fengshi. However, she pondered whether there would be too many serving staff. Could it be that 4 individuals, like herself, could possess the spark of awakening? And after utilizing it, shouldn't their strengths be relatively equal? Why did Chu Qing seem to possess such a distinct advantage over her? Suppressing all her questions, Lin Fei stated, let me clarify in advance. My joining you is solely to repay you Fengshi as kindness. I will not serve as his maid. Chu Qing looked at her, her expression peculiar. I never claimed that members of the sunflower garden are mere maids. Lin Fei sensed her own defensive reaction and hastily explained, I was merely making an analogy. Furthermore, I only speak for myself and cannot represent all of them. Not to worry. Your entry signifies that the Tianhai Women's Academy has effectively joined the sunflower garden. Is it truly so domineering? As it turned out, Chu Qing was not as tyrannical as she seemed. When Lin Fei informed the other members of the Tianhai Women's Academy that she had joined an organization called the Sunflower Garden and inquired whether they would agree to join, everyone readily accepted. Those who remained standing within the academy were hardly naive. They were indifferent to the organization structure. They simply wished to follow someone capable of ensuring their survival. Some even felt that the Sunflower Garden sounded more appealing than the Tianhai Women's Academy, resembling a more formal organization. Sunflower Garden? Is that the organization established by that handsome man? How wonderful. We are saved. The girls who witnessed the battle firsthand were positively radiant, akin to starstruck fans in the presence of their idols. Even the onlookers could not help but remain enamored with Fengshi. Had it not been for the formidable aura of Lin Fei and Chu Qing, they would have eagerly approached him for an introduction. Lin Fei found herself at a loss for words, quietly mocking their infatuation. What was so remarkable about a man who had merely descended from the heavens? After all, he had once harvested her bamboo. Lin Fei had indeed fallen from grace, forsaking her former ideals to join another organization. Yet, her loyalty remained steadfast, as she remembered to bring her sisters along. Lin Fei noted the murmuring girls in her mind, planning to assign them the most arduous tasks in the future. She also pondered the several bamboo stalks that Fengshi had taken. She wondered how they were faring now. Surely, no matter how impressive he was, he could not instill independent thoughts in bamboo. Consequently, Tianhai Women's Academy was officially renamed Sunflower Garden. Chapter 104. The inquisitive child Chu Qing gazed thoughtfully at the numerous new members recently integrated into the Sunflower Garden, her chin resting on one hand. Although the number of individuals in the Sunflower Garden had increased, there remained many intricate details that required attention. Moreover, these new members could not immediately join the workforce. Aside from Lin Fei, the rest were merely ordinary individuals. They often struggled with minor ailments, treating medicine as if it were sustenance. Even with winter gear, sending them out would likely lead to their demise, given the rampant, evolved ice corpses and various colossal creatures that thrived in the icy wilderness without discrimination. Regardless of the encounter, these girls, currently overwhelmed with excitement, would meet a grim fate. This was not Chu Qing's desire. Sister Shui, it seems your esteemed scientists at the base are lacking, Chu Qing remarked suddenly, turning to Jiang Fushiwei, who was deep in contemplation regarding Lin Fei. It was evident that the newcomer had captured Fengshi's heart. Although she proclaimed that Fengshi should focus on bamboo, her eyes sparkled upon seeing him. Entirely disregarding the bamboo. Startled by the student's disparagement, Jiang Fushiwei realized something was amiss. After all, she herself was a prominent scientist at the base. She playfully swatted Chu Qing's rear, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple, what are you talking about?" Chu Qing retaliated, "I didn't mention you. Hold on, let me finish." Jiang Fushiwei paused her playful retaliation. Lin Fei, who was next door, was busy briefing some of the former student council members and couldn't help but wonder about the commotion. What were they conspiring about? She discreetly leaned in to listen. "You witnessed the scene last night, correct? The Zhao Group outside, that biopharmaceutical company selling enhancement drugs, has already developed a gene serum for mass production. And what about your fire seed base? With its official backing, it seemingly has access to everything, boasting the finest scientists. Yet, where's the gene serum that I require?" Jiang Fushiwei said, her voice laced with exasperation. "All right, let me ask you this. Does the gene serum from outside have any side effects? Are those side effects significant enough? Answer me. Can their gene serum transform individuals into grotesque abominations, neither human nor beast? If that is what you seek, you need not consult renowned biologists as your mentor. I could produce such results in a heartbeat," Jiang Fushiwei retorted with a smirk. Chu Qing responded calmly, "Mentor, I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. I am not blaming you. I merely wish for you to convey to those individuals the need for a sense of urgency, in hopes of eliciting some efficiency." Lin Fei suddenly interjected, "What is the fire seed base?" Jiang Fushiwei, are you truly Chu Qing's mentor, or perhaps a life coach? Her expression was one of surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Given the mentor-student dynamic, why did it appear that the mentor was listening to the student? Jiang Fushiwei replied with a hint of annoyance, "Life coach? I hold a professorship. I am her graduate advisor." Lin Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Fushiwei is actually a professor? A full professor at such a young age? Lin Fei inquired, "May I ask your age?" Jiang Fushiwei retorted, "Go away." Chu Qing chimed in, "Not yet 30, perhaps 26 or 27. Hakiking." Chu Qing shrugged, "Forget I said anything." Lin Fei was utterly perplexed. What was their relationship? It seemed rather intricate, making it somewhat difficult to assimilate. "So, are you currently residing with Fengshi?" Lin Fei asked. "What else would it be?" Jiang Fushiwei rolled her eyes. "You wouldn't think we live in those shabby dormitories like yours, would you?" Lin Fei countered, "What is shabby about it? We spend a considerable amount on renovations." Although it couldn't compare to her own room, it certainly outclassed the 6 or 8-person rooms at other schools. "By the way, where are you living now? Do you wish to reside with Fengshi?" Chu Qing asked bluntly. Lin Fei blinked and replied, "As a prominent figure of the Sunflower Garden. Shouldn't I be living with the sun?" Yulong Garden. Chu Qing led Lin Fei to the entrance. "So you are in Yulong Garden. It is indeed a great place to stay before the snowfall. After the snowfall, one must certainly come to experience it. If it were me, I believe I already have an apartment there before the snowfall." Chu Qing shot Lin Fei a glance. "Why are you looking at me like that? I am, after all, a member of the Lin family conglomerate. Is it so surprising that I own a villa in Yulong Garden? Not really. I'm just curious why you didn't leave with your family. As a woman from a prominent family, I am seldom afforded the luxury of making my own decisions. Speaking of which, I must thank the snowfall. Otherwise, I would have to marry someone I do not like after graduation," Lin Fei said in a nonchalant tone. Chu Qing was somewhat taken aback. "And now? I don't know. I suppose I will take it one step at a time. By the way, where has your mentor gone? You can call her Shui Jie. She is, after all, older than us." She returned to the base to expedite the development of the genetic serum. Do we have our own research base at the Sunflower Garden? Lin Fei was astonished. She had meant to ask earlier, but Chu Qing had been walking too swiftly. Sort of, Chu Qing replied while walking, base 1 of the Fire Seed. Originally a controllable nuclear fusion experimental base constructed as an official secret, is guarded by the military. However, due to an incident, before the arrival of the new administrator, we at the Sunflower Garden are in charge. And it is highly likely that we will remain in charge. Don't look at me like that. We are a legitimate organization. The previous administrator left with his team on his own accord and is now wanted by the authorities. Lin Fei shook her head in disbelief. She had not anticipated that while she was struggling to survive in the Ice Age with Tianhai Women's Academy, Chu Qing and her peers were already engaged in significant undertakings. As fellow humans, how do you shine? Speaking of which, Yi Fengshi, mind your title. What should I call him then? Brother Yi? Lord Yi? Or perhaps Yi the Sun? Pht, Yi the Sun. Ha ha ha. I can't hold back. Strangely fitting for him, isn't it? Ha ha. I think I shall just call him Brother Yi. Lin Fei found herself at a loss for words. However, her attention was soon captivated by 2 exuberant rabbits frolicking about. She cast a glance at her feet and fell into silence. What exactly are Brother Ye's abilities? Lin Fei was filled with curiosity. Initially, she assumed he was a fire user, but subsequently, she was utterly baffled. Chu Qing, regaining her composure, remarked, I am uncertain, but it seems to be the power of extreme yang, along with space. In Chu Qing's eyes, Lin Fei was destined to be one of her own. It was only a matter of time before she would learn the truth, so revealing it posed no issue. Dual abilities? Goodness. Although Lin Fei had braced herself for this possibility, she had not anticipated the inclusion of spatial powers. After all, the mere force of extreme yang was already overwhelming. And now, there was also spatial capability. Is this even human? As Lin Fei strolled through the Yulong Garden, she regained her senses, utterly awestruck by the enchanting scenery. Half of the garden was adorned with blooming flowers, while the other half lay blanketed in pristine snow. Chu Qing guided her to a villa that left her with little recollection, and they entered. Upon stepping inside, Lin Fei beheld Yi Fengshi tending to the bamboo with water. Chapter 105. It's you. After the curtain fell last night, Yi Fengshi chose not to remain and confront the bamboo maiden. There was no necessity for such an encounter, as he was not adept at socializing. Rather, he excelled in delivering blows. Moreover, grand emotions would orchestrate everything seamlessly. Hence, after departing, he strolled back to the Yulong Garden with Dongfang Yuyu, where they indulged in a bath together. Later, they observed as Dongfang Yuyu and Xiao Taozhu engaged in a game of chance to determine who would preside over the evening S-Arena contest. Xiao Taozhu had a stroke of luck, yet her prowess fell short by a considerable margin. The following day, upon rising, Yi Fengshi finished his breakfast and proceeded to the living room to tend to the bamboo. Following the events of the previous night, he found himself contemplating. Thus, when Lin Fei entered, she was greeted by the sight of Yi Fengshi wielding a watering can over a half-human tall young ice bamboo. However, the substance cascading from the watering can was not water, but rather a sprinkle of starlight. As the starlight settled upon the bamboo, its leaves gently quivered, exuding a sense of joy. Yet, to her bewilderment, she found herself completely severed from these bamboo shoots. She could no longer exert control over the runaway ice bamboo. Logically, this was unfathomable. After the reawakening of her abilities, her command over the ice bamboo had reached unprecedented levels, akin to an extension of her own limbs. Moreover, the range of her control had expanded, eradicating a significant drawback. Previously, the more bamboo she created, the deeper her connection became, such that the absence of a single shoot would affect her. Though the impact was minimal, she still harbored resentment towards Yi Fengshi for excavating a few of her bamboo. Now, however, she was liberated from this limitation. Even if all the ice bamboo she conjured were to be destroyed in battle, she would remain unscathed. Yet, the abrupt severance of her connection to the ice bamboo felt akin to someone snatching her phone and changing the lock screen password right before her eyes. Could it be that this individual has truly imbued her bamboo with a will of its own? Yi Fengshi glanced her way and smiled, saying, You've arrived. Lin Fei was taken aback. She had never encountered such a situation. I feel I should not have come. What have you done to my bamboo? Lin Fei was somewhat frantic. Nothing much, merely granted them freedom. Very well. You are impressive. You are lofty. I concede, she declared, her irritation dissipating in an instant. Fine, fine, they are now under your control. Why bother about a few bamboo shoots? Yet, she pondered, how did you know I would come? Lin Fei was astonished. She recalled that Chu Qing had mentioned Yi Fengshi was unaware of the existence of the Sunflower Garden. At this moment, Chu Qing, who had been silently observing, interjected. Surely you do not believe he is the type to leave after a matter is settled, concealing his achievements and name? Is he not precisely that kind? Lin Fei instinctively retorted. That is because he saw me and knew I would manage everything. Chu Qing chuckled. Bamboo maiden. Allow me to share a secret. He is indeed the kind who would not let an opportunity slip by. Lin Fei's brows furrowed in indignation. I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei. With a swift motion, Yi Fengshi put away the spray bottle and clapped his hands to quiet the two women. Welcome, Lin Fei. Upon seeing Yi Fengshi extend his hand and call her by name, Lin Fei's delicate face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. Well, there's no need to be so formal. She grasped Yi Fengshi's hand, her mind racing with thoughts about her first day at work, wondering if her superior might have ulterior motives. Should she acquiesce or resist? The choice felt daunting. You've arrived just in time. We need to cultivate a bamboo grove in the Yulong garden, Yi Fengshi remarked after their handshake. Lin Fei's mind abruptly cleared, as if doused with cold water. It appeared her superior favored bamboo over her own presence. Lin Fei's irritation surged. Could you not focus solely on my bamboo? I have curves. A figure, am I not appealing? Oh, a newcomer. Lin Fei turned toward the voice. A girl with a high ponytail strode in confidently, clad in a white short-sleeve top and black jeans. For some reason, Lin Fei felt as though a heroine from an ancient film had stepped into the modern world. Dongfang Yuyu approached Yi Fengshi and smiled. You're Lin Fei, right? I've heard about you from Qingjia. And you are? Dongfang Yuyu. We are on the same team. Upon seeing Dongfang Yuyu wink at her, Lin Fei immediately understood that she, too, was a high-ranking member of the Sunflower Garden. Lin Fei. Xiao Taozhua emerged from a room, her eyes widening in astonishment upon spotting Lin Fei. Xiao Taozhua. Lin Fei gasped in surprise. What are you doing here? The two exclaimed in unison. Why are you mimicking my speech? Qing inadvertently laughed. Could it be you two are long-lost sisters? Surely not. They look nothing alike. Dongfang Yuyu chimed in, drifting to Qing's side. Upon hearing the playful banter, Xiao Taozhua shot them a glare and clarified. We are not sisters. We merely met as children and attended high school together. She scrutinized Lin Fei closely. Dongfang Yuyu had briefly shared tales of the happenings at Tianhai Women's Academy the previous night, but she had been too eager to impress their superior to fully absorb them. Little did she expect that the administrator would be Lin Fei. Xiao Taozhua exclaimed. Didn't you say you were going abroad to attend the world's top university? Why are you at Tianhai Women's Academy? Lin Fei sighed. I heard there were daily gunfights there, so I didn't dare go. It's the same everywhere in the country. I just enrolled at Tianhai since my father is a board member there. And you? What brings you here? Xiao Taozhua's eyes gleamed mischievously as she moved closer to Yi Fengshi, wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course, it's because of him. Seeing Xiao Taozhua's intimacy with Yi Fengshi, Lin Fei quickly grasped the nature of their relationship. Alas, this otaku seems to stumble upon all the fortunate incidents before anyone else. Discontented, she silently turned and walked out. Xiao Taozhua called out, Hey, don't leave. My home is not without a room for you. Where are you going? To cultivate a bamboo forest. Lin Fei continued her stride without a backward glance. She felt the need to plant a grove of icy bamboos to attain a sense of calm and to gain a fresh perspective. After all, Yi Fengshi's request for her assistance indicated that she was not regarded as an outsider, did it not? With this thought, Lin Fei's spirits lifted. Cultivating a bamboo forest? Xiao Taozhua inquired, puzzled. Yi Fengshi cleared his throat. Ahem, I suggested it, considering her unique ability is to create icy bamboos, like the one you see behind you. Oh. So this is Lin Fei's superpower? How amusing. Xiao Taozhua chuckled softly. She had a good understanding of Lin Fei. A highly ambitious girl who had once casually mentioned her desire to study abroad to escape an arranged marriage. Little did she know that she would ultimately remain and become part of the Sunflower Garden under the guidance of her sister in affection. The first task upon her entry was to cultivate a bamboo forest. Xiao Taozhua shook her head, thinking that perhaps it would be better to live a life of ease and leisure as a homebody. Chapter 106. Please advise. An encounter with an old friend. Xiao Taozhua no longer wished to indulge in slumber, opting instead to observe Lin Fei as she cultivated trees. While engaging her in casual conversation, Dongfang Yuyu, having witnessed Lin Fei's prowess, found little amusement in the spectacle and returned to her gaming console, gallivanting through the open world. Adjacent to Dongfang Yuyu was Chun Qiyu, who had awakened the powers of the mechanical saintess. Chun Qiyu had the ability to delight the machine spirits with her 3 incense sticks and self-composed incantations. Following her awakening, she gained the capacity to manipulate nearly all machinery and enhance their capabilities. At present, she pondered the optimal direction for strengthening the generator. Meanwhile, in the rear garden, Chu Qing knelt amidst the blossoms. Yi Fengshi reclined on her soft thighs, eyes shut, as her delicate hands, akin to jade, gently kneaded his temples. I have established an organization, she declared. Indeed. What is its name? Sunflower Garden. Ah, intriguing. So your purpose in attending Tianhai Women's Academy is to engage with the girls there? Precisely. How fortuitous that I did not disrupt your plans. Not at all. Should there be any discrepancies, I am prepared to amend my strategy at any moment. You flatter me, he replied, somewhat taken aback. Is that so? I felt no such surprise, she teased, laughing. What is the current situation? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Quite smoothly. We have gathered numbers. And once the gene serum arrives from the base, Sunflower Garden shall have a solid foundation. What are your next steps? Establishing such a large organization must entail action. It is likely that we will confront the Zhao group. Their influence is pervasive, and it seems inevitable that we will cross paths. It is prudent to deal with them sooner rather than later. Do remember to summon me when the time comes. I would relish witnessing your performance. Very well. How much force shall I employ? As much as necessary. You cannot harm me. A touch of extreme cold may enhance the effect. Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, her bracelet shimmering slightly. A wave of frigid energy surged from her hand into Yi Fengshi's body. Refreshing. As Yi Fengshi felt the coolness envelop him, the small sun within his mind began to stir, reacting strongly to the external force. He diverted a portion of his focus to regulate the situation, ensuring that the small sun's response would not adversely affect Chu Qing. The power contained within the small sun was boundless, with no apparent end in sight. Even the sun in reality would pale in comparison to it. He took a moment to glance at the star map. Within the infinite darkness where the small sun resided, there had previously been only one luminous sphere. However, upon discerning several critical nodes, numerous points of light emerged. The last point of light had transported him to the first seed base and had even granted him insight into the usage of spatial power. He pondered what the remaining points might signify. Could they represent other seed bases? Alternatively, Yi Fengshi found himself engulfed in numerous speculations. However, he restrained the impulse to explore the significance of each glimmering point, choosing instead to postpone such inquiries for a more opportune moment. At present, he merely wished to relish the tranquility of Chu Qing's lap and the soothing massage of his temples. A little more pressure, please. Lin Fei, Lin Fei. Who would have thought this day would come for you? Xiao Taozhua brought over a stool, languidly settling down as she observed the peculiar bamboo sprouting one by one in Lin Fei's hands, filling the void of the Yulong garden. With each bamboo planted by Lin Fei, Xiao Taozhua noticed a change. The chill receded. She was somewhat taken aback. Could Lin Fei's bamboo truly ward off the cold? And it possessed such aesthetic appeal as well. No wonder Brother Yi is fond of it. Feel free to laugh, Lin Fei remarked, her expression unyielding. Her heart was now as solid as a rock. I heard you have a fiancé? Xiao Taozhua, I suddenly realized you would make an ideal mute bride. What fiancé? Merely remnants of a bygone era. I, Lin Fei, am single, a blossoming maiden, understand? I understand. It's just that you've taken a liking to my dashing and capable Brother Yi. You speak nonsense. Oh, if you like him, just admit it openly. Being coy may cause you to miss many opportunities. This is the wisdom of your sister Taozhua, as someone who has been there. Xiao Taozhua, I've come to find you rather shameless. I'm a year older than you. If anything, I should be your elder sister. Haha, considering our long acquaintance. I'll reluctantly remind you, believe it or not, it's of no consequence to me. Xiao Taozhua shrugged slightly, producing a frozen pear and taking a bite. The icy shard scattered. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt disinclined to dawdle any longer. With a wave of her hand, a lush bamboo grove materialized in an instant. So you and Yi, Brother Yi, have already progressed to that stage? Lin Fei inquired with curiosity. Indeed. And what rank do you hold in the Sunflower Garden? Third, I suppose, if we are to follow the ranking system you have in mind, Xiao Taozhua replied casually. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked with a smile. Do you wish to be the fourth? The fourth doesn't sound particularly appealing. What are you rambling about, third or fourth? I have no idea what you're talking about. Initially, Lin Fei pondered earnestly, but upon noticing Xiao Taozhua's teasing gaze, she adopted a serious demeanor once more. Speaking of which, how is it that you, a die-hard otaku, are not escaping with your family? Alas, I wished so too. But I was stuck at school from the very beginning, unable to escape. My father hastily fled with his illegitimate son, leaving me quite helpless. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a profound sense of empathy. Indeed, in their eyes, a daughter was merely a tool for marriage. Hey, don't conflate me with you. My father has never intended for me to enter into a marriage. He actually encourages me to find a reliable man to marry sooner rather than later. It seems the joys and sorrows of people vary greatly. Oh dear, in the past, I simply wished to be a blissfully single otaku, living forever with my figurines. Regrettably, I have encountered a man of impeccable reliability. It has become evident that some experiences can only reveal their joys through personal involvement. Observing Xiao Taozhua, with her expression of pride tinged with melancholy, Lin Fei felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. I feel inclined to strike you. I doubt you possess the ability to best me. Both women fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, the wind and snow were gently quelled by the bamboo grove, swaying softly. They exchanged a knowing smile. I look forward to your guidance. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Spark 1 base, Fengshi stood before the remnants of the spark he had cast aside, beneath his statue. Jiang Fuxue and Professor Su Guanfang were engrossed in a discussion regarding the latest advancements in controllable nuclear fusion. Although her purpose was to oversee the development of gene therapies, she couldn't resist delving into her original field of expertise. Observations on the surface of the spark revealed a formidable distortion of space-time, a phenomenon not typically found in artificial suns. As Professor Su spoke, he caught sight of the fervent doctor approaching. Is there something you wish to convey? Professor Su inquired. The instructor has sent me to inform you of a matter of great significance. The fervent doctor replied, his demeanor serious. What is it? The new administrator of the base has arrived in Tianhai City. Chapter 107. The loneliness of one. Has the newcomer arrived in Tianhai City? Jiang Fuxue pondered silently, uncertain of what kind of individual this new arrival might be. Such peculiar beings are commonplace in an environment as frigid as an ice corpse. One would hardly expect them to survive in Tianhai City, suggesting they possess considerable prowess. The situation is no longer as it was when ice corpses first emerged. They are capable of self-evolution and do so at a remarkable pace, with some formidable ice corpses having reached a state impervious to blades and bullets. If Yang Wugu's ambitious nephew, Yang Wukuan, had arrived only now, it is likely that the base would not have faced so many tribulations. That said, Jiang Fuxue knew little about the new administrator. The higher-ups had not divulged much information. By the way, what is the name of the new administrator? Is it a man or a woman? Jiang Fuxue casually inquired. In truth, regardless of who it may be, as long as their actions do not disrupt the plans of the Sunflower Garden, there would be no conflict. However, should they dare to meddle, much like Yang Wugua, who enjoys stirring trouble, the base's administration may well see another change. Jiang Fuxue brimmed with confidence. In the past, her only recourse had been to tamper with the controlled nuclear fusion device, forcibly sending everyone into a bright oblivion. But now, that device is no longer available. Yet she has grown stronger, capable of dismantling nearly anything with her bare hands. This transformation is owed entirely to Fengshi. A flicker of dark light glimmered in Jiang Fuxue's eyes. Upon returning, she must seize the opportunity to express her gratitude. She had already been outpaced by Xiao Taozhua. Jiang Fuxue was determined not to be surpassed again by Qiuming, a woman. A succinct statement from the impassioned doctor. Jiang Fuxue raised an eyebrow slightly. A woman? How old is she? Married or single? Where did she come from? Jiang Fuxue bombarded the impassioned doctor with a barrage of questions, leaving him flustered as he glanced at Professor Su for assistance. Professor Su chuckled. Xiao Jiang. He is merely a messenger. How could he possibly know so much? The new official, upon taking office, must certainly maintain an air of mystery and cannot reveal too much information to us. Jiang Fuxue nodded. All right, that will be all. You may leave. The impassioned doctor, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily departed. In the Yulong Garden, Lin Fei chose to reside in her villa, opting not to stay with Xiao Taozhua. Even though the accommodations with Xiao Taozhua were quite pleasant, she found her own home far more comfortable, with greater privacy. Truth be told, she wished to avoid witnessing the tender exchanges between Fengshi and Xiao Taozhua. She planted a circle of grass, rather, ice bamboo, around her home, creating a domain to ward off the cold. Lin Fei initially believed that addressing the temperature issue would allow her to rest easy. However, reality proved to be far more complicated. She discovered that many essential facilities were inoperable. First, there was no electricity, and second, there was no water. The power plant had long ceased operations, and the tap water had frozen solid. Lin Fei had contemplated harnessing geothermal energy, yet the risks were substantial. One misstep could lead to a volcanic eruption. Given the circumstances, could the mechanical scientist assist me in connecting an electrical line and perhaps a water pipe as well? Lin Fei approached Xiao Taozhua with her request. Although both were members of the Sunflower Garden, Lin Fei felt a certain reticence in addressing Qin Shiyu, as they were not particularly acquainted. With her arms crossed, Xiao Taozhua smiled and said, I'm afraid I cannot be of assistance, as I am not especially familiar with Qin Shiyu either. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Shiyu, who had been eavesdropping, found this puzzling. Was it true that she and Xiao Taozhua were not familiar with each other? After all, someone had been coming to her daily to learn mechanical knowledge. Though little was acquired, instead, she had counted numerous sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Sleep came without negotiation, leading her to nearly doubt her own teaching abilities. Fortunately, her friend had pointed out that Xiao Taozhua was merely a mediocre university student, an entirely different breed from their talented group. Qin Shiyu was taken aback. Now, As Xiao Taozhu spun her web of deceit, her eyes flickered. Was this what maturity entailed? Qin Shiyu could not comprehend. Lin Fei, too, was skeptical, believing that Xiao Taozhu simply did not wish to assist her. Clearing her throat, Lin Fei added, "In that case, I shall reluctantly take up residence here. By the way, where is Yi Gu?" She scanned the area with her gaze. Xiao Taozhu was at a loss for words. Why inquire about Yi Ji's whereabouts instead of her own room? Yi Gu resides in your heart. Shrugging, she replied, "I have no idea. He is either lying in the back garden or out having fun." The back garden? Lying down. Lin Fei was taken aback. Does your home even have a back garden? Surely, it isn't an ice sculpture garden. Do you think the sun in our sunflower garden is merely for show? Without the sun, how could there be a garden? Xiao Taozhu observed the unmistakable thoughts on Lin Fei's striking face, beckoning her closer. "Come here. I have some good news to share." Qin Shiyu, still eavesdropping, furrowed her brow. What were they discussing? This Xiao Taozhu. Does she truly need to use a barrier of true energy to muffle their conversation? Instantly, her interest in eavesdropping waned. It was rather uninteresting. Perhaps she would tune into the wireless broadcast instead. That evening, Yi Fengshi noticed an additional pair of chopsticks at the dinner table and began contemplating the remaining supplies. His gaze fell upon a certain sparkling point on the star map, where food was piled high. Just a single exploration of an otherworldly Walmart provided enough provisions to last half a year, not to mention the several supermarkets he had looted along the way. Fortunately, the frigid environment preserved many fresh fruits and vegetables until they reached their true destination. Yi Fengshi discovered that after his and Xiao Taozhu's home run, the spatial pocket had acquired a property of temporal stasis. Items remained unchanged in appearance and condition when placed inside and taken out. This meant that food storage no longer required ice, as low temperatures would prevent spoilage. Regardless of the circumstances, an abundance of supplies was never unwelcome. Yi Fengshi suddenly pondered the current ice age, where productivity had nearly come to a standstill and resources would inevitably be depleted. It was imperative to reignite productivity. He quickly shook his head. Never mind, this was not a matter for him to contemplate. Is something wrong? Is the dish you made today unappetizing? Dongfang Yuyu inquired upon noticing Yi Fengshi's shaking head. Before serving, she had sampled. No, merely tested the flavor, believing it to be satisfactory before presenting the dish. No, as long as it is your cooking, it is always delectable, Yi Fengshi replied with a smile. He seldom offered compliments. It was merely the truth. Indeed, all your dishes are delightful, Xiao Taozhu echoed, though her tone held an edge, at least to Dongfang Yuyu's ears. She gave Xiao Taozhu a sharp rap on the head. Bang! The sound was crisp. That is a fine head you have, Xiao Taozhu retorted with a glare but refrained from retaliating. She was in the wrong and, moreover, could not match Dongfang Yuyu in strength. Lin Fei observed this scene with a tinge of envy. This was how a family ought to be. She couldn't help but reminisce about her solitary upbringing, eating alone, sleeping alone, watching movies alone. Everything was solitary. Lin Fei's gaze refocused, her pupils reflecting the visage of Yi Fengshi. Chapter 108, Shopping with Survivors. Time flows gently. The story unfolds on the following morning. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Fengshi inquired, gazing at Lin Fei, who was playfully poking her finger at him. He found himself reassessing her character. Lin Fei had once sheltered an academy, and while enforcing rules could be arduous, she possessed the unique trait of resilience. Though she appeared to be a strong woman, she also harbored a charmingly innocent side. Lin Fei's expression wavered, as if grappling with her words. Yet, recalling her new friend Xiao Taozhu's encouragement, she mustered the courage to express her desire. Could you accompany me for a shopping excursion? Yi Fengshi was taken aback, his surprise evident. He had never anticipated such a request from Lin Fei, yet he readily agreed. Certainly. Lin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly possible? In that moment, Xiao Taozhu's image loomed large in her thoughts. For her friend appeared to genuinely share in her good fortune. Regret washed over Lin Fei as she reflected on her past self. Why had she not befriended Xiao Taozhu sooner? At that time, she had solely focused on studying abroad to escape the confines of marriage, thus neglecting a deeper connection with her friend. Xiao Taozhu, a two-dimensional enthusiast who cherished travel, sought adventures to procure the latest figurines, preferring to retreat to her hotel rather than intrude upon Lin Fei's solitude. Despite being the daughter of a prominent family, her status was not vastly inferior to Lin Fei's. However, now united in their shared experiences, Xiao Taozhu was generous with her friendship, and perhaps they could forge an alliance. After Yi Fengshi consented to Lin Fei's request, he led her out for a day of shopping. A chuckle escaped him. During his university years, he had not lacked the financial means for romance, but rather, he had been disinclined to pursue it. The internet was rife with tales of those who had faltered in their quest for love, spending exorbitant time and resources on uncertain relationships. Surely, investing in a new video game or indulging in a subscription for the latest animated series was far more rewarding. He deemed it more prudent to tackle complex mathematical problems than to decipher the whims of young women. While girlfriends might depart and offer fleeting glimpses of affection, knowledge remained steadfast, though, admittedly, it too could yield its own challenges. Now, an unexpected sensation washed over Fengshi. He felt akin to a venerable master, guiding an array of exquisite companions through the bustling streets. What had transpired? He mused that perhaps he had transformed into a radiant sun, effortlessly bestowing warmth upon the vibrant flowers surrounding him. As Lin Fei walked beside him, Fengshi could sense her joy. She seemed to relish their shared escapades. Indeed, this was the profound sense of security that stemmed from undeniable prowess. The sun's greatness is undeniable. Suddenly, a delicate, almost ethereal sensation coursed through his fingertips. Fengshi's sword-like brows arched slightly. Lin Fei discreetly clasped his hand. Fengshi glanced at her. At that moment, a mindless ice corpse burst forth from a nearby office building. Lin Fei immediately recognized it. This ice corpse was not ordinary. It had undergone evolution. Though the specific details remained undisclosed by any organization, only known as a formidable adversary. Fengshi cast a sidelong glance. Boom. The ice corpse ignited spontaneously, leaving nothing but a heap of ash in its wake. The third-generation malevolent knight had emerged. Lin Fei internally scoffed. She then turned her gaze to Fengshi. Do you often eliminate ice corpses in this manner? Fengshi nodded. When out and about, if I encounter them, I simply incinerate them. Of course, they initiate the confrontation, so I consider it self-defense. Understood. Ice corpses are notoriously mindless, akin to weasels spotting chickens, and would inevitably charge at any living being. In other words, Fengshi resembled a fisherman enforcing the law. However, that was inconsequential. Any rational person would not argue that ice corpses deserve to perish. Yet, being beside Fengshi, Lin Fei felt a warm sensation within her heart. This delightful sense of security. By the way, have you ever intentionally hunted ice corpses? No. I am not so idle as to specifically seek out these troublesome creatures. Too much killing can strain one's eyes. They passed a beverage shop, and Lin Fei pulled Fengshi inside. She noticed that upon entering, everything once frozen was now restored to its original state. What do you think of this establishment? Lin Fei inquired. High-end and sophisticated, Fengshi replied, conjuring a random phrase. He approached a table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Observing as Lin Fei busied herself behind the bar, he couldn't help but remark, Are you going to prepare a drink for me? Bingo, you got it right. Soon. Lin Fei presented a glass of crimson liquid before Fengshi. Thud thud thud. What is this? Watermelon fizz. Speak plainly. A cocktail with a watermelon flavor. You can mix drinks? Fengshi accepted the goblet and took a sip. The taste was quite pleasant. There was a time when he enjoyed alcohol, often experimenting with various concoctions at home, and he hadn't anticipated putting those skills to use today. Lin Fei sat across from Fengshi, resting her chin on her hands, quietly gazing at him. Fengshi felt an inexplicable sensation, as if being scrutinized by an infatuated admirer. Yet Lin Fei did not appear to fit that description. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, on a certain street, a girl dressed like a little dumpling stealthily entered a defined area. She was vigilant, cautiously surveying her surroundings after entering from a different street, and sighed in relief upon confirming that no ice corpses lurked in the shadows. She was a wild survivor in Tianhai City. Unfortunately, she had unwittingly joined the ignoble ranks of evolution, becoming an ice corpse herself. Perhaps she had found herself within the belly of some colossal creature. Those capable had already fled in advance. Some individuals, upon hearing the news of the Fire Dragon Refuge in Tianbei City, set off with great enthusiasm, though their current fates remain unknown. The petite girl was an unyielding survivor, acutely aware that in a perilous world, remaining stationary was often the wisest course of action. The Fire Dragon Refuge, while appealing, required a stroke of luck to access. She was not willing to take that gamble. Choosing not to embark on the journey with others, she remained behind, enduring a harsh existence in Tianhai City. She had ventured into the otherworldly Walmart, yet found it utterly barren, devoid of any provisions. However, she noted that the number of frozen corpses there was relatively low, allowing her to survive for a time, albeit with great hunger. Yet peaceful days are fleeting. Not long ago, the number of frozen corpses inexplicably surged. Thus, she was compelled to relocate. During her shift, she stumbled upon an unusual area, devoid of both frozen corpses and those terrifying monstrous beings, as if they had all perished. She did not perceive this zone as a sanctuary. Rather, she suspected that something more sinister than the frozen corpses lurked within. Reluctantly, she entered, having no other choice. Despite her best efforts to evade, she was driven into this area by the overwhelming numbers of frozen corpses. Unknown dangers were preferable to an immediate demise. However, After a period of observation, it seemed tolerable. She dashed into a pastry shop, eager to seize a stool, only to find it frozen solid. Curse be it! How could such thick ice form in the absence of water? Was fate conspiring against her? Little girl, you appear to be in distress. A human voice emanated from behind her, causing the girl to freeze in place, slowly turning to face the source. Chapter 109. A narrow path converges, our enemies meet again within the bustling tavern. Fengshi was compelled to acknowledge that Lin Fei possessed two remarkable talents. First was her extraordinary ability to conjure the ice bamboo, which could grow to heights of several meters after awakening through the spark of life. Second, her legs were exceedingly long. Fengshi cast a glance downward, observing her delicate feet gracefully draped across the table, resting unceremoniously upon his thigh. They were as pristine as jade, fitting comfortably within his grasp. His gaze settled upon Lin Fei's composed yet earnest visage. You were playing with fire. Lin Fei slightly turned her head, exuding an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop a lofty mountain cliff. Yet, the deepening crimson of her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. She herself could not comprehend the transformation she had undergone. She had never been one for playful antics. Perhaps it was the glimpse of freedom and a future that she perceived in Fengshi. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the efficacy of Xiao Taoxua's words. Are you not afraid I shall enact your demise right here? Not afraid. Why not? I do not know. Let us cease this jesting. We have ample time for amusement later. A small entity has trespassed into my designated forbidden zone. Fengshi suddenly sensed ripples in the fabric of space and spoke with a measured tone. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, halted her playful antics, feigning nonchalance, though her flushed cheeks suggested otherwise. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, what small entity dares to disrupt my endeavors? When did you establish this forbidden zone? I was unaware. It was just established. The area within a 10-mile radius of my presence is now off limits. A profound silence enveloped the air. Lin Fei fell into a momentary contemplation. Yet, based on her current understanding of Fengshi, it was indeed within his character to utter such statements. Then shall we eliminate it? Lin Fei did not presume that the small entity mentioned by Fengshi was human. Let us observe for now. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Fei noticed the surrounding space begin to warp, akin to raindrops creating ripples upon a tranquil lake. Gradually, the concrete realities of her surroundings faded into obscurity, only to re-emerge in clarity, revealing an entirely different scene. Inside the frozen pastry shop, the diminutive Yuan Yi found herself in a state of despair. It had been 2 days since her last meal, and her stomach growled audibly. Having finally scurried into a relatively secure area, she discovered that all sustenance had been encased in ice. She had intended to shatter the icy barrier and kindle a fire to thaw her food, but realized she lacked even the tools to break the ice. As she prepared to devise a clever plan, an ominous human voice echoed from behind her. Yuan Yi was acutely aware that the current state of Tian'ai City resembled a dark forest, where peril emanated not only from the ceaseless onslaught of monsters but also from other survivors. Ever since the snowfall incident, she had roamed the wilderness, witnessing numerous tragedies. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of frozen corpses litter the streets? Just like now, the voice she heard was sweet. Yet who could ascertain whether it belonged to a towering figure of 2 meters in height? Was it destined for the 18-year-old prodigy, Yuan Yi, to perish today? Wow, sister. You are breathtaking. She turned around, and upon seeing the speaker, her thoughts shifted dramatically. It was not a towering figure of 2 meters, but rather a woman clad in a specially designed cold-resistant suit. Through the glass mask, a visage strikingly beautiful yet softened by a hint of gentleness emerged. Why call her sister? Although her features were exquisite, she appeared older, no, more mature, than Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi silently admonished herself not to let her thoughts slip out. The alluring woman was accompanied by 5 others, all similarly attired in specialized gear, holding firearms of an unfamiliar design. Yuan Yi, not only a survival enthusiast but also somewhat knowledgeable about various advanced armaments, was certain that the weapons in their hands were of recent invention, military personnel. The older woman among them held a significant rank. In an instant, Yuan Yi made her assessment. It seemed that fate was not seeking her demise but rather her salvation. Are you the rescue team? Splendid. I am finally saved, she asserted, taking the initiative. On the other side, Bai Qiuming wore an enigmatic expression. That mature voice, the petite stature, and her peculiar gaze, so distinctively audacious. Very well, this was indeed an adult. Bai Qiuming, an officer from the Fire Dragon Refuge Zone, had been ordered to take control of the seed base number 1 in Tian'ai City. She did not comprehend why the base was not established within the Fire Dragon Refuge Zone, but the top-secret plan was beyond her purview to question. Regardless, overseeing such a crucial secret facility was far preferable to idling in the Fire Dragon Refuge Zone, witnessing the petty squabbles of others. The distance from the Fire Dragon Refuge Zone in Tian'ai City to Tian'ai City was considerable, fraught with numerous challenges that left Bai Qiuming's scalp tingling. Had she not utilized the latest gene serum developed by the Academy of Sciences to become an extraordinary being, this assignment might have been a death sentence. Fortunately, she had arrived without incident. Upon entering the vicinity of Tianhai City, she had already communicated with Seed Base No. 1. It was not merely a display of her new authority. Rather, she was unfamiliar with the route and needed to inquire about the base's location. Alas, due to the top-secret nature of the plan, even those who issued her orders were unaware of the base's whereabouts, instructing her to make contact upon her arrival in Tianhai City. Bai Qiuming found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, even after clarifying the specific location, she still lost her way, wandering into a peculiar area devoid of frozen corpses or monsters, not even a single body. Strange, exceedingly strange. Bai Qiuming hesitated to rush to Seed Base No. 1, envisioning that eventually, personnel from the base would emerge to help restore order in Tianhai City. Thus, she lingered to investigate. As she passed a shop, she inadvertently caught sight of a wild survivor inside, prompting her to speak up. Bai Qiuming parted her lips to inquire. She wished to clarify that they were not a rescue team, yet she feared such a disclosure might frighten this perceptive wild survivor. Bai Qiuming pondered, "Indeed. We are from the Fire Dragon Refuge's rescue team. May I inquire if there is anything you require? Could you guide me to the Fire Dragon Refuge?" The 2 men and 3 women behind Bai Qiuming exchanged glances, astonished by the audacity of this little one. "Haven't you noticed that we are all armed? If you encounter a counterfeit rescue team, you might find yourself in peril." Bai Qiuming wore a playful smirk. "I apologize, dear sister. But we are on a mission and shall remain in Tianhai City for an extended period. Regrettably, we cannot accommodate your request." "Then why do you pretend to be a rescue team?" Yuan Yi silently scoffed. Nevertheless, she maintained a sweet smile, though it was difficult for those across from her to discern. "Is that so? Could you spare me some food? I have not eaten for 3 days and am too weak to walk." Chapter 110. I alone am enough to dominate the sky and see the diminutive landmine. Though small in stature, possessed an audacious spirit, even begging for alms. Bai Qiuming mused internally, amused by the absurdity of it all. From Yuan Yi's voice, she discerned no signs of extreme hunger. Her vitality was still substantial. It was certainly an exaggeration to claim she had gone 3 days without sustenance, at most. It could be 2. With a smile, Bai Qiuming remarked, "Are you jesting, little sister? The streets are lined with shops for you to choose from. Take this pastry shop you currently stand in, brimming with delectable treats." Yuan Yi scoffed inwardly, recognizing the formidable resilience of this older woman, who maintained a high level of vigilance. The notion of freely selecting from numerous shops was a mere trifle to utter. Were those foods merely waiting to be flaunted? Ah! The frost was truly biting, a chilling demise. She contemplated the dishonorable evolution of her sanity diminishing to 0, or even into the negatives. Believe it or not, I could transform into an ice corpse and bite you all. A stick came hurtling toward her, and Yuan Yi instinctively caught it. Her gaze flitted between the starchy stick in her hand and the older woman across from her, bewildered by the purpose of this unexpected gift. Was she trying to amuse a cat? "This is an energy bar, specially provided for the refuge area. One is enough to sustain you for 3 days. It contains starch and vitamins, though its only drawback is the lack of flavor," Bai Qiuming clarified. In an instant, Yuan Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. Such a treasure exists?" She quickly retracted her earlier statement, now seeing Bai Qiuming not as an old woman but as a beautiful young sister. With remarkable speed, Yuan Yi unwrapped the energy bar and devoured it in a few bites, smacking her lips afterward. Indeed, it lacked flavor, akin to consuming pure starch. "Thank you, beautiful sister." "No need for thanks," Bai Qiuming replied nonchalantly. "However, I cannot take you to the Fire Dragon Refuge. There is another splendid place in Tianhai City that you may accompany me to, should you wish." Yuan Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such good fortune. Of course, she would follow. Although she had independently grasped the essence of survival in the wild and could endure hunger, she had no desire to continue the grim existence of going hungry for 3 days straight. Her perception of Bai Qiuming had elevated once more. This was no ordinary woman, but rather a benefactor for Yuan Yi. "Sister, I, Yuan Yi, vow to stay by your side for life," she declared, patting her chest. Bai Qiuming raised an eyebrow, realizing the girl's name was Yuan Yi. Despite her short stature, she possessed a rather curvaceous figure, even in such heavy clothing. "I am Bai Qiuming. Since the snowfall incident, have you been residing in Tianhai City?" Bai Qiuming certainly would not take on an unstable wild survivor without reason. The decision to allow Yuan Yi to accompany her stemmed from 2 factors, the girl's intriguing nature and her need for a local guide. "Indeed. But why do you not reside in the Fire Dragon Refuge?" Yuan Yi's sweet smile faltered. "So, you choose to touch upon a topic that is best left untouched?" If she possessed the ability to venture forth, she would have departed long ago. It is not mere hesitation that holds her back. Rather, the trepidation that once she embarks on the journey, there would be no turning back. Yuan-Yi's heart raced. The path is fraught with peril, and I dare not traverse it alone. Thus I am left to struggle for survival in Tianhai City. Oh, are you aware of any special organizations within Tianhai? Those groups formed by survivors banding together for survival and development? Yes, I am aware. Yuan-Yi recognized that her moment to shine had arrived and immediately began to elaborate. Originally, there were 4 groups: Tianhai Women's Academy, Tianhai Mountain Survival Base, Zhao Clan Group, and Kanglan Police Department. However, I have heard from passers-by that the band of brigands occupying Kanglan Police Department provoked the wrath of the sun and were subsequently eradicated, leaving the place desolate. The Zhao Clan Group operates shrouded in secrecy and even dares to capture ice corpses. It is evident they are not to be trusted. Bai Qiuming's 5 guards initially believed that their superior's decision to recruit this little firecracker was an unnecessary complication, yet they were astonished by her extensive knowledge. Truly, she is a local survivor. Bai, the commander, possesses an eye for talent. They remained silent, focusing on their vigilance. They had ingested genetic agents. And although they had not awakened extraordinary abilities like Bai Qiuming, their physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary humans, enabling them to hunt down regular ice corpses with ease. Upon hearing Yuan-Yi's words, Bai Qiuming's eyes glimmered with intrigue. You say the brigands have provoked the sun? What does that signify? Is it a euphemism for the extraordinary? Yuan-Yi replied, Sister Qiuming, you are aware of the existence of extraordinary beings. Indeed. I heard that the leader of the brigands is also a survivor capable of igniting flames, yet even he could not withstand a single round against the sun's might. It is said that the inferno was so immense that it shattered the ceiling. I too witnessed that towering pillar of fire, initially mistaking it for a volcanic eruption, only to discover it was the power of an extraordinary being. Alas, why have I not been blessed with the fortune of awakening such abilities? Yuan-Yi's toned and glimmering eyes were filled with envy and yearning. The heavens seemed to conspire against the gifted, leaving her to fend for herself in this city. Starving and foraging. Bai Qiuming's expression turned grave. So, it appears there exists a formidable extraordinary being within Tianhai. This will undoubtedly have significant implications for her reclamation plans. I wonder if it might be possible to recruit them? Perhaps I could use Yuan-Yi as bait. Bai Qiuming pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, Yuan-Yi felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively withdrawing her neck and scanning her surroundings with trepidation, as if something were watching her. This was her 6th sense. Her ultimate survival skill that had allowed her to endure alone until now. Could it be that Bai Qiuming harbored ulterior motives? Yuan-Yi quickly began to suspect Bai Qiuming. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why this wild survivor was treated with such kindness. We'll see how things unfold, she mused. The current situation had already surpassed her 18-year-old prodigious capabilities. She had no desire to be a mere pawn. Bai Qiuming inquired further. Since the Fire Dragon Refuge is too distant to reach, why not consider the Tianhai Mountain Survival Base? Yuan-Yi candidly replied. My 6th sense informs me that it is not a favorable place. As for Tianhai Women's Academy, the name itself suggests it is filled with female university students. Do you not dare to venture there? I wish to go, yet I have been inexorably driven away by the horde of ice corpses and those colossal creatures. Yuan-Yi expressed with a tone of resignation. Her 6th sense indicated that Tianhai Women's Academy could be her destined sanctuary, a place where she could languish for a lifetime. However, the harshness of reality propelled her further away from her desired destination. Grass is merely a green plant. Bai Qiuming increasingly found Yuan-Yi's remarks to be quite entertaining, thinking to herself that she needn't take on the role of bait. With unwavering confidence, Bai Qiuming believed that she alone could dominate the entire Tianhai city. She envisioned clearing away the ice corpses and frost monsters, subduing other unofficial abilities. Yet, just as this notion began to take shape, she sensed an unknown creature rapidly approaching their vicinity. Alert! Bai Qiuming immediately halted and raised her hand to signal the guards. In an instant, 5 guards formed a protective circle, wielding the latest model of ice corpse assault rifles. Yuan-Yi felt somewhat bewildered, but her 6th sense combined with instinct compelled her to retreat behind Bai Qiuming. What is happening? Chapter 111. The Gun King, Yuan-Yi at this moment. Yuan-Yi felt utterly bewildered. Her benefactor, Sister Qiuming, suddenly slammed on the brakes and issued a warning. The 5 men, who appeared to be her subordinates, simultaneously raised their firearms, forming a protective circle around her and Bai Qiuming. An ancient saying goes, to repay the golden platform's intent, one must carry the jade dragon to die for the sovereign. Upon hearing the warning, Yuan-Yi briefly entertained the thought of shielding Bai Qiuming. However, that notion flickered away. She realized that as a defenseless girl, aside from her ample bosom and heightened intuition, she had little to offer. Well, she couldn't continue that line of thought. She simply did not wish to sacrifice herself for trivial favors. Even without Bai Qiuming, she, Yuan Yi, could still survive in Tianhai City. To be on guard for Bai Qiuming, she at least needed a firearm. Just as Yuan Yi's inner thoughts remained unvoiced, she saw Bai Qiuming hand her a new model handgun. Huh? Startled, Yuan Yi cradled the weapon in her hands. Could the striking sister Qiuming truly hear her thoughts? Bai Qiuming's gaze was steely as she spoke without turning. It may become quite dangerous shortly. This gun is for your self-defense. Don't let yourself die. But I don't. Don't tell me, as a Dragon Kingdom citizen, you can't even use a gun. It's simpler than riding a bicycle. Just aim at the target and pull the trigger. How hard can it be? Yuan Yi's expression fell. She had intended to play the fool and cruise through the situation. But Bai Qiuming had swiftly cut off that avenue. In an instant, Yuan Yi's demeanor shifted. Then I shall no longer pretend. I am the Gun King. I reveal my true self. Everyone, fire. Bai Qiuming bellowed. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted around Yuan Yi, ringing in her ears and causing her head to throb. Standing with the handgun in hand, she gazed at the 5 individuals wildly firing their weapons, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Were they merely shooting at thin air? Yet, witnessing the fervor with which the others discharged their weapons, as if bullets were of no cost, Yuan Yi felt a twinge of guilt for not joining in. Thus, she tilted her gun skyward and fired a shot. Bang! With Yuan Yi pulling the trigger, a muffled sound resonated, as if striking something. Startled, she thought, wait, did I actually hit something? She quickly looked up at the sky but saw nothing but the grayish-white expanse above. Ahead, Bai Qiuming spoke up. She had sensed the impending danger early on, albeit unaware of its nature, prompting her to raise the alarm. Soon, she discerned that the threat was drawing near. Yet nothing was visibly amiss. This realization indicated that the entity was capable of high-speed movement, eluding the naked eye, compelling her to order everyone to fire. The gunfire continued. But Bai Qiuming sensed that the threat was still advancing, indicating they had not struck it, which was quite troublesome. Yuan Yi stood behind her, not firing. Bai Qiuming was aware of this, but chose not to comment. Yuan Yi's position made it difficult to shoot without endangering her allies. But who could have predicted that this girl would fire a shot into the sky and actually hit that creature? Was she concealing her true abilities? Or was it merely luck? At this moment, Bai Qiuming had no time for contemplation, her gaze fixed intently ahead. There stood a humanoid being, blue and white eyes, steel claws, and fangs. It was undoubtedly an ice corpse. However, this ice corpse was unlike any she had previously encountered. It lacked the terrifying presence of a typical ice corpse and did not resemble those peculiar variants. Its claws were short, its fangs were also diminutive, strikingly similar to those of a human. It seemed to be evolving towards humanity. Instinctively, Bai Qiuming sensed that this was not a favorable omen. Meanwhile, she pondered the journey to Tianhai City, during which they had encountered several intense feelings of danger. Could there be similar types of ice corpses lurking about? Is this an ice corpse? Yuan Yi voiced her uncertainty. It appeared different from the ones she had seen before. She pressed her small hand against her chest, clearly shaken. Just moments ago, this ice corpse had been directly above them. Had it truly descended upon them, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, she had managed to hit it with a shot. Strangely, how had she managed to hit it? She had never handled a gun before. Could it be that she was indeed a natural sharpshooter? Yuan Yi's confidence grew. However, she remained puzzled about one matter. This area was evidently a forbidden zone for ice corpses, concealing great horrors. What compelled this bizarre ice corpse to venture inside? Was it reckless? Yuan Yi's gaze drifted behind Bai Qiuming, realizing that their equipment was adequate. They should be able to eliminate the ice corpse before them. Well, the fact that her sixth sense had urged her to flee indicated that Bai Qiuming's team would surely be capable of defeating the ice corpse. With that thought, Yuan Yi felt a sense of relief. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's query, Bai Qiuming replied calmly, "It bears the characteristics of an ice corpse. Yet its strength far exceeds that of the typical ones we encounter. It must have undergone evolution." Evolution? Yuan Yi echoed, intrigued. Indeed. And their rate of evolution is alarmingly rapid, leading to the emergence of such troublesome beings. Had it not been for your timely shot, I would have failed to notice this creature. Bai Qiuming was perplexed as to why the ice corpse remained stationary after being shot, yet recognized it as an opportunity. She commanded, "Fire. Deplete its energy." Though Bai Qiuming was an ability user, confronting a creature of unknown power necessitated some form of attrition. There was no point in launching an all-out attack immediately. Upon receiving the command, the 5 soldiers, having secured a target, ceased firing aimlessly into the air and focused their aim on the peculiar ice corpse ahead. However, at that very instant they began to shoot. The ice corpse sprang into motion. Bai Qiuming's pupils contracted. The ice corpse evaded the barrage of bullets, appearing before her in a flash. Its claws capable of shredding steel descending towards her face. Clang. In a moment of peril, Bai Qiuming drew the dagger from her waist, successfully blocking the ice corpse's claws. The sharp talons gleaming coldly, mere centimeters from her visor. Bang! Yuan, regaining her composure first, raised her hand and fired a shot. A bullet punctured the frost-covered arm of the ice corpse, the tremendous force driving its claws away. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Qiuming, with a swift backhand motion, shamed a blade at the neck of the ice corpse. However, the ice corpse evaded her lethal strike in an instant, retreating several meters away. It lowered its head, seemingly conscious, and glanced at its chest and arm, where 2 bullet holes oozed dark blue blood. With a casual swipe, frost enveloped the wounds, halting the flow of blood. The ice corpse's expression was one of confusion. Even its evolved brain could not comprehend how an ordinary human could land 2 shots on it consecutively. Given its speed, evasion should have been effortless. Bai Qiuming was equally astonished. Her companions, armed with submachine guns, had nearly sealed off the area, yet failed to hit the ice corpse, which had nearly caught them off guard. Yet, a wild survivor she stumbled upon on the way, a youthful girl named Yuan, managed to hit every shot. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Bai Qiuming instructed Yuan, do not be anxious. After I make my move, aim for its head. Chapter 112. In those years at 20, standing like an ant, are you making a move? Yuan gazed in astonishment at Bai Qiuming, doubting whether she was jesting. This ice corpse was formidable enough to evade bullets, its form barely visible even in motion. What chance did an ordinary person have against it? Officer Bai is an extraordinary being, a female guard beside her explained. Yuan suddenly comprehended. That is reassuring. She then recalled that the strength of an ice corpse was not to be underestimated. It could easily rend a person asunder. However, they typically preferred to bite, relishing the transformation of humans into their own kind. Yet, just moments ago, Bai Qiuming had managed to deflect the ice corpse's lethal claws. Was this the power of an extraordinary being? Truly impressive. How enviable. I understand now, Yuan nodded. How about letting me try the submachine gun? No. Just use the handgun, Bai Qiuming replied, hesitant to grant Yuan the submachine gun, fearing that in her excitement, she might inadvertently harm herself. Very well. Yuan shrugged in resignation. After landing 2 shots on the ice corpse, her confidence soared, envisioning herself single-handedly vanquishing the creature with a submachine gun. Yet, it was evident that Sister Meng was unwilling to take such a risk. Are you extraordinary beings? Yuan inquired, glancing at the 5 individuals. No. We can at most be considered super soldiers. We have not awakened any extraordinary abilities, one replied, shaking his head. Super soldiers? Why don't you join Sister Meng in the fight? Yuan asked. Bai Qiuming replied coolly, their strength pales in comparison to that of this ice corpse. Charging in would be tantamount to courting death and would hinder my performance. I alone am sufficient to eliminate this ice corpse. Witnessing Bai Qiuming's imposing demeanor, Yuan thought to herself, if Sister Meng is so powerful, why does she still need my assistance as a sharpshooter? After a moment's contemplation, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Sister Meng, go for it. Yuan shouted, pointing at the ice corpse that was standing still. Bai Qiuming instinctively dashed forward. It was only when she was 2 meters away from the ice corpse that she realized why she had followed that girl's command. Suddenly, she experienced an unsettling sensation, as though she were being treated as a Pokemon. This Yuan was indeed quite something. Once the ice corpse was dispatched, she would certainly teach her a lesson. Such thoughts flashed through her mind as Bai Qiuming activated her extraordinary ability before even arriving at the target. Illusion Dream could ensnare enemies in a state of hallucination, plunging them into unpredictable dreams that rendered them immobile. Most critically, this ability had a profound effect on ice corpses. She had previously employed her power to trap a group of ordinary ice corpses in collective illusion, rendering them unable to awaken until their demise. It was a potent control ability. Initially, Bai Qiuming was uncertain of the ice corpse's true strength and hesitated to recklessly expend her energy. However, after the recent attack, coupled with Yuan-Yi's support, she felt confident that defeating this ice corpse was a foregone conclusion. Bai Qiuming had already envisioned the outcome, harnessing the power of dreams. I seized control of the ice corpse, and with a swiftness that rivaled the blink of an eye, I aimed to sever its head, ensuring its utter demise. Even if my blade failed to find its mark, there remained Yuan-Yi's cold gun. Regardless, the advantage lay with me. A glint of icy determination flashed in Bai Qiuming's eyes. She propelled herself forward, twisting her waist, channeling her entire strength into her wrist as the sharp dagger sliced through the air, targeting the neck of the ice corpse. With this strike, I would declare my arrival in Tianhai City. Clang. The familiar sound resonated once more, yet the ice corpse raised its claw, thwarting her lethal blow. Bai Qiuming was jolted back to reality. Impossible. Bang. At that moment, Yuan-Yi seized the opportunity and fired a shot. This time, the ice corpse did not evade, but instead, it blocked the bullet with its arm. After deflecting Yuan Yi's shot, the ice corpse suddenly unleashed its strength, striking Bai Qiuming and sending her, along with her blade, hurtling backward. Bai Qiuming felt an immense force coursing through the dagger, leaving her utterly astonished. This power far exceeded that of the previous strike. She managed to absorb the impact just in time. Standing on the frozen ground, Bai Qiuming gasped for breath, the recent encounter having drained her of considerable energy. Her gaze fell upon the dagger, which bore a noticeable nick along its edge. The strength of this ice corpse surpassed all her expectations. The combined might of all the ice corpses she had previously slain would likely pale in comparison to this one. Had the ice corpse merely been testing their capabilities before striking? The thought sent a chill down Bai Qiuming's spine. Yuan Yi, equally speechless, reflected on Bai Qiuming's earlier confidence, which had led her to believe that all wielders of abilities were invincible. Yet, in an instant, the situation had shifted dramatically. They could not even contend with a single ice corpse. Sister Ming, if you lack the strength of a diamond, do not attempt to handle fragile porcelain. Wouldn't it be wiser for us to flee? However, it appeared that the ice corpse had no intention of letting them escape. Yuan Yi pondered whether Bai Qiuming might be a jinx, as every time they encountered one another, calamity ensued. Alas, it was their insatiable greed that had brought them trouble. Meanwhile, the ice corpse, not granting Bai Qiuming much time to react, saw that its initial attack had failed to claim her life. Suddenly, frost enveloped its claws, and a visible wave of chilling white energy surged toward Bai Qiuming. By all that is sacred, you possess abilities too. Bai Qiuming could not suppress her exclamations as she raised her hand, attempting to counter the icy force with her own abilities. Yet, upon contact, her body convulsed violently, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Not only had she failed to neutralize the attack, but she had also sustained internal injuries. Gazing at the oncoming white chill, Bai Qiuming chuckled bitterly, mocking herself. She had boasted of dominating Tianhai, only to have her illusions shattered by this ice corpse. Encountering such an outrageous foe so casually, was the intensity of battle in Tianhai City truly so exaggerated? Bai Qiuming pondered whether this city would indeed become her final resting place. However, just as the white chill was about to envelop her, the ground beneath her shattered, and a bamboo shoot sprang up, interposing itself between her and the encroaching frost. Bai Qiuming was taken utterly by surprise. A peculiar bamboo suddenly appeared, and as she witnessed the luminous stalk dispelling the chilling white mist before her, her mind faltered. What on earth is happening? On one side of the street, atop a towering building, Lin Fei withdrew her hand, her sparkling eyes turning towards Fengshi beside her. This ice corpse possesses some intriguing abilities, unlike anything my sister has encountered. Fengshi replied coolly, the great sentiment relies on the power of extreme aid. Not something as trivial as this slight chill. Lin Fei nodded slightly, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed. The chill emanating from the ice corpse could easily be countered by her icy bamboo, whereas Chu Qing could effortlessly overwhelm her. A glimmer danced in Lin Fei's enchanting eyes as she smirked. What shall we do now? This ice corpse is considerably stronger than the other party. Do you intend to intervene? Weren't you the one who already made a move? I merely paused the duel. I never said I would step in to adjudicate. Such matters are best left to someone as seasoned as you, Brother Yi. No sooner had Lin Fei finished speaking than Fengshi vanished from her sight. She chuckled softly, her gaze returning to the frozen street. White Dream, having experienced grand spectacles, quickly regained her composure. She did not believe that bamboo could appear without reason. She realized that an unknown ability user had intervened to rescue her. However, the smile and confidence had vanished from her face. First, an evolved ice corpse king shattered her dreams, and now an unknown ability user had thwarted the icy assault with a mere stalk of bamboo. Who am I? Where am I? White Dream began to question her existence. Was she still in the Fire Dragon refuge, lulling herself to sleep in a dream fabricated by her abilities? Perhaps she had yet to awaken. White Dream understood that this was no dream, at least in her dreams. She would not be on the brink of being killed by an ice corpse. This was Tianhai City. Yet, no one ever informed her that Tianhai City was a high-stakes arena. A phrase suddenly echoed in her mind. At 20, one stands as an ant. As for Yuan Yi and the others, they were likely even less than ants. Never mind. Being an ant is acceptable. Surviving is what matters. White Dream regained her composure, believing that the owner of the bamboo would personally confront the ice corpse. However, before she could await the bamboo owner's arrival, she noticed the terror etched on the ice corpse's face. It was hard to fathom that she would one day witness such an expression of extreme fear on the visage of an ice corpse. Well, now you know what fear feels like. White Dream began to comprehend why this area was devoid of monsters. It was a realm of great terror. It seemed the ice corpses that ventured in had perished, their remains erased from existence. She observed the ice corpse flickering, attempting to move swiftly, as though seeking to escape. Yet, despite its erratic movements, its position remained unchanged, as if an invisible cage confined it. Suddenly, watching the ice corpse performance filled Bai Mingxia with an unprecedented warmth. She suddenly became aware of her surroundings. The snowflakes silently melted away, and the once dreary city transformed into a radiant spectacle in an instant. Bai Mingxiu instinctively looked up, only to be astonished to discover a sun gracing the sky. Chapter 113. Do not approach. The sun. Bai Qiuming had yet to recover from her astonishment when she was startled by Yuan Yi's piercing scream behind her. The originally melodious voice of the mature woman transforming into a cacophony. The very thought sent a shiver down Bai Qiuming's spine. She turned to glare at her. But Yuan Yi was oblivious, her mind entirely captivated by the radiant sun above. Having lived for 18 years, today marked the most unforgettable day for Yuan Yi. With the aid of the Emperor's steps, she ventured into the monster zone, encountering a wild noble who bestowed upon her a special energy bar, alleviating her embarrassing predicament of having gone 3 days without food. Yet, before she could venture far, she faced a terrifying ice corpse. A formidable foe that even the noble could not defeat. Just as defeat loomed, a bamboo pole emerged, turning the tide of battle. Yuan Yi had thought that bamboo was unparalleled, but under the sun's brilliance, it seemed diminutive. She realized she had not seen the sun for countless days. Since the onset of snow, the sun had remained absent, leaving survivors with only swirling snowflakes and howling northern winds. Oh sun, do you understand how dark my life has been in your absence? 3 days without food. In this icy world, where monsters roam freely, I, an 18-year-old girl, have been compelled to master the Emperor's steps. Is this fair to me? Despite the frustration brewing within her, the warmth of the sun after so many days brought Yuan Yi joy. However, she pondered whether the sun had descended too low. What she beheld was not a mere blinding disk, but a massive fireball looming over the crowd. Alarmingly, it appeared to be slowly descending. Within 2 seconds, Yuan Yi felt her clothes, drenched with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her. Gazing at the descending sun, her expression shifted from delight to terror. No, do not come any closer. Her frantic cry jolted the others awake. Bai Qiuming. This is worse than a high-level match. It is a peak confrontation. A collision of Mars and Earth. With no thoughts of escape, Bai Qiuming reflected that at this juncture, death was inevitable. There was nowhere to flee. Alas, she had intended to express her gratitude to the savior with the bamboo, but it seemed even that benefactor was in peril. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. 1,000 words coalesced into one exclamation. Damn. With circumstances as dire as these, the only thing Bai Qiuming could do was spread her arms wide and embrace the sun. Yet, the sun did not embrace her back. Bai Qiuming watched, helplessly, as the sun descended upon the ice corpse. Then, the ice corpse began to melt. So, the sun too found the ice corpse unappealing. Was Bai Qiuming's first reaction. Wait, why has the sun shrunk? As the ice corpse melted due to its proximity to the sun suddenly contracted and then exploded, its flames radiating outward. The golden-red flames resembled the evening glow, sweeping past Bai Qiuming and Yuan Yi's cheeks before dissipating into tiny sparks. Bai Qiuming gazed in astonishment as a young man appeared at the sight of the sun's explosion. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a black and white casual outfit, his feet adorned with home slippers, resembling a college student on vacation. The young man stared at her with a look of surprise, playfully asking, "Are you about to embrace me?" Bai Qiuming snapped back to reality. Lowering her hands that had instinctively reached out to embrace the sun and death, her voice laced with uncertainty. Was that sun? You? Yi Fengshi replied. Not me. The atmosphere was charged, and naturally, he intended to tease her. Not you? Really? Initially, Bai Qiuming questioned her own eyesight. But after using her psychic abilities to confirm her clarity, she resolutely declared, It's you. Not me, he insisted. Then it must be you. All right, if you insist it's me. Let us assume it is indeed so. Now, if I were the sun, what advice might you have for me? To be honest, Bai Qiuming had never encountered anyone as audacious as him, someone bold enough to jest with her face to face. She felt a surge of irritation. Had she met such a cheeky individual before arriving in Tianhai City, she would have surely given him a good thrashing without a second thought. However, upon her arrival in Tianhai City, she had come to profoundly understand the disparities between people, realizing that she was akin to a mere ant on the roadside. Aspirations and ambitions had to be tucked away for the time being. Merely preserving her life felt like a notable achievement. Taking a deep breath, she felt the residual heat in the air enveloping her like a sauna. Removing her helmet, she smiled and said, I am Bai Qiuming, captain of the 3rd Special Operations Team of the original Fire Dragon Refuge, currently serving as the head of a secret base in Tianhai City. May I inquire your name? Shouldn't you first express your gratitude? Very well, thank you. And your name, if you please? Yi Fengshi. Hey, you over there, little lowly. Didn't you just tell me not to come closer? After stating his name, he pointed at Yuan Yi, who was standing behind Bai Qiuming. Upon seeing such a handsome young man emerging from the sun, Yuan Yi's large eyes sparkled with excitement. But when he pointed at her, Her heart skipped a beat. Yet, adhering to the principle of not losing face, the 18-year-old genius jungler Yuan Yi boldly retorted, "Yes, it was me who called out, and what of it? Furthermore, Mr. Yi, I am not a little lowly. My name is Yuan Yi. Please do not refer to me as little lowly. I am not small at all. I am 18. 18. The 5 companions beside Yuan Yi were momentarily stunned. Was this little girl truly so fearless? Yi Fengshi, however, was not offended. He found Yuan Yi rather amusing and inquired, "All right then, Yuan Yi the not-so-little lowly. You seem quite impressive. Would you like to join me in my endeavors?" Yuan Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this an opportunity? She couldn't help but wonder if today was her lucky day, as she had encountered 2 benefactors, each more formidable than the last. Yuan Yi was tempted to agree immediately. However, upon meeting the piercing gaze of her first benefactor, Bai Qiumeng, she swallowed hard, shook her head, and replied, "I cannot. As the saying goes, wealth cannot lead one to debauchery, poverty cannot sway one, and power cannot bend one. You are impressive, handsome, truly remarkable. However, I have already pledged to accompany Sister Ming, so I cannot follow you." After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously added, "Perhaps you could allow Sister Qiumeng to accompany you instead?" "Yuan Yi, what are you saying?" Bai Qiumeng shot her a glare. Although she felt a surge of impulse within, she still maintained her composure. If Yuan Yi could uphold her dignity, so could Bai Qiumeng. Her gaze returned to Yi Fengshi, awaiting an olive branch, prepared to politely decline and set an example. Yet, Yi Fengshi merely glanced at her, responding nonchalantly, "That would be too troublesome. Let's leave it at that for now. We shall meet again." With that, flames erupted beneath him, and his figure vanished within the blaze. Bai Qiumeng stood there, stunned. Wait, he just left like that? Chapter 114. An imperfect date. Thoughts, did he just leave like that? Bai Qiumeng found it incomprehensible. Following the natural course of events, after failing to attract the young girl, shouldn't he extend an olive branch to her, a genuine ability user, as Yuan Yi suggested? If he accepted her, Yuan Yi would be unable to escape. Bai Qiumeng was puzzled. Why inquire only about Yuan Yi and not her? Although she might decline, perhaps a repeated invitation could lead to a different outcome. A simple truth, a good woman fears a persistent suitor. Bai Qiumeng was unaware that Yi Fengshi was a passive victor, rarely taking the initiative to recruit others. Such tasks were typically handled by Chu Qing. At this moment, a slight sense of imbalance stirred within Bai Qiumeng, as she struggled to comprehend the disparity between herself and Yuan Yi. "Sister Ming, I gave up on Brother Sun's invitation for you. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Yuan Yi, noticing Bai Qiumeng's unusual expression, approached with a pitiful tone. Bai Qiumeng chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. "Weren't you just quite brave? Why the sudden softness upon turning around?" An 18-year-old beauty?" Yuan Yi responded with a giggle. "Actually, deep down, I am a little tempted to go with him, but then I think about how dangerous it is for a girl to accompany a strange man. Moreover, Sister Ming has shown me great kindness. I am not the type to be ungrateful." Bai Qiumeng replied, "But he did just save our lives. How do we account for such a debt?" Yuan Yi's eyes flickered as she said, "Hiki, there is always a sequence of events. He mentioned that we would meet again. By then, I can repay Sister Ming's kindness before going with him." "Haha, you clever little thing. Where are you from? Have you started college yet?" "I'm a local from Tianhai, studying at the nearby Biluo University. I just started my freshman year, but unfortunately, I encountered a snowstorm before I could even register." "And what about your family?" "I'm an only child. My parents are often away on business and are currently untraceable," Yuan Yi answered truthfully, hoping to secure Bai Qiumeng's support. Although Brother Sun was handsome and powerful, she felt that following Sister Ming would not be a poor choice. Both were ability users, and temporary disparities held little significance. She believed Bai Qiumeng's strength would eventually catch up. Moreover, Bai Qiumeng was the leader of a secret base, and Yuan Yi felt that aligning with her promised greater prospects. After learning about Yuan Yi's background, Bai Qiumeng fully accepted the younger sister and resolved to take her under her wing. Yuan Yi's extraordinary marksmanship, combined with genetic enhancements, could make her an invaluable ally. Yet, one thing puzzled Bai Qiumeng: why did Yi Fengshi assert that they would meet again? After the previous battle, she had abandoned thoughts of reclaiming Tianhai City and intended to manage her base diligently. If she could not provoke them, could she not simply evade them? Contemplating this, Bai Qiumeng arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Could it be that Yi Fengshi was secretly trailing her back to the base? She shook her head. Impossible. Regardless of his demeanor or behavior, he did not strike one as such a person. Bai Qiumeng dared not dwell on it further, allowing Yuan Yi, a local, to guide them to the Fire Seed base. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was nearly taken aback at the sight of Yi Fengshi transforming into the sun, instantly grasping the significance of the Sun Garden. The mere thought of being a servant to the sun caused tears to involuntarily trickle from the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, the space beside Lin Fei warped, and Yi Fosher emerged from the vortex, taken aback at Lin Fei's expression. You? Oh, it's nothing. Merely a sudden craving for something delicious, she replied, hastily wiping her mouth, feeling guilty. Brother Yi, aren't you going to take them in? After a brief conversation with the large girl, she had received no agreement and was disinclined to pursue the matter further, deeming it not her concern. I will persuade them. Upon hearing of an opportunity to demonstrate her abilities, Lin Fei eagerly volunteered. Yi Fengshi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Why not? Lin Fei inquired. The woman who fought against the ice corpse is named by Kaimeng. She is the new manager of the Fire Seed Base. Lin Fei instantly understood. It became clear that matters concerning the Fire Seed Base were indeed beyond her purview and should be handled by Jiang Fushiwei. She cast aside those distractions and refocused her gaze on Yi Fosher, asking, shall we continue shopping? Let us call it a day. If you wish to shop more, you may continue alone. I shall accompany you another time, Yi Fengshi replied. After walking for so long, he felt it was time to return and rest. Lin Fei nodded. Then please take me back, Brother Yi. Her intention for this outing had been to cultivate their relationship, and if all went well, perhaps achieve a solo kill. Who would have thought they would encounter such events along the way? With Brother Yi no longer interested in shopping, her desire to browse had also dissipated. With a snap of his fingers, the space before them warped once more. He took Lin Fei's hand and stepped inside. In the Dragonflower Garden, Dongfang Yuyu, dressed in cool attire, was engaged in a battle of wits with a gaming console when she noticed the space ahead becoming hazy. Moments later, Yi Fosher and Lin Fei emerged from within. Dongfang Yuyu set down her controller, crossed her arms, and teasingly remarked, oh, such a quick date. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to indulge in some mischief outside? Hearing Dongfang Yuyu's playful banter, Lin Fei's cheeks flushed. She was indeed curious to find out, but unfortunately Yi Fengshi raised an eyebrow, amused by the playful jibe from the spirited girl. He beckoned her over with a finger. Dongfang Yuyu rolled her eyes but obediently approached, only to be drawn into a tight embrace, receiving a resounding slap on her drum-like belly. Lin Fei, though not considering her an outsider, felt as if she were one. Dongfang Yuyu's face flushed, and noticing Lin Fei's unwavering gaze, she could not help but say, Lin Fei, do you also wish to be educated? I do not. Don't speak nonsense. Lin Fei exclaimed, jumping in a fluster. Yi Fengshi released Dongfang Yuyu and inquired, where has the affection gone? Dongfang Yuyu retorted with irritation, where else could it be? It's lying in the other room, lifeless. How do you know that? I saw it with my own eyes. By the way, I have an idea I wish to experiment with, and I might need you to observe. Dongfang Yuyu said mischievously. Idea? Yi Fengshi instinctively presumed that this young lady from the east intended to unveil a new position for his viewing pleasure, perhaps to entice him into taking the initiative. However, Dongfang Yuyu continued, I'll first summon Sister Qing over. I must consult her. Chu Qing, lost in slumber, was roused by Dongfang Yuyu's shaking, resulting in a playful scuffle. How dare you, Dongfang Yuyu? Are you attempting to ambush me while I sleep? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Stop. There is something important we need to discuss. Upon noticing Yi Fengshi, Chu Qing ceased her playful assault, her gaze flitting between him and Lin Fei. Are you certain you wish to engage in such flamboyant antics? Dongfang Yuyu paused for a few seconds before responding, Sister Qing. Please do not let your imagination run wild. I merely wish to use your bracelet. Chapter 115. A Faux Party. A genuine experiment who can say who truly plays the fool? In her heart, Dongfang Yuyu pondered. Her beautiful eyes danced over the striking silhouette of Chu Qing in her violet nightgown, and she couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Despite her earnest efforts, even with all her might, she could not compete with Chu Qing's innate prowess. Dongfang Yuyu's gaze inadvertently flickered past Lin Fei, noting the increasing number of people. The time allotted to each individual would inevitably diminish. Perhaps Chu Qing truly had a point. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuyu's explanation and realizing they were engaged in serious matters, Chu Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to witness the noble hero endure hardship firsthand. Quickly regaining her composure, Chu Qing donned a serious expression and teased, You wish to use my bracelet? Are you attempting to take a shortcut because you cannot defeat me? Do you truly believe the bracelet makes a difference? Isn't it so? Faced with Chu Qing's perceptive probing, Dongfang Yuyu spoke candidly. She was indeed dissatisfied. After years of arduous martial training, it was disheartening to find herself outmatched by someone seemingly relying on an advantage. She was resolute in her intent to prove her point. Chu Qing was merely a lucky winner. With a playful smile, Dongfang Yuyu addressed Chu Qing. What say you? Sister Qing, are you perhaps feeling timid? Chu Qing patted Yi Fengshi on the chest and declared, You shall be the judge. Yi Fengshi grasped her hand, responding, This isn't a competition. Where's the need for a judge? Would you prefer to continue sleeping and discuss this later? Sleep? Not a chance. I wish to confront her. At this, Dongfang Yu stepped behind Yi Fengshi, pouting. Sleep is for the weary. They could go days without slumber and remain unfazed. She merely sought an opportunity to challenge Chu Qing. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, as a newcomer, silently observed the three most powerful individuals in the sunflower garden. To be precise, only one among them possessed true strength, while the other two merely rode on her coattails. The dynamics among them seemed rather intricate. Yet one fact was crystal clear. She was the weakest link. After soothing Chu Qing, Yi Fengshi teleported them to the living room. Yigu, what brings you all here? Qin Qiyu, who had been tinkering with machinery, suddenly noticed Yi Fengshi entering with the three women and was left puzzled. What were they up to? A pajama party, perhaps? Qin Qiyu noted the attire of Sister Qing and Sister Yu with a contemplative expression. Should she return to change into her nightgown as well? Or perhaps she could simply remove her outer garments, leaving only her undergarments? Oh, it's nothing. Your Sister Yu is merely dissatisfied and wishes to challenge me. Watch as I suppress her with one hand, Chu Qing said with a beaming smile. Qin Qiyu, Dongfang Yu. As Qin Qiyu fell into silence, she was suddenly greeted by the appearance of Xiao Taozhuo. With eyes closed and clad in an adorable light pink nightgown, Xiao Taozhuo murmured. I smell something juicy. Is there gossip to savor? Abruptly opening her eyes, she was taken aback to find everyone gathered together. Wait, what are you all doing here? Fei, weren't you out shopping with Yigu? Just finished, came the reply. Lin Fei spoke calmly, and please refrain from calling me Fei. Unless you wish for me to call you Tao Dao. Very well, Bamboo Maiden, she replied. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. It seemed she could never escape this title. It all began with Yi Fengshi, didn't it? Well, that was of no consequence. After all, she was merely the Bamboo Maiden. A touch of weariness had settled in. What intrigued Lin Fei more was the bracelet in Chu Qing's possession and why Dongfang Yu was so fixated on it. Could there be a hidden secret? With a sharp clap of his hands, Yi Fengshi drew the attention of the gathered women. All right, although our numbers are few, that matters not. De Qing, Yu, please commence your performance. It's merely a bracelet. What performance is there to give? Chu Qing shot him a look and removed the bracelet from her wrist, presenting it before Dongfang Yu. Here, give it a try. The bracelet was a deep azure hue, adorned with a faint luminescence, and exuded an intangible, frigid aura. As Chu Qing took it off, the temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly, bringing a long-lost chill to everyone present. However, under the influence of Yi Fengshi's solar energy field, that penetrating coldness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet, all understood the truth. This bracelet was indeed a treasure. Lin Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the bracelet Dongfang Yu coveted was genuinely precious. Gazing at the bracelet within reach, it was impossible for Dongfang Yu not to feel tempted. After all, she was a woman with an innate attraction to jewelry. Her previous lack of interest stemmed from not encountering anything of worth, and the game had consumed most of her energy. Moreover, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yu lacked the funds to indulge in such luxuries. She deemed it unworthy. At this moment, the ancestral bracelet she had yearned for was right before her eyes. Dongfang Yu's gaze was fixated, and she delicately took it into her hands, playing with it. This is indeed a cheat for Sister Qing. How wonderfully cool it feels. Thank you, generous Sister Qing. Now, let me test the enhancement, she mused. Lin Fei nudged Xiao Taozhu's arm, whispering, is this bracelet truly formidable? Xiao Taozhu nodded gravely. You must understand. The awakening spark that transforms your capabilities was created by Yi Gu utilizing the power of this bracelet. Lin Fei was taken aback. That was indeed impressive. No wonder Dongfang Yu referred to it as a cheat. No wonder Chu Qing wielded such prowess. Lin Fei gazed at the bracelet, a thought creeping into her mind. Perhaps it could work for me too. However, upon witnessing Dongfang Yu's attempt to don the bracelet, that thought instantly dissipated. Dongfang Yu put on the bracelet, and in an instant, I spread forth, encasing her entirely. Simultaneously, the remnants of solar energy within her surged forth, igniting her in golden red flames, dissipating the overwhelming cold. Once freed from her icy prison, Dongfang Yu hastily removed the bracelet and tossed it back to Chu Qing, then pivoted and leaped into Yi Fengshi's arms. Yi Fengshi caught her effortlessly in a princess carry, chuckling helplessly. Do you dare to experiment so recklessly again? Fearful yet intrigued, Dongfang Yu felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the power of the leaf within her, she might have perished from the cold just moments ago. The force concealed within that bracelet was truly terrifying. Chu Qing, astonished, retrieved the bracelet, hesitating for a few seconds before slowly adorning her wrist. The other women waited in silence for an extended period. When nothing transpired, Yi Fengshi noticed Chu Qing's peculiar expression and inquired, what is it? This bracelet. It seems to acknowledge me as its master, Chu Qing replied. sensing a message emanating from the bracelet. She turned to Dongfang Yuyu and smiled. Yuyu, this time, I owe you my gratitude. Your actions have led it to recognize me as its master. What? That wretched bracelet nearly froze me to death. And now it recognizes you as its master? Dongfang Yuyu's frustration erupted, and she felt an urge to leap down and confront the bracelet directly. However, after a few futile attempts to break free, her gaze fell resentfully upon Fengshi. Could you please not hold me so tightly? Fengshi did not release her grip, reasoning that if she ascended, it would be of no use. Thus, it was better to embrace her for a while longer. Her attention shifted to the bracelet, and she curiously asked, "Oh, what is its name, and what new abilities does it possess?" Chapter 116, Hardcore Nuclear Fusion, a familiar statue, the Guanghan bracelet. As for its functionalities, currently, only two are available. The ability to harness lunar power and store items, both of which prove quite useful. Indeed, quite useful. Look, is this even coherent? Dongfang Yuyu and the others felt as though a crow had flown overhead, followed by a series of ellipses, let alone two functions. Even one of them, if presented in isolation, would elicit uncontrollable laughter. Fengshi displayed little astonishment. After all, it was merely the lunar power and the ability to store items. His curiosity lay elsewhere, particularly regarding the origins of the Guanghan bracelet. Is there any explanation for its provenance? Unknown. Chu Qing shrugged her hands, stating that this was all she could discern. Regardless, it is ultimately a positive development, isn't it? Congratulations, Sister Qing. Xia Taoju was the first to offer her felicitations. However, Chu Qing was not swayed by her charm, calmly gazing at her and saying, "Speak your mind. Or let it out." Xia Taoju chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Sister Qing, look at your impressive prowess. You possess such a remarkable treasure. Could you spare a moment for us younger sisters?" Not a chance. Chu Qing flatly rejected her. "Sister Xie, you are quite the thinker. Even now, you're wailing for more time, yet you wish to demand even more? Truly, you are both inexperienced and playful." Although Chu Qing was generally generous in nature, she displayed a more possessive side when it came to Fengshi. She merely sought someone to share the burden, to enliven the atmosphere at home, not to lighten her own load. Dongfang Yuyu shook her head, agreeing with Chu Qing's assessment of Xia Taoju as inexperienced and playful. However, she felt differently. She was quite satisfied with the current allocation of time. Yet, the Guanghan bracelet sparked many thoughts within her. Could it be that there truly exists a realm beyond the heavens? Perhaps the legends recounted by the ancient relics in her sect hold some truth? Dongfang Yuyu pondered briefly, feeling a slight headache. Never mind. The world is vast, but the leaf is paramount. As long as she could safeguard her leaf and her game, she would be content. Fengshi shared a similar sentiment, ready to face whatever challenges arose. With the little sun and the Guanghan bracelet, everything else seemed ephemeral. Has Sister Shui not returned from the Fireseed base? Fengshi inquired. Not yet, Chu Qing replied, seemingly recalling something, her gaze fixated in surprise at Fengshi, who still embraced Dongfang Yuyu. Aren't you capable of sensing it? Why ask me? Is that not permissible? If it pleases you, so be it. On another note, Bai Qiumeng, guided by Yuan Yi, finally found her way to the surface of the Fireseed base without further disorientation. Along the way, they encountered several ice corpses and a gigantic frost lizard, all of which Bai Qiumeng effortlessly dispatched, regaining a sliver of her confidence and exhaling in relief. Were Tianhai City to be filled with such formidable, unreasonable ice corpses, she would have no choice but to retreat to safeguard her life. Alternatively, she could seek out Fengshi, bestowing upon him the same authority she possessed to jointly manage the Fireseed base. Yuan Yi gazed at the snow-laden woods ahead, unable to discern any semblance of a hidden base. Sister Ming, could it be that the address you provided is incorrect? She mused. Impossible. This is the very woodland. Unless you've taken a wrong turn. That is even less likely. I've lived in Tianhai City for 18 years, and aside from the occasional travel, I could navigate these streets with my eyes closed. Then that settles it. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just follow me. Bai Qudream, unwilling to engage in further debate with Yuan Yi, forged ahead into the thicket. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yuan Yi felt a foreboding sense of dread, fearing that monsters might be lurking ahead. Yet, it was too late for regrets. She turned back, facing an insurmountable horde of creatures alone, without Bai Qudream's protection. Even her royal steps would lead to a dead end. Her sixth sense offered no warnings of impending doom. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. As she trailed Bai Qudream through the forest, they stumbled upon a peculiar structure in a clearing. Why are there houses here? Yuan Yi inquired. Bai Qudream's lips curled into a smile. This is the place. Who goes there? As they approached, the soldiers stationed in the area barked a command. Unlike the previous garrison, these men were survivors from the base, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards their former leader, young Wuguo, who had abandoned them. Mistaking them for young Wugua's return, they raised their weapons, ready to fire before they even recognized the newcomers. The 5 guards flanking by Q-Dream instantly positioned themselves in front of her, weapons drawn in defiance. "We are members of the 3rd Special Operations Team from the Fire Dragon Refuge, and I am by Q-Dream, the newly appointed commander of Base Fire Seed 1. Lower your weapons." Upon hearing this, 2 of the soldiers, having confirmed that young Wugua was not among the 7, inquired, "Where are your credentials?" By Q-Dream furrowed her brow and replied, "Show them yours. Also, verify their credentials." Once the soldiers had validated their identities and confirmed by Q-Dream's new position, they lowered their guns and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Commander Bai." "Greetings to you as well." By Q-Dream returned the salutation. "You all appeared quite tense just now, as if you were eager to fire your weapons. Might I inquire as to why?" "Report, Commander Bai. We mistook you for our former leader, young Wugua, who fled, which prompted our impulsive reaction." By Q-Dream was left speechless. As the newly appointed commander of Base Fire Seed 1, she was well aware of young Wugua's treachery. Her superior had expressed his outrage and issued a capture order, declaring that the traitor young Wugua must be apprehended, alive or dead. It seemed that young Wugua had left a lasting impression on these people, to the point where they were on high alert at the mere mention of his name, nearly leading to a confrontation. Before she had even assumed her post, the shadow of her predecessor loomed large, and by Q-Dream found herself contemplating a desire to hunt down young Wugua. However, she decided it prudent to first stabilize her position at the Fire Seed base before addressing those matters. With this thought in mind, by Q-Dream spoke, "It's all right. I understand your feelings. Please escort us into the base." "Yes, ma'am," one of the soldiers replied, leading the way. Upon entering the extraordinary edifice, they ascended via the elevator to the subterranean realm of Base Fire Seed 1. Just as the elevator approached its destination, the soldiers suddenly displayed a moment of hesitation. "Commander Bai." Bai Qiuming assumed he was still troubled by the earlier incident and casually remarked, "No need to be anxious. I shall not harbor resentment over such trivial matters." The soldier was taken aback and promptly replied, "Commander Bai, you have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" she queried. "Indeed. I meant to suggest that you should prepare yourself mentally." "Prepare for what?" Bai Qiuming inquired, utterly perplexed. Why should she be the one needing mental preparation? Could it be that Base Fire Seed 1 had suffered a cataclysmic biological disaster, and she was summoned to rectify the ensuing chaos? She felt entirely capable, after all. Her prowess in cultivation, construction, was exceptional. As her thoughts meandered, the elevator doors slid open. However, upon their unveiling, Bai Qiuming's gaze was immediately captivated by the colossal artificial sun at the center of the base, alongside the magnificent statue positioned before it. Is Base Fire Seed 1's controlled nuclear fusion genuinely this formidable? She pondered. It can be displayed so openly? Furthermore, is it permissible to exhibit a statue within the confines of the base, especially in such a prominent position? That statue appeared vaguely familiar, as though she had encountered it somewhere before.